The man before me is the most expensive miracle doctor in China. Yet he couldn't scrape together a single penny, because he had a master who loved money as much as his own life. The earnings the man receives each time, the old man would confiscate everything, claiming it was for safekeeping on his behalf, to save up for his future wedding. Though the old man he called master was extremely stingy, yet, he was trained into a top-tier master proficient in both medicine and martial arts. He was adopted by the old man since childhood, never knew his own origins. Every time I asked, the old man would say nothing at all. But today, he was suddenly told a piece of news. The old man was sitting on the floor. 9 marriage contracts were laid out in a row before him. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Old man, what kind of mischief are you up to so early in the morning?" The old man spoke slowly. "My time as your master is running short." But before I could finish speaking, Jiang Yu let out a loud cry. "That's fantastic. Rest assured, old man, when you kick the bucket, I will definitely build you a luxurious tomb. I always burn paper money for you punctually every Qingming festival. Absolutely make sure you live it up underground, to live a solitary life this lifetime. Once you're underground, just let loose and have fun. No need to worry about worldly morals." Looking for 3 or 5 beauties at once, while talking, stuffing the few clothes he had into a bundle, ready to descend the mountain immediately and enjoy life. The old man was so infuriated by this action that he cursed, "You damn brat. You unfilial disciple, are you making fun of me? You were the one who started teasing me first." Jiang Yu threw down the bag. "Look at how radiant and glowing you look. Does he look like someone who doesn't have much time left? Everyone's a miracle doctor, are you trying to fool a ghost?" The old miracle doctor coughed awkwardly twice. "That's not entirely accurate. After all, your master is getting old. Even with longevity, it's just a matter of a few more years. Our lineage. It was the most orthodox lineage of the 7 imperial uncles from the era of the Yellow Emperor in ancient times. But now, only the 2 of us remain. The legacy was on the verge of being lost. So, when I traveled the world practicing medicine during your childhood, I secured several marriage contracts for you. Take them down the mountain to find these women, then start your own family lineage. The revival of our Boki mountain depends on you. Rely on me? Old man, let's not even talk about whether finding 9 wives is illegal or not. Just thinking about it makes my kidneys ache. Besides, you've long known my heart belongs to another." The old man ignored him and continued speaking. "Haven't you always wanted to know your origins? Each of these marriage contracts is made in duplicate. Your true origins lie within those 9 marriage contracts held by the women. Back then, I made marriage contracts with them. It was settled. As long as you bring the marriage contract to their door, whether it's marriage or annulment, they will give you the marriage contracts in their possession." Hearing this, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth in anger, while giving a thumbs up. "You're good. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets." He glared at the old man and swept his hand across the floor, moving so swiftly that after images appeared, the 9 marriage contracts were swiftly tucked into his pocket in the blink of an eye. Then like a gentle breeze, in an instant, he darted into the mountain trail. He ran down the mountain at the fastest speed of his life, afraid the old man might change his mind. When he comes down the mountain, will he marry or break off the engagement? It's still up to him to decide. 9 fiancées, none of whom he had ever met. God knows what kind of ugly ducklings they might be. Compared to them, Jiang Yu still felt that his junior sister Doubtu was better. 3 years ago, unfortunately, little Shimmy was taken away by her family. They never contacted each other again. The old man never revealed any information about the junior sister either. On his way down the mountain, he had already made up his mind. First, cancel the 9 marriage contracts. Retrieve the other 9 marriage contracts to uncover clues about his parents, and also look for a sweetheart along the way. 2 hours later, Jiang Yu appeared in a noodle shop. He ordered a bowl of beef noodles, gulping it down without chewing. He called the boss to settle the bill in less than 3 minutes, but when he reached for his money, discovered a serious issue. "I was in such a hurry when I went out that I forgot to bring any money." The landlady's expression gradually froze. These days, people who dine and dash are rare. A beautiful woman who just walked in cast a glance, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu forced a stiff smile and said, "Why yes, I have money, but I'd like to have a few more bites before settling the bill." The landlady walked away with a dark expression on her face, but while being busy, he was also keeping a constant eye on him. Jiang Yu had no choice but to awkwardly start drinking the soup. 20 minutes passed. The beautiful lady who just came in and her friends have finished eating and are ready to pay the bill. He was still there drinking soup. The landlady would often linger around him for no reason. In the end, I couldn't hold back any longer and exploded. "Youngster, stop pretending. You think you can dine and dash here? No way, I'm calling the cops on you right now." At that moment, the beauty at the next table called the boss to settle the bill. The girl beside the beauty took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it over. "Tell the boss not to bother looking for it. Include Jiang Yu's bowl of noodles in the total." Then he left without another word. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, looks like being handsome really can put food on the table. Just as he was lost in self-admiration, a sudden glance out of the corner of his eye caught his attention. I noticed that the kind-hearted beauty from earlier seems to be followed by someone. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Jiang Yu darted out in a flash. He climbed into the car of the beautiful woman who had just paid for him. The beauty in the back seat and the girl in the driver's compartment were both stunned. What are you doing, you country bumpkin? Get out of here right now! The girl shouted angrily, her eyes wide with fury, as if he wanted to devour someone. Yet Jiang Yu smiled like a spring breeze. I mainly came here to apologize to you. Suxin, it's okay. The beauty gave the girl a meaningful glance. A smiling face is never hit. Then she turned her gaze to Jiang Yu and said indifferently, everyone has difficult times. A bowl of beef noodles isn't worth much, so no need for thanks. Suxin urged impatiently, cut the crap. Hurry up and get out of the car, don't delay our important business. You couldn't even afford to pay it back if you sold yourself. Jiang Yu said, why are you in such a hurry? Are you heading to Tianyun City? I also want to go to Tianyun City. Why don't you go the extra mile to help? Give me a ride. The beautiful woman sitting in the back row didn't pay any attention either. Casually remarked, Suxin, let's drive. After hearing Suxin's words, he threatened Jiang Yu with a remark. Then he started the car. Along the way, Suxin kept glancing at Jiang Yu through the rearview mirror from time to time, afraid he might make improper advances toward the beautiful woman. 20 minutes later, a black SUV pulled up, suddenly swerved, and then, crash. Despite Suxin slamming on the brakes, the car still collided with the black SUV. Are you blind? How are you driving? Suxin cursed angrily and was about to get out to confront the driver. Jiang Yu immediately warned, don't get out. They're not here with good intentions. Four young men got out of the SUV, all wearing identical black suits. The beautiful woman furrowed her brows and whispered, they're He Ching Yuan's men. Suxin grew even angrier. He Ching Yuan must be intentionally trying to stop us from signing the contract. I'm going to confront them. Be careful. Suxin got out of the car, clutching her phone tightly in her hand. If they tried to harm them, she would call the police immediately. The leader of the group crossed his arms, his gaze roaming over Suxin. Suxin looked to be around 20, though she was short, her figure was well-proportioned and developed, even impressive. The leader spoke in a cold tone, the two of you should rest here for a while. It's best not to resist. Otherwise. The other three suddenly assumed martial arts stances, one in the white crane spreads its wings pose, one in the Yung Chun opening stance, and one in the Tai Chi opening posture. Their movements were fairly standard, indicating they had trained for several years. Suxin angrily exclaimed, if you keep blocking the way, I'll call the police. The leader shrugged indifferently, go ahead. Call the traffic police to handle the accident. We've got all the time in the world. Suxin fell silent, frozen in place, unsure what to do. Calling the police would take too much time, and as a lone young woman, she couldn't handle four martial artists. The beautiful woman in the car looked very anxious, murmuring softly, this is bad. If we can't get back in time for the signing, the company is finished. What should we do? What should we do? She looked around frantically and suddenly noticed that Jiang Yu, who had been standing beside her, was gone. The next moment. Ouch! Ouch! Four cries of pain rang out in quick succession. Jiang Yu stood in front of the car, holding a pebble in his hand, looking down on the four young men lying on the ground with disdain. What are you posing for? All that flashy nonsense. Suxin was utterly shocked. Though anyone hit by a palm-sized pebble would be knocked out, Jiang Yu's speed was simply too fast. She hadn't even noticed when Jiang Yu had appeared. The beautiful woman in the car was the first to snap out of it, shouting, Suxin, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. Get in the car. Suxin called out to Jiang Yu once, then dived into the driver's seat. When she looked up, she saw Jiang Yu sitting upright in the rearview mirror. Reverse gear, shift into drive, and step on the gas. Suxin did it all in one fluid motion. By the time the four young men came to their senses, they were already long gone. Thank you. The beautiful woman looked at Jiang Yu with clear, pure eyes, free of any impurity. You helped me, so I naturally want to help you in return. That's what they call karma. You're heading to Tianyun City from the mountains to work, right? I saw you're pretty skilled. Suxin is looking to hire a bodyguard recently. If you're not against it. No need. I'm not going to work. Then what are you doing in Tianyun City? To call off the engagement. Suxin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you may have some skills, but there's no need to act so arrogant. You're just a country bumpkin. Getting a city girl to marry you is like your ancestors are rolling over in their graves. And you're breaking off the engagement? Suxin mocked, they say people from the mountains are simple, but the moment you open your mouth, cows are flying in the sky. I really am going to call off the engagement. I have two fiancées in Tianyun City, one named Wen Fuyo and the other named Han Ing. Do you know them? The beautiful woman's eyebrows twitched slightly, and her expression grew peculiar. She asked, "What's your name?" "Jiang Yu." "What about you?" "Ah." The beauty's eyes flashed with surprise, and she stammered, I'm Wani Huan." "You also have the surname Wan. Do you know my fiancé?" "How could that be?" Wani Huan felt uneasy and quickly turned her head away. Su Xian couldn't help but mock her. "You really think you're something special? Do you even know who Han Ing is in Tianyun City? A fiancé? You think you're worthy?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Jiang Yu shrugged. He was telling the truth, but Su Xian didn't believe him, and he didn't bother to explain. Half an hour later, they arrived in Tianyun City. Su Xian stopped at a junction. "We need to hurry to the signing ceremony. I'll drop you off here." "Thanks." Jiang Yu got out of the car immediately. Wani Huan exchanged a few words with Su Xian, who then handed him 500 yuan and a business card. The card read Secretary to the Chairman of Yu Yen Company. It was clear that Wani Huan was the chairman of Yu Yen Company. Wani Huan spoke softly, "This money is my way of thanking you. If you encounter any difficulties in Tianyun City, feel free to call Su Xian." Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to accept it. He knew all too well that without money, one couldn't get anywhere. The marriage contract only mentioned that his two fiancées were in Tianyun City, but it did not specify their addresses. Finding them would not be an easy task, and he desperately needed the money. "Consider this a loan. I'll repay you once I've settled my affairs." After taking the money and the business card, Jiang Yu quickly blended into the crowd. Su Xian turned to look at Wani Huan in the back seat and smiled. "Sister Huan, you mentioned earlier that you also have a fiancé. Could you tell me his name?" Wani Huan looked out the car window and fell silent. Chapter 3, Looking Down on People with Dog Eyes. Tianyun City was vast, with skyscrapers towering overhead and traffic bustling on the streets. In this city with over 10 million people, finding someone aimlessly was no easy task. Fortunately, the Han family was quite renowned in Tianyun City. The Han family's Han group ranked among the top 10 in Tianyun City, and Han Ing, as the Han family's eldest daughter, was naturally well known to everyone. It didn't take long to find out where the Han family lived. Guanhuju. Guanhuju is the most luxurious villa district in Tianyun City, developed from a mountain within the city, with villas built along the lake. The villas in Guanhuju are worth tens of millions, and the residents are either extremely wealthy or of high social status. As a result, the security measures are top-notch. There he was, Jiang Yu, being stopped at the entrance, talking himself hoarse, but the security guard wouldn't let him in. "Young man, I've seen plenty of people like you. Those claiming to be Han's friends show up here every day, but someone as ridiculous as you is a first." The security guard was a middle-aged man in his 40s, speaking politely. "Sir, I'm telling the truth. Han Ing is really my fiancé." Jiang Yu repeated his claim helplessly. The security guard glanced at him. "Enough with the lies. If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. Everyone in Tianyun City knows about the relationship between Zhao Gongzi from the Ding Sheng Group and Miss Han. If you're her fiancé, what does that make Zhao Gongzi? What Zhao young master? The one who paid for everything at the event? What? You don't even know Zhao Gongzi?" The security guard looked at Jiang Yu, who looked rather rustic, and patiently explained the situation to him. Zhao Shua, the Zhao young master of the Ding Sheng Group, is a well-known second-generation wealthy young man in Tianyun City, known for his generosity and excellent relationships with others. Recently, there have been rumors in Tianyun City that the Han family and the Zhao family are planning to arrange a marriage alliance, a union of two powerful families. Zhao Shua and Han Ing aren't exactly a perfect match, but at least they're well matched in terms of background. Looking at Jiang Yu, dressed in plain clothes, with a total outfit worth no more than $100, how dare he even think of marrying into the Han family? Jiang Yu, however, felt a sense of relief. Since the Han family was already planning the marriage, the annulment should go smoothly. But how to get in? "Big brother, please let me in. I'm really not a bad person. If it's absolutely impossible, you can come with me." "That's out of the question. I can't leave my post without permission. If my superiors find out, I'll be fined." Jiang Yu's heart stirred. He quickly pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it over, grinning. "Brother, please help me out." 100 yuan wasn't much, but it was 1/5 of his current savings. 100 yuan? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Suddenly, a young man stepped out of the guard booth, gave Jiang Yu a disdainful glance, and barked, "Country bumpkin, get out of here. Don't you know where you are? Do you think someone like you can come here? Jiang Yu? Someone like me? What's wrong with someone like me? Am I inferior? How can you look down on someone just because they're a gatekeeper? You look down on people. As the saying goes, if someone respects you by an inch, you should respect them by a foot." The middle-aged man had been fairly polite to him earlier, and Jiang Yu had remained courteous throughout. But as soon as the young security guard appeared, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. The young security guard, however, grew more arrogant. "Hey, what's with the expression? Are you trying to scare someone with that dark face? I'm warning you one last time, get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yu gave a cold smile. Don't be rude. I'll see how you dare to be rude. Seeing that Jiang Yu wasn't fazed, the young security guard rolled up his sleeves and pushed him with one hand. Get out, you poor schmuck. Jiang Yushuan stepped back 2 steps and revealed a sinister smile. You think you're rich, do you? His body swayed, and with a clang, he fell to the ground. Damn it, you came here to extort money from me? Don't you know who I am, Wang Yu? Wang Yu was furious, showing no remorse, and even raised his foot to kick him. Fortunately, the middle-aged man intervened in time. Wang Yu, you can't hit him anymore. Wang Yu spat on the ground, cursing, get out of here immediately. You think you can extort me? Do you think I can't make you spend the rest of your life in bed with just one phone call? Jiang Yu didn't even acknowledge him. He quietly pressed a few acupoints on his body, then started convulsing and foaming at the mouth. The middle-aged man was completely stunned. What's happening? Wang Yu, this could be fatal. Wang Yu also panicked. No way, I just gave him a light push. Who knew this country bumpkin was so weak? One push and he falls? Forget it, call an ambulance. Absolutely not. If we take him to the hospital, this poor guy will probably try to extort money from us. Your brother is the boss of Tea-Plate Street. Who dares to extort you? Let us save him first. If he really dies, that is not something money can solve. Just then, a black SUV pulled up and stopped at the entrance. The window slowly rolled down. What is going on? Inside the car sat a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit. Wang Yu dragged Jiang Yu aside and said, it's nothing, Mr. Han. Just some thug claiming to be your daughter's fiancé. We wouldn't let him in, so they're lying here extorting me. I can handle it, I can handle it. The man in the car was none other than Han Tianming, the chairman of Han Group and Han Ying's father. My daughter's fiancé? Han Tianming frowned and muttered under his breath, shifting his gaze to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, who had been convulsing and foaming at the mouth moments ago, suddenly broke free from Wang Yu, flipped himself up like a carp, and walked straight toward Han Tianming. Wang Yu was first stunned, then filled with anger. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Mr. Han, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Jiang Yu directly handed the marriage certificate to Han Tianming. At that moment, Wang Yu rushed over, grabbed Jiang Yu by the collar, and shouted, you country bumpkin, dare to play me? Mr. Han, I'll handle this. I'll make sure he pays for this. Han Tianming asked suspiciously, are you the disciple of Master Zhong, the renowned herbalist? Jiang Yu nodded. Get in the car and we'll talk. Han Tianming's single sentence left Wang Yu speechless. No way, could this country bumpkin really be Han Ying's fiancé? Cold sweat poured down his face. He had really stepped on a landmine. Offending the Han family meant his gangster older brother couldn't protect him either. What's the matter? You're not going to let go? Does Han's word no longer hold any weight? Wang Yu's lips twitched and he immediately let go. After Jiang Yu got into the car, he bowed deeply behind it and apologized loudly. Jiang Yu explained his intentions to Han Tianming in the car, but Han Tianming remained silent. Upon returning home, Han Tianming said he needed to go upstairs to change clothes and asked Jiang Yu to wait in the living room. He waited for an entire hour. Jiang Yu's patience had reached its limit. He stood up and said to the maid, Auntie, please tell Mr. Han that since Miss Han is already engaged, I can't ruin someone's marriage. The engagement between me and the Han family is hereby null and void. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from upstairs, who said my daughter Han Ying is already engaged. Chapter 4, I just wanted to call off the engagement. It was a woman with a graceful demeanor, exuding mature charm. At that moment, she was slowly descending the stairs, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Who are you? Jiang Yu looked her up and down, noticing a resemblance to Han Tianming. My name is Han Xiong. I'm Han Ying's aunt. Han Xiong sat lazily on the sofa, withdrew her gaze, and tucked her hair behind her ear. She was 33 years old, but she looked much younger, and every movement she made exuded charm. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also a strong, successful woman. The success of the Han Group was at least partly due to her efforts. Beautiful women always attract men's attention, and Jiang Yu was no exception. He silently calculated that if Han Ying's aunt was so beautiful, Han Ying couldn't be too bad either. Are you Han Ying's fiancé? Han Xiong picked up the marriage contract from the coffee table and glanced at it before saying, time flies. It's been so long since the old herbalist's apprentice grew up. Do you recognize me? 15 years ago, the old herbalist brought you here on his travels and saved my father from the brink of death. When the marriage was arranged, I was there. Don't you remember me? Jiang Yu was speechless. Who could possibly remember you? I've been traveling the world with the old man since I was a child, treating people's illnesses. There must be at least 8,000 people I've crossed paths with. Besides, I was only 3 years old back then. If I remembered you, that would be a miracle. 15 years ago, Han Xiong was in the prime of her youth and one of the most beautiful women in Tianyun City, with countless suitors. If Jiang Yu had been 13 at the time, he would definitely have remembered this stunning beauty. He politely said, I think I vaguely remember you. Since your Aunt Han-ing's aunt. Auntie? Han Xiong's expression darkened instantly, cutting off Jiang Yu's words. What? Do I look that old? On the contrary, you look very young. Then why are you calling me auntie? What's wrong with that? Jiang Yu shrugged. If it were a stranger, he would have politely called her sister. But you're Han Ying's aunt. Even if you're young, it's still appropriate for me to call you auntie, right? Remember, you haven't entered the Han family yet. You must call me sister from now on. You can change it once you've entered the Han family. Whatever. Anyway, Jiang Yu had no intention of entering the Han family, so it didn't matter what she called him. I've said my piece. I've left the marriage contract. Please return the one you have in your hands. I have matters to attend to and won't keep you any longer. You're the future son-in-law of the Han family. How can you say you're bothering us? Jiang Yu was completely baffled. What did Han Xiong mean by that? Don't look at me with that disbelieving expression. The matter between our family as Han Ing and Zhao Shua is completely fabricated. You are the legitimate son-in-law of the Han family. Auntie, you're joking with me. Look at me, how could I possibly be worthy of the Han family's eldest daughter? Call me sister. Sister, I'm busy going to the next family to call off the engagement. I'll leave my marriage contract here as a token of my sincerity. You can take the one in your hands next time, goodbye. Jiang Yu hurriedly fled the Han family villa. Given Han Xiong's attitude, staying any longer might result in them setting the wedding date for him and Han Ing. As soon as he left, Han Tianming came downstairs. Han Xiong, stay out of Ingres affairs. Han Tianming's tone was icy. The sibling relationship between the two was not particularly harmonious. Big brother, our family's future son-in-law has come to visit, yet you brought him back and now refuse to see him. Isn't that a bit excessive? I have my own plans, you don't need to worry about it. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid he'll start spreading rumors at the door, so you brought him back. But since dad isn't dead yet, you dare not annul the engagement outright. You want to drag this out for a few days, wait until dad passes away, then renege on the marriage arrangement he made and let Han Ing marry into the Zhao family. So what? Am I not allowed to decide my own daughter's future? Ungrateful. The old herbalist did indeed do my family a favor. Dad made the marriage arrangement in a moment of impulse without considering Ingres' feelings. I, Han Tianming, am not an ungrateful person. I can give him any amount of money he wants, but letting Inger marry him is absolutely out of the question. Ha, you talk a good game. I almost believed you were the best father in the world. But don't try to fool others with that. You claim to consider Inger's feelings, but did you even ask her opinion about marrying into the Zhao family? Zhao Shua and Inger are a perfect match. What could she possibly object to? If she had no objections, why did she insist on moving out a week ago? Han Xiong put away the marriage contract. Han Tianming rushed forward in 2 strides, grabbing Han Xiong's wrist. Give me the marriage contract. What, do you want to burn the marriage contract and pretend this marriage never happened? Big brother, I won't let you get away with it. She shook off Han Tianming, went to the garage, and drove away in a red Ferrari. Han Tianming made a call and had someone follow Han Xiong. Jiang Yu never expected the engagement to be broken off so smoothly. He left in disgrace. Wang Yu from the security office watched Jiang Yu leave, bowing and scraping. Sir, take your time, and please come back soon. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, fearing that Jiang Yu would come back to settle the score later. You, why are you being so polite to him? A patrol guard walked over, giving Jiang Yu a disdainful glance. Get out of the way. That's the son-in-law of the Han family. I can't afford to mess with him. You're overthinking it. I saw him running away from the Han family with his tail between his legs. The Han family is a prominent family in Tianyun City. How could they marry their eldest daughter to a country bumpkin? Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu straightened his posture and said with a dark expression, that makes things easier. That country bumpkin dared to play me before, let's see if I can't take him down. You go, if we can take care of that kid, we'll be helping the Han family resolve a major issue. If we can climb onto the Han family's high branch, we'll definitely strike it rich in the future. That makes sense. You watch this place while I go find my brother. As soon as Wang Yu left, Han Xiong drove out in his Ferrari. Jiang Yu sprinted down the mountain, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outpace the sports car and was soon caught up by Han Xiong. Beep. Han Xiong honked the horn, rolled down the window, and said, get in. Jiang Yu was completely stunned. What are you still standing there for? I don't want to trouble you. You're the future son-in-law of the Han family. What is there to be troublesome about? You came all this way, so I should at least show you some hospitality, shouldn't I? Sis, I'm here to call off the engagement. You don't need to be so hospitable. Don't speak so hastily. Our family Essinger is the most beautiful woman in Tianyun City. I've already left the marriage contract, so take it. Han Xiong threw the marriage contract at Jiang Yu. No need to thank me. Jiang Yu forced a smile that looked worse than crying. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it on behalf of the entire neighborhood. I just wanted to call off the engagement. Is that so hard? Chapter 5, Farewell. It turned out that getting involved with Han Xiong wasn't a wise decision. Jiang Yu insisted on walking down the mountain, while Han Xiong followed slowly in her car. She had a wide network of connections. She recognized several cars that passed by, and when others asked what she was doing, she simply replied that she was sending Han Ying's fiancé down the mountain. In the end, Jiang Yu gave in and got into Han Xiong's car. Sis, is it really necessary to make this public knowledge? Han Xiong stepped on the gas pedal and said with a smug tone, it was only a matter of time. I told you, I'm here to call off the engagement. You'll change your mind once you meeting. The key is that our statuses are too different. I'm not worthy of you. Don't belittle yourself. You're the only disciple of Master Zhong, the renowned herbalist. I'm poor. It doesn't matter. The Han family is wealthy. Just be a pretty face and mind your own business. Are you kidding? I want to live off someone else. I can invest in opening a clinic for you. With your medical skills, making a living on your own shouldn't be too difficult. Let us not talk about this anymore. Jiang Yu crossed his arms, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to rest. He really couldn't figure out Han Xiong's way of thinking. Logically speaking, as a penniless young man arriving with a marriage contract, he should have been met with cold shoulders. Yet Han Xiong seemed overly enthusiastic. You're at least Han Ying's aunt. There's no need to push your niece into the fire, is there? After about 10 minutes, the car slowed down suddenly. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and noticed that Han Xiong's cheeks were covered in cold sweat, her face pale, and one hand was gently rubbing her lower abdomen. Given your condition, let us not go out to eat. Find a place to rest properly. As a renowned doctor, Jiang Yu immediately diagnosed Han Xiong's condition, a common case of menstrual cramps. It's okay, go buy me some ibuprofen. She pulled the car over to a pharmacy and leaned against the seat, looking extremely uncomfortable. Just taking painkillers won't help. You should go to the hospital and get checked out. I've been to many hospitals, none of them could cure it. It happens every month. Hurry up and buy me some medicine. Jiang Yu said nothing, got out of the car, and entered the pharmacy. 5 minutes later, he opened the driver's side door. Get out. Where's the medicine? Don't forget I'm a doctor too. I can treat you. With Jiang Yu's support, the two of them went to a hotel next to the pharmacy. Han Xiong's expression grew even more grim. As an aunt, what was she doing entering a hotel with her niece's fiancé? But she was in too much pain and desperately wanted a bed to lie down on. Jiang Yu helped her into the room. Han Xiong lay on the bed, clutching her abdomen, her body curled up, her face covered in cold sweat. Jiang Yu, you should go buy me some painkillers. I've already told you I'm a doctor. Your menstrual cramps are probably a chronic condition you've had for years. You don't want to go through this every month, do you? The implication was that he could cure Han Xiong's condition. You said you trust my medical skills, didn't you? He disinfected the silver needles he had bought from the pharmacy and said, you can't wear your coat. Can't I wear it? Han Xiong was quite distressed. Don't overthink it. I need to perform acupuncture on you. Have you ever seen acupuncture done through clothing? To be honest, Han Xiong didn't really trust Jiang Yu's medical skills. He was just too young. If it were Zhang Lao, the legendary doctor, she would have followed his instructions without hesitation. Do you really want to keep feeling this pain? Han Xiong couldn't bear it anymore. She felt like even the slightest movement in her lower abdomen was like being stabbed with a knife. All right. Her voice was weak and barely audible. With the patient's consent. As a doctor, Jiang Yusin focused solely on his task and immediately began acupuncture. Ugh. As the needle was inserted, Han Xiong bit her lip tightly. The initial prick of the needle was painful, but soon a soothing sensation of relief spread, making her unable to resist the comfort. Jiang Yu spoke softly. In traditional Chinese medicine, we often say that pain indicates blockage, and when the blockage is cleared, the pain subsides. Dysmenorrhea is typically caused by stagnation of qi in blood, leading to impaired menstrual flow. You didn't take it seriously at first, and over time, it became a chronic condition that requires gradual treatment to clear the blockage. As he spoke, several more needles were inserted, and Han Xiong's pain noticeably subsided. Can you completely cure my menstrual cramps? Of course. With our Baoqi Mountain exclusive acupuncture technique and massage, I guarantee you'll be cured in 7 sessions. Ah, what are you doing? Han Xiong suddenly gasped in surprise as she felt a tangible touch on her lower abdomen. I told you to cooperate with the massage. Don't worry, considering your age, I wouldn't dare to have any improper intentions toward you. What do you mean? Am I not good enough for you, sister? Jiang Yu's words made Han Xiong very unhappy. Although she was older, she was still a highly sought-after woman in Tianyun City, wasn't she? Of course not. Jiang Yu quickly changed the subject. Sis, I'll help you cure your chronic ailment. Will you do me a favor in return? The matter of the engagement with Han Ying? Exactly. Don't worry, even if you didn't ask, I'd help you. I'll take care of it. Deal. Jiang Yu was in high spirits and worked even harder. His unique techniques left Han Xiong feeling more relaxed than she ever had before. The acupuncture and massage session lasted 15 minutes. Han Xiong's pain vanished completely, her face glowing with a healthy flush, and her eyes even sparkled with a hint of lingering desire. Sis, I'm not trying to be nosy, but you really should find yourself a boyfriend. Jiang Yu tossed the silver needles into the trash bin. Han Xiong, having dressed herself, snapped back, what do you mean by that? Jiang Yu said, sometimes, balancing yin and yang is also very important. There's a theory of yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine. Enough, don't lecture me. Take care of your own affairs first. She shot Jiang Yu a disapproving glance, and he quickly agreed, alright, I'll handle my own affairs first. I'll call Inger. You two should meet and get to know each other today. Sis, I think that's unnecessary. Don't feel pressured. Haning isn't the type to look down on someone just because they're not rich. With me helping you out, I guarantee she'll fall for you. What? Jiang Yu was immediately upset. Sis, going back on your word isn't very honorable. But you asked me to help you, didn't you? I asked you to help me call off the engagement, not to set us up. Call off the engagement? Absolutely not. Han Xiong's firmness made Jiang Yu's mouth twist in anger. When words don't match, there is no point in talking. This engagement must be called off, whether you like it or not. Goodbye. If you dare step out that door, I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison. Threatening me? Sorry, I don't fall for that. Is that so? The hotel has surveillance cameras. If I call the police and say you drugged me with the intent to harm me, do you think you'll get off scot-free? Do you have to be so despicable? Jiang Yu was so frustrated. Han Xiong had been helped inside by him. If you only looked at the surveillance footage, he really wouldn't be able to explain himself. Chapter 6, The Decision Maker. Jiang Yu never expected Han Xiong to use such a method to threaten him. The beautiful vision he had of going down the mountain seemed to have turned into a bubble. Sis, what exactly do you see in me? Can't I just change? His tone was pleading, which surprised Han Xiong. Our Inger has beauty, a great figure, and money. There are countless wealthy young men in Tianyun City who are infatuated with her. Why do you insist on breaking off the engagement? I have my reasons. I don't want to hear your reasons. The marriage contract is in duplicate. You can't unilaterally break it. If word gets out, where would the Han family's face be? This was precisely what was causing Jiang Yu such a headache. The marriage contract was in duplicate. He could simply ignore the 9 copies and go straight to Dodo. But what if one of the 9 fiancés showed up with the marriage contract and caused a scene? Given Dodo's temper, he'd probably never see her again. Aren't you worried that I might already be married? Impossible. I know the character of Master Zhong, the divine doctor. The marriage contract is still valid. You absolutely cannot marry her. What a hassle. Jiang Yu cursed the old man under his breath 1,000 times. This was clearly a trap set for him. If he were to marry any one of the 9 fiancés, he'd have to travel across the country to annul all the other engagements. Jiang Yu's face darkened, while Han Xiong looked quite smug. Suddenly, Han Xiong's phone rang. After answering it, her expression turned serious. Alright, I'll be right over. After hanging up, she said to Jiang Yu, I have something urgent to handle. Stay at this hotel for now and give me your phone number. I don't have a phone. Then I'll call the police? You. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and reluctantly handed over his old, cheap cell phone. Han Xiong saved his number, waved her phone, and said, stay in touch. Don't worry about the cost of food and lodging. Just stay here and relax. Han Xiong walked away, and Jiang Yu muttered under his breath, at least you have a shred of conscience. Her arrangements had slightly improved Jiang Yu's impression of her. The matter of the Han family's broken engagement could only be put on hold for now. Since things weren't going smoothly here, Jiang Yu shifted his focus and decided to go to the Wen family first to call off the engagement. Sigh, I guess I'll have to find a temporary job. With the marriage annulment not going smoothly, he was destined to stay in Tianyun City for an extended period. The 500 yuan Wen Yihuan had lent him wouldn't last long. After resting at the hotel for the night, he set out early the next morning to inquire about the Wen family's address and look for a job. The Wen family's reputation in Tianyun City didn't compare to the Han family's. Jiang Yu asked over a dozen passers-by but got no leads. Before he knew it, he found himself at the bottom of a skyscraper. Just as he was about to ask someone else, he looked up and realized he was standing below the Yuyan Company building. He suddenly recalled what Wen Yihuan had told him earlier and immediately took out his phone to contact Su Xin. Hello, who is this? It's me, Jiang Yu. We met yesterday. Mr. Wen said he wanted me to be his bodyguard. I thought about it all night and decided not to disappoint Mr. Wen's kindness. Where are you? Su Xin's tone sounded somewhat anxious. I'm right downstairs at your company building. Wait there, I'll come down right away. Less than 5 minutes later, Su Xin hurried downstairs, carrying a briefcase, looking rushed and anxious. Get in the car. Without saying a word, Su Xin pulled him into a black sedan. What is going on? Jiang Yu was completely confused. Aren't you supposed to be Mr. 1's bodyguard? We have an urgent matter and need your help. The driver turned around and frowned, saying, Miss Su, is this guy reliable? The other party is from the Black Tiger gang. Su Xan said, we're just bringing him along to save face. What's going on? Mr. 1 was blocked by the Black Tiger gang. Along the way, Jiang Yu learned that Su Xan's company was in competition with a man named He Qingyuan, but He Qingyuan was a man of underhanded tactics. When they failed to stop him from signing the contract, he hired the Black Tiger gang from Tianyun City to block Mr. 1 and demand 3 million yuan. That's basically kidnapping. Why didn't you just call the police? It's not that simple. Su Xin said. The Black Tiger gang has managed to survive in Tianyun City. They wouldn't make it that easy for anyone to catch them off guard. I'll have to wait until I get there to find out the details. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a club and went straight to the top floor. Don't say a word. I'll figure out how to deal with Jin Hu. Jin Hu was the leader of the Black Tiger gang, known for his ruthlessness and cruelty, and he was quite famous in the underworld. Su Xian was extremely nervous, as Jin Hu demanded 3 million yuan, but she had only brought 1 million. The elevator opened, and 8 tattooed young men stood on either side of the corridor, glaring at them menacingly. Su Xian swallowed nervously. Wow, quite the entourage. Jiang Yu mocked with a laugh, then walked straight toward the room ahead. Su Xian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, caught up with him, and reminded him again, remember, don't say anything out of turn. If you anger Jin Hu, 1 million won't be enough to settle this. There were about 12 people in the room. The leader was a towering figure, as imposing as a tiger, with a cigar hanging from his mouth. His henchmen stood in a line behind him. He was Jin Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Wan Yihuan was sitting beside Jin Hu, unharmed and still relatively composed. On the coffee table in front of her lay a red cloth, with a pile of broken porcelain shards scattered on top. When Wan Yihuan saw Jiang Yu, she was quite surprised to see him following Su Xian. Did you bring the money? Jin Hu's voice was low and deep, exuding a powerful presence. It's here. Su Xian tapped her handbag. Jin Hu smiled, looking at the furious Wan Yihuan. Mr. 1, don't get angry. The piece you broke was a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain I bought from a friend at a high price. I'm asking you for 3 million, and I haven't overcharged you by a single cent. Jin Hu, don't think I don't know your tricks. This pile of junk isn't worth 3 million. It's worth it, of course. Jiang Yu suddenly stepped forward and said leisurely, it looks like this is a genuine Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain with red underglaze. Tiger Brother is asking 3 million for it. That's really fair. Su Xian was speechless, almost bursting into curses. Which side are you on? Chapter 7, Don't touch money that doesn't belong to you. Jiang Yu successfully caught Jin Hu's attention. Although he seemed to be speaking on Jin Hu's behalf, Jin Hu didn't appreciate it. Get out of here. Do you think you have a say in this? Jin Hu shouted angrily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. But Jiang Yu seemed not to hear him. He picked up a ceramic shard from the red cloth and said to himself, this is the first time I've seen blue and white porcelain with red underglaze. There's even writing on it. He picked up a fragment and read aloud, made in the 13th year of the Republic of China. Jin Hu, you were clearly duped by your friend. How could you not notice such a prominent inscription when you bought it? Ah, what a pity. I thought it was an authentic Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain with red underglaze. Jiang Yu shook his head and sighed. Su Xian kept giving him meaningful glances and whispered, come here, don't say anything. They knew all about Jin Hu's tricks, but the Black Tiger Hall wasn't someone to mess with, so they had no choice but to cut their losses. Su Xian was about to cry. She told you not to speak, but you not only spoke up but also exposed Jin Hu right to his face. You really want to die. She hurriedly said, Brother Hu, don't get angry. He's from the mountains and doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. We'll compensate you. We should compensate him. We broke his belongings, so we have to pay. Let us not take advantage of Brother Hu. As he spoke, he placed the 500 yuan that Wan Yihuan had lent him earlier on the table. Brother Hu, this is enough to buy 3 of your porcelain pieces. Damn it, even if it's from the Republican era, it's worth more than that. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but speak up. Jiang Yu said calmly, the inscription says Republic of China year 13, but that doesn't mean it was actually made during the Republic of China era. You bought this piece of porcelain for a few dozen dollars. Don't you have any idea how much it's worth? Big brother. Su Xian rushed over and pulled Jiang Yu away, pleading, you're my brother, right? Please don't say another word. Look at Tiger Brother, he's about to eat someone alive. Jin Hu's face darkened. If you dare say another word, I'll make sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the henchmen pulled out a dagger and began to play with it. Jiang Yu didn't care. Threatening me? I'm not afraid of threats. The compensation money is right here. Take it or leave it. He then gave Wenzong a nod and said, Wenzong, let's go. Leave? How can we leave? Su Xian almost choked Jiang Yu. There were 18 people in the room and the hallway. Leave? Unless you're carried out on a stretcher. She immediately placed the briefcase on the table and spoke humbly, Mr. Hu, here's 1 million. Please take it. My friend doesn't know any better. Don't take it personally. No one would turn down money, but 1 million? What's the matter? Did I not make myself clear, or did Mr. Wen miscommunicate? Brother Hu, our company is currently facing severe financial difficulties. We really can't afford to pay more. 1 million isn't impossible. You can discuss it among yourselves. Leave 2 hands behind, and that can offset 2 million. Hearing this, the driver immediately took 2 steps back, terrified and sweating profusely. Brother Hu, please let me think of another way. I'll give you another hour. Jin Hu shook the ash from his cigarette and signaled one of his henchmen to bring over the briefcase. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound echoed through the air, followed by a piercing scream. The subordinate's hand had barely touched the briefcase when it was pierced by a branch from a potted plant, blood gushing out. This scene left everyone speechless, and Su Xian's legs went weak with fear. Since it was Jian Yu who did it, this was tantamount to declaring war on Jin Hu. Su Xian regretted it deeply. She wished she could slap herself for bringing this trouble along. Now they were in trouble. Injuring Jin Hu's subordinate meant he would demand a hefty ransom. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to leave unscathed today. Jin Hu's expression was icy cold, filled with a murderous aura. But Jian Yu's expression was even colder. Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch what doesn't belong to you. His voice was dark and chilling, sending a shiver down one's spine. You're Jin Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, right? Look clearly, the $500 on the table is what belongs to you. Hoof. Jin Hu gave a cold smile, extinguished his cigarette, and slowly stood up. In Tianyun City, no one has dared to speak to me like this in a long time. Jin Hu walked to the bedside, relit a cigar, and said indifferently, break both his arms. Damn it, I've put up with you for too long. The man playing with the dagger charged forward first, his momentum overwhelming, kicking out with a flying kick. Boom! However, Jian Yu simply blocked the attack with a knee strike, sending the henchman crashing to the ground in agony, his face contorted in pain. When Zong, holding the briefcase, sprinted forward and grabbed Jian Yu, run! But by then, people who had heard the commotion outside the corridor had already blocked the door. Su Xian cursed angrily, you've ruined us all. However, Jian Yu charged forward like a wild beast, forcefully knocking the 2 people at the door aside and clearing a path for himself. Su Xian was startled but had no time to be amazed by Jian Yu's brute strength. She immediately sprinted out at full speed. When she reached the staircase, Jian Yu came to a halt. You all go first, I'll handle this. He exuded an air of determination, as if he were the sole defender of a pass. To his surprise, Mr. Wen grabbed his hand tightly. Don't try to be a hero. There are over a dozen of them. Run. He was dragged downstairs by Mr. Wen. Hey, there are only a dozen or so of them. What are you afraid of? Only a dozen? Su Xian was speechless. You country bumpkin, have you never been beaten up by society? Just as the henchman reached the staircase, Jin Hu's voice echoed, stop chasing them. Boss, why aren't we chasing them? If we let them get away like this, our Black Tiger Gang will be the laughingstock of the neighborhood. Jin Hu took a deep drag on his cigarette, can't you tell? That kid is a trained fighter. You're no match for him. Then, are we just going to let them get away? Go find Iron Fist Chi for me. Boss, do we really need Chi Gu to handle that kid? Are you telling me how to do my job? Jin Hu's expression darkened. No, I dare not. I'll go find Chi right away. But what about that woman surnamed One? Don't worry, once Wang Chi takes care of that kid, we'll have some fun with her later. Jiang Yu and his group rushed to the basement, hurriedly got into the car, and drove away. Once inside the car, when Zong finally exhaled deeply, Su Xian was deeply worried. It's over. We've completely offended the Black Tiger Gang. We won't have an easy life from now on. Jiang Yu said indifferently, it's just a thug. What's there to be afraid of? Su Xian angrily retorted, you don't understand. It's all your fault, you country bumpkin. Mr. Wen shot Su Xian a stern glance. Su Xian, you saved my life today. Watch your tone. Mr. Wen, you know what kind of person Jin Hu is. Do you think he'll just let this go? No way. I need to hire 2 bodyguards for you immediately, to protect you 24/7. Just hire me. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. I can offer you a special rate. Chapter 8, Answering the Phone. Jiang Yu's current money was all from Han Xiong, and he still believed that spending his own money felt more comfortable. But Su Xian nearly kicked Jiang Yu out of the car. A friendship rate? If it weren't for you today, would things have turned out this way? Bodyguard, huh? Su Xian mocked. Take care of yourself first. Do you think Jin Hu will let you off? At that moment, the driver spoke up, Miss Su, I noticed that this young man seems to have some skills. That guy with the knife was also one of Jin Hu's top men, yet he was knocked down by this young man with a single move. At that moment, the others recalled the details of what had just happened, casually tossing out a palm that pierced through a person, taking down one person with a single move, and a single charge sending 2 burly men weighing a combined 300 pounds flying.
Moreover, Wan Yihuan and Su Xian had already known yesterday that Jiang Yu was indeed capable.
Wan Yihuan nodded and said, then you'll have to work hard these next 2 days.
How about $500 as your salary? 500 yuan a month.
Jiang Yu felt a bit reluctant. Though he was willing to give a friend a discount, 500 was still too low.
Mr. Wen chuckled, am I that stingy? I meant 500 a day. Deal.
Jiang Yu agreed on the spot without a second thought.
Mr. Wen, please reconsider, Su Xian urged. A bodyguard isn't just anyone who can do the job. There's a difference between a bodyguard and a personal bodyguard. Su Xian, you forgot about the day we returned to Tianyun City and were intercepted by He Qing Yuan's men? I believe he has the ability to protect me. Su Xian wasn't doubting Jiang Yu's abilities, it was just that having him serve as a bodyguard made her feel uneasy.
However, since Mr. Wen had already made his decision, her objections seemed rather feeble. The driver took them back to Mr. Wen's residence. Though it wasn't as luxurious as Guanhuju, it was still a high-end neighborhood. Mr. Wen, you should stay here for the next few days. I'll send someone to investigate Black Tiger Hall's movements and see if we can negotiate. Su Xian dropped them off at Mr. Wen's doorstep, then leaned close to Jiang Yu and whispered, if you dare to make a move on Mr. Wen, I won't let you off the hook. Mr. Wen's home was a 2-bedroom apartment, decorated warmly.
You can stay in the guest room for now. Let me know if you need anything.
Jiang Yu sat on the sofa and picked up an apple to eat. Mr. Wen, we've only known each other for a short time.
Are you really comfortable letting me stay in the same house as you?
You've helped me twice already, and I trust your character.
Mr. Wen smiled sweetly. I think I have a pretty good eye for people.
She fetched a change of clothes from the bedroom. I'll go take a shower first.
Make yourself at home.
Soon, the sound of running water filled the bathroom, but the door opened a crack.
Jiang Yu noticed and walked over slowly.
Behind the door, Wen Zong stood silently, not a single piece of clothing on her body.
Upon hearing Jiang Yu's footsteps, she grew tense as well.
She was testing Jiang Yu, though she claimed to trust him, knowing that one can't judge a book by its cover. You're so careless, you didn't even close the bathroom door. Jiang Yu helped her close the bathroom door, muttered to himself, then returned to the sofa and turned on the TV. Behind the bathroom door, Ms. Wen smiled contentedly, with a look of appreciation, before locking the door and beginning to shower.
Ding ding ding. Wen Zong's phone suddenly rang.
She had placed it on the coffee table before taking a shower.
Caller ID, Dad. Ms. Wen, your phone. Don't worry about it, I'll go over there later.
Jiang Yu ignored it, but the phone kept ringing insistently, as if urging him to answer.
Finally, he couldn't resist and picked it up. Yihuan, what's going on? Why did you take so long to answer the phone? On the other end of the line, Wen Yihuan's father sounded clearly annoyed.
Jiang Yu explained, Uncle, please don't be angry.
Your daughter is taking a shower. Taking a shower?
There was a long silence on the other end of the line.
Uncle. Uncle, are you listening?
I said your daughter is taking a shower.
I heard you.
You don't need to repeat yourself.
A loud shout came from the other end of the phone. Who are you? What's your relationship with my daughter Yihuan? How far have you two gone? These 3 relentless questions left Jiang Yu completely baffled. It's just a shower, why all the wild speculation? Before Jiang Yu could explain, Wen Yihuan's father shouted, you brat, I'm warning you, stay away from my daughter. She's already engaged. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without giving Jiang Yu a chance to explain. Is he that temperamental?
Jiang Yu put down the phone, muttering to himself, but didn't take Wen Yihuan's father's words to heart. Soon, Wen Yihuan emerged from the bathroom wearing a light purple nightgown, her delicate curves faintly visible. Her hair was still damp, and her complexion was rosy, like a lotus flower in clear water. While drying her hair with a towel, she asked, who was that on the phone just now?
Your dad. I answered it for you.
He said you were taking a shower.
Huh? Wen Yihuan's eyes widened. My dad, what did he say?
He yelled at me nonstop, asking how far things had gone between you two.
Why didn't you explain to him?
I tried to explain, but your dad hung up before I could finish. I didn't realize you were already engaged. That engagement was arranged by my grandfather years ago and has nothing to do with me. I will never acknowledge it. Her stance on the engagement was clear and unwavering.
But my dad is very old-fashioned.
Because of the engagement, he has been keeping a tight leash on me.
He is probably already driving over here. You should hide for now. Bang bang bang. Loud knocking suddenly echoed, accompanied by Wen Yihuan's father's roar. Yihuan, open the door. Open it right now. Oh no, how did my dad get here so fast? What should I do?
She paced back and forth anxiously.
We're innocent, right? Can't you just explain it to him? How can I explain? Say you're my bodyguard?
If he finds out about the Black Tiger gang, he'll be even more worried. His father was still banging on the door fiercely. Open the door immediately.
If you don't open it within a minute, don't call me your father anymore. Yihuan, did you hear me? Open the door right now. You, go hide in my wardrobe. When Yihuan pushed Jiang Yu urgently. Wenhwan, have you grown wings now? You dare to shut me out like this? Dad, I am changing clothes. I'll open the door for you right away.
She had just pushed Jiang Yu a few steps when the door suddenly opened. Six eyes locked and the room fell into a deathly silence.
Chapter 9, Wen Fuya.
Wenhwan, wearing only her nightgown, blushed all the way to her ears.
You too.
Wen's father clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Jiang Yu felt awkward and forced a smile toward Wen's father. Wenhwan hurriedly explained, Dad, calm down.
It's not what you think. How am I supposed to calm down? Mr. Wen roared, Wenhwan, have you forgotten that you still have an engagement? What you're doing is making me lose face. Dad, don't mention the engagement again. Wenhwan suddenly grew defiant. Marriage is a once-in-a-lifetime event. Why should I marry someone I've never met and know nothing about? You don't understand.
Marriage is a matter of parental decree and matchmaker's words.
Once the engagement is set, it cannot be broken without cause. Dad, what era are we living in? You're so old-fashioned.
Hearing the conversation between Wenhwan and her father, Jiang Yu stroked his chin, thinking to himself that there were still people in this world as stubborn as an old man. Uncle, I think that a person's lifelong commitment shouldn't be bound by a piece of paper. If two people are together without a foundation of love, it's like building a house without a foundation.
Shut up. The affairs of the Wen family are none of your business.
Jiang Yu didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen's attitude was firm, and his gaze was unfriendly. Jiang Yu was speechless and could only lower his head in frustration, becoming a quiet bystander.
But Wenhwan picked up where Jiang Yu left off. Dad, I think Jiang Yu is right. I can't spend my whole life with someone I have no feelings for. Ewan, feelings can be cultivated, and besides, that's... Wait, what did you say his name was? Mr. Wen seemed surprised.
Wenhwan quickly turned her eyes and pulled Wen's father aside. Dad, let's talk inside. She dragged her father into the bedroom, told Jiang Yu to wait in the living room, and instructed him not to eavesdrop.
In the bedroom. Mr. Wen asked again, you said his name is Jiang Yu?
Wenhwan nodded in confirmation.
Is he Jiang Yu, the disciple of the renowned herbalist Zhong Lao?
I didn't ask that, but when I first met him, he said he was here to call off the engagement in Tianyun City.
To call off whose engagement? Me and Han. It must be him. Wen's father seemed somewhat excited. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I almost caused a misunderstanding just now. But you two are living together, why do you want to call off the engagement? Dad, we're not living together. He is just my bodyguard now, and he doesn't even know I'm Wen Fuya. Wenhwan's real name is Wen Fuya. At 18, she planned to enter the entertainment industry, so she chose a stage name for herself.
However, her career in the entertainment industry didn't go well, so 2 years ago, with her father's persuasion and help, she switched careers and started doing business. During her time as an actress, she had built up some connections, and the name Wenhwan was well known, so she continued to use it. The name Wen Fuyo is only known to her family. Wen's father furrowed his brows. Why didn't you tell him sooner? Wenhwan hurriedly said, Dad, you mustn't tell him about this. What do you mean? What are you trying to hide? Dad, we've only just met. You want me to use my current identity to get close to him? I at least need to get to know him better first. I can agree to that, but as you heard earlier, the engagement isn't just between our Wen family and his. You're in a favorable position now, so don't let the Han family beat us to it. Wenhwan pouted and said irritably, what is so great about him? Dad, is it really worth getting so worked up over him? All I can say is, great teachers produce great students. Master Zhong, the legendary physician, is far more than just skilled in medicine. Mr. Wen's words carried a deeper meaning. After the father and daughter had come to an agreement, they stepped out of the room. The unpleasant expression on Mr. Wen's face had vanished, replaced by a serene expression. He appraised Jiang Yu once more, nodded approvingly, and praised, what a fine young man. Wenhwan feared her father might give away his true feelings, so she hurriedly pushed him toward the door. Dad, you should go back first. Mr. Wen and Jiang Yu waved goodbye, and Mr. Wen instructed, little Jiang, get along well with our Ehwan. She may have a stubborn temper sometimes, but she's a good person. Dad. Wenhwan kept giving her father meaningful glances, finally pushing him out the door before letting out a sigh of relief. She dared not let her father stay longer. Jiang Yu was completely confused. Mr. Wen, what's wrong with your father? He seems like a different person. No, nothing. My father is just like that. Once the misunderstanding is cleared up, everything will be fine. But I still feel like your father was looking at me strangely. No. You must have seen it wrong. Wenhwan's heart was racing like a frightened deer, afraid that Jiang Yu would notice anything amiss, so she quickly changed the subject. Let me change clothes, and I'll take you to buy some toiletries. After saying that, she hurried back to her room and took several deep breaths before finally calming down. Later, she took Jiang Yu to the supermarket next to the residential area to buy some toothbrushes, towels, and other toiletries. Wenhwan dared not eat anything outside, so she ordered takeout when she got home. Soon, Su Xian arrived, looking panicked. The first thing she said was, we're in big trouble.
Mr. Wen, we're in big trouble. I heard that Jean who is sending Wang Qi to deal with us. She was visibly tense, but Jiang Yu remained calm and asked, is this Wang Qi really that formidable? Su Xian glared at him angrily, you're an outsider, of course you don't know Wang Qi.
He's a notorious tough guy in Tianyun City, Jean who's top enforcer, nicknamed Iron Fist. Apparently, a few years ago during a turf war between the Black Tiger Gang and another group, Wang Qi fought 10 men alone and left all of them severely injured.
Wen Yaowan's expression also grew somber. Su Xian vented her anger on Jiang Yu, it's all your fault, you country bumpkin. If it weren't for you, Jean who wouldn't have let Wang Qi step in. Jiang Yu shrugged, then why don't you mention that I helped you save $1 million? You have the nerve to say that? $1 million could have settled this. Now you've messed it up so badly that Wang Qi had to step in. We might not even survive. Put. Jiang Yu sneered, let us be honest, Wang Qi is just Jean who has henchmen. Yes, not as scary as you think. You ignorant country bumpkin. Stop worrying about things that aren't your problem. We don't need a top-notch enforcer to deal with you too. This Wang Qi is clearly after me. What's the difference? You're now Mr. Wen's bodyguard, spending every day with him. Can you guarantee that Wang Qi 1T accidentally heard Mr. Wen when he comes after you? Su Xian was very upset with Jiang Yu, believing that their current situation was all his doing. Su Secretary, please have some faith in me. Since I volunteered to be Mr. Wen's bodyguard, I can guarantee her safety. Put. Stop bragging. When you actually face Wang Qi, don't end up begging for mercy on your knees. Secretary Su, you may not have many other skills, but your ability to boost others' morale while undermining your own is something I can't even begin to match. You country bumpkin, what do you mean? Say that again. Su Xian pointed at Jiang Yu's nose and shouted, stomping her feet in anger. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a voice came from outside, hello, delivery. Wen Yihuan stood up and walked over, stop arguing. Let's eat something first and figure things out later. Don't go. Jiang Yu jumped to his feet, startling Wen Yihuan, what's wrong? Chapter 10, The Elite Enforcer. Wen Yihuan stared at the door like a startled bird. What's going on? There's a killing intent. Such a thing as a killing intent was intangible to ordinary people, but it was very real. A country bumpkin playing at being supernatural? Someone else just delivering takeout and you're sending out a killing intent? Su Xian sneered at Jiang Yu and opened the door with a string of curses. She took the delivery, turned around, and mocked, whereas the killing intent. However, just as she casually closed the door, it was suddenly yanked open by a powerful force. Su Xian stumbled backward and fell to the ground, the pain making her eyes water. The delivery was scattered all over the floor. At that moment, a towering figure over 6 feet tall walked in. Though his appearance was ordinary, his hands were terrifying to behold. Those were hands calloused from years of hard labor, twice as thick as an average person's. A murderous aura emanated from him. Su Xian thought it was the delivery guy's mistake that caused her to fall, and she looked up to scold him, but upon seeing the tall man, her whole body trembled, and she was too scared to speak coherently. Wang Qi. She didn't even bother to pick up the soup on the ground, crawling tremblingly to Jiang Yu's side. Wen Yaowan's heart was pounding in her throat. She helped Su Xian to her feet, her eyes never leaving Wang Qi. The fear on the two women's faces was evident, but Jiang Yu remained calm and said indifferently, you found us so quickly. Your efficiency is quite impressive. Wang Qi appraised Jiang Yu with a low voice, do you know what happens to those who offend Tiger Brother? Jiang Yu gently pushed Wen Yihuan aside, signaling for them to step back, then said calmly, I'm afraid I don't know. Wang Qi closed the door, clenched his fists, and heard the bones crack. Choose your own way to die, drowning, burial, beheading, or being killed by my fist. Do you know what crime it is to come here and commit violence? Poof. Wang Qi sneered, do you know how many lives I have on my hands? Do you think you can scare me with the law? Jiang Yu cracked his neck and smiled happily, so if I kill you, that would be considered doing the public a favor? Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Wang Qi's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He took a step forward, raised his palm, and struck down with all his strength. His fist, as large as a clay pot, crashed into Wen Yihuan's heart like a heavy hammer. Wait! Wen Yihuan shouted, his back already drenched in cold sweat. From appearances alone, Jiang Yu, who was a head shorter than Wang Qi, was no match for him. She couldn't let Jiang Yu die here no matter what, he was her fiancé. Wen Yihuan stepped forward, gathering her courage, and said, please spare his life. We are willing to compensate for all the losses of the Black Tiger Hall. Su Xian chimed in, right, that is exactly what you want, isn't it? Wang Qi sneered coldly, at first, yes. But when Tiger Brother called me, the nature of this changed. 5 million. Wen Yihuan blurted out a figure, I'll compensate the Black Tiger Gang 5 million. How about we settle this matter here? Money matters, you can discuss that with Tiger Brother. My purpose here is clear. Wang Qi showed no sign of relenting, completely unmoved by the money. Money couldn't solve this, and Wen Yihuan was at a loss. She kept giving Jiang Yu subtle glances, signaling him to run. But Jiang Yu seemed oblivious, picking up a toothpick from the coffee table and muttering to himself, "I hear you're known as the Iron Fist. I wonder if you're as hard as iron." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 toothpicks flew out, their faint whistling sounds overlapping and clearly audible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The toothpicks flew at an incredible speed, almost too fast to see. In the blink of an eye, the sounds vanished as if nothing had ever happened. After 3 seconds of silence, Su Xian suddenly pointed at Wang Qi in shock. Blood, blood. 3 thin streams of blood trickled down Wang Qi's palm. Only then did he feel the pain in his hand. Wen Yihuan covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the stainless steel door. The 3 toothpicks were embedded in the door. Wang Qi's face turned pale. 3 thin toothpicks had pierced through his calloused hands and were now embedded in the door. As a seasoned martial artist, Wang Qi immediately realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. No, that wasn't just a hard nut to crack, it was a 24-karat titanium alloy plate. Jiang Yu pulled another toothpick from the box, picking his teeth with it as he sneered, "Is that all? I thought your iron fists were supposed to be so powerful." Wang Qi saw the situation was dire and turned to run. Jiang Yu lunged forward and kicked him with all his might. "Now that you're here, you won't be leaving so easily." Boom! He kicked Wang Qi to the ground, causing the floor to crack. Wang Qi, of course, wasn't going to let himself be beaten. He rolled over on the ground and immediately struck out with his palm toward Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu threw a punch and an unimaginable force slammed Wang Qi's palm into the floor. Boom! A perfectly intact floor panel shattered into pieces in an instant, and Wang Qi let out an agonized scream. The thick palm was instantly deformed by Jiang Yu's blow. Jiang Yu didn't stop there. He landed another punch. Iron fist, huh? Iron fist, huh? After a few more blows, Wang Qi's right hand was a bloody mess, clearly beyond repair. Jiang Yu struck Wang Qi's other hand, repeating the same words, "Iron fist, huh? Iron fist, huh?" With a few clean, decisive punches, Jiang Yu completely disabled Wang Qi's hands, which were once renowned as iron fists. Su Xian was speechless. This was way too intense. That was Iron Fist Wang Qi, the top enforcer of the Black Tiger Gang who could take on 10 men alone. How could he be defeated so easily by Jiang Yu, this country bumpkin? She couldn't believe her eyes. Recalling her previous contempt and mockery toward Jiang Yu, Su Xian's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Wen Yihuan was also in a state of shock. The young man before her eyes was really her fiancé? It wasn't he until Jiang Yu knocked out one of Wang Qi's teeth with a single punch that Wen Yihuan snapped back to reality. She rushed over and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. "Stop hitting him. You'll kill him if you keep going." Jiang Yu straightened his clothes and said to Wang Qi, "Get out of here and tell Jin Hu that he won't get a single penny. If he dares to cause trouble for Ms. Wen again, his fate won't be any better than yours." Wang Qi slowly stood up, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, yet helpless. He had chosen this path, and he knew he wouldn't end well. His hands were crippled, his once powerful fists now useless. Even if Jiang Yu spared him, his former enemies would come after him one by one. As he reached the door, Jiang Yu added, "Of course, if Jin Hu isn't satisfied, next time don't bother sending someone like you. At least hire a master of the transcendent realm." Wang Qi trembled all over, his eyes filled with bitterness. As a martial artist, he knew exactly what a master of the realm meant. Chapter 11, Poor but Proud. Jiang Yu had thought that the lesson he had given Wang Qi would be enough to make Jin Hu fear him, but he didn't know that after his hands were disabled, Wang Qi had left Tianyun City in the middle of the night. Wang Qi didn't even inform Jin Hu of his departure. Thus, the message Jiang Yu had entrusted him to deliver to Jin Hu never reached its destination. Jin Hu waited for 3 days but heard nothing and could not contact Wang Qi. At the top floor of the Qingyuan Club, Jin Hu was venting his anger. Bang! He kicked a chair to the ground and shouted at the subordinate standing before him, "What? You still can't get in touch with Wang Qi? What good are you useless fools? Brother, that's just how Qi Gu is. He has always looked down on us. If he doesn't answer our calls, there's nothing we can do. What about that kid? We heard he's been inseparable from Wen Yihuan these past few days. What the hell is Wang Qi doing? He won't even answer my calls now. Big brother, I'll say something I shouldn't, but I think Qi Gu doesn't even respect you. This bastard." Jin Hu smashed a cup to pieces, then lit a cigar and ordered, "Give Wang Qi 3 more days. If there's no result, I'll make him pay." "What about that Wen woman? He Qingyuan is already complaining that the Black Tiger Gang took the money and didn't deliver. Send a few men over to deal with the Wen woman. She runs a cosmetics company, you know how to handle her." "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." Jiang Yu protected Wen Yihuan for 3 days, accompanying her to and from work every day. When she was at the company, he had nothing to do, so he lingered downstairs, inquiring about Wen Fuya. However, after 3 days, he had no leads at all. It was as if Wen Fuya didn't exist in Tianyun City. This was causing him a great deal of frustration. The Black Tiger Hall had been relatively quiet over the past 3 days, and Wen Yihuan's guard gradually relaxed. Finally, on this day, Han Xiong contacted him again. "Hurry over to Tianyun University. Tianyun University was a prestigious university in Tianyun City, located on the outskirts of the city. John Yu muttered, "What's the point of going to the university? Don't ask so many questions. Just come when I tell you to." "Hey, if you tell me to go, I'll go, but won't that make me look bad?" "I'm telling you, if you don't do as I say, you'll never get that marriage contract." John Yu froze, clenching his teeth in anger. This woman is using the marriage contract to threaten me? Has she already realized how important it is to me? Han Xiong had him by the throat, and he could only reluctantly agree. He went to Wan Yihuan's office. His current status was still as Wan Yihuan's bodyguard, so he needed to report his whereabouts when going out. Wan Yihuan was carefully reading a document, with Su Xian standing beside him. "Mr. Wen, I have something to attend to and need to step out for a moment, so I came to inform you." Upon hearing this, Su Xian immediately objected. "What do you mean? You're Mr. Wen's personal bodyguard. You've been hanging around downstairs lately, and now you want to go somewhere else?" Although she feared Zhang Yu, she mustered the courage to confront him. However, since the Wang Qi incident, Su Xian had never dared to call Zhang Yu a country bumpkin again. Wan Yihuan was more understanding and nodded, saying, "Go ahead. I don't think the Black Tiger gang will dare to do anything to me." Zhang Yu said, "I'll pick you up on time when you get off work." He still had that much professional integrity. Su Xian wanted to say something else, but when her eyes met Zhang Yu's, her heart skipped a beat and she forced herself to swallow the words back. Zhang Yu said to her, "If anything happens, let me know immediately." Half an hour later, Zhang Yu arrived at the entrance of Tianyun University. The university students were all young and vibrant, brimming with the energy of youth. Zhang Yu sometimes envied them, as he had spent his entire childhood studying alone under his old master's guidance. If it weren't for his younger female disciple later joining the mountain, he probably wouldn't have any friends at all. "Hey, jealous?" Han Xiong tapped him on the shoulder from behind and teased, "If you're willing to marry into the Han family, I can arrange for you to become a student at Tianyun University too." Zhang Yu turned around and replied firmly, "No interest." Han Xiong smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret, our family's Han Ing is the campus beauty of Tianyun University." "Is that why you brought me here?" "I've already reserved a spot at the cafe next door. You can chat with her later." "I don't think that's necessary." Zhang Yu understood Han Xiong's intention, she just wanted him to get to know Han Ing better. "But I'm here to call off the engagement." "To call off the engagement? What kind of relationship are you trying to build? Do you have a choice?" Han Xiong smiled, as if everything was under her control. "I hate being threatened. Don't you want our family's marriage contract anymore? Do you think a marriage contract is important to me? If the marriage contract isn't important to you, why did you bother coming here to call off the engagement? If you hadn't shown up in Tianyun City, we might never have found you, but you went out of your way to come here." Zhang Yu looked utterly helpless. "I'm a man with skills, yet I'm completely helpless against you, a woman." "Alright, I'll try to get along with her, but there is one condition, don't mention the engagement to her yet." This approach isn't working, so Zhang Yu will have to find another way. Getting the marriage contract from Han Xiong and Han Tianming seems difficult. Since Han Ing is still a college student, she should be easier to deal with. Maybe I can use her to obtain the marriage contract. Once the marriage contract is in hand, it means I hold the upper hand, and I won't have to be threatened by Han Xiong anymore. "I agree. Go wait at the cafe first." Zhang Yu turned and left, heading to the cafe where he closed his eyes to devise a strategy. After about 15 minutes, two beautiful girls walked toward him. One of the girls had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wearing a light blue knitted top and a pair of ripped high-waisted wide-leg jeans, revealing her perfect waist. The other girl had a straight fringe, wearing a light-colored t-shirt paired with a black mini skirt. They walked straight toward Zhang Yu. The girl with the high ponytail sized him up and said casually, "Zhang Yu?" Zhang Yu nodded, stood up politely, and asked, "Who are you?" The girl with the high ponytail said, "My name is Han Ing. She's my classmate and best friend, Wang Ruoqi." Wang Ruoqi wasn't as polite as Han Ing. Her gaze roamed freely over Zhang Yu's body, filled with contempt. "You're the one Han Ing was set up with? Han Auntie has been praising you to the skies, but in my opinion, you're just a country bumpkin." Wang Ruoqi spoke without holding back, drawing a crowd of onlookers. A blind date? Zhang Yu knew this was definitely the reason Han Xiong had arranged for them to meet. He suddenly came up with a plan. He would pretend to be a stranger on the blind date with Han Ing, make her fall for him, and then casually mention her engagement, prompting Han Ing to steal the marriage contract from her family. Wang Ruoqi sat down with a thud and continued to mock her. "Do you know how rich Han Ying's family is? You, a country bumpkin, dare to pursue her? Do you even deserve her?" Zhang Yu smiled indifferently. "When I pursue a girl, I never look at how much money she has. Anyway, she's definitely richer than me." He spoke these words with confidence and composure, leaving Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi speechless. They'd never seen someone so poor yet so unapologetic. Chapter 12, Sir, Not Enough Money. Zhang Yu's words felt familiar to them. A certain famous second-generation heir once said, "I never judge friends by their wealth, because they're all richer than me." What's that? That's the confidence of someone who's rich. What about your words? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes in disdain and said, you must be out of your mind, Han Ning. Let's go. This kind of person isn't worthy of you. However, Han Ning tossed her backpack onto the sofa and sat down casually. You do have an interesting way of speaking. After sitting down, she ordered 2 cups of coffee and curiously examined Zhang Yu, whispering, though he's not as good looking as my aunt said, he's still passable. Zhang Yu was immediately displeased. What does passable mean? I'm the hottest guy in Boki Mountain, you know. However, from Han Ying's behavior, Zhang Yu could deduce one thing: Han Ning hadn't seen the marriage contract and might not even know she was already engaged. Since you were introduced by my aunt, I won't deny you a chance. Can you drink? Han Ning took a sip of coffee, white cream sticking to her lips. She licked it off with her tongue, causing Zhang Yu to feel a surge of desire. Han Xiong wasn't lying, her niece was indeed a first-class beauty. Of course, Zhang Yu's expression remained natural. After all, it was their first meeting, and he wanted to make a good impression. He nodded and said, I can drink a little. Tonight I have a gathering with some friends. Why don't you come along? As soon as she said this, Wang Ruoqi immediately objected, are you kidding, Han Ning? Everyone at tonight's gathering is either rich or powerful. He's just a country bumpkin who can't even hold his own. Taking him along will only embarrass you. However, Han Ning merely gave her a meaningful glance, and Wang Ruoqi immediately understood. She then smiled slyly, this is a rare opportunity. You should cherish it, country bumpkin. Han Ning asked, are you free tonight? Zhang Yu could tell that they weren't genuinely inviting him to the gathering, they must be up to something. However, Wang Ruoqi was right, this kind of opportunity must be seized. Miss Han has invited me, I must make time no matter what. He smiled, but Wang Ruoqi muttered to herself, just wait until tonight. I'll see if you can still laugh then, you country bumpkin. Han Ning picked up her bag and stood up. 9 o'clock tonight at nice bar. Wang Ruoqi took out $500 and placed it on the table, shouting, waiter, the bill is on me. As it was their first meeting, Zhang Yu naturally wanted to show some gentlemanly manners and said, let me pay. Wang Ruoqi sneered, we ordered coffee that costs over 200 yuan per cup. Can you even afford that, you country bumpkin? Zhang Yu's lips twitched. Don't look down on me so much. I may be poor, but I'm not so broke I can't afford a few $100s for coffee. Wen Yihuan paid him daily, and Zhang Yu now had over 1,000 yuan in his pocket. When the waiter approached, he handed him $500 with a flourish and walked away. Sir, the money. The waiter hurriedly called out, but Zhang Yu said casually, keep the change. He strode away, looking as carefree as could be. Sir, the money isn't enough. Zhang Yu stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. What? $500 isn't enough? The mocking glances of those around him grew more intense, and Zhang Yu felt like he was about to die of embarrassment. The waiter followed up, saying, Sir, 3 cups of coffee total 537 yuan. You still owe 37. Ha ha ha. The onlookers restrained themselves, but Wang Ruoqi laughed out loud without a care, teasing, you thought you were so cool? He glared at Wang Ruoqi with resentment. If it weren't for her pulling out 500 yuan to pay the bill, he wouldn't have ended up so humiliated. Wang Ruoqi seemed to read his mind and said bluntly, country bumpkin, we already split the bill with you. You didn't really think I'd pay for you, did you? 500 yuan was enough to cover her and Han Ying's coffee. Zhang Yu wished he could slap Wang Ruoqi in the face with the sole of his size 42 shoe. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? He pulled out another 100 and handed it to the waiter, please give me change. Since he already failed to show off, there was no point in wasting another few dozen dollars. After the waitress gave him the change, Zhang Yu grabbed the money and bolted out the door. Wang Ruoqi laughed so hard she was bending over, I suddenly feel like tonight's gathering is going to be fun. Han Ning, how do you want to prank him? Han Ning gave a mischievous smile and whispered something in Wang Ruoqi's ear. Wang Ruoqi laughed even harder. Zhang Yu practically ran back to Yu Yen Company, only to bump into Wen Yihuan and Su Xian. Wen Yihuan noticed his pale face and asked, what happened? Nothing, it's nothing. How could he possibly mention such an embarrassing incident? Su Xian immediately grew tense, could it be that the Black Tiger gang is up to something again? Zhang Yu straightened his posture, with me here, dare they? Though he made Wen Yihuan and Su Xian feel afraid, he was indeed someone who could inspire a sense of security. Su Xian exhaled deeply. Wen Yihuan said, I have to stay late to discuss recent sales figures with the sales department. Wait for me in the office. If you get hungry, order some takeout. Zhang Yu waited in the office until 8:30 p.m. before Wen Yihuan finally finished work. He safely escorted Wen Yihuan back to her residential complex. At the entrance, he finally said, I won't come in. I have a gathering with friends tonight. Su Xian teased, you still have friends in Tianyun City? Su Xian had been dropping Wen Yihuan off at the entrance of her apartment complex every day before going home alone. As a secretary, she was doing her job diligently, though her words weren't always pleasant to hear. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes and said, can't I just be popular? Su Xian asked, what about Mr. Wen when you leave at night? Wen Yihuan waved his hand and said, it's okay. I should be fine at home. After saying that, she took out 10,000 yuan from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. Ms. Wan, what's this? Take it. You can't go out without some money. Wen Yaowan's gesture warmed his heart and he didn't refuse. He also knew that bars were expensive, so having extra money on hand would prevent him from ending up in the same situation again. Mr. Wan, consider this a loan from me. You saved me millions. This is nothing. Wen Yihuan smiled gently, like a spring breeze. Looking at Wen Yihuan's face, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Wen Yihuan was beautiful, kind-hearted, and understanding, the kind of person who was hard not to be drawn to. However, a menacing figure suddenly flashed through his mind. The familiar appearance was like a cold shower, snapping him back to reality. He immediately averted his gaze. Ms. Wan, call me anytime if you need anything. Remember, if anyone knocks on the door, don't open it. I know. Jiang Yu finally went downstairs and walked out of the residential complex with Su Xian, one in front and one behind. The entrance to the residential complex was deserted, eerily quiet. Jiang Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows. Su Xian, who was deep in thought, bumped into Jiang Yu's back, her soft, supple curves pressing against him. Who's there? Come out. Su Xian was about to explode, but Jiang Yu's sudden remark startled her so much that she turned pale with fear. Chapter 13, You think you can mess with me? You're still too green. Su Xian, who had just been gritting her teeth in anger, suddenly turned into a scared bird, darting behind Jiang Yu. The slightest sound made her heart race. The entrance to the residential complex was quiet and deserted. After a long while, Su Xian cautiously stood up straight, clasped her hands on her waist, and scolded angrily, Don't joke around with me like that. Who are you? If it's not a person, then it must be a ghost. What? A ghost? Don't scare me. Su Xian hid behind Jiang Yu once more, her body trembling slightly. Although she had received a higher education, she was not a firm atheist. Just as Su Xian thought she was being teased by Jiang Yu again, 3 young men jumped out from behind the trees by the wall. They were all in their 20s, but lacked the vitality typical of their age. The leader was Wang Yu, the security guard from Guanhuju. He had spent several days tracking Jiang Yu's movements and had recently discovered that Jiang Yu had been spending a lot of time with Wen Yihuan. After dark, he had brought his men and been lurking behind the low trees. Wang Yu and his 2 companions were furious at the moment, as their surveillance had been extremely arduous. It was sweltering hot, and the mosquitoes were relentless, leaving all 3 of them covered in bites. Damn it, we finally caught you, you country bumpkin. Wang Yu cursed under his breath, constantly scratching his face. Who are you? Su Xian initially thought they were sent by Jinhu, but upon seeing Wang Yu and his companions, she realized they were not from the Black Tiger Gang. Mind your own business and get lost. If you tell me to get lost, I'll get lost. Who do you think you are? Su Xian retorted boldly. If she were facing someone from the Black Tiger Hall, she might be afraid, but against street thugs, she wasn't intimidated. Most importantly, there was a master beside her. Jiang Yu had given her enough confidence. Yuge, I'm itching all over. Let us wrap this up quickly so I can go back and apply some flower water. The face of the man behind Wang Yu was almost scratched to pieces. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and took a step back. Give this country bumpkin a good lesson. Wang Yu's purpose was simple, to teach Jiang Yu a lesson and then expel him from Tianyun City. First, to vent his frustration, and second, to use this opportunity to climb the social ladder by associating with the Han family. He opened the video recording on his phone to use as evidence to report to the Han family. While adjusting the clarity, he heard 2 loud thuds, but he didn't pay much attention to them. After adjusting the clarity, he noticed that Jiang Yu had already hailed a taxi. Hey, hurry up and act. That country bumpkin is trying to escape. Wang Yu urged, but no one responded. He suddenly turned his head, his mouth forming an O shape. There, the 2 men he had borrowed from his brother were lying on the ground, sprawled out, with blood streaming from their noses. Blood. Wang Yu's face turned pale, and he fainted. Jiang Yu had no time to waste with Wang Yu. He had to rush to his appointment. After dropping Su Xian off at home, he headed straight for the nice bar. This place was considered the most bustling and lively area in Tianyun City, home to over 20 bars of various sizes. During the day, it was relatively quiet, but once night fell, it felt like a completely different world. Inside the bar, deafening music blared, and men and women of all ages danced wildly in the dance floor. This was Jiang Yu's first time at a bar, and he felt completely out of place. If it weren't for his desire to obtain the marriage certificate through Haning, he wouldn't have stayed a single minute longer. Nice Bar is the largest bar in Tianyun City, and despite its reputation for high prices, it is always packed every night. Under the dim lighting, the crowd was bustling, and Jiang Yu had a hard time finding Haning right away. He pushed his way to the edge of the dance floor, pausing briefly to watch the beautiful women wildly shaking their heads. Just then, someone tapped his shoulder. Hey, country bumpkin, I thought you weren't coming. It was Han Ying's best friend, Wang Ruoqi, her eyes filled with mockery and sarcasm. Blown away, huh? Never seen so many beautiful women in the mountains, have you? Tell me your first thought, maybe I can help you. Wang Ruoqi winked at him, but when Jiang Yu didn't respond, she continued, Go ahead and say it. There's nothing money can't do.
Jiang Yu shot her a sideways glance and muttered 4 words under his breath, good for nothing. The music was too loud for Wang Ruoqi to hear what Jiang Yu had said, but she gave him a mocking smile and said, follow me. She led Jiang Yu up to a private room on the 2nd floor, and Jiang Yu's world suddenly became quiet. The private room was filled with 12 people, half men and half women. Han Ning, dressed in casual attire, was standing with one foot on the table, holding a bottle of wine in her hand, pointing at another person of the same age dressed in designer brands, and laughing, haha, you lost, drink. Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that Han Ning was much more outgoing than he had imagined. Well, that makes her easier to handle. However, Han Ning showed no interest in Jiang Yu's arrival, merely saying, you're late, before continuing to play rock paper scissors. The others didn't even glance at him, leaving Jiang Yu feeling awkward as he was ignored. It wasn't until a while later that someone finally noticed him. It was a plus-sized girl weighing over 200 pounds, who leaned against Jiang Yu and said in a sweet voice, you must be Jiang Yu, right? You're so handsome. Let me toast you. The contrast between her size and her voice was striking, sending goosebumps down Jiang Yu's arms. He didn't have the heart to refuse, so he picked up the glass and took a symbolic sip. The woman was immediately displeased, handsome guy, you're really not giving me any face. I drank mine all in one go, and you're just sipping? Are you saving it for the fish? At that moment, Wang Ruoqi walked over and said in a sarcastic tone, do you look down on people? Jiang Yu said, I don't drink much, so I can only have a little. Upon hearing this, Han Ning immediately gave her friends a nod, and soon everyone in the private room raised their glasses. Wang Ruoqi shouted, shouldn't we all toast Han Ying's new friend? As the saying goes, one cannot refuse a kind gesture. Jiang Yu stood up and said, my name is Jiang Yu. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. I'll drink first to show my respect. He downed his drink in one gulp, but the others remained motionless, all smiling at him with a hint of amusement. Then, a young man with a fairly handsome appearance walked over and said casually, brother, you're from the countryside, aren't you? The wine in Tianyun City isn't meant to be drunk like that. How should we drink the wine from Tianyun City? The young man directly took out 2 bottles of imported liquor and opened them, let us each drink a bottle. Jiang Yu was taken aback. At that moment, he heard Wang Ruoqi whispering in the plump girl's ear, Li Chang will definitely get him drunk. You can enjoy yourself tonight. Remember to keep the evidence. This country bumpkin actually wants to marry Han Ning. Wang Ruoqi's voice was very soft, but Jiang Yu had excellent hearing. Jiang Yu glanced at Wang Ruoqi out of the corner of his eye and sneered inwardly. Trying to mess with me? You're still too green. Chapter 14, only a little bit. Jiang Yu knew tonight's date was a trap, but he still went anyway. Because, in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes are futile. He remained calm and played along with the plan. He feigned reluctance, just 1 bottle? I don't drink much, so I can only have a little. Li Cheng's face immediately fell. What? You're not giving me face? Han Ning looked at Jiang Yu disapprovingly, if you don't want to drink, just leave. Wang Ruoqi chimed in, we invited you here out of respect, and you're acting so shy. Jiang Yu pretended to be torn, then picked up the bottle of imported wine, looking determined, today, I'll risk my life to accompany you. He downed the entire bottle in one gulp, his face unchanged and his heart unflinching. His drinking tolerance was truly impressive. Of course, Jiang Yu also showed no reaction. Wang Ruoqi whispered to the side, once he drinks that bottle, he'll be down in 10 minutes. I've already booked the room, here's the key card. However, they didn't let Jiang Yu off the hook. As soon as Jiang Yu put down the bottle, Wang Ruoqi approached with a glass of red wine. How about joining me for some red wine? No problem. Jiang Yu didn't refuse and drank a glass of red wine with Wang Ruoqi. But as soon as he put down the glass, Wang Ruoqi poured another one for him. What's the meaning of this? Hey, don't you know the rules? I'm a girl, if I drink 1 glass, you have to drink 3. What nonsense! Jiang Yu knew this was just an excuse for her to get him drunk. He said nothing and downed the glass in one gulp. You can hold your liquor. With Wang Ruoqi's slightly mocking tone, the 3rd glass was filled again. Just as Jiang Yu lifted his glass, 12 bottles of beer were placed in front of him. Brother, you drink first. A man who was less than 1.6 meters tall, with a flat nose and a protruding chin, said as he opened the beer. Jiang Yu couldn't bring himself to compliment the man's appearance. Even though he was part of the same group as Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi, he could clearly sense the disregard this man was receiving. Perhaps he was just a pawn brought in by Han Ning and the others to get Jiang Yu drunk. After finishing 3 glasses of red wine, Jiang Yu belched, and all 12 bottles of beer had already been opened. They didn't give him a moment to rest. He scanned the room with his eyes. A relay race, huh? Fine, today I won't rest until I've taken all of you down, or my last name isn't Jiang. Everyone, excuse me, can I use the restroom first? Li Cheng pointed to the restroom in the private room, of course. Jiang Yu darted into the restroom, and Li Cheng sneered disdainfully, going to throw up already? Wang Ruoqi patted the plump girl on the shoulder, wait to pick up the pieces. The plump girl was drooling uncontrollably. After all, Jiang Yu was still a handsome guy.
In the restroom, Jiang Yu took off his shirt, raised his index and middle fingers, and tapped a few acupoints on his body. As a divine healer, he was well versed in the acupoints of the human body. This technique was called the 100 solving fingers. The 100 solutions finger technique was also an ancient martial art, which stimulated acupoints to accelerate blood circulation, thereby enhancing metabolism and proving effective for detoxification and hangover relief. If anyone had seen him perform this technique, they would have been speechless, as a faint white aura appeared where his fingertips touched the skin. 5 minutes later, Wang Ruoqi nudged the plump girl, "Go check if he's passed out in the bathroom." The plump girl couldn't hide her excitement. Just as she took a step, Jiang Yu emerged from inside. Wang Ruoqi said sarcastically, "I thought you were asleep in the bathroom." The man with the protruding chin said, "Brother, can we start now?" He didn't wait for Jiang Yu to respond, gulping down a bottle himself. "Everyone else has already finished a bottle. You better hurry up." Wang Ruoqi crossed her arms, looking on like a spectator. Jiang Yu ignored her, grabbed the bottle, and started drinking. He downed all 12 bottles of beer without stopping. Burp. He let out a loud belch. Although the beer in the bar was in small quantities, drinking 12 bottles in one go was still enough to cause bloating. The sky-high beer hadn't even been finished yet, finally giving Jiang Yu a chance to catch his breath. By this point, nearly 15 minutes had passed since Jiang Yu had downed his first bottle of spirits, yet he remained alert and showed no signs of collapsing. The plump girl whispered to Wang Ruoqi, "Didn't you say he'd collapse in 10 minutes at most?" Wang Ruoqi frowned and signaled to the others. The drinking contest continued. The 6 men in the private room had all gone through a round of drinking with Jiang Yu, mixing various types of alcohol. Under normal circumstances, anyone else would have been unconscious by now. But Jiang Yu seemed to be getting more energetic. There was no choice. Han Ying and the other women had to step in personally. They still used the same old rule: one woman drinks 1 glass, Jiang Yu drinks 3, 1 bottle, 3 bottles. Wang Ruoqi was determined to take down Jiang Yu and downed a bottle of red wine in one go, leaving her feeling dizzy and disoriented, slumped on the sofa with no trace of her previous energy. Han Ying had also drunk quite a bit, but since Jiang Yu hadn't collapsed yet, she signaled to Li Chang and the others. Li Chang shrunk his neck, looking a bit intimidated. Although he had only downed a bottle of imported liquor, Jiang Yu had seen how much he had drunk. Earlier, Han Ying, Wang Ruoqi, and even Jiang Yu himself had said they could only drink a little. This must be more like a billion sips. Han Ying's expression darkened, and Li Chang had no choice but to grit his teeth and step forward. "Brother, you've got some serious drinking skills. I'll have another round with you." Li Chang knew his limits: 2 bottles of imported liquor would leave him unable to continue. But to help Han Ying, he downed another bottle. The second round of the drinking contest continued. An hour later, 6 men, except for the one with the big belly, were all unconscious on the ground. Jiang Yu was still full of energy, though he was going to the bathroom more frequently. The man with the big belly had impressive drinking ability. Although he was drinking beer, he managed to last until the end. In the third round, he was the only man left standing, having already downed 46 bottles. This was the 4th round of drinking, with only 2 bottles left. The man with the protruding jaw held his drink as if it were poison, unable to take another sip. Jiang Yu took the initiative. "Brother, drink up. Are you not giving me face?" "Brother, I really can't drink anymore. You're such a wimp." Wang Ruoqi, who was already dizzy, cursed angrily. Di Baotian forced himself to down another bottle of beer, threw the bottle away, covered his mouth, and rushed into the bathroom. Then there was a loud wah. De Baotian sacrificed himself in the bathroom. To get Jiang Yu drunk, everyone had gone all out, including the 6 women. At that moment, the only person still sober in the private room was Jiang Yu. He glanced at Wang Ruoqi and coldly said, "Trying to get me?" He dragged Di Baotian out of the bathroom and threw Wang Ruoqi onto him, leaving the 2 unconscious bodies tightly pressed together. After taking a few photos, Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to Han Ying. He was contemplating a question: if things progressed further, would his relationship with Han Ying take a significant leap forward? Chapter 15, full of tricks. Jiang Yu wasn't really trying to take advantage of the situation, he just wanted Han Ying to think that things had already happened. And Wang Ruoqi had already paved the way for him. He took the room key from the plus-sized girl's bag, wrapped his arms around Han Ying, and left the bar. The hotel was only 800 meters away. Although Jiang Yu was carrying the drunk Han Ying, it didn't attract much attention. Such things were common near bars. Once inside the room, Jiang Yu placed Han Ying on the bed. The hotel had provided bedside locks, which he quickly dismantled and tossed onto the floor. Then, looking at Han Ying with her flushed face, he stroked his chin and muttered to himself, feeling that something was missing. No, it was something extra. If he didn't even take off his clothes, it would be too easy for Han Ying to figure out what was going on. "You know, if you hadn't tried so hard to mess with me, we wouldn't have ended up like this, right? Well, you can't blame me for that." To make the act complete, Jiang Yu waited until 7 in the morning, ran through several streets to find a stationery store, and bought a bottle of red ink. He dripped the ink onto the bedsheet to create the illusion of bloodstains. After finishing all this, he leaned back on the sofa to rest. At 10 in the morning, Han Ying's phone rang. It was Wang Ruoqi calling. They had been sleeping in a private room at the bar all night and noticed that only Han Ing and Jian Yu were missing. Wang Ruoqi was deeply concerned and immediately called Han Ing. Jian Yu jolted awake and quickly crawled back under the covers. Han Ing, still groggy, fumbled for her phone but accidentally touched Jian Yu's warm body, causing her to snap awake. When Jian Yu's face came into view, her mind went blank. Ah! Jian Yu acted first, shouting loudly before Han Ing could react. He grabbed the blanket and wrapped it around himself, staring at Han Ing in shock. What happened? What did you do to me last night? Han Ing felt a chill and finally came to her senses, quickly grabbing her clothes to cover herself. In this situation, she should have been the one screaming and losing her temper, but Jian Yu's outburst made her feel a bit insecure. Han Ing said weakly, I don't know either. What on earth was going on? Han Ing tried to recall what had happened last night, but all she could remember was that they had been forcing Jian Yu to drink, and she didn't even know when she had fallen asleep. According to her original plan, Jian Yu should have been lying in bed with the plus-sized girl, and by now she should have already received the photos the plus-sized girl sent her. Then she could show the photos to her aunt and immediately reject Jian Yu as a potential match. Han Xiong had praised Jian Yu to the skies when introducing him to her, and she knew that even if she refused, her aunt would still find a way to match them up. So she decided to use this drastic measure against Jian Yu, figuring that Han Xiong wouldn't be able to help him either. However, things didn't go as she had planned. Because the blanket was wrapped around Jian Yu, the red stain on the bedsheet was clearly visible to her. Han Ing finally exploded. You bastard, ah! If they had all been drunk, perhaps they might have just ended up lying in the same bed without anything happening. But the evidence on the sheets directly revealed what had occurred the night before. Although Han Ing was more outgoing by nature, she was still quite conservative in this regard. She wanted to save her first time for the person she loved most, and it certainly wasn't this country bumpkin she'd only known for less than a day. Although he is indeed somewhat handsome, that is absolutely out of the question. I'll kill you. Han Ing screamed, and if she had a knife in her hand at that moment, she might have lost her mind and stabbed Jian Yu to death. She stood there screaming for about 10 minutes, her voice hoarse and strained. Jian Yu remained silent, letting her vent her anger. If it weren't for the hotel room's excellent soundproofing, the hotel security would probably have burst in by now. In the end, Han Ing stopped screaming and instead glared at Jian Yu with affable and malicious expression, having calmed down slightly. Sigh. Jian Yu sighed, drinking leads to trouble. If it weren't for your friends forcing me to drink last night, this wouldn't have happened. Never mind, it's already done. As a man, I'll take responsibility. His words shifted all the blame onto her, leaving Han Ing with no room to argue, as her intention last night had indeed been to get Jian Yu drunk. But she ended up shooting herself in the foot. She stared at Jian Yu for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. Didn't you say we could only have a little? If Jian Yu hadn't been such a lightweight, she wouldn't have had to get involved herself, and she wouldn't have ended up so drunk. Jian Yu looked innocent, just a little bit. At Bokishan, I'm the worst drinker. The old man could indeed drink more than him, but the key was that there were only the two of them, master and disciple, at Boki Mountain. Han Ing glared at him resentfully as the phone kept ringing. After a long silence, Jian Yu said, Don't worry, even though I'm poor, I'll definitely take good care of you. He spoke with deep affection, but Han Ing wasn't moved. Han Ing dressed herself, her resentment turning into coldness and disgust. We're all adults. Last night, we both drank too much, and things happened that shouldn't have. I'll take responsibility for that, and I don't need you to do anything. But remember this, from now on, never show your face in front of me again. And if anyone else finds out about what happened last night, I'll make sure you disappear from this world forever. The threat from Han Ing, the daughter of a prominent family in Tianyun City, was quite forceful, but to Jian Yu, it was meaningless. However, Han Ying's attitude left Jian Yu somewhat disappointed. He had indeed succeeded in making Han Ing misunderstand, but things hadn't unfolded as he had planned. Never show your face again? That was impossible. He hadn't even gotten the marriage contract yet. However, Jian Yu wasn't entirely without gains. At least he had a hold on Han Ying's weakness. If all else failed, he could use this to force her to hand over the marriage contract. Just then, Su Xian called him, scolding him, Did you go wild last night? You didn't come home all night. If something happens to Mr. Wan, can you take responsibility? Sorry, I drank too much last night. I don't want to hear your excuses. Get back here immediately. The company is in trouble, and Mr. Wan has to go handle it personally. Chapter 16, A Bucket of Water. As Wan Yihuan's personal bodyguard, Su Xian was even more strict with him, whereas the real boss, Wan Yihuan, didn't impose many restrictions on him. After hanging up the phone, Su Xian said angrily, Mr. Wan, aren't you being too lenient with him? He didn't come back all night, and you didn't even mind. You even gave him money yesterday. Wan Yihuan smiled elegantly, He's helped me a lot. In a way, he's my benefactor. That's one thing. He's now your employee, so he should focus on his own duties. Before she could finish, Su Xian's phone rang again. She sighed helplessly, the company is calling again. Wan Yihuan picked up her handbag, let's go over there first. But what if we run into Black Tiger Hall on the way? Everything's been peaceful these past few days. I don't think the Black Tiger gang will target me again. But don't say another word. Let's go handle the company matter first. Have Jiang Yu go directly to the company. The two women drove to the company. The front desk was surrounded by a crowd, with three middle-aged women shouting loudly. This is a heartless company. I urge you all not to buy their beauty products. Look at me, I used their mask and ended up like this. Where's the boss? Get out here. Everyone, come and see. This unscrupulous company is selling substandard products and ruined my face. The faces of the three middle-aged women were covered in red spots, which looked like an allergic reaction at first glance. The three women were shouting and causing a commotion, and the employees couldn't calm them down. They had no choice but to notify Wen Huan to handle the situation. Actually, allergic reactions are quite common, and every company that sells beauty products has encountered such situations. Typically, they are handled privately with compensation. But these three were different. They arrived and started causing a scene, refusing to mention compensation at all. Zhang Yuli was closer to the company and arrived before Wen Huan. He stood aside and inquired about the situation. He had been working as Wen Huan's bodyguard for a few days, and many people in the company recognized him. It's just an allergic reaction. It's not a life-threatening condition. Is it really worth making such a scene? Little Jiang, you haven't figured it out yet? These three are trying to ruin our company's reputation. If we let them keep this up, our company's reputation will be ruined. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows slightly and took a few steps forward to observe the three women from a distance. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. As a young master of traditional medicine, observation is one of his essential skills. Just then, Wen Huan hurried over, pushing her way through the crowd, and said apologetically, "Excuse me, everyone. I was running late. Can we discuss this in the conference room? Who are you?" The three troublemakers clearly didn't recognize Wen Huan. "This is our company's boss." An employee said. "Oh, so you're the heartless boss?" One of the women stepped forward and grabbed Wen Huan by the collar, leaving him feeling humiliated. "Let me tell you, this isn't over between us today. You've ruined the face I've spent decades maintaining. You ruined our faces today, we'll ruin your company." Every word was laced with threats. Su Xian hurried forward to intervene. "Ladies, let's talk this out calmly. Don't get physical. What's wrong with using force? What's wrong with using force?" The three middle-aged women, clearly uneducated, couldn't come up with anything clever to say, just causing a commotion. "Everyone, come and see. Look at this company's heartless boss. Don't fall for their tricks like we did. My face, so beautiful, has been ruined by them." Even when Wen Huan arrived, they refused to discuss compensation or treatment, instead shouting and screaming non-stop, as if they wanted to attract everyone in the building. The building's security guards had already arrived, but faced with such a dispute, they could only stand by and watch. Wen Huan struggled to break free and said politely, "Please calm down. If you truly had an allergic reaction to our company's products, we will cover all medical expenses. If it's clearly your company's product that caused this. You're a heartless company, preying on innocent people like us." Su Xian muttered, "Our company has never cheated anyone." "Then explain why my face turned out like this after using your product? People's body types vary, it might just be that you're allergic to certain ingredients in the product." "What do you mean? Are you saying it's our fault? Everyone, come judge this. What kind of nonsense is she talking about?" Su Xian's face turned red with embarrassment. "Please don't twist my words. I never said it's your fault." Wen Huan said again, "Please follow me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." "What kind of explanation is that? With a company like yours, you might as well just shut down." The three middle-aged women were extremely stubborn, showing no intention of reconciling, which left Wen Huan feeling quite frustrated. Seeing this, Jiang Yu gave a meaningful smile and turned to leave. Su Xian caught a glimpse of him. "Hey, you!" She called out, but Jiang Yu seemed not to hear her. Su Xian clenched her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, "How dare you leave in this situation? What if those three crazy women hurt Mr. Wan?" The three women had no intention of reconciling and continued to cause a commotion. Wen Huan was at a loss, as many of the onlookers were the company's long-time clients. This commotion would inevitably lead to doubts about the company's products among the clients. "Call the police." Wen Huan had no other choice but to do so. "Since the three of you refuse to settle, let's call the police. Let the judicial authorities determine whether your allergic reactions were caused by our company's products. If they were, we will take full responsibility. If not, then I'm sorry, but your actions today have caused significant negative impact on our company, and I will pursue this matter to the end." She adopted a firm tone, and the three women visibly grew uneasy. You. What kind of attitude is that? You ruined our reputation and now you want to sue us? You just wait. This isn't over." As soon as Wen Huan mentioned calling the police, the three of them started to make plans to leave. Make way. At that moment, Zhang Yu's voice rang out and the crowd parted to make way for him. He was carrying a bucket of water and rushing toward the three middle-aged women. Zhang Yu, what are you doing? Don't do anything reckless. Wan Yihuan's heart leaped into her throat, filled with anxiety. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Zhang Yu charged forward and poured the bucket of water over the three women. For a moment, the scene fell silent, with everyone's mouths agape in shock. Chapter 17, Flying Leaves Injure People. Ah! With three shrieks, the three middle-aged women were all drenched by Zhang Yu. Of course, the one who felt the coldest was Wan Yihuan. She had finally gained a sliver of the upper hand, but Zhang Yu had ruined everything, turning her right into wrong. Su Xian was so angry she stomped her foot. What are you doing, Zhang? Do you really want to ruin our company? Ah! The three middle-aged women screamed, wiping the water off their faces, and charged toward Zhang Yu, looking as though they were ready to devour him. Zhang Yu stood there calmly, and with just one sentence, he left the three women speechless. Your makeup is all smudged, and you still have the nerve to argue with me? The bucket of water he had poured on them, combined with the women frantically wiping their faces, had completely ruined their makeup. Even the red spots on their faces were smudged away. All eyes were on them, and Zhang Yu spoke again. The situation is clear now. They never had an allergic reaction. The red spots on their faces were all painted on. Their intentions are obvious, I think everyone understands now. So they were just using makeup to scam people. These days, even scammers have come up with such new tricks? Spit! How shameless! A chorus of accusations and insults rang out. The three women looked at each other, then, exposed, fled the scene in a panic. Su Xian immediately shouted, "Security, stop them." Wan Yihuan exhaled deeply, her gratitude evident. Without Zhang Yu, today's incident would have inevitably caused some negative impact on the company. This fiancé had once again risen in her estimation. She walked over and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "I'll explain everything later. This isn't over yet. They must have been sent by someone. I'll go help you find the real culprit." He chased after them. The three women got into a van and drove off. The security guards couldn't stop them. Seeing someone coming to meet them, Zhang Yu became even more certain of his suspicions and hailed a taxi to follow them. A few minutes later, the van arrived at the entrance of Qingyuan Club. Qingyuan Club? Isn't that Black Tiger Hall's territory? Does Jin Hu dare to defy me? With these questions in mind, Zhang Yu entered the elevator and went straight to the top floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard Jin Hu's furious shouts, "Useless trash! You can't even handle such a simple task. How dare you ask me for money? Get out of here immediately." "Brother Jin, we didn't expect someone would pour a bucket of water on us like that. The corridor was empty today." Zhang Yu walked forward. Jin Hu, have you already forgotten Wang Qi's fate after just a few days?" His voice suddenly rang out, startling Jin Hu. The three women, upon seeing Zhang Yu, were immediately furious. "Brother Hu, it was this little bastard who poured water on us." Zhang Yu furrowed his brows. "At least your city folk watch your language." "Pfft, you little brat, you dare follow us here? Wait and see how Tiger Brother deals with you." "Oh, Tiger Brother, how do you plan to deal with me?" Zhang Yu walked in as if he were in his own backyard, sat down casually, and looked at Jin Hu with a playful expression. Although Jin Hu knew Zhang Yu was skilled, the Black Tiger Gang had numbers on their side. They quickly regained their posture as the leaders of the Black Tiger Gang and coldly said, "There's a path to heaven, but you chose hell. Close the door and grab your weapons." Inside, 17 or 18 henchmen pulled out various weapons and surrounded Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu remained calm, simply plucking leaves from the potted plants beside him and holding them in his hand. Jin Hu lit a cigar, exhaled a smoke ring, and spoke in a superior tone, "Speak. Do you want your hands or your legs?" Zhang Yu sneered and shook his head. "How are you better than Wang Qi?" "What?" His sudden question left Jin Hu completely baffled. "Have you met Wang Qi?" "Not only have I seen him, but I was the one who crippled his hands." "Ha ha ha." A mocking laugh echoed, and a younger gang member waved his stick, teasing, "Are these country bumpkins so full of themselves now? Country bumpkin, do you know what people in the underworld call our boss? Iron Fist King Qi. And you claim to have crippled his hands?" Zhang Yu shook his head. It seemed Wang Qi hadn't passed on his words to Jin Hu, which explained why Jin Hu dared to act so brazenly in front of him. But it didn't matter. He had come today to help Wan Yihuan deal with the aftermath. Since Jin Hu was the real mastermind behind everything, whether or not Wang Qi had delivered the warning to Jin Hu no longer mattered. Today, it was necessary to make Jin Hu deeply understand what it meant to have higher mountains beyond the mountains and brothels beyond the buildings. Jin Hu didn't seem interested in wasting words with him. He waved his hand, signaling his men to act, while he slowly pulled out his phone to call Wang Qi as a backup. Of course, he also knew that Wang Qi was unlikely to answer his call, as Wang Qi's phone had been turned off for the past few days. The henchmen could no longer contain themselves and rushed forward. In that instant, the leaves in Zhang Yu's hands flew in all directions, like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden, leaving everyone in awe. Those were just ordinary leaves, but in his hands, they had become deadly weapons. clanging and clattering. After a series of faint whistling sounds, a clanging noise followed. The weapons in the hands of the dozen or so men fell to the ground, and each of their wrists bore a bloody wound. The last leaf in Jiang Yu's hand flew toward Jin Hu. Jin Hu had already been stunned by Jiang Yu's flying leaf technique. The final leaf flew straight toward his face, severing the cigar he had been holding between his teeth. The cut was clean. Jin Hu's legs trembled uncontrollably. As the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, he had seen his share of battles. But Jiang Yu's leaf-throwing technique was beyond his comprehension, profound and mysterious. A long silence fell over the Black Tiger Hall, with all the subordinates frozen in place. Though their wrists ached terribly, not a single one dared to utter a sound. They looked as though they had seen a ghost. The kind of scene they had only seen on TV was now unfolding before their very eyes. Such a peerless master who dared to approach him now. They finally realized that Jiang Yu hadn't been bragging earlier. The top enforcer they'd been unable to contact might have been taken out by this young, unparalleled martial artist. The three women standing by watching the spectacle were even more terrified, but they also secretly felt relieved that Jiang Yu hadn't used such methods against them. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Jiang Yu slowly plucked another leaf and said to Jin Hu, "Speak. Do you want your hand or your leg?" Jin Hu finally snapped out of his terror, his back soaked in cold sweat. "Young master, I didn't recognize your true worth. I beg your forgiveness. Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against me." Jin Hu wasn't as principled as Wang Qi and immediately begged for mercy. Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully. What a pathetic leader. Chapter 18, Severed Finger. The entire Black Tiger Hall fell silent, each person enveloped in overwhelming fear. These men had been through countless battles, but they had never felt this afraid before. The leaves in Jiang Yu's hand flew like petals from a goddess, instantly slicing through their wrists. It was unimaginable what a bloody scene it would have been if the leaves had been slightly off target and sliced through their throats. Jiang Yu clearly could have done so. Therefore, everyone present froze in place because they had no idea when the leaves in Jiang Yu's hand would fly out, nor did they know if he would show mercy next time. Even Jin Hu, the leader of the group, was trembling with fear, begging for mercy. Jin Hu's situation was different from Wang Qi's. With so many people present, if Jin Hu were to be disabled by Jiang Yu, the news would spread throughout Tianyun City in no time. At that point, even if Jiang Yu spared his life, he would be hunted down by his enemies and end up dead on the streets. Jin Hu refused to meet such an end, so he immediately set aside his pride and dignity and begged Jiang Yu for mercy. Jin Hu was on the verge of kneeling down and kowtowing to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had no intention of killing him. He plucked another leaf from the tree, and Jin Hu's body trembled violently, fearing that the leaf might land on some part of his body. "I could spare you, but you've provoked me time and again. Do you really think that by admitting your mistake, this matter will be settled?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze sharp and menacing, like a ruthless warrior. Jin Hu glanced at his men and asked, "Can we let them leave first?" "Of course." Jiang Yu shrugged. "Those were just lowly henchmen following orders. All of you, get out and wait outside. No matter what you hear, don't come in." The henchmen had been eager to leave anyway, and facing Jiang Yu was too much pressure for them. They scattered in an instant, and within 10 seconds, none of them were left. Jin Hu picked up a dagger from the ground, as if he had made up his mind. "Young man, I'm a man of the streets. I know the rules. If I've offended you, I'll take responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hu placed his left hand on the coffee table, raised his right hand, and swiftly chopped off his little finger, blood spattering everywhere. Jin Hu clenched his teeth tightly, his veins bulging, as he struggled not to scream. Although Jin Hu wasn't as principled as Wang Qi, he was still a ruthless man. Cutting off his own finger without uttering a sound was proof of his resolve. This was his final act for Jiang Yu. "I know that even the entire Black Tiger Hall isn't a match for you, but the Black Tiger Hall still has some connections in Tianyun City. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you can't handle it yourself, I, Jin Hu, swear here that as long as you give the word, the Black Tiger Hall will go through fire and water for you." Jin Hu feared Jiang Yu might not be satisfied, so he made this additional promise. Jiang Yu shook his head. "I don't need you to do anything for me, but remember this, if you dare to provoke the people from the Yuyan Company again, I won't show any mercy." Jin Hu nodded repeatedly. "I swear, I won't do it again." He was merely doing someone else's bidding. Now that he had seen Jiang Yu's true strength, he dared not even think of provoking Wen Yihuan. He was just trying to stay out of the way. Jiang Yu said no more, his purpose achieved, and turned to leave. "Brother, let me warn you, watch out for He Qing Yuan. That man is cunning and ruthless. Even if we lose this time, you won't give up easily." Jiang Yu had some recollection of the name He Qing Yuan. He paused and turned back to ask, "What's the history between He Qing Yuan and Wen Yihuan?" Jin Hu replied, "It's not really a grudge, it's just a competitive relationship. As far as I know, He Qing Yuan lost a bid to Wen Yihuan, so he asked me to secretly sabotage the Yuyan Company. He's just a petty schemer who operates behind the scenes. He's not worth worrying about." Jiang Yu didn't think much of He Qing Yuan. Jin Hu added, "He Qing Yuan isn't as simple as he seems. He has connections in the capital and a vast network of contacts. He might even know someone like you. I understand. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, then pushed open the door and left. The Black Tiger Hall henchmen lined up on both sides of the corridor outside the door. Upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, they all turned their faces away, dared not meet his gaze. As Jiang Yu disappeared at the end of the corridor, the subordinates finally exhaled in relief and rushed inside. Upon seeing Jean Hu's fingers and bloodstains on the coffee table, they all froze in shock. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu returned to the company. The employees were going about their work as usual, as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yu entered the office, where Wen Yihuan was handling documents, with Su Xian standing by to assist. "You're back." Wen Yihuan stood up immediately, her eyes filled with questions. Su Xian asked directly, "How did it go? Did you find the mastermind behind this?" Jiang Yu nodded. "We found them. It was the Black Tiger gang who ordered it." Wen Yihuan furrowed her brows, "Again?" As the saying goes, it's not the thief who steals that you fear, but the thief who keeps coming back. If something like this happens again, it will definitely damage the company's reputation. It's all your fault. Su Xian looked furious. She believed that, at the root of it all, Jiang Yu had caused the trouble. If they had settled the matter the first time, none of this would have happened. In business, the worst thing is dealing with these thugs who play dirty. Even if you report it to the police, it's only a temporary fix. The Black Tiger gang can just find someone else to take the fall and continue harassing you. Wen Yihuan, however, didn't blame him at all. She whispered, "You've worked hard. Now that we know who's behind this, I'll handle it." Jiang Yu smiled brightly, which only angered Su Xian further. She gritted her teeth and said, "You still have the nerve to smile. Everything has been resolved. Why can't I laugh?" "What do you mean?" "From now on, you can rest assured. The Black Tiger gang won't dare to bother you again." "Really?" Wen Yihuan looked thrilled, while Su Xian rolled her eyes, half believing, half doubting. Jiang Yu nodded, but his smile gradually faded. Wen Yihuan asked curiously, "What's wrong now?" Jiang Yu said, "The matter has been resolved, but it seems I might be out of a job." Wen Yihuan burst into laughter. "Then I'll officially hire you as my bodyguard right now with a long-term contract." Su Xian quickly added, "Bodyguard, not a personal bodyguard." Wen Yihuan was no longer in any danger, so she naturally didn't need Jiang Yu to protect her closely. "I'll think about it." Jiang Yu definitely wouldn't sign a long-term contract. After resolving the two arranged marriages in Tianyun City, he had to move on to the next place. Su Xian sneered, "You're still considering it? You're really taking advantage of the situation. I said it the first time we met, I came to Tianyun City to call off the engagement, not to look for a job." After explaining himself, Jiang Yu suddenly fixed his gaze on Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan clearly felt flustered, her heart racing like a frightened deer. She muttered to herself, "He must have noticed something, right?" Chapter 19, Somewhat Attractive. Wen Yihuan had yet to reveal her true identity. She was still in the evaluation phase regarding this fiancé before her. So far, Jiang Yu's character seemed beyond reproach. But she still had no intention of revealing her true feelings. Marriage was no trivial matter. Jiang Yu stared at her for a moment before asking, "Ms. Wen, you have quite the network in Tianyun City, right? Do you know someone named Wen Fuya?" "I don't know her." Wen Yihuan replied with unwavering certainty. "Ms. Wen, now that you're safe, can I arrange my own schedule?" "Of course." Wen Yihuan knew Jiang Yu was looking for him and found it amusing. "Mr. Wen, could you use your connections to help me find Wen Fuya?" "No problem." Seeing Jiang Yu's grateful expression, Wen Yihuan was overjoyed inside. Of course, she didn't want to continue the topic, lest she give away her true intentions. "By the way, how did you figure out that those three were dressed up to cause trouble?" "Because I'm a doctor." When it came to his profession, Jiang Yu spoke eloquently. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. "My medical skills are quite advanced, and observation is second nature to me. The inner canon states, where the pathogen gathers, the qi must be deficient. True allergies." Jiang Yu went on and on about things they couldn't understand, while Wen Yihuan looked deep in thought. In truth, she knew about Jiang Yu, her fiancé, and that he was the disciple of a legendary master physician, but she had simply forgotten for the moment. Su Xian grew tired of listening and impatiently dismissed him. "Who wants to hear your nonsense? Get out of here. Mr. Wen has documents to handle." She pushed Jiang Yu aside, but he replied seriously, "Traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure." "You call it nonsense? I must have a serious talk with you. Over thousands of years, do you know how many lives traditional Chinese medicine has saved? Do you know?" Bang! Su Xian pushed him out and slammed the door shut, muttering, "I never noticed he was so talkative before." Jiang Yu now had free time, so he couldn't stay at the company. He had to find a way to locate Wen Fuya. Regardless of whether this engagement could be cancelled smoothly, he had to find her first. Over the weekend, Jiang Yu posted online looking for her and asked around, but still had no news of Wen Fuya. On Monday, he figured it was time to try contacting Han Ing again, so he took a taxi to Tianyun University. On the way, Han Xiong called him and scolded, "What's wrong with you? Xiaoying stayed home all weekend and you didn't even think to take her out for a walk?
Zhang Yuan unwilling, but he knew that since Han Ning had suddenly lost her first time, she'd be upset for at least 2 or 3 days, right?
I have my own plans, he didn't go into detail with Han Xiong. By the way, I was just looking for you. Could you help me get a copy of Han Ning's class schedule? What? You want to take her class? What is the point of just auditing? Why don't I sign you up so you can experience university life properly? Let me tell you, university life is amazing. No need.
Zhang Yu refused outright. He didn't want to owe Han Xiong a favor.
The schedule, right? I'll send it to you later. By the way, I have some bad news to tell you.
I heard that Zhao Shuo has been pursuing Xiaoying aggressively lately.
You better not let someone else beat you to it. You mean the Zhao family's son who wants to marry into your family?
The marriage alliance is just my older brother's and the Zhao family's one-sided idea. Xiaoying doesn't want to be a pawn in their business dealings. But she changed the subject. If Xiaoying falls for Zhao Shuo's advances, then you're definitely out of the picture.
Really? Why do I feel like you're secretly delighted? Han Xiong's displeased voice came through the phone.
Zhang Yu was naturally delighted.
Once the marriage between the Han and Zhao families was finalized, the Han family would certainly initiate the annulment. Wasn't that exactly what he had hoped for?
Currently, Zhang Yu had gained another avenue to obtain the marriage contract.
He might even secretly assist Zhao Shuo in pursuing Han Ning. I won't bother you anymore. I'm at school now. Send me your class schedule right away. Zhang Yu hung up the phone in a hurry. 3 minutes later, Han Ying's class schedule was sent to his phone.
As a first-year university student, Han Ning had quite a few classes, with classes every day on Monday. Tianyun University had beautiful scenery, with lush trees and flower-strewn paths. Zhang Yu followed the notes on the schedule to the classroom where Han Ning was having class. Even in freshman year, there weren't many students skipping class, and the classroom was packed.
Han Ning was sitting in the back row, looking listless.
Wang Ruoqi was sitting next to her, whispering to her.
Han Ning, what's wrong with you?
I've been asking you to go out and play these past few days, but you won't come out.
Did something unpleasant happen? Just thinking about what happened on Friday night made Han Ning feel miserable. It wasn't just unpleasant, it was absolutely heartbreaking. Wang Ruoqi continued, is it because of Zhang Yu, that country bumpkin? Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get rid of him.
Zhang Yu, standing at the classroom door, heard this and was furious with Wang Ruoqi.
Mind your own business. Don't mention him in front of me. As soon as she heard Zhang Yu's name, Han Ning felt uneasy.
Though she couldn't remember the details of that night, her mind easily wandered. Suddenly, Han Ning caught a glimpse of someone standing at the door, smiling and waving at her. She shivered and her heart raced. Could she already be developing a psychological shadow?
Ruoqi, can you check the door? Is that guy there?
Wang Ruoqi turned around, her expression darkening. That country bumpkin is like a leech. How did he find his way to school?
What? Han Ning was utterly shocked. Rookie, help me get rid of him. Han Ning didn't know Zhang Yu's intention. She was worried he'd spread the news about what happened that night. Leave it to me.
Wang Ruoqi ignored the angry glare of the teacher and rushed out of the classroom, dragging Zhang Yu down to the school building.
She shoved Zhang Yu and sneered, country bumpkin, you even followed her to school? Do you really think Han Ning would ever notice you? Zhang Yu replied calmly, whether she likes you or not isn't something you get to decide, is it?
Poof.
Wang Ruoqi sneered, don't you dare look in the mirror and see what makes you worthy of Han Ning?
Let me tell you, even Zhao Gongzi from Huaying Group was rejected by Xiaoying.
What makes you think you can? Zhang Yu shook his head. Exactly, just me.
Don't think you're so good looking that you can chase after Han Ning.
This statement left Zhang Yu speechless. A few good looks? Damn, that sounds so awkward.
Just then, a few tall, muscular athletes approached. Seeing Wang Ruoqi's furious expression, they shouted from a distance, you're asking for trouble.
How dare you make my Ruoqi unhappy?
A bit of good looks was an apt description for Wang Ruoqi, so she did have a few suitors, one of whom was Li Zhao, a second-year student from the sports college.
Chapter 20, The Boxing Match.
Li Zhao stood at 1.85 meters tall, towering over Zhang Yu by a full head. He clenched a basketball in his hand, spoke little, and upon seeing Zhang Yu, immediately threw the basketball at him. The throw was quite powerful. If it had been someone with a weaker build, they would have been knocked to the ground on the spot. Zhang Yu simply sidestepped and dodged it, sending the basketball bouncing far away. Li Zhao walked over and stood in front of Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi looked indifferent, clearly uninterested in this suitor. However, since a free enforcer had appeared, Wang Ruoqi decided to make use of the situation.
Li Zhao, you're just in time. Help me kick this kid out of the school gates. At your service.
Li Zhao wouldn't pass up this opportunity to curry favor. After responding, he turned to Zhang Yu and said with a sneer, kid, if you don't want a beating, get out of here.
Is this school your house? If you tell me to leave, I have to leave? What?
Li Zhao was taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhang Yu to respond that way.
He glanced at his classmates and sneered, looking for a beating, are you? Then I'll be happy to oblige. Boom! Before he could finish the word fine, Jiang Yu's fist had already landed on his nose, and 2 streams of bright red blood trickled down his nostrils. Bang! Li Zhao collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Jiang Yu snorted, "Is that all you've got? You think you can act tough?" However, although Li Zhao was unconscious, his classmates were still there. "Damn it, you dare hit my brother." 5 or 6 athletes rushed forward. Most people would have fled, but Jiang Yu didn't. Under Wang Ruoqi's stunned gaze, Jiang Yu swiftly took down everyone in just a few moves. Clean and efficient. Wang Ruoqi quickly regained her composure and didn't flee because of Jiang Yu's fists. She smiled, "I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting." Jiang Yu shrugged, "Nothing special, just a few years of training." Wang Ruoqi raised an eyebrow, "Do you really want to pursue Haning? Does it have anything to do with you?" "Of course. If you're serious, I can help you. Wait for my call tonight, but you need to leave now because Haning doesn't want to see you." Jiang Yu only believed the latter part of Wang Ruoqi's words. Haning really didn't want to see him, but saying that Wang Ruoqi would help him? That's as likely as a sow climbing a tree. "What kind of trouble is this little girl cooking up now?" He said calmly, "Why should I believe you?" Wang Ruoqi replied, "Do you have a choice? Without my help, do you think you can win Haning over on your own? Don't even dream about it." Jiang Yu just stared at her silently. "Blow your own horn, keep going." Wang Ruoqi's disdain for him was written all over her face. Jiang Yu would have to be crazy to believe her. But as the saying goes, in the face of absolute strength, all tricks are futile. He'd see what kind of underhanded trick Wang Ruoqi came up with next. "Alright, I'll believe you one more time." With that, he turned and walked away. As he turned, Wang Ruoqi immediately switched to a disgusted expression and muttered under her breath, "Country bumpkin, just wait and see how I'll deal with you tonight." She then went upstairs to continue her lesson, paying no attention to Li Zhao and the others lying on the ground. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Ruoqi sent Jiang Yu an address, saying to meet there in half an hour. Jiang Yu was free and arrived at the agreed location promptly at 9:30 p.m. The words Xingyou Boxing Club were clearly visible, and Wang Ruoqi was standing right in front of the club's entrance. "Just you?" Jiang Yu didn't see Haning. Wang Ruoqi said, "Haning is already inside. Let's go in." Jiang Yu frowned, "You called me to a boxing club in the middle of the night?" Wang Ruoqi said, "You country bumpkin, what do you know? The Star Tour Boxing Club operates legitimately during the day, but at night it's an underground boxing ring. Only those with connections can get in. You're into this? I don't like boxing, but Haning does." She led Jiang Yu along while talking, "Don't say I'm not helping you. Haning loves skilled boxers. I've already signed you up. We'll probably have to wait another half hour before it's your turn." "You signed me up? Aren't you being a bit too presumptuous? Do you even want to pursue Haning?" Wang Ruoqi glared at him. "This is your only chance. Haning has agreed. She said if you win the boxing match, she'll be your girlfriend. If you can't win or even dare to step into the ring, then you'll never see her again." "Did she really say that? Don't you believe me?" "I don't believe you." Wang Ruoqi was speechless by Jiang Yu's blunt reply. "Take me to her." In such matters, it was best to confirm directly with the person involved. Wang Ruoqi didn't waste any more words and led Jiang Yu to the second basement level. The vast boxing ring was packed with people, all shouting at the top of their lungs to cheer on the boxers they had bet on. They entered a private box, where Haning was sitting quietly inside. "Why did you bring him here?" Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Haning immediately wore a look of disgust. Jiang Yu sneered inwardly. She had said she'd be his girlfriend if he won, but she wasn't even willing to put on a show. Wang Ruoqi said, "He doesn't trust me, he wants you to confirm it personally." Jiang Yu said, "She said if I win the boxing match, you'll agree to be my girlfriend?" Haning looked at Wang Ruoqi with a troubled expression, and Wang Ruoqi kept giving her subtle glances, as if to say, "This country bumpkin is doomed to lose." Haning finally replied, "That's right." Jiang Yu smiled, "Don't force it. How about this, if I win, you help me with something, okay?" Actually, whether Haning became his girlfriend or not didn't matter to Jiang Yu. His real goal was the marriage contract. "I keep my word. If you win, I'll be your girlfriend. Don't try to negotiate other terms." Haning glared at him, thinking to herself, "Am I that stupid? Help him with something? That's way too uncertain." Jiang Yu didn't expect her to be so firm. He glanced at Wang Ruoqi. "It seems like she's certain I can't win, right?" Judging by her expression, she has probably already bribed my opponent. Not only will she make me lose, but she'll make me lose badly. I thought you had some clever plan. This is it?" Through the window of the private box, he saw the boxers in the ring. Perhaps they were skilled professional fighters, but they were no match for Jiang Yu. He made a decision, "Alright, it's settled." Wang Ruoqi was overjoyed and hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and get ready. It's almost your turn to go out. Someone will lead you there." After Jiang Yu left, Haning immediately asked with concern, "Rookie, have you arranged everything? Make sure he doesn't win." "Don't worry. I've arranged for his opponent to be the disciple of Iron Fist Wang Qi. He thinks he's invincible after beating a few college athletes. Just wait and see how he dies tonight.
Wang Ruoqi curled her lips into a cold smile, as if everything was under her control.
Chapter 21, He Actually Dares to Smile.
Though this underground boxing match was unregulated, Wang Ruoqi could easily help Jiang Yu sign up to compete, proving she had some real skills. While Jiang Yu was changing clothes and preparing, the host began to liven up the atmosphere.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next person to step into the ring is no ordinary fighter.
He has already won 13 consecutive matches in this venue.
He is Zhang Feng. Wow!
In an instant, the crowd erupted into cheers, clearly including many of Zhang Feng's fans. Zhang Feng entered the ring under the spotlight, towering over the crowd with a muscular build and sharp gaze. He walked around the stage, basking in the attention.
The audience buzzed with excitement. Who is Zhang Feng's opponent tonight?
Whoever it is, just bet on Zhang Feng to win.
I'm not so sure.
Zhang Feng has won 13 consecutive matches. The boxing ring must have arranged some strong opponents for him.
Let's wait and see.
When Zhang Feng entered the ring, the host's expression grew peculiar.
He announced Zhang Feng's challenger for this match is Jiang Yu.
The introduction of Jiang Yu consisted of only his name, with no titles or credentials. It was an unfamiliar name, but the audience was quite curious. But when Jiang Yu stepped into the ring, the crowd erupted in disbelief.
Are you kidding? This guy dares to challenge Zhang Feng?
There's no need to fight.
The outcome is obvious. Hurry up and place your bets. Bet on Zhang Feng to win.
Just as the audience was about to place their bets, the host received a message and immediately announced, "Everyone, please hold your bets. This match is merely an exhibition match."
The implication was clear, no betting allowed. The people in the boxing ring weren't pushovers. They could tell Jiang Yu was just there to take a beating.
If they let others bet, they'd end up losing everything.
Get out of here. This is just a show match. Get out of here. We're not interested in watching an exhibition match.
The audience booed, believing this was a match with no suspense and nothing worth watching. In the VIP box, Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi stood by the window.
Wang Ruoqi smirked. Han Ning, do you still think that country bumpkin has a chance? Han Ning sighed in relief and didn't respond.
Wang Ruoqi continued, "I went through a lot of trouble to arrange this boxing match.
Once we get rid of that country bumpkin, how will you thank me?" Han Ning replied, "Do we really need to thank each other?" Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes and said, "You're buying lunch for the entire semester." Han Ning agreed readily, "No problem."
Ignoring the audience's murmurs, Jiang Yu looked up at the box where Han Ning was sitting and gave her a strange smile. Han Ning felt a chill and said uneasily, "He's actually still smiling."
Wang Ruoqi sneered, "You won't be laughing soon. I specifically told Zhang Feng."
The host, feeling helpless in the situation, said a few words and quickly left once the competition began. The stage was left with only Zhang Feng and Jiang Yu, who stepped forward and locked eyes. Zhang Feng's gaze was sharp as he mocked in a low voice, "I didn't expect you'd actually dare to come up here." Earlier, when Wang Ruoqi had asked him to fight this match, he had found it hard to believe his ears.
A country bumpkin dared to step onto the stage and challenge him? Jiang Yu replied calmly, "What's there to be afraid of?
This isn't some place of fire and brimstone."
Zhang Feng sneered, "Do you know who I am? I haven't had the honor.
I'm the disciple of Iron Fist King Qi.
Not only you, but even professional boxers can't withstand my iron fists." Jiang Yu burst out laughing.
"I thought he was so tough, but he's just the disciple of Iron Fist King Qi. As expected, brothers who fight tigers together, and master and disciple who take beatings together." Jiang Yu's unrestrained laughter tugged at Zhang Feng's nerves. He felt it was a provocation. At that moment, the audience shouted angrily, "Stop wasting time.
Hurry up. There's nothing to see here." Zhang Feng could send that kid to the hospital with one punch.
Facing the crowd's urging, Zhang Feng no longer bothered with Jiang Yu and directly punched him in the face. Zhang Feng's strength wasn't something he boasted about. This punch was powerful, even creating a gust of wind.
Moreover, he acted swiftly, leaving no time for an ordinary person to react. The audience looked disinterested, believing that Zhang Feng could end this exhibition match with a single punch. However, Jiang Yu's reaction was unexpected.
He simply sidestepped effortlessly, dodging Zhang Feng's punch. Zhang Feng furrowed his brows. Jiang Yu's reaction speed had surpassed his expectations. After his punch missed, he immediately changed his technique and delivered an elbow strike toward Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu stepped back repeatedly, and Zhang Feng pressed forward relentlessly. As they reached the edge of the ring, Zhang Feng sneered coldly, "See where you can hide now." Zhang Feng leaped into the air, bringing his palm down in a vertical strike with overwhelming force. His veins bulged, and the overwhelming force sent shivers down the spines of the spectators in the stands.
Han Ning in the VIP box suddenly felt a pang of sympathy and worried. "Ruoqi, won't Zhang Feng kill him?" Wang Ruoqi replied, "Don't worry, Zhang Feng knows his limits." Although the boxing match was unofficial, it rarely resulted in fatalities.
Zhang Feng did indeed know his limits. When Jiang Yu had no room to retreat, his palm strike could have struck Jiang Yu's forehead, but he shifted it slightly and struck Jiang Yu's left shoulder instead.
Boom! A dull thud echoed through the ring, leaving it deathly silent. Jiang Yu didn't collapse under Zhang Feng's vertical strike. He stood there straight, his right hand tightly gripping Zhang Feng's wrist. Zhang Feng's face turned red with anger. He couldn't bring himself to deliver the final blow. Then, Jiang Yu gently pushed him and Zhang Feng stumbled backward, nearly falling. No way? This kid can actually match Zhang Feng's strength? If it weren't for the rules prohibiting betting in the ring, the audience would have thought Zhang Feng was fixing the match. A single exchange instantly sent the boxing ring into a frenzy. Good. Many people cheered and urged, keep fighting. In the VIP box, Wang Ruoqi frowned, her face filled with anger. What is Zhang Feng up to? Is it necessary to go easy on that country bumpkin? In her opinion, it wasn't that Jiang Yu was that skilled, it was that Zhang Feng was holding back. However, only Zhang Feng himself knew what kind of opponent he was facing. He was secretly startled. This kid has such incredible strength. Jiang Yu hadn't used the subtle, yielding force of 4 ounces moving 1,000 pounds to deflect his attack. Jiang Yu had used his raw strength to push Zhang Feng back. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the private room where Han Ying was seated. Suddenly, Zhang Feng lunged forward in a swift move. Kid, don't get too cocky. He clenched his fists, unleashing all his strength. His iron fists were his ultimate weapon. He held nothing back and dared not hold anything back. Chapter 22. You have a clever plan, I have a better one. At first, Zhang Feng had only been following Wang Ruoqi's orders to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, so he hadn't given it his all. But once he realized how formidable Jiang Yu was, the nature of the battle changed. He was fighting for his own dignity and could not afford to lose. This time, Jiang Yu didn't dodge. He charged forward, clenching his fists, and clashed with him head-on. Bang! This was a clash of raw power. Zhang Feng's iron fists had earned him 13 consecutive victories, and many opponents trembled at the sight of his calloused fists. In contrast, Jiang Yu's hands were smooth and delicate, and he didn't seem like a match for Zhang Feng. Oomph! Zhang Feng let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward with each step, until he finally crashed into the cage of the ring with a loud thud. His hands trembled violently, and the unbearable pain caused his lips to quiver slightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood as still as a mountain, rooted to the spot. The contrast between the two was stark, and it was clear who was the stronger fighter. After a moment of silence in the ring, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Good. Well done. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some people were secretly relieved. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, who would have thought this kid could fight so well? Thank goodness this match wasn't a betting event, otherwise I would have lost everything. In the VIP box, Han Ying's face was as dark as water, and Wang Ruoqi was furious. Has Zhang Feng lost his mind? Why isn't he giving it his all? She still believed that Zhang Feng was holding back. But what happened next completely shattered Wang Ruoqi's confidence. Jiang Yu took the initiative to attack, his punch so fast it left a blur. Zhang Feng's reaction time couldn't match Jiang Yu's. He instinctively raised his hand to block, but couldn't stop the punch, which landed squarely on his left cheek. Zhang Feng saw stars, his mind went blank, and he stumbled to the ground with a thud. The audience was stunned. No one had expected such an outcome. Zhang Feng had lost far too quickly. Many people shouted, Zhang Feng, get up! Everyone was still eager for more. In the VIP box, Wang Ruoqi was pacing back and forth in frustration. Damn it, Zhang Feng, get up! Han Ying's face was ashen, and she slumped onto the sofa. Zhang Feng wanted to get up, but Jiang Yu didn't give him the chance, stepping forward and landing another punch. Zhang Feng could only use his hands to protect his face, but Jiang Yu's fist landed solidly on his arm, making him feel like his bones were about to break. Before the match began, he had already believed this wasn't an evenly matched contest, and the outcome proved him right. However, he never imagined that he would be the one getting beaten up. With his extensive boxing experience, Zhang Feng realized that if this continued, his hands would be ruined. He had no choice but to concede defeat. I give up. I give up. When Zhang Feng uttered those 3 words, Han Ying felt as though she had been cast into the depths of hell. What did this mean? It meant she had to be the girlfriend who took away his first time. Wang Ruoqi looked at Han Ying and after a moment managed to blurt out, I'm sorry, I didn't expect. It wasn't just her who didn't expect it, no one had anticipated that Jiang Yu would win. The boxing gym owner was kicking himself. If he had known it would end like this, he should have let people bet freely. This fight could have made him a fortune. After winning the match, Jiang Yu immediately went to the VIP box. The atmosphere in the VIP box was almost freezing. He flashed a bright smile and said to Wang Ruoqi, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, how could I have gotten Han Ying so easily? This statement nearly made Wang Ruoqi spit blood. Was that really her intention? Of course not. Her goal was to have Zhang Feng teach Jiang Yu a lesson, but who could have predicted that it would push Han Ying into the fire instead? Wang Ruoqi's eyes were filled with venom, furious yet unable to say a word. Jiang Yu turned to Han Ying and said calmly, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Wang Ruoqi said, a man of his word keeps his promise. Han Ying glared at her angrily, thinking to herself, which side are you on? But we're women, we can go back on our word. Wang Ruoqi changed the subject, then adopted a defiant expression, as if to say, I'm not going to admit it, and what can you do about it? I'll take my chances. Han Ning suddenly stood up and said something that left Wang Ruoqi speechless. Han Ning, are you okay? Han Ning shook her head. Wang Ruoqi pulled her toward the door. John, you wait here. I need to talk to Han Ning alone. The two women stepped out of the private room and closed the door. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance, straining his ears, but couldn't hear a thing. The noise outside was too loud. He knew that the two women were definitely plotting something again. 3 minutes later, the two returned to the private room, their moods seeming much better. Wang Ruoqi said, don't say we don't keep our word. From now on, Han Ning is your girlfriend. Jiang Yu showed no signs of excitement. He whispered to Wang Ruoqi, let's talk alone. What do we have to talk about? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes but was dragged out by Jiang Yu. You country bumpkin, don't touch me. After stepping outside, Wang Ruoqi disgustedly pushed Jiang Yu away. Spit it out already. Jiang Yu asked, why did Han Ning agree to be my girlfriend? Wang Ruoqi scoffed, because you're handsome, that's why. I want the truth. That's the truth. Don't waste your time here. Go cherish the time you have with your girlfriend. She clearly had something else to say. With no other option, Jiang Yu resorted to his final move, pulling out his phone and opening the photo album. If you don't tell me the truth, this photo might be circulating all over Tianyun University tomorrow. You bastard. The photo showed Wang Ruoqi drunk, with Jiang Yu throwing her onto the bed. You bastard. You took advantage of her while she was drunk. Delete that photo right now. Hey, calm down. I didn't take advantage of you. You were the one who got drunk and climbed onto him. I was just documenting this memorable moment for you. You? What's the matter? You still want to admit the truth? This photo was like a weapon to the proud Wang Ruoqi, so she had no choice but to give in. Han Ning said that if you lose, you have to agree to be my girlfriend. But couples breaking up and getting back together is common, so just put up with me for a few minutes and then break up. 3 or 5 minutes. Jiang Yu's face darkened. You say dealing with it for a few days is fine, but a few minutes? How much do you look down on people? No wonder your mood suddenly improved, you can even smile. But you have your plans, and I have mine. Now that I know Han Ying's plans, as the first heartthrob of Boki Mountain, how could I possibly let myself be manipulated by others? He gave a sly smile and turned to walk into the private room. Chapter 23, that's not too much, is it? Damn it, the photos. Wang Ruoqi chased after him, but Jiang Yu nonchalantly slipped his phone into his pocket as if nothing had happened. What photos? Han Ning looked at Wang Ruoqi suspiciously. Wang Ruoqi felt embarrassed and stammered, nothing. She didn't want anyone else besides her and Jiang Yu to know about the photo. Are you really willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Yu asked again. Han Ning replied firmly, I, Han Ning, am a person of principle. I keep my word. Alright. Jiang Yu sat down next to Han Ning and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Han Ning screamed, what are you doing? Jiang Yu chuckled, a hug between lovers isn't too much, is it? No, it's not too much. Han Ning couldn't even last 3 or 5 minutes and immediately wanted to break up. There's something I need to tell you. I think we're not compatible. Before she could finish, Jiang Yu suddenly leaned in close, grinning mischievously, then a kiss between lovers isn't too much, is it? You? Han Ning was instantly filled with panic. Jiang Yu shook his head, not acting on his words, but using this method to make you stay with me makes me feel guilty. So let us just end our relationship here. Han Ying's eyes were about to burst into flames. You shameless jerk actually feel guilty? And what do you mean by that? Are you breaking up with me? That's supposed to be my line. Jiang Yu knew Han Ying's plan, so he acted first. But he didn't want to let her get the better of him, so he compensated himself with a kiss. Of course, the fact that this was Han Ying's first kiss was somewhat unexpected for him. After speaking, Jiang Yu walked away confidently, leaving Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi standing in the wind, disheveled. Wang Ruoqi's eyes were filled with guilt. This time, she had schemed for Han Ning, but ended up losing both the battle and the war. Han Ning finally erupted, screaming at the top of her lungs in the private room, venting her pent-up anger. Jiang Yu had just stepped out of the club when he was stopped by a middle-aged man in a suit. Young man, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Liang. Wu Liang, the name alone didn't sound trustworthy. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, are you done? If so, please step aside. Young man, don't rush off. Our boss wants to meet you. No interest. Young man, being chosen by our boss is your good fortune. If you miss this opportunity, you'll definitely regret it in the future. Even though I'm good looking, don't mistake me for a pretty face. I'm not the type to live off others. Jiang Yu spoke with righteous indignation and stormed off. Wu Liang stood there in shock for a moment. What on earth was going on? He hurried after him and stopped Jiang Yu again. Brother, don't make this hard for me. Our boss has been waiting for you for a long time. This is your chance. With your skills, following our boss will definitely lead you to greatness in the future. Follow your boss? Jiang Yu sneered coldly. Jiang Yu, never bowed down to anyone. His indifference also left Wu Liang feeling slightly displeased. It's good that you have principles, but don't be too arrogant. In the entire Tianyun city, there are only a few who dare to refuse my boss. Think it over carefully. Then starting today, there will be one more person. Jiang Yu turned and walked away. Stop! Wu Liang shouted angrily, his attitude completely changing. Young man, don't think that just because you know a few martial arts moves, you can act so arrogantly. If you dare take another step forward, do you think I won't break your legs? Oh? Jiang Yu turned around, do you think you're better than Zhang Feng? Wu Liang sneered, in the martial arts circle of Tianyun City, Zhang Feng is nothing. Even his master, Wang Qi, isn't worthy of tying my shoes. So if you're so skilled, why are you blocking my path? Jiang Yu understood Wu Liang's meaning. His boss had taken notice of his skills and wanted him to become his personal bodyguard. Although he was just declining the offer, he couldn't possibly agree to become a bodyguard for someone else, especially as the sole heir of the prestigious Boki Mountain. If the old man found out, he'd rush down from Boki Mountain at lightning speed and slap him across the face. I'm nearly 50 years old. As the saying goes, boxing fears youth, and even if I'm still skilled, I don't have many years left. But you're different. You're young and have a bright future. With just a little guidance from me, you could become the top boxer in Tianyun City. Plus, with my boss's financial backing, making it on the international stage isn't out of the question. As he spoke these words, Wu Liang's fierce expression softened slightly. He had been observing Jiang Yu's facial expressions, but he was disappointed he saw no trace of hope on Jiang Yu's face. Sorry, but my ambitions don't lie in underground boxing, and besides, you don't have the qualifications to teach me. Jiang Yu knew the old man's abilities all too well. To this day, he had never seen anyone more skilled than him. He had followed the old man since childhood, traveling the world and encountering many reclusive families. Even the elderly patriarchs of those families treated the old man with great respect. As the saying goes, a great teacher produces outstanding students. While Jiang Yu didn't claim to surpass his master, he was at least unmatched in martial arts in Tianyun City. However, Jiang Yu's honest words sounded arrogant to Wu Liang, who was completely enraged. If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment. I'm not qualified to teach you? Wu Liang assumed a starting stance, took a few steps forward, and executed the wild horse parting mane technique. This was a standard Tai Chi move. Wu Liang intended to prove his strength through action while also teaching this arrogant young man a lesson. Wu Liang charged forward in a bow stance, swinging his palm, while Jiang Yu struck with a fierce punch, creating a gust of wind. Bang! Their fists collided, and Wu Liang stumbled back several steps. Feeling Jiang Yu's strength for the first time, he couldn't help but be impressed. After pushing Wu Liang back, Jiang Yu said calmly, the martial arts that are widely practiced today are mostly routines for physical fitness. Perhaps you are considered a Tai Chi master in the eyes of ordinary people, but to me, you are nothing but a showman. Wu Liang was a respected figure in the martial arts circle of Tianyun City. To be called a mere showman by someone else was enough to make him furious. You insolent brat, dare to speak so arrogantly. Wu Liang stepped forward and executed the 6 seals and 4 closures technique. Jiang Yu sank his chi into his and slowly uttered a few words, true martial arts are killing techniques. Chapter 24, Young man, you lack martial virtue. The 6 seals and 4 closures in Tai Chi refer to the hands, feet, elbows, knees, shoulders, and hips, and are used to advance and defend against an opponent's limbs. This technique is primarily designed to disorient the opponent, leaving them unable to make decisions and trapped in a state of confusion and helplessness. Wu Liang's Tai Chi technique was already quite refined, but as Jiang Yu had said, true martial arts are a killing technique. True martial arts have no flashy, unnecessary moves. Every strike goes straight for the opponent's vital points. Ancient life or death combat was not like today's staged martial arts matches. No one would stop at a single touch. Therefore, the essence of ancient martial arts lies in 3 words, fast, fierce, and accurate. If you can defeat an enemy with a single move, you don't waste a single ounce of strength. Jiang Yu's attack was swift, with his right index and middle fingers aiming straight for Wu Liang's eyes. Wu Liang was caught off guard. Jiang Yu's speed exceeded his expectations, and he could only frantically defend himself. He managed to block the upper attack but neglected the lower one. As Jiang Yu kicked out with his foot, Wu Liang instantly transformed into a disciple of the covering the groin school, his features contorted beyond recognition, his face flushed red. You? He gritted his teeth, forcing out a sentence through clenched teeth, young man, you have no martial arts ethics. He never imagined Jiang Yu would resort to such a despicable tactic. I told you, true martial arts are killing techniques. With those words, Jiang Yu walked away confidently. He was right. If this had been a life or death battle, that groin kick would have been the most effective move. It might not have been a one-hit kill, but it would have at least rendered the opponent unable to move. But this wasn't a life or death battle, so he didn't go for the kill. Wu Liang was in pain, but his life wasn't in danger. Wu Liang temporarily lost the ability to move and could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yu disappeared into the night. In the vast darkness of the night, Jiang Yu was pondering where to go next when Han Xiong called him and invited him to the hotel. Compared to the first time, Han Xiong was much more cautious this time. She wore a mask and sunglasses, covering almost her entire face. After all, the Han family was a prominent family in Tianyun City, and Han Xiong was quite famous. If paparazzi photographed her entering a hotel, it would definitely cause a stir. The first time was due to menstrual cramps, and there was no way to hide it. Jiang Yu didn't want to come, but he was bound by the marriage contract from the Han family. If he refused Han Xiong, she would certainly interfere, and obtaining the marriage contract would be delayed indefinitely. Seeing Han Xiong fully covered, Jiang Yu was surprised. What's going on? Are you being chased? Han Xiong, who opened the door, was still wearing sunglasses and a mask. She looked around cautiously before pulling Jiang Yu into the room and carefully closing the door. She removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a faint smile on her face. It must be said that despite being in her late 30s, Han Xiong was exceptionally well preserved, still radiating charm, and at times more alluring than those young, inexperienced girls. No one's chasing me. I just didn't want those paparazzi to catch me entering a hotel with someone. Then why did you ask me to meet you at the hotel? Where else would we go? My house? Come on, my older brother doesn't like you. All right. Jiang Yu took out the silver needles he had prepared and began treating Han Xiong. By the way, how are things going between you and Inger? The treatment process was a bit awkward, so Han Xiong changed the subject. Mentioning Han Ing, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Not great. She doesn't seem interested in good-looking guys. You're so full of yourself. Han Xiong rolled her eyes. Our Inger is no ordinary girl. She's the apple of our family's eye. She's seen her fair share of handsome young men. There are plenty of guys in Tianyun City who are more handsome than you. But don't get discouraged. It's just the beginning. I'll help you. Why are you helping me? This had been Jiang Yu's lingering question. The marriage was opposed by both Han Ing, the bride-to-be, and her father. Why was his aunt so persistent? Could it be that you've discovered some unique charm in me that I don't even know about? But I'm just handsome, what else is there to me? Chapter 25. It seems like we're in trouble. Han Xiong looked at Jiang Yu with her clear, sparkling eyes. Because my older brother doesn't want Inger to marry you. That's it? What, do you think that's not a good enough reason? Jiang Yu's face darkened. He took out a silver needle and began massaging Han Xiong with a unique technique. The indescribable comfort made Han Xiong unable to resist letting out a soft moan. But Jiang Yu didn't let himself get carried away by Han Xiong's soft moans. Instead, he grew increasingly angry. Because your older brother refused to help me? So I'm just a tool you're using to oppose your older brother? He felt frustrated, and his movements grew heavier. Ouch! Han Xiong screamed. Why are you being so rough? Does it hurt? It should hurt. You have to feel the pain for it to work. He didn't ease up. Han Xiong endured the pain, furrowing her brows and said, Really? But it didn't hurt this much the first time. Ouch. Are you questioning my medical skills? Of course not, but could you please go easier? I can't take it anymore. If you can't take it, just scream out loud. You. Han Xiong didn't want Jiang Yu to laugh at her, so she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. After half an hour of massage, Han Xiong was already drenched in sweat. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sympathy and quickly made an excuse to leave. Han Xiong lay in bed for a long time, still in pain, before she finally came to her senses. She was already hesitating whether to undergo the third treatment. She dressed, tidied her hair, put on a mask and sunglasses, and headed to the first hospital of Tianyun City. Han's elderly grandfather was being treated there. In the VIP ward, Han Tianming was furious. What? The patient is missing? What are you doctors and nurses doing? I'm telling you, if my father suffers even the slightest harm, none of you will escape responsibility. 2 doctors and 3 nurses stood before Han Tianming, too afraid to speak. We could hear your voice from a mile away. You're a well-known businessman in Tianyun City. Is this how you behave? Han Xiong entered the ward and scolded Han Tianming. Han Tianming glared at her angrily. The old man is missing, and you don't care. Instead, you're here to blame me? Han Xiong replied, your father is missing, and you didn't send anyone to look for him. What good does it do to shout and scream here? Just then, Deputy Director Lu Yu arrived upon hearing the commotion. Mr. Han, please calm down. The old man isn't missing, he's just been discharged from the hospital. Discharged? Han Tianming was still furious. Lu Yu, you know the old man's condition better than I do. How could you let him be discharged? Sigh. Lu Yu sighed, I didn't agree to it, but you know the old man's temper. Once he makes a decision, no one can stop him. Besides, even if he stays in the hospital, he probably won't make it to the end of the month. Why don't you go home and check? Maybe the old man is already there. As doctors, they had seen too many cases of birth, aging, illness, and death. Many people who knew they were nearing the end of their lives refused to stay in the hospital. If anything happens to the old man, I'll make sure you all pay dearly. Han Tianming pointed at the deputy director's nose and scolded him, then hurriedly left. When Jiang Yu left the hotel, it was already 11 p.m. He wandered the streets like a restless spirit. He was no longer Wan Yihuan's personal bodyguard, so he naturally couldn't stay at her house anymore. He didn't want to stay in a hotel because it was too expensive, and he didn't think he'd be staying in Tianyun City for long. He also didn't want to rent an apartment. He had earned some money working for Yuan, but he planned to save it for now. After all, he needed to handle matters in Tianyun City before moving on to other places, and saving some money would be useful in case of emergencies, to avoid any further embarrassment. Fortunately, it was the height of summer and the nights weren't cold. Yu could find a bench to sleep on for the night. The park was lush and green, with plenty of benches. The only downside was the abundance of mosquitoes. By midnight, the park was deserted, with only vagrants like him lingering around. Phew, hey! Suddenly, he heard a noise and looked in the direction of the sound. To his surprise, there was an elderly man with white hair practicing Tai Chi in the park in the middle of the night. Yu looked closely. The old man didn't seem like a martial arts practitioner. If he had been practicing martial arts for years, perhaps he would have the habit of practicing at midnight. But the old man was clearly just an amateur, practicing Tai Chi for health and fitness. Most importantly, the old man was panting heavily, and under the dim park lights, his complexion appeared waxen. This was an elderly man in his twilight years, and it seemed as though time was slowly taking its toll on him. In his condition, sitting quietly for a while would be better than anything else. Yet the old man was stubborn, seemingly convinced that two of his movements were not correct, and he kept practicing them over and over again. Yu found this odd and watched for a moment. Suddenly, the old man's body swayed, and he was about to fall to the ground. Yu acted quickly, rushing forward to catch the old man. Given his frail condition, a fall would likely mean the entire village would have to host a feast the next day. Yu helped the old man sit down on a nearby bench. The old man's breathing was labored, and it took several minutes for it to slow down. "Thank you, young man." After catching his breath, the old man finally expressed his gratitude. Yu waved his hand dismissively, then asked curiously, "Old man, it's so late. Why did you come here alone to practice Tai Chi? With your frail condition, aren't you worried your family will worry?" The old man smiled. "I've been lying in the hospital for too long. I just wanted to get some exercise. But you should at least have someone watching you. If I hadn't moved slowly just now, you might have. It doesn't matter. I don't have much time left anyway." Hearing this, Yu examined the old man closely. His complexion was pale, his pupils lacked luster, and a white line seemed to run from his forehead to his ears. The old man didn't have any serious illnesses, he was simply nearing the end of his life. Life has its own course. As a divine healer, Yu could cure those afflicted by chronic illnesses, but he couldn't save someone like this old man. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the natural course of life, and Yu had seen it all before. No wonder the old man didn't care about his own life or death. "Old man, you can't speak like that. Even if you don't care, your family might feel differently. No matter how many days you have left, your family would at least want to spend your final moments with you. You're quite the smooth talker, young man. What's your name?" "Yu." "Yu?" The old man paused. "Are you from Boki Mountain? Old man, do you recognize me? Since you're the disciple of Master Zhong, could you please help me?" The old man seemed quite agitated, but Yu shook his head and interrupted him. "Old man, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your time has come, and I'm truly powerless to do anything. I'm not asking to live any longer. The old man was too emotional and couldn't catch his breath, fainting on the spot. Fortunately, there was a divine doctor nearby. Yu pressed the old man's major acupoints, managing to revive him. However, the old man showed no signs of waking up. Yu looked utterly dejected, as if he'd gotten himself into a mess. Chapter 26. Am I not just a deadbeat? Life is unpredictable. If something were to happen to the old man under Yu's care and his unreasonable family found out, the money he had wouldn't even be enough to compensate them. But as a doctor, Yu couldn't abandon an elderly man on the brink of death, unconscious in such a desolate place. He was young and strong, spending a night in the park would be manageable. But the old man's condition was critical. If he spent another night here, the funeral procession would likely begin tomorrow. With no other choice, Yu could only carry the old man and look for a place to stay. The Star River Grand Hotel was a hotel owned by the Han Group and was considered one of the most luxurious hotels in Tianyun City. As Yu carried the old man past the hotel, he glanced at the neon-lit sign and hesitated. Staying here for a night would easily cost 500 or 600. But in the end, Yu resolutely walked inside. "Old man, you're getting off easy. Since you don't have much time left, I'll let you stay in this luxury hotel." Yu muttered to himself as he walked up to the front desk. The hotel front desk was staffed by a young woman. Upon seeing the emaciated old man in Yu's arms, she immediately dropped her head in disdain. "Hello, I'd like a room." Yu handed over his ID, but the front desk girl replied coldly, "Go to the hospital for treatment. The old man's health is indeed poor, but I'm a doctor. He'll be fine. Stop wasting my time. Get out of here. What's your attitude?" Yu's expression darkened, feeling annoyed. The front desk girl glared at him angrily. "This is my attitude. What's wrong with that? You brought this old man to our hotel. What if he dies here?" She rolled her eyes and continued in a sarcastic tone, these days, there's really all kinds of people. Are you desperate for money? She believed Jiang Yu was doing this on purpose, intending for the old man to die here so he could extort money from the hotel. You look so polite and quiet, but you speak so harshly. Do I need to be polite to someone like you? I'll say it again, get out of here immediately, or I'll call security. Do you think I'll report you? Report me? Fine, should I call our manager over? Let me tell you, don't try to pull that on me. Our Xingha Hotel is part of the Han Group. Han Group? Jiang Yu's face lit up with a smile. If it's part of the Han Group, then this will be easy to handle. Just then, the front desk manager walked over, his face red with anger, and demanded of the front desk clerk, what is all the commotion at this hour? Is this how you treat guests? The front desk staff nudged Jiang Yu and whispered, Manager, look at that guy. He is bringing an old man who is almost dead to stay at the hotel. He is clearly trying to extort us. If we let them stay, the old man might die here tonight, and our hotel will not only have to pay compensation but also bring bad luck. The manager glanced at the old man in Jiang Yu's arms and felt a sense of familiarity. But he couldn't place it, and feeling unlucky, he snapped, Get out! Get out! If you're going to die, do it somewhere else. Jiang Yu didn't argue with them. He took out his phone and dialed Han Xiong's number. What are you calling me for in the middle of the night? I'm busy. Han Xiong, on the other end of the line, was still searching for the old man and speaking quickly. Xiong, don't hang up. The sound of Xiong's sister piqued Han Xiong's interest. What is wrong? Did you run into trouble? A little trouble. I'm at the Xingha Hotel under your Han Group, but the front desk manager 1T let me check in, so I was thinking. That's all? Han Xiong said impatiently. You're the sole heir of Bo Qishan and you can't even handle this small matter? Give me the front desk manager, I'll talk to him. Jiang Yu walked straight toward the front desk manager, who felt unlucky and stepped back 2 steps, shouting, What the hell are you doing here? Stand there. Jiang Yu handed him the phone, answer it. His confident demeanor left the front desk manager momentarily speechless, and he reached out to take the phone. Who is it? It's me, Han Xiong. I heard you wouldn't let him check in. The manager froze for a few seconds, then glanced at the caller ID, which read Sister Xiong. Jiang Yu said calmly, So, can you arrange for me to check in now? The front desk manager snapped out of it and sneered, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Just make a random call and say you're Han Zong? He held the phone to his ear and sneered, Don't try to act all high and mighty with me. You're Han Xiong, and I'm Han Tianming. This time, it was Han Xiong on the other end of the phone who was completely stunned. Have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to me like that? Han Xiong on the other end of the phone was furious. You damn woman, who do you think you're talking to? I don't have time to argue with you. The lobby manager threw the phone at Jiang Yu. You have 10 seconds to get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yu was taken aback. He thought to himself, this lobby manager is way too arrogant. He doesn't even care about Han Xiong. He tried to say something else to Han Xiong, but the phone had already disconnected. Less than 10 seconds later, the lobby manager's phone rang. He picked it up and his expression changed instantly, becoming respectful. Hello, Mr. Han? What's the matter at this hour? Han Xiong had called the front desk manager directly. The lobby manager wore a fawning expression, even though Han Xiong wasn't there, but he still bowed and scraped. Han Xiong's furious voice rang out over the phone, Mr. Han? Am I not the one who's dead? Mr. Han, are you joking? Who dares to call you that? Before he could finish, the front desk manager suddenly looked like he was about to cry, Mr. Han, just now, was that really you? The front desk manager regretted his words deeply. Who could have guessed that the scruffy-looking young man was actually Han Xiong's friend? Slap. To save his job, the lobby manager slapped himself across the face, the sound crisp and loud. Mr. Han, I'm so sorry. I really didn't know it was you. I was wrong. I truly regret it. I'm busy right now. I'll deal with you later. First, arrange for my friend to check in. Mr. Han, you don't understand the situation. The lobby manager walked aside, covering his mouth and speaking softly, Mr. Han, it's not that we don't want to let your friend check in, but your friend, he's carrying an old man who's almost dead. If anything happens, it will have a huge impact on the hotel. He spoke in a tone of considering the bigger picture, but little did he expect to be completely flustered by Han Xiong's single sentence. Even if he's holding a dead man, treat him like a VIP. The front desk manager was on the verge of tears. Han Xiong's words clearly revealed Jiang Yu's noble status. The front desk manager not only offended Han Xiong but also felt he had offended someone of even higher standing. No one knew the content of the manager's call. The front desk staff was still reminding him, Manager, this person isn't leaving. Should we call security? The manager lost his composure, call your mother as security. Chapter 27, The Return of the Needle. In the end, Jiang Yu checked in smoothly and was assigned to the highest grade presidential suite. The lobby manager's attitude toward him did a complete 180-degree turnaround, almost ready to grovel at Jiang Yu's feet. There was nothing he could do. He still hoped Jiang Yu would speak well of him to save his job. John Yu was also staying in a presidential suite for the first time. It was extremely luxurious, and the view was breathtaking. From the window, the night view of Tianyun City was all within sight. Money really does make life better. Standing by the window, Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel for the first time. Just by knowing a wealthy woman like Han Xiong, he was able to enjoy such treatment. No wonder people say that the happiness of the wealthy is beyond imagination. The old man had been dozing for about an hour when he finally woke up. He looked around and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where am I?" "Old man, you're awake?" Jiang Yu hurried over. "This is the presidential suite of the Han Group. How about it? Luxurious, isn't it?" The old man nodded. "But staying here must cost quite a bit for the night, right? You've just come down from the mountains and don't have much savings. Why are you spending so much?" "It's okay. Think of it as doing a good deed. After all, one should enjoy life at least once, shouldn't they?" What he didn't mention was that it was arranged by Han Xiong, so the front desk manager dared not accept any payment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent thousands of dollars for one night. Jiang Yu helped the old man to his feet and asked, "Old man, you must be hungry. I'll have someone bring some food over." "No rush, no rush. Let us talk about my matter first. Old man, it's not that I don't want to help you, but with my current abilities, I'm not yet at the point where I can bargain with the underworld. You're the only disciple of Master Zhong, the divine doctor. I believe in your medical skills. Believing doesn't matter. The key is that I don't believe it. I don't want to live a few more years or months, but at least I want to make it to the 3rd day of next month. But my body. I'm afraid I won't make it that long. Thank goodness I met you. The 3rd day of next month." Jiang Yu stroked his chin and thought. With this much time, he could try to buy the old man some more time. "Old man, what is so important about the 3rd day of next month?" "The 3rd day of next month is my birthday." Jiang Yu was speechless. At his age, shouldn't he care about such things? The old man seemed to have read his mind and continued, "Recently, my son told me to take care of my health. He wants to throw me a big birthday party on the 3rd day of next month and also arrange my granddaughter's wedding. I won't be around to see my granddaughter get married, but at least I want to make it to her engagement. That's my only wish. Can you help me?" "I'll try. Do you need any expensive traditional Chinese herbs?" "No, your body is in such a state now that nothing but a miracle cure would help." "Then how can you help me?" "Old man, wait here." Jiang Yu hurried downstairs, turned down 3 streets, and found a pharmacy still open. He bought some silver needles. When the silver needles were placed before the old man, he asked excitedly, "Are you going to perform the 7-star life-prolonging needle technique on me?" Old man, you actually know about the 7-star life-prolonging needle? That's a closely guarded secret of our Boki Mountain. I had the honor of witnessing Master Zhong perform it." Jiang Yu's master had saved countless lives in his lifetime, so the old man having seen him wasn't that surprising, so Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. He said, "Extending life is an act against heaven and should not be performed lightly. The technique I will use on you is called broken needle reflection." "What is the story behind the broken needle reflecting light?" "This technique is only applicable to those on the brink of death. Anyone who receives this needle will, within half a month, experience a final burst of vitality." "What happens after half a month?" "Certain death." Jiang Yu looked at the old man and asked, "Old master, have you thought this through?" The old man's eyes grew unfocused as he muttered to himself, "Half a month is enough for me to hold on until the 9th of next month." Then, he nodded firmly at Jiang Yu, "Thank you for your help. The needle revival technique is not complicated, consisting of only 3 needles. 1 needle at the Baihui acupoint, 1 at the Fengqi acupoint, and 1 at the Reniying acupoint. Each needle is inserted 3 inches deep, massaged for 15 minutes, then pulled out 2 inches, followed by breaking the needle." Jiang Yu's technique was highly skilled. A white halo appeared at the tip of his finger. The old man felt a warm sensation on his skin. Jiang Yu pinched the silver needle between his fingers, gave it a gentle shake, and the needle snapped cleanly, the broken end flush with the skin. The elderly man, who had previously been pale and listless, suddenly became vibrant and alert, as if experiencing a final burst of energy before death. "I suddenly feel a bit hungry," the old man said cheerfully. Though he knew he would die in 15 days, he was still happy. Jiang Yu immediately called the waiter to bring some food, which was quite abundant, as they were staying in a presidential suite. "Little Yu, come here." The old man's tone had grown much more affectionate toward Jiang Yu, who sat down beside him and watched quietly. "I have a favor to ask," the old man said. "Old master, please speak. On the 3rd day of next month, which is my birthday, you must be there." "Old master, you should enjoy your family time. I'll just stay out of it. This opportunity is what you gave me, you must be there. And this birthday banquet wouldn't be the same without you." "Sir, you're making this sound serious." Jiang Yu didn't even realize when he had become so important. But the old man's kindness was hard to refuse, so Jiang Yu eventually agreed. The old man asked for his phone number and said he would notify him once the hotel was booked. The two chatted until 3 in the morning, talking about everything under the sun, before finally drifting off to sleep. Jiang Yu woke up at 9 in the morning and found that the old man had already left. Upon inquiry, he learned that the old man had left at 6 o'clock. The old man had only slept for 3 hours. He only had half a month left, and after that, he would pass away. He didn't want to waste his remaining time sleeping. John Yoo simply regarded this as a minor episode in his life and left the hotel to continue with his plans to call off the engagement. Perhaps good deeds are rewarded. For having helped the old man last night, he received good news today. Someone had replied to his post online, saying they knew someone named Wen Fuya. John Yoo was overjoyed and immediately found the person who had replied. The man was named Yang Wei, in his 20s, working on a construction site. Since he couldn't leave, John Yoo went to find him personally. John Yoo was lucky not to encounter a scammer. Yang Wei, who was busy with work, had taken a 10-minute break, so he didn't beat around the bush. When I was back in my hometown, there was a neighbor whose daughter was named Wen Fuya. However, their family moved away over a decade ago. Do you know where they live now? I don't know, but you can go to my hometown and ask around. There is still a relative of Wen Fuya's family there. Can you call and help me get in touch with them? I'm sorry, but after my parents passed away 7 years ago, I left my hometown. Since I don't have any relatives there, I don't have their contact information either. Finally, Yang Wei gave John Yoo the address of his hometown. John Yoo wanted to give him a few hundred yuan as a token of gratitude, but Yang Wei refused. Qingping Township, Yulong Village, that was the address of Wen Fuya's hometown. John Yoo was eager to call off the engagement and set off immediately. Chapter 28, The Wen Family Has Passed. John Yoo never imagined that Wen Fuya's family home would be so far away. After taking a 40-minute bus ride from the city to Jiufeng Mountain, he began trekking through the mountains. The mountain paths were treacherous, and even John Yoo, who was accustomed to the mountains, felt exhausted. Wen Fuya's hometown was so remote that it could be described as a deep mountain forest. He left in the morning and didn't arrive in Yulong Village until late at night. Decades ago, Yulong Village had over 100 residents. However, with the nation's economic development, more and more young people left the mountains, leaving behind mostly the elderly and infirm. On the steep mountainside, there were scattered houses, about 30 in total, all made of wood and showing signs of age. Most of these houses had been abandoned for years and were in a state of disrepair. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the deep mountains echoed with the occasional low growls of wild beasts. The villagers went to bed early, and Jiang Yu could see no lights in the village. He couldn't possibly knock on doors in the middle of the night to find Wen Fuya's relatives, so he had to find an abandoned house to rest for the night and wait until dawn to look for someone. The house had plenty of wooden planks, so he wiped them down and managed to rest for a few hours. As the first rays of dawn pierced the depths of the mountains, accompanied by the barking of dogs, smoke began to rise from the chimneys of nearby homes. The mountain villagers went to bed early and naturally rose early. The mountain air was fresh. Jiang Yu stretched lazily, stepped out of the dilapidated house, and followed the smoke in search of the source. It was an old wooden house. An elderly man with a hunchback and a face full of wrinkles sat in front of the main hall smoking a pipe. His skin was almost black and shiny. In the kitchen, an elderly woman with white hair was busy at work. The old man puffed on his pipe, occasionally urging, "Is the rice ready yet?" Life was peaceful and mundane. The villagers left behind seemed forgotten by the world. Those with families could only reunite with their loved ones during the new year to share a meal. Those without families might go years, even decades, without speaking a word to anyone outside their village. The old man's eyes were sharp. He spotted Jiang Yu from a distance and immediately stood up, fixating his gaze on him. It was rare for an outsider to come to the village. "Good day, sir." Jiang Yu greeted him politely. The old man asked in a weathered voice, "Young man, what brings you here?" "Looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" "A relative of Wen Fuya." "Do you know him, old man?" "Wen Fuya?" It seemed like that name had been long forgotten. The old man thought for a moment before saying, "Are you here to find Wen Shusheng?" Jiang Yu assumed that Wen Shusheng must be related to Wen Fuya, so he nodded and asked, "Do you know where he is?" The old man didn't say anything, turned around, and went into the main hall. He came out carrying a bamboo basket covered with a black cloth, and no one knew what was inside. "Follow me." Though elderly, the old man was still in good health, moving effortlessly along the mountain path. He called out to the kitchen, "Old woman, I'm going out for a bit. It's almost time to eat." "Where are you going?" "Looking for old one." The old woman in the kitchen paused for a moment, then muttered under her breath, "What is the old man up to so early in the morning? Old one has been dead for years." Jiang Yu had no idea that Wen Shusheng was already dead until the old man led him to a grave. He only realized what was happening when he saw the tombstone. The old man set down his bamboo basket, lifted the black cloth, and revealed incense, candles, and paper money. Old one has been dead for so many years, and finally someone came to visit him. He lit 2 candles and then gave Jiang Yu a nod, signaling him to burn the paper money. Jiang Yu was confused. He had traveled all this way to find Yulong Village only to end up here? But since he had come all this way, and the old man had even prepared the paper money for him, he couldn't just turn around and leave. He decided to consider it a way to fulfill his duty to his unmarried fiancée, whom he had never met. While burning the paper money, the old man asked, "Young man, what's your relationship with old one?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "Actually, I have no relation to him." "If you're not related, why did you go through all this trouble to find him?" "Sir, I'm actually looking for Wen Fuyao. A friend told me that Wen Fuyao has a relative in his hometown, so I came looking for him." "I didn't expect. Wen Fuyao? The little girl who used to have 2 ponytails? That should be her. Do you know where they moved to, old man?" "Where else could they have moved?" "To the city, of course. All the young people from the village have gone to the city. There are countless cities big and small in the world." The old man's words were as good as not said. The old man muttered to himself, "The last time I saw that girl was a few years ago. Oh, right, I saw her once when old one died. She's really grown up, she's so beautiful now." Jiang Yu hurriedly asked, "Old man, since you saw her a few years ago, do you know which city they moved to?" "They moved to Tianyun City outside the mountains. After they left, things started to look up for them. You wouldn't believe it. But the Wen family used to be the poorest family around here." The old man seemed to have not spoken to an outsider in a long time. Once he started talking, he couldn't stop. Old Wen had a nephew named Wen Shiyun. He was frail and sickly from a young age. At 20, he finally married a woman and had a daughter. But his health was failing, and no one knew if it was because the Wen family had accumulated merit in past lives or something else. When his daughter was 5, a divine doctor came to the village, accompanied by a young boy. Jiang Yusen thought to himself, "That little boy is standing right in front of you now, but he was too young back then and doesn't remember anything." The old man continued, "That divine doctor's medical skills were truly remarkable. After just a few doses of medicine, he cured Wen Shiyun's illness and pulled him back from the brink of death." Wen Shiyun was so grateful that he immediately promised his daughter to the divine doctor's disciple. We were all there. You wouldn't believe the scene. Wen Shiyun knelt before the divine doctor until the marriage contract was drawn up before he would stand up. After Wen Shiyun recovered, he took his family to the city to work. They came back often in the first few years, and each time they returned, they looked completely different. I heard from old one that he had started a business in the city and was making a lot of money each year. The young people in the village saw this and started flocking to the city too, but few managed to succeed like Wen Shiyun. In my opinion, it must have been that old divine doctor who changed the feng shui of the Wen family's ancestral grave. Otherwise, Wen Shiyun wouldn't have risen so quickly. The old man was a man of the world and had studied feng shui. Jiang Yu, though specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, had also studied feng shui, though not as skillfully as the old man. "Old man, could you take me to see the Wen family's ancestral grave?" Jiang Yu was intrigued and wanted to see how the old man had helped the Wen family back then. "Follow me." After walking along the mountain path for about 2 miles, Jiang Yu finally saw the Wen family's ancestral grave. It was a grand ancient tomb, with 2 lifelike stone lions at the entrance. Jiang Yu observed the terrain. Behind the tomb, lush greenery formed a forest resembling a crouching white tiger, while the front offered a clear view of the mountain foot, with an open and spacious courtyard. A river flowed around the courtyard at the foot of the mountain. This was indeed a feng shui treasure spot. Chapter 29, Searching for Wen Shiyun. "Surprised, aren't you?" The old man took a puff of his pipe and said, "Actually, the Wen family was once a prominent clan, but their fortune declined over time. Otherwise, do you think they could have given that little girl such a fine name as Wen Fuyao?" Jiang Yu examined the Wen family's ancestral tomb. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but there was an extra 3-finger-wide symbol carved into the tombstone. The symbol had been carved into the tombstone with a sharp tool, and Jiang Yu knew immediately that it was the old man's handiwork. The old man said slowly, "Did you see that symbol?" Before the divine doctor arrived, there was no symbol on the tombstone. The old man exclaimed in surprise, stepped forward to take a closer look, and immediately flew into a rage. Who dared to deface the tombstone of someone's ancestral grave? The symbol on the tombstone had been crossed out with a diagonal line. Perhaps it was scratched by wild beasts in the mountains. Jiang Yu offered an explanation, but his expression was solemn. The old man had drawn a talisman to ward off evil spirits. Why would he draw such a talisman on such a feng shui blessed site? Could there be something unknown in the Wen family's ancestral grave? And the diagonal line on the talisman wasn't the work of a wild beast, it was likely caused by malevolent energies. The damaged talisman foretold that the Wen family was about to face a calamity. "We must find Wen Fuyao as soon as possible to help them resolve this crisis, settle the karma, and obtain the marriage certificate to leave." "Sir, do you have any way to contact the Wen Fuyao family? I can't get in touch with them. When old one was alive, they would occasionally come back. But since old one passed away, they haven't returned at all." "Old man, are you sure they moved to Tianyun City?" "I'm an old man, I never lie." "Then the Wen Shiyun you mentioned earlier is Wen Fuyao's father, right?" "That is correct." "Thank you, old man. You've been through a lot. Let me walk you back." After Jiang Yu sent the old man back, the old man warmly invited him to have breakfast. Though it was just porridge and pickles, it was better than any delicacy. After leaving the mountains, Jiang Yu immediately posted another message online, searching for Wen Shiyun. He reasoned that since Wen Chiyun was doing business in Tianyun City, he should be easier to find than Wen Fuya. After posting the message, he boarded a bus and returned to Boki Mountain. He hadn't studied talismans in depth, so he needed to ask the old man back home what the extra line on the talisman meant and whether the Wen family was facing a deadly crisis. If the Wen family suddenly faced disaster, he might never be able to obtain the marriage contract. Old man, I've come back to see you." Jiang Yu shouted loudly from a distance, but there was no response. He arrived at the bamboo hut, which was empty. A thin layer of dust covered the floor, suggesting it had been uninhabited for some time. Jiang Yu searched the mountains for a long time but didn't see a single soul. He waited in the bamboo hut all day and finally concluded that the old man had fled. "You old fool. You said you were doing this for my own good, telling me to come down the mountain. But it was just to get rid of me so you could live in peace and quiet. I curse you to fall into a latrine while you're taking a." After Jiang Yu confirmed that the old man had left Boki Mountain days ago, he also came to terms with one thing. Not everyone has someone standing behind them to help them. From now on he'd have to rely on himself for everything. What was most infuriating was that the old man had taken all the treasures with him when he left, leaving Jiang Yu with the feeling that he now regretted not having studied more when he had the chance. There was no time to dwell on that now. The urgent matter was to find Wen Chiyun. On the way back to Tianyun City from the mountain, the post had already received a reply. Someone asked him if he was looking for Wen Chiyun from Jiyun Company. Jiang Yu immediately searched for Jiyun Company online and went to the address listed. Jiyun Company is in the building materials business and is considered a leader in the industry. The 17th floor of Baishan Tower is where Jiyun Company is located. Since it wasn't during rush hour, the elevator wasn't too crowded. "Little Jiang, what are you doing here?" Upon entering the elevator, Jiang Yu heard someone greet him. He turned around and was surprised to see Wen Yaowan's father. Wen Yaowan's real name is Wen Fuyao, so the man in front of Jiang Yu was the very person he was looking for. Wen Chiyun. Wen Chiyun was pretending not to know, but Jiang Yu had already found his way here. Who else could he be looking for? "Uncle, it's you. I'm here looking for someone." "What about you?" "I work here." "By the way, who are you looking for?" "Maybe I know them too." "I'm looking for Wen Chiyun." "Mr. Wen? What do you need from Mr. Wen? Do you know him?" "Of course I do. I work at the company on the 10th floor. We often see each other going up and down the stairs." As they spoke, Wen Chiyun quietly pressed the button for the 10th floor. The elevator arrived at the 10th floor. Wen Chiyun stepped out and waved goodbye to Jiang Yu. "I'm off to work." "Uncle, you go ahead with your work." As soon as the elevator doors closed, Wen Chiyun immediately called his secretary. "Xiao Zhang, go to the company lobby immediately. There's a young man named Jiang Yu looking for me. Tell him I'm out of town on business. Oh, and if he asks about my daughter, just say she's studying abroad. Don't mention anything else." To help his daughter keep her identity a secret, Wen Chiyun went to great lengths and didn't even dare to return to his own company. Jiang Yu arrived at the front desk of Jiyun Company, where the elegant and composed secretary Zhang was already waiting for him. "Is Mr. Wen Chiyun available?" Jiang Yu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. The receptionist glanced at him and politely asked, "Do you have an appointment?" "No. I'm afraid not. Our boss's schedule is fully booked. Please make an appointment and come back later." The front desk was about to send him away when Zhang, the secretary, stepped forward and asked, "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Jiang Yu. Could you please call your boss and ask him? He should know me." "That's really unfortunate. Mr. Wen just left for another province on business. Why don't you come back when he returns?" The front desk looked at Zhang's secretary in confusion, thinking to herself, didn't the manager just say the boss was about to arrive and told us to stay alert? However, since Zhang was a high-ranking secretary, as a mere front desk clerk, she dared not interrupt. "Mr. Wen isn't here. Could you help me contact his daughter, Wen Fuyao, or give me her phone number so I can contact her myself?" Jiang Yu indeed asked about Wen Fuyao, but Zhang had already prepared her response. "Mr. Wen's daughter doesn't handle company matters. We don't have her contact information. Do you know where he lives? She went abroad to study 2 years ago. These matters are probably only known to Mr. Wen himself." Jiang Yu looked slightly disappointed. "When will Mr. Wen be back?" "That's hard to say. Sometimes it's 3 or 5 days, sometimes 1 or 2 months. Can you give me Mr. Wen's contact information?" "Of course. Wen Chiyun is in business, so his phone number isn't a secret, so Zhang, the secretary, readily gave it to him." Chapter 30, An Omen of Doom. When Jiang Yu went downstairs, Wen Chiyun was already in the lobby. Wen Chiyun's phone rang. It was an unknown number. Seeing Jiang Yu on the phone, he hung up without hesitation. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." Hanging up on me? Because it was an unknown number? He tried again, but Wen Chiyun hung up once more. He tried again, but this time Wen Chiyun simply turned off his phone. After turning off his phone, Wen Chiyun approached him with a concerned expression and asked, "How did it go? Did you find anyone?" Jian Yu shook his head. They said Mr. Wen went to another province for business. When Xian comforted him, business people are always like that, traveling all over the place. Is there something urgent you need him for? Jian Yu thought this was Wen Shiyun's family matter and didn't want to discuss it with outsiders, so he shook his head and said there was nothing important. By the way, how are things going between you and Yi Huan? Seeing Wen Shiyun's expectant gaze, Jian Yu looked taken aback. Does he really think I'm dating Wen Yi Huan? Uncle, what happened that day was just a misunderstanding. I don't have anything going on with Mr. Wen. I know. Uncle didn't misunderstand. Love is like business, it takes time to get to know each other. Let us take it slow. Uncle, Wen and I aren't what you think we are. I understand. Young people are more open-minded these days, and I can get that. Jian Yu was filled with questions. What on earth was going on? Just then, when Yi Huan called him. When Xian glanced at the screen and gave a sly smile, you said there was nothing. Uncle, it's really nothing. Don't say so much. Just answer the call. Jian Yu reluctantly answered the call. Mr. Wen, what do you need from me? Nothing much. I cooked a few dishes at home, and eating alone is pretty boring. Why don't you come over and join me? What? Jian Yu thought he must have heard wrong. Why would Wen Yi Huan suddenly invite him over for dinner? When Shiyun patted his shoulder meaningfully, you two should talk it over. As long as you're both willing, I'll fully support you. He finally stepped into the elevator and went upstairs. Refusing someone's kind invitation is very ungentlemanly. Though Jian Yu was surprised by Wen Yi Huan's invitation, he agreed readily. He hadn't eaten much in the past 2 days, and his stomach was already growling. Soon, Jian Yu arrived at Wen Yi Huan's home. Please sit down for a moment, the food will be ready shortly. Wen Yi Huan opened the door wearing a floral apron, then hurried into the kitchen to start cooking, displaying the grace of a devoted wife and mother. Jian Yu couldn't help but admire Wen Yi Huan. She was capable both in the kitchen and in social settings, kind-hearted and beautiful. If he weren't so fixated on his younger apprentice sister Dodo, he might have already developed feelings for her. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served. Wen Yi Huan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, just some simple home-cooked dishes. Don't be picky. Ms. Wen, what are you saying? These dishes are delicious and aromatic. They look so tempting, and I can tell just by the smell that they're better than anything at a 5-star hotel. Wen Yi Huan smiled sweetly. You've become quite the smooth talker in just a few days. She brought over the bowls and chopsticks, took off her apron, and asked, would you like some wine? Jian Yu nodded. Red or white? Beer, of course. Ice-cold beer is the way to go in summer. Wen Yi Huan took a few bottles of ice-cold beer from the fridge, poured some for him, and poured herself a full glass as well. Do you drink, Mr. Wen? Occasionally. Sometimes business matters can be overwhelming, and having a drink in the evening helps me sleep better. Wen Yi Huan raised his glass. I'll toast you first, thank you for coming to dinner with me. Jian Yu downed his drink in one gulp. Mr. Wen, you're too kind. Being able to eat a meal you cooked yourself is an honor for me. Wen Yi Huan chuckled softly, as if a gentle spring breeze had swept through the room, making one's heart flutter. She was beautiful when she smiled, and Jian Yu couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But looking was a mistake. Wen Yi Huan's forehead was dark, and a faint green aura was rising from the top of her head, a sign of impending danger. Wen Yi Huan might be in for a bloody disaster. Ms. Wen, has anything unusual happened at the company recently? Jian Yu's expression grew serious. No, everything has been smooth since you helped me out last time. The Black Tiger gang hasn't come looking for trouble again. However, you should be extra cautious around He Qing Yuan. Jian Yu suspected that Wen Yi Huan's misfortune was likely connected to He Qing Yuan. I will. Let's not talk about those unpleasant things today. Come, let's drink. An hour later, Wen Yi Huan was slightly tipsy, lying on the sofa watching TV. Her graceful figure was slender and well-proportioned, and her pair of white legs were flawless. She tapped the sofa and looked at Jian Yu with a dreamy expression. Come sit down. It's not your first time here. Why so stiff? Jian Yu cautiously sat down, daring not to get too close to Wen Yi Huan. His heart was already racing, and with the alcohol in his system, he feared he might lose control. He resisted the urge to look at Wen Yi Huan. By the way, have you thought about my previous suggestion? What proposal? To be my bodyguard. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well compensated. I agree, but I have a condition. What condition? No contract. Without a contract, he could leave whenever he wanted. The reason he agreed to work for Wen Yi Huan was because of her impending misfortune. Wen Yi Huan is a beautiful and kind-hearted girl, and Jian Yu doesn't want her to meet an untimely end. No problem, but I have a condition too. What are the conditions? You've only been in Tianyun City for a short time, so you probably haven't found a place to stay yet. Why don't you stay with me? Ha? What does that mean? Are girls these days so straightforward? Wen Yi Huan knew that Jian Yu was her fiancé. She wanted to assess him. After getting to know his character, she believed that living under the same roof would allow her to see all aspects of a person more clearly. But Jian Yu didn't think that way. He is currently working as a bodyguard, not a personal bodyguard. Yet when Hwan still wants him to live with her, the implication is almost too obvious to bear. If Jiang Yu had a mirror right now, he'd definitely pick it up and admire himself, then sigh, my damn charm. Since when Hwan didn't mind, Jiang Yu naturally accepted gladly. Who wouldn't want to spend every day with a beauty? Plus, there's no rent. Ms. Wan, I'm going out to buy some things. I'll be back soon. One should repay even the smallest kindness with great gratitude. Since when Hwan was kind to him, he naturally wanted to reciprocate. This is the principle of sowing good deeds and reaping good rewards. He walked around Tianyun City, bought some yellow paper and cinnabar, and personally drew an amulet. Though his skill in drawing talismans couldn't match the old man's, it still had some efficacy. Keep this amulet with you. In a critical moment, it might just save your life. Even as when Hwan's bodyguard, he couldn't protect her around the clock, so he drew the talisman for her self-defense. He spoke seriously, but when Hwan couldn't help but giggle, what era are we in? Do you still believe in such things? Though she said this, she carefully tucked the protective talisman away. It was clear that she treasured this seemingly eccentric gift from Jiang Yu. Chapter 31, Does liking someone count as harboring ill intentions? Although when Hwan didn't believe the talisman could really protect her life, she treated it like a precious treasure, even tying it with a red string and hanging it around her snow-white neck. That day, Jiang Yu stayed at Hwan's house. The next day, he followed Hwan to work. When Su Xian saw him again, she was completely surprised. What are you doing here? I'm now Mr. Wan's bodyguard, so of course I had to come. What? Su Xian looked at Hwan with a puzzled expression. Mr. Wan, you really hired him as your bodyguard? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. How did I sense so much jealousy in your tone? You're a girl, aren't you? Could it be that your preferences are different from normal people? You Jiang, stop talking nonsense. If I hear you say that again, I'll tear your mouth off. Look at you getting so worked up. Did I hit a nerve? Jiang Yu smiled wickedly, yet he was also somewhat surprised. Su Xian's reaction was way too intense. Could she really be into women like Hwan? The world is truly full of surprises. Alright, I need to get back to work. You go ahead and do your thing. Hwan waved her hand and spoke softly. She knew Jiang Yu was looking for someone, so during the time she was working at the company, Jiang Yu was free to go wherever he wanted. By the way, Ms. Wan, since you're also in business, do you happen to know the CEO of Jiyun Company? Jiang Yu had been unable to contact Wen Shiyun. Every time he called, either the call was hung up or the phone was turned off, which was quite frustrating for him. There was nothing he could do, so he had to ask Hwan to help make the connection. Hwan was taken aback, her heart racing. He found my father so quickly? Could he also be suspecting my identity? Mr. Wen, what is wrong? Noticing Hwan's unusual expression, Su Xian immediately asked with concern. Nothing, I'm fine. She dared not look into Jiang Yu's eyes and instead tried to gauge the situation. I'm in the cosmetics business, so I don't have much to do with construction companies. Have you met him? No, I went there, but the company secretary said he is out of town on business. Phew. Hwan sighed in relief. It seemed she hadn't given anything away yet. Su Xian, however, spoke in a sarcastic tone. So you saw your fiancée, and she must have rejected you, right? If I were a wealthy heiress, I wouldn't want you either. Jiang Yu's eyebrows furrowed. This Su Xian, even after a few days, she still spoke so harshly. He replied coldly, I didn't see her. She said my fiancé went abroad to study 2 years ago and hasn't come back yet. Su Xian bloated, haha. You didn't even see her? I bet she doesn't want anything to do with you. Didn't you hear me say she went abroad? If your ears are broken, go get them fixed. Su Xian snorted coldly, adding, there are so many handsome guys abroad. I bet your fiancé already has a boyfriend. You're definitely out of the picture. I came to call off the engagement. Does it matter to me if she has a boyfriend or not? Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently, which left Hwan slightly disappointed. Stop pretending you don't care. She is the daughter of a wealthy family. Marrying her would save you at least 20 years of hard work. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, then marrying a female CEO like Hwan would let you skip 50 years of hard work. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's face immediately fell, and she angrily said, your true colors are showing. You're clearly harboring ulterior motives toward Ms. Wan. Jiang Yu replied calmly, Ms. Wan is both beautiful and talented, capable of both socializing and cooking. Of course she is easy to admire. Does liking someone count as harboring ill intentions? What did you say? Hwan's face flushed red, and her heartbeat quickened. Does he really like me? But that was way too direct. Was that a confession? Should I accept it or play hard to get? Just as Hwan was lost in her thoughts, Jiang Yu poured a bucket of cold water on her. Ms. Wan, don't misunderstand. I was just using a metaphor to explain to Su Xian. You're so outstanding, how could I dare to aspire to someone like you? At least you have some self-awareness. Su Xian crossed her arms, her eyes brimming with challenge. Get out. I need to work. When Yihuan pointed at the door and her sudden seriousness left Jiang Yu speechless. What's going on? What did I do to offend her? Su Xian chimed in, if your ears are broken, go to the hospital. Didn't you hear Wen Zong tell you to get out? Get out if you have to. Jiang Yu turned around nonchalantly and hurried downstairs. He continued calling Wen Qiyun, but as expected, the call was hung up again. Jiang Yu was frustrated. Even if it was an unknown number he had called so many times, shouldn't Wen Qiyun at least answer once? He had no idea that Wen Qiyun had already blocked him. There was nothing he could do. Wen Qiyun was the company boss, receiving countless calls every day. He couldn't possibly keep his phone off just for Jiang Yu, and hanging up every time was too much trouble. It was better to just block him once and for all. The marriage certificate from the Wen family contained clues about Jiang Yu's background, and he couldn't give up on it. Since Wen Qiyun wasn't answering his calls, he decided to visit Jiyun Company every day. But the person who greeted her was still Zhang, the secretary, with the same old excuses. Jiang Yu had made up his mind he would wait at Jiyun Company for an hour every day. He refused to believe that Wen Qiyun would never show up. The progress on the Wen family's side was currently at a standstill. After leaving Jiyun Company, Jiang Yu walked while thinking about a strategy for the Han family. Before he knew it, he had arrived at Tianyun University. Brother, looking for Han Ing? Someone tapped his shoulder. Jiang Yu turned around and saw it was the man with the prominent chin who had drunk with him the day before. He wasn't particularly attractive, but he didn't seem like someone with a lot of ulterior motives. Jiang Yu felt a bit guilty toward him, so he nodded politely. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, so the man thought he had forgotten him and reminded him, a few days ago, at the nice bar, we had a drink together. My name is Wei Yong. I'm in the same class as Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi. Did you forget? Jiang Yu had never known his name before, so when he introduced himself, Jiang Yu feigned surprise. Oh, Wei Yong. How could I forget? His eyes darted around, thinking to himself, since Wei Yong and Han Ing are classmates, not turning him into my informant would be a waste of resources. Wei Yong, are you close with Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi? We were just average before, but for some reason, these past few days, Wang Ruoqi has been treating me like I'm the plague. She keeps scolding me, and if I get anywhere near her, she acts like a barrel of gunpowder ready to explode. Wei Yong was deeply frustrated. Jiang Yu held back a laugh. He knew it had to be because of the photos. Wang Ruoqi probably wished Wei Yong would just disappear from the face of the earth as if he never existed. He patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said persuasively, brother, do you know what it means to lure and then capture? Chapter 32, The Three Principles. Teasing to catch, what does that mean? Wei Yong scratched his head, looking a bit dim-witted. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, how did you even get into college with that level of knowledge? Tell me, do you like Wang Ruoqi? Who doesn't like a pretty girl? Wei Yong's face turned a bit red, feeling embarrassed. Jiang Yu whispered, many girls use the tactic of playing hard to get when they like someone. Haven't you heard of that? Wei Yong shook his head, I've never been in a relationship before. Jiang Yu asked, do you want to win Wang Ruoqi over? Of course I do. Wei Yong blurted out without hesitation. But as soon as he said it, his face fell, and he murmured, how could Wang Ruoqi possibly like me? Jiang Yu said, there's nothing impossible in this world, it's all about having the determination. As long as you're committed, I'll help you. You're really willing to help me chase after Wang Ruoqi? Wei Yong was so moved he was about to cry. Brother, I never expected you to be so kind. I even helped Wang Ruoqi get you drunk that day. I'm such a terrible person. Although he was in the same class as Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi, they hadn't spoken more than a few words all semester, barely more than strangers. He liked Wang Ruoqi, but he knew he wasn't good enough for her and dared not reveal his feelings. However, Wei Yong was somewhat of a celebrity in the class, as everyone called him the wine god. A few days ago, Han Ing and Wang Ruoqi planned to get Jiang Yu drunk and approached Wei Yong for help. Helping Wang Ruoqi, Wei Yong naturally didn't hesitate. Although there was an unexpected incident that night, and everyone was drunk by Jiang Yu, Wei Yong felt that at least after that incident, his relationship with Wang Ruoqi would grow closer. But to his surprise, Wang Ruoqi treated him like a plague. It's okay, you didn't get me drunk either. Jiang Yu shrugged it off, and Wei Yong gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you're the best drinker I've ever seen. I, Wei Yong, will gladly call you number one. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, watch less anime. How could he say such cheesy lines? Alright, I'll watch less. Now, how should I pursue Wang Ruoqi? Give me some advice. When it comes to chasing girls, there are 3 golden rules. 1. Persistence. 2. No shame. 3. Persist in having no shame. Wang Ruoqi isn't an ordinary girl. Chasing her isn't something that happens overnight. Here is what you do, keep me updated on Wang Ruoqi and Han Ing's movements in class. Know your enemy and yourself, and you'll win every battle. Jiang Yu had no experience with romance, so he could only give advice based on the novels and TV shows he had watched. Wei Yong scratched his head in confusion. Why do I need to keep track of Han Ying's movements if I'm chasing Wang Ruoqi? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. Are you kidding me? Han Ying is my real target, you idiot. Of course, he couldn't say that to her face, so he tried to reason with her, they're best friends, inseparable. A little extra effort means a little extra insurance. Oh, right, you're so smart, no wonder you can compete with Zhao Gongzi. What do you mean? The whole school is talking about it. Zhao Gongzi is also pursuing Han Ing. He just showed up with 6 sports cars and covered the ground with flowers under her dorm building to confess his feelings. Oh. Jian Yu casually uttered an oh, and Wei Yong exclaimed in surprise, aren't you worried? What's there to worry about? He actually hoped Zhao Shua would succeed. Wei Yong couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. It seems you've already got everything planned out. That night, we all got drunk, and only you and Han Ing left. Did you too? He gave Jiang Yu a knowing look, as if to say, I know what you mean. Jiang Yu didn't respond, instead walking toward the school. Let's go see how Zhao Gongzi confesses his feelings. Wei Yong was even more impressed he was actually going to watch his rival confess his feelings. He hurried after him, leading the way, and soon arrived at the girls' dormitory building. By then, the area below the building was already crowded with people, mostly girls, all filled with envy. Zhao Shua himself was nothing special, the kind of person you'd never notice in a crowd. But Money Talk's 6 luxury cars parked there made it impossible not to notice him. Many people were taking selfies in front of the sports cars, as they were equally appealing to both boys and girls. Even Jiang Yu found it cool and couldn't help but walk up to join the crowd. Wei Yong followed behind him, repeatedly saying, that's so cool. I really want my own sports car too. Comparing oneself to others is truly disheartening. Some people can't afford a single sports car in their entire lives, while others can use 6 sports cars to propose marriage. Wei Yong couldn't resist touching it. The feeling was like touching Wang Ruoqi's hand. Just then, a young man dressed in designer clothes came over and kicked Wei Yong away with a single kick. You can watch and take photos, but don't touch it. If you scratch it, you won't be able to afford to pay for it. Arrogance and arrogance were written all over his face. Brother, that is too much. Jiang Yu's face darkened, his gaze sharp. He intended to use Wei Yong to track Han Ing's movements, and felt a sense of guilt, so he wouldn't stand by and watch Wei Yong being bullied. Brother? The young man's eyebrows nearly shot up to the sky. Who the hell do you think you are, calling me brother? Get lost. Is this school your family's? I'm standing right here. What can you do to me? Hoof. Trying to toughen up with me? The young man waved his hand. Guys, come over here and clean up this trash. Seeing this, Wei Yong immediately bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. It was my fault. Please forgive us. Today is your special day. Don't let this ruin your mood. So you're Zhao Shua? Jiang Yu shook his head. Zhao Shua glared at him angrily. So what if I am? Jiang Yu said indifferently, I suddenly don't want Han Ing to be with you anymore. He had been considering whether to help Zhao Gongzi push things along and facilitate this match, so he could take the marriage contract and leave. But now he had changed his mind. Zhao Shua's character was simply too distasteful for him to endorse. Han Ing was, after all, his fiancée. He couldn't just stand by and watch her fall into a pit of fire. What? Zhao Shua was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha. Haha, did I hear that right? You, a penniless loser, dare to meddle in my affairs with Han Ing? Who the hell do you think you are? Shu Ge. At that moment, several young men with dyed hair approached and asked, Shu Ge, you go about your business. We'll handle this blind fool. No need. Zhao Shua said arrogantly, let him stay here. I'll make this poor bastard watch with his own eyes how Han Ing agrees to marry me. Is that so? Then let me remind you, as long as I'm here, Han Ing will never agree to your advances. Damn it! Zhao Shua cursed under his breath. He had been so confident, but Jiang Yu's seemingly calm words had left him feeling uneasy. Chapter 33, Why even consider it? As a renowned playboy in Tianyun City, Zhao Shua had always gotten whatever he wanted since childhood. He had countless women around him, and none had ever refused him. This had made him extremely arrogant, and even when pursuing Han Ing, who was his equal in status, he believed there would be no obstacles. Although Jiang Yu's words made him feel uneasy, his overwhelming arrogance caused him to completely ignore Jiang Yu. Could a poor student really influence his pursuit of Han Ing? What a joke! What qualifications did he have? Zhao Shua ignored Jiang Yu and continued arranging the flowers. His friends had already started setting the mood, encouraging others to shout Han Ying's name loudly. Thousands of red roses were arranged into a huge heart-shaped pattern, with white roses spelling out Han Ying's name inside. Zhao Shua's friends also unfurled a banner with phrases like Han Ing, I love you forever written on it. If it were nighttime, Zhao Shua would definitely have arranged candles to enhance the romantic atmosphere. Jiang Yu sneered, even rich people's confessions are so cliché? Wei Yong replied, cheesy or not, it works. Jiang Yu glanced at the sports car nearby, the real value lies in this thing. If it were an ordinary girl, she'd probably find it hard to resist Zhao Shua's advances, but Han Ing was different. The Han family is extremely wealthy, and Han Ing was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Zhao Shua's tactics don't work on her. Numerous heads peered out from the dormitory building, all enviously taking photos. Han Ing sat in her dorm room watching TV, dressed in casual attire. Wang Ruoqi peeked out from the balcony and said, Han Ning, Joshua came to confess his feelings to you. Han Ning looked disgusted and said, just ignore him. I know you don't like Joshua, but you can't let him lose face like that. He's the one making a fool of himself. But he is, after all, the young master of the Ding Sheng group. If you embarrass him too much, I'm afraid it will affect the cooperation between our two families. I think you should go down there yourself. Han Ning remained unmoved, so Wang Ruoqi came over and pulled her. Let's go. Reluctantly, she was dragged down by Wang Ruoqi. As soon as they stepped out of the dormitory, a cheer erupted. The school flower, Han Ning, is out. No wonder she's the school flower. She looks stunning whether she's dressed up or down. I wish I were as rich as Zhao Gongzi. Han Ning, Han Ning. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Shua walked up to Han Ning with a bouquet of roses, knelt down on one knee, and pulled out a sparkling diamond ring from his pocket. Wow, what a huge diamond ring. It must cost hundreds of thousands. That's really going all out. Is proposing this extravagant? He has got money to burn. A few $100,000 is just pocket change for him. Many female classmates envied her, wishing they were the one being proposed to. However, Han Ying's face showed no sign of excitement, not even a hint of joy. She looked like an iceberg, cold and intimidating. Han Ning. Zhao Shua looked deeply into Han Ying's eyes and recited the love confession he had copied from the internet with great emotion. Once upon a time, I wandered aimlessly in a bygone era, unintentionally staining this world with so much helplessness. Every time I feel lonely, I find myself waiting for no reason, waiting for a dreamer to return. On every night I miss you, I hope the moonlight will bring you to my side, so we can lean on each other and pour out our hearts. Han Ning, be with me. From now on, whether it's wind and snow, or ordinary days, poverty, or prosperity, the tenderness in my heart, and wherever my gaze falls it's all you. The rest of my life is yours. These words of love caused the surrounding girls to scream and cheer. Joshua's friends started the chant and everyone joined in, shouting, be together. Jiang Yu said to Wei Yong, why does it sound so disgusting when he says these words? Wei Yong immediately made a shushing gesture. Shu, keep your voice down. If Zhao Gongzi hears us, we're finished. In truth, Han Ning felt just as sickened as Jiang Yu. If not for Wang Ruoqi firmly holding her back, she would have turned and left. Wang Ruoqi took the bouquet of roses from Han Ning and tried to smooth things over, saying, Mr. Zhao was so thoughtful. Han Ning, give him some response. Be together, be together. The crowd continued to cheer. In their eyes, Zhao Shua and Han Ning were indeed a perfect match. Just as Han Ning was about to refuse, Wang Ruoqi leaned close to her ear and whispered, don't act impulsively. If you reject him outright, Zhao Shua will lose face. Even if you don't think of him, you should consider your family's business. These words made Han Ning clench her teeth, but Wang Ruoqi's words weren't without merit. She had interacted with Zhao Shua before and knew he was petty-minded. If he were humiliated in public, he would surely harbor a grudge. Moreover, Zhao Shua's father was an old man who had him late in life and was overly protective of his son. If his son was wronged, he would certainly make life difficult for the Han family. Zhao Shua looked at Han Ning with deep affection, already anticipating the moment she would agree and he could embrace and kiss her. But Han Ning remained silent for a long time, taking several deep breaths before finally managing to say, I'll think about it. Zhao Shua clearly hadn't anticipated this outcome, his eyes betraying his dissatisfaction. What else is there to consider? Is there someone better than me? Wang Ruoqi stepped in to smooth things over. Mr. Zhao, your confession was too sudden. Han Ning might have been a bit overwhelmed. Give her some time. Since she said she'll think about it, that means you still have a chance. I was too forward. Zhao Shua stood up, reluctantly putting away the engagement ring. Alright, take your time. But tonight, can we have dinner together? Han Ning suppressed the anger boiling inside her. Are you never going to stop? You're not even taking the hint and you still want more? Her eyes betrayed her unhidden disgust. What's there to consider? Just then, a voice even more repulsive to her rang out. She didn't even need to look to know that the person she hated with every fiber of her being had arrived. Sure enough, Jiang Yu walked into everyone's view, with Wei Yong timidly following behind him. Han Ning hadn't even exploded yet, but Wang Ruoqi had already lost her temper. You country bumpkin, what are you doing here again? It's none of your business if someone else is confessing their feelings. Get out of here, now. Wang Ruoqi turned into a lioness, all because she saw Wei Yong and Jiang Yu together. If Wei Yong saw that photo, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Jiang Yu didn't even bother to acknowledge her, choosing to ignore her completely. Han Ning gritted her teeth. What are you doing here? I heard someone confessed, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. Jiang Yu's tone was calm. Han Ning, you clearly have someone you love. Why are you still considering it? Zhao Shua's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately roared, you poor bastard, get out of my sight right now, or I'll make sure you disappear forever. When Jiang Yu walked past Zhao Shua, he paused briefly and whispered, I told you, as long as I'm here, you'll never get Han Ning. Chapter 34, Face Me Like a Man. Jiang Yu's expression was too confident, so confident that it sent a chill down Zhao Shua's spine. You dare. Zhao Shua's eyes nearly burst into flames. Jiang Yu continued, Haning, I remember one night you were drunk and came with someone, let me think. Shut up. Haning snapped angrily, her face filled with resentment. Jiang Yu wisely shut up, flashing a mischievous smile. Haning snatched the rose from Wang Ruoqi's hands and threw it to the ground with a loud thud, scattering petals everywhere. Zhao Shua, listen carefully. I'm not interested in you. There's no future between us. Although Haning hated Jiang Yu, his presence had somehow given her a reason to reject him publicly. She and Wang Ruoqi both had something that Jiang Yu could use against them. Wang Ruoqi didn't want that photo to circulate, and Haning certainly didn't want the events that occurred between her and Jiang Yu at the hotel that night to be exposed. What had been a highly anticipated confession suddenly turned awkward, with the atmosphere dropping to freezing point. Haning ran back to her dormitory, but the onlookers refused to leave. Because there was new gossip to discuss. Jiang Yu's appearance had publicly rejected Zhao Shua, leaving him humiliated. It was likely that a full-scale brawl would ensue. Without Zhao Shua even needing to say a word, his friends swarmed around Jiang Yu, surrounding him tightly, as if afraid he would escape. Spit! Zhao Shua spat on the ground, his eyes gleaming with malice, as if he were about to devour someone. He never expected Jiang Yu to disrupt his plans so easily, leaving him humiliated. He couldn't just let Jiang Yu off the hook. Wei Yang dared not offend Zhao Shua and could only stand aside, giving Jiang Yu a helpless glance. Jiang Yu's face remained as calm as a still pond, showing no sign of fear. Mr. Zhao is a prominent figure in Tianyun City. You wouldn't dare to hit someone in front of so many people, would you? Hitting you would only dirty my hands. Dealing with you is as easy as giving an order. He had the power to back it up. If he gave the order, there would be plenty of people willing to step in for him. Many of the students present would likely volunteer. However, Zhao Shua had lost face, and he felt that beating Jiang Yu wouldn't satisfy him. Boy, I'm giving you a way out. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to admit your mistake, and I'll spare you today. What else? Otherwise? Zhao Shua was momentarily speechless. You think you have a choice? Listen carefully, if you don't kneel down and apologize, I guarantee you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Zhao Shua seemed to fear Jiang Yu wouldn't believe him, so he added, Zhao Shua, keep my word. Zhao Shua had made his offer, but Jiang Yu remained unmoved. You little bastard, you want to play games with me? I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you don't kneel down and admit your mistake, I'll break your legs. You called me a little bastard? Jiang Yu's face darkened. He had no parents and had always hated being called a little bastard since he was a child. You little bastard, I'll call you whatever I want. You dare to give me that look? Try staring at me again, you. Keep staring, and I'll break your legs. Everyone, disperse. Stop filming. Zhao Shua's friends immediately began clearing the area. No one dared to offend him, so they quickly put away their phones and moved away. Wang Ruoqi was still watching from the balcony of her dormitory. Seeing that Zhao Shua was about to get into trouble, she shouted, Mr. Zhao, hurry back. Don't stoop to his level. Jiang Yu's prowess was something Wang Ruoqi had witnessed firsthand. With just Zhao Shua and his few men, they weren't even enough to fill his teeth. Haning shouted, Ruoqi, come back. Let them fight it out. Jiang Yu and Zhao Shua were both people she hated with a passion. She didn't care who got beaten up. Downstairs, Zhao Shua paid no heed. If he didn't cripple Jiang Yu's legs today, how would he survive in the future? He didn't move, taking a few steps back and leaning against the sports car, ready to watch the show. The others rushed forward, with the ringleader shouting orders, beat him up first, then drag him into the car. We'll take care of him later in a secluded spot. Although there were no onlookers around, there were still many girls on the dormitory building upstairs filming with their phones. Amidst the screams, the entire girls' dormitory erupted into chaos. Wow, everyone come and look. That guy is so cool. 1 against 7? That's so cool. That flying kick was so cool, I love it. In front of so many people, Jiang Yu didn't use his leaf-plucking technique. He went all out with punches and kicks. Is that guy from our school? Which college is he in? He's clearly trained. He must be from the physical education college studying martial arts. I've never seen him before. Is he a freshman this year? No way, I have to go down and ask for his WeChat later. Forget it. Even if he doesn't beat Xiao Gongzi today, he has already completely offended him. Are you really going to be friends with him? Forget it, good looks can't put food on the table. Amidst the girls' chatter, Zhao Shua's friends fell one after another. Though they hadn't lost their ability to move, not a single one dared to get back up. Are you kidding? This guy is so tough, why would anyone get back up to get beaten again? They weren't stupid. But Zhao Shua was stunned. The other side was outnumbered 7-1, yet they settled the fight in less than 3 minutes. How could they possibly fight like this? Mr. Zhao, it's your turn. Jiang Yu walked toward Zhao Shua step by step, looking like a demon. Gulp. Zhao Shua swallowed hard, looking left and right, but couldn't find any weapons nearby. Are you looking for this? Jiang Yu picked up 2 bricks from the flower bed beside him and tossed one to Zhao Shua. Come on, fight me like a man. Boom. The brick landed at Zhao Shua's feet, shattering into 2 pieces. Zhao Shuo was about to cry. Fighting you one-on-one? I must be crazy. You can take on 7 of me, and I don't have the guts to fight you alone. He took a few steps back, trembling, and said, What are you going to do? I'm Zhao Shuo. If you dare touch me, you're finished. Don't want to get beaten up? Fine, I'll give you a chance. I won't make you kneel and beg for mercy. Just kneel down and admit your mistake, and I'll let you go. Zhao Shuo was furious. Make me kneel and apologize? You're dreaming. And isn't that my line? 3 minutes of fortune, 3 minutes of misfortune. The situation turned around too quickly. Will you kneel or not? Jiang Yu barked the question. Zhao Shuo had never been treated this way before. Enraged, he growled, Who do you think you are? You want me to kneel before you bam? Before he could finish, Jiang Yu smashed a brick into Zhao Shuo's forehead. Bright red blood trickled down his face. You really dared to hit me. Bang! Will you kneel? You're dead, you're dead. I swear, I'll make you. Bang! Kneel or not? I'm sorry, stop hitting me. Bang! Kneel or not? Chapter 35, Jiang 1 against 7 Yu. Jiang Yu had beaten Zhao Shuo so badly that he couldn't even muster a single word of defiance. In Tianyun City, this was the first time he had ever encountered someone who dared to fight him to the death. Zhao Shuo was born into unimaginable wealth and privilege. His life was vibrant and he enjoyed every moment of it. Therefore, he did not want to die. Between death and dignity, Zhao Shuo could only choose to temporarily set aside his dignity. Thud. Zhao Shuo knelt down immediately, covering his head and begging for mercy. Stop hitting me. I admit my mistake. I admit it. He kept his head bowed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Today was undoubtedly the most humiliating day of his life. On the balcony of the dormitory upstairs, Wang Ruoqi turned to Hanning and said, Zhao Shuo is kneeling before that country bumpkin. What? Hanning didn't care who was getting beaten up, but Zhao Shuo kneeling down left her utterly horrified. She rushed over and saw Zhao Shuo kneeling before Jiang Yu, his head covered in blood. How dare he? Hanning covered her mouth. That was Zhao Shuo, the eldest son of Zhao Zhizhong, the tycoon of the thriving Zhao family. Zhao Shuo had caused trouble outside and occasionally encountered some reckless individuals who got injured, but Zhao Zhizhong usually turned a blind eye. But making Zhao Shuo kneel was like slapping Zhao Zhizhong in the face. Who was Zhao Zhong? Even the Han family had to give him some face. He was a man whose every move could shake the economy of Tianyun City. Jiang Yu's actions can be summed up in one phrase: the young man has narrowed his path. Wang Ruoqi gloated, Hanning, you can rest easy now. You don't need to lift a finger. The Zhao family will make him disappear from Tianyun City. She clenched her teeth tightly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Though she hated Jiang Yu, he didn't deserve to die. Moreover, today, it was clearly Zhao Shuo who started it. Wang Ruoqi reminded her, Hanning, don't let your mercy get the better of you and try to plead for that country bumpkin. Hanning shook her head, I don't have that kind of influence. She turned and walked toward the exit. Wang Ruoqi hurriedly asked, Hanning, where are you going? Tell them to calm down. This is a school, not a place for gang fights. However, before she could go to mediate, the people downstairs had already dispersed, as the security guards had arrived. Jiang Yu slipped away quickly and was gone in the blink of an eye. Zhao Shuo's friends finally dared to get up and gathered around him. Shuoge, are you okay? Are you okay? You try it yourself. Zhao Shuo was furious. A bunch of good-for-nothings. 7 of you couldn't even beat one guy. Shuoge, don't get so angry. That kid must have trained. We really couldn't do anything. Shuoge, let's take you to the hospital first, and we'll find someone to deal with that kid later. A group of people helped Zhao Shuo into the car and rushed straight to the city hospital. Zhao Zhizhong had no idea where he had received the news, but upon learning that his son had been beaten and forced to kneel and apologize, he rushed to the hospital immediately. Zhao Shuo's head was wrapped in layers of bandages. As soon as he saw Zhao Zhizhong, his face was filled with grievance. Dad! Smack! Zhao Zhizhong slapped Zhao Shuo so hard he was dazed. Dad, why are you hitting me? You have the nerve to ask why. You made me lose face in front of everyone by forcing me to kneel down. Dad! I really had no choice. That guy is trained. If I didn't kneel down and admit my mistake, he would have beaten me to death. What is his name? I don't know. Jiang Yu hadn't revealed his name, and Zhao Shuo hadn't asked. Zhao Zhizhong was furious. You don't even know who beat you up? I don't know his name, but he should be a student at Tianyun University. It should be easy to find him. Don't get involved in this. I'll have the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall handle it. Dad, I want him dead. Zhao Shuo clenched his teeth and forced out those words. The next day, people from the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy searched all over Tianyun University for Jiang Yu, even finding Hanning to inquire about the situation. Hanning said she didn't know him well, only that his name was Jiang Yu, and nothing else. That day, after escorting Wen Yihuan to work, Jiang Yu went to Jiyun Company as usual and waited for an hour. He then went to Tianyun University, intending to find Wei Yong, the undercover agent, to ask about Han Ying's situation. He has already become a celebrity at the school. Yesterday, a video of him taking on 7 opponents and forcing Zhao Shuo to kneel has been circulating among the students. However, the video hasn't made its way online, as no one dares to do so. With the resources of the Ding Shang group, tracking down the uploader would be a piece of cake, and everyone fears getting burned, so they only dare to circulate it privately. Jiang Yu was walking around campus when someone suddenly slipped him a note. "Hey, what's this? Did you give it to the wrong person?" "No, it's for you. 1 against 7. You must have given it to the wrong person. My name is Jiang Yu." "It's you. What the heck is 1 on 7? It's your nickname at school. After what happened yesterday, your nickname 1 on 7 has spread all over Tianyun University. Everyone is calling you Jiang 1 on 7U or just 1 on 7 for short." Earlier, when people were pointing and whispering about him at school, he overheard someone mention 1 on 7. He never imagined that was his nickname at school. He felt a bit dazed. He wasn't a student at Tianyun University, yet he had left a legend there. "This note? Someone asked me to give it to you. By the way, 1 hit 7, I advise you not to come to school for now. The people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall have been searching for you all over campus." Tianqing Martial Arts Hall? That's a famous martial arts school in Tianyun City. The master, Wei Xiao, is one of the top 10 martial arts experts in Tianyun City. I don't think I've ever crossed paths with them, have I? The Ding Shang Group sponsors the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy with a large sum of money every year. You should understand what I'm saying now, right? The student gave him a meaningful glance before hurrying away. Jiang Yu smiled to himself. Tianqing Martial Arts Academy? Zhao Shuo mustn't think that finding some so-called martial arts master will help him take revenge, right? He slowly unfolded the note, which read in neat handwriting, "If you want to live, leave Tianyun City immediately and never return." This wasn't a threat, it was more like concern. And judging by the handwriting, it must have been written by a girl. Someone is actually looking out for me in secret. It must be a fan of Jiang Yu, the one who took on 7 opponents alone. Jiang Yu has never been a passive person. He won't leave Tianyun City until he gets the marriage contract. He believes that with the power of the Ding Shen group, finding him won't be difficult. So, there is no need to wait for the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall to come looking for him. He decided to pay them a visit in person and meet this so-called martial arts master. 10 minutes later, Wei Yong ran up to Jiang Yu, panting heavily. "Tell me about Han Ying yesterday." Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's movements yesterday. After catching his breath, Wei Yong glanced around suspiciously, pulled Jiang Yu into a small grove, and whispered, "Brother Yu, let's just stay in touch by phone from now on. This place is too dangerous." "Because of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy?" You already know?" "Not only do I know, but I'm going to go find them myself." Chapter 36, Challenging the Dojo. The Tianqing Martial Arts Academy was located in the bustling downtown area of Tianyun City. Due to its reputation, countless disciples came from far and wide to learn martial arts. After reporting on Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's movements, Wei Yong also followed along. He was curious where Jiang Yu had the nerve to come challenge the dojo. Of course, there was a second reason. He believed Jiang Yu would likely be defeated, and he wanted to be there to call an ambulance if needed. The martial arts school was spacious, with various training equipment scattered around. In the center stood a large stage where disciples often sparred with one another. They were all strangers, and upon entering, they were greeted warmly. "Are you here to learn martial arts? You've come at the perfect time. Our martial arts school is currently running a promotion this month. Tuition is 20% off." A staff member from the martial arts school held a flyer and spoke enthusiastically, praising Tianqing Martial Arts School to the skies. Jiang Yu replied bluntly, "I'm not here to learn martial arts." The staff member's smile vanished instantly. "Then what are you two here for?" "To challenge the dojo." The calm 2 words nearly made Wei Yong choke on his breath. He quickly stepped back and waved his hands frantically, saying, "He's the one challenging the dojo. It has nothing to do with me." Joking aside, look at those muscular apprentices, any one of them could take him down. He wasn't about to jump into a fire. The staff member's expression darkened, clouds gathering like a storm about to break. "Brothers, someone's here to challenge the dojo," he shouted, and the martial arts school apprentices immediately put down their weapons and gathered around. Each of them looked fierce and menacing. Wei Yong was terrified, hiding in the corner, not daring to breathe. One bald man raised an eyebrow, sizing up Jiang Yu, and sneered, "Kid, with that scrawny build, you dare to challenge us?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, "You can go looking for me all over the world, but I'm not allowed to challenge your dojo?" "Find you? Who are you?" "Jiang Yu." "Senior brother, he's Jiang Yu," someone shouted. The crowd began to stir, and the bald man sneered, "You're pretty bold, forcing Zhao Gongzi to kneel in public. Now you dare to come looking for trouble on your own. You really are. You're really choosing hell over heaven, aren't you?" The bald man froze for a moment, then glared angrily, thinking to himself, "You dare to steal my lines?" But there was no point in arguing. Since Jiang Yu had come looking for trouble, their martial arts school had to give the Ding Sheng group an explanation. Beat him up first. I'll consult with Zhao Zong and see how he wants to handle him. The bald man motioned with his finger and walked toward the storage room to get the phone. Wait. Jiang Yu called out. The bald man turned around and said, "What's wrong? Scared? When you beat up Zhao Gongzi back then, you never thought this day would come, did you?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "You're no match for me. If you don't want to suffer, better call your master out here." "Damn it, who do you think you are, daring to ask our master to come out? Kid, do you think too highly of yourself? You're not even that old, yet you talk so big. I can't stand people like you who try to act tough." "What master? Dealing with a weakling like you, I can handle you alone." A young man jumped onto the stage, pointing at Jiang Yu's nose and shouting, "Kid, you think you're so tough? Come on, let's have a go. Since you want to get beaten up, I'll grant you your wish." Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently and walked onto the stage. The apprentices around them were all waiting for a good show. Feng Yang has been training in martial arts for 3 years. Don't even mention his small frame, even a 180-pound muscle man wouldn't stand a chance against Feng's senior brother's single punch. "Senior brother Feng, teach this brat a lesson. Who does he think he is, coming here to challenge us? That's right, beat him up and let him know why the flowers are so red." The apprentices were cheering him on, while the bald senior disciple instructed, "Feng Yang, don't kill him. I'll go ask Master Zhao first." Feng Yang waved at the bald senior disciple. "Senior disciple, don't worry. I've got this under control." Wei Yang had already gripped his phone tightly. As soon as Jiang Yu fell, he would immediately call an ambulance. Feng Yang jumped up and down in place, twisted his neck to loosen his muscles, and without any warning, leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick straight at Jiang Yu's face. The move was executed flawlessly, and the force behind it was considerable. Senior brother Feng really went all out. He aimed straight for his face. That kick should have knocked him out. Senior brother Feng hates anyone who is more handsome than him. He must ve done it on purpose to disfigure that kid. "Senior brother Feng, you're being too harsh right off the bat. Isn't that a bit too much?" Someone teased in a sarcastic tone. "You'd better be careful. If you knock him unconscious with one kick, that won't be much fun." Just as they spoke, Jiang Yujing moved like a maiden in stillness and a hare in motion. As Feng Yang leaped into the air, Jiang Yujing jumped up and delivered a knee strike. Boom! His knee struck Feng Yang's waist with a solid thud, sending him flying backward 2 or 3 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, the martial arts hall fell deathly silent. Feng Yang lay on the ground, clutching his waist in pain, his face contorted into a grotesque expression, almost turning green. One strike, one kill. The apprentices could hardly believe their eyes. After a long moment, someone finally snapped out of it and rushed toward the stage. Senior brother Feng, are you okay? Damn it, that was a brutal move. Damn it, Feng's senior brother's kidneys are injured. This will definitely affect his future marital life. Brothers, let's take him down and avenge senior brother Feng. The apprentices at the martial arts school had one redeeming quality: they were united. At a single call, everyone responded, took up their stances, and charged toward Jiang Yu. One-on-one combat turned into a chaotic melee, and the ring was no longer the designated battlefield. Jiang Yu moved with the agility of a monkey in the mountains, darting left and right within the martial arts school, punching, striking with his palms, and kicking. Soon, the martial arts hall was filled with cries of pain. Dealing with Jiang Yu wasn't something that could be solved by sheer numbers. The apprentices were all beaten to a pulp, lying on the ground writhing in pain. They were wise enough to know better. Once knocked down, they refused to get back up, none of them wanting to endure more beatings. The chaotic fight ended in less than 5 minutes. What's all the commotion about? What are you doing? The bald senior disciple, holding his phone, returned and began scolding from a distance. When he saw his fellow disciples lying scattered on the ground like corpses, he was completely stunned. What's going on? The bald senior brother rubbed his eyes, almost convinced he was dreaming. Wei Yang had already been stunned into silence. Jiang Yu's reputation for being able to take on 7 opponents alone had spread throughout the school, and he was well aware of it. However, back then, his opponents were merely a group of spoiled rich kids who spent their days indulging in luxury and debauchery. Today was different. Jiang Yu's opponents were martial artists, and both in numbers and quality, they were far superior to Zhao Shuo's men. Senior brother, quickly call the master. Chapter 37, The Dojo Master. Feng Yang had already regained his composure, but he was still slumped against the wall, holding his waist. He shouted, and the bald man immediately dialed the phone number of the dojo master, Wei Xiao. The bald man wasn't a pushover either. As the senior disciple, he was indeed more skilled than the others, but he wasn't strong enough to take on more than a few opponents at once. He knew he wasn't a match for Jiang Yu. Master, something's wrong. Sun Yu, what's the commotion? A deep voice came through the phone. Master, that kid Jiang Yu has come to challenge our dojo. Oh? He dares to come here and challenge us? Hold him off. I'll be back as soon as I finish my business. Master, I'm no match for him. All of us, over a dozen disciples, have been knocked down by him. Please come back quickly. What? Wei Xiao was furious. Find a way to keep him there. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, the bald-headed Sun Yu was at a loss. How was he supposed to keep Jiang Yu there? One against several, what can I use to keep him? My life? Footsteps echoed, and Sun Yu looked up to see Jiang Yu walking toward him. He hurriedly stepped aside. He couldn't risk his life to keep someone else. He wasn't ready to die yet. However, he mustered up the courage to say, "Kid, my master will be back soon. If you're so brave, don't run." Run? Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully, casually pulled over a chair, and sat down. Tell your master I'll wait for him. After Jiang Yu sat down, the apprentices slowly got up one by one, gathering in a group while keeping a safe distance from him, dared not speak loudly. The atmosphere was tense, and the air seemed to have frozen. Wei Yong walked over to Jiang Yu and whispered, "Brother Yu, that's enough. Let's go." Why leave? Wei Xiao hasn't shown up yet. Brother Yu, are you really going to wait for Wei Xiao? He's one of the top 10 martial arts masters in Tianyun City. He's very powerful. Do you think I can't beat him? Wei Yong was speechless. He looked at the martial arts students in the dojo, then at Jiang Yu's confident smile, and felt a bit dazed. Could Yu Gu really be stronger than Wei Xiao? No way. Wei the martial arts master has been training for decades. How old are you? Though there's a saying that fists fear the young, Wei the martial arts master isn't old either. Wei Yong felt uneasy. When Wei Xiao appeared, his legs trembled, and he almost wanted to run away. Wei Xiao was only in his 40s, but he was tall and muscular, looking strong enough to knock out a bull with a single punch. Master! Sun Yu and the other apprentices finally saw a glimmer of hope and rushed over to Wei Xiao. Seeing his disciples covered in injuries, Wei Xiao's eyes blazed with anger. Were you all beaten by Jiang Yu? The disciples nodded reluctantly. If this got out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Wei Xiao pointed at Wei Yong. You're Jiang Yu? You've got some skills. No wonder you dared to come here and challenge us. Wei Yong was sweating profusely. Master Wei, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just an ordinary student. How dare I come to challenge your dojo? Jiang Yu stood up. I am Jiang Yu. Wei Xiao frowned and said sternly, you young people don't know your place. After just a few years of training, you dare to come and challenge my dojo? You're truly audacious. Feng Yang whispered, Master, you must avenge us. Yes, Master. If we don't make him leave on his own 2 feet today, how will the martial arts school survive in the future? With Wei Xiao there, the others gained some courage. If I hadn't come to find you, wouldn't you have been searching for me all over the world? Jiang Yu looked at Wei Xiao calmly. I came here today to tell you not to go looking for me. I'm not a piece of money. Wei Xiao frowned. Do you think you're funny? Just average. Wei Xiao waved his hands behind him, signaling his disciples to step back. He slowly advanced toward Jiang Yu, exuding the aura of a martial arts master, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. This pressure made Wei Yong, standing beside Jiang Yu, breathe rapidly, filled with fear and anxiety. Jiang Yu gave Wei Yong a nod. You go over there too. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yong darted behind the weapons rack. Wei Xiao bent his knees slightly, drew his breath deeply, and exhaled softly. Today, you will pay the price for your actions. He was truly enraged. This was no longer about satisfying the Ding Sheng group, it was a battle for the honor of the martial arts school. Wei Xiao had trained in martial arts for many years and had extensive experience. With his expertise, he could clearly see Jiang Yu's extraordinary abilities, so he remained cautious and dared not underestimate him in the slightest. Sun Yu and the other disciples were all surprised, as they hadn't seen their master look so serious in a long time. Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. Wei Xiao, please grant me the honor of a lesson. Wei Xiao, still showing some martial virtue, did not launch a surprise attack but instead bowed and introduced himself first. Jiang Yu returned the gesture with a faint smile. Jiang Yu, please instruct me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Yu felt a gust of wind, and Wei Xiao's fist came hurtling toward him, suddenly enlarging in his pupils. Jiang Yu immediately took a step back, taking the situation more seriously. This Wei Xiao was indeed a formidable martial artist. Those who practice martial arts develop an internal energy known as inner strength. The stronger the inner strength, the more powerful one becomes. Wei Xiao had already mastered the ability to project his inner energy outward. At this level, he could be called a martial arts master without exaggeration. Jiang Yu sidestepped horizontally to dodge Wei Xiao's punch, then thrust his palm forward, aiming for Wei Xiao's shoulder. Wei Xiao reacted swiftly, sweeping his arm horizontally while simultaneously lifting his leg to attack Jiang Yu's center. Jiang Yu pressed down with his other hand, using the force to leap over 3 feet into the air, then performed a backflip to create some distance between himself and Wei Xiao. You've got some skill, kid. Wei Xiao closed in swiftly, his martial arts powerful and forceful, his techniques ruthless and relentless, pressing forward step by step. Sun Yu and the other disciples watched in astonishment. Among them were those who had trained in martial arts for over a decade, but none could match Wei Xiao's counterattacks. They were defeated within 3 exchanges. Yet, despite Wei Xiao's relentless assault, Jiang Yu remained composed and moved with ease. After dozens of exchanges, Wei Xiao was the one constantly attacking, while Jiang Yu remained in a defensive posture. Wei Xiao grew increasingly alarmed as the fight continued. Though his martial arts weren't flashy, the longer the fight dragged on, the faster his strength diminished. A prolonged battle was not to his advantage. If that's all Wei Guanzhou has to offer, then he has no chance of winning. Jiang Yu had already figured out Wei Xiao's weaknesses and began to counterattack. His strikes were swift and powerful, his chi surging like the wind as he struck toward Wei Xiao's face. Wei Xiao was startled and kept stepping back. This young man is also a martial arts master. The ability to project internal energy outward is a hallmark of a martial arts master. He couldn't believe it, as it was extremely difficult to achieve such mastery without at least 30 years of training. Jiang Yu was so young, not even 20. At such a young age, he can already project his inner energy outward. Wei Xiao narrowly dodged Jiang Yu's palm strike. Before he could catch his breath, he noticed Jiang Yu's eerie smile. In that instant, he felt as though his face had been sliced by a knife, burning with pain. Chapter 38, Sending Off Master Jiang. Jiang Yu's punch did not hit Wei Xiao, but the internal energy surged across his face, feeling like a knife cutting through flesh. Internal energy can injure people? How is that possible? Wei Xiao was utterly shocked. If projecting internal energy outward is the hallmark of a martial arts master, then using internal energy to injure someone is the hallmark of a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire Tianyun city, there were only 3 martial arts grandmasters at most. However, most people are unaware of the distinction between masters and grandmasters. The top 10 martial arts experts in Tianyun city are collectively referred to as martial arts masters. Taking advantage of Wei Xiao's distraction, Jiang Yu struck him twice in the abdomen with his fists. Wei Xiao grunted and staggered back several steps. Jiang Yu did not press his advantage but stood there with his hands behind his back. Sun Yu and the other disciples looked grim. Their master had taken several blows, and their cheers faded away. Master Wei, shall we continue? Wei Xiao's eyes no longer held the arrogance and dominance of before, they were now dull and defeated. He shook his head. There's no need. I concede. Admit defeat? The disciples protested. Master, why are you giving up? Exactly. He only managed to land 2 punches on you by sheer luck. It didn't even faze you. Indeed, Wei Xiao appeared unharmed. All of you, shut up. Wei Xiao's angry shout silenced the disciples instantly. Do you remember what I just said, Master Wei? The Tianqing Martial Arts Hall will no longer get involved in your feud with the Ding Sheng group. Very well. Jiang Yu nodded satisfactorily. It's easy to talk to someone who understands. Well, I won't bother you anymore. Sun Yu, escort Master Jiang out. Jiang, Master Jiang? Sun Yu was completely stunned. That young man who looked to be under 20 was actually a martial arts master? He swallowed hard and approached Jiang Yu nervously. Jiang, Master, please. Jiang Yu waved his hand. No need to see me off. I know the way. He swept his sleeve and walked toward the door. As he reached the entrance, he glanced at the weapons rack. Wei Yong, still planning to stay here for lunch? The shock Jiang Yu had caused Wei Yong today was more intense than ever before. He felt as though he were still in a dream. Coming to his senses, he hurried to catch up, his first words being, Brother Yu, you're really a martial arts master? After Jiang Yu left, Wei Xiao motioned to Sun Yu, help me back to the office. Sun Yu hurried to support Wei Xiao as he walked, while the disciples looked at each other in astonishment. Back in the office, Sun Yu said resentfully, Master, why did you admit defeat? If this gets out, where will the face of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy be? Even if that kid is skilled, you didn't have to. Put. Before Sun Yu could finish speaking, Wei Xiao, sitting in his chair, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Sun Yu into a panic. Master, what's wrong? I'll call an ambulance right away. Wei Xiao appeared to be fine on the surface, but Jiang Yu's few punches had caused him severe internal injuries. If the fight continued, he might as well call for a hearse. No need. Have someone drive, I'll go to the hospital myself. Alright. Sun Yu immediately opened the office door and shouted urgently, Bong Yang, go prepare a car right away. Turning back, he found a towel to wipe the blood from Wei Xiao's lips and clothes, exclaiming in shock, Master, did those injuries come from Jiang Yu? Wei Xiao shook his head helplessly and sighed. Generations of talented individuals emerge in every era. But Sun Yu had no time for such reflections. He was furious. That brat dared to injure you like this? We can't just let this go. Just let it go? What else can we do? Can you beat him? Sun Yu was momentarily speechless, then after a long pause said, Master, we can ask our senior master for help. He's the top martial artist in Tianyun City, he must be able to help us take revenge. A man of honor keeps his word. I've said it before, the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall will not get involved in the feud between the Ding Sheng group and Jiang Yu, and we will not go back on our word. But Master, this is our martial arts school's grudge with him. Enough. Wei Xiao's expression darkened, and Sun Yu could only obediently shut up. After a long silence, he finally asked, Master, how should we explain this to the Ding Sheng group? I'll handle this. You just make sure everyone knows that what happened today stays between us. This concerns the reputation of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy and Wei Zhao's own dignity. Of course, if Jiang Yu spreads the news, there's nothing he can do, he can only control his own disciples. I'll go tell them right away. As Sun Yu left the office, his eyes were still filled with resentment. Some things, the master can't bring himself to do, but as his disciple, he doesn't care. Wei Yong kept asking all the way, "Brother Yu, are you really a martial arts master?" Jiang Yu smiled, "Just listen to these words, don't go spreading them around." He had effectively acknowledged it, and Wei Yong looked thrilled. "Brother Yu, can I ask you to be my master?" "Ha? No, I want to be your disciple. I want to learn martial arts from you. If I'm as skilled as you, Ruoqi will definitely like me." Jiang Yu glanced at him and said, "You don't have the talent for it." Not to mention that Wei Yong had already missed the prime age for martial arts training, and Jiang Yu didn't have the time to teach anyone anyway. Wei Yong looked dejected. After growing up watching wuxia films, who among his generation didn't have a wuxia dream? Jiang Yu patted him on the shoulder. "A person's charm doesn't lie in whether they can fight or not. Making money is the way to go. As the saying goes, even heroes can be brought down by a single coin." When Jiang Yu traveled the world with his old master, didn't they often go hungry? Wei Yong sulked for about 3 minutes before putting the idea of learning martial arts out of his mind. "Brother Yu, what should I do next?" "What do you mean, what should I do? You promised to help me pursue Wang Ruoqi, didn't you?" "Oh." Jiang Yu replied indifferently, "Didn't you tell me at school that Wang Ruoqi and her friends were going to sing at a KTV tonight?" "Yeah, it's Zhouhao from our class's birthday, and he is treating everyone. Get ready, we'll go together tonight." "What? But Zhouhao didn't invite me, and besides, I'm not close with him. If I just show up out of the blue, Ruoqi will definitely give me the cold shoulder." "Forgot the principle I taught you? Be persistent and don't be shy. If you want to pursue Wang Ruoqi, you have to make contact. How else will things progress?" Actually, he wanted to see Han Ying's reaction. If she had already accepted what happened earlier, he could then formulate his next plan of action. Wei Yong looked enlightened. "I get it. I'll go prepare right away." By prepare, he actually meant buying a birthday cake. Otherwise, showing up empty-handed would make people think he was just there to crash the party. That evening, after Jiang Yu safely dropped Wen Yihuan off at home, he hurried to the Emperor KTV. Wei Yong was already there waiting with the cake in hand. "Brother Yu, you finally arrived. They've been inside for half an hour. Let's go." They headed toward the second floor. As they passed a private room, a guy with yellow hair stared at him for a moment before darting into the room. You go, I saw that guy." Chapter 39, Uninvited Guests. In the Jade Hall of the KTV, Wang Yu was drinking and singing with a group of rowdy friends, groping a seductive woman. "Which kid got you so worked up?" "It's the same guy who beat us up last time." Mentioning Jiang Yu made Wang Yu shiver. That kid was too formidable. But since he'd been beaten up, he couldn't let it go without getting revenge. He threw the microphone aside and immediately pulled out his phone. "Keep an eye on that kid. I'll call my brother to gather some men." In the Coral Hall private room, 15 or 16 young men were singing at the top of their lungs, with various bottles of expensive liquor that Jiang Yu didn't recognize on the table. Zhouhao's family ran a restaurant, so he was considered a second-generation rich kid. Otherwise, he couldn't afford such expensive drinks. There were very few girls present, only 3, the rest were all men. The reason Zhouhao had invited Han Ying to sing was thanks to Jiang Yu. Many people at the school had heard the rumors circulating outside, claiming that the Han and Zhao families were planning to form an alliance through marriage, and that no one dared to compete with Zhao Shua for a woman. However, thanks to Jiang Yu's meddling, Han Ying rejected Zhao Shua outright, putting an end to the rumors. As a result, admirers like Zhouhao felt they had another chance. If Han Ying hadn't been there, Zhouhao would have at least invited 7 or 8 girls. Even if none of them showed up, he would have called a few bar girls to accompany him. Besides Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, the only other girl present was Li Shui, the girlfriend of Zhouhao's close friend Xin Fei. Though still a student, Li Shui was heavily made up, appearing far more mature than her age. In comparison, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi, who had arrived with subtle makeup, looked much more comfortable. As for Jiang Yu and Wei Yong, the 2 uninvited guests, no one present gave them a friendly look. "Zhouhao, I heard it's your birthday today. Happy birthday." Wei Yong pushed open the private room door, plastered on a smile, and handed over the cake. To be honest, Zhouhao didn't even glance at the gift worth over $100. He frowned and said, "Why did you come? I didn't invite you." Zhouhao looked disgusted, even a bit annoyed. They were classmates, but Zhouhao and Wei Yong weren't close friends, though they hadn't exactly disliked each other before. However, after Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying invited him out for drinks last time, Zhouhao had been giving Wei Yong the cold shoulder ever since. Zhouhao thought to himself, "What gives you the right? I'm a handsome guy with a decent family background, though not as wealthy as the Han family. We're still well off. In what way are you better than me? Why did they invite you and not me?" Zhouhao didn't know the reasons behind it, but jealousy grew in his heart, so he has been annoyed with Wei Yong ever since. Every time he saw Wei Yong with Jiang Yu, Wang Ruoqi would get angry and say sarcastically, "You show up uninvited, carrying a cheap cake, just to freeload? Wei Yong. I never noticed how thick-skinned you were before. Being spoken to so harshly by the woman he liked, Wei Yong felt embarrassed and his smile froze. Zhou Hao's best friend Shinfei mocked, "Hey, that cake must be pretty expensive, right? Over 100 yuan? That's almost as much as half a glass of wine for us." Shinfei's girlfriend, Li Shui, chimed in, "Coming here to freeload is bad enough, but bringing someone along? Ugh, you're really something." Wei Yong felt humiliated, and Jiang Yu didn't say a word to help him, leaving him even more embarrassed. Fortunately, there were a few other classmates present who stepped in to smooth things over. Zhou Hao, we're classmates after all. He's already here, let him sit down and join us for a while. In front of his crush, Zhou Hao didn't want to seem petty. He coldly said, "You coming is one thing, but who is this kid? Do I even know him?" At that moment, a classmate whispered in his ear, "Zhou Hao, he is a 1-on-7 fighter. He is Han Ning's friend. If you want to pursue Han Ning, you can't ignore his friend." That's right. If it weren't for him ruining things and making Han Ning reject Zhao Gongzi on the spot, you wouldn't have had this chance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao furrowed his brows. "You're the one who can take on 7 people at once, the one everyone talks about at school?" Jiang Yu replied indifferently, "My name is Jiang Yu." Zhou Hao said indifferently, "Since you're Han Ying's friend, feel free to sit wherever you like." He had heard of Jiang Yu's reputation for taking on 7 opponents, but he didn't think much of it. There were plenty of skilled fighters in Tianyun City, and being skilled didn't mean you could eat that. Besides, this kid had offended Zhao Gongzi. He was sure to face trouble in the future. If it weren't for his connection to Han Ning, Zhou Hao would have kicked him out on the spot to avoid trouble. So Jiang Yu shouldn't expect any kindness from him. However, Jiang Yu had come mainly to observe Han Ying's reaction, so he didn't care about others' attitudes. He casually sat in a corner of the sofa. No one paid him any attention, and he didn't bother to strike up a conversation either. He simply watched Han Ning quietly. Wei Yong, trying to hide his awkwardness, picked up his glass and started toasting everyone in turn. Fortunately, he could hold his liquor, otherwise, he would have been completely drunk by the end of the round. Ever since Jiang Yu walked in, Han Ning had been staring at him with a dark expression, saying nothing, as cold as an iceberg. Shinfei whispered to Zhou Hao, "Brother Hao, that guy offended Zhao Gongzi. We'd better not get involved with him." "I know, but he's still Han Ying's friend. If I just kick him out, Han Ning might get angry. Alright, let us give him some time. If he doesn't get the hint and leaves on his own, I'll handle him." The two exchanged a few more words, then ignored Jiang Yu completely, clinking glasses and drinking, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. The quiet Jiang Yu stood out like a sore thumb among them. As for Wei Yong, since everyone was there, Zhou Hao naturally wouldn't let him off the hook. Knowing he could hold his liquor, he took turns getting him drunk, aiming to embarrass him. What Jiang Yu didn't expect was that Wang Ruoqi was the first to approach him and strike up a conversation. "Hey, everyone's here. Sitting here doing nothing is boring. Come have a drink with me." She spoke without any sharpness, and Jiang Yu was still a bit unaccustomed to it. "What, trying to get me drunk again?" Jiang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "I know you can drink a lot. I wouldn't dare to make a fool of myself. That's not like you. What's the matter? Do you look down on me and don't want to drink with me?" Jiang Yu raised his glass and drank it in one gulp, while Wang Ruoqi only took a small sip. "Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush." Wang Ruoqi glanced at Wei Yong, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and after a long pause, said, "That photo you didn't show it to Wei Yong, did you?" Jiang Yudan chuckled. "No wonder you're being so nice today, it's because of this." "No, Wei Yong doesn't know about it yet." Wang Ruoqi exhaled in relief, then asked in a soft voice, "What exactly do you want me to do to delete the photo?" Jiang Yu remained silent. "Just say something. As long as you delete the photo, I'll do anything you want." "Anything?" Jiang Yu's gaze lingered on Wang Ruoqi before breaking away, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 40, He's my friend. Anything. That's quite a statement. Wang Ruoqi wasn't the school beauty of Tianyun City, falling short of Han Ning by a notch, but she was still a standard beauty, with well-developed curves. The low-cut dress revealed a deep cleavage. Wang Ruoqi immediately covered her chest with her hands and cursed, "You bastard, where are you looking? You don't even want to look, yet you say you'll do anything? You're shameless." Wang Ruoqi said she'd do anything, but that didn't include sacrificing her own body. She had no feelings for Jiang Yu at all. Jiang Yu shrugged his hands, "Then what else is there to say between you and this shameless scoundrel?" Wang Ruoqi glared at him, clenching her teeth. "Are you sure you want to delete it? I can delete them if you want. Just go over there and kiss Wei Yong on the lips and I'll delete the photos." You're dreaming." Wang Ruoqi wanted him to delete the photos to distance herself from Wei Yong. If she were to kiss Wei Yong in public, the news would spread throughout the school tomorrow, and where would she hide her face then? Jiang Yu knew she wouldn't agree, which was why he said that, because he had no intention of deleting the photos. Of course, Jiang Yu also didn't plan to publish the photo. Keeping it on him could serve as a way to keep Wang Ruoqi in check, preventing her from constantly sabotaging him behind his back. If he really wanted to delete the photos, he'd probably already obtained the marriage certificates and left Tianyun City by then. You just wait and see. Wang Ruoqi threatened weakly, then stormed back to Han Ning's side. Han Ning, that country bumpkin has been bullying you all this time. Why haven't you done anything? Let Zhou Hao kick him out. Han Ning glared at Wang Ruoqi. There were so many people around. Wang Ruoqi didn't know about what happened at the hotel that night, but she had witnessed Jian Yu stealing her first kiss. If she let that slip, Han Ning wouldn't be able to show her face at school. Just pretend he doesn't exist. Han Ning had already been taken advantage of twice. Though she hated Jian Yu, she dared not provoke him now. Both of them had something Jian Yu could use against them, and the feeling of being at his mercy was unbearable. Seeing the two of them looking gloomy, Zhou Hao walked over with a glass of wine. Han Ning, Ruoqi, what is wrong with you two? You seem really upset. Who has been bullying you? Tell me, and I'll stand up for you. The two women glared at Jian Yu in the corner, then Han Ning said indifferently, nothing. Then join me for a drink. Zhou Hao poured Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi each a glass of Hennessy Louis XIII, a bottle of which costs 2 or 3,000 yuan. Today, he was really going all out to treat Han Ning. Although he was also a second-generation rich kid, he didn't dare to be so extravagant in his daily life. Wang Ruoqi at least gave him some face and took a symbolic sip, but Han Ning refused to touch her glass at all. She absolutely couldn't drink. Last time, she had suffered a major loss because of drinking, and today Jian Yu was also present. If she drank too much again, Han Ning couldn't imagine it. Zhou Hao looked a bit displeased. Han Ning, today is my birthday. You're not being very considerate, are you? Han Ning replied indifferently, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll pass on the drinks. Li Shui, heavily made up, walked over and said in a strange tone, weren't you drinking just now? Why can't you drink now? Could it be that you just don't want to drink with Brother Hao? Han Ning shot her a sideways glance. Can't I just suddenly not feel like drinking anymore? Can you compare just now and now? Was it because Jian Yu wasn't here earlier? Miss Han, don't be angry. It's my fault. I just don't understand the temperament of the wealthy. Li Shui couldn't compare to Han Ning in any way, and out of jealousy, she always spoke in a sarcastic tone. Wang Ruoqi retorted, rich people are just like that. What's the big deal? How good? Han Ning was glancing at that guy the whole time she was talking. I think she suddenly stopped drinking because of him. Shen Fei was observant and noticed something amiss. Get rid of him immediately. Zhou Hao glared at Jian Yu, his face brimming with annoyance. How could Han Ning not drink? If she didn't get drunk, where would he get his chance? Zhou Hao was well aware of his own limitations. Even Zhao Gongzi from the Ding Sheng group had been rejected by Han Ning. He probably didn't stand a chance either. So he hatched a plan, intending to get Han Ning drunk with Shen Fei and the others, then use the excuse of drunken indiscretion to consummate the relationship. He thought it was a brilliant plan. Not only would he win the beauty, but he could also use the Han family's influence to boost his own business. Shen Fei sat down next to Jian Yu, patted his shoulder, and said, Brother, have a drink? Jian Yu shook his head. Shen Fei didn't mind. He hadn't intended to offer Jian Yu a genuine toast anyway. Brother, look around. Everyone here is either a classmate or a close friend. We all know each other well and can have a good time. You're sitting here alone, it must be boring. Why don't we go out and grab something to eat? Shen Fei generously pulled out $100 and handed it to him. I'll treat you. Jian Yu shot him a sideways glance, thinking to himself, this is way too disrespectful. 100 yuan to get rid of me? Do you think I'm begging for money? Seeing that Jian Yu didn't respond, Shen Fei suggested, how about this? You and that Wei Yong can rent another private room, and we'll cover the cost of 2 female companions to keep you company. What do you say? Jian Yu shook his head. He noticed Zhou Hao's unusual expression. Men understand men best. He knew exactly what Zhou Hao was up to. That's my fiancée. As long as the engagement isn't broken, no one is touching her. Seeing that Jian Yu remained unmoved, Shen Fei's expression darkened, and he said in a threatening tone, Brother, I'm being nice to you because you're Han Ning's friend. Don't make me have to force you. Jian Yu suddenly stood up, and Shen Fei gave him a cold smile. You know what's good for you? But Jian Yu's next move made him clench his fists. Jian Yu walked straight up to Han Ning, picked up her wine glass, and drank it in one gulp. Han Ning isn't feeling well, so I'll drink her wine. Before Zhou Hao could explode, Wang Ruoqi interjected, Hey, Mr. Jiang, you've got some nerve. What's your relationship with Han Ning that you're drinking for her? Do you even have the right? What is my relationship with Han Ning? Jian Yu winked at Han Ning. Han Ning, what do you say? Can I drink for you? Damn it. Han Ning cursed Jian Yu's ancestors to the 18th generation in her heart. This was clearly a threat. He's my friend. Let him help me drink. Han Ning forced the words out between clenched teeth, her words ringing hollow. Alright, since you want to help Han Ning drink, I'll give you this chance. Zhou Hao struggled to suppress his anger, giving Shen Fei and the others a subtle signal. The dozen or so men immediately shifted their attention, grabbing bottles of alcohol and eager to join in. Burp. Wei Yong, already half drunk, belched loudly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Brother, you, no need to thank me for this favor. Finally, someone had diverted their attention. Li Shui swirled her red wine glass provocatively and said, "Handsome guy, I heard you're known as the 1 against 7 at school. I wonder if your drinking skills are as impressive as your fists." Li Shui always spoke in a sarcastic tone, and she was the same with Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi, so she wasn't very popular. Seeing Li Shui heading toward Jiang Yu to provoke him, Wang Ruoqi, standing nearby, said with schadenfreude, his drinking tolerance is average. He can only handle a little bit. Chapter 41, Who is Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu's drinking ability was something Wang Ruoqi and the others had witnessed firsthand. Even Wei Yong, who was known as the wine god of the class, had to admit defeat. Li Shui provoking him was essentially jumping into a fire pit. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu's drinking ability was only average, Zhou Hao couldn't help but laugh. He had been looking for an excuse to get rid of this annoying guy, and this was the perfect opportunity. He could get him drunk in no time and get him out of the way. "Brother, the girl has already spoken up. You wouldn't refuse her, would you?" "Of course I'll give face, but I'm afraid." "Afraid?" Zhou Hao mocked, "A big man like you, afraid of a woman?" Jiang Yu glanced at the wine in front of him and said slowly, "I'm afraid there won't be enough wine. I'm treating today, so there is plenty of alcohol. I just hope you can handle it." Zhou Hao thought to himself, "How much can you drink, you little bastard? Do you think I can't afford it?" With Zhou Shao saying that, I'm reassured. Then, Jiang Yu opened several bottles of expensive wine, each costing tens of thousands of yuan, and said to Li Shui, "Let us not be so frugal. I'll drink 3 bottles first." Jiang Yu downed the bottles as if they were plain water, leaving Zhou Hao speechless. "That's not free tap water, it's expensive wine, 2 or 3,000 yuan per bottle." Jiang Yu's move directly cost Zhou Hao over 10,000 yuan. Zhou Hao felt the pain in his wallet but could only grit his teeth and say, "You have a good tolerance for alcohol." Li Shui was also stunned. She had never seen anyone drink so fiercely before. 3 bottles down, she estimated she'd be straight to the morgue. She felt a chill run down her spine as Jiang Yu stared intently at her. "Beautiful lady, it's your turn." Li Shui wanted to curse him out. Everyone else looked at Jiang Yu in horror, wondering if this was a drinking contest or a life or death challenge. Li Shui dared not accept the challenge. Jiang Yu glanced at the table and said in a surprised tone, "Oh, there's no more alcohol left." Then he fixed his gaze on Zhou Hao, the meaning clear. Zhou Shao had said there was plenty of alcohol, hadn't he? Zhou Hao was in agony, but once the words were out, they couldn't be taken back, especially not in front of Han Ning. Xin Fei called a waiter for more wine. He gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "I'll see how much you can drink, you little bastard." "Mr. Zhou, don't be too generous. Just get 10 or 8 bottles of the same wine for now. We'll see after we finish drinking." Jiang Yu spoke in a tone as if he were looking out for him, but Zhou Hao was nearly boiling with anger. "Just 10 or 8 bottles for now? Why not just drink you to death?" He forced a stiff smile. "I said, the wine is on me." As soon as the waiter heard Zhou Hao wanted more wine, he was overjoyed and quickly brought another 10 bottles of good wine. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow at Li Shui. "It's your turn." Li Shui looked at Xin Fei for help. She couldn't possibly drink 3 bottles. Now it was Wang Ruoqi's turn to speak sarcastically. "What's the matter? You were so eager just now, and now you're backing down? I thought you were so tough." Li Shui was so angry she clenched her teeth. Who was it who said he could only drink a little earlier? Of course, Zhou Hao shared the same attitude. Only a little bit of alcohol? After downing 3 bottles of imported liquor, he still acts like nothing happened? As Li Shui's boyfriend, Xin Fei couldn't just stand by and watch, so he followed Wang Ruoqi's lead and brought up that so-called old rule. "Bro, the rule here is 1 woman to 3 men. Jiang Yu didn't argue with him, nodding and saying, "I get it, beautiful lady, just drink 1 bottle." Xin Fei gave Li Shui a meaningful glance, and she understood his intent, trembling as she picked up a bottle of alcohol. "I'm going all out today." Li Shui threw caution to the wind. Who was afraid of who? Gulp, gulp. It took Li Shui 5 minutes to finish the bottle, stopping several times along the way. Finally finishing the bottle, Li Shui felt her stomach churning violently, with stomach acid rising, and she dropped the bottle and rushed into the bathroom. The first cannon fodder, fallen heroically. "Go!" Zhou Hao gave Xin Fei a meaningful glance and whispered, "I don't believe he can't be drunk." To be honest, everyone present was intimidated by Jiang Yu's drinking style, but they dared not disobey Zhou Hao. Xin Fei picked up a bottle of alcohol and stepped forward, with a few others waiting nearby. There were 9 bottles left. Jiang Yu placed 5 in front of himself and pushed the remaining 4 toward Xin Fei and the others. "Let us not do this one by one. Each of you drink a bottle, and I'll finish these 5. This statement was like a bomb dropped into the sea, causing a storm in everyone's hearts. "Who dares to drink with you now?" Everyone hesitated. "Respond." Zhou Hao coldly said, "What are you trying to pull? 5 more bottles? I don't believe you can handle that." Zhou Hao opened a bottle of wine himself. "Guys, don't let him intimidate you." He set an example and downed a bottle first. After downing a bottle, Zhou Hao felt like he was floating in the sky, dizzy and disoriented, as if the ceiling was spinning. There was no choice. Xin Fei and the others had to force themselves to drink the wine, their expressions as if they were drinking poison. Wang Ruoqi watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a smile. Wei Yang sat quietly beside them, still burping. After finally finishing 4 bottles of wine, it was their turn to show off. We finished all the wine. Now it's your turn to perform. Come on, help Jiang Yu open the wine. They couldn't drink, but they were experts at opening bottles. One after another, they rushed to open the 5 bottles of wine. The bottles are open. If you don't finish them all today, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Hao's tone was filled with threat. 5 bottles of wine that's over $10,000. I won't waste a single drop of the wine, but can I use the restroom first? Drinking so much at once, Jiang Yu needed to use the 100 release finger again. What, trying to escape? I'll tell you, it's not that easy. The restroom in the private room was occupied by Li Shui, so Jiang Yu had to use the public restroom outside. Zhou Hao wasn't going to give Jiang Yu a chance to escape. He grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulder and said with a fierce gaze, I'm also in a hurry. Why don't we go together? The two walked out together, acting like good friends. Ruwachi, let us go. Han felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. With Jiang Yu present, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. But Wang Ruwachi was in a playful mood. What's the rush? Don't you think watching this is fun? Stay with me for a while longer. Fun? Boring. Since you're not leaving, I'll go back alone. Just as Han stood up, the private room door burst open with a loud bang, and a dozen thugs rushed in, attacking everyone inside without a word. Except for the 3 girls. There were still 7 or 8 people outside the door who couldn't squeeze in. These were all people brought by Wang Yu's older brother. Wang Yu cowered in the back. He knew Jiang Yu was a skilled fighter, so he dared not charge forward. Because the private room was too dimly lit and crowded, Wang Yu, who was hiding in the back, didn't even notice Han. The students were beaten until their faces were bruised and swollen. Finally, under the angry shouts of a tattooed young man with a crew cut, they all turned toward the wall, hugged their heads, and crouched down. Now tell me, who is Jiang Yu? Chapter 42, If apologies worked, why would we need the police? The tattooed young man with the buzz cut was Wang Yu's older brother, Wang Shou, known as the boss of T-Plate Street. T-Pan Street was near the Emperor KTV, so Wang Shou quickly gathered a group of men after receiving the call. Wang Shou's modus operandi was simple, beat everyone up first, then deal with the main culprit later. The room fell silent, and the crowd gathered at the door all went inside. Han was crouched in the corner with her head in her hands, so Wang Yu didn't notice her. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't take a loss in front of him, so despite being the daughter of the Han family, Han was behaving herself. These reckless youths were the most dangerous. Young and headstrong, once provoked, they wouldn't care about your status or background. They'd act on impulse, and it could end badly. With Wang Shou backing him up, Wang Yu felt much more confident. He scanned the crowd with a smug expression and said, You Jiang guy, you country bumpkin, you think you're so tough? Come on, try touching me again. Shinfei stood up, his face twisted in sorrow, and said, Gentleman, Jiang Yu. Boom! Wang Shou kicked Shinfei with all his strength, sending him reeling. Shinfei was on the verge of tears. Brother, Jiang Yu isn't here. You've got the wrong person. You've got the wrong person. He ran away? Wang Yu stepped forward and slapped Shinfei across the face. Where did that kid go? Wang Yu didn't hold back, and Shinfei's nose started bleeding. Blood. Shinfei's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Wang Shou cursed angrily, You faint at the sight of blood and still come to cause trouble? Someone carry him to the sofa. He then sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of wine, and muttered to himself, Those little brats are pretty wealthy. They're drinking such good wine. Come on, guys, pour yourselves a glass each. Try this wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars. There were still 5 unopened bottles of wine on the table. The gang of thugs had never tasted such fine wine before, and they all rushed forward, some even grabbing bottles and starting to drink directly from them. After finishing, they complained, This is disgusting. Shinfei and his men watched Wang Shou and the others act so arrogantly, but dared not say a word. Wang Shou took a sip of wine and looked at Shinfei, saying, Call that guy named Jiang Yu. If he doesn't come, none of you are leaving today. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yu's voice echoed from outside the door, All this fuss just to find someone? Jiang Yu and Zhou Hao walked in together. Upon seeing the scene, Zhou Hao immediately flew into a rage. Who are you? Who are you? We're from the Black Tiger Gang. The boss of the Black Tiger Gang is my old man's godfather. Wang Shou dared to act so brazenly because he had the Black Tiger Hall backing him up. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare bring his men to the Emperor's Palace KTV to cause trouble. And because of this connection, no one from the KTV had intervened from the moment he started beating people until now. Upon hearing the name Black Tiger Hall, Zhou Hao immediately backed down. Gentlemen, we have no grudges against you, and we're not looking for Jiang Yu. This has nothing to do with us. Coward. Wang Ruwachi suddenly stood up and sneered. She hadn't spoken earlier because Jiang Yu wasn't there. But now that Jiang Yu had arrived, she felt more confident. No matter how much she despised Jiang Yu, the fact remained that he was a skilled fighter. Yes, I'm a coward. He's the one who claims to be able to take on 7 men alone. If he's so tough, let him handle it himself. Han Ning also stood up and accused, Jiang Yu, you caused this mess, yet you're making others suffer for it. Can you live with yourself? The others also stood up one by one, their faces bruised and swollen, filled with hatred toward Jiang Yu. Brother Yu, you've got to avenge us. Look, that guy over there hit me the hardest just now. He pointed at a young man with blonde hair, complaining bitterly. Among those present, only Wei Yong knew Jiang Yu's true strength. Jiang Yu was a martial arts master. Even the people from the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall had been beaten by him. How could these petty thugs stand a chance? Slap. Wan Shou threw a wine glass at Wei Yong. Shut your mouth, or I'll break you. Then, Wan Shou looked down at Jiang Yu with a superior expression. You're Jiang Yu? Yes. Then how do you plan to resolve the grudge between you and my brother? Jiang Yu had seen Shen Fei unconscious when he entered, and the situation was clear to him. How should I resolve it? You barged in and beat him like this. How do you expect me to resolve it? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu suddenly lunged forward without warning, grabbed a wine bottle, and smashed it against Wang Shou's head with a loud crash, leaving him bleeding profusely. Then, he pressed the sharp edge of the broken bottle against Wang Shou's neck and said, the solution is simple, compensate each of them 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and mental distress, and I'll let you go. Damn it, you brat, you're asking for trouble. Let our boss go immediately. You're playing with fire, kid. Our boss is Tiger Brothers' adopted son. John, let them go immediately. This was Zhou Hao shouting. He was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. If Black Tiger Hall came after him, he would be in big trouble too. Wang Shou was no pushover. He showed no fear. Kid, if you've got the guts, stab me in the neck. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Do you think I'm afraid? Jiang Yu applied more force, and the glass left a bloody gash on Wang Shou's neck. You dare! The henchman shouted, but dared not act rashly. Just then, a woman dressed in a bright red dress and wearing crystal-heeled shoes walked in. The thugs parted ways and respectfully called out, Sister Hong. Xiao Hong, the woman of the KTV owner, had connections in both the underworld and the authorities. Everyone in the area had to address her as Sister Hong. What is going on here? We're all out here to have fun. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? She smiled as she walked over to Jiang Yu and sat down, then poured 2 glasses of wine, picked one up, and handed it to Jiang Yu. Young man, I'm the owner's wife of this KTV. Give me some face. Drink this glass of wine, and today's matter will be settled. How about that? No deal. Jiang Yu didn't give her any face. When they came in and started beating people, where were you to stop them? Now I'm going to deal with them, and you want to play peacemaker? What about the beating my friends took? Was that for nothing? Then how about this, have Wang Shou apologize to you? If an apology were enough, why would we need the police? Jiang Yu remained unmoved, but at that moment, Wang Ruoqi walked over and urged, just listen to Sister Hong. The Black Tiger Gang had a fearsome reputation, and even Wang Ruoqi didn't want to cross them. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Yong and the others, who were all hanging their heads, looking defeated. But Jiang Yu knew they were seething inside and cursing him under their breath. After all, they had all been dragged into this because of him. Jiang Yu shook his head. I've said it before. The only way to resolve this is to compensate each person with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and mental distress. Hong Jia put down her wine glass, her expression darkening. So you're not going to give Tiger Brother face? If he comes here, he won't be as easy to deal with as I am. Is that so? Go call Jin Hu right now. I'll see how tough he is. Chapter 43, Han Ning steps in. Jin Hu? The Black Tiger Gang leader who severed his own finger in front of him to beg for mercy? Jiang Yu wanted to see what Jin Hu could do to him if he came. But the others were terrified, especially Zhou Hao. You Jiang guy, have you lost your mind? Do you know what you're saying? If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag us down with you. After berating Jiang Yu, Zhou Hao put on a fake smile and said to Xiao Hong, Sister Hong, this has nothing to do with us. It's all Jiang Yu's doing. Why don't we leave first and not cause you any trouble? Everyone wanted to leave this trouble-ridden place. A group of students dared not get involved in such a struggle. But before Sister Xiao could speak, Wang Shou interjected. No one is leaving until this is resolved. Sister Hong, help me call my godfather. Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment before asking again, young man, are you really unwilling to give up? Call him. I'll wait for Jin Hu to arrive. Jiang Yu had nothing more to say to them. Xiao Hong took out her phone and dialed Jin Hu's number. Brother Hu, come over here. Your godson is being threatened with a broken glass bottle at his throat. With just those few words, Xiao Hong hung up the phone. After hanging up, she didn't leave. She needed to keep Jiang Yu calm to prevent Wang Shou from causing any trouble. Young man, I've made the call. We can't just sit here waiting. Why don't you join me for a drink? I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking with strangers. Jiang Yu refused bluntly. One of his henchmen angrily shouted, don't be so ungrateful. Xiao Hong waved her hand, signaling the henchman not to provoke Jiang Yu. She said calmly, young man, I understand that young people act impulsively, but you must know that some people can't be dealt with by force alone. What you're doing will not only harm you but also your friends. She pointed at Wei Yong and the others and continued, they did get beaten up, but it's not life-threatening. They'll be back on their feet in a few days. If Tiger Brother shows up, I doubt any of you will be able to walk out of this place without a broken arm. Threats. These were blatant threats. As the main protagonist, Jiang Yu merely snorted in disdain, but Zhou Hao and Wang Yu were terrified. Sister Hong, please help us. We really have nothing to do with this. Aren't you friends? What kind of friends? I don't even know that guy. He just showed up here to freeload. Is that so? Wait until Tiger Brother arrives and you can tell him yourself. Tiger Brother isn't an unreasonable person. Sister Hong, this. Zhou Hao was about to cry. He didn't even know how to talk to Jin Hu. Han Ning, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. After all, she was the daughter of the Han family. A reckless youngster might not be easy to deal with, but that didn't mean Jin Hu wasn't someone to mess with. Jin Hu had been fighting for years and had risen to become the leader of the Black Tiger gang. He didn't act impulsively like his underlings. He still had to give face to the Han family. Seeing her classmates panicking, Han Ning finally stepped forward. Sister Han, can we talk for a moment? Han Ning walked over and poured a glass of wine for Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong appraised her and praised, you're a pretty young thing. What's your name? Han Ning. Han Ning? Xiao Hong furrowed her brows. Though she didn't recognize Han Ning, she had heard of the Han family's heiress. She asked cautiously, what is your relationship with Han Tianming, the chairman of the Han group? My father. Those two simple words caused Xiao Hong's attitude to change completely. She immediately took Han Ning's hand, her face brimming with a serene smile. So you're the Han family's heiress. No wonder you're so elegant. Please sit down. There's no need to sit down, Sister Xiao. I think this is all a misunderstanding. My classmate was beaten up for no reason because of someone else. We've accepted it. We're all still students and don't want to get involved in social disputes, so... I understand. Can we leave now? Actually, I don't mind, but I've already called Tiger Brother. If you all leave, I won't be able to explain. Why don't you stay a little longer and wait for Tiger Brother? Han Ning furrowed her brows. Miss Han, don't worry. Tiger Brother will definitely give you face. When he arrives, talk to him nicely. If you plead for mercy, maybe he'll even let him go too. Han Ning stepped forward, and Xiao Hong's attitude changed completely. Her words also served as a reassurance for Zhou Hao and the others. At least, for the sake of the Han family's face, they wouldn't end up missing limbs. Since Jiang Yu had been beaten, Xin Fei was seething with anger. He immediately shouted, Sister Hong, we've all said we don't know that kid. When Tiger Brother arrives, we'll deal with him however he sees fit. Wang Ruoqi also approached and poured some wine for Xiao Hong. Sister Hong, we're students and not very good with words. When Tiger Brother arrives, we hope you'll give us a hand. You're a smart girl. I like you. Xiao Hong smiled happily, treating her like her own niece. Just then, Wei Yong interjected, Ruoqi, don't grovel to her. Trust Yu Gu, he can handle it. Shut up. Wang Ruoqi snapped angrily. Turn your face away. I don't want to see you. Wei Yong obeyed immediately, turning his head to face the wall in reflection. Han Ning hadn't drunk any alcohol, so Wang Ruoqi accompanied Xiao Hong as she sipped her wine slowly, chatting idly and occasionally bursting into laughter. Xiao Hong suddenly glanced at Jiang Yu. You've been holding that broken glass bottle the whole time. Doesn't your hand hurt? Mind your own business. In truth, Jiang Yu was more than capable of handling the situation without resorting to such tactics, but he refused to let go of Wang Shou. He wanted Wang Shou to feel the fear of having his life in someone else's hands. Wang Shou was tough, but he wasn't lying when he said he was afraid. Cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. Han Ning glared at Jiang Yu, thinking to herself, how stubborn can this person be? He's pushing himself to the brink. She clenched her teeth and said, if you keep this up, I might not even be able to protect you. Jiang Yu chuckled, are you worried about me? I'm worried no one will bury you when you die. Han Ning didn't know why she felt a pang of sympathy, but she didn't want Jiang Yu to die here. She had already decided to speak up for Jiang Yu, but upon seeing his smug expression, she felt both anger and hatred. Soon, a loud voice rang out at the door, Tiger Brother. Instantly, all the henchmen in the private room turned to look at the door, bowing respectfully and greeting, Tiger Brother. Jin, who had arrived, making quite an entrance. Dressed in a martial arts uniform, he looked every inch the boss. One thing caught everyone's attention. Despite the heat, Jin, whose left hand was wearing a leather glove. Before anyone else had entered the room, a voice echoed through the crowd, who dares to be so bold as to lay a hand on my adopted son, Jin Hu? Chapter 44, Make me apologize? Does he even deserve it? Jin Hu's face was covered in scars, and his eyes were filled with the killing intent accumulated over the years. Even ordinary students would tremble at the sight of him. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang, his authority was undeniable. The voices of his subordinates were loud and clear, as if being in the same place as their boss was an honor in itself. Zhou Hao and the others dared not meet Jin Hu's gaze, keeping their heads bowed low. Oh, Tiger Brother, you finally arrived. You'll have to clean this mess up yourself. Xiao Hong, this is your territory. Is there something you can't handle? Brother Hu, there's a special guest here. She nodded toward Jin, who with a smile as bright as a flower, exuding charm. Han Ning stepped forward and spoke in a respectful tone. Hello, Brother Hu. I'm Han Ning. Han Ning? Jin, who repeated the name, as if recalling something. Xiao Hong reminded him, the daughter of the Han group. Oh, Miss Han, I didn't expect to see you here. Jin, who snapped out of it, and a faint smile finally appeared on his otherwise fierce face. But that was all. If Han Tianming had been present, Jin, who might have lowered his stance, but Han Ying's status clearly wasn't high enough to make Jin, who bow down to her. Han Ning spoke politely. Brother Jin, my classmate is celebrating her birthday here, and there was a misunderstanding with your men. I'm here to apologize on their behalf. I hope you won't hold it against us, a group of juniors. Jin, who still gave face. Since Miss Han has spoken, I naturally must give face. But I heard that my godson was threatened with a glass bottle to his neck. This matter cannot be swept under the rug. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hao immediately stepped forward, bowing and scraping. Tiger brother is right. That kid doesn't know his place, he deserves a lesson. Anyway, we don't know him well. You can do whatever you think is appropriate. Jin, who glanced at Zhou Hao with a cold expression and didn't bother to respond. Where's Wang Shou? Jin, who asked, and a few henchmen stepped aside, revealing Wang Shou in Jin, whose line of sight. Along with him, Jiang Yu also came into Jin, whose view. Godfather, this can't end well today. That kid doesn't give a damn about the Black Tiger gang. I'll at least break both his arms. As Jin, who appeared, Jiang Yu kicked Wang Shou aside with a single blow. Wang Shou let out a cry and fell flat on his face. His men were shocked and angry, rushing to help him up. Wang Shou touched his neck, where the glass had cut him, and the wound burned fiercely. Han Ning glared at him angrily. The Black Tiger Hall leader was here, and he dared to hit someone? Zhou Hao and Wang Yu both wore smug smiles, thinking, you're just asking for a beating. Damn it, you dare kick me. Wang Shou cursed angrily, grabbed a wine bottle, and was about to smash it, but suddenly heard Jin, who roar, stop. What's going on, Dad? Wang Shou was completely confused. At that moment, Jin, whose face was filled with bitterness. How could he keep running into this trouble? Jiang Yu stood up slowly and said indifferently, Brother Hu has arrived. As the leader of the Black Tiger gang, you should explain how this matter should be resolved. You little bastard, what the hell is your attitude? Damn it, how dare you speak to our tiger brother like that? The henchman shouted, and Zhou Hao chimed in, you have no respect. Tiger brother, this guy needs a lesson. Shut the hell up. Jin, who roared angrily, and the subordinates fell silent instantly. They were all confused. Why was their boss always scolding them? Oh, Brother Jiang is here too? This is truly like a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple family. Doesn't he recognize family anymore? Jin, whose tone suddenly became polite, even respectful. Family? Everyone was surprised to learn that Jiang Yu actually knew Jin Hu. No wonder he was so brazen. However, Jiang Yu's next words left everyone speechless. Whose family are you talking about? I'm asking you how you plan to resolve this matter. Jiang Yu spoke with the air of a superior, causing the atmosphere to freeze instantly. To prevent the situation from escalating, Han Ning quickly stepped forward to mediate. Jiang Yu, how dare you speak to Tiger brother like that? Tiger brother, don't get angry. Don't stoop to his level. Wang Ruoqi muttered, Han Ning, why are you speaking up for him? Han Ning gave Jiang Yu a meaningful glance and whispered, hurry up and apologize to Tiger brother. Make me apologize? Does he even deserve it? You? Han Ning was speechless on the spot, her anger rising. I've never seen anyone so reckless. She couldn't help Jiang Yu anymore. Just as she turned around, she saw Tiger brother's stiff smile. He said politely, we're all family. No need to apologize. Stop beating around the bush. How are you going to resolve this? Of course it depends on what Brother Jiang wants. Whatever you decide, we'll follow. At those words, everyone was speechless. Even the KTV owner, Xiao Hong, looked utterly astonished. What's going on? The mighty Jin who actually has such a humiliating moment? Zhou Hao's expression was as if he had swallowed a dead rat, utterly miserable. That kid actually made the leader of the Black Tiger gang bow his head and submit. What the hell is going on here? Wei Yelm, who had been facing the wall, walked over to Jiang Yu with his head held high, feeling a sense of vindication. He said triumphantly to Wang Ruoqi, I told you could handle it. Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes and said, don't talk to me. Jiang Yu pointed at Wei Yong and the others who had been beaten, speaking slowly, it's simple. Compensate each of them with 10,000 yuan for medical expenses and mental distress, and then have him. He then pointed at Wang Shou, make him apologize respectfully. I'll apologize to your mother. Wang Shou seemed to still be confused about the situation and started cursing loudly. Slap. Jin, who turned and slapped him across the face, shouting, do you think you have the right to speak here? The slap left Wang Shou speechless, dared not utter another word. Then, Jin, who put on a smile and said to Jiang Yu, do as you say. I'll compensate you for the money. Jiang Yu replied, cash only. You have 10 minutes. Jin, who immediately turned to Xiao Hong for help, I don't have that much cash on me. Xiao Hong, can you lend me some? The KTV made tens of thousands of dollars every night. Cash was no problem. But Xiao Hong hesitated and whispered, "Brother Jean, are you really going to give it? Don't hesitate. Consider it a favor I owe you." Jean, who couldn't help but touch the empty little finger under his leather glove. If he dared to object, what he'd lose this time wouldn't be just a little finger. Xiao Hong turned and left to fetch the money. Jean, who turned around and smiled, saying, "Jiang brother, please wait a moment. My men ruined your evening today. Let me offer you a drink to apologize." Jean, whose attitude surprised Han Ning. Apologizing and offering compensation. This added a layer of mystery to Jiang Yu, sparking Han Ying's curiosity. Who was he, really? Chapter 45, I really don't know them. Jiang Yu didn't want to refuse Jean, whose face. Since he was willing to resolve the matter according to his own wishes, it wasn't unreasonable to accept his invitation for a drink. When Jean Hu toasted, he placed his cup very low as a sign of respect. The younger members were baffled. Their boss was, after all, a prominent figure in Tianyun City, someone even many prominent figures had to give face to. Why was he so subservient in front of Jiang Yu? They were filled with resentment, but dared not speak their minds. As for Zhou Hao and the others, they were as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof, their faces growing increasingly grim. Wei Yong had come with Jiang Yu, and he was finally able to hold his head high, feeling extremely proud. He rarely felt this confident in front of Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi was muttering to herself, puzzled. How did Jiang Yu end up getting involved with Jean Hu? No, it seemed more like Jean who had befriended Jiang Yu. Although she was just a student and didn't associate with people from the underworld, she still knew about the Black Tiger Gang. After all, she had a decent relationship with Wang Qi, the Black Tiger Gang's top enforcer. She was puzzled. What did Jiang Yu have that he deserved this? She knew Jiang Yu was a skilled fighter, even professional boxer Zhang Feng wasn't his match. But doesn't the Black Tiger Gang still have Iron Fist Wang Qi? Why is Jean Hu so subservient? She couldn't figure it out. Every time she saw Jiang Yu standing high and mighty and Wei Yong looking so smug, she couldn't help but get angry. Xiao Hong quickly brought over a bag containing over 100,000 yuan in cash. She couldn't help but re-evaluate Jiang Yu, her expression growing serious. "Brother Jiang, here is the money. Take it." Jean Hu smiled and pushed the money toward Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu shook his head. "I don't need medical expenses. Why are you giving this to me?" "I understand." Jean Hu, holding the money bag, stood up, but Jiang Yu pressed him down. "Let him go. When it's time to compensate them, bow and apologize." Jiang Yu pointed at Wang Shou, whose eyes were as sharp as a snake's. He felt deeply humiliated. "Godfather. Stop wasting time. Didn't you hear Jiang brother tell you to go? Godfather, I dare to say another word, and I'll cut off your hands." Jean, whose words still carried a lot of weight, and Wang Shou's neck tensed up, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Jean, whose ruthlessness was something Wang Shou knew all too well. There was nothing he could do. Wang Shou had to swallow his pride, take the money bag, and walk over. He handed a student wearing glasses 10,000 yuan and muttered, "Sorry. Jean Lao De, is this how you apologize?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened, clearly displeased. Jean, who immediately stood up, walked over, and slapped Wang Shou on the back of the head. "Apologize properly to me." Wang Shou clenched his fists but dared not defy Jean Hu. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, almost gritting his teeth as he said, "I'm sorry." Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction, and Jean Hu sat back down. Wang Shou apologized and compensated each student in turn. For the students, this was a cause for great joy. Though he had taken 2 punches, it was well worth it. They weren't like Zhou Hao, a rich second-generation heir. 10,000 yuan was almost equivalent to their semester's living expenses. As for the issue of face, hadn't Jiang Yu already restored it for them? Earlier, when they were being beaten, they had been filled with hatred, wanting to tear Jiang Yu, the culprit, to pieces. But now, they were all filled with gratitude. When it came to Wei Yong, Jiang Yu spoke up. He was injured, more severely compensate him with 20,000 yuan. "No problem, no problem." Jean Hu nodded in agreement while giving Wang Shou a nod. Wang Shou obediently pulled out 2,000 from his bag and handed it to Wei Yong, bowing in apology. Seeing this, the others began to regret their actions. Damn it, we got the short end of the stick. If only I had resisted more fiercely earlier, maybe I could have gotten an extra 10,000. When Jean Hu approached the 3 girls Wang Ruoqi, Han Ning, and Li Shui, Jiang Yu said they weren't injured. An apology will suffice. Wang Shou complied, thinking 3,000 yuan is 3,000 yuan. Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi naturally weren't interested in the 10,000 yuan, but Li Shui wasn't having it. "Why should I just apologize? I'm hurt too." "Where are you hurt?" "Look at my hands. They're all cut from broken glass." Li Shui had a few red spots on the back of her hand, insisting she was injured. Anyone with eyes could see she was just after the money. Jean, who was naturally willing to pay to avoid trouble. He signaled to Wang Shou to compensate Li Shui with 10,000 yuan, but Jiang Yu stopped him. "She doesn't need to pay. Just ignore her." "You." Li Shui was nearly driven mad with anger, while Wang Ruoqi mocked her relentlessly. Finally, Wang Shou walked up to Shenfei. Shenfei had also taken a beating earlier and had been kicked in the corner while crouching. So, Wang Shou turned back and asked, does he need to give an extra 10,000? Jiang Yu shook his head, he doesn't have to give anything either. Why? Why? Li Shui was like a furious tigress. If you don't give me anything, that is fine, but my boyfriend just got beaten up because of you. Look at his face, it's a mess. Why? Jiang Yu sneered coldly. We don't even know each other. Why should I help you? He stood up and asked the others, are you all satisfied with the compensation from Tiger Brother? Satisfied, satisfied. The corners of their mouths couldn't hide their smiles, though their faces still ached from laughing. Since everything's been settled, let's call it a day. He smiled and teased Han Ning, want to sing a few more songs? Mind your own business. Han Ning retorted impatiently, then pulled Wang Ruoqi away. Wei Yong and the others gradually left as well, but Zhou Hao and Shen Fei stayed behind. They still had to settle the bill. Jin Hu apologized again, Zhang brother, I'm really sorry about today. Let me cover the bill for this round. Zhou Hao was overjoyed inside, as he had managed to get 10 more bottles of good wine to get Jiang Yu drunk, and today's bill was sure to exceed 20,000. Just as he was basking in the thought of saving 20,000, Jiang Yu poured a bucket of cold water on him. No need, Jean Lauda. Today is Zhou Xiao's birthday, he is treating us. Jiang Yu walked toward the exit, passing by Wang Shou and saying without any hesitation, I know you're upset and need to vent. But let me remind you again, I'm not close with them. Jin Hu naturally understood Jiang Yu's underlying meaning. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped out the door, Jin Hu's expression darkened, and a single word closed the door sent Zhou Hao, Shenfei and Li Shui into a state of despair. What happened inside the private room afterward, Jiang Yu had no idea. It didn't concern him anymore. Wei Yong and his classmates all hailed taxis back to school, while Han Ning rushed straight back to Guanhuju. At 9:30 p.m., Han Tianming was still awake, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Upon seeing Han Ning, he put down the newspaper and said impatiently, finally decided to come home? Come here, I have something to tell you. Later. I need to talk to my aunt. She hurried upstairs and burst into Han Xiong's bedroom. The first thing she said was, who exactly is Jiang Yu? Chapter 46, where did this steel straight man come from? Han Xiong was lying on the bed playing with her phone, wearing a lightweight nightgown that hinted at her slender figure. Hey, isn't this the little cutie who moved out of our house? What's the rush coming back so late at night? Did something happen? Han Xiong put down her phone and smiled at Han Ning. Although she didn't get along well with her older brother, she had a good relationship with this young niece. Auntie, what is the deal with the guy you introduced me to last time? Oh, you're already curious about him? Go ask him yourself. I don't feel like talking to him. Seeing her pouting expression, Han Xiong winked and said, what is wrong? Did he bully you? Tell your auntie, and I'll stand up for you. No way. Han Ying's face turned bright red all the way to her ears. Thinking back to what happened that night at the hotel, she felt both ashamed and angry. Han Xiong, though single, was no stranger to the ways of the world. She immediately sensed something was amiss but chose not to press the matter. She explained honestly, he is the apprentice of a renowned doctor. That's all? That's all. Han Ning muttered under her breath, clearly not believing it. Could a doctor really make the leader of the Black Tiger gang bow and scrape? Just then, a voice came from the door of Han Xiong's bedroom. Is that little Ing coming back? Grandfather? Han Ning paused for a moment, then rushed out excitedly, Grandfather, you're out of the hospital. Han Laoyi had disregarded the doctor's advice and left the hospital on his own. Han Tianming had sent people to search for him all night but couldn't find him. However, the next morning, the old man had returned home on his own. Han Tianming had never told Han Ning about this. Han Ning threw herself into the old man's arms and he winced, Girl, are you trying to break my old bones? The old man stroked Han Ying's head, his eyes brimming with affection. Han Ning stuck out her tongue, Grandpa, you look so healthy and full of energy. How can you be old? In truth, Han Tianming and Han Xiong were also puzzled. The old man had been given a terminal diagnosis by the doctor, yet upon returning home, he remained energetic and vibrant, showing no signs of someone nearing the end of his life. The old man smiled, You're getting more and more beautiful, my dear. That's all thanks to Grandpa's good genes. You're just good with words. It's been so long since we've seen each other. Come over and chat with Grandpa. The old man had already gone to bed, but upon hearing Han Ying's voice, he lost all sleepiness. He pulled Han Ning downstairs, and Han Xiong could only get up and follow them. Han Tianming immediately put down the newspaper and stood up, concerned, Dad, why are you up? It's been so long since I saw my granddaughter. I have to have a good chat with her. You're so spoiled by your grandfather. When he was in the hospital, you didn't even bother to visit him more often. Han Tianming glared angrily at Han Ning. Grandpa, look at my dad, he is being mean to me again. Han Ning shook the old man's arm playfully, and he scolded her immediately, Can't you just shut up? Do you have to make my granddaughter leave before you're satisfied? Han Ning stuck out her tongue at Han Tianming, looking triumphant. Han Tianming didn't take it seriously.
He rolled up the newspaper and said in an unyielding tone, "On the 3rd day of next month, it's your grandfather's birthday. No matter what happens, you must be there." After saying that, Han Tianming went upstairs. As he passed Han Xiong on the stairs, she whispered, "Didn't you tell her about the engagement beforehand? It's none of your business." Han Xiong rolled her eyes and muttered under her breath, "If you don't want me to mind, I won't." "You think you're so clever." Han Ning was completely confused. "What does Dad mean?" "Grandpa's birthday, of course I'll be there." She didn't know that she was the real star of the birthday banquet. At 10 o'clock at night, Zhang Yu tiptoed back to Wen Yihuan's house. He was afraid of disturbing Wen Yihuan's rest. As soon as he entered the room, he carefully closed the door, trying not to make too much noise, but the light inside the room suddenly turned on. Wen Yihuan, wearing a white nightgown, looked at him and asked, "Did you drink?" She could smell the alcohol from a distance. "Just a little," Zhang Yu said apologetically. "I'm sorry, Ms. Wen. I disturbed your rest." Wen Yihuan didn't scold him. Instead, she walked toward the kitchen, rummaged around in the refrigerator for a moment, and said, "Go take a shower first. I'll cook something for you to help you sober up." "Zhang Yu? Is this the treatment a bodyguard should receive? What are you still standing there for?" "Ah, okay." Zhang Yu snapped out of it, grabbed a robe from the room, and dashed into the bathroom. Looking at his handsome face in the mirror, Zhang Yu couldn't help but say with a touch of self-admiration, "My damn charm." 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu quickly finished his business, walked into the living room in his robe, and saw Wen Yihuan's busy figure. He couldn't help but sigh. With a wife like this, what more could a man ask for? If it weren't for his younger apprentice sister Dodo occupying such a large part of his heart, he would almost have fallen in love with Wen Yihuan. Soon, Wen Yihuan brought over a steaming cup of ginger tea. "Drink up and get some rest." "Ginger tea?" "Well, to be honest, ginger tea doesn't really help with hangovers. A cup of vinegar would be more effective." Many articles online claim that ginger tea can help with hangovers, but as a doctor, Zhang Yu knew that was false. Just as he was about to continue educating Wen Yihuan, he noticed a flash of hostility in her eyes. Where did this straight-laced guy come from? Chapter 47, Su Xin's Request. The next day, after dropping Wen Yihuan off at the company, Zhang Yu went to Jiyun Company as usual. As expected, he didn't see Wen Qiyun. He then called Wei Yong to inquire about Han Ning's whereabouts. Han Ning had returned home last night, and Wei Yong hadn't seen her either. Instead, he went on and on about Wang Ruoqi. She said that last night Wang Ruoqi had gone to the Xingyo Boxing Club to meet Zhang Feng, and then the two of them had gone to a high-end residential area together. When they came out, Wang Ruoqi seemed a bit disappointed. "You were following Wang Ruoqi all night? Aren't you afraid of being mistaken for a stalker?" Zhang Yu teased him, though he could roughly guess Wang Ruoqi's intentions. After the KTV incident, Wang Ruoqi must have been curious about her own identity. She dared not ask Jin Hu directly, so she could only inquire through Zhang Feng's connection. Zhang Feng naturally didn't know him either, so he took Wang Ruoqi to find Wang Qi. However, Wang Qi had already fled to another city after Zhang Yu had disabled his hands, so Wang Ruoqi couldn't find him and was naturally disappointed. "Brother Yu, do you think she went to find Zhang Feng in the middle of the night because she likes him?" Wei Yong's words were tinged with jealousy. Zhang Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, Wang Ruoqi and Zhang Feng are just ordinary friends. You still have a chance." "Really? What should I do next?" "Stick to the principles I taught you, stick to her like glue." "But she really dislikes me. She tells me to get lost every time she sees me." "So you've forgotten the principle of having no shame? If she tells you to leave, you just leave? How are you going to pursue her then? I'm afraid she'll start hating me even more. You just don't understand. There's a saying, love can turn to hate and hate can turn to love. If you follow her every day, once she gets used to you, if you suddenly stop showing up, she'll feel empty inside." "You're so wise, you goo. I'll go find Wang Ruoqi right now." Zhang Yu's whole speech was just to use Wei Yong to keep Wang Ruoqi in check, so she wouldn't keep stirring up trouble behind Han Ning's back. He didn't go to school today because, judging from Han Ying's attitude yesterday, she was still upset. Appearing too frequently would only backfire. Although he told Wei Yong to keep his face, he didn't do the same himself. The day passed slowly, mundane and uneventful. What surprised Zhang Yu was that the elderly man he had helped a few days ago called him, saying that the location for his birthday banquet had been set at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion and that he must attend. In the evening after work, Zhang Yu was about to send Wen Yihuan home when Su Xin hurriedly found him. "Zhang Yu, I have something I need your help with." Su Xin, who had always been cold and sarcastic toward Zhang Yu, found it hard to ask for help, especially when she was in need. Zhang Yu teased her, "What's the matter? Can't sleep alone at night and want me to come warm your bed? You're lying." Su Xin glared at him angrily. "Stop making things up. Is that how you ask someone for help?" Su Xin was at a loss for words, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Wen Yihuan, standing nearby, smiled sweetly. "Enough, Zhang Yu, stop teasing Su Xin." Zhang Yu finally reined in his carefree smile and said solemnly, "Alright, what do you need me to do for you?" "Well, you're supposed to be a miracle doctor, right?
My uncle fell ill with a strange disease several months ago. We've taken him to several major hospitals, but his savings are all gone and there's been no improvement. They're at a loss and asked me to look around the city for any folk healers. That's why I thought of you right away. Mysterious illness? Jiang Yu raised the corner of his mouth, clearly intrigued. As a divine healer, he loved tackling difficult and mysterious illnesses. Wen Yihuan said, since it's a relative of Su Xian in trouble, Jiang Yu, please help out. Jiang Yu said, since Mr. Wen has asked, I can't refuse. Su Xian timidly asked, your fees aren't too high, are they? Her uncle's family wouldn't have sought out a folk doctor if they were wealthy, so the cost was a crucial factor. If Jiang Yu charged too much, she would have to give up. Jiang Yu said indifferently, it's just a favor among friends. Why charge money? I can diagnose for free, but the cost of the medicine will have to be covered by you. Really? That's so kind of you. Su Xian was so happy she started dancing around. This thank you came from the bottom of her heart. It was Jiang Yu's words that made him seem more respectable in Su Xian's eyes for the first time. In that case, Jiang Yu, you and Su Xian go ahead. You don't need to send me. Su Xian yawned. The busy day had left her with little time to rest. Why don't I just drop you off first? No, saving people is more important, and besides, I have a dinner date with a friend tonight. Alright, just be careful and call me if anything happens. Jiang Yu got into Su Xian's car and left. Wen Yihuan drove alone toward Luchuang Mountain Villa on the outskirts of the city. Lutang Mountain Villa is located on a mountain in the suburbs, making it an ideal place to escape the summer heat. At 8 o'clock in the evening, cars were coming and going on the winding mountain road. Wen Yihuan was driving up the mountain, looking a little tired. As she reached the halfway point, she suddenly heard a loud noise, followed by a thunderous crash. A massive boulder rolled down the mountain. There were several vehicles in front of and behind Wen Yihuan, but the boulder seemed to have eyes, heading straight for the roof of her car. Chapter 48. Marrying off a daughter is not the same as selling her. Su Xian's uncle lived in the suburbs, and the two drove for half an hour to reach a new village. The suburbs no longer had any tall buildings. Instead, there were mostly small farmhouses with uneven roofs. The Su family were ordinary farmers who had worked hard all their lives to save money for their daughter's dowry. However, 6 months ago, an unexpected illness struck, depleting their savings. 6 months ago, Su Ditsai began experiencing pain in his temples, and his vision gradually deteriorated. He visited an ophthalmologist who found nothing abnormal. However, his vision continued to deteriorate, and he was eventually diagnosed with temporal arteritis and transferred to the rheumatology department. After receiving some steroid treatments, his condition improved slightly, and he returned home to recover. However, Su Detsai's condition did not improve as expected. After returning home, his health deteriorated further, and he developed kidney problems, joint pain, and nearly complete blindness. They visited numerous hospitals, but no definitive diagnosis was made. His health continued to deteriorate, and the family's savings were depleted, leaving them deeply in debt. They had no choice but to discharge him from the hospital. However, his family refused to give up on him and sought help from many traditional healers, but the results were minimal. When Su Xian visited, her aunt Zhang Giro mentioned that she worked as a secretary for a big boss in the city and must know many people, so she asked her to inquire about any miracle doctors who could treat strange illnesses. Su Xian had never dealt with doctors before. After the incident where 3 women caused a commotion at the company, she heard Jiang Yu boast about being a miracle doctor, so she decided to give it a try, hoping for a miracle. The suburbs were mostly rural areas, far from the bustling nightlife of the city. By 9 o'clock at night, there were hardly any streetlights to be seen. However, Su Detsai's house had been well lit recently. This was because Su Detsai was nearly blind and constantly complained that it was too dark, so the family had to keep the lights on all night to provide him with some comfort. Additionally, he suffered from severe joint pain, so his family had to stay up all night to tend to him, applying hot towels whenever he felt the pain. The family has suffered a great deal as a result, and Zhang Guiyu has lost a lot of weight. The family has a daughter named Su Wan, who works at the Shangya Group in the provincial capital. She took leave to come home and care for him, and she too looks haggard. In Yinliu village, there was a newly rich man named Qian Dahai, who had a son named Qian Lai. Since his family was wealthy, Qian Lai didn't work and spent his days loafing around and causing trouble. Qian Lai and Su Wan were elementary school classmates. He had liked Su Wan since childhood but had been rejected multiple times. Su Dekai's illness gave Qian Lai hope. Qian Lai had been closely monitoring the situation and waited until Su Wan's family was on the brink of bankruptcy before reappearing. Tonight, Qian Lai brought an old friend to Su Wan's house and bought some nutritional supplements. Uncle, what's wrong with him? It's been half a year and he's not getting better. Why don't we take him to a bigger hospital in the province? Qian Lai only glanced at Su Dekai in the bedroom, with no genuine intention to visit him. Everyone in the village knew that he coveted Su Wan, but one doesn't hide a smiling face. Since Qian Lai had brought nutritional supplements as a gesture of goodwill, Zhang Giru and Su Wan couldn't bring themselves to turn him away, so they had to endure the awkwardness in the living room. Zhang Giru sighed dejectedly. Who wouldn't want to go to a big hospital for treatment? If they had the means, they might have already sent Su Ditsai to the provincial capital or even the capital city for treatment. But they were just ordinary farmers. Their daughter Suwon, though she had some education, hadn't graduated long ago and was renting a place in the city. After covering expenses, they couldn't save much each month. Just treating him in Tianyun City had already left them penniless. Auntie, if money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. It's just a matter of money. Just tell Ligo, and with his connection to Suwon, he'll definitely help. Xian Lai's childhood friend gave him a knowing look. His name was Zhu Chao, weighing over 180 pounds, and his face jiggled with fat as he spoke. This isn't a small sum. Zhang Gira shook her head inside repeatedly. Xian Lai patted his chest and said, a few 100,000 isn't even a big deal to me. That's still not acceptable. Zhang Gira refused firmly, family matters are my responsibility. It's getting late, you should go rest. Everyone knows what he is up to. Could Xian Lai really lend them hundreds of thousands of yuan out of the blue? It's probably the dowry money for his daughter's wedding. If that were the case, it wouldn't be called marrying off a daughter, it would be selling her. Few parents in the world would do such a thing. Zhang Giro stood up to see the guests off, but Suwon called Qian Lai back. Wait a moment. She was torn as Qian Lai's gaze roamed freely over her body. Suwon was beautiful, even more so than Su Xian, and her chest was even more impressive than Su Xian's. The buttons on her short-sleeved blouse seemed ready to pop open at any moment. Though she looked haggard, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Qian Lai couldn't help but drool. Suwon hesitated for a moment before speaking in a weak voice. Qian Lai, are you really willing to lend me money to treat my father's illness? Of course. We're family. Thank you. If you're willing to help, you'll be my savior for life. I won't borrow this money for free. You can charge me the highest interest rate allowed by law, and I'll repay you as soon as possible. Suwon, money can't be borrowed for free. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars, not a few thousand. But it's not that kind of loan. Xu Chao spoke again. Suwon recognized him and asked, Zhu Chao, how do you suggest we borrow it? Xu Chao gave a sinister smile. Suwon, are you really that clueless or just pretending? You know exactly how I feel about you. If you're willing to marry me, I wouldn't just lend you the money, I could even give your family several hundred thousand. Qian Lai smiled satisfactorily, clearly approving of Zhu Chao's words. Suwon was even more conflicted. She didn't like Qian Lai, and in fact, she despised him. He was a good-for-nothing who caused trouble all day long. Anyone who married him would be jumping into a pit of fire. But she couldn't just stand by and watch her father suffer. The family was already deeply in debt, and there was no one else who could lend them several $100,000. Qian Lai, stop thinking about my daughter. I'd rather give up my life than let Suwon marry you. Su Dekai had somehow managed to crawl out of the room. He couldn't see, but he wasn't deaf. He heard every word of the conversation in the living room. Dad. Suwon rushed over to support Su Ditsai. His face was pale, but his words were firm. Guiru, show them out. Su Ditsai had made his position clear, which enraged Qian Lai. Old fool, don't be ungrateful. In the entire Inlu village, who else but me can save you? Qian Lai, who are you calling? Suwon's face was filled with anger as she shouted angrily. Spit. Qian Lai spat on the ground. Suwon, don't think I don't know your family is at the end of their rope. Now, there are only two paths before you. 1. Marry me, and I'll pay for your father's medical treatment. 2. Watch your father suffer and die in agony. Qian Lai smiled coldly, as if he had already decided Suwon's fate. Just then, an untimely voice rang out, oh so lively in the middle of the night? Chapter 49, what about giving yourself in marriage? A white Peugeot pulled up in front of the Su family's house. Zhang Yu and Su Xian walked into the Su family's courtyard together. Su Xian is here. Come inside. Seeing her own family arrive, Wang Giru became much more enthusiastic and hurried out of the living room to greet them. In the living room, Qian Lai and Xu Chao were staring at Su Xian, and both of their expressions were a bit off. Xu Chao teased, Su Xian is getting more and more beautiful. How about being my girlfriend? Su Xian silently cursed under her breath, a leopard can't change its spots, then ignored them completely and led Zhang Yu into the living room. Qian Lai looked at Zhang Yu and said unhappily, who is this kid? Xu Chao, do you know him? I haven't seen him before. Wang Giru also took a good look at Zhang Yu before asking, Su Xian, is this your boyfriend? He's really quite the catch. Su Xian muttered, Auntie, what are you talking about? He's just a friend. Xu Chao sneered from the side, bringing him home in the middle of the night? Who would believe that? I never thought Su Xian, who looks so pure, is so wild in private. You fat pig, watch your mouth. If you dare to ruin my reputation in the village, I won't let you off. Su Xian had grown up in Inlu village and naturally knew the people in the village who were around her age. She was sharp-tongued and didn't mince her words. Xu Chao looked dejected. He knew how sharp Su Xian's tongue was and didn't dare to argue further, lest he make a fool of himself. Su Xian, you're back so late. Is there something you need? Suwon merely glanced at Jiang Yu indifferently. Cousin, of course I have something to do. Didn't my aunt ask me to find out if there was a miracle doctor in town? I found one for you. If I'm not mistaken, the miracle doctor you invited must be him, right?
Qianlai and Zhu Chao exchanged glances, both trying to suppress their laughter.
Su Xian rolled her eyes at them. Do we even need to guess? Ha 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 ha. Qianlai and Zhu Chao finally couldn't hold it in and burst into loud laughter.
Su Xian, you're at least a college graduate, yet you're so easily deceived.
Look at him, what about him looks like a divine doctor? Qianlai's smile was filled with sarcasm. Xu Chao chimed in, Su Xian, you haven't been scammed out of your money and your virtue, have you? Losing money is one thing, but if he's taken your virtue, you'll have to lower your standards for your future husband.
But then again, my brother Zhu Chao is a big-hearted guy.
He wouldn't mind. Just a fall guy. I don't care. The two of them chimed in, nearly driving Su Xian to the brink of madness. Shut your filthy mouth, Zhu Chao. Don't talk about how pure and virtuous this lady is. Even if I get divorced and have 2 kids, you wouldn't be the one to take me in.
And you, with your money, don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking coins.
You know what you're really like, don't you? You want to marry my cousin? Why don't you just take a look at yourself in the mirror? Cough cough. The two were so flustered by Su Xian that they started coughing. Wang Giro looked at Jiang Yu with a mix of disbelief and curiosity, and asked cautiously, Young man, are you really a doctor? The real deal. Then what about my husband's illness? Don't worry, let me take a look first. Husband, come on, go back to the room and lie down. Su Xian will find you a miracle doctor. Wang Giro hurriedly helped Su Ditsai back into the room. Qianlai stood at the door, mocking, you actually believe him?
That guy looks like a charlatan. If he can cure illnesses, pigs could climb trees.
Xu Chao agreed, even if he is really skilled, can your family afford to pay him? Mentioning money made Wang Giro worry.
Their family was destitute, they didn't even have enough money to buy decent furniture or appliances.
Suwon bit her lip and asked, are you really a miracle doctor? Jiang Yu replied indifferently, it's all just empty fame. Can you really cure my father's illness? Currently, there's about a 70% chance.
Through his initial diagnosis, Jiang Yu had already gained a general understanding of Su Dikai's condition. As for whether there was a 100% guarantee, that would require further examination.
A 70% chance was already a huge hope for Suwon.
She suddenly knelt down before Jiang Yu. Divine doctor, my family truly has no money left.
I can't offer you any compensation, but if you can truly cure my father's illness, I am willing to marry you as a token of my gratitude. Qianlai was speechless. What did she mean? When I offered to help you earlier, you didn't say that.
Damn it, who does this pretty boy think he is, trying to steal my woman? Qianlai was furious, clenching his fists tightly.
Zhu Chao also shouted angrily, you fraud, get out of here. You dare to scam people in our Inu village? Do you know whose territory this is? Do you think I won't break your legs? Jiang Yu paid them no mind, merely asking calmly, are they the patient's family?
Su Xian said, no, they're just 2 thugs.
Oh, then the bystanders should step aside. Don't interfere with my treatment. His casual remark enraged Qianlai, you bastard. A con artist dares to chase us away? You must be tired of living. Zhu Chao, attack. The two rolled up their sleeves and charged into the bedroom. In the blink of an eye, there was a thud, and Jiang Yu tossed Qianlai into the courtyard as if he were a chicken. He acted too quickly. By the time Zhu Chao reacted, he found Jiang Yu already sizing him up. Zhu Chao was quite a large man, but Jiang Yu pushed him into the living room with one palm and then kicked him with his leg. Ouch! Zhu Chao let out a piercing scream and rolled out into the courtyard. Bang! Jiang Yu shut the door, and the world finally fell silent. Su Xian had already helped Suwon to her feet and said to her, cousin, what are you saying about offering yourself? Jiang Yu, who had closed the door, raised his eyebrows. What? Am I not good enough? Of course you are. Wang Giro hurriedly tried to smooth things over.
You're such a handsome young doctor. If my daughter were to marry you, she wouldn't be at a loss. Plus, doctors have compassionate hearts.
I'm sure you're a good person.
Su Xian glared angrily at Jiang Yu, placing her hands on her hips and said, we agreed it would be free treatment.
Now that you see my cousin is pretty, you're changing your mind and trying to kidnap her? Free? Wang Giro and Suwon, mother and daughter, exchanged glances, both feeling a bit disappointed. What's wrong, auntie? Free isn't good enough? It's not that it's not good, it's just...
If Jiang Yu had asked for some compensation, it would have been fine, but since he said it was free, Suwon and her mother felt that Jiang Yu was just trying to flatter Su Xian and deceive them. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
So Wang Giro asked again, Su Xian, is he really not your boyfriend? Chapter 50, 2 Jerks. Su Xian nearly lost her temper. No, auntie, how many times do I have to tell you?
Jiang Yu also noticed the distrust between Wang Giro and her son. Having seen many patients, he understood the thoughts of their families.
Some family members refused to believe they were doctors and would never let them touch the patient. Some were even more unreasonable, grabbing a broom and sweeping them out the door. Sometimes it's just strange, the higher the price you quote, the more they believe you. If you don't ask for money, you end up not being trusted. So he shouted, "How can it be free? I'm a doctor, not a god. I need to eat too. Hey, how can you be like this? We clearly agreed earlier. Are you even a man? You're going back on your word." Su Xin was furious. But Wang Giru and Su Wan smiled. Wang Giru hurriedly said, "Little divine doctor, just name your conditions. We'll find a way to meet them." Jiang Yu didn't know their financial capacity, so he asked, "How much do you think the consultation fee should be?" Su Wan thought for a moment and said, "Up to 10,000, I can manage that." 10,000? Wang Giru was shocked. "Wanner, where would you get that much money?" Jiang Yu said, "Alright, 10,000. But considering Su Xin's face, I'll give you a 20% discount." Su Xin was furious. 8,000 for a doctor's visit? Why don't you just rob a bank? Su Wan tried to calm her down. "Cousin, this is what we should pay. Don't blame the doctor, but..." She changed the subject and said to Jiang Yu with a blush, I can't come up with that much money right now. Can we pay in installments? I promise I'll pay it all back within 2 years. No problem. Jiang Yu agreed readily. After all, he wasn't really after the money. What he wanted was the family's trust. Only if the family trusted him would they cooperate unconditionally with his treatment of the patient. He then began to closely observe Su Ditsai, inquiring about his physical condition. Finally, he said thoughtfully, insufficient liver and kidney function, deficiency of qi and blood, obstruction of the Xian palace, resulting in disharmony of qi, blood, and body fluids, and impaired circulation of vital energy. The treatment should focus on clearing the eyes and opening the orifices, resolving stasis and unblocking the meridians, primarily targeting the Qiuming and Qiuhou acupoints, while also using acupoints to tonify qi, nourish blood, soothe the liver, and dispel depression. Although Su Wan and her mother found these words confusing, to them, it all boiled down to 2 words, professional. Don't use all that fancy jargon. What's wrong with my uncle? Su Xin asked the question that both Su Wan and her mother were wondering. Jiang Yu explained, in simple terms, it's a blockage in the meridians, causing qi and blood stagnation. That's it? Are you kidding us? If it's that simple, then why can't all those hospitals diagnose the condition? Meridians and acupoints are the culmination of thousands of years of experience in traditional Chinese medicine, but to Western medicine, they are intangible and intangible. How could instruments possibly detect them? You make it sound so convincing. How do you treat it then? I'll prescribe a formula for you. Within 5 doses, the illness will be cured. Jiang Yu's diagnosis was surprisingly simple. Su Wan took a piece of paper and a pen, half believing and half doubting. Jiang Yu wrote it down in one swift motion, and a prescription appeared before her eyes. This was a secret formula exclusive to Bokishan. Even if an ordinary TCM practitioner knew Su Ditsai's condition, they might not be able to prescribe the right medicine. That's it? Su Xin couldn't shake the feeling that she had been deceived, unsure if the prescription would actually work. Su Wan and her son exchanged glances, holding the prescription and not knowing what to say. Jiang Yu said, "What is there to worry about? I haven't even charged you yet. Once he is better, you can pay me then." Su Xin said, "This isn't about the money. What if your prescription is faulty and my uncle gets sick?" Sigh. Jiang Yu scratched his head, looking helpless. "Do I really have to take an oath?" "Shaowan, just go get the medicine as the doctor said." Su Ditsai, lying on the bed, spoke weakly. The family's circumstances and his health left him with no other choice. He could only trust Jiang Yu. Even if something went wrong, he would accept his fate. If he were to die, it would be a form of liberation, sparing Su Wan and her son from further burden. "Alright, I'll go get the medicine right away." Su Wan was anxious and impatient, but Jiang Yu waved her off. "It's the middle of the night. Where would you go to get the medicine? Let's go tomorrow. Nothing will happen overnight." He also reminded her, "Change Uncle's room. This one is dark and damp, with stagnant air rising. The feng shui isn't good." Though this wasn't the primary cause of Su Ditsai's illness, it did have some influence. Su Xin was filled with questions. How did this get so mysterious? Now he's even bringing up feng shui? Hey, are you a miracle doctor or a feng shui master? What? A miracle doctor doesn't study feng shui? You guys study subjects like math, science, history, and geography in school, right? We have our own field of study: mountain medicine, divination, and fortune telling. We have to learn everything, don't we? Su Xin had no response. No problem, we'll move old Su to another room right away. Zhang Guiyu immediately sprang into action. Changing a room wasn't a big deal, better safe than sorry. Alright, we've seen the patient. We should head back now. Jiang Yu turned to leave, but Su Wan quickly pulled out her phone. "Please leave your contact information so I can find you to pay you once my father recovers." Jiang Yu smiled and exchanged numbers with her. "If there is anything, just give me a call." He understood the family's mindset. Suwon wasn't just concerned about paying him back later, she was mainly worried about her father's medication process going wrong, but she didn't dare say it outright. Outside the living room, Chenlai and Zhu Chao were still waiting in the courtyard. As the village bully of Yinlu village, being driven out by Jiang Yu was a huge blow to their pride. The two of them had each found an iron rod from somewhere and were waiting by the door, ready to strike Jiang Yu with a blow as soon as he came out. Suwon was about to see Jiang Yu off and pushed open the living room door. In an instant, the two iron rods swung toward her. Chenlai and Zhu Chao realized they had attacked the wrong person, but it was too late to stop. Suwon screamed in terror. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu took a swift step forward, embraced Suwon in his arms, and quickly turned around. Bang! The two iron rods struck Jiang Yu's back with a solid thud. "You two bastards!" Su Xian was also startled and began to curse loudly. "Run!" Chenlai and Zhu Chao dropped their sticks and fled. They dared only to launch a surprise attack, as Jiang Yu's earlier display of force had made them realize that a direct confrontation was unwise. "Little divine healer, are you okay?" Jiang Yu held Su Wanhua in his arms, her face pale with fear, filled with apology. Chapter 51, Bad Luck. "I'm fine. Thank you. Are you really okay? Should I get some medicinal wine to wipe you down?" Suwon lowered her head, her voice faint and shy. Jiang Yu teased, "Of course, it's better to be respectful. Slap better not. Let us go." Before he could finish, Su Xian punched him on the shoulder, cutting him off. Jiang Yu followed Su Xian into the car with a look of resentment, his expression bitter. "At least I came to help you. I got hit twice for no reason, and you don't even care if I'm hurt? You still know you're here to help? You're asking for 8,000 yuan for the diagnosis fee? Why don't you just die?" Su Xian rolled her eyes, still seething over Jiang Yu's exorbitant fee. "Do you know what 8,000 yuan means to my uncle's family? Do you know how many years my cousin will have to scrimp and save to save that much? I know. You don't know a thing. Just open your mouth and write another ridiculous prescription, and 80,000 yuan will be in your hands. Do you even know how to write the words human suffering?" Su Xian unleashed a torrent of abuse, and Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "I don't know the hardships of life? When I was traveling all over the country with my old man, healing people with my medical skills, you were probably still playing in the mud. This is sheer nonsense." He didn't bother arguing with Su Xian and simply crossed his arms, closing his eyes to rest. Su Xian muttered to herself for a while, but there was no response. Feeling bored, she gradually stopped talking. In the awkward silence, Su Xian drove Jiang Yu back to Wenyihuan's neighborhood. "Get out." She didn't even bother to smile. Jiang Yu said nothing, but after getting out of the car, he remarked, "We're all family. Why is there such a big difference? Learn from your cousin. You'll never get married acting like this. Whether I get married or not is none of your business. Look at you, acting like a tigress. Say one more word, and I'll beat you to death." Su Xian grabbed the pillow from the passenger seat and threw it at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu caught it and teased, "Is this your token of affection for me? It's quite unique. I'll treasure it." She didn't give Susun a chance to respond, dashing into the residential complex and disappearing from Susun's sight. Su Xian clenched her teeth in anger, "That bastard." Upon arriving home, Jiang Yu moved quietly, as it was already late, and he didn't want to disturb Wenyihuan's rest. Today, Wenyihuan didn't suddenly show up, so Jiang Yu took a shower and went to rest. The next morning, when Jiang Yu woke up, there was no sound in the living room. He found it odd, as Wenyihuan usually woke up earlier than him and would prepare breakfast on her own. Still not up? Jiang Yu knocked on Wenyihuan's door, but there was no response. Mr. Wen. He called out a few more times, but there was still no response. Worried that something might have happened to Wenyihuan, he had no choice but to burst into the bedroom. The room was tidy, but Wenyihuan wasn't there. Did she think I didn't come back last night and went to the company on her own? He didn't think much of it and hurried to the company after freshening up. Su Xian had been sorting documents in Wenyihuan's office since early morning. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she kept a stern expression, still upset about last night's incident. "Where's Ms. Wan?" Jiang Yu sat on the sofa in the office and asked casually. Su Xian glared at him. "Mr. Wen didn't come with you? I haven't asked you yet." "What? Mr. Wen didn't come to the office?" Su Xian realized something was off and immediately demanded, "What's going on?" "I don't know either. I didn't see Mr. Wen after I woke up, so I assumed he came to the office first." "What kind of bodyguard are you?" Su Xian immediately dialed Wenyihuan's phone, but no one answered. Su Xian began to panic. "This is bad. Has something happened to Ms. Wan? What are you standing there for? Go out and find her. If anything happens to Ms. Wan, I'll hold you responsible." Jiang Yu was also anxious, as he had already known that Wenyihuan was destined for misfortune. He hurried downstairs but suddenly received a call from Su Xian. "Mr. Wan was in a car accident. He's at the hospital. Wait for me downstairs." In the VIP ward of the city hospital, Wenyihuan lay in the hospital bed, with Wen Qiyun by his side. Earlier, she had gone to the restroom and missed Su Xian's call. After coming out, she had called back. Dad, John Yu will be here soon. You should go back first to avoid any suspicious behavior. When Xian had been taking care of her all night and hadn't closed his eyes once, looking exhausted. Fortunately, Wan Yihuan wasn't seriously injured, so he felt reassured and left. 10 minutes later, Su Xian rushed into the ward in a panic. Mr. Wen. What happened? How did you suddenly get into a car accident? Are you hurt anywhere? Her frantic expression left Jiang Yu speechless. This relationship was getting a bit too close for comfort. He couldn't help but question Su Xian's preferences. He glanced at Wan Yihuan, whose face was rosy and breathing steady, with no visible injuries. It was clear that Wan Yihuan was unharmed, so he appeared calm. Su Xian, don't get worked up. I'm fine. Su Xian checked her over again before finally relaxing, then quickly scolded Jiang Yu, it's all his fault. This bodyguard didn't fulfill his responsibilities at all. Jiang Yu was speechless. I'm the bodyguard. What does a car accident have to do with me? Wan Yihuan said, it's not his fault. It's just bad luck. On the way to Luchuang Mountain Villa, the car was hit by a falling rock. She really was unlucky. Out of all the cars, the boulder just happened to hit hers. Su Xian said, as long as everyone is okay, that's all that matters. Wan Yihuan nodded. Su Xian, I need to stay in the hospital for observation for another day. Please handle company matters for me in the meantime. Su Xian knew Wan Yihuan was telling her to go back to the company. She hesitated and said, who will take care of you? Why don't I go find a nurse for you first? It's fine. I'm not completely immobilized, and besides, there's still Jiang Yu. Him? Come on, he's a big man. How can he take care of someone? Jiang Yu was immediately displeased. You've never lived with me. How can you assume I can't take care of someone? Because I'm a woman's intuition. A woman's intuition? More like a tigress's intuition. You. Enough, stop causing a scene. This is a hospital. Su Xian, you should go back to the company first. Wan Yihuan was in such a hurry to send Su Xian away because she wanted to talk to Jiang Yu alone. Because of what happened last night, it completely shattered her worldview. Chapter 52, an event that shattered her worldview. After Su Xian left, Jiang Yu approached Wan Yihuan's bedside and asked softly, Ms. Wan, are you hungry? Should I go buy you some breakfast? Wan Yihuan shook her head. No, sit down. I have something to tell you. What is it? About last night's car accident. What happened? Wan Yihuan reached under her pillow and pulled out a red string. Earlier, she had tied the amulet Jiang Yu had given her with the red string and hung it around her neck. Now, the amulet was gone. She told Jiang Yu about the incident, still shaken by the memory. At the time, the massive boulder had struck the roof of her car directly, nearly terrifying her senseless. She thought she might die. That boulder, weighing thousands of pounds, would have crushed her into a pulp. Alone in the car, she was completely disoriented, feeling as though she had already stepped one foot into the gates of hell. But just as the boulder crashed down on her car roof with a thunderous boom, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her neck, and a flash of golden light filled the car. The boulder smashed a small dent in the roof before bouncing back and falling into the cliff. She had narrowly escaped death. Wan Yihuan sat in the car, trembling with fear for a long time, until the ambulance arrived before she could compose herself. She recalled the burning sensation on her chest earlier and realized that the amulet had turned to ashes. By all accounts, the 1,000-pound boulder should have crushed her car to pieces, but in reality, the roof had only a small dent and she was unharmed, though shaken. Both the drivers before and after her were marveling at her luck, and even the traffic police who arrived at the scene found it hard to believe. But only Wan Yihuan herself knew that it was the protective amulet that had saved her. All of this was beyond her comprehension, completely overturning her worldview. Jiang Yu listened quietly. Such an extraordinary event, yet Wan Yihuan showed no sign of emotion on her face. Did you draw that protective amulet yourself? Yes. Was it because of the amulet that I was able to survive? Yes. Who are you, exactly? Jiang Yu. Wan Yihuan, of course, knew he was Jiang Yu, the disciple of a renowned physician. But, aren't you going to explain yourself? Mr. Wen, the world is vast and full of wonders. All I can say is that the world isn't as simple as you imagine. I understand. Wan Yihuan didn't press further, for she was well aware that she couldn't uncover the mysteries of another world. Without encountering Jiang Yu, she might never have come across such bizarre events in her lifetime. Of course, a strong curiosity had already taken root in her heart, but she knew when to stop. However, her heart had begun to stir, almost eagerly anticipating her marriage to Jiang Yu. She believed that once they were married, she would finally be able to explore that strange and mysterious world. She gave a soft laugh and smoothly changed the subject. You're so capable it seems I'm paying you too little. You saved my life again, should I give you a raise and a promotion? But Jiang Yu didn't laugh, because Wan Yihuan's forehead was still dark and her misfortune hadn't passed. The amulet could protect her for a time, but not for a lifetime. If the root cause wasn't addressed, Wan Yihuan would inevitably face another disaster sooner or later. But Jiang Yu couldn't figure out the source of the problem just yet. Ms. 1, besides the company and your home, you should avoid going anywhere else for now. Jiang Yue's well-meaning reminder came from somewhere deep within him. He didn't even realize how much he cared about Wen Yihuan's safety. I know I've been unlucky lately. Do you still have that amulet? Wen Yihuan felt a bit embarrassed. When Jiang Yu had first given her the amulet, she had jokingly asked if he still believed in such things in this day and age. Little did she know that just a short time later, she would be asking for it back. Jiang Yu shook his head. A talisman can only protect you once. Giving you more wouldn't do much good. Wen Yihuan felt a bit disappointed but didn't show it. Jiang Yu stayed at the hospital all day. After undergoing various tests, the doctor confirmed that Wen Yihuan was fine and allowed her to be discharged. Su Xian had already called to warn him, telling him not to leave Wen Yihuan's side for a moment or else he'd be in trouble. Even without Su Xian's warning, Jiang Yu would have done the same. Wen Yihuan couldn't possibly have been targeted for no reason, so he decided to find the source as soon as possible. A brand new Porsche was parked at the hospital entrance. Wen Yihuan handed the keys to Jiang Yu. You drive. She was still shaken and didn't dare to drive herself. Jiang Yu had already obtained his driver's license long ago, but he rarely drove. He joked, "You got a new car so quickly? This must be expensive." Wen Yihuan replied, "This car was given to me by my father. My old one is at the repair shop." After getting into the car, Jiang Yu fiddled with the controls for a while before finally starting the engine. He had never driven such a luxurious car before. During the ride, Wen Yihuan seemed to remember something. She took out a jade pendant inscribed with safe travels from her bag and hung it on the dashboard. She muttered to herself, "I didn't expect the pendant my friend gave me would come in handy." Jiang Yu noticed the jade pendant and felt something was off. He immediately asked, "Who gave it to you?" Wen Yihuan replied, "A business associate. He said he got it from Qingjing Temple recently, and it's like a talisman for safety." At first, she didn't believe in such things and had forgotten the jade pendant in her bag. Now that this had happened, she suddenly remembered it and took it out to hang in the car for good luck. However, there's something wrong with the jade pendant. Jiang Yu could sense the intense malevolent energy emanating from the jade pendant. It was clearly tampered with. This isn't a talisman for safety, it's more like a death curse. The source has been found. What's wrong with the jade pendant? Mr. 1, the incident you were involved in earlier was likely connected to this jade pendant. Huh? How could that be? How could Zhou Yao harm me? Jiang Yu took off the jade pendant and said, "I'll handle the jade pendant for you. Mr. 1, you should find some time to meet with your friend and probe him further. If Zhou Yao was also kept in the dark, that would be one thing, but if not, Jiang Yu would not let him off easily." Wen Yihuan was furious. She had always been generous to Zhou Yao in business, and she couldn't understand why he would betray her. Eager to find out the reason, Wen Yihuan arranged to meet Zhou Yao that very evening. In a private room at the Zhuxi tea house, Zhou Yao appeared in a suit and tie, wearing black sunglasses and a slick-back hairstyle so smooth not even an ant could climb it. "Ms. 1. Zhou Yao forced a smile. "Ms. 1, calling me out so late, is there a job you need me to handle?" He only glanced briefly at Jiang Yu beside her. Wen Yihuan sat upright, his expression solemn. Zhou Yao noticed something was off and asked, "Mr. 1, why are you so serious? Did something happen?" "I was in a car accident last night." "What? Are you okay, Mr. 1? "The person is fine, but someone told me that the cause of the accident might be related to the jade pendant." "Are you kidding? Mr. 1, don't listen to what others say. How could I harm you?" Zhou Yao jumped up in excitement. Wen Yihuan gave a cold smile. "Are you saying it's because of the jade pendant you gave me?" Chapter 53, The Man Behind the Scenes. Upon hearing the word jade pendant, Zhou Yao immediately flew into a rage, looking as though he were trying to hide something. He hurriedly smiled and explained, "Mr. 1, you've misunderstood. As soon as you mentioned the jade pendant, I thought of the one I gave you before. I thought you were suspecting me." "Zhou Yao, don't you think what I'm talking about is a bit too mysterious?" What? A jade pendant causing my car accident? Do you think that's possible?" "Exactly, Mr. 1. That's all superstition from feudal times. You're an educated person, how can you believe such things? What about you? You're also a top student from Tianyun University. Do you believe in this?" "Of course not. I'm a materialist." "So when I mentioned it might be related to the jade pendant, you immediately distanced yourself from it, saying you wouldn't harm me. How do you explain that?" "Mr. 1, this." Zhou Yao was speechless, not expecting Wen Yihuan to have set this trap for him. That's right. If he's a materialist, how could he have immediately thought of the jade pendant as the cause of the accident? Couldn't it be that the jade pendant obstructed his vision and caused the accident? Zhou Yao stammered, his hands fidgeting nervously, his eyes filled with tension. Wen Yihuan glanced at Jiang Yu, seeking his opinion. Cough, Jiang Yu cleared his throat and said, "Mr. 1, there's no need to ask anymore. This matter is definitely related to him." Mentioning the jade pendant made Zhou Yao feel uneasy, and he fidgeted constantly, occasionally touching his nose or pushing his glasses, his eyes darting around nervously, unable to meet Wen Yihuan's gaze. If he claimed to know nothing about the jade pendant, no one would believe him. However, Zhou Yao didn't know who Jian Yu was. Seeing that he was young, he immediately erupted into a tirade. Who the hell are you? Spreading lies to ruin my reputation? If you dare to say another word, I'll tear your mouth off. Oomph, so you're already losing your temper? How can you harm others and yourself if you can't even keep your cool? Shut your mouth. I've always walked the straight and narrow. When have I ever harmed anyone? Zhou Yao roared angrily, looking as though he had been wronged. Mr. Wen, if you invited me here today to frame me, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. He turned angrily and stormed out. Jiang Yu moved swiftly, blocking the door with a single step. Did I say you could leave? You little punk, dare to block my path? You must be tired of living. Zhou Yao raised his leg and kicked toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sidestepped and pointed his fingers. A muffled groan escaped Zhou Yao's lips as he clutched his chest, curling up on the ground in agony. His face was deathly pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Jiang Yu placed Zhou Yao's left hand on the coffee table and casually picked up the ashtray from the table. When Yihuan was startled, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Jiang Yu replied coldly, Mr. Wen, without using extreme measures, this kind of person won't give in easily. Zhou Yao was terrified. You bastard, what do you want? Jiang Yu tapped the coffee table lightly with the ashtray. For every lie you tell, I'll break one of your fingers. You have 5 chances. Now tell me, does the jade pendant have anything to do with you? Let me go. This has nothing to do with me. Boom. Jiang Yu slammed the ashtray down and a crisp cracking sound echoed through the room. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Zhou Yao was so scared he almost wet himself, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yu curled the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile. He hadn't broken Zhou Yao's fingers. He could tell at a glance that Zhou Yao was a coward. A little scare was all it took for him to spill everything. Mr. Wen, please make him let go of me. Zhou Yao was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling violently. At Wen Youan's signal, Jiang Yu released Zhou Yao and moved to the door, blocking his escape route. Wen Youan's face darkened. Tell me, what's going on? Why did you try to harm me? Zhou Yao looked like he was about to cry. Mr. Wen, I really didn't mean to harm you. I was just following someone's orders. Who asked you to do this? He stammered for a moment, unable to utter the full name. He Qing Yuan? Wen Yihuan spoke up for him. Zhou Yao nodded. Mr. He found me earlier and gave me 100,000 yuan, saying he wanted me to give you that jade pendant. I thought it was just a simple favor to earn 100,000 yuan, so I agreed. I never thought he was trying to harm you, Mr. Wen. It's really not my fault. You didn't expect it? You know better than anyone else what kind of relationship I have with He Qing Yuan. He wouldn't just give me a jade pendant for good luck out of the blue. Oomph, you didn't expect it? Mr. Wen, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I'll never do it again. Zhou Yao admitted his mistake quite sincerely. He wasn't afraid of Wen Yihuan, he was afraid of Jiang Yu standing at the door. Effective immediately, our company is terminating all cooperation with you. I won't hold you accountable for this time, but I hope you'll take care of yourself. Please don't, Mr. Wen. I've already signed contracts with others. If you don't provide me with supplies, I'll have to compensate them all. Aren't you close with He Qing Yuan? Go ask him for help. Mr. Wen, please give me another chance. I truly regret my actions. He clung desperately, refusing to leave. Jiang Yu opened the door and barked, there is only one chance. If you want to keep your hands, disappear from my sight within 10 seconds. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a murderous intent, terrifying Zhou Yao, who shivered and turned to run away. As he ran out the door, Zhou Yao felt like a fish returning to the sea, free at last. He spat out a threat, you little punk, just wait and see. Wen Yihuan suddenly deflated. It was He Qing Yuan pulling the strings behind the scenes. How despicable. Mr. Wen, what exactly is the grudge between you and He Qing Yuan? It's not really a grudge. We're just competitors. She explained calmly. Wen Yihuan and He Qing Yuan both ran cosmetics companies, but He Qing Yuan's company was larger and more renowned in Tianyun City. The Dream Butterfly Group from the provincial capital was looking to expand into Tianyun City and sought a local distributor. Both companies wanted to partner with the Dream Butterfly Group, but after several rounds of negotiations, the slightly weaker Wen Yihuan secured the distribution rights. He Qing Yuan, having lost out, harbored a grudge. When Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan first met, it was Dream Butterfly Group coming to sign a contract with her. She was out of town at the time and rushing back urgently. He Qing Yuan had also sent people to block her, but Jiang Yu intervened and disrupted their plans. Wen Yihuan successfully signed the contract, which enraged He Qing Yuan even more, prompting him to resort to such despicable means to harm her. Once Wen Yihuan was dead, the Yu Yan company would collapse, and the Mangdai group would inevitably have to find another partner. And He Qing Yuan would naturally become the best candidate. Chapter 54, Those You Can't Afford to Provoke. Jiang Yu, who knew nothing about business, found it hard to believe. Is it really worth fighting to the death over an agency contract? That's how you think, but He Qing Yuan doesn't. Everyone in the industry knows he's obsessed with money. What does that have to do with loving money? You don't know. Once my collaboration with Manga Group gets off the ground, the annual profit will be at least 8 digits. 8 figures for ordinary people, that's an astronomical sum. They couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes. Jiang Yu suddenly understood, I get it now. Defeating He Qing Yuan is like cutting off his livelihood. For someone who is obsessed with money, cutting off his livelihood is like killing his parents. He would have no choice but to fight to the death against Wen Yihuan. He Qing Yuan's methods were underhanded and unpredictable, which made Wen Yihuan quite headache. How should we deal with He Qing Yuan? Jiang Yu, can you help me come up with a plan? The most satisfying way to deal with someone like He Qing Yuan is to bankrupt him. He Qing Yuan has a large family and extensive assets. How could he possibly go bankrupt under normal circumstances? So we'll have to use some special means. What special means? I'm not a businessman. You should know better than me. What is the key to making him go bankrupt? Wen Yihuan thought for a moment and said, a broken cash flow. My company is the same as He Qing Yuan's. We're agents, acting as a bridge between manufacturers and lower-tier clients, signing contracts with both sides and earning profits in between. However, there's a term in our industry called stocking, which means paying a portion of the cost upfront and settling the remaining balance once all products are sold. Therefore, cash flow disruptions are rare in our line of work. Moreover, He Qing Yuan is a powerful figure. Even if something goes wrong, he won't go bankrupt. Jiang Yu listened and also felt that this matter was not easy to handle. He could only say, bringing down He Qing Yuan is not something that can be done overnight. We must wait for the right opportunity. This matter requires careful planning over the long term. Wen Yihuan sighed, if he were to confront me openly, I wouldn't be afraid. What I fear is him using underhanded tactics behind the scenes. In that case, Mr. Wen, give me He Qing Yuan's information. I'll go and give him a taste of his own medicine first. If he backs down, that's fine. If not, we'll figure out a way to deal with him properly later. There's no other choice. Upon returning to the company, Wen Yihuan handed over He Qing Yuan's information, including his home address, family members, and company development details. He Qing Yuan actually lives in Guanhuju. This came as a surprise to Jiang Yu, but Wen Yihuan explained that the villa in Guanhuju belonged to He Qing Yuan's elder cousin. His business had grown so large thanks to his cousin's support. However, his cousin had been imprisoned for some reason 2 years ago and hadn't been released yet. After several days, Jiang Yu returned to Guanhuju again. As evening approached, the sky had grown dim. From a distance, he spotted a familiar face, Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes were bruised, and his lips were swollen. He had clearly been beaten up. The security guard also noticed Jiang Yu. He had a good memory and said to Wang Yu, he's back. He's connected to the Han family. Don't cause trouble for him this time. Wang Yu looked up and shuddered. He touched the wounds on his face, seemingly recalling the night he was brutally beaten by Wang Shou. That night, when Wang Yu woke up, Jiang Yu and the others had all left, as had Jin Hu. The private room was empty except for Wang Shou and a few henchmen drinking in silence. As soon as he woke up, he asked Wang Shou if he had properly dealt with that country bumpkin to vent his anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Shou flew into a rage, swung his fist, and beat him mercilessly. He kept hitting him while cursing, you unlucky bastard, you almost got me killed. That guy is someone even my godfather can't mess with, and you let me deal with him? Damn it! Wang Shou was initially unwilling to accept this, but after being scolded by Jin Hu and hearing his personal experiences, he dared not harbor any ill will toward Jiang Yu anymore. Wang Yu hadn't seen Jin Hu's submissive demeanor, but the beating made him realize that Jiang Yu was a tough nut to crack, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Yu immediately put on a pleading smile and ran toward Jiang Yu. The security guard kindly reminded him, don't give him a hard time. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, this guy isn't coming to annoy me again, is he? Brother Yu, you're here. Wang Yu's enthusiastic calls of Brother Yu caught Jiang Yu off guard. Brother Yu, are you going to the Han family to see your fiancée? I've always known that you're a handsome and talented man, and you and Miss Han are a perfect match, made for each other. There's no one more suited for each other in Tianyun City. It must be said that Wang Yu was skilled at flattery, but unfortunately, he had flattered the wrong person. Are we that close? Jiang Yu looked at him coldly. First impressions can be deceiving, right? Brother Yu, I was just being ignorant before. You're a big man, don't hold it against me. Once you marry into the Han family, we'll still see each other often. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, marry into the family? Who told you I'm going to marry into the family? Not to mention that he was here to call off the engagement. Even if they were to marry, he would never agree to marry into the family. The Han family was indeed wealthy and powerful, but his uncle, Shishan, was the sole heir. He wasn't exactly a loser either. Wang Yu had flattered him in the wrong way, leaving him embarrassed. He could only shift the topic awkwardly. Brother Yu, weren't you here to see Miss Han today? Jiang Yu replied indifferently, does it concern you? Wang Yu was left speechless. Jiang Yu walked ahead on his own, and Wang Yu dared not follow. Suddenly, Jiang Yu turned around and asked, you're the security guard here, right? You should be familiar with the surroundings, shouldn't you? Wang Yu perked up, hurried forward, and smiled broadly. Of course I do. I know it like the back of my hand. Alright, then show me around inside. Mr. Jiang, please come in. Wang Yu bowed at a 90-degree angle, his attitude as subservient as a eunuch before an emperor, leaving the security guard staring in astonishment. After walking around the neighborhood for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yu and Wang Yu chatted casually for a while before Jiang Yu mentioned offhandedly, I heard that He Qing Yuan also lives here? Are you talking about He Qing Yuan, the boss of Shang Yuan Company? Yes, him. That's right, he lives here, but he stays in his relative's villa. A villa like this costs over 100 million, and He Qing Yuan couldn't afford it. Do you know where his house is? I do. It's not far ahead. Wang Yu led him forward for about 700 or 800 meters before stopping in front of a European-style villa. Brother Yu. This is He Qing Yuan's house. Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings and asked, are there any surveillance cameras nearby? Of course. Our neighborhood's surveillance system is the most comprehensive in the entire Tianyun city. No blind spots? Well. Wang Yu's eyes darted around, as if he had figured something out. Brother Yu, follow me. They walked around to the back of the villa and stopped under a tree. Wang Yu whispered, Brother Yu, climb over the fence into the backyard from here. The cameras won't see us. Chapter 55, Warning. The backyard of the villa was filled with lush, overgrown trees, making it indeed difficult to spot anything. Jiang Yu patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, alright, you're done here. Go back to work. Hey! Brother Yu, are you going to take care of He Qing Yuan? I heard that guy isn't easy to deal with. What? Do you think I can't handle him? No. Wang Yu shook his head repeatedly, afraid of angering Jiang Yu. He said timidly, Brother Yu, why don't I keep watch for you? If anything goes wrong, I can cover for you, right? Do as you please. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu leaped into the backyard of the villa. The wall was at least 2 meters high, and Wang Yu stared in disbelief. After a moment, he blurted out, with that kind of skill, you should have joined the national high jump team. The villa's front door was tightly shut, but a window on the second floor was open. Jiang Yu sprinted forward, leaped onto the wall, and with an incredible burst of speed, kicked off the wall and darted through the window. This acrobatic skill left Wang Yu's heart racing. So Brother Yu is a martial arts master after all. No wonder even Tiger Brother dares not act recklessly in his presence. He Qing Yuan's house was deserted, with no servants in sight. The large house was shrouded in darkness. He Qing Yuan hadn't returned yet. Jiang Yu searched around the house for a while, found a burlap sack in the storage room, and then sat quietly on the sofa with the sack. After waiting for about 40 minutes, it grew completely dark, and He Qing Yuan finally stumbled home, drunk. It was only 8 o'clock, but He Qing Yuan was already so drunk he couldn't find the light switch after fumbling around for a while. Finally, he managed to turn on the light, but a dark shadow suddenly flashed before his eyes. Jiang Yu immediately covered He Qing Yuan's head with the sack and began punching and kicking him. Ouch, who was hitting me? He Qing Yuan sobered up instantly, screaming and wailing so loudly that Wang Yu outside the courtyard couldn't help but grimace, as if he were the one being beaten. He Qing Yuan, today is just a warning. If you dare to use those underhanded tactics on Wen Huan again, I'll take your life. Who the hell are you? Let me go. Slap. Jiang Yu slapped He Qing Yuan across the forehead. Who do you think you're talking to? He Qing Yuan was in so much pain he was about to faint. He couldn't help but surrender. Brother, I spoke out of turn. Please stop hitting me. Can you let me go first? Remember what I just said. Don't come looking for trouble. Jiang Yu kicked him one last time, sending He Qing Yuan tumbling across the floor several times. Then, Jiang Yu sprinted up to the second floor, jumped out the window, and climbed over the wall. He walked slowly toward the entrance of the residential complex with Wang Yu. He Qing Yuan quickly caught up and grabbed Wang Yu, asking, Did you see someone just run out of my house? Wang Yu looked confused. No, Mr. He, did you drink too much and hallucinate? He Qing Yuan pointed at his own face, look closely. I was just beaten up, and it was a home invasion. What the hell are you security guards doing? Wang Yu muttered, Mr. He, maybe you just fell down after drinking too much. Look at my face, I fell down after drinking too much. Jiang Yu, standing nearby, almost burst out laughing. He Qing Yuan was furious. You. Take me to the surveillance room immediately. I'm going to find that bastard. Jiang Yu nodded at Wang Yu, who immediately bowed and said, Mr. He, please follow me. Jiang Yu walked away alone, strutting confidently right under He Qing Yuan's nose. In the surveillance room, He Qing Yuan cursed loudly, this is ridiculous. He reviewed the surveillance footage repeatedly, but there was no sign of anyone entering or exiting the area in front of his own door. The footage shows him stumbling home drunk, and shortly afterward, he emerges from the house with a black eye and a swollen face, with no one else in sight. The surveillance room attendant muttered, Mr. He, could it be that you were drunk and fell, then hallucinated that someone broke into your home? Bull. Check the surveillance footage near the villa. I don't believe he can fly or teleport. He Qing Yuan was persistent, reviewing the surveillance footage over and over again without getting tired. As for the real culprit, he had already returned home and was sound asleep in bed. However, what Jiang Yu didn't expect was that this lesson only made He Qing Yuan even more determined to go after Wen Yihuan. Of course, that's a story for another time. After sleeping soundly, Jiang Yu noticed that Wen Yihuan still had a dark forehead, and he knew this wasn't over. After sending Wen Yihuan to the company, he went to Ji-Yun Company as usual. However, before leaving, he repeatedly urged her to wait for him to return before leaving the company. Jiang Yu encountered Wen Qiyun again on the first floor of the building. Wen Qiyun couldn't help but marvel at his persistence. He approached Jiang Yu discreetly and asked, "How is Yihuan? Is she okay now?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Mr. Wen has been discharged from the hospital. He is fine." Wen Qiyun asked, "Are you going to see the boss of Ji-Yun Company again?" Jiang Yu looked distressed. "I've been here for several days now, but I still haven't been able to see anyone." Really, is breaking off an engagement this difficult? It's harder than dealing with the Han family. At least I can still see someone from the Han family. When Qiyun comforted him, company bosses are always busy. But what exactly are you trying to discuss with Mr. Wen? Maybe I can help. Jiang Yu thought that since he worked here, he might actually be able to help, so he briefly explained his intentions. "I'm engaged to Mr. Wen's daughter, but that was arranged by our elders. Since I've never met her and there's no feelings between us, I thought it'd be best to call off the engagement and spare her from being tied down." Break off the engagement? When Qiyun furrowed his brows. He had heard Wen Yihuan mention it before that Jiang Yu had come to Tianyun City to call off the engagement, but he hadn't expected him to be so determined. "Young Jiang, have you ever met Mr. Wen's daughter?" "I've already said I've never met her, and she is studying abroad. She might already have a boyfriend." "That's not necessarily true. I heard that Mr. Wen's daughter is very pure. She has never even dated anyone since she was a child." "Uncle, have you met Wen Fuyao?" "Of course I have. She is the most beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented girl I've ever met." "Really, you couldn't find another person like her anywhere? In a father's eyes, isn't his daughter the best in the world?" "Xiao Jiang, listen to your uncle's advice. Don't go back to Mr. Wen to talk about breaking off the engagement. You'll only regret it when you see your fiancée." "Uncle, you're acting strange. What's wrong with me? I remember the first time we met, you told me to get along well with Mr. Wen. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be supporting me in breaking off the engagement?" Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Something's off, very off." Chapter 56, The Deposit. When Qian looked like a child caught doing something wrong, his eyes darting around nervously, even showing a hint of fear. If any employees from Ji-Yun Company happened to pass by at that moment, they would be speechless. When Qiyun laughed awkwardly, "Little Jiang, uncle didn't know you were already engaged. Now that I know, of course your engagement comes first. As the old saying goes, it's better to demolish a temple than to break up a marriage. If you and that Miss Wen really don't work out, uncle will support you being with my daughter Yihuan." Jiang Yu's mouth gradually opened wider. "Uncle, are you really that understanding? This is basically offering his own daughter as a backup option." Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, has my charm finally reached the heavens? "Little Jiang, think carefully about what your uncle said. I'll head back to the company now." Perhaps feeling guilty, Wen Qiyun hurriedly stepped into the elevator after speaking. Jiang Yu didn't think much of it, just muttering to himself, "He's still avoiding me. I guess I really need to ask Mr. Wen for help." He had mentioned this to Wen Yihuan before, but Wen Yihuan hadn't responded either. Nevertheless, he went up as usual. Wen Qiyun was actually at the company, but he was sent away by the secretary. On his way back, Wei Yong called him as promised to report on Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi's movements. He first went on at length about Wang Ruoqi, then casually mentioned that early that morning, Han Ning had actually approached him to ask about Jiang Yu. Han Ning had already become curious about Jiang Yu. She hadn't gotten the answers she wanted from her aunt Han Xiong, but she didn't want to call Jiang Yu herself, so she turned to Wei Yong. Wei Yong didn't know much about Jiang Yu, only that he was a skilled fighter and a martial arts master. But Han Ning dismissed this with a scoff. She said Wei Yong was just bragging. If he was good at fighting, she could believe that, since she had seen it with her own eyes. But to call him a martial arts master? She couldn't even imagine it. There were only a few martial arts masters in Tianyun City, and they were all veterans who had been training for decades. How old was Jiang Yu? Did he have that kind of strength? To prove he wasn't lying, Wei Yong passionately recounted how Jiang Yu had defeated Wei Xiao in a one-against many battle at the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. But Han Ning walked away before he finished. Han Ning said he could almost be a screenwriter. He was really exaggerating. Although Han Ning didn't believe it, this was definitely a good sign for Jiang Yu. At least it proved that Han Ning's resentment toward him was gradually fading, replaced by curiosity. Curiosity is a powerful driving force. It compels you to do things you wouldn't otherwise want to do. He felt that Han Ning would soon reach out to him on her own, and in the meantime, he planned to disappear from her life. Playing hard to get isn't just a trick women use. At Yu Yan Company, when Yihuan was in a meeting. She had been very busy lately, with numerous meetings at the company. She had signed a contract with Manga Group and was already working on expanding into the Tianyun city market. Jiang Yu knew nothing about business and was idle at the company. After practicing the unique breathing technique of Bo Qishan in his office for a while, he wandered around the company. The sales department, marketing department, and other departments were all bustling with activity, with every employee working tirelessly to help the company reach new heights. Wan Yihuan usually ate lunch in the conference room. During a break in her meeting, she took the opportunity to chat with Jiang Yu for a few minutes. Wan Yihuan knew he was bored at work, so he mentioned that he had a lot on his plate these days, possibly working until midnight every day. He decided to stay at the office for the next 2 days and gave him 2 days off. As long as Wan Yihuan didn't leave the company, Jiang Yu wasn't too worried about her safety. However, she was too busy at the moment, so Jiang Yu didn't feel comfortable asking her to help connect him with someone. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Yu received a call from Su Wan. Su Wan said she was at the Left Bank Cafe in Tianyun City and wanted to meet him. 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu arrived at the cafe as agreed. Su Wan had her long black hair flowing down her shoulders, wearing a black business skirt and a white blouse that perfectly highlighted her curves. She looked much healthier and more elegant overall. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the cafe, she stood up politely to greet him. After he took a few steps forward, she waved her hand and whispered, "Dr. Jiang, over here." Jiang Yu nodded at her, walked over, and sat down casually, saying, "Don't call me Master Jiang. You're older than me, just call me Jiang Yu." Su Wan, no longer shy from their first meeting, covered her face with a smile and asked, "Alright, what would you like to drink?" "The same as you." Jiang Yu hadn't drunk much coffee before and couldn't remember all the strange names. After Su Wan ordered a coffee for him, she didn't beat around the bush. She took an envelope from her bag and pushed it toward Jiang Yu. "I got paid today. Here's part of the consultation fee I owe you." Jiang Yu said, "It's only been 3 days. Your father's illness shouldn't be fully healed yet, right?" Su Wan replied, "Although he has not fully recovered yet, after taking a few doses of medicine, he has improved significantly. His vision is also recovering, and he can now walk on his own." This mysterious illness that had been difficult to cure for so long had improved significantly after just a few doses of medicine, so Su Wan naturally believed in Jiang Yu's abilities. That's why she came to repay him as soon as she received her salary. Jiang Yu admired people who kept their word, but he knew that Su Wan's family was still struggling financially. The initial fee they had agreed upon was merely to dispel any distrust between Su Wan and her mother. Shaking his head, he said, "Keep the money for now. We'll discuss it when things settle down. This is what I promised you, and it's the consultation fee I owe you. You're not exactly rolling in cash either, with all the debts your family owes, and your father needs nutritional supplements to recover. I don't need this money right now, so just keep it." Su Wan didn't refuse anymore. She thanked him, and her gratitude was evident in her eyes. Jiang Yu took a sip of coffee and asked, "I heard from Su Xian that you work in the provincial capital. Your father's condition no longer requires 2 people to take turns caring for him. When do you plan to return?" Su Wan replied, "Actually, I already returned to the provincial capital this morning." Jiang Yu was taken aback. "You came all the way back just to repay me? There are still such trustworthy people in the world." Su Wan smiled gently, like a breeze on a spring day. "Actually, I didn't come back just to repay the money." As she spoke, she pulled out another envelope from her bag. This one was much thicker than the previous one. According to Jiang Yu's estimate, there must be at least 20,000 yuan inside. "What's this?" "It's a deposit," Su Wan explained. "My company's vice president wants to invite you to go to Linzhou City for a medical checkup." Jiang Yu almost burst out laughing. 2,000 yuan just for a deposit? This is going to make me rich. Chapter 57, Judging by Appearances. Su Wan worked as a secretary at Shinya Group in Linzhou City, the provincial capital. She handled various tasks for the company's vice president on a daily basis. The vice president knew about her family situation and kindly granted her a leave of absence. Upon returning to work today, the vice president asked about her father, and she casually mentioned Jiang Yu, saying he had been treated by a miraculous doctor and his condition was improving, so he had returned to work early. Upon hearing that it was a miracle doctor and there was a living example right before his eyes, the vice president immediately instructed Su Wan to take the deposit and go to Tianyun City to invite Jiang Yu. No one turns down money, and Jiang Yu, who had been deprived of his share by his old man since childhood, certainly wouldn't. Coincidentally, Wan Yihuan had given him 2 days off, so he gladly agreed and set off for Linzhou City with Su Wan that afternoon. The prosperity of Linzhou City was unmatched by Tianyun City. It was the economic hub of the province. After over 3 hours of bumpy travel, Jiang Yu and the others arrived in Linzhou as night fell. The night view of Linzhou was like a painting. Neon lights flickered, outlining a world of light and shadow, dazzling and breathtaking. Colorful lights on the towering skyscrapers of various shapes resembled vibrant fireworks, while the colorful lanterns along the river reflected like stars, adding a touch of brilliance to the scene. Su Wan arranged for him to stay at a 5-star hotel, which was built along the river, offering a breathtaking view of the city's night lights. Su Wan's deputy general manager had gone to great lengths to invite Jiang Yu for treatment, but he seemed in no hurry, and did not show up that evening. After resting at the hotel for the night, Jiang Yu was taken to Mengdai Group early the next morning by Su Wan. Mengdai Group occupied a 27-story skyscraper, vast in scale, located in the commercial heart of Linzhou City. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yu was waiting in the reception room, and he waited until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The prolonged wait left him feeling irritable. During this time, Su Wan came over several times to comfort him, saying that the deputy general manager would be busy and asking him to wait a little longer. Su Wan once again entered the reception room with a cup of coffee, looking apologetic. "I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. Ms. Lin's meeting will be over shortly. Please wait a little longer." "Wait again? I've already drunk 7 cups of coffee. He invited me here for a medical consultation, not because I need his help." "I know, Jiang Yu, don't get angry. I promise, the vice president will definitely come within half an hour. Can you wait another half hour?" "If it weren't for the money, no, if it weren't for your face, I would have left already. We agreed on half an hour. If he doesn't come soon, I'm really leaving." Jiang Yu picked up his coffee and took a sip. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure walking by outside and muttered, "What's he doing here?" "Who?" Su Wan followed Jiang Yu's gaze and said, "Oh, you mean Mr. He? He's our group's general agent in Tianyun City. Shanya Group is also in the cosmetics industry, with its own R&D department and production lines, and its business spans the entire country." Jiang Yu nodded and asked, "By the way, what's the deal with that Lin Zong you mentioned?" Su Wan replied, "Mr. Lin is our group's vice president." "I know that. Tell me something you haven't mentioned before." "Well, Lin Zong is the daughter of the group's president. She's very capable. Now that the president has stepped back from day-to-day operations, the group is essentially run by her." "Oh." Jiang Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought, unable to suppress a sly smile. Su Wan gave him a strange look but didn't think much of it and went back to her work. Half an hour later, Su Wan appeared on time. "The meeting with Ms. Lin has ended. I'll take you to her office." 3 minutes later, in the vice president's office. A sophisticated and elegant woman lay in the office chair, her eyes closed, massaging her temples with her slender fingers. "Mr. Lin, the person is here." Su Wan knocked on the door and stood respectfully at the entrance. You can go now. Get back to work." The woman didn't open her eyes, her voice soft yet carrying an air of authority. Su Wan gave Jiang Yu a subtle glance and whispered, "I'll go handle this. You stay and chat with Ms. Lin." Jiang Yu entered the office, glanced around, and noticed a nameplate on the desk that read Vice President Lin Shi. Clearly, the beautiful woman massaging her temples was none other than the group's vice president, Lin Shi. Jiang Yu was taken aback. He had assumed that a woman in charge of such a large company would be at least in her 40s, but Lin Shi was so young, looking no older than 27 or 28. "Ms. Lin." He politely addressed her as Ms. Lin, then stood by the desk for a minute. Lin Shi didn't even bother to open her eyes or acknowledge him. Jiang Yu was furious. She called me here to treat her, yet she's acting so arrogant? He gritted his teeth but decided to endure it for the sake of the money. Of course, he wouldn't stand there like the company employees, waiting for Lin Shi to open her eyes. He leaned back on the sofa, thinking, if you're resting your eyes, so will I. Another 5 minutes passed before Lin Shi slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Did you fall asleep?" Jiang Yu opened his eyes and met her gaze. "Weren't you the one who fell asleep first?" A hint of displeasure flashed in Lin Shi's eyes. No one dared to speak to her like that in the group. She frowned and studied Jiang Yu. "Are you the miracle doctor Su Wan mentioned?" "I wouldn't call myself a miracle doctor, but I can treat some difficult cases." Jiang Yu responded modestly, but in Lin Shi's eyes, it was a sign of insecurity. "You can leave now." Lin Shi waved her hand dismissively, effectively telling Jiang Yu to leave. "What does that mean? You didn't even say 2 words and you're already kicking me out? That's way too disrespectful. Don't question it. You heard me clearly. I told you to leave." After saying that, Lin Shi closed his eyes again and massaged his temples. Jiang Yu wasn't having it. He slammed the tea table. "What's the deal? You make one demand and I rush all the way from Tianyun City just to be told to leave? Are you kidding me? The 2,000 yuan deposit Su Wan gave you earlier is your compensation for your trouble." She didn't even open her eyes as she spoke, and Jiang Yu felt deeply insulted. He threw the 2,000 yuan onto Lin Shi's desk. "Do I owe you 2,000 yuan? Let me tell you, you can question my medical skills, but you can't disrespect people. You're the deputy general manager of such a large company, and this is your level of manners? Manners?" Lin Shi sneered coldly, opening his eyes again and speaking indifferently. "What manners are you talking about with a con artist like you?" "A con artist?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, he had been mistaken for a con artist many times before, but that was only in remote areas where people weren't very well traveled. He mocked, "As the vice president of Shangya Group, don't you even know how to write the words judging by appearances?" Lin Shi finally stood up, tapping her fingers on the desk as if talking to herself. 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of high school, that's 12 years in total. If I started school early, I graduated from university at 16. A 5-year bachelor's degree in traditional Chinese medicine plus internships and clinical training. By the time I was qualified to practice independently, I should have been at least 24 or 25. And you? Are you even 20 years old? At your age, you dare to call yourself a divine healer? You're nothing but a charlatan. Chapter 58. Did I ever say I'd treat you? Lin Shi analyzed the situation logically. According to common sense, she had ample reason to believe Jiang Yu was a quack. In this era, traditional Chinese medicine had long since declined. Occasionally, there might be a doctor with unparalleled medical skills, but they were all elderly practitioners with decades of experience. As for young people, there were few who could be called masters of traditional Chinese medicine. Lin Shi wasn't exaggerating when she said that one must be at least 24 or 25 to graduate from medical school. She had a classmate who studied traditional Chinese medicine, the same age as her, who had just graduated this year. 24 or 25 is a very conservative estimate. If you think I'm a charlatan, why did you ask me to come? Because of Suwon. Lin Shi didn't beat around the bush. Suwon said her father was saved by a divine doctor, but I never expected that the so-called divine doctor would be a young upstart like you. As the old saying goes, there are no seniors or juniors in learning. Those who have achieved mastery are teachers. Achiever? Ha ha. Lin Shi sneered disdainfully. I won't argue with you. First, show me your medical license. She believed he was a con artist and wouldn't be able to produce a medical license. And that was indeed the case. Jiang Yu had learned all his skills from an old man. To put it nicely, the old man was a miracle working doctor. To put it bluntly, he was just a quack. Jiang Yu hadn't even taken the exam, so where would he get a medical license? What's the matter? Can't you produce it? Lin Shi smiled triumphantly. The door's over there. I want to see you out. She continued lying on the office chair, closing her eyes and gently massaging her temples. Jiang Yu was furious. As the first disciple of the renowned Master Qi Shan, known as the Little Divine Healer, he had been looked down upon by someone. If this were to reach the old man's ears, it would be utterly humiliating. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. From what I can tell, your migraines have been bothering you for at least 3 years, haven't they? So what if you know? Don't think that just because you can diagnose my condition, I'll look at you any differently. My migraines are well known throughout the entire company, with thousands of employees aware of them. Lin Shi's migraines had been plaguing her for years. She had tried medications from major hospitals, and doctors advised her to rest and nourish her body, with the most important thing being to quit drinking. However, Lin Shi's schedule was packed every day, with countless social engagements. She could only drink in moderation. Quitting was out of the question. She hadn't been in her vice president position for very long, and many of the business partners didn't take her seriously. She could only build relationships at drinking parties to secure her position. You not only have headaches but also experience nausea and vomiting at night, along with fatigue, weakness, and insomnia. Your long-term alcohol consumption has rendered the medications ineffective. He listed Lin Shi's symptoms in detail to prove his expertise. But Lin Shi remained unconvinced, saying without batting an eye, these symptoms are common knowledge among doctors. Most importantly, every night at midnight, between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., you not only suffer from unbearable headaches but also feel a burning pain on the inner sides of your legs. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Yu smiled lightly. You're wealthy and influential in Linzhou City, so you find it difficult to discuss these women's issues. I'm sure you've looked them up online and bought some medication in private. Once the pain subsided, you didn't think much of it. You assumed it was a complication from migraines, but have you ever considered that it might be caused by a gynecological condition? Lin Shi clenched her teeth tightly but had no response. Jiang Yu continued, in traditional Chinese medicine, we treat the root cause of the illness. The doctors don't even know the source of your illness. Do you really think your headaches can be cured? Lin Shi's earlier outburst was merely a mask for her inner fear, as Jiang Yu had hit the nail on the head. She found it difficult to speak about it. Even when she went to a reputable hospital, she only mentioned the headaches. The symptoms Jiang Yu had just mentioned were something she had never shared with anyone else. Moreover, Jiang Yu had guessed correctly. She had indeed bought medicine on her own because she believed her gynecological issue wasn't serious, and the pain was only occasional. Lin Shi suddenly collapsed into the chair like a deflated balloon and asked in a faint voice, "How did you know?" Jiang Yu stood tall and straight. In traditional Chinese medicine, we observe, listen, ask, and feel. If I can't even perform the initial observation, how could I claim to be a master healer? He wasn't being modest anymore. Then can it be cured? Since her most critical condition had been diagnosed by Jiang Yu at a glance, Lin Shi naturally acknowledged his expertise. I can't speak for others, but I guarantee that after 3 sessions of acupuncture and massage, along with 10 doses of herbal medicine, you'll be completely cured. And even if you have to drink alcohol for social occasions in the future, it won't relapse. Jiang Yu was confident, almost as if the word confidence was written on his face. Hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes lit up with excitement. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Wait a moment. I'll arrange the time right away. Can we start the first treatment tonight?" "Wait. Just as Lin Shi was about to call her secretary, Jiang Yu stopped her. Did I say I'd treat you? What? Lin Shi was momentarily confused. You just said you guaranteed I'd be cured and it wouldn't come back. I did say that, because I have the ability to do so. But I never said I would treat you. Why? Humph. Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. Don't you know why yourself? With that, Jiang Yu swept his sleeve and left. He had listed Lin Shi as symptoms merely to prove his own abilities. That was all. While Suwon was busy outside, she kept an eye on the office. Seeing Jiang Yu storm out, she immediately rushed over. What's wrong, Jiang Yu? Did your discussion with Mr. Lin go badly? Don't be upset. Mr. Lin may have a short temper, but he's a kind-hearted person at heart. Sigh. Don't leave in a hurry. When Suwon followed him downstairs, she received a call from Lin Shi. She then did everything in her power to persuade Jiang Yu to stay and eventually managed to take him to the hotel. In the room, Suwon stood before Jiang Yu with an apologetic expression. Jiang Yu, please don't be angry. Don't be angry? I went there at 8 in the morning and waited until 4 in the afternoon. Not only did she not apologize, she looked down on me. What kind of attitude is that? Well, Mr. Lin just told me to apologize to you. Jiang Yu, please help me out. If you leave like this, I might lose my job. Seeing Suwon's pitiful expression, Jiang Yu's heart softened and he felt a pang of sympathy. Suwon's family was already deeply in debt. If she lost her job because of this, their life would become even harder. So he said firmly, if she wants to apologize, let her come herself. Otherwise, we'll find someone else. But Suwon was at a loss. When had Lin Zong ever apologized to anyone before? However, she had no other options, so she decided to give Lin Shi a call. To her surprise, Lin Shi agreed immediately and said he would come to the hotel right away. Chapter 59, Conditions. As the vice president of Manhwaedit Group, Lin Shi rarely lowered himself to such a level. But this time, she set aside her pride. She had consulted numerous doctors, both traditional Chinese and Western, but none of them had ever asked her about her symptoms or requested an X-ray. None of them had ever diagnosed her condition as accurately as Jiang Yu had with just one glance. If he is not a miracle doctor, then who is? Lin Shi put aside all her work and rushed to the hotel. Upon entering the room, Suwon tactfully stepped out of the door. A vice president was apologizing to someone as his secretary, she dared not stay. Jiang Yu noticed that Lin Shi had even changed her clothes. A blue OL blouse paired with a white pleated skirt, complemented by her slightly tousled shoulder-length hair, exuded a youthful vibe, hardly the appearance of a woman in her late 20s. Upon entering the room, she slightly raised her chin, still maintaining her aloof demeanor. After scanning the room, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sat in the chair, saying nothing, his gaze meeting hers. About earlier, I'm sorry. She stammered out the words, her eyes shifting nervously. Is that how you apologize? I've already apologized to you. What more attitude do you want? Forget it, just go back. I can't handle someone like you. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. What kind of person was this? Apologizing while acting so high and mighty. You Lin, she clenched her teeth. Don't push it too far. In her eyes, saying those 4 words I'm sorry was already giving Jiang Yu enough face. Mr. Lin, don't glare at me. I'm not falling for that. 10,000. Lin, she didn't lower her stance further and blurted out a number. Do you really think money can solve everything? 200,000. Do you really think I'd bow down to money? 300,000. Lin, she seemed to be stating a cold, hard number rather than an amount that an average family couldn't even earn in a year. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. 30,000 was a tempting offer for him. But he remained stern, saying seriously, if money were effective for me, I would have agreed to it in the office. A person lives for that last breath. If Lin Shi didn't sincerely apologize to him, no amount of money would make him change his mind. What exactly do you want? Lin Shi was furious and looked extremely unhappy. Apologize, sincerely apologize. Even if Mr. Lin has never apologized to anyone before, he must have seen others apologize, right? Don't push your luck. Lin Shi was furious. The anger caused a splitting headache. She suddenly pressed one hand against her temple and used the other to steady herself on the bedrail as she slowly sat down. Mr. Lin, if you delay treatment any longer, even a divine healer might not be able to save you. Jiang Yu said lightly. Lin Shi retorted angrily, you're a doctor. Where is your compassion? So you can't even muster a sincere apology to the person who was about to save your life? You? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly toward him. I'm sorry. Is that good enough? Though it didn't meet Jiang Yu's standards, it was at least acceptable. He nodded and said, have someone bring some silver needles up. Lin Shi immediately instructed Suwon to handle it. Upon hearing that they needed medical tools, Suwon's heart finally settled. Is there anything else you need me to handle? I'll have Suwon take care of it. The rest can wait for now, but I think we should discuss the compensation first. Lin Shi took an envelope out of her bag. It was the deposit Jiang Yu had thrown on her desk. She said, this is the deposit. Once you cure me, I'll give you the 30,000 I promised, not a penny less. Lin Xi's generosity caught Jiang Yue's attention. However, he shook his head. I won't take your money. No money? Lin Xi looked at him sideways. Are you really that kind-hearted? I'm not that kind-hearted. I won't take your money, but you must agree to one condition. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xi's eyes. Don't get any ideas. Agree to a condition? She wasn't that stupid. Not to mention whether Jiang Yu would make her do something illegal. What if the condition was to marry him? Even if he asked for a share of the company? Or even worse, he might demand several $100 million? One condition? The waters are too deep, little cutie. She'd never agree to that. Jiang Yu understood her concerns and explained, Ms. Lin, rest assured. My condition has no ulterior motives toward you or your company. Don't beat around the bush. Just state the conditions directly. I heard that He Qingyuan is your group's general agent in Tianyun City? That's correct. How much inventory does he get from you each month? As long as he can sell it, he can take as much as he wants. Alright, then my conditions are. Jiang Yu whispered a few words into Lin Xi's ear, causing his expression to change slightly. Do you have a grudge against him? Mr. Lin, just say yes or no. He is just the regional agent for a prefecture-level city. If we lose him, there will be others. Alright, I agree. Lin Xi gave a sly smile. If I'm not mistaken, you're doing this for a woman, aren't you? And she's quite beautiful. Jiang Yu smiled without responding. Lin Xi continued, Wan Yihuan, right? Do you know her? We met once. Back then, she was competing with He Qingyuan, and we talked a bit. But if you're trying to get us to hand over the agency rights to Wan Yihuan, there's no need to go through all this trouble. Jiang Yu shook his head. My purpose is not that simple. Did He Qingyuan kill your parents? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. How dare you speak to me like that? At that moment, Suwan knocked on the door and entered. After placing the silver needles, she bowed respectfully and withdrew. Jiang Yu immediately began his treatment, first using silver needles to stimulate acupoints to alleviate Lin Xi's headache. His acupuncture technique was highly skilled. After 3 needles, Lin Xi's headache noticeably subsided. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yu removed the silver needles and massaged her head using a unique technique. The unprecedented sense of comfort made Lin Xi wish time would stand still. Chapter 60, Speak Your Mind. Do you have paper and pen? Jiang Yu asked softly after the treatment. It's in my bag, you can get it yourself. Lin Xi gasped for breath, too weak to move for a moment. Jiang Yu took out the paper and pen and wrote a prescription. Follow the prescription to prepare the medicine. Soak each dose in clear water for 20 minutes, then simmer with 5 bowls of water until it reduces to 1 bowl. Take twice daily. Then when is the next acupuncture and massage session? Although the treatment process made her feel ashamed, the indescribable sense of comfort left her longing for more. As soon as the first session ended, she was already looking forward to the next one. Once every 7 days, for a total of 3 sessions. By the time the 3 acupuncture and massage sessions are finished, you should have almost finished the medicine, and I guarantee you will be fully recovered. This was the confidence of being the first disciple of Bo Qishan. Lin Xi nodded slightly. Jiang Yu continued, your treatment can't be delayed, but I want to always be available to come to Linzhou City. I'll leave you my phone number. You can come to Tianyun City to find me when the time comes. Go find you? Lin Xi furrowed her brows. She was the vice president of Mengdai Group. Was she really supposed to go all the way to Tianyun City? Jiang Yu said, what, do you think it's beneath your dignity? He rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you're not the emperor, why should I have to follow you around? No problem. Lin Xi hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She was the vice president of Mengdai Group, she had her own temperament. But Jiang Yu was a divine doctor. Who doesn't have a temper? Take the 2,000 yuan in the bag. That's the deposit I gave you earlier, and it can also cover your travel expenses. Thank you very much, Ms. Lin. Jiang Yu didn't refuse. Lin Xi added, but there's one thing you must remember, you must keep my treatment a secret. I don't want anyone else to know. Of course. Protecting patient privacy is our responsibility as doctors. You can go now. I'd like to rest for a while. Lin Xi waved her hand, she still felt weak. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, this is my room, isn't it? Lin Xi said, have Suwan arrange another room for you. Jiang Yu smiled, never mind, the treatment is over anyway. Arrange for someone to take me back. Suwan will take care of it. Jiang Yu turned to leave but turned back at the door. Is there something else? Lin Xi frowned at him, unconsciously pulling the blanket tighter around herself, as Jiang Yu's gaze was rather peculiar. Jiang Yu took a box of tissues and handed it to her. You should wipe it off. What? Lin Xi was confused. What was she supposed to wipe? Jiang Yu didn't clarify, just kept holding out the tissue. Lin Xi finally took 2 tissues and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Thank you. Jiang Yu looked odd. No, never mind. You can take a shower here if you want. What are you talking about? Just say what you mean. Don't beat around the bush. Jiang Yu paused for a few seconds before asking, "You're not married yet, are you?" Lin Shi thought Jiang Yu was going to mention her illness, so she answered honestly, "No." "Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "Don't tell me you've never even dated anyone." "What's wrong? Is that so unusual?" "No, it's not that." "What are you trying to say?" Never mind. I'll head back to Tianyun City first. You rest well." He tried to leave, but Lin Shiwen-ti let him go. "Stop." She furrowed her brows and stared at Jiang Yu, speaking in an unwavering tone, "I don't like people beating around the bush." "What did you just say?" "Well, it's hard to say." "Stop beating around the bush. Just say it." "Do you really want me to say it?" "Say it. But don't get angry if I do. Just say it." Lin Shi clenched her teeth, seemingly losing patience. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. "Never mind, you'll find out soon enough. I'm leaving first." He hurriedly left. After a while, Lin Shi seemed to realize something. She lifted the blanket and saw something, her face instantly turning bright red and burning hot. Chapter 61, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. When Jiang Yu returned to Tianyun City, it was already nearly 10 o'clock at night. As soon as he entered the residential complex, he noticed two figures darting past him. There were two masked men, each carrying a woman wrapped in a sack on their shoulders. "What's going on?" Just as he was momentarily stunned, a familiar and urgent voice rang out, "Help! Help! Someone's being kidnapped!" Su Xian rushed out in a panic, her shoes flying off her feet. "What's going on?" "Ah, Jiang Yu, you're back. Quick! Mr. One has been kidnapped. This is bad." Jiang Yu muttered under his breath, "This is bad," and dashed out of the residential complex like an arrow leaving the bow. At that moment, the two masked men had already gotten into an unlicensed black SUV and sped away. Fortunately, a taxi had just pulled up at the entrance of the residential complex. Jiang Yu jumped in and shouted, "Follow that car." The driver didn't respond, stepping on the gas and slowly following behind. After passing two intersections, the driver stopped at a traffic light. Jiang Yu watched the black SUV grow distant and anxiously said, "Driver, chase after them. Don't lose them." "Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. Running a red light will result in demerit points and fines. Driver, please help me. It's a matter of life and death. A life is at stake? Bro, is following someone really that serious? My friend has been kidnapped and is in that SUV up ahead. If we lose them, she'll be in danger." "Really?" The driver immediately pulled out his phone and dialed the local traffic police station, speaking seriously, "Hello, this is Zhang Jiuhui, a taxi driver in Tianyun City. A passenger reported that his friend was kidnapped by the people in the black SUV ahead of me. To avoid losing sight of the vehicle, I may need to run a red light." "Traffic police, what is the license plate number of the black SUV?" "The SUV has no license plate. Please provide your license plate number." "Lin F98433. We have already reported this. I will immediately notify the police to respond. Please keep your phone line open and stay safe." After reporting the incident to the traffic police via phone, Zhang Jiuhui suddenly seemed like a different person. His expression grew serious, and he stood up straight. "I never thought I'd get to experience a real-life version of Fast Furious in my lifetime. Hold on tight, buddy." As the deafening roar of the engine echoed, the taxi shot forward, and Jiang Yu felt a sudden jolt of force pushing him back. Zhang Jiuhui's driving skills were impeccable, and with few vehicles on the late-night road, within less than a minute, the SUV that had vanished from sight reappeared in Jiang Yu's field of vision. However, the real-life Fast and Furious didn't unfold. Zhang Jiuhui simply followed the black SUV, speeding through 7 red lights before they exited the city. After winding through several twists and turns, they finally came to a stop in a secluded area. The black SUV came to a stop at a small intersection, with no way for the vehicles to enter or exit. "Master, thank you." Jiang Yu slipped 200 yuan into Zhang Jiuhui's hand and walked into the night along the path. "Brother, those were kidnappers. The traffic police have already been notified. Why not wait?" Before he could finish, Jiang Yu was already out of sight. Jiang Yu followed the path into a forest, where the night wind blew through the trees, rustling the leaves. She faintly heard sobbing and eventually found Wen Yihuan in the woods. Wen Yihuan was lying under a tree, her head still covered by a sack, but the two masked men were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yu rushed over to help Wen Yihuan remove the sack, but as soon as she touched him, his body trembled, and he screamed in panic, "Don't kill me. Don't be afraid, it's me." Those words were like a century of darkness being torn apart, bringing the first light of dawn. When Wen Yihuan saw Jiang Yu's face, tears streamed down her cheeks as she threw herself into his arms. Jiang Yu gently patted her, feeling deeply moved. Wen Yihuan's face was bruised and swollen, clearly the result of being beaten. "Do you know who they are?" Jiang Yu clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable murderous intent. Wen Yihuan sobbed softly and shook her head slightly. Today, her meeting had ended early, so she didn't stay at the company. Su Xian had driven her home, but as soon as they entered the residential complex, she was suddenly attacked, a sack was pulled over her head, and she was abducted. During the ordeal, she was struck several times, and she didn't even catch a glimpse of her attackers. This doesn't seem like a kidnapping. Jiang Yu analyzed that if the perpetrators were kidnappers, they would never have abandoned Wen Yihuan in such a remote forest. It's revenge. This was the only possibility. Using a sack to cover Wen Yihuan and beating her up was pure revenge. He suddenly felt that the method was somehow familiar. He Qing Yuan. The 3 words burst out from between his teeth. He had once infiltrated He Qing Yuan's home and used a sack to beat him up. He Qing Yuan couldn't find the real culprit, but he knew the incident must be connected to Wen Yihuan. So he took his anger out on Wen Yihuan, using the same method to exact revenge. But there was one thing Jiang Yu couldn't figure out. If it was merely about revenge, why did He Qing Yuan have someone kidnap Wen Yihuan and bring him here? Wouldn't it have been simpler to just beat him up in the neighborhood while he was blindfolded? Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, he heard Su Xian's sudden cry, "Be careful!" Su Xian had followed her, also rushing through the narrow path to the forest without regard for her own safety. As soon as she arrived, she saw 2 masked men brandishing knives at each other. Jiang Yu jumped to his feet, immediately hugging Wen Yihuan and rolling on the ground twice. 2 clanging sounds echoed. The 2 sharp long knives struck the ground. Jiang Yu rolled out 2 more times, then picked up Wen Yihuan and darted behind a tree to hide. Wen Yihuan was trembling in fear. "Stay here, don't be afraid. I'll handle them." He stepped out from behind the tree, his gaze fixed on the 2 masked figures. He couldn't see their faces, but he could feel the cold, murderous intent in their eyes. He suddenly understood. This was a trap to lure him out. He Qing Yuan's true target was him. Chapter 62, The Assassin. He Qing Yuan had been beaten up at home for no reason. How could he possibly swallow his anger? But after reviewing the surveillance footage and being misled by security guard Wang Yu, he couldn't find the culprit. So he came up with this plan. If the killer was protecting Wen Yihuan, then he would use Wen Yihuan as bait and beat her up using the same method Jiang Yu had used against him, as a way to collect some interest in advance. The 2 masked men weren't ordinary individuals, they were seasoned assassins with countless lives on their hands. He Qing Yuan is a despicable man capable of anything. In the pitch-black forest, beams of moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a faint glow on the withered leaves on the ground, resembling twinkling stars. Su Xian was also terrified, but she still managed to muster some courage and quietly made her way to Wen Yihuan's side. Wen Yihuan's breathing was rapid, but the intense fear gradually subsided due to Jiang Yu's presence. She gently covered her mouth, trying not to make a single sound. "Who are you?" "Those who came to take your life." "Who sent you?" Although Jiang Yu already had his suspicions, they were still just that, suspicions. "We take money to eliminate disasters. Ask the King of Hell about that." Clang! The long sword trembled slightly, emitting a cold gleam. The 2 masked men split apart, 3 zhang apart, and attacked Jiang Yu from both sides. They moved with agility and grace, like bats in the night. From their footsteps, Jiang Yu could tell they had at least 20 years of martial arts training. Even if they weren't martial arts masters, they weren't far off. Such assassins would find killing an ordinary person as easy as crushing an ant. In the blink of an eye, the 2 long swords closed in simultaneously, and the sound of blades slicing through the air echoed through the forest. The sound wasn't sharp, but to Su Xian, it sounded like the chilling chant of a demon. If Wen Yihuan weren't here, she might have already fled. At that moment, she quietly gestured to Wen Yihuan, signaling her to leave the forest first. This was a dangerous place. Wen Yihuan was no fool, she knew Jiang Yu was a formidable fighter, and in a life or death battle, there was no room for distraction. Staying here would only be a liability. So she and Su Xian quietly retreated. They thought they were being very quiet and wouldn't be noticed, but little did they know that their actions were as clear as day to the 2 masked men. However, the 2 assassins were focused on Jiang Yu and didn't bother to stop him. Once they had killed Jiang Yu, the most troublesome target, Wen Yihuan and Su Xian would be like meat on a chopping block, at their mercy. Jiang Yu was a tough opponent, and the 2 masked men realized this during their first clash with him. They attacked from above and below, swinging their blades front and back. Anyone with slightly inferior martial arts skills would find themselves trapped, unable to dodge. However, Jiang Yu leaped into the air, and at 3 feet off the ground, his body suddenly rotated 90 degrees in an astonishing maneuver. He somersaulted several times in mid-air, and the 2 long swords nearly grazed his body as they passed by. While dodging, he didn't forget to strike back, kicking one of the men in the shoulder. The man grunted, stumbled backward a few steps, and dropped his sword with a clang. His shoulder felt as though it had been broken, and he could not muster any strength in his hands. The first strike failed, and the other man swiftly changed his technique, thrusting directly at Jiang Yu's center. Jiang Yu stepped back 2 paces. Just as the masked man was about to strike, a crisp clang rang out, and the long sword suddenly snapped in 2. The man was startled. "You're a martial arts master. You're using internal energy." Who could have imagined that the young man he intended to assassinate possessed such extraordinary abilities? "No, that's not right." The man suddenly realized that external force alone couldn't shatter a sword. This was clearly the work of a master who could use internal force to injure others. They were no slouches themselves. Even facing a martial arts master, the 2 of them could hold their own. But against a master, they were no match. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. He felt a heavy weight on his chest, his stomach churned violently, and blood surged upward, spurting out in a torrent, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The other man, seeing this, was utterly horrified and immediately rolled behind the tree. Jiang Yu casually picked up 2 broken branches from the ground and threw them out. 2 dull thuds echoed through the air. A faint smell of blood lingered in the forest. He turned back and saw that the man whose internal organs he had shattered with a single palm strike had also hidden himself. He sensed a hint of danger. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of fire lit up the forest, and the deafening gunfire shattered the tranquil woods, sending countless birds into flight. Whoosh! A bullet whizzed past Jiang Yu's left arm, leaving a bloody trail on his shoulder. Damn it! Jiang Yu cursed under his breath, dodging and weaving through the trees, immediately retreating. Within a dozen breaths, he caught up with Su Xian and Wen Yihuan. Wen Yihuan exclaimed in surprise, "What was that sound just now?" Jiang Yu grabbed her and ran. After running about 100 meters, Su Xian panted, "Aren't you supposed to be so skilled? Why are you running too? I'm not that good at dodging bullets." He never even considered that the 2 assassins might have guns. They have guns? Su Xian suddenly burst into a sprint, darting forward like a rocket. The assassins gave chase and fired 3 more shots. Wen Yihuan tripped and fell to the ground, becoming an easy target. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a bullet tore through the air. There was no time to dodge. Wen Yihuan's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she were already awaiting death. In the nick of time, Jiang Yu dived onto her, and an excruciating pain shot through his entire body. The bullet pierced his left shoulder, and blood trickled down onto Wen Yihuan's face. She didn't scream, as if she had forgotten, but tears streamed down her face. At that moment, they heard the sound of sirens, the sound of salvation. Police officer. Su Xinfly rushed over and finally saw the rescuers. Police officer, the kidnappers have guns. Someone is injured. Someone is injured. Call an ambulance quickly. Su Xian couldn't stop crying. When she collapsed into the police officer's arms, she had no strength left. The 2 police officers immediately called an ambulance and escorted the injured to the hospital, while the others entered the forest to search. However, aside from some bloodstains, there was nothing else in the forest. The 2 killers had already fled. The search continued, and the police sealed off many intersections along the route. Wen Yihuan only suffered minor injuries. After receiving basic treatment from the doctor, she remained outside the operating room. The scene of Jiang Yu shielding her from the bullet kept replaying in her mind, and tears streamed down her face. Su Xian was by her side, but at that moment, she didn't know what words of comfort to offer. She was Jiang Yu's fiancée, and she had been observing him all along. Jiang Yu didn't know, but he was still willing to risk his life for her. Such a person was worthy of her trust for life. Jiang Yu, you must not be harmed. You are my fiancé. If you die, who will marry me? Who will marry me? She kept praying, and at the same time, she made up her mind, as long as Jiang Yu survives, she will marry no one else for the rest of her life. Chapter 63, No One But Him. The surgery lasted an hour, and Wen Yihuan endured the agonizing wait, every second feeling like an eternity. Su Xian had been listening to Wen Yihuan's mutterings. When she heard the words fiancé, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Jiang Yu's life was on the line, yet she was still thinking about her fiancé? When the doctor emerged and announced the surgery had been successful, Wen Yihuan collapsed, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She took deep breaths, tears streaming down her face, yet she managed to smile. As long as he's okay, as long as he's okay. She stayed by Jiang Yu's bedside all night. Early the next morning, the police arrived to take statements. The 2 assassins from last night hadn't been caught. Wen Shiyun also received the news and rushed over early in the morning. Seeing Jiang Yu giving his statement, he pulled Wen Yihuan into the stairwell. "Yihuan, does it still hurt?" Wen Shiyun gently stroked his daughter's face, looking at the injuries on her face, filled with heartache. Wen Yihuan shook her head, "I'm fine, just superficial wounds." Wen Shiyun's expression suddenly turned serious. "I heard that Jiang Yu was shot. What exactly happened last night?" Wen Yihuan then recounted in detail the entire ordeal of being kidnapped. "Do you know who they were?" Wen Shiyun frowned. "Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden dangers are hard to guard against. If we don't even know who they are, Wen Yihuan will remain in constant danger." Actually, Wen Yihuan had overheard Jiang Yu's guess that it might be He Qingyuan. But they had no evidence, so they couldn't spread rumors recklessly. "Daughter, there is something I must tell you. Lately, Jiang Yu has been coming to my company every day. Do you know why?" "I know. He wants to call off the engagement. A marriage contract cannot be the foundation of 2 people's feelings. If you had never met, I might have agreed to let him call off the engagement, but Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan haven't just met, they've lived under the same roof. Daughter, you said you wanted to test him. Your father has been hiding your identity for you all this time. But now he is willing to risk his life to protect you. Are you still going to continue like this?" Thinking back to last night's scene, Wen Yihuan couldn't stop the tears from flowing. She sobbed, "Dad, I've already decided. Once Jiang Yu's injuries heal, I'll tell him who I am right away. Wen Qiyu nodded. Back then, his master saved my life and now he has saved yours. Such a great debt of gratitude is impossible to repay. Daughter, I know that back then, I arranged your marriage without your consent, which was unfair to you. If you don't want to marry him, I won't force you. Dad. Wen Yihuan wiped away her tears and looked at Wen Qiyun with determination. I will marry no one but him. Wen Qiyun smiled with the satisfaction of an old father. Then I finally don't have to hide anymore. Regarding company matters, Wen Yihuan temporarily handed them over to Su Xian to handle, while she stayed by Jiang Yu's side day and night. Jiang Yu had been in the hospital for 3 days and was feeling restless, so he insisted on being discharged. Wen Yihuan spoke sternly. It takes 100 days to heal broken bones. Even though you didn't injure any vital organs, it won't heal in a day or two. Stay in the hospital and behave yourself. Though her tone was stern, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Ms. Wen, you're the company's boss. You just received a major order, you can't keep staying by my side. Why don't you? I'm happy to. Wen Yihuan shot him down with a single sentence, leaving Jiang Yu with nothing but a bitter smile. He could see right through Wen Yihuan's thoughts. Over the past 2 days, Wen Yihuan had taken care of him meticulously, her eyes filled with tender affection. But he came to call off the engagement. He couldn't very well end up with another girlfriend if the engagement didn't go through, could he? He was also torn inside, not wanting to hurt such a good woman. But being together day and night made him feel burdened, so he picked up a pen and wrote a prescription, handing it to Wen Yihuan. Go to the Chinese medicine shop and get some herbs for me. Grind them into powder and mix them together. Didn't the doctor already prescribe the medicine? I forgot. I'm also a doctor. I have my own secret formula that can heal wounds in the shortest possible time. Wen Yihuan was skeptical but took the medicine back and carefully applied it to Jiang Yu's wound. Sure enough, within a day, Jiang Yu's wound had healed and scabbed over. The doctor examined him and was amazed by his remarkable recovery. With the doctor's approval, he was finally discharged from the hospital. Although he was already mostly recovered, the stubborn Wen Yihuan refused to let him leave the house and continued to care for him meticulously at home for another 2 days. During those 2 days, she cooked meals, prepared medicine, and attended to his every need, embodying the virtues of a virtuous and kind-hearted woman. But the more she did this, the more uneasy Jiang Yu felt. If she were to confess her feelings one day, how could he possibly refuse? If he did, it would surely break her heart. One morning, while Wen Yihuan was preparing porridge for Jiang Yu, Su Xian arrived with a document. Wen Yihuan hadn't been to the company in recent days, so Su Xian had been coming by to discuss matters that required her decision. Are you feeling better? Su Xian's attitude had also changed quite a bit. In the past few days, she hadn't teased Jiang Yu anymore. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, munching on an apple, and mumbled, much better. Wen Yihuan is almost turning me into a pig. Su Xian chuckled. Wen Yihuan came out of the kitchen, wiped her hands on an apron, and asked, Su Xian, why are you here so early? Is there something you need? Su Xian held the documents and said, Mr. Wen, the company has scheduled the full launch of the new product in Tianyun City starting September 4th. I'd like you to review it and see if there is anything else that needs to be improved. Wen Yihuan flipped through the documents, nodding as he said, everything seems in order. Proceed with the launch as planned tomorrow. Tomorrow? September 4th? Jiang Yu jumped up suddenly, startling Wen Yihuan. You're so excited. Aren't you afraid your wound will burst open? Wen Yihuan shot him a disapproving glance. Tomorrow is September 4th, so today must be September 3rd, right? What's so special about September 3rd? Not really. It's a friend's birthday, and I promised him I'd attend his birthday banquet. What kind of friend? How should I put it? Just a very special friend. Could it be your girlfriend? Su Xian blurted out suddenly, causing Wen Yihuan's expression to change abruptly. She had already decided she would marry Jiang Yu no matter what, so feeling jealous was inevitable. She looked at Jiang Yu with a lingering gaze, waiting for him to give a definitive answer. Jiang Yu shook his head helplessly. There is nothing to it. He is just an old man in his twilight years. I helped him out before. Wen Yihuan's serious expression instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. She immediately pulled out a card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. There is 10,000 yuan in here. Use it to give a gift to the elder for his birthday. Don't be too stingy, buy something nice. Su Xian was surprised. Do you really need 10,000 yuan for a gift? Ms. Wen, aren't you being too generous with him? Of course I should be kind to him. Because he's my. Her voice trailed off, and Su Xian curiously pressed, what is he to you? Chapter 64, Delivering a Cake. Yes, he's my savior. She ultimately couldn't bring herself to say the words fiancé. In recent days, Wen Yihuan had been contemplating how to confront Jiang Yu. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. She knew Jiang Yu had come to call off the engagement. If he insisted on ending it after she confessed, how would she cope? It's just a family gathering. I still have some money on me, it's enough to buy a gift. He had earned several thousand as a bodyguard during this time, and he felt guilty about using Wen Yihuan's money for no reason. Jian Yu's polite refusal, however, made Wen Yihuan a bit upset. She started overthinking things. If he doesn't want my money, could it be because he doesn't like me and doesn't want to owe me anything? But dragging this out indefinitely isn't a solution either. She still feels she should be upfront about it sooner rather than later. Wait. As Jian Yu reached the door, she called him back. What's wrong? I have something to tell you. Jian Yu looked at her, but she trailed off, hesitating and unsure, before finally saying, never mind, let us talk about it when you come back. Jian Yu wandered around the mall, thinking about what gifts to buy for the old man. He didn't have much time left, so tonics and such were just a waste. What mattered was the thought. Just then, the old man called him again, insisting that he must be there today and not to buy any gifts. His presence was the greatest gift. However, Jian Yu couldn't go empty-handed. After much consideration, he decided to bake a cake. It wasn't too expensive, but it would at least show his feelings. He didn't know where the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion was, so he hailed a taxi. On the way, the driver chatted non-stop. Brother, are you going to the Imperial Kitchen for a banquet? Jian Yu casually replied, yes. That's great, brother. You have such relatives and friends. What kind of relatives or friends? High-ranking officials and wealthy nobles. Everyone in Tianyun City knows that a banquet at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion is something you can't even book with money. And the prices there are astronomical. A single table of dishes can easily cost tens of thousands, and if you add a couple of bottles of fine wine, that could easily reach 100,000. The Imperial Banquet Hall was renowned in Tianyun City, and the city's elite loved to host banquets there, as it symbolized their status. Jian Yu couldn't help but wonder, thinking to himself, that old man looks so ordinary, yet he has such a prestigious background? Soon, he arrived at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion. The ancient-style building was grand and imposing. 16 beautiful women in cheongsam dresses stood in 2 rows at the entrance, and the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Those coming and going were adorned with gold and silver, sparkling with jewels. In comparison, Jian Yu did indeed feel a bit out of place. The Imperial Cuisine Pavilion had 9 floors, each with a grand hall capable of accommodating 1,000 people and dozens of private rooms. Though the prices were exorbitant, the place was almost always packed every day. Several roll-up banners were displayed at the entrance, advertising weddings, birthday banquets, and full moon celebrations, with the corresponding floor numbers noted. Jian Yu didn't know the old man's name and assumed that the family gathering wouldn't be too large, so he might be in a private room on one of the floors. However, with hundreds of private rooms across all 9 floors, he couldn't possibly search each one individually. Reluctantly, he called the old man. The old man said he was on the 7th floor, telling him to go up first while he caught up with a few old friends and would come down shortly. Jian Yu asked which private room, and the old man said it was in the main hall. Jian Yu carried the cake and took the elevator to the 7th floor. Most of the people in the elevator looked down on him with disdain, and a young man asked, "Are you here to deliver the cake?" Jian Yu replied, "For a banquet." The elevator erupted in laughter. "You're going to the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion for a banquet and you're dressed like that?" Jian Yu didn't bother to respond. What's wrong with wearing sneakers and casual clothes? Even if they can't compare to your luxury brands, at least I'm neat and clean, right? They mocked him. Your entire outfit probably doesn't cost more than $200. Are you some poor relative from a wealthy family? So what if I'm poor? Did I eat a single grain of rice from your family? The elevator doors opened, and Jian Yu walked out with his chest held high. Unbeknownst to him, the people in the elevator were also heading to the 7th floor for the banquet. Jian Yu stood at the door, feeling a bit awkward. The hall was crowded with people walking around holding highball glasses and chatting. A long table covered with a red cloth was set up at the entrance, and the gifts piled behind it were almost forming a small mountain. Someone was recording the guests' names and gifts, and worst of all, they were announcing them aloud like a ticket seller. Tan Ming, chairman of Yicheng Company, presents a Jade Guanyin statue. The chairman of Green Source Hall has donated a box of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Lu Ziwen has donated 88,000 yuan in cash. Lutong Mountain Villa presents 2 famous paintings. The gifts those people were giving were one more expensive than the next. Jian Yu didn't know whether to bring the cake in or not. Had he gone to the wrong place? That's right, it's the 7th floor, it's the Grand Hall. This is nothing like I imagined. This isn't a family gathering, it's a grand banquet for 1,000 people. The young man who was in the elevator earlier pushed him aside to deliver the gift, and then a voice rang out, from the Golden Scales Club, "Yu Hai presents a solid gold Mithraea Buddha." That young man was Yu Jingyao, Yu Hai's son. Yu Hai had something urgent to attend to and couldn't make it back, so he sent his son to deliver the gift as a congratulatory gesture. After delivering the gift, Yu Jingyao didn't enter the hall but turned back instead, raising his eyebrows at Jian Yu. "Could you be a poor relative of the Han family?" "The Han family? Which Han family? Which Han family? Oh, you don't even know whose birthday it is, yet you show up with a shabby cake to beg for food? Boy, do you think the Imperial Kitchen is open to just anyone?" Yu Jingyao mocked him, then suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "The Han family's relative has arrived. Aren't you going to send someone to greet them?"
Upon hearing that it was a relative of the Han family, everyone's attention immediately turned to them. A waiter hurried over and politely said, "Please this way, sir." The server wasn't inviting him inside. Instead, he was asked to go ahead and register his name and gifts. Jiang Yu had become the center of attention and couldn't back down. He had no choice but to walk over, thinking to himself, "Please don't let me be in the wrong place. Otherwise, I'll lose face." Yu Jingyao pretended to be helpful, placing the cake on the red cloth, but the person recording the details paused slightly. Yu Jingyao urged, "Don't just stand there, right?" The person asked, "May I ask your name?" "Jiang Yu." The person recorded, "Jiang Yu, 1 cake delivered." Yu Jingyao suppressed a smile and urged again, "Read it aloud." The person conducting the ceremony hesitated for a moment, then announced loudly, "Jiang Yu, 1 cake." Ha ha ha. Yu Jingyao burst into laughter first, followed by the others, who exchanged odd glances and chuckled quietly. "It's Mr. Han's birthday, and you send a cake? You really thought of that?" Yu Jingyao slapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder, laughing so hard he could barely stand. Jiang Yu ignored him completely, delivered the gift, and walked straight inside, but was suddenly pulled back by Yu Jingyao. Yu Jingyao's smile turned cold. "Where's the invitation?" Jiang Yu asked, "What invitation? Country bumpkin, do you really think you can crash the party with just a cake? Without an invitation, get out of here." Chapter 65, Isn't it just a cake? This kind of banquet isn't open to just anyone. You must have an invitation issued by the Han family. There are countless relatives and friends coming and going. The hosts can't possibly know everyone, so only those with invitations are allowed inside. The hostess politely asked, "Do you have an invitation?" Jiang Yu shook his head, thinking to himself, "The old man just called me and didn't mention anything about needing an invitation." He began to doubt whether he had come to the wrong place. Actually, it didn't matter if he wasn't allowed and he could just call the old man again and ask. But Yu Jingyao's actions made him furious. Yu Jingyao directly smashed his cake on the ground, crushing it into a mess, and looked down on him with contempt. "Where did this country bumpkin come from? If I hadn't been more careful today, you would have slipped in. Don't you have any self-respect? How dare you show up here?" Jiang Yu clenched his fists. The cake only cost over $100, but it was his heartfelt gift to the old man. He couldn't let it be trampled on like this. "I won't bother with the cake money. I'll give you 10 seconds to pick up everything on the ground and apologize properly." "Apologize?" Yu Jingyao stomped on the cake with a loud thud. "Get out of here immediately, or next time, my foot will be on your face." He waved his hand dismissively, sneered, and added, "Security. Get this country bumpkin out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 security guards surrounded him. The receptionist said indifferently, "Please escort this gentleman out." Jiang Yu looked at him and said, "The old master invited me here." "Mr. Han?" Yu Jingyao sneered, "You really think you're someone important? Mr. Han personally invited you? Who the hell do you think you are? How many people in Tianyun City are worthy of Mr. Han personally inviting them? Country bumpkin, I'm warning you one last time better." Smack! Before Yu Jingyao could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu angrily raised his hand and slapped him across the face, the sound clear and loud. "I told you, you only have 10 seconds. Jiang Yu's voice was as cold as ice, and his gaze was like that of a ferocious beast, sending a chill down one's spine. Yu Jingyao's face was instantly marked with 5 bright red fingerprints, the burning pain momentarily dazing him. Coming to his senses, Yu Jingyao was like a rooster with its feathers ruffled. "Damn it, you dare hit me? I'll kill you." He stammered and kicked toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu casually sidestepped, and Yu Jingyao kicked into thin air. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward, tearing his pants with a loud rip, drawing laughter from the crowd. Yu Jingyao felt his face burn with shame. He scrambled to his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and his anger boiled over. "Stop!" Just then, a clear voice rang out. A woman in a golden evening gown, with her collarbone exposed, her hair curled into large waves cascading down her shoulders, looked elegant and graceful. She walked toward the elevator entrance, locking eyes with Jiang Yu. Both of them froze for 3 seconds before asking in unison, "What are you doing here?" "So you're just here to freeload, you country bumpkin." Yu Jingyao spat out the words, gritting his teeth. Today is Mr. Han's birthday, and he dared to question why his own granddaughter was here. "Security, get him out of here. I'll teach him a lesson. Enough of this nonsense." Hanning shouted angrily, "Who are you to cause a scene at my grandfather's birthday banquet?" Yu Jingyao was immediately embarrassed and hurriedly said humbly, "Miss Han, I'm Yu Jingyao. I'm here today on behalf of my father to wish the old master a happy birthday." Hanning merely nodded, then walked straight toward Jiang Yu, clenching her teeth and lowering her voice. "Why are you here? Leave immediately." Jiang Yu's appearance was causing her great distress. "Where are you going?" "The old master invited me here." "My grandfather? I suppose so." Jiang Yu sighed wryly. He only now realized the old man's true identity. "What do you mean probably?" Han Ning's expression darkened, and her eyebrows furrowed into a line. Jiang Yu explained, "The old man called me to come, but he didn't give me an invitation. They said without an invitation, I couldn't enter. Luckily you're here. Can you help sort this out?" "We won't bother the old man.
Han shot him a sideways glance. You sound so convincing, like you're telling the truth. She didn't believe her grandfather would invite Jiang Yu. The two of them had never even crossed paths. She was certain Jiang Yu had come to cause trouble for her. However, with guests coming and going at the entrance, they couldn't just stand there, so Han had no choice but to temporarily give in. Just then, Yu Jingyao walked over with a fawning expression. Miss Han, go ahead with your business. I'll handle this country bumpkin for you. I'll make sure it's taken care of properly. As he spoke, Yu Jingyao shot Jiang Yu a sharp glance. He was trying to help Han, but she wasn't grateful. What? My classmate came to celebrate my grandfather's birthday and you want to chase him away? What? You your classmate? Yu Jingyao's eyes widened in shock. Han had no choice but to temporarily invent a classmate identity for Jiang Yu. She led Jiang Yu inside, and no one dared to stop him. Yu Jingyao's face turned green, and he muttered, "This is bad. If I've indirectly offended Han, I'll be in big trouble." Han dragged Jiang Yu aside and snapped, "Today is my grandfather's birthday. Don't cause trouble for me. If you want something, just say it." Jiang Yu chuckled, "Stop being so self-centered. I'm not here to see you. You." Han was so angry she clenched her teeth, but with all the guests around, she couldn't vent her anger. She forced herself to ask, "Then what are you here for?" Jiang Yu said, "I already told you, it was your grandfather who invited me to the birthday banquet." Han rolled her eyes and said, "You came empty-handed?" Jiang Yu said, "Didn't I bring a cake? You're not exactly showing off." Han mocked, then warned, "My grandfather will be here soon. If you're not his guest, I'll have you kicked out immediately." "Kick me out?" Jiang Yu looked confident. "That might disappoint you. Though I'm not entirely sure why. Your grandfather told me that today's birthday banquet can't proceed without me." "Oh, you're getting too big for your britches. Look at you, thinking we can't start the banquet without you? Don't be so full of yourself." Jiang Yu shrugged and didn't continue the argument. Instead, he asked, "How's your grandfather been feeling lately?" "He's looking radiant and full of energy. There's no need for you to worry." Suddenly, they heard someone shouting outside, "Chairman Zhao Zhongzhong of the Dingshan Group has sent a blue and white porcelain vase with a peony design." A commotion erupted at the entrance, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Zhao Zhizhong had made a move, and it was undoubtedly a genuine antique of considerable value. Several people in the hall also headed toward the entrance to greet Zhao Zhong. Han Ying's expression changed slightly. "Zhao Shua is here, you better leave quickly. Enemies meet in narrow places." As soon as Han Ying finished speaking, Jiang Yu spotted Zhao Shua's almost menacing gaze in the crowd. Chapter 66, A person's patience has its limits. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra hatred. Zhao Shua's anger was almost boiling over. "I'll kill you." Impulse overpowered reason, and Zhao Shua, regardless of where he was, charged toward Jiang Yu like a wild beast. Fortunately, two men in suits managed to stop him. It was Zhao Zhizhong's orders, otherwise, no one present would dare to cross Zhao Zhizhong. "How can you handle big matters with such a short fuse?" Zhao Zhizhong scolded him, as if pouring a bucket of cold water over Zhao Shua's head, bringing him back to his senses. Jiang Yu's files had already been placed on Zhao Zhongzhong's desk. Zhao Zhizhong had previously instructed Tianqing Martial Arts Hall to handle the matter, but unexpectedly, Tianqing Martial Arts Hall had mysteriously refused to intervene without providing any explanation. Zhao Zhizhong was a meticulous thinker. He suspected that Jiang Yu might have some connections that made Wei Xiao wary. Therefore, he had been thinking of other ways to avenge his son. Zhao Shua hadn't inquired about the matter, but that didn't mean he had forgotten. Being forced to kneel and apologize in public was a humiliation he would never forget for the rest of his life. Today is Mr. Han's birthday, and it's also an important day for you. No matter how much hatred you harbor in your heart, suppress it today. After speaking, Zhao Zhizhong walked into the crowd. At such a high-level birthday banquet, the guests were either wealthy or influential, making it an ideal opportunity for business deals. Zhao Shua had been flaunting his power outside, but that was all because Zhao Zhizhong was backing him up. Therefore, Zhao Zhizhong's words were like a royal decree to him. He suppressed his anger and walked step by step toward Jiang Yu. Han Ying was worried they might fight in public, so she shielded Jiang Yu behind her. "Zhao Shua, I'm warning you, today is my grandfather's birthday. Don't you dare cause trouble." Zhao Shua gave a cold smile. "Of course, I wouldn't dare to disrespect Mr. Han's face." Jiang Yu beckoned to Zhao Shua from behind Han Ying. "Mr. Zhao, how have you been?" Zhao Shua clenched his teeth so hard they ground together, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Once you step out of this door, I'll make sure you disappear from this world forever." "Mr. Zhao." Yu Jingyao approached with a fawning smile. Anyone with eyes could see the hatred Zhao Shua harbored for Jiang Yu. Yu Jingyao had just offended Jiang Yu and was worried about indirectly offending Han Ying when Zhao Shua arrived. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Shua shot him a sideways glance. "Who are you?" Yu Jingyao chuckled. "Mr. Zhao, it's me, Yu Jingyao. The Golden Scales Club is my family's business. You often go there to play, right? I've even waived your bill a few times. You forgot? Oh, it's you. Zhao Shua feigned surprise, but his expression suddenly darkened and he snapped, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever go to your club? Oh, I didn't go. I didn't go. Look at my memory. I must have gotten confused. We met a few times at Luchuang Mountain Villa when we were eating." Yu Jingyao looked self-reproachful, but Han Ning coldly said, "Stop acting. Whether you, Mr. Zhao, go to the club or not has nothing to do with me. Please go ahead." Han Ning turned and left, not bothering to look at Jiang Yu or Zhao Shua. Jiang Yu smiled at Zhao Shua, who glared at him with blazing anger. But that was all. Yu Jingyao whispered in Zhao Shua's ear, "Mr. Zhao, has this guy offended you? Should I help you vent your anger?" Zhao Shua replied, "How would we do that? Today is Mr. Han's birthday. Can you really beat him up? Mr. Zhao, venting doesn't necessarily mean using your fists. Just make him lose face, isn't that the same?" Yu Jingyao whispered a few more words in Zhao Shua's ear, and Zhao Shua burst into laughter. "Really? Of course it's true. Didn't you notice the waiter cleaning up when you came in?" Just then, a few young gentlemen approached Zhao Shua to toast him. Zhao Shua raised his voice and said, "You don't know him yet, do you? Come on, let me introduce you. His name is Jiang Yu, and he's Mr. Han's honored guest." The young men all turned to look at Jiang Yu and coldly said, "Him? He looks so poor and shabby. How could he be a guest of honor? He must have sneaked in to eat and drink for free." Yu Jingyao said, "He said it himself. The old master invited him here." Someone said, "Maybe he's just a low-key rich kid." Haha, Zhao Shua laughed loudly, "Who knows? But the gift he gave the old master, you'll never guess what it is." "What gift?" "A cake." "A cake? It's a real cake, worth over $100. Zhao Shua spoke in a sarcastic tone, "Jiang Dashi, your cake was just thrown on the ground and the gift is gone. Since there is still some time before the banquet ends, why don't you go out and buy another one?" Yu Jingyao chimed in, "That's over $100. It might be all the money they have." Zhao Shua immediately pulled out 1,000 yuan and threw it in Jiang Yu's face. "Today, this young master is in a good mood. Here's 1,000 yuan for you. Go buy a cake for the old man." Yu Jingyao said, "What are you still standing there for? Don't you thank Mr. Zhao for his generosity?" The money landed on Jiang Yu's face and scattered on the ground, while those nearby chuckled. Of course, there were those who disapproved, but no one dared to offend Zhao Shua. "A person's patience has its limits," Jiang Yu said as he picked up the money one bill at a time. "I'm giving Mr. Han face and don't want to fight, but some people just don't know when to stop and are asking for trouble." After picking up the money, he walked toward Zhao Shua. "Take the money, you should keep it for the hospital." Suddenly, Jiang Yu also threw the money at Zhao Shua in the same manner. But the outcome was vastly different. The money thrown from Jiang Yu's hand seemed to turn into a sharp blade, making a few whistling sounds as it sliced several bloody gashes across Zhao Shua's face. Zhao Shua felt a sharp pain on his face but didn't react immediately. It wasn't until Yu Jingyao said, "Mr. Zhao, your face is bleeding," that he realized what had happened. Zhao Shua touched the wound and winced in pain. Seeing the blood in his hand, he lost his mind once again. "I'll kill you." He swung his fist at Jiang Yu but was kicked away by Jiang Yu. Zhao Shua's screams caught Zhao Zhizhong's attention. Zhao Zhizhong hurried over with his men and scolded Zhao Shua, "Have you forgotten what I just told you?" Zhao Shua covered his face and stood up, speaking resentfully, "Dad, it was him. He started it." Upon seeing the wounds on his son's face, Zhao Zhizhong flew into a rage, glaring at Jiang Yu with a dark expression. "You young man, you don't know when to stop, do you?" Jiang Yu remained calm and said, "The one who doesn't know a good thing when it's offered is your son. You can ask the people around here who started it, or you can check the surveillance footage if you like." Zhao Zhizhong sneered coldly and said to the people beside him, "Take him out. Try not to make too much of a scene." This matter was no longer about right or wrong. He wanted to establish his son's authority and his own. Chapter 67, Distinguished Guest. Zhao Zhizhong was furious, bringing the atmosphere of the birthday banquet to a freezing point, and no one dared to intervene. "Zhizhong, what's going on?" A deep voice echoed through the room as Han Tianming emerged from the crowd, clearing a path for himself. When Jiang Yu came into his sight, Han Tianming's brows furrowed noticeably. Immediately, he put on a smile and looked at Zhao Zhizhong. "Brother Zhizhong, today is a joyous occasion. Why spoil the mood?" Zhao Zhizhong remained sullen, refusing to give face even with Han Tianming intervening. "Tianming, someone has already slapped me in the face. Do you expect me to act as if nothing happened?" "Zhizhong, let me handle this. It's not that I'm not giving you face, but I won't put you in a difficult position either. I'll take the person away, and there won't be any bloodshed at the birthday banquet." Upon hearing this, many people shook their heads and cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Yu. "Mr. Zhao." Suddenly, another man walked over, broad-shouldered and muscular, earning respect from many. He was the master of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy and a martial arts master in Tianyun City. Though his wealth couldn't compare to Zhao Zhong and Han Tianming, his status was no less prestigious. "Mr. Zhao, today is Mr. Han's birthday. I think it would be better to let Mr. Han, as the host, handle this matter." Wei Xiao discreetly signaled to Zhao Zhizhong. Zhao Zhizhong was unaware of Jiang Yu's capabilities, but Wei Xiao knew that the two men Zhao Zhizhong had brought were no match for Jiang Yu. If he let them take the men away, they would be the ones to suffer.
Having navigated the business world for years, Zhao Zhizhong was a master at reading people and situations.
He quickly took the hint.
Since Master Wei has spoken so decisively, then please let Tianming handle it.
Dad.
Zhao Shuo was unwilling to give up, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared back by Zhao Zhizhong's fierce gaze.
Han Tianming turned to look at Jiang Yu and said coldly, "How did you get in here? I didn't invite you to the banquet. If you want to save face, you'd better leave on your own."
Ever since Jiang Yu first went to the Han family with a marriage contract, Han Tianming had never approved of him, and this remained the case to this day.
As the host, such words were a humiliation for any guest.
Yu Jingyao sneered from the side, "Mr. Han didn't even invite you. So you're not even a poor relative of the Han family." Swish, swish, swish. The words poor relative drifted into everyone's ears. Among the 1,000-person banquet, there were several so-called poor relatives. Yu Jingyao's words effectively offended them all. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent, causing Yu Jingyao to shiver involuntarily.
Even Han Tianming was displeased by his words. Had it not been for his father, Yu Jingyao would have been invited out on the spot. Yu Jingyao realized what was happening and quickly lowered his head, taking a few steps back and blending into the crowd. Han Ning stood by, watching indifferently. She actually hoped Jiang Yu would leave, sparing her the anxiety. At that moment, Han Xiong quietly walked over to her, patted her shoulder, and said, "Little niece, didn't you just say he was your classmate? Now your father wants to drive him away without caring about your dignity. Are you just going to stand there and watch?" Han Ning rolled her eyes. "Auntie, you should know better than me who he is. Speaking of which, it was you who introduced him to me, wasn't it?" Han Xiong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. "Xiaoying, shall we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "A bet on whether your dad can get rid of him." "Why bet on that? It's my dad's birthday banquet.
If my dad wants him to leave, he shouldn't be so thick-skinned as to refuse to go, right?"
Han Xiong gave a mischievous smile. 1,000 yuan.
"I bet he won't leave."
"Auntie, why don't you just give me the money?" "So, are you betting or not?"
"Of course I'll bet." "Auntie, if you're giving me money, I have no reason to refuse."
"Xiaoying, get ready to pay." Han Xiong looked confident, leaving Han Ning puzzled. "Auntie, aren't you getting ahead of yourself?" Han Xiong said, "Xiaoying, don't you think about why he came?"
Han Ning thought to herself that he must have come to cause trouble, but she still asked, "Why?"
Han Xiong said, "Today is the old man's birthday. Everyone attending the birthday banquet must have received an invitation.
Your father didn't invite him, I didn't invite him, and you didn't invite him.
So who invited him? Who? What kind of brain do you have?"
Han Xiong laughed and scolded her, poking her head.
"How many people are there in our family?" "Ah." Han Ning finally caught on. "Auntie, you mean he was invited by Grandpa?" Han Xiong nodded. "At least you're not completely stupid." Han Ning was even more confused. "How is that possible?"
"My grandfather has been in the hospital all this time.
How could he possibly know Grandpa?"
Actually, Han Xiong was also puzzled by this, but since the old man had invited him, she was certain that the old man must already know Jiang Yu's identity. For the old man, this was a guest more important than anyone else. She suddenly looked toward the door, leaned against Han Ning, and whispered, "The old master is here.
Go help him."
The old man of the Han family entered the hall with a few old friends. Han Ning hurried over to help him, muttering, "Grandfather, today is your birthday.
Why did you come so late?"
The old man smiled affectionately. "I was having tea and chatting with a few friends downstairs." Then he looked toward the crowded area and asked, "What are you all gathered there for?" Before Han Ning could respond, they heard Han Tianming's urgent voice, "Since you refused the toast, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Call security and have him thrown out."
"Yes, Mr. Han."
A man in a suit immediately ran outside.
As he passed the old man, he bowed respectfully. "Good evening, sir." The old man asked in a deep voice, "Stay where you are."
"What?"
The man looked confused.
The old man stormed out angrily and shouted, "What? Are you even going to kick out the guests I invited?" Han Tianming was taken aback. "Dad, what do you mean?"
The old man walked over to Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu is my guest, my honored guest." A flash of anger crossed Han Tianming's eyes, as if he had been struck at the core.
At that moment, Yu Jingyao in the crowd was secretly startled. "Wow, he really is the old man's guest?"
Han Tianming dared not defy the old man's face and could only shake his head helplessly at Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhizhong smiled. "So he's the old man's honored guest.
We were rude earlier. Playing along is a basic skill for business people." Han Tianming gave Han Ning a nod and said, "Help your grandfather to his seat. It's time to begin the banquet." The guests finally dispersed and took their seats.
Zhao Zhizhong and Han Tianming walked toward the main table together, and Zhao Zhizhong asked with some concern, "Tianming, will there be any complications with the engagement?"
Chapter 68. Don't get me into trouble. In fact, the main purpose of today's birthday banquet was to announce Han Ying's engagement. The man Han Tianming had chosen for her was Zhao Shua, the young director of the thriving Dingsheng group. The two families were already in talks, and the chairman of the two groups had already reached an agreement. Today was merely a formality to make it public. However, Zhao Zhizhong was a bit worried because Han Tianming had told him that Han Ing hadn't been informed yet. Who knows what trouble Han Ing might cause when the engagement is announced. Moreover, Han Laoyi had unexpectedly gained an unwelcome guest, the very person who had ruined his son's proposal and forced him to kneel and apologize. After helping the old man sit down at the main table, Han Ing took a seat at the neighboring table next to her aunt Han Xiong. The old man had originally planned to have Jiang Yu sit with him, but when he saw Jiang Yu walking toward Han Ing, he didn't say anything. However, upon Zhao Zhizhong's reminder, Zhao Shua hurried over and pulled out the chair next to Han Ing. However, Jiang Yu took a quick step forward and sat down first. Zhao Shua was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Don't you know to let others go first? Since Jiang Yu was the old man's honored guest, Zhao Shua's tone softened considerably. You're right. Since I've already sat down, please find another seat, Mr. Zhao. Jiang Yu said it casually, leaving Zhao Shua seething with anger. Don't glare at me. Besides, I'm good friends with Han Ing, so it's only natural for me to sit next to her. Upon hearing this, Han Ing really wanted to say, you're full of it. But after thinking it over, she decided against it. Compared to Jiang Yu, she disliked Zhao Shua even more. Zhao Shua sat down next to Jiang Yu, seething with anger, constantly glancing sideways at him, his eyes almost spitting fire. Seeing this, Han Xiong couldn't help but shake her head. Her assessment of Zhao Shua was that he wore his emotions on his sleeve and would never amount to anything. With Jiang Yu present, Han Ing felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She said unhappily, there are so many seats, why didn't you sit there? Are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Jiang Yu smiled and replied, there are over 1,000 people here, but I only know you and Sister Qiong. Where else would I sit? Qiong's sister? Han Ing furrowed her brows. Is it fun to take advantage like this? Han Xiong was her aunt, so if Jiang Yu called her Qiong Jia, how should she address Jiang Yu? Jiang uncle? Forget it. Zhao Shua muttered aside, you have no filter. You won't even know how you'll die. Jiang Yu said, how I die is none of your concern, Zhao Gongzi. Besides, you won't be the one burying me. As for you, Zhao Gongzi, if you keep opposing me, I can tell you exactly how you'll die. Threatening me? Country bumpkin, do you think I'm scared? Let me tell you, today my father is giving face to Mr. Han. Once we're out of this door, I'll make you regret it. How exactly will I regret it? Will you kneel down and beg me to regret it? Jiang Yu was the kind of person who always hit people where it hurt and exposed their weaknesses. The words kneel down were now like a red rag to a bull for Zhao Shua. Just thinking about kneeling before Jiang Yu made Zhao Shua go mad with murderous intent. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, you just wait. Han Ing didn't want to stand next to these two and listen to their verbal sparring, so she switched places with Han Xiong. Zhao Shua mocked her, saying that was what they called good friends? One dish after another of delicious food was served, and Han Tianming walked onto the stage with a microphone in hand. Everyone, please quiet down. Han Tianming cleared his throat. Today is my father's birthday. First, I would like to thank everyone for coming to celebrate with us. Let us all raise our glasses and wish the old man a long and healthy life. Over 1,000 people stood up simultaneously, raised their cups, and chanted in unison, may the old gentleman's blessings be as vast as the sea and his longevity as enduring as the mountains. Only Jiang Yu shook his head gently. The old man doesn't have much time left, yet he still talks about blessings as vast as the sea and longevity as long as the mountains? Stop with the empty words. It's better to put aside your work and spend the last days of his life together as a family. Han Xiong nudged him with her elbow and whispered, why do you look so unhappy? Did you hear about Xiao Ying's engagement? What? Engagement? Jiang Yu was quite surprised, as from Han Ying's expression, she seemed completely unaware of the matter. She didn't make a big deal out of it, and her voice was drowned out by the noise. Han Ing didn't hear it, but Zhao Shua, who had been glaring at him the whole time, did. After putting down his cup and sitting down, Zhao Shua said triumphantly, that's right. Today isn't just the old man's birthday banquet, it's also the day Han Ing and I are getting engaged. Both sets of parents have already agreed. What do you, a country bumpkin, have to compete with me for? Even if I don't compete with you, you won't be able to marry her. Do you have no idea whether Han Ing likes you or not? Does she get to decide? Once Uncle Han announces our engagement, the major media outlets in Tianyun City will report it extensively. By then, even if she doesn't agree, she won't be able to back out so easily. Their engagement is tied to the interests of two major corporations. Zhao Shua was right. Once Han Tianming announced the engagement without seeking approval first, and the media reported it extensively, if Han Ing had no valid reason to back out, she would have to consider the consequences. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows and immediately asked, Han Ing, do you know about today's engagement? What? Han Ing was completely unaware and didn't react for a moment. Han Xiong sat there watching, not stopping Jiang Yu. She had told Jiang Yu about the engagement specifically to use him as a messenger to inform Han Ing. She looked at her older brother on stage and smiled triumphantly. Jiang Yu said, earlier, Zhao Gongzi told me that today isn't just your grandfather's birthday, it's also the day you're supposed to get engaged to him. Zhao Shua. Han Ning's face fell instantly. Stop making things up. Me and you engaged? Don't even think about it. Zhao Shua didn't argue with her, but looked at Han Tianming with confidence. Han Ying's heart sank, and she hurriedly asked, Auntie, is what he said true? Before she could finish, she heard Han Tianming on stage say, Ladies and gentlemen, besides celebrating the old master's birthday, I have another piece of good news to announce. It concerns my daughter's marriage. Although my daughter Han Ning is still in school, she will soon turn 20. I wish to arrange her marriage as soon as possible. Han Tianming's words confirmed the engagement. Zhao Shua rose triumphantly and walked toward Zhao Zhizhong, as it was almost his turn to take the stage. Han Ning was filled with anger. Auntie, did you already know about this? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why are you interfering with my happiness? Tears were welling up in her eyes. Han Xiong sighed helplessly. What can I do? Your father said that you're his daughter, and your marriage is his decision. Xiaoying, once your father announces your engagement to Zhao Shua, it'll be hard for you to back out. Han Ying's tears flowed freely. Auntie, what should I do? What should I do? Han Xiong whispered in her ear, it's not entirely hopeless. You can't easily back out of an engagement your father has announced, but what if you were in a free relationship? Young people breaking up and getting back together is perfectly normal. But I don't have a boyfriend. There's already a ready-made one. Han Xiong slowly turned her gaze toward Jiang Yu, her eyes seeming to say, don't thank me. Jiang Yu looked terrified, screaming inwardly, Han Xiong, don't you dare ruin me. Chapter 69, Experience Trumps Youth. Han Ning had developed a certain curiosity toward Jiang Yu, but it wasn't he yet love. Not disliking him was already a step up. She was torn. Han Xiong spoke slowly, Xiaoying, you don't have much time to think about it. Jiang Yu jumped to his feet, don't you even care about my opinion? Han Ning was at a loss and pleaded, help me out. I'm not asking you to be my real boyfriend, I just need you to help me get through this tough time. Jiang Yu replied irritably, what? Are you planning to make me your boyfriend for 3 minutes and then dump me again? Hey, it was you who dumped me last time, wasn't it? Ha! Han Xiong exclaimed in surprise, so you two have quite a story, huh? On stage, Han Tianming continued, I'm sure everyone is eager to know who my daughter's fiancé is. So, I'll now invite him to come up. He gave Zhao Shua a nod, and Zhao Shua didn't forget to turn back and give a smug expression. As soon as he turned around, he saw Han Ning pulling Jiang Yu toward the stage, not even waiting for Jiang Yu's response. In the next moment, the eyes of 1,000 people were all fixed on Han Ning and Jiang Yu. Before Han Tianming could react, Han Ning snatched the microphone from his hands. She announced loudly, that's right, today is my engagement day. He is my fiancé. His name is Jiang Yu. I hope everyone will bless us. After saying that, she suddenly cupped Jiang Yu's face and looked at him with deep affection. Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Miss Han, are you serious? How else would anyone believe it? Hey, there are so many people watching. This is so embarrassing. It's not the first time, so what's there to be afraid of? With that, Han Ning leaned in and kissed him, causing the crowd to erupt into enthusiastic applause. Han Tianming and the Zhao family father and son turned pale with shock. The sudden scene left them completely caught off guard. Zhao Shua went wild, Dad, don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Zhao Zhizhong remained calm, calm down, let Uncle Han handle it. Han Tianming snapped back to his senses, snatched the microphone from Han Ning, and raised his other hand high, as if to strike. Han Ning stood tall and looked at him defiantly. In the end, Han Tianming did not bring his hand down. Nonsense. Han Tianming shouted angrily, marriage is a matter of great importance. It is the will of the parents and the words of the matchmaker. Did you ask for my permission? Han Ning retorted sharply, then did you ask for my consent when you wanted to marry me off to someone else? The father and daughter's argument instantly silenced the hall. The guests were all embarrassed, unsure of how to react. Han Tianming was furious, but in front of so many guests, he couldn't continue the argument. He immediately shouted, someone, take her away. Han Ning clung tightly to Jiang Yu's hand and declared firmly, even if you throw me out, it won't matter. Jiang Yu is my boyfriend, and I only love him. You can't marry him. Why not? Han Laoyi suddenly stepped onto the stage, walking slowly over. Jiang Yu is a fine young man, he's perfectly suited for my granddaughter. Han Tianming looked helplessly at his father. Dad, can you please stop meddling? The old man glared at him angrily, this is called meddling? If I weren't here, would you renege on the engagement we arranged over a decade ago? How would I face Dr. Zhong? Dad, what are you talking about? Don't you know what I'm saying? I may be old, but I'm not senile. The old man stood in the center, scanned the room with his gaze, then spoke loudly, I organized this birthday banquet today for everyone to meet my future grandson-in-law. My granddaughter Han Ning and Jiang Yu have been engaged for years, and they are deeply in love. I believe no one would oppose this marriage, right? The room fell silent. Everyone could tell that the old man and Han Tianming had chosen different sons-in-law, and taking sides would offend someone, so they remained silent.
Only Han Xiong clapped her hands. The two of them are truly in love.
We should be the ones wishing them happiness. How could we possibly oppose it? What do you think, older brother? Han Tianming was so angry he was fuming. He clenched his fists and glared at Han Xiong.
After a long pause, Han Tianming finally said in a low voice, "As long as Xiaoying is happy, I have no objections." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhizhong swept his sleeves and left. "Let's go." Zhao Shuo was being dragged away by others, as he refused to accept it. But what good was reluctance? Han Laoyi had made the final decision himself, and besides, they were truly in love. They had even kissed in public. After the people from the Ding Sheng group left, the scene gradually filled with applause and well wishes. Han Ning had gotten through this ordeal, but she couldn't bring herself to feel happy. The banquet continued. Zhao Zhizhong could storm out, but Han Tianming couldn't. Though he was displeased, he had to force a smile and go table to table toasting the guests. Han Xiong voluntarily gave up her seat, allowing Jiang Yu and Han Ning to sit together. Now that the marriage has been arranged, you two must get along well, spend more time together, and cultivate your feelings as soon as possible.
Xiong's sister, what were you talking about?
I'm just a temporary shield for Miss Han. I'm sure she'll dump me the moment we step out of this door.
Do you think that is possible? Why not? Jiang Yu, do you think the old man's announcement of the marriage is so insignificant that he can just change his mind whenever he wants?
This was precisely what Han Ning was upset about. Originally, she had only used Jiang Yu as a shield to get through the current crisis, at least to disrupt her engagement to Zhao Shuo. But she didn't expect the old man to intervene. The old man's words carried a lot of weight.
Tomorrow, all the major media outlets would be scrambling to report on Han Ning's engagement.
No, the media might already be drafting the articles.
The news had spread throughout the city before the birthday banquet even ended. Han Ning asked, "Auntie, did you already know it would turn out this way?"
Han Xiong replied casually, "Old hands are still the best." Jiang Yu sighed wryly, "It seems we've all been outmaneuvered by the old man." In truth, Han Xiong had no idea things would turn out this way. Even if Jiang Yu hadn't been there, she would have encouraged Han Ning to find someone else as a scapegoat to disrupt Han Tianming's plans.
Because she didn't know that the old man had already met Jiang Yu.
She sighed. No wonder the old man didn't react at all when he heard that my older brother was going to arrange a marriage for Xiaoying. He was just waiting for my older brother to pave the way for him.
Han Ning tugged at Han Xiong's arm and whined, "Auntie, what should I do now?
Please help me think of a plan." She glanced nervously at Jiang Yu, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. She had never considered being with Jiang Yu, but after the engagement was announced, she didn't resist it much either.
Han Xiong asked, "Isn't marrying him a good thing?" Jiang Yu and Han Ning answered in unison, "No." Chapter 70, The Drunk Woman.
After the birthday banquet, the old man and Jiang Yu went to the park where they first met.
Time really flies. It's been over a decade.
The old man sat on the bench, reflecting on the cruelty of time.
Jiang Yu asked, "Old master, when we first met, did you already know who I was?"
The old man laughed. "When you said your name was Jiang Yu, I knew who you were. Otherwise, why would I ask you for help? You're the disciple of Dr. Zhong, and only you could help me live a few more days.
Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had told you earlier, would you have come to my birthday banquet?"
Han Xiong already told me about you bringing the marriage contract to call off the engagement.
Then why did you announce our engagement to Han Ning in public? That was my promise to Dr. Zhong back then. But don't you think that's unfair to Han Ning?
I know, but I believe you can make her happy.
You're handsome and talented.
Xiaoying will never be mistreated if she's with you.
But that's just your personal opinion.
Before today, that was indeed just my personal opinion, but now I don't think that way anymore. I believe Xiaoying still likes you.
Old man, you're wrong. Han Ning not only doesn't like me, but she might even hate me. If she doesn't like you, why would she use you as a shield? It's all your daughter's idea.
There were plenty of young, talented men at the birthday banquet. Why did she choose you?
Do you really think it was just because of Han Xiong's words?
You're still young, you see things too superficially. Perhaps Xiaoying's words and actions reveal her dissatisfaction with you, but that's because she hasn't yet seen clearly into her own heart.
Jiang Yu was speechless.
It seemed the old man and Han Xiong were on the same page, insisting he marry Han Ning.
They sat on the bench for a while before the old man stood up and asked, "Are you free tomorrow?" "What is it about?" "I want you to accompany me on a trip."
"Where?"
"You'll find out when we get there. I'll give you what you want." "Are you talking about the marriage contract, old man?"
Jiang Yu was very excited, but the old man didn't respond, leaving only a meaningful smile. The news of his engagement to Han Ning had already spread like wildfire. When he returned home, he found Wen Yihuan sitting on the sofa with a slightly resentful expression.
"Mr. Wen, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?"
Jiang Yu was still worried about her, as Wen Yihuan's misfortune had yet to be resolved. Wen Yihuan took a deep breath and shook her head slowly.
Jiang Yu sat down and asked, "Aren't you supposed to tell me something?" Before leaving, Wen Yihuan had intended to confront him, but she couldn't bring herself to speak.
Now she couldn't bring herself to say it at all.
She asked, "Are you engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family? You already know? The entire city's media is reporting it, it's impossible not to know." Her expression was filled with resentment. How could she have suddenly gotten engaged while attending a birthday banquet? How was she supposed to confront him now? She couldn't possibly be the third wheel and ruin someone else's relationship, could she? Moreover, some media reports included photos of Han Ying kissing Jiang Yu, portraying their relationship as deeply in love. She regretted it, regretting that she hadn't come clean sooner. She stood up and said softly, "Since you're already engaged, staying here will inevitably attract gossip. I've packed your things for you." She pointed to the backpack on the coffee table, which contained a few of Jiang Yu's clothes. Jiang Yu could see she was heartbroken and understood her feelings, but he didn't explain. Perhaps this was for the best. Better to cut the pain short than let it linger. Using the engagement to sever Wen Yaowan's lingering hopes was for the best. Carrying the backpack, Jiang Yu once again found himself homeless. He didn't see that as he stepped out the door, Wen Yaowan's tears flowed uncontrollably. That night, Wen Yaowan went to a bar alone and drank herself into a stupor. Jiang Yu wandered aimlessly in Tianyun City, unable to suppress his inner joy at the thought of finally putting an end to this matter tomorrow. It wasn't just a marriage certificate, it was also a clue to his true identity. The night was as still as water, and he couldn't sleep, so he decided to find a place to drink. He found drinking alone boring, so he called Wei Yong to join him. In Tianyun City, he couldn't think of any other friends. Wei Yong suggested going to a bar, and since Jiang Yu was nearby, he went to wait outside the bar first. At that moment, a few drunk young men walked out and, while waiting for a ride, began to talk freely about a woman. That woman was so beautiful just now, but it's a shame she was snatched up by that guy Kong Tao. I wonder what kind of luck that guy had. I bet they're already at the hotel by now. Just thinking about that beautiful woman being with Kong Tao makes me so angry. What good does getting angry do? It's because Kong Tao is better looking than you. What good is being handsome? That beauty was clearly drunk. Anyone could have taken her. Kong Tao just got lucky and beat us to it. Guys, why don't we all go to the hotel too? She's drunk anyway. What's the difference between one guy and a group? Good idea. A few people linked arms and walked forward. At first, Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to what was happening until he heard a name. That beauty isn't just good looking, her name is nice too. If only she could be my girlfriend. You're dreaming. If she weren't heartbroken and drunk, you wouldn't even get a chance to touch her finger. Even if it's just for one night, I'll never forget the name Wen Yihuan for the rest of my life. When Jiang Yu heard the name Wen Yihuan, he immediately rushed forward, grabbing someone by the collar and shouting, "What did you just say? Wen Yihuan was taken away from the bar? Who the hell are you? Let go of me right now, or we'll beat you to a pulp. Tell me, which hotel did they take Wen Yihuan to? Do you think I'm talking to the wind? Guys, take him down." A group of people drunk on alcohol surged forward, but within a minute, they were all on the ground begging for mercy. "Big brother, I'm sorry, please take your foot off me, my hand, my hand." Jiang Yu stepped on one man's hand and shouted harshly, "Tell me, which hotel did they take Wen Yihuan to?" "It's the Tinghan Hotel up ahead." Whoosh! Jiang Yu sprinted forward at top speed, like a whirlwind, terrifying the young men who trembled in fear, thinking they had seen a ghost. He rushed to the front desk and demanded, "Which room are Kong Tao and Wen Yihuan in?" The front desk clerk glanced at him sideways and said, "Sir, that's our guest's privacy." "Tell me." Jiang Yu had no time to argue with her. He slammed his fist on the counter, leaving a small dent. "Speak." The front desk clerk trembled in fear and stammered, 503. Chapter 71, Drunken Confession. Room 503 at the Tinghan Hotel. Wen Yihuan, drunk out of his mind, lay sprawled on the bed, while a young man in his 20s impatiently undid his belt. He was drooling uncontrollably. Wen Yihuan was already unconscious. If she had been awake, Kong Tao's lecherous gaze would have become her lifelong nightmare. Kong Tao had just pulled his pants down to his knees when he heard a loud bang. The deafening noise was like an explosion, startling Kong Tao so much that he stumbled backward. With his pants around his knees, he lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. In the next instant, a fist the size of a clay pot rapidly expanded in his pupils. Bang! Kong Tao nearly met his maker. "You bastard! The woman I wouldn't even hurt, and you dare to touch her?" Jiang Yu kicked him, sending Kong Tao crashing into the wall with a thud. The alcohol in his stomach erupted, splattering the walls with vomit. The room was filled with a sour stench. Kong Tao was covered in filth, but Jiang Yu's appearance terrified him so much that he crawled out of the room almost in tears. Jiang Yu carried Wen Yihuan and tried to leave, but was blocked by several security guards. Kong Tao had already pulled up his pants and was standing behind the security guards, shouting, "What kind of hotel is this? You let someone burst into my room and beat me up. I'm going to complain about you." The hotel manager hurriedly said, "Sir, please calm down. We've already called the police." When Jiang Yu rushed upstairs, the front desk had already notified the manager and called the police. Upon hearing this, Kong Tao shrunk his neck and shouted, "Call the police? Who told you to call the police? He knew exactly what he had done, and he knew that calling the police wouldn't end well for him. The manager looked puzzled, but by then, the sound of police sirens could already be heard downstairs. Jiang Yu looked at Kong Tao indifferently and said, "This little misunderstanding between us doesn't really need the police to handle it, does it?" The manager looked at Kong Tao's black and blue eyes and thought to himself, this is hardly a minor misunderstanding. Kong Tao knew exactly what was going on. Having been beaten, he could only swallow his pride and force a smile, saying, "It was a misunderstanding." Indeed, it was a misunderstanding. Jiang Yu explained to the manager, "My friend was drunk, and I was worried she might get into trouble, so I was a bit rude earlier. I'll compensate the hotel for any losses." Kong Tao hurriedly agreed, "That's right. I originally planned to drop her off at the hotel and leave, but given her condition, I couldn't leave her alone. I had also been drinking, so I had no choice but to call someone to take her back." The manager didn't believe their story. If Jiang Yu had been called by Kong Tao, how would he know which room she was in? However, as hotel staff, the manager preferred to avoid trouble. Since the parties involved claimed it was a misunderstanding, he was happy to let the matter drop. After the police arrived, the manager even helped explain the situation. In the end, Jiang Yu compensated the hotel for the damages, and the police kindly drove them back to Wen Yihuan's home. The police even kindly escorted them home, as Wen Yihuan was intoxicated, and the police were concerned that Jiang Yu might be involved in illegal activities. The two police officers dropped them off at the front door, claiming they were thirsty and wanted a drink of water. Jiang Yu knew they were being kind, so he opened the door and invited the two police officers inside. He had previously lived there, and Wen Yihuan had given him a key. When he left today, Wen Yihuan had forgotten to ask him for the key. Seeing that Jiang Yu had a key and noticing Wen Yihuan's photo inside the house, the police drank some water before leaving reassured. Jiang Yu carried Wen Yihuan into the bedroom. She opened her eyes dazedly, her gaze unfocused. Jiang Yu, it's you? Didn't you leave? Why did you come back?" She spoke incoherently. Jiang Yu placed her on the bed and whispered, "Lie down first. I'll go buy some hangover medicine for you." To his surprise, Wen Yihuan suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu's neck and clung to him, reluctant to let go. "Jiang Yu, don't go. Ms. Wen, you've had too much to drink." I didn't drink much, he. She suddenly burst into a silly laugh. "I did drink too much, but there's something I want to tell you while I'm drunk. Let's talk about it tomorrow." "No, I have to say it now. A drunk person's stubbornness is impossible to stop." Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. All right, go ahead, I'm listening." Wen Yihuan leaned in closer, her nose almost touching Jiang Yu's face, her breath reeking of alcohol. I like you, he. She burst into another silly laugh. "I wanted to tell you before you went to the birthday banquet today, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. When you came back, you were already engaged, and I couldn't say it anymore. But I've said it now. But you're engaged. Why? Why did you suddenly get engaged? Why?" She laughed, then suddenly burst into tears. Jiang Yu felt a pang of sorrow but didn't know how to comfort her. Suddenly, Wen Yihuan turned her head and kissed Jiang Yu on the lips. Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He pushed her away immediately. "Ms. Wen, you've had too much to drink." If Wen Yihuan were sober, Jiang Yu might have found it hard to control himself, but now that she was completely drunk, if he were to give in even a little, that would be taking advantage of her. Don't you like me?" "Mr. Wen, I'm already engaged. I have a fiancée." "I know, she's Han Ning, the eldest daughter of the Han Group." "So what? She's your fiancée, and I'm also." Before she could finish, she vomited all over him, leaving Jiang Yu in a state of chaos. He rushed into the bathroom immediately. Wen Yihuan vomited all over him, nearly making him vomit too. While cleaning up, he complained, "Really, if you can't handle your alcohol, don't drink so much. You've vomited all over me." When he returned to Wen Yihuan's room, she was already sound asleep. Jiang Yu could only act like a snail, cleaning up the mess on Wen Yihuan's body and around the bed, then staying by her side all night until dawn before quietly leaving. When Wen Yihuan woke up, she felt a splitting headache. She couldn't remember a thing from the night before. She dragged her weary body out of the room, knocked on the guest room door, and said, "Jiang Yu, wake up. My head hurts so much. Could you please make some ginger tea for me?" After speaking, she turned back toward her room but paused at the door. Her nose grew stuffy, and tears welled up in her eyes. She suddenly remembered that Jiang Yu had already left yesterday. He had already publicly announced his engagement to someone else. He was now someone else's fiancé. She slowly climbed into bed, curling up her body, tears streaming down her face. "Why? You said you came to Tianyun City to break off our engagement with Han Ning, so why did you publicly announce your engagement with her?" She cried alone for a long time before finally picking up the phone and dialing Wen Qiyin's number, her voice trembling with tears. "Dad, he's engaged." Chapter 72, Leaves return to their roots. When Wen Qiyin learned that his daughter was heartbroken over Jiang Yu's engagement, he rushed over to comfort her. When he arrived, Wen Yihuan was still hiding under the covers. As soon as he entered, he detected a strong smell of alcohol. He didn't scold his daughter for getting drunk. Instead, he silently went to the kitchen to boil a bowl of ginger tea for her. When he lifted the blanket, Wen Yewon's eyes were already swollen. She had stopped crying, but as soon as she saw Wen Chiyun, tears began to fall again. Wen Chiyun comforted her, "It's okay, come on, drink the ginger tea first." He felt deeply heartbroken. He had never seen his daughter so upset over a man before. After Wen Yewon drank the ginger tea, Wen Chiyun said, "Daughter, didn't you say you wouldn't marry anyone but him?" Wen Yewon replied blankly, "But he didn't say he wouldn't marry anyone but me. Because he is engaged to Han Ing? What can I do? Go be a third wheel and ruin someone else's relationship?" Wen Chiyun stroked Wen Yewon's head and said, "Engagement isn't marriage. After an engagement, they are each other's fiancé and fiancée. But daughter, you must understand that the Han family was originally engaged to Jiang Yu, and Han Ing was originally Jiang Yu's fiancé. Daughter, our family also has a marriage agreement. You are his fiancé. How can you be called a third party?" Wen Chiyun's words made Wen Yewon realize the truth. She exclaimed joyfully, "Does that mean I still have a chance? Just tell her openly that your name is Wen Fuyao and you are his fiancé." "No, you should tell everyone that you are Wen Fuyao. But, he came here to call off the engagement. If I really come clean, what if he still insists on breaking it off? When he came to Tianyun City, wasn't he also planning to break off the engagement with the Han family? But in the end, didn't he publicly announce his engagement with Han Ing? Daughter, I can tell he has feelings for you. But you're Wen Yewon, and perhaps because of the engagement, he dares not get too close to you. If he knows you're his fiancé Wen Fuyao, I believe there will be a turning point in this matter." "Then I'll call him right now." "Just tell him like that? How can you face him like this? Finish your ginger tea first, then freshen up and dress properly. Find a formal occasion to invite him out." "Alright, I'll listen to you." After carefully getting dressed up, Wen Yewon couldn't get through to Jiang Yu no matter how many times she called. With no other option, she had to return to the office and wait for Jiang Yu to turn on his phone before contacting him again. "Xin, please replace the nameplate for me." This was the first thing she did upon returning to the company. Replace the sign that read Chairman Wen Yewon. Xin asked curiously, "What should I replace it with?" Wen Yewon said, "Replace my name with Wen Fuyao." "Huh? Why change it to Wen Fuyao?" "Because that's my real name. Remember, from today onward, I am no longer Wen Yewon. I am Wen Fuyao, the Fuyao from Soaring to the Heavens." Oh. What about the business cards?" "Of course we need to change them. I'll go do it right away." Xin had just reached the door when she suddenly turned back. "Mr. Wan, you said your name is Wen Fuyao? What is wrong? Don't you believe me? Then the Wen Fuyao that Jiang Yu has been looking for? That's me. No way." Xin felt like this was the biggest shock of her life. It was simply unbelievable. "Mr. Wan, does Jiang Yu know about this?" "Not yet. You don't want him to know?" "If you change the nameplate and business cards, he'll find out eventually. I don't plan to keep it from him anymore. But I saw in the news that he just got engaged to the eldest daughter of the Han family." "So what? They're not married yet, are they?" "Wen Yewon, no." Wen Fuyao swept the gloom from his face and maintained a faint smile. "Life is short, why not give it a try? How would she know if Jiang Yu doesn't like her if she doesn't try?" Xin was filled with jealousy, thinking to herself, how lucky is this guy to have such a beautiful fiancé? Did he save the galaxy in his past life? When Wen Yewon was about to reveal her true feelings, Jiang Yu had already met him at the park where they first encountered the old man. The old man had come alone. He looked vigorous and healthy, not at all like someone on the brink of death. Jiang Yu was very excited inside, but after they met, the old man hesitated to produce the marriage contract. The old man specifically instructed, "Jiang Yu, turn off your phone first." Jiang Yu was puzzled, "Why turn it off?" The old man replied, "If my family can't find me, they might call you." "Did you sneak out?" Jiang Yu was surprised but did as he was told, so Wen Fuyao couldn't reach him. "Let's go." The old man led Jiang Yu to the station. Along the way, Jiang Yu kept wanting to ask about the marriage contract but didn't know how to bring it up. Once they boarded the bus leaving the city, the old man finally said, "Don't worry, I brought what you need." "Then when will you give it to me? Are you in a hurry?" "Of course I'm in a hurry." The old man smiled, "You've spent 18 years not knowing who your parents are. I know you're in a hurry, but there's no need to rush it." "Old man, how do you know the secret of the marriage contract?" "When I made the marriage agreement with Dr. Zhong, he told me that the back of our marriage contract hides clues about your origins. He said that no matter whether you come to marry or break off the engagement, I must give you the marriage contract." That old man still had some conscience. He didn't try to trick me out of it. "How did he screw you over?" "Old man, think about it. All he had to do was tell me who my parents are. He could have just said it, or at worst, written the clues on the marriage contract. Why go through the trouble of making 9 copies and forcing me to break off the engagement one by one? Dr. Zhang was only looking out for you. Enough with that. If he hadn't tried to trick me, I'd be thanking heaven. Your master has his reasons. With your current abilities, you're not yet ready to face the challenges ahead." Old man, there's more to what you're saying. I just want to know who my parents are. Is that really so difficult? Suppose you knew who your parents were, but they had been killed. Would you seek revenge? Of course I would. A parent's murder is an unforgivable crime. But what if your opponent is too strong? Strong enough to kill you with just one finger? This old master, what do you really know? Old Master Han shook his head. I know nothing. I'm just speculating. Alright, I'm feeling tired. I'll take a short nap. Jiang Yu and Old Master Han boarded the bus. After 2 hours, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask again, Old Master, where are we going? The old man replied calmly, to the place where I was born. What for? Returning to one's roots. Chapter 73, the first marriage contract is secured. Mr. Han's hometown was deep in the mountains at the border between Tianyun City and Linzhou City. In the early years, the domestic economy had not yet developed rapidly, and there were many villagers in the mountains. 30 years ago, a mountain flood destroyed the old man's home, and his wife perished in the disaster. With no other choice, the old man took his son and daughter away from their hometown and moved to the city to make a living. After decades of relentless effort, he finally established the Han Group. Despite the long distance, the old man returns to his hometown every year to pay respects to his late wife. After a grueling 27-hour journey through the mountains, he finally arrived at the desolate, uninhabited mountainous area. The area is now completely deserted, with only a few lonely graves remaining on the hillside. Those who perished in the mountain flood were buried here, while the survivors left their homes to start new lives elsewhere. Most of the graves are simple earthen mounds, but one stands out built with stone bricks, resembling an inverted bowl, standing over 2 meters tall. Before the grave stood a tombstone inscribed with the words, "The grave of the late Mr. Han Yongchuan and his late wife, Ms. Changwan." It is clearly a joint grave, with Changwan being the old man's late wife, and Han Yongchuan being his own name. This grave was specially renovated by the old man a few years ago. He had already decided that after his death, he wanted to be buried alongside his wife. To avoid any future complications, he had even prepared the tombstone in advance. They had not brought any incense, candles, or paper money. Han Yongchuan wiped the dust off the tombstone with his sleeve and murmured with love in his eyes, "My wife, I've come to be with you. It's been 30 years I've kept you waiting." The old man had a few days left, but he chose not to spend them with his children. Jiang Yu asked, "Old master, you left without saying goodbye. Aren't you worried your family will worry?" The old man smiled. "I left a note when I left, saying I was going on a trip alone and telling them not to look for me." Jiang Yu said, "I think they might not believe you." The old man said, "Parting is the most painful thing. I don't have much time left. I don't want them to see me die and be sad." Jiang Yu said, "But this isn't a long-term solution." "I understand." The old man slowly took a letter from his bag and handed it to Jiang Yu. "After some time has passed, find a good opportunity to give this letter to them. If they haven't seen me for a long time, the pain of parting will be less intense." After that, the old man walked around the grave once, then pressed his finger on a stone brick below the left side of the grave. With a loud thud, the grave opened, revealing a passageway half a meter wide and 1 meter tall. Light flooded into the dark tomb. Jiang Yu saw 2 coffins lying inside, one with its lid closed and the other half open. The old man bowed his head and walked inside, turning to wave at Jiang Yu. "What are you standing there for? Come in and help." Jiang Yu wasn't superstitious about such things. He bowed and walked inside. With his help, the old man successfully lay down inside the coffin. "Help me close the coffin lid. There's a mechanism outside. Press it, and the grave will be permanently sealed." The old man intended to spend the final stage of his life here, and Jiang Yu didn't object. However, he hesitated for a long time before moving, because he hadn't gotten what he wanted yet. "Old man, did you forget something?" Oh, the old man suddenly realized, "Look at me, I almost forgot the most important thing." He rummaged around in the coffin again and finally pulled out a marriage certificate, the paper already yellowed. Jiang Yu was quite surprised that the old man had hidden the marriage certificate here. "Jiang Yu, I can give you the marriage certificate, but you must agree to one condition. Otherwise, I'll die with regret." "What condition?" "The one I'm most worried about is my granddaughter. Now that you're engaged, promise me that you'll take good care of her and never abandon her for the rest of your life." This. Jiang Yu was torn. How could he make such a promise? Engaged to Han Ing, he was nothing but a pawn. Seeing that he was hesitating, the old man said half threateningly, "If you don't agree, I'll take this marriage contract to my grave." All right, I'll agree, isn't that enough?" With the marriage contract right before his eyes, the old man's threat had no effect at all. But facing a man on his deathbed, Jiang Yu felt it was better to comply with his wishes and let him pass away in peace. As for the future, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. The old man handed the marriage contract to Jiang Yu. The front of the contract was identical to the one he was holding, but the back had a different design. Jiang Yu stared at it excitedly for a while, but his expression gradually grew somber. The old man said, "Don't keep looking at it. Over the years, I've studied that pattern as well. It should be an incomplete map. I've compared it with various maps, but I haven't found any similar places. This meant that, relying solely on this marriage contract, he could not uncover the mystery of his origins. Jiang Yu cursed his master 180 times in his heart. Was it really necessary to do this to me? But regardless, the first marriage certificate was now in his possession. Finally, he helped the old man close the coffin lid and sealed the grave. He bowed 3 times before the grave before slowly departing. After handling these matters, Jiang Yu felt it was time to carry out his own plan. He Qing Yuan had already gone mad enough to send assassins, so Jiang Yu thought it best to eliminate the threat early. He descended the mountain alone, moving much faster than before, taking only half the time it had taken him to come up. Upon returning to the city, his phone buzzed non-stop with messages from Lin Shi. I've arrived in Tianyun City. Why did you turn off your phone? I'm waiting for you at the Xingha Hotel in Tianyun City. Come back as soon as you see this. What do you mean? You told me to come to Tianyun City for treatment, and now I'm here, but you've been off your phone for a whole day? Are you playing with me, John? You just wait. Jiang Yu almost forgot about this. He rushed to the Xingha Hotel. The front desk staff whispered something to the manager, who hurried over. Mr. Jiang, here to check in? This way, please. The manager's attitude was extremely respectful. Jiang Yu glanced at his name tag and whispered, "Someone has been replaced?" The manager replied, "The previous manager offended Mr. Han and was fired. I'm the new lobby manager." The previous manager had lost his job for calling Han Xiong a dead 3-8. Jiang Yu is now the prospective son-in-law of the Han family, so the front desk manager had better butter him up. Jiang Yu nodded and said, "I'm not here to book a room. I'm looking for someone named Lin Shi." The manager immediately turned around and ordered, "Check right now. Which room is Lin Shi staying in?" After checking, the front desk returned with, "She checked out an hour ago." Jiang Yu's plan required Lin Shi's full cooperation, and he didn't want to offend the vice president, so he immediately called Lin Shi. As soon as the call connected, Lin Shi's furious voice blared, "Joan, finally decided to turn on your phone?" Chapter 74, Woman, Don't Push Your Luck. Jiang Yu felt like his ears were about to burst. After Lin Shi vented his frustration, he apologized, "Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. I was on a business trip and didn't have cell service. I don't need your explanations. Mr. Lin, please don't be angry. Where are you now? I'll come over immediately." "No need. I'm already preparing to return to Linzhou City." "No, Mr. Lin, your condition can't be delayed." Hasn't it already been delayed because of you?" I know. But it can still be fixed. Here's what we'll do, I'll give you an extra hour of massage for free today, and I guarantee there won't be any lingering issues. Get lost." Lin Shi roared angrily and hung up the phone. Mentioning massage reminded Lin Shi of that humiliating incident, making him too ashamed to face anyone. However, 3 minutes later, Lin Shi sent him a message, "Where are you?" Jiang Yu hurriedly replied, "The Star River Hotel where you stayed before. I'll cover the room fee." He had the front desk manager arrange a presidential suite for him, then rushed out to buy some silver needles and prepared everything in advance. 20 minutes later, Lin Shi arrived. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to burst. "Mr. Jiang, do you know how valuable my time is? How dare you waste an entire day of mine?" "Mr. Lin, it's all my fault. I apologize to you." Jiang Yu took small steps forward with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, the bed is already made for you. Please." His playful expression made Lin Shi unable to stay angry. She slowly walked toward the bed and said in a warning tone, "We agreed on an extra hour. Not a minute less." Although the first treatment had left Lin Shi feeling embarrassed and ashamed, the indescribable sense of comfort had left her longing for more. Lin Shi often went for spa treatments, but none of the female therapists could compare to Jiang Yu's techniques. After lying down on the bed, with the experience from the first time, Lin Shi instructed, "Turn off all the lights and close the curtains." Jiang Yu followed her instructions, closing the curtains and turning off the lights, leaving the room as dark as night. Only in such a dark environment could one feel at ease. Jiang Yu began by acupuncture before starting the massage. The room was filled with Lin Shi's soft moans, but Jiang Yu wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He intended to finalize his plan here. "Ms. Lin, my plan is ready to be implemented. You should also communicate with your side in advance." "So soon?" Lin Shi's voice trembled. "He Qing Yuan isn't that easy to fool." Jiang Yu replied, "He Qing Yuan is obsessed with money and is determined to compete with Yu Yen Company for business. Once I leak the information, I won't even need to approach him. He Qing Yuan will do everything in his power to intercept it." "You know He Qing Yuan well?" "I wouldn't say I know him well, but even if this plan fails, it won't cost me much. I can always come up with another plan." "Alright, I'll make sure to inform them in advance. You just, be gentle." The two finalized the arrangements during the massage. Lin Shi was in a hurry and returned to Linzhou City immediately after the treatment ended. Half an hour after Lin Shi left, Han Ning called Jiang Yu, her voice as loud as a lioness. "Jiang Yu, what do you think my Han family is to you?" The furious shout nearly left Jiang Yu speechless. "What's wrong, my lady?" You have the nerve to ask? Even though our engagement was just for show, we haven't broken up yet. You brought a woman into a hotel and it's my family's hotel. What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to embarrass the Han family on purpose? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. When he had invited Lin Shi to the Xingha Hotel, he hadn't considered any of this. I'll be more careful next time. You want a next time? Let me tell you, as long as we haven't officially announced our breakup, you're still the Han family's future son-in-law. You're absolutely not allowed to meet any other women in private. Hey, it was you who dragged me up on stage without my consent. Technically, I was helping you. Now you're restricting my freedom? Woman, don't push your luck. In any case, I won't interfere, but you absolutely must not do anything that disgraces the Han family. Miss Han, when do you plan to announce our breakup to the public? If you never announce it, does that mean I can't date anyone else for the rest of my life? You think you're so clever? You can't find a partner, but I still need to get married. Then give me a specific date. There's no specific time. It depends on my mood. Jiang Yu suddenly felt like he was being turned into the subordinate party. Please, I already have the marriage contract in hand. The upper hand is mine, okay? He thought about it and, for the old man's sake, decided to hold back. By the way, I heard you're renting a place to live outside, right? What do you want? Han Ying's tone was highly suspicious. Jiang Yu said, I have nowhere to stay right now. I helped you so much, shouldn't you provide me with a place to stay? What? You want to live with me? You're crazy. It's not cohabiting, I just need to stay for a few days. What's the difference between that and living together? We're already engaged. What's the big deal about living together? If you don't agree, I'll start inviting different women to stay at your hotel every day. You. On the other end of the phone, Han Ying was so angry she could barely breathe. After a long pause, she clenched her teeth and said, I'm at school. Alright, I'll come find you right away. Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi were at a milk tea shop on campus, while Wei Yong sat across from them at another table. These past few days, Wang Ruoqi had nearly lost her mind. Wei Yong was like a leech, following her wherever she went. She looked exhausted and was even hallucinating. At night, she would occasionally wake up in a cold sweat, sometimes feeling like Wei Yong was standing by her bed. Wei Yong, however, had strictly followed Jiang Yu's 3 principles. After a few days of practice, his face had grown thicker. No matter how much Wang Ruoqi scolded him, he would just smile back and refuse to leave. Eventually, Wang Ruoqi grew too tired to scold him anymore. Han Ying, do you think he's crazy? He has been following me everywhere and I'm about to lose my mind. Maybe that's just his way of pursuing you. Wei Yong following Wang Ruoqi like this, such a cutie. Everyone knows he likes her. But Wei Yong never confessed his feelings, leaving Wang Ruoqi no chance to reject him outright. Wang Ruoqi shot Wei Yong a glance, and Wei Yong immediately waved at her to show goodwill. Wang Ruoqi was so angry she couldn't contain herself. She slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Are you a stalker? If you follow me again, I'll call the police. Wei Yong shrugged indifferently, This isn't a private place. Where did I follow you? Wang Ruoqi was speechless. At school, Wei Yong was everywhere except the girls' dormitory and the women's restroom. As Wei Yong had said, he only followed her to public places, so even if Wang Ruoqi called the police, there was nothing they could do. Just then, several students from the physical education college walked in and shouted, Who's been following my little sister Ruoqi every day? Chapter 75, She made the first move. Li Zhao, a second-year sports student, walked in with a few classmates, and Wei Yong panicked immediately. These guys were all tall and muscular, any one of them could beat Wei Yong to a pulp. Wei Yong looked around frantically, searching for an escape route, but Li Zhao and his group were heading straight for him. The milk tea shop only had one door, so a frontal assault was out of the question. On the other side, Han Ying teased, Ruoqi, your knight in shining armor has arrived. Bodyguard? Last time, your cheap fiancé knocked him out with one punch. Han Ying and Jiang Yu's engagement was also known to Wang Ruoqi. She couldn't understand how Han Ying could have fallen for that country bumpkin. Han Ying explained that she had used Jiang Yu as a shield in a crisis, which made her feel better. However, she still felt that Han Ying's actions were inappropriate and occasionally teased her about her cheap fiancé. Li Zhao walked up to Wei Yong, who shrunk back, forcing a smile and said, Senior, is there anything you need? Li Zhao raised his chin, looking down at Wei Yong. Was it you who was following my little sister Ruoqi? Wei Yong retorted, Senior, you've misunderstood. I wasn't following her. I just came in to drink some milk tea and happened to run into her. Don't explain. Men understand men best, but you should take a look at yourself. With your appearance, do you think you deserve my sister Ruoqi? I'm warning you, if you dare to follow my sister Ruoqi again, I'll break your legs. Wei Yong swallowed hard, his face turning pale with fear. Just then, Jiang Yu strolled in leisurely. Who's going to break my friend's legs? He walked toward Wei Yong slowly, and Li Zhao and his gang panicked. That guy's reputation for taking on 7 opponents alone had already spread far and wide. With just a few of them, they'd be beaten to a pulp. We're doomed. The 1 against 7 is here. Li Zhao, what should we do? This guy is really strong. Damn it, you ask me? I don't know. The group kept backing up, eventually retreating to the corner with nowhere left to go. Jiang Yu walked over, gently patted Wei Yong on the shoulder, gave him an assuring look, then turned to Li Zhao and said, "He's my friend. If you dare to break his legs, I'll take your life. Do you believe me?" Li Zhao swallowed hard and stammered, I was just joking with him. But I don't think that was a very funny joke. Yes, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. I apologize. Get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and Li Zhao and the others scrambled away, slinking off in disgrace. Jiang Yu turned to Wei Yong and said, "Go after Wang Ruoqi. If that kid dares to cause trouble for you, call me, and I'll handle him." Wei Yong immediately gained confidence. "We'll do as you say." After that, Jiang Yu turned to walk toward Han Ning. Wei Yong dared not follow and stayed seated, watching them. Han Ning's expression was cold, while Wang Ruoqi looked disgusted. "Hey, isn't this Han Ying's cheap fiancé? He's so shameless, chasing her all the way to school." Wang Ruoqi didn't give him any face, her words laced with sarcasm. "Don't you know your place yet? You're just a tool. Don't you dare think you can have a future with my Han Ning." Wang Ruoqi's words didn't anger Jiang Yu. He sat down beside Han Ning and said casually, "Even if I am a tool, I am now the recognized fiancé of the Han family." With that, he wrapped his arm around Han Ning's shoulder, enraging Wang Ruoqi to the point of fury. "Country bumpkin, get your filthy hands off her." Wang Ruoqi jumped up and pointed at Jiang Yu's nose, shouting at him. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, "Mind your own business. My fiancé doesn't mind, so why are you making such a fuss? Are you jealous because you can't find a boyfriend?" Wang Ruoqi clenched her teeth in anger. "I can't find a boyfriend? The men chasing me could form a line all the way to the cafeteria. Do you believe me if I say that someone will come running over to be my boyfriend the moment I say so?" No sooner had she finished speaking than Wei Yong sprinted over like a whirlwind, declaring firmly, "Ruoqi, I'm at your service." Wang Ruoqi was nearly driven mad, shouting angrily, "Can you please get out of my sight? If I ever set my eyes on you, I must be blind. Look at her acting like a tigress. Wei Yong was just trying to help her, and she's berating him like this. She has no heart." Jiang Yu whispered in Han Ying's ear. Han Ying's face darkened, and she spat out two words, "Let go." Jiang Yu said, "That's not possible. The old man said I should spend more time with you and cultivate our relationship quickly. Did you see my grandfather today?" Han Ying looked serious. This morning, her house was in an uproar. The old man had left a letter and gone missing. Han Tianming had rushed to all the stations to try to stop him but failed. Jiang Yu realized he had slipped up and hurried to explain, "No, the old man told me yesterday." "What's going on?" Han Ning sighed, "Grandpa has left home." "No way." Jiang Yu feigned surprise. Han Ning said, "To be honest, it's not really leaving home. Grandpa left a letter today saying he wants to travel alone and use the remaining time of his life to explore the beautiful landscapes of our country." Jiang Yu said, "What's there to worry about? Grandpa isn't a child. There are no human traffickers who kidnap the elderly." Han Ning shot him a disapproving glance. "You don't understand. My grandfather is old and in poor health. He just got out of the hospital a few days ago. If something happens to him while he's out alone, who will take care of him?" It was clear that Han Ning was genuinely worried about her grandfather, and Jiang Yu felt a pang of guilt. Calculating the time, the old man should be leaving this world to join his wife and the next one within the next day or two, but the Han family was still unaware of this. Since returning from the hospital, the old man had been full of energy, and the Han family had assumed he would live a long life. Jiang Yu still had the letter the old man had given him in his pocket. He reached out to touch it but ultimately didn't take it out. It wasn't the right time to tell Han Ning the truth. He stood up abruptly and changed the subject, "Let us go home. Those bright lights are giving me a headache." Wang Ruoqi sneered coldly, "Huh? Do you really think you're something special? You're just a tool. Have some self-awareness, will you?" Han Ning looked reluctant but stood up anyway. Jiang Yu asked, "Your house isn't far from school, is it?" Han Ning replied, "Not far, just a 5-minute walk." She had moved out of her home in a fit of anger and found an apartment near the school for convenience. Wang Ruoqi's eyes nearly popped out of her head. "Han Ning, are you going to bring him home? Don't you fear he might take advantage of you?" Jiang Yu said provocatively, "We're already engaged, and it's mutual. Have you seen the photos of us kissing in the media? Let me tell you a secret, she was the one who initiated it." The word initiated nearly made Wang Ruoqi faint. Chapter 76, A Piece of News. Wang Ruoqi had indeed seen the photos, but Han Ning explained that she had been forced to do it at the time. But Han Ning didn't say she had initiated it. Jiang Yu dragged Han Ning out, leaving Wang Ruoqi stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a while. Wei Yong said slowly, "Ruoqi, why don't we get lost?" Before Wei Yong could finish his sentence, he was scared off by Wang Ruoqi's loud shout. As soon as they stepped out of the milk tea shop, Han Ning shook off Jiang Yu's hand and warned him, "Even though we're engaged, you'd better keep your hands to yourself without my permission." Jiang Yu grinned, "This just shows how close we are. If we don't act the part, how will you fool your father?" What if he insists on marrying you off to that Zhao gentleman again? Han Ning said, don't worry. You're the son-in-law my grandfather chose for the Han family. As long as my grandfather is still alive, my father wouldn't dare to do that. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately understood. No wonder the old man returned to his hometown quietly to spend his final days. He was using this method to check Han Tianming's power. If he were to pass away at home, Han Tianming would likely annul the marriage between Jiang Yu and Han Ning the very next day. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at how much effort the old man had put into this marriage arrangement. Jiang Yu also roughly guessed the timing the old man had mentioned, probably after Jiang Yu and Han Ning were married, then bring out that letter. However, Jiang Yu still couldn't figure out whether the old man was doing this for him or for Han Ning. Or was it simply to fulfill a debt of gratitude from the past, a promise? Han Ying's rented apartment was located near the school, a high-end apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, decorated in a European style, fully furnished with all modern appliances and furniture. Jiang Yu remarked, renting this apartment must cost a pretty penny each month, right? Han Ning replied casually, not much, just 3,000. Jiang Yu stared in disbelief, 3,000 isn't much? Most people in Tianyun City only make 3,000 a month, right? Indeed, to the wealthy, money is just a string of cold, hard numbers. Han Ning tossed the keys to Jiang Yu and said coldly, you can stay here temporarily until we officially break up. Jiang Yu asked, which room should I stay in? Han Ning replied, it's up to you. Any room I want? Jiang Yu smirked. Why don't we share a room? Oof. Han Ning sneered, don't get your hopes up. Before we break up, I won't be coming back to stay here. Then where will you stay? Home, school, or rent a new place? I know you moved out because of the marriage arrangement with the Zhao family. Now that's settled, I think you should go back home. We're family, there's no need to make things so tense. Oh, the way you're talking, do you already consider yourself part of the Han family? Han Ning shot him a sideways glance. I'm warning you, don't harbor any illusions. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge? Unloading the millstone and killing the donkey? Jiang Yu said angrily, even if I was just a tool, I still helped you a lot. If you keep treating me like this, do you think I want to go to the media and announce our breakup right now? You dare. Han Ning snapped. Breaking up needs to be done at the right time, not now. Well, since you still need me, watch your attitude. Why are you always so sour-faced? I'll try my best, okay? Don't just try. Come on, smile for me first. You. Can't you even manage a smile? Ha. Han Ning forced a smile, looking more miserable than if she were crying. Han Ning had a dormitory at school, but she wasn't used to living with others, so her bed remained empty. She chose to go home instead. As Jiang Yu had said, her arranged marriage with the Zhao family was off, so there was no point in holding a grudge anymore. Jiang Yu stayed in the guest room, bought some daily necessities, and then headed straight to Yuyan Company. Although she had already left Wen Yihuan's house and decided to keep her distance, the final arrangements still needed to be made. To outmaneuver He Qingyuan, Wen Yihuan was an indispensable link in the plan. Although Jiang Yu had been involved in many incidents with Wen Yihuan, the company employees were unaware of them. After he arrived, many still greeted him warmly. The announcement about Wen Yihuan's name change had been issued by Su Xin yesterday, but it didn't affect the company employees much. To them, it was just a name change, no one dared to call her by her real name anyway. Hey, Jiang Yu, you're here? I haven't seen you in days, I thought you'd quit. Someone who recognized him greeted him. Jiang Yu replied, I didn't quit. Mr. Wen just gave me a few days off. So you're back to work today? You could say that. Why didn't you come in the morning? Mr. Wen and Secretary Su went to the provincial capital to discuss the details of the cooperation. As their bodyguard, you should have gone with them. Mr. Wen went to the provincial capital? When will he be back? Probably tomorrow or the day after. It seems like I came at the wrong time. Actually, Wen Fuyo had been calling him all day yesterday, but his phone was turned off the entire time. Today he returned, and his phone was on, but Wen Fuyo was busy with the cooperation matters with Mengdai Group, so she temporarily put the confrontation on hold. Jiang Yu could only wait for her to return before discussing it further. Taking advantage of the spare time, he went to Jiyun Company again. As he was about to take the elevator on the first floor, he unexpectedly received a call from Jinhu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Jinhu said he wanted to meet him urgently to discuss important matters. He immediately rushed to Qingyuan Club, his third visit there. This time, Jinhu was already waiting at the entrance to greet him, treating him as an honored guest. Upon reaching the top floor, Jinhu had a pot of premium De Hong Pao tea brewed, dismissed his subordinates, and spoke with Jiang Yu privately. Jiang Yu had no interest in tea and cut straight to the point. Jin Lao, just say what you need to say. I'm not one for beating around the bush. I dare to call you Brother Jiang, Jinhu said cautiously. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't react, he continued, Brother Jiang, I called you here today mainly to tell you some news. What news? News about He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan hasn't given up. He has been scheming to take down Yuyan Company and Wen Yihuan. Today, one of my men heard that He Qingyuan wants Wen Yihuan dead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. That old bastard still hasn't given up? The assassin incident hadn't even been a few days ago, and he's already come up with a new scheme. Jiang Yu asked, how does he plan to deal with Wan Yihuan? Jin Hu replied, a car accident. It's said that Wan Yihuan is heading to the provincial capital to discuss a partnership with the Mengdai group. He Qingyuan has sent men there to stage a car accident on the highway during their return journey. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes in confusion and asked, weren't you working for He Qingyuan before? Jin Hu hurriedly said, I was just doing a job for money. I'm telling you this today because I want to be friends with you, Jiang brother. He slowly picked up his teacup, nervously waiting for Jiang Yu's reaction. Chapter 77, The Rich Speak with Authority. Jin Hu was trying to curry favor with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was well aware of this, so he raised his cup and gently clinked it against Jin Hu's. Jin Hu smiled broadly, feeling relieved. Making friends with Jiang Yu would be beneficial for the Black Tiger Gang. Brother Jiang, I have some connections in Tianyun City. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Jin Hu made the promise. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and said, there's actually something I need your help with right now. Brother Jiang, feel free to speak. I don't want to confront He Qingyuan head-on just yet, so I'd like to ask Jin Lao to send a few men to Linzhou City to ensure that Mr. Wan is brought back safely. Jiang brother, rest assured. I'll handle it. Jin Hu spoke with confidence. Before informing Jiang Yu, he had already devised a plan. Jiang Yu trusted the Black Tiger Hall's capabilities. After leaving the Qingyuan club, he immediately called Wan Yihuan, hoping she would cooperate with the Black Tiger Hall's people. However, Wan Yihuan's phone was turned off again. Wan Yihuan was attending a meeting with senior executives at Mengdai Group. If her phone kept ringing, it might upset the senior executives at Mengdai Group. However, Su Xian's phone was reachable. Jiang Yu reminded her that they might be in danger and had already sent Black Tiger Hall members to assist them. Su Xian was already aware of Jiang Yu and Wan Yihuan's relationship, but she didn't reveal it beforehand. She could tell that Mr. Wan placed great importance on this matter, so it was best for the parties involved to reveal their identities themselves. Upon returning home, Jiang Yu prepared some food for himself and then took out the marriage contract given to him by Han Laoyi for closer examination. The pattern engraved on the back of the marriage contract resembled a mountain range, but it was incomplete. Moreover, the map was hand-drawn and looked quite simple. Han Ning had left nothing behind when she departed, except for a laptop on the living room coffee table. Jiang Yu opened the laptop and compared numerous maps. As Mr. Han had said, there was no place that matched or resembled the map, and Jiang Yu began to suspect that the old man had drawn it randomly to deceive him. The task of comparing maps was time-consuming, and before he knew it, it had grown dark. Through the window, one could still see the sports field of Tianyun University. Under the glow of high-pressure sodium lamps, the field was bustling with people, some strolling, some exercising, and others couples cuddling together. Jiang Yu stood by the window, stretched lazily, and was still wondering if Han Ning would suddenly appear on the playground when Han Ning appeared. Just as you speak of someone, they appear. Han Ning walked into the living room with her head hanging low. Jiang Yu was surprised. Hey, why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come back after we broke up? We're just engaged, what's there to break up? Han Xiong walked in from the door, glared at Jiang Yu, and said, the old man announced your engagement in front of so many people. You two can't treat this like a joke. Xiong, why are you here? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. The aunt and nephew appearing together meant nothing good was coming. On the day of the old man's birthday banquet, he had been tricked by these two. Still calling me Aunt Xiong? Han Xiong said sternly. You two are engaged now. From now on, you have to call me Auntie along with Xiaoing. Do you understand? Jiang Yu joked, aren't you afraid I'll call you old? There are rules to follow. Han Xiong was also visiting Han Ying's rented apartment for the first time. After taking a look around, she rolled her eyes and said, my niece, you live here? Is there a problem? Han Ning hung her head and didn't respond to Han Xiong, but Jiang Yu was curious and asked. Han Xiong said, how can you live in such a small place? Why don't I buy you a bigger one nearby? It'll be your engagement gift. Whoa! Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp. Rich people sure know how to talk. Although the housing prices in Tianyun City weren't as high as those in the provincial capital, they weren't cheap either. Take this neighborhood, for example. A 100 square meter house would probably cost around 1.5 million yuan. Han Xiong said it so casually, as if buying a house was as easy as buying a toy for a child. I don't need it, Auntie. Can you just let me be alone? Han Ning still looked sullen, showing no interest in the gift of an apartment. Jiang Yu curiously asked, what's wrong with her? Her face is as dark as coal. Who upset her? Han Xiong replied, who else could it be? Her father, of course. Originally, Han Ning had planned to go home, but as soon as she arrived, Han Tianming started nagging her non-stop, talking about how bad Jiang Yu was and how good it would be to marry into the Zhao family. Han Ning couldn't take it anymore and angrily told her father that if he mentioned Zhao Shua again, she would move in with Jiang Yu. Her father didn't spoil her, saying, if you're so capable, go ahead. I won't give you a single penny. Let's see how long you can last. Han Xiong, who was enjoying the drama, immediately dragged Han Ning out the door, saying she supported her decision and that since they were already engaged, they could live together and cultivate their relationship. She also said that if she ever needed money, she could ask her for it. Anyway, she was determined to defy her older brother. Han Ning had only said that out of anger, but she didn't expect Han Xiong to take it seriously. Plus, her father had cut off her financial support, so she had no money to rent a place and had no choice but to return home. "I've brought her back to you. She is sulking now. As her fiancé, you should comfort her properly," Han Xiong instructed. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, "Just bring her back?" Han Xiong replied, "It's also for her to get familiar with the place. I still need you to treat my illness, don't I?" Han Ning had no idea Jiang Yu knew medicine and exclaimed in surprise, "Auntie, you're asking him to treat you? Don't let him trick you." Han Xiong said, "There is something the family hasn't told you yet. Since you're already engaged, I think it's important for you to know." "What is it?" "Actually, you and Jiang Yu were already engaged over a decade ago." "What?" Han Ning heard this for the first time and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Han Xiong explained, "Back then, your grandfather was diagnosed with a serious illness. The hospital couldn't cure him, and he was on the brink of death. Fortunately, we encountered a renowned doctor named Zhong. Dr. Zhong cured your grandfather's illness, and afterward, they arranged the marriage between your grandfather and Dr. Zhong. Why didn't you ever tell me? What's the point of telling you? Dr. Zhong's whereabouts are unpredictable, and we could only wait for his disciple to come find us with the marriage contract. That's not fair. If he never comes, I have to wait my whole life? Of course not. Dr. Zhong said back then that if his disciple hadn't come by the time you turned 24, the engagement would automatically be nullified. There's such a thing? Jiang Yu was completely surprised. The old man hadn't mentioned anything about the engagement being automatically nullified. However, he thought about it and realized that the old man might have intentionally kept it from him, fearing that he would deliberately delay fulfilling the engagement if he knew it could be nullified. But regardless of whether the engagement had an expiration date, Jiang Yu dared not delay. After all, every marriage contract held clues to his origins. Han Ning glanced at Jiang Yu. "You're the disciple of that renowned Dr. Zhong? The real deal. Is his medical skill really that miraculous? Why don't I examine your body and let you experience it for yourself? Get lost." Chapter 78, Social Youth. Han Ning and Jiang Yu had already announced their engagement in public, so the earlier engagement wasn't too hard for her to accept. She was just a little upset, feeling that as the person involved, she had been kept in the dark the whole time. After Han Xiong left, Han Ning sat alone on the sofa for a while before suddenly standing up and saying, "Let us go have a drink." She was feeling down, and Jiang Yu readily agreed to accompany her to drown her sorrows in alcohol. When they reached the lobby, Jiang Yu asked, "Which bar should we go to?" "I'll call a taxi." Han Ning sighed, "What bar? My dad won't give me any money. I can't afford it." As she spoke, she walked toward the barbecue stall near the school. She didn't have a job or any savings. Whenever she needed money, she would just ask her father, and he would transfer it to her. She basically spent whatever she had. So when Han Tianming suddenly cut off her financial support, she was left penniless. Fortunately, Han Xiong supported her with 100,000 yuan. 10,000 wasn't a small sum, but for Han Ning, it was sometimes just a day's worth of expenses. So she felt that 100,000 yuan wasn't much and needed to be spent carefully. Near Tianyun University, there was a bustling food street. Every evening, the place was packed with people, and by 9 o'clock, the street food stalls were already crowded. She ordered some grilled food, a case of beer, and didn't clink glasses with Jiang Yu. She drank alone, and before long, she had finished a bottle. As the campus beauty queen of Tianyun University, Han Ning's appearance naturally drew a lot of attention. Many male students had fantasized about being the one sitting next to Han Ning, so they couldn't help but envy Jiang Yu. But they dared not approach Jiang Yu, who was a legendary figure on campus, nicknamed 1 against 7. Han Ning finished a bottle of beer without saying a word. Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward and tried to change the subject. "By the way, I feel like your aunt has been butting heads with your dad lately. How come their sibling relationship is so strained?" "It's all because my dad is so domineering. A few years ago, my aunt found a boyfriend who had no status or background, and my dad broke them up. Since then, my aunt has been holding a grudge and opposes my dad on everything. If your dad breaks us up, will you become the next Han Xiong? Stop flattering yourself." Han Ning rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "You're just my tool, aren't you?" Wei Yong must have heard the news from somewhere. He heard that Jiang Yu and Han Ning were eating skewers at the snack street, so he thick-skinnedly showed up to tag along and be the third wheel. Wang Ruoqi disliked Wei Yong, but Han Ning didn't. Of course, Han Ning didn't have much of an opinion about Wei Yong either. She just saw him as a non-entity. Whether he was there or not made no difference to her. After all, she and Jiang Yu weren't on a date. Wei Yong, however, didn't hold back. He ordered a bunch of skewers and started eating while saying, "You guys chat. Don't mind me." But Han Ning was watching the bill with a pained expression. "So, if you're not paying, you're going to eat until you drop, right?" Hey, how long has it been since you last ate meat? Can you order some vegetarian options? Ha! Wei Yong was completely confused. Everyone in the class knew about Han Ying's wealthy background, and she was famous for being generous. Why wasn't she happy about him ordering skewers for her? This wasn't right. Han Ying wasn't this kind of person. Back when they were at the bar, they drank wine that cost Han Ying tens of thousands of yuan a bottle, and she didn't even bat an eyelid. Wei Yong started to wonder if it was because of manhwaresumen. The piece of grilled meat he had just put in his mouth was stuck there. He couldn't swallow it, and he couldn't spit it out either. He felt extremely awkward. Jiang Yu kindly reminded him, Han Ying isn't the same as she used to be. She is not the kind of rich second-generation heiress who throws money around anymore. Wei Yong asked slowly, did the Han family go bankrupt? Han Ying glared at him, your family went bankrupt. Can't you speak properly? I'm sorry, sister-in-law. It's my fault for not knowing how to speak. Wei Yong apologized repeatedly, then looked at the plates of grilled meat and said helplessly, what should we do? We've already ordered this, and we can't cancel it. Jiang Yu said indifferently, just eat. I'll treat you. Although he wasn't as wealthy as Han Ying, he could afford a barbecue, and besides, Wei Yong had helped him go undercover without complaint, so he owed him a treat. His strategy had also worked to some extent. Wei Yong had been persistently following Wang Ruoqi every day, making her too nervous to even leave the dormitory. As a result, she hadn't caused much trouble in front of Han Ying recently. Wei Yong's involvement had also sparked envy among many others. Being able to grill skewers with Han Ying was already a blessing, but Jiang Yu's reputation for being able to take on 7 opponents just for show, no one dared to approach him casually. However, there are always exceptions to every rule. Students at school are afraid of being outnumbered 7-1, but people outside the school aren't afraid because they've never heard of such a thing. There are many young thugs hanging around near the school, and every night they loiter on the snack street, a fact known to all. Their target is the pretty female students. Some just want their WeChat, while others go further and deliberately look for excuses to make inappropriate advances. Just then, 4 young men from the neighborhood strolled onto the snack street, their eyes scanning the area in search of attractive female students. Hey, want to add me on WeChat? Hey, why don't you come with me to the bar for a drink? Hey, your hairstyle looks great today. I like it. They approached the attractive ones directly, making advances and even getting physical. The students dared not provoke these young men, most of them choosing to endure in silence or leave quickly. Daring to be angry but not daring to speak up, that's the norm. However, today, someone dug a hole for these street toughs. A male student approached them and said, hey, there's a real beauty over there, she's the school's top beauty. The others perked up, the school beauty is eating at a barbecue stall? Where? They followed his gaze, and when Han Ying came into view, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, she's really beautiful. You have to admit, the school flower of Tianyun University is of high quality. Guys, let's go over there and try to join her table. The 4 of them marched toward Han Ying, their lustful gazes almost unbearable. The students around them, who were eating, were holding back laughter and whispering to each other. Look at how disgusting they are. They've ruined my appetite. These guys have been harassing female students here every day. Finally, someone's going to teach them a lesson. The owner of the street food stall gave the student who had set up the trap of the 4 men a thumbs up, well done. Every time these street thugs showed up, the shop owners were all at a loss. The student whispered, the leader, Chao Gang, is so arrogant because he's been practicing martial arts for a few years. He really thinks no one can handle them. Chao Gang's martial arts are indeed impressive. Can the student by Han Ying's side handle him? Of course he can. He's a legendary figure at our school, he can take on 7 at once. Chapter 79, Well Fought. Jiang Yu isn't a student at Tianyun University, but he's a legendary figure there. Just forcing Zhao Gongzi to kneel and apologize is enough to be talked about for at least a year or 2. Beautiful lady, mind if we join your table? Chao Gang asked without caring whether Han Ying minded or not, then pulled over 4 chairs and sat down, pushing Wei Yong aside. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He asked Wei Yong, are they your friends? Wei Yong shook his head, I don't know them. Jiang Yu then asked Han Ying, are they your friends? Han Ying also shook her head, I don't know them either. As the daughter of the Han family, she wasn't particularly afraid of these young thugs and sat there calmly eating skewers. Even if those people didn't know her identity, there was still Jiang Yu by her side. She wasn't worried at all. Jiang Yu said sternly, gentlemen, we don't have the habit of sharing a table with strangers. Please move elsewhere. He spoke politely, but Chao Gang and the other 3 ignored him completely, their eyes fixed on Han Ying. Beautiful lady, your hairstyle is nice. Where did you get it done? One of them spoke, reaching out to touch Han Ying's hair. Slap. Jiang Yu slapped the table and shouted, are you all deaf? Chao Gang picked up a skewer of grilled meat and started eating, saying, if you don't want to get beaten up, keep your mouth shut. The man who had reached out to touch Han Ying's hair didn't stop, and Han Ying didn't dodge. She looked at Jiang Yu and calmly said, as my fiancé, you just stand there and watch? Hey, kid, you're one lucky guy. Chao Gang continued to tease Jiang Yu, such a pretty girl, she must be pretty moist, right? Your head. Before Jiang Yu could react, Wei Yong smashed a wine bottle on Chao Gang's head and shouted, "My sister-in-law is someone you can touch? What the hell are you?" Wei Yong was actually a coward, and Jiang Yu was well aware of that. But the fact that he stood up for himself and his fiancée at that moment deeply moved Jiang Yu. Of course, Wei Yong did this because he trusted Jiang Yu completely. If it came to a fight, Jiang Yu wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Damn it! The other three young men jumped to their feet and swung their chairs at Wei Yong, shouting, "You bastard, you dare hit our boss." Just as the three of them swung their chairs together, several whistling sounds filled the air, and 3 chopsticks flew out. Aha! 3 agonized screams rang out simultaneously. The chairs in their hands dropped to the ground, and their hands trembled in pain, their teeth clenched in agony. Ha ha! At that moment, Chao Gang gave a cold laugh and slowly stood up. He touched his head. Wei Yong's wine bottle hadn't caused him to bleed profusely. He glared at Wei Yong with a snake-like gaze. "Boy, do you know what price you'll pay for this?" Chao Gang's gaze was terrifying, and Wei Yong's heart skipped a beat. However, he glanced at Jiang Yu and felt more confident. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" "Very well." As soon as Chao Gang finished speaking, he took a big step forward and used a grappling technique to grab Wei Yong's shoulders. Ah! Wei Yong let out an agonizing scream, feeling as though his bones were about to shatter. "Feel the pain?" Chao Gang said coldly. "Good. I just learned a technique called separating tendons and dislocating bones, and you'll be my practice subject." Upon hearing the words bone-breaking technique, Wei Yong's face turned pale. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of bones shifting out of place echoed through the air, and cold sweat broke out on Chao Gang's forehead. He staggered back 2 steps, his left arm hanging limply. It had been dislocated. The split tendons and dislocate bones technique seems pretty powerful. I'd like to give it a try. Jiang Yu spoke slowly, his face grim. Wei Yong darted behind Jiang Yu and hid. Han Ning didn't even stand up, continuing to drink and eat skewers. She said calmly, "Jiang Yu is treating us. Sit down and eat while you watch." Jiang Yu had dislocated Chao Gang's shoulder with a single move, which also terrified the other 3 young thugs, who all hid behind Chao Gang. Chao Gang glared at Jiang Yu with venom in his eyes and gritted his teeth. "So you're also a martial artist? No wonder you're so arrogant." He had some skill himself. He grabbed his left shoulder with his right hand and twisted it forcefully, popping the bone back into place. After that, he moved his arms around and laughed coldly. "It's rare to meet a worthy opponent. I hope you don't beg for mercy too soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Gang swung his palm toward Jiang Yu, creating a faint gust of wind. The other 3 thugs shouted from behind, "Gang, take him down." Everyone around them scattered, except for Han Ning, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. The students were all watching, silently cheering for Jiang Yu, but dared not shout out loud. Boom! Jiang Yu stood his ground, unmoving as a mountain, waiting for Chao Gang to close in before casually throwing a punch. However, Chao Gang's palm felt as though it had struck steel, causing him to stumble backward about 3 meters before coming to a halt. He adjusted his breathing and continued his attack, this time moving much faster, both fists striking out simultaneously, so quickly that it was hard to follow. In the blink of an eye, Chao Gang threw 36 punches, each one unleashing his full strength. However, Jiang Yu remained rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. With just one hand, he effortlessly blocked and parried Chao Gang's attacks. Finally, he spotted a weakness in Chao Gang and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. Oomph! Chao Gang let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward. If not for the other 3 young men supporting him, he would have collapsed backward onto the ground. Even with 4 people helping to absorb the force, Chao Gang was still forced back 10 meters. He couldn't catch his breath for a long time, his face turning red with exertion. Jiang Yu sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The students around him were all inspired, secretly cheering him on and clapping their hands in delight. Chao Gang was so angry he was seeing red, and he roared twice. "I'm going to get serious now." He took a fighting stance, took a deep breath, and focused his energy in his lower abdomen. The next moment, Chao Gang advanced with his unique footwork, constantly changing his techniques. Each change caused his clothes to flutter in the wind. At your age, having such skills is impressive, but it's a shame you didn't use them for the right path. Jiang Yu spoke with an air of superiority, then launched himself forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Jiang Yu's movements were so fast that Chao Gang couldn't see a thing. He was completely disoriented, and for a moment, all the techniques he had learned seemed to vanish from his mind. He didn't even know how to defend himself. In the world of martial arts, there is nothing that cannot be broken, only speed cannot be defeated. Jiang Yu struck first despite coming later. With a crack, Chao Gang flew through the air like a piece of straw, one arm twisted outward in an eerie manner, snapping like a dried-out branch. Bang! Chao Gang crashed heavily to the ground. The onlookers finally couldn't help but shout in admiration, "Well done." Chapter 80, What a Big Show! The 3 young thugs were speechless. They had followed Chao Gang around and fought countless times. Whenever Chao Gang moved, no one could stop him. Moreover, Chao Gang often fought against multiple opponents and had never lost. A one-on-one defeat like this was unheard of. Chao Gang's arm had been broken by Jiang Yu, but he grit his teeth and got back up, saying, "I admit defeat today. Let's go." He wanted to leave, but Jiang Yu wouldn't let him. "Did I say you could leave? You little brat, don't push your luck. Chao Gang turned around, his eyes wide with anger. Jiang Yu spoke slowly, I do intend to push my advantage further. Breaking one of your hands doesn't satisfy me. He slowly walked forward, and Chao Gang's heart skipped a beat as he took several steps back. You brat, if you dare touch a single hair on me, I swear you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Chao Gang continued to shout, and the three men beside him echoed, Chao Gang is the nephew of Chao Bin, the martial arts master of Tianyun City. If you dare to cause trouble, Master Chao won't let you off. At that moment, Wei Yong sneered, as if you're any better. Listen up, you all. The person standing before you is a martial arts master. Even Jiang Yu, the head of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall, must acknowledge Master Jiang Yu. You're so young and dare to impersonate a master? I spit on you. Chao Gang spat on the ground and turned to run away. The onlookers jeered. Jiang Yu picked up a chopstick from the table and threw it instantly. Whoosh! The chopstick flew like a bullet. Chao Gang hadn't run more than a few steps when he let out a scream. The chopstick had pierced his right palm, blood gushing out. Chao Gang dared not linger, fleeing desperately while turning back to shout angrily, damn you, you bastard, just wait for me. Jiang Yu didn't bat an eyelid, sitting down to continue eating his barbecue. The people who had dispersed earlier returned to their seats, eagerly discussing what had just happened. At that moment, the kind barbecue stall owner approached and reminded him, student, you should leave quickly. I won't charge you for the barbecue. Jiang Yu smiled, is that so? But boss, I'm not the kind of person who eats and doesn't pay. The vendor said, I'm doing this for your own good. I've heard of Chao Bin, the so-called Master Chao. They say he's the top martial artist in Tianyun City. If he shows up, you won't be able to leave. The top martial artist? Wei Yong's heart sank. He believed in Jiang Yu's abilities, but he didn't think Jiang Yu could go up against the top martial artist. Han Ning remained silent for a moment, but suddenly stood up, wiped her mouth, and said, I'm full. You can pay the bill. With that, she walked out. The bill, please. Pack the rest to go. Jiang Yu paid the bill, handed the takeout to Wei Yong, and then caught up with Han Ning. A warm feeling washed over him. Were you worried about me? He asked with a smile. Han Ning suddenly said, you're so self-absorbed. Why would I worry about you? Even though you didn't say it, I understand. If it weren't for her concern that Jiang Yu might be retaliated against by Master Chao, Han Ning wouldn't have suddenly stood up and left. You don't know anything. I'm just hungry and want to go home to rest. Actually, you don't need to worry. Even the top martial artist in Tianyun City might not be my match. Ha ha. Do you really think you're invincible? You beat Chao Gang and now you're so proud you can't find your way home? Do you think the title of Tianyun City's top martial artist is just for show? I have no idea where you get your confidence from. If Chao Gang really wants to take revenge, there is no escaping it. Now you're scared? Han Ning gave him a sideways glance. You're still our Han family's future son-in-law. I'll talk to my father and have him find a way to help you settle this. Forget it. Your father doesn't like me at all. He'd probably be happy if I were dead. If I die, he can marry you off to Zhao Shuo without any qualms. Han Ning suddenly stopped, turned to look at Jiang Yu, and said firmly, so rest assured, I'll do everything in my power to make sure you don't die. Jiang Yu chuckled, I knew you were worried about me. I'm not going to bother with you. Han Ning stormed off, and the first thing she did when she got home was call Han Xiong for help. She was still angry with her father and wouldn't ask him for help unless it was absolutely necessary. She chatted with Han Xiong in her bedroom for half an hour. The next morning, Han Xiong came knocking on the door early. Jiang Yu and Han Ning were still half asleep. Last night was the first time they had stayed under the same roof, and Han Ning was also very worried, fearing that Jiang Yu might not be of good character. She had been worried all night until she finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. As for Jiang Yu, he had spent the entire night researching online and had also gone to bed very late. Both of them got out of bed upon hearing the doorbell. Jiang Yu went to open the door, while Han Ning, still in her pajamas, sat on the sofa yawning. Upon seeing Han Xiong, Jiang Yu said disapprovingly, Aunt Xiong, why are you disturbing our sleep so early in the morning? Call me Auntie. Han Xiong snapped angrily. Do you think I want to come this early? I'm only here for you. For me? Jiang Yu was completely confused. He had no idea about the matter involving Han Ning and her aunt from the previous night. Han Xiong said, I heard you injured Chao Bin, the master's nephew, yesterday? You're really something, daring to provoke anyone. Did Han Ning tell you? Then you should know why I hit him, right? If I didn't know, I wouldn't have come to help you. At least you did it for my niece. We're in the right here, so this should be easy to resolve. Go wash up and I'll take you to buy some things and pay a visit to Master Chao. I'll go with you. Han Ning suddenly perked up and rushed into the bathroom. She also wanted to see this top martial artist of Tianyun City. Jiang Yu didn't want to go, but Han Xiong's constant nagging was unbearable. He could only go along with her to get some peace and quiet. Han Xiong also demonstrated sufficient goodwill for reconciliation, spending over 10,000 yuan on gifts alone for the visit. Master Chow lived on Luchuang Mountain outside the city, where he had built a small courtyard on the mountainside. Martial artists preferred such peaceful places. Han Xiong led Jiang Yu and Han Ning to the door, where a young man opened it. He was Chow Master's disciple. "The three of you, my master is not receiving guests today." They were turned away without even being asked who they were. Han Xiong spoke politely, "Please go inside and inform him that Han Xiong from the Han group has come to visit." Upon hearing that they were from the Han group, the disciple showed them proper respect and immediately went inside to announce their arrival. A moment later, he came out again, shaking his head and said, "I'm sorry, my master says you should go back." Han Xiong smiled and said, "Then please deliver these gifts to Master Chow for me. We'll come visit another day." After the disciple went inside carrying the items, Han Ning muttered discontentedly, "What a pretentious person." Chapter 81, Her name is Wen Fuya. In the small courtyard hall, Chow Gang knelt upright before the hall, his left arm in a cast and his right hand wrapped in bandages. Standing before him was an elderly man in his late 50s, with a goatee, wearing a gray martial arts robe, and his hands behind his back. "All you do is cause trouble. Now you know there are people better than you out there, don't you? Your measly skills are an embarrassment to me." This seemingly ordinary-looking elder was Chow Bin, the top martial artist in Tianyun City, who was both Chow Gang's uncle and his master. Chow Gang refused to admit his mistake, insisting, "Uncle, I've been beaten like this. You must avenge me." "Revenge? You have the nerve to ask for revenge? Do you even know who you provoked yesterday? It's just a student from Tianyun University named Jiang Yu, isn't it?" Chow Gang muttered under his breath, and his eyes flashed with anger whenever Jiang Yu was mentioned. Slap! Chow Bin opened his phone, pulled up a photo, and threw it in front of Chow Gang, snapping, "Look for yourself." The person in the photo was Han Ning. Chow Gang looked surprised and asked, "Uncle, do you recognize that female student?" "Oomph." Chow Bin snorted coldly. "Do you know who she is? She's the eldest daughter of the Han group. You must be out of your mind to dare to flirt with her." Chow Gang chuckled, "So she's the Han family's heiress. No wonder she's so beautiful." Slap! Chow Bin slapped Chow Gang across the face and shouted, "What kind of nonsense is in your head? Just now, they came looking for us." Chow Gang shrugged it off, "So what? Do you think they dare to do anything to Uncle? They can't do anything to me, but do you think violence can solve everything?" "At least it can solve most problems," Chow Gang whispered. "Uncle, even if it's the Han family's heiress, wouldn't Han Tianming have to give you some face? I don't care if I'm beaten up like this, but it's your reputation that's at stake. You're the one causing trouble every day. What reputation do I have left? What should we do then? Are we just supposed to swallow our pride and live like cowards?" Chow Bin turned away, hands behind his back, and murmured, "Revenge must be taken, but the time isn't right yet." Chow Gang immediately leaned in and asked, "Uncle, when will the time come?" Chow Bin's expression darkened. "Did I tell you to get up?" Chow Gang obediently knelt back down on the ground. Chow Bin narrowed his eyes, gazing at the distant mountains shrouded in mist, his eyes gleaming with a cold intent. On the way back, Han Ning complained non-stop about Chow Bin's arrogant attitude. Jiang Yu, however, didn't seem to mind, lying in the back seat with his eyes closed, resting. Han Ning looked displeased. "We were turned away at the door, and you still have the nerve to sleep?" Jiang Yu opened his eyes slightly and spread his hands, saying, "What else should I do? Should I kneel at the door and say I won't get up until you see me? You watch too many TV dramas. Hey, what's your attitude? We're trying to help you. Did I ask you to help me? I told you earlier that that so-called Chow Master might not be my match. Why should we grovel to him for reconciliation?" Han Xiong said, "We're in business. We should resolve conflicts rather than create enemies. Having more friends is better than having more enemies, especially since Chow Master is quite influential in Tianyun City. But Chow Master doesn't even acknowledge us. This is clearly him trying to intimidate us. It's okay, I'll go again tomorrow." Han Xiong seemed quite concerned about this matter, as if he truly regarded him as the son-in-law of the Han family. She drove Han Ning back to school and also kicked Jiang Yu out of the car. Under the pretext of letting Jiang Yu attend classes to gain some cultural knowledge, she was actually forcing him to cultivate a relationship with Han Ning. She even threatened Jiang Yu with the marriage contract, saying that if he didn't follow her instructions, he wouldn't get the marriage contract from the Han family. Han Xiong didn't know that Jiang Yu had already obtained the marriage contract. But Jiang Yu dared not confront her either, as doing so would inevitably expose the old man's affairs prematurely. He had promised the old man to find the right opportunity to deliver the letter to the Han family, and he had to keep his word. Jiang Yu accompanied Han Ning to the academic building, and they attracted a lot of attention. Han Ning was the campus beauty of Tianyun University and had always been the center of attention. Jiang Yu was a legendary figure at Tianyun University. After beating up Chow Gang last night, he had added another dramatic chapter to his already legendary reputation. At the entrance of the academic building, they encountered Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi had been looking haggard and listless these past few days, but the moment she saw Jiang Yu, she suddenly perked up as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. She walked straight over, wrapped her arm around Han Ying's arm, and pulled her away from Jiang Yu. "You're really shameless. You're just a tool, aren't you? What's the point of always clinging to my Han-ing? It's fun, of course it's fun. The joy of it all is something Wei Yong and I can relate to.
As soon as she heard the name Wei Yong, Wang Ruoqi reacted like a startled rooster, immediately becoming alert and looking around nervously.
Hey, Ruoqi, good morning.
Wei Yong emerged like a ghost, reaching out to greet Wang Ruoqi with a smile.
Wang Ruoqi broke down on the spot, let go of Han-ing, and rushed into the classroom building.
Jiang Yu gave Wei Yong a thumbs up.
As the old saying goes, every dog has its day. Han-ing sighed helplessly and tried to reason with Wei Yong. Wei Yong, can you tone it down a bit?
If this keeps up, I'm afraid Ruoqi will really lose her mind.
Chasing girls isn't done this way. She shook her head and walked into the classroom building.
Jiang Yu patted Wei Yong on the shoulder and said, don't listen to her nonsense.
Keep doing what you're doing. Look, we've already achieved great results. Wang Ruoqi isn't even scolding you anymore.
Wei Yong chuckled, I'll keep trying harder.
Jiang Yu only escorted Han-ing to the entrance of the classroom building.
He had no interest in going inside to listen to the lecture. He had important matters to attend to. He had originally planned to go to Ji-yun Company to find Wen Shiyun, but Jin Hu called and said that Wen Yihuan had already returned and would arrive at the company around 11 a.m. Jiang Yu went straight to Yuyan Company to wait, keeping his phone on at all times. Although the boss wasn't there, the company employees were still working diligently as usual. They had been busy since early morning, focusing on promoting and selling the new products of Mengdai Group.
He went straight to Wen Yihuan's office and lay down on the sofa. The HR director even kindly poured him a cup of tea.
In fact, everyone in the company could tell that Jiang Yu and Wen Yihuan had a close relationship, and many people often tried to get close to Jiang Yu.
Jiang Yu is here so early. Have a cup of tea first. Ms. Wen is returning today and should arrive around noon.
The HR director placed the tea on the coffee table and said to himself, our Ms. Wen is truly remarkable.
She defeated He-Ching Yuan to secure the contract with Dream Butterfly Group.
Our company will surely rise to the same heights as her name.
That SA stretch, ISNT it? How does her name relate to soaring high? You didn't know? Actually, our general manager's real name isn't Wen Yihuan.
She's called Wen Fuyao, the Fuyao from Soaring to the Heavens.
Chapter 82, The Plan. Jiang Yu was stunned for about 10 seconds. Wen Fuyao? Are you kidding me? He couldn't believe his ears.
His reaction was so intense that it made the HR director a bit unsure of herself.
No, that's right. It's Wen Fuyao. It's right there.
He pointed at Wen Fuyao's desk, where the nameplate clearly read, Chairman Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu rushed over, grabbed the nameplate, and examined it for a while before exclaiming in disbelief, no way, no way.
The CEO is Wen Fuyao?
It turned out that the fiancée he had been searching for all this time was right under his nose, and they had even lived under the same roof for so long.
Why didn't she tell me? Why did she hide it from me?
Thinking back, Jiang Yu had said the first time he saw her that he had come to Tianyun City to break off the engagement with Han-ing and Wen Fuyao.
Did she not know? Or was it just a coincidence of the same name?
The name Wen Fuyao shocked Jiang Yu, but he couldn't be sure if this Wen Fuyao was his fiancée. He would have to wait for Wen Fuyao to return and confront her. But his mind was in turmoil.
He had always believed that Wen Yihuan was a good person, gentle, kind-hearted, and understanding.
Anyone who married her would be blessed. But because of his own numerous engagements, he dared not get too close to her. As for the Wen Fuyao who was engaged to her, he had never met her, so breaking off the engagement didn't weigh on his mind at all. But now things were different.
Wen Yihuan was Wen Fuyao.
The woman he admired and his fiancée had become one, and he was shaken. How should he tell her?
Should he call off the engagement?
During the hours of waiting, Jiang Yu spent the time in constant turmoil. At 10:30, Jin Hu called to say that Wen Fuyao had arrived safely in Tianyun City. Jiang Yu suddenly felt timid and dared not face Wen Fuyao. He paced back and forth in his office, constantly examining the nameplate. At 10:45, Wen Fuyao arrived at the company. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu was in the office, she rushed over without caring about her appearance. When she reached the office door, she suddenly stopped, their eyes locking. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Su Xian stood at the door with an odd expression, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't quite put into words.
Wen Yihuan took a few deep breaths before slowly walking inside and asking in a soft voice, "Do you know everything?" The moment the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu already knew the answer. It was her. The woman standing before him was his fiancée, Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu sighed wryly, with such a big sign here, it's hard not to notice. Wen Fuyao, you've kept this from me for so long. Wen Fuyao looked apologetic. I'm sorry. I had my reasons. When we first met, I didn't know anything about your character, so even though we were engaged, I wanted to get to know you better first. So you're doing this now because your evaluation of me is complete? It's over. You are someone I can entrust my life to. But I know you're engaged to Han-ing, but I'm also your fiancé. My father said that Han-ing and I are still on the same starting line. Speaking of your father, Jiang Yu still didn't know how to confront Wen Fuyao about the engagement, so he changed the subject. He must already know my true identity, right? He knew from the moment he first met you. He is actually the boss of Ji-yoon Company? Yes. You two are really leaving me speechless. Jeonyu shook his head. I've been to Ji-yoon Company several times, and I even ran into your father a few times. This is the first time I've ever been played like this. Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyo's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly explained, don't blame my father. It was me who asked him to keep it a secret from you. Actually, my father also found it very difficult to keep it a secret and tried several times to have me tell you the truth. She moved closer to Jeonyu, standing less than a meter away from him. Wen Fuyo looked at him with deep affection. Now that you know who I am, what are your plans for our engagement? Jeonyu had come to call off the engagement, but now he couldn't bring himself to say the words. That night, after moving out of Wen Fuyo's home, he had seen her heartbreak and sorrow. He couldn't bear to hurt her again. Wen Fuyo waited anxiously for Jeonyu's answer, her heart pounding wildly, like a deer caught in the headlights. Let us discuss this later. I have an important matter to discuss with you now. Jeonyu changed the subject again, but Wen Fuyo smiled brightly and exhaled deeply. As long as Jeonyu didn't mention breaking off the engagement, it meant there was still room for negotiation. She sat down excitedly and asked, what is it? It's about He-Ching Yuan. Jeonyu said seriously. A few days ago, I went to Linzhou City to treat the vice president of Shanya Group. She gave me a plan to deal with He-Ching Yuan. Shanya Group? Wen Fuyo was surprised. He-Ching Yuan is the general agent of Shanya Group in Tianyun City. Why would their vice president help you deal with He-Ching Yuan? She feared Jeonyu had been deceived. Don't worry, Lin, she still needs my follow-up treatment, so she shouldn't deceive me. Just listen to my plan first. Jeonyu's plan was to disguise himself as a big boss and spread the word that he wanted to sign a $2 million deal with Yuan Company. Once He-Ching Yuan heard the news, he would definitely try to sabotage or even intercept the deal, as he was determined to bring down Yuan Company. If he came to intercept the deal, then the plan would be half successful. Wen Fuyo said, the plan is feasible, but will He-Ching Yuan fall for it? Jeonyu replied, first, He-Ching Yuan is obsessed with money. A $2 million deal would net him at least $200,000 or $300,000 in profit. Second, he hates you with a vengeance. Anything that benefits you, he'll obstruct at all costs. With these two factors combined, I'm not worried he'll fall for it. But Wen Fuyo still had doubts. Even if he falls for it, when it comes to signing the contract, He-Ching Yuan will definitely demand a 20% deposit upfront, $4 million. We're currently focusing all our efforts on promoting Dream Butterfly Group's products, and I don't have that much working capital available right now. I hadn't considered that. Jeonyu furrowed his brows slightly. He was penniless and couldn't come up with that much money as bait. Just then, Su Xian walked in and said casually, aren't you the future son-in-law of the Han family? Borrowing 4 million shouldn't be too hard, right? Her tone was odd, and it was unclear whether she was genuinely offering advice or mocking Jeonyu. Jeonyu replied, that's out of the question. Even if they were willing to lend it to me, how could I explain to them that I needed such a large sum to help another woman? This was obviously impossible, and besides, he was just a tool in this situation. After pondering for a moment, Wen Fuyo suddenly asked Su Xian, how much does the Tingyun Merchants Association still owe us? 320,000, but. Chapter 83, Collecting Debts. The Tingyun Merchants Guild was founded by Du Lang, whose background isn't clean either. He is known in the underworld as Wolf Brother. The guild's early rise to power was similar to that of the Black Tiger Hall, but Du Lang was more business savvy than Jinhu, knowing how to avoid risks. Years ago, he transformed the gang into a guild, and many business owners in Tianyun City are now members of the guild. The guild has many members, and their wives or girlfriends often purchase cosmetics from stores under the Yuan Company. However, they rarely pay for these items, instead charging them to the Tingyun Merchants Guild's account. Over the past 2 or 3 years, the debt has accumulated to over 3 million. Wen Fuyo once went to the Chamber of Commerce to collect the debt but was always turned away. Du Lang doesn't outright refuse to pay, but he keeps making excuses, saying he'll pay in a few days. But tomorrow comes and goes, and tomorrows are many. Anyone with eyes can see that Du Lang intends to default on the debt. Wen Fuyo dared not offend the Black Tiger Hall, nor did she dare to offend the Tingyun Merchants Guild. Additionally, her business had been doing well over the past 2 years, with no cash flow issues, so she hadn't bothered to them for the debt recently. Su Xian always felt that this money would be very difficult to recover. Mr. Wen, maybe we should try other methods. The Tingyun Merchants Guild isn't someone to mess with. Saiwan Yihuan sighed, I really don't want to deal with these people. Jeonyu suddenly interjected, debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Let us settle this once and for all. We'll recover the money the Tingyun Merchants Guild owes us, and the remaining 80,000 won be an issue. Su Xian sneered, how are we going to get it? Who is going to go? You go. Jeonyu patted his chest and said, of course I'll go. When I go to collect the debt, you all spread the word quickly and make sure He-Ching Yuan finds out. Wen Fuyo said, I know what to do, but are you sure it's safe for you to go alone to the Tingyun Merchants Guild to collect the debt? Jeonyu is capable of fighting, but Wen Fuyo also understands the principle that two hands can't fight for. Su Xian said, Mr. Wan, why don't I go with him? Jiang Yu said, what are you going to do? Cheer him on? Su Xian coldly replied, in case you get beaten up, I can call an ambulance for you. Jiang Yu was speechless. How could she be so blunt after just a few days? Have I offended her again? He looked at the sign and had an epiphany. Could she know I'm Wan Fuyao's fiancé and is jealous? This woman is definitely not normal. Hand over the ledger. I'll handle this alone. You all stay here and wait for good news. Jiang Yuqing was confident and composed. If I can't even get the ledger back, all those years of martial arts training will have been for nothing. When Fuyao finally pulled the ledger out of the drawer and instructed, be careful. If you really can't get it back, just forget it. We'll figure something else out. Your safety is the most important thing. Having revealed her true identity, Wan Fuyao no longer bothered to hide her concern for Jiang Yu. I'm off to handle this. Su Xian snorted lightly and turned to leave. Jiang Yu took the ledger and went out, meeting Su Xian's hostile gaze, causing him to shiver. Jealous women are truly terrifying. After lunch, Jiang Yu took a taxi to the end of Mingyang Street at 3 in the afternoon. There was a 6-story building there, with a signboard hanging at the entrance of the first floor reading Tingyun Merchants Association, black with gold characters, the dragons and phoenixes dancing gracefully. A few loiterers were smoking and chatting at the entrance. As Jiang Yu approached, they gathered around him with hostile expressions. Who are you looking for? Jiang Yu replied politely, I'm from Yu Yen Company. My name is Jiang Yu. I'm here to settle the bill with Mr. Du. Jiang Yu? Here to collect a debt? The loiterers burst into laughter. Kid, do you know where you are? Daring to come here to collect a debt? Have you had enough of living? Debt must be repaid, it's only fair. Jiang Yu remained unfazed and spoke calmly. One of them said, get lost. We owe money to Wan Yihuan, the boss of Yu Yen Company. What does that have to do with you? If you want to collect, have her come personally. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, Ms. Wan has already entrusted me to handle this matter entirely. Hey, you're not grateful for the favor, are you? Guys, teach him a lesson. One of them immediately kicked Jiang Yu in the stomach. Bang! Jiang Yu struck down with a vertical palm strike, sending the man crashing to the ground with a loud thud. His groin made contact with the ground, causing him to scream in pain and turn pale. You owe money and don't pay, yet you act like a big shot? Call your boss out here. You think you can see our wolf brother? Who do you think you are? The others closed in simultaneously, intending to give Jiang Yu a thorough lesson. Slap! Jiang Yu raised his hand and slapped the man in front of him, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away. Bang! Before the man could even scream, Jiang Yu jumped up and delivered a sweeping kick, sending the remaining few crashing to the ground. Whoosh! He took a quick step forward and darted into the Merchants Guild with a whoosh. Since they weren't going to bring Du Lang out, Jiang Yu decided to go find him himself. Upon bursting in, Jiang Yu shouted, Who is Du Lang? Get out here! This shout was like poking a sleeping tiger. Upon hearing it, everyone in the Merchants Association grabbed their weapons and rushed down to the first floor. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Yu was surrounded by over 40 people, leaving no room to move. Those people were striking the ground with their weapons, producing a clanging noise, their eyes filled with contempt, as if they were looking at a little darling. In this day and age, someone actually dared to cause trouble here? You brat, daring to come here looking for trouble? You must be tired of living. Another ignorant fool. Do you think you can just call our wolf brother by his name? Do you think I'll tear your mouth off? Facing the threats, Jiang Yu showed no fear, standing as steady as a mountain. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. A middle-aged bald man descended the stairs, his face bearing a 2-inch-long scar, looking quite intimidating. Wolf brother? 40 or so people shouted in unison, sounding very imposing. The bald man was Du Lang, the head of the Merchants Association. As he approached Jiang Yu, someone immediately brought him a chair. After he sat down, another person handed him a cigar and lit it for him. Du Lang took a deep drag, slowly exhaling a smoke ring before speaking. I hear you've come to collect a debt from me? Jiang Yu pulled out the ledger given to him by Wan Fuyao and said, This records the debts owed by the Tingyun Merchants Association to the Yu Yen Company. Shall I read them out to you one by one? You're a bold young man, but if you want to take the money back from me, you'd better ask my brothers first if they agree. Mr. Du, are you trying to use your numbers to renege on the debt? Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. What's so great about having more people? If he was afraid of numbers, he wouldn't have come to collect the debt in the first place. Du Lang pointed at Jiang Yu and scolded, Young people should think before they speak. I'll let you off this time because you're young and ignorant, but if you dare to spread rumors about me outside and tarnish my reputation, I won't show any mercy. With that, he stood up and turned around, saying, Show them out. Chapter 84, I'm giving you a chance to call for help. Send him away? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Mr. Du, if I go back like this, I'll have a hard time explaining myself. Someone teased, Kid, don't refuse a kind offer. If you don't leave now, you'll end up being carried out later. So, Mr. Du is threatening me? Upon hearing this, Du Lang turned around, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his brows. I'll give you 10 more seconds. As he spoke, he raised his hand to look at his watch. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Du Lang counted down the numbers, the Chamber of Commerce fell deathly silent. Jiang Yu didn't interrupt him, he just stood there waiting for him to finish. 3, 2, 1. After finishing, Du Lang didn't say another word. He simply snapped his fingers, and instantly, two men emerged, wielding baseball bats, and swung them toward Jiang Yu. He had already given him the chance, but Jiang Yu didn't appreciate it. Having confirmed that Du Lang wasn't someone who reasoned, Jiang Yu didn't waste any more words. He burst forward, dodged the baseball bats, and delivered a powerful shoulder tackle. Bang! The young man holding the baseball bat was sent flying through the air, crashing into the crowd and knocking down a large group of people. The man himself was knocked unconscious. His first move had startled Du Lang. Du Lang was experienced and had met several martial arts masters in Tianyun City, even practicing with them in his spare time. He could tell at a glance that Jiang Yu was no ordinary fighter. He composed himself and said, "No wonder you're so brazen. You've clearly trained in martial arts. Young man, how many of you think you can take on? I'm not sure about how many, but you lot of good-for-nothings, come at me and I'll take you all down." This remark enraged the crowd. Damn it! I've never seen anyone so arrogant. Take us on? You must still be dreaming. Damn it, that's just asking for a beating. In an instant, a dozen or so people surrounded him. The first floor space wasn't very large, and if over 40 people charged in at once, they'd easily injure their own men. These 10 or so people were also regular fighters, though they hadn't studied martial arts, they were skilled in a fight. They were furious and determined to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. However, Jiang Yu suddenly moved, gliding around the dozen or so men like a fish in water. He was fast, and his strikes were even faster. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, 5 men fell to the ground, clutching their stomachs and writhing in pain, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. Gurgle. Many others couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a surge of fear. I'll kill you. A man wielding an iron rod charged forward, swinging it heavily toward Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu flew into a rage. He aimed straight for his forehead, he was trying to kill him. He didn't hesitate, quickly dodging to the side before slapping the attacker to the ground with a single palm strike, then stomping down hard. Ah! A piercing scream, like that of a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the air, lingering for a long time. The man holding the iron rod had his right arm crushed under Jiang Yu's foot, and it was clearly shattered beyond recognition. Those watching nearby could feel the pain themselves. As he grew more ruthless, the other man grew even more terrified. Even Du Lang began to worry. He took a step back and ordered, "Attack together." The remaining 30 or so men let out a furious roar and charged forward. They formed a circle, constantly closing in. This way, no matter how fast Jiang Yu was, he would eventually be trapped in the center and beaten to a pulp. When Jiang Yu's movement space was no more than a meter, he suddenly leaped into the air, flipped several times in mid-air, and landed beside Du Lang. There was no one around Du Lang. As soon as Jiang Yu landed, he delivered a slap. Slap. Are you going to pay back the money? Jiang Yu demanded, his voice booming like a bell. Du Lang's face was immediately marked with 5 bright red fingerprints, and he was completely stunned. He had been slapped in the face right there. It was an utter humiliation. Du Lang had been around for years and had his fair share of injuries, but no one had ever dared to slap him in the face. Damn it, dare to hit our wolf brother. The henchmen snapped out of their daze, cursing angrily, and turned to surround Jiang Yu once more. At that moment, Jiang Yu seized a teacup and smashed it onto Du Lang's head with a loud crash. "If you don't want your boss to get his head split open, then..." Before he could finish, the henchmen had already closed in, swinging their clubs and sticks. Jiang Yu had originally planned to take out the leader first, but these henchmen didn't seem to fall for that trick. There was no choice but to deal with these minor threats first. His fists and palms moved like the wind, each strike generating a powerful gust of energy. Anyone who moved was knocked to the ground. Du Lang was also rescued in the chaos. He snapped back to his senses, grabbed a kitchen knife from under a table, and shouted furiously, "Kill him! Kill him! Each of you will get $10,000. He was merely giving orders. The knife was mainly for self-defense, in case Jiang Yu suddenly jumped forward and slapped him again. Du Lang was arrogant and demanded Jiang Yu's life with every breath. However, the anger on his face gradually turned into sheer terror. 40 or so henchmen lay motionless on the ground, and Jiang Yu was unscathed. This guy is way too strong. A few minutes later, the first floor of the Merchant Guild was littered with bodies lying in all directions, their cries of pain echoing through the air. Cold sweat poured down Du Lang's back. In all his years, he'd seen tough fighters, but never one this skilled. After taking down everyone, Jiang Yu slowly approached Du Lang. Du Lang swallowed hard, his hands trembling. This was a fear that came from deep within, as if a demon from hell was approaching. Ah! He roared to steel his nerves, then swung his sword at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu flicked his finger, and there was a clanging sound. The sharp and sturdy watermelon knife was snapped in two, and Du Lang's legs went weak. Finger snapping a knife in half, is this even human? Jiang Yu slowly raised his palm, and Du Lang stammered, What do you want? Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Yu slapped him again, and this time the other side of Du Lang's face turned bright red. Du Lang covered his face and forced himself to say, Kid, don't push your luck. I'll push my luck then. What can you do about it? Slap. Saying this, he slapped Du Lang again, causing his face to swell. Ah! Du Lang roared angrily, You dare to enter my merchant guild and humiliate me time and again. I, Du Lang, swear that the Tingyun Merchant Guild will not let this go. You won't let it go? Slap. Jiang Yu slapped him again, You think you're tough because you have more men? Come on, I'll give you a chance. Keep calling for reinforcements. I want to see how many men your Tingyun Merchants Guild has that can stand up to me. Jiang Yu pulled over the chair Du Lang had been sitting on and sat down, staring at him silently. Du Lang pulled out his phone but couldn't decide who to call after a moment's thought. He did have some henchmen, but they were no different from the group lying on the ground. Calling them over would be useless. Just as he was torn between what to do, someone on the ground crawled up and whispered in his ear, Wolf brother, call the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. They know martial arts, right? The people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall all know martial arts. I don't believe they can't handle him. Chapter 85, Sweating Coldly. Right, the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall. Du Lang felt as though he had found a lifeline and immediately dialed the phone number of the martial arts school's master, Wei Xiao. On the other end of the line, Wei Xiao joked, Hey, Du President, why did you suddenly think to call me? Are you inviting me to dinner? Master Wei, our Merchants Association is in a bit of trouble. I hope you can come help us out. Bring as many people as possible. Don't worry, we won't let you help for free. Hurry up. After hanging up, Du Lang exhaled deeply. Reinforcements were already on their way. The guild hall fell silent. Those who had stood up earlier had all retreated behind Du Lang, but none dared to act as brazenly as before. Although the people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall were already on their way, there was still no one who could handle Jiang Yu. If they dared to make threats now, they'd definitely get beaten up again. Silence was the best choice at the moment. Jiang Yu stood alone against over 40 people, and not a single one dared to meet his gaze. Even the slightest movement from him sent shivers down their spines. After 15 minutes of tense waiting, a commotion erupted at the entrance as over 20 members of the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy arrived. Du President, what is going on? As Wei Xiao's voice echoed, Du Lang finally spotted his savior and rushed to the door, followed by his 40-odd henchmen, who looked relieved. You're dead, kid. They grew arrogant once more. The people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall have arrived. Let's see how long you can keep up your arrogance. You think you're so tough? If you're so brave, why don't you beat up the people from Tianqing Martial Arts Academy? Damn it, he almost killed me with one punch earlier. Once the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall guys beat him up, I'll go finish him off with a few kicks. Du Lang explained the situation to Wei Xiao, who was shocked. Du President, are you joking with me? 40 people can't beat one guy? Master Wei, that kid's martial arts are truly formidable. I'm truly helpless. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come. Where is he? He's sitting right over there. Jiang Yu was facing away from Wei Xiao. Wei Xiao looked at his back and felt a sense of familiarity. At that moment, Du Lang whispered, Master Wei, when you act, don't hold back. If he dies, I'll take full responsibility. Wei Xiao didn't respond, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The disciples of Tianqing Martial Arts Hall patted their chests one after another, promising, Du President, rest assured. There are over 20 of us in the Martial Arts Hall. We'll definitely help you regain your honor. I wonder where this wild brat came from, thinking he can cause trouble at the Tingyun Merchants Guild just because he's learned a few years of martial arts. Just tell us how you want him to die. The disciples of Tianqing Martial Arts Hall were confident, as if they had already agreed. Master Wei, it's been a long time. Jiang Yu's voice suddenly rang out, causing Wei Xiao's heart to race. Where had he heard that voice before? He stood up and turned slowly. Wei Xiao's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in shock, It's you. The disciples of Tianqing Martial Arts Hall also fell silent, their faces as grim as bitter melons. Jiang Yu spoke casually, So the reinforcements Du President called were you guys? I wondered who it could be. What's the matter? Does Master Wei want to fight me again? Wei Xiao forced a smile, Master Jiang is joking. The disciples of our martial arts school were merely passing by and had no intention of getting involved in this matter. What? Du Lang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Just passing by? You're lying, and you can't even do it convincingly? Wei Guanzhu, you can't just stand by and do nothing. Du Lang grabbed Wei Xiao's arm, pleading with him. Wei Xiao shook him off coldly and said, Du Lang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter. I really can't help. Why did you have to offend Jiang Master? Master Jiang? Do you know him, Master Wei? Wei Xiao leaned in and whispered, Du President, don't blame me for not warning you. His name is Jiang Yu, another martial arts master, and his strength surpasses mine. His strength surpasses mine? Du Lang was immediately drenched in cold sweat. After speaking, Wei Xiao turned around, waved his hand, and shouted, What are you all crowding around for? Aren't you going to practice? Keep running. The people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall dispersed like a tide, each running faster than the next. Du Lang was nearly cursing under his breath. It was already afternoon, and they were still doing morning runs? The merchants who had been so arrogant moments ago now looked as though they had swallowed a live rat. Even the people from Tianqing Martial Arts Hall had to make a quick exit when they saw him. Who was this man? Du Lang forced a painful smile and said weakly, Master Jiang, please forgive my ignorance. Jiang Yu suddenly asked, what's wrong? Aren't you going to call for help? Du Lang was on the verge of tears. Even the people from the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy couldn't help him. Who else could he call? The top martial artist in Tianyun City? He'd have to beg him to come. Master Jiang, please don't joke with me. If I had known you were a martial arts master, even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't dare to owe you money. Listen carefully. The debt you owe is to Yu Yen Company, not to me personally. Yes, Master Jiang is right. Please follow me, and I'll settle the remaining payment right away. Du Lang respectfully escorted Jiang Yu to the upstairs office, where he was served with premium Longjing tea. His men took 10 minutes to withdraw the money from the bank. A briefcase was filled with cash. Master Jiang, there's a total of 4 million here. Please accept it. Jiang Yu handed him the ledger. I'm not a bandit. You owe how much, you pay how much. The ledger says 320,000. That's correct. We owe 320 million, but it's been 2 years. At least some interest is in order, isn't it? The additional 80 million is compensation for Yu Yen Company. Master Jiang, please don't refuse. 4 million yuan was exactly enough for Jiang Yu's planned down payment, so he wouldn't have to ask Wen Fuyao to scrounge up the rest. Jiang Yu didn't refuse anymore. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce, I hope you will convey my words to your members. From now on, I do not want anyone from your chamber to owe any money to Yu Yen Company. Jiang Yu left those words behind and walked out with his suitcase. Du Lang bowed and scraped behind him. Master Jiang, please rest assured. I will convey your message and ensure this never happens again. Please take your time, Master Jiang. Only after Jiang Yu disappeared from Du Lang's sight did Du Lang collapse onto the sofa, his back soaked in cold sweat. While waiting for his men to fetch the money, Du Lang felt like time was dragging on endlessly. A few henchmen pushed open the door and cautiously asked, Wolf brother, is everything taken care of? Du Lang took a deep breath and sighed. Tianyun City, when did such a young hero emerge? Even Wei Xiao admits he's no match for him. Is he really that powerful? Didn't you just experience it yourself? How does he compare to the top master, Chao? How should I know? Why don't you go invite Chao master to face him? I don't have that kind of influence. You know that and you're still asking. Immediately notify everyone from now on, no one from the Merchants Guild is allowed to run a tab at Yu Yen Company. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with according to family law. Chapter 86, The Fish Has Bitten the Hook. Du Lang, after all, is a prominent figure in Tianyun City. Everything he has achieved was earned through sheer strength. In his eyes, those with power hold the authority. But today, he was completely defeated by Jiang Yu. When Jiang Yu placed 4 million cash on Wen Fuyao's desk, both Wen Fuyao and Su Xian were speechless. The debt owed by the Tingyun Chamber of Commerce had gone unpaid for 2 years, and the amount owed kept growing. Wen Fuyao had almost given up hope of ever recovering it. They were well aware of the Tingyun Merchants Guild's past. Even if they sued them legally, Du Lang could find any excuse to delay the process. What worried her most was that Du Lang would resort to underhanded tactics like Jean who had done before. She ran a legitimate business and feared nothing more than being entangled with thugs. Therefore, she adopted a lose money to avoid trouble attitude, choosing not to provoke the Tingyun Merchants Guild for now. She planned to wait until her company grew strong enough to confront them head-on. But this would take a long time, perhaps 5 years, perhaps 10, or even longer. They never imagined that such a deadbeat debt would be recovered by Jiang Yu in less than half a day. What's more, he even brought back 800,000 in interest. Who was Du Lang? He had always been the one taking others' money who could possibly take his? Just getting him to repay the debt would be cause for celebration. Who would dare to ask for interest? 4 million? How did you convince Du Lang? Su Xian stared at the 4 million, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. She felt like she was dreaming, but the box full of money was real and right in front of her. Jiang Yu clenched his fist and said, with this, dealing with someone like Du Lang, reasoning is useless. As long as your fists are harder than his, that's the truth. Su Xian scoffed, you're just bragging. The Tingyun Merchants Guild has more people than the Black Tiger Hall. Do you think you're Zhao Zilong, able to charge in and out 7 times with a silver spear and take an enemy general's head? Hold on, I need to correct you. Zhao Zilong did indeed charge in and out 7 times, but it was Guan Yu who took the enemy general's head in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Don't get them mixed up. Are we discussing historical knowledge now? Su Xian rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, you, who didn't even finish college, are lecturing me? Wen Fuyao never bothered to ask for explanations. Getting the money back was good enough. Since the money has been recovered, we can proceed with the first phase of the plan. Jiang Yu asked, has the message been released? Su Xin replied coldly, are you questioning my work efficiency? Jiang Yu's lips twitched, thinking to himself, your way of thinking would make you a great editor. He didn't argue with Su Xin and continued, let's spread another piece of information, say I'm staying at the Star River Hotel, and I'll head over there shortly. Let's not meet in person for the next couple of days, we can communicate via phone if anything comes up. Su Xin skeptically asked, do you really think He Qing Yuan will believe your identity as a young entrepreneur? Jiang Yu replied confidently, money can dispel all doubts. Besides, I'm now the future son-in-law of the Han family. That status should be enough for He Qing Yuan to trust me, right? Pfft, scum. Su Xin didn't give him a single friendly glance. Wen Fuyao's expression also grew slightly peculiar. Jiang Yu feared the conversation might shift to the engagement, so he hurried to the Xingha Hotel. He instructed the lobby manager to call him if anyone came looking for him. That night, in a villa at Guanhuju, He Qing Yuan sat on the sofa sipping red wine, while a middle-aged man stood respectfully before him. Mr. He, I've heard that Yu Yen Company has another major deal in the works. Our sales figures have been declining day by day over the past 2 months. If this continues, I fear Yu Yen Company will overtake us and become the leading company in Tianyun City. Humph, a little upstart thinks she can challenge me? I've heard the same. That boss hasn't signed a contract with her yet, has he? That's right. Apparently, the boss is staying at the Xingha Hotel and will sign the contract with Yu Yen Company tomorrow or the day after. Yu Yen Company doesn't have the scale or strength to match us. As long as we act first, Wen Yihuan will just have to watch from the sidelines. Oh, and I heard she changed her name to Wen Fuya. Does she think changing her name will make her a match for me? He took a sip of red wine, his face adorned with a disdainful smile. So, Mr. He, what should we do? Get the company documents organized. You'll come with me to meet that boss tomorrow. Got it. After the middle-aged man left, He Qing Yuan slammed his red wineglass on the ground with a loud crash, his face contorted in anger. Wen Fuyao, you were lucky to survive last time. The next day, Jiang Yu was still asleep when the front desk called, saying that a Mr. He wanted to see him. Jiang Yu knew it was He Qing Yuan, so he immediately got out of bed and told the front desk to inform He Qing Yuan that he was currently unavailable and to ask him to wait. He immediately called Wen Fuyao, the fish has taken the bait. Hurry over. Competition is what will push He Qing Yuan into signing the contract without thinking. He Qing Yuan waited for half an hour before Jiang Yu finally let him come upstairs. Jiang Yu even had the lobby manager find him a sharp suit, which made him look the part. After opening the door, Jiang Yu feigned confusion and asked, may I ask who you are? He Qing Yuan put on a smile, bowed, and said, hello, I'm He Qing Yuan, the owner of Shangyuan Company. He is the director of our sales department. We're here to pay a visit to Mr. Jiang. He Qing Yuan's expression was unfamiliar, and Jiang Yu was certain he didn't recognize him. Although his engagement to Han Ing had been widely reported by the media, the buzz had only lasted a day or two. Not everyone in Tianyun City was paying attention to the matter, and it was clear that He Qing Yuan wasn't one of them. He had only heard that the Han family's eldest daughter was engaged, but he only knew the name of the fiancé, Jiang Yu. He had never seen his photo. The information Su Xian had released didn't reveal Jiang Yu's real name, only that he was a wealthy Mr. Jiang. Come in. Jiang Yu sat down on the sofa and poured He Qing Yuan a cup of tea. He Qing Yuan's sales manager stood stiffly behind him, holding a file folder. After looking around, He Qing Yuan asked, is Mr. Jiang not here? Jiang Yu replied, I am. You. He Qing Yuan was surprised, as Jiang Yu was too young. However, having been in the business world for many years, he knew not to judge a book by its cover. Perhaps Jiang Yu was the son of a wealthy family. He remained composed and said, Mr. Jiang is indeed young and talented. Jiang Yu kept a straight face and said indifferently, Mr. He, there's no need to flatter me. If you have something to say, just say it straight. I'm not the type to beat around the bush. He Qing Yuan laughed heartily, Mr. Jiang is indeed straightforward. Then I won T beat around the bush. I heard that Mr. Jiang wants to purchase a large quantity of cosmetics. May I ask what your plans are for them? That's my company's business. I don't think I need to tell you, do I? Yes, I was being nosy. He Qing Yuan apologized repeatedly. I also heard that Mr. Jiang plans to collaborate with Yu Yen Company? Chapter 87, I'm determined to secure this deal. He Qing Yuan didn't get straight to the point about collaborating with Jiang Yu, but instead proceeded gradually. That is correct. Mr. Wen said he'll draft a detailed contract, and if everything goes smoothly, we can sign today. Mr. Jiang may not be aware, but in the cosmetics industry, Yu Yen Company is still a newcomer. Our Shangyuan Company is the most powerful player. Therefore, I believe Mr. Jiang should approach the signing with caution. Carefully? What do you mean, Mr. Yi? What I mean is, Mr. Jiang, you might want to consider our company. Don't rush to refuse. Take a look at our company's materials first. He Qing Yuan gave the sales manager a nod, and the middle-aged man immediately took out a document from his briefcase and handed it over with both hands. Jiang Yu took the document, pretended to look through it, and nodded occasionally, saying, Mr. He's company does indeed have more experience than Yu Yen company. He Qing Yuan's heart leaped with joy, so Mr. Jiang's meaning is. Jiang Yu closed the document, shook his head, and said, Mr. He, you're also in business, so you should value integrity. I already discussed this with Mr. Wan. You suddenly came in to poach the deal, and I won't be able to explain this to Mr. Wan. He didn't agree outright, still digging a trap for He Qing Yuan. Otherwise, he feared He Qing Yuan wouldn't dare to sign the breach of contract agreement later. He Qing Yuan was no novice either. He immediately replied, Mr. Jiang, you're mistaken. Even ordinary citizens know to shop around when buying something. For a deal as big as this, you naturally need to compare options. Whether the deal goes through or not, at least our Shangyuan company can provide you with a comparison, so you won't get taken advantage of. Mr. He speaks with reason. Jiang Yu raised his cup and said, Mr. He, please have some tea. Jiang Yu estimated that Wen Fuyao should be arriving soon. After finishing his tea, the front desk called, saying that Wen Fuyao was looking for him. After taking the call, Jiang Yu said to He Qing Yuan, Mr. Wen is here to sign the contract. Since you're an expert in the cosmetics industry, could you give me some advice? It would be my pleasure to assist. He Qing Yuan smiled insincerely, already plotting how to sabotage Wen Fuyao's plans. Wen Fuyao and Su Xian entered together. Su Xian was also carrying a briefcase, bulging with what appeared to be numerous items inside. Though they were sworn enemies, He Qing Yuan and Wen Fuyao both greeted each other with smiles, as if they were old acquaintances. He Qing Yuan stood up first. Mr. Wen has arrived. You've really been making waves lately, securing the agency rights for Mengdai Group and now about to sign another major deal. Wen Fuyao replied, That's nothing compared to you, Mr. He. Our company is still far behind yours. But I'm here to discuss a partnership with Mr. Jiang. What brings you here, Mr. He? He Qing Yuan said, I've heard of Mr. Zhang's reputation. He's young and talented and will surely achieve great things in the future. I'm just here to make a good impression. Mr. Wan, you should focus on the discussion. Just pretend I'm not here. Su Xian, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, thinking to herself, I've heard so much about him, and now I've fallen into his trap without even realizing it. After Wen Fuyao sat down across from Jiang Yu, Su Xian took out the contract from her briefcase, a thick stack of papers. Mr. Jiang, we worked all night to draft the contract yesterday. Please take a look and let us know if there are any changes you'd like to make. Jiang Yu glanced at it briefly and said, Ms. Wan, the timing seems off. I'm in a hurry, I can only give you 3 days at most. Wen Fuyao sighed helplessly, Mr. Jiang, 10,000 units of products? We don't have that much inventory on hand. Even if we order from the manufacturer, 3 days wouldn't be enough. Could you give us a few more days? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, looking troubled. At that moment, He Qing Yuan seized the opportunity to stir up trouble, saying, If you don't have the tools for the job, don't take on the task. You can't even produce 100,000 units, so why even run a company? Wen Fuyao snapped, as if you have that much inventory. He Qing Yuan smirked, I may not have it, but with just a word from me, I can have 10,000 sets shipped from Linzhou tomorrow. Do you believe me? Wen Fuyao was furious, He Qing Yuan, is this how you do business? He Qing Yuan said triumphantly, this business is mine. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, Mr. He, do you really have that kind of ability? He Qing Yuan patted his chest and said, Mr. Jiang, as long as you give me the order, I guarantee delivery on time, not a minute late. Wen Fuyao grew impatient, Mr. Jiang, this deal was negotiated by us first. How can you suddenly hand it over to someone else? This is... What, are you implying that Mr. Jiang isn't honorable? He Qing Yuan smirked, Mr. Jiang gave you the opportunity, but you weren't capable enough. How can you blame Mr. Jiang for not being honorable? Jiang Yu spoke slowly, Mr. Wen, it's not that I'm being ungenerous, but I really don't have enough time. Wen Fuyao said, Mr. Jiang, you must be careful. 3 days? Even Mr. He might not be able to deliver on time. He Qing Yuan coldly said, we'll draft a breach of contract compensation agreement for Mr. Jiang ourselves. There is no need for Mr. Wen to worry about it. Wen Fuyao looked helpless and stood up to plead, Mr. Jiang, our company really values this cooperation. Please give us a few more days, okay? 5 days, just 5 days, how about that? Jiang Yuyan shook his head, looking troubled, and said, Mr. Wen, I'm truly sorry. To be honest, I'm just helping someone else out. If you can't deliver on time, I'll suffer huge losses. 3 days is the absolute limit. He Qing Yuan smirked triumphantly, Mr. Wen, since you can't deliver, you might as well just leave. Wen Fuyao was furious, we haven't signed a contract yet, you're not guaranteed to win. He Qing Yuan immediately instructed his sales manager, have the company draft a contract as soon as possible. The middle-aged man immediately made a call. They had a template for the contract, and with some revisions, it could be sent over quickly. He Qing Yuan was overjoyed, since you're not giving up, Mr. Wen, stay here and watch me sign the contract. Wen Fuyao looked like he was about to burst with anger, grabbed the contract off the table, and stormed out. He Qing Yuan had outmaneuvered Wen Fuyao, feeling triumphant and satisfied, finally venting his frustration. His face was filled with the smug grin of a petty victor. Bang! Wen Fuyo and Su Xian slammed the door shut and stormed out. As soon as they entered the elevator, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Wen, did you see how smug He Qing Yuan looked just now? Su Xian laughed so hard she could barely stand. I'll never forget this, Wen Yihuan said. He Qing Yuan used such underhanded tactics, even hiring assassins to target me. He deserves what he gets. Now it's up to Jiang Yu. I'm so excited, Mr. Wen. What do you think He Qing Yuan will look like when he goes bankrupt and ends up on the streets? We've only taken the first step. The key lies with Shanya Group. Mr. Wen, do you think there will be any complications over there? He proposed the plan, so he should have it under control. Lin Shi, the vice president of Shanya Group, seems to have a good relationship with him. He is still connected to Lin Shi? Ugh, what a scumbag. Chapter 88, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Jiang Yu in the suite suddenly sneezed and muttered under his breath, "Who's talking about me behind my back?" He Qing Yuan was also very efficient. By the time Jiang Yu finished his breakfast, he had already placed the contract in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't make heads or tails of the contract, so he told He Qing Yuan to go back first and wait for his response after reviewing it. After sending He Qing Yuan away, Jiang Yu called Wen Fuyo and Su Xian to the suite. The three of them spent the entire morning studying the contract. The contract was fine. Su Xian looked at the breach of contract clause in the agreement and couldn't help but burst into laughter again. A $2 million order, and if it can't be delivered on time, they have to pay 10 times the amount? He Qing Yuan really dares to do that. 10 times the penalty? That is 200 million. Given He Qing Yuan's current net worth, 200 million would be enough to bankrupt him completely. Jiang Yu said, if the contract is in order, I'll notify He Qing Yuan to come sign it. You can all go back first. Wen Yihuan reminded him, you need to keep an eye on Shanya Group. If He Qing Yuan actually delivers on time, you'll be in trouble. I know. Jiang Yu couldn't come up with the remaining 16 million yuan. At 1 p.m., He Qing Yuan arrived at the hotel with a cheerful expression and signed the contract with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu paid him a 20% deposit, and He Qing Yuan immediately set off to arrange for the goods to be shipped from Shanya Group. Jiang Yuka also promptly called Lin Shi. The fish had taken the bait, but he gave He Qing Yuan 3 days. He instructed Lin Shi to stall He Qing Yuan and not refuse the shipment outright, to prevent him from obtaining the goods through other channels. He Qing Yuan found Zhu manager who had been handling his affairs at Shanya Group. The manager assured him the goods were available, but the quantity requested was too large, so he needed to consult with Lin Zong and asked him to wait. Little did he know, he ended up waiting for 2 days. Shipping from Linzhou City to Tianyun City should take no more than half a day. He Qing Yuan wasn't too concerned at first, but by noon on the third day, he couldn't sit still anymore. He went back to Shanya Group and found Zhu manager again. Mr. Zhu, what is going on? It's already the third day, why hasn't the shipment been dispatched yet? Manager Zhu sighed helplessly, Mr. He, I'm truly sorry. I've already consulted with Ms. Lin and she said that this year they're considering switching distributors in Tianyun City and will have to suspend our cooperation. What do you mean? The news hit He Qing Yuan like a thunderbolt. Suspending the partnership meant he couldn't get any goods from Shanya Group anymore. Mr. He, please go back. Ms. Lin won't agree, and I really can't get the goods for you. You'd better think of another solution. Yu Zhu, are you trying to kill me? He Qing Yuan flew into a rage, nearly overturning the table. Manager Zhu's expression darkened, and he snapped, He Qing Yuan, don't be ungrateful. This is Shanya Group, we won't tolerate your nonsense. Go to hell. Why didn't you tell me to suspend the cooperation earlier? Why drag it out until now? There's only half a day left, where am I supposed to get 10,000 sets of goods? Mr. Lin just gave me his response. Mr. Lin? I want to see Mr. Lin. I want to ask her if she is intentionally trying to ruin me. He Qing Yuan, I advise you not to do this. Instead of wasting your time, why not think of other solutions? I don't care about your mother, I want to see Ms. Lin. Without the support of Shanya Group, forget about half a day. Even if you gave him another week, he probably couldn't come up with 10,000 sets of products. Each manufacturer has a fixed monthly production quota, and the distribution to dealers and agents is strictly allocated. It's not something you can just take as you please. He Qing Yuan, what good will seeing Lin Zong do? Over the years, how much kickbacks have you taken from our group? You know the numbers yourself. Lin Zong is just terminating the cooperation that is already giving you face. Get out. He Qing Yuan raged in frustration, but was eventually escorted out by Shanya Group as security guards. He hurried back to Tianyun City to beg Jiang Yu for a few more days' grace period. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu stayed at the hotel, but he was fully aware of what had happened to He Qing Yuan. Just moments ago, Lin Shi had called him, telling him to prepare for a celebration. Jiang Yu was deeply grateful to her. Without Lin Shi's help, he wouldn't have been able to outmaneuver He Qing Yuan. Of course, he also reminded Lin Shi to find a new agent now that He Qing Yuan was out of the picture. Once He Qing Yuan was finished, the most qualified company in Tianyun City was undoubtedly Yu Yan Company. Jiang Yu's plan was a 2-for-1 deal. 3 hours later, He Qingyuan rushed to Jiang Yu's door. Mr. He is here? Please come in. How is the shipment prepared? Jiang Yu pretended to know nothing and invited He Qingyuan inside. He Qingyuan looked haggard, as if he had aged several years overnight, his eyes clouded with fatigue. Upon entering the room, He Qingyuan knelt down with a thud and bowed his head heavily. Jiang Yu was startled and asked, Mr. He, what are you doing? He Qingyuan pleaded, Mr. Jiang, there's been an issue with my supply chain. I really can't deliver on time. Please give me a few more days. Jiang Yu's expression darkened.
Mr. He, when we signed the contract, you promised me solemnly.
Now you've taken my deposit and don't want to fulfill the contract? Mr. Jiang, I'm truly in a bind. I was set up by someone from Shangya Group.
Mr. He, I don't care who set you up.
If you can't deliver on time, we'll proceed according to the contract.
Please don't do that, Mr. Jiang. A 200 million yuan breach of contract penalty. I couldn't possibly afford that even if I sold everything I own.
If you can't afford it, can I? Mr. Jiang, I beg you. I'll kneel before you.
Just 3 days, please give me 3 more days.
Impossible. If I give you 3 more days, why didn't I just choose to collaborate with Wen Fuyao from the start? He Qingyuan couldn't say a word.
He had been so confident back then because he had Shangya Group as his powerful backer. He had once doubted Jiang Yu, but once the contract was signed and the deposit paid, Jiang Yu would have to pay on time, or else he would lose 4 million yuan and 10,000 pieces of goods. At worst, he could keep some and return the rest. But he never imagined that trouble would arise from within his own ranks.
Mr. He, there is no need to say anything else. Everything will be handled according to the contract. I'll come to your company first thing tomorrow morning to collect the goods. Please leave now. He issued the order to leave. This was a trap all along. He wouldn't give He Qingyuan the slightest chance. He Qingyuan reluctantly walked to the door, then suddenly turned back. Mr. Jiang, give me another chance. Bang! Jiang Yu shut the door. From outside the door, He Qingyuan's angry shout echoed, You want me dead? You're trying to kill me. Inside, Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly as he muttered under his breath, That's right, I want you dead, so dead you wish you were never born. Chapter 89, Those who do evil will meet their doom. The second phase of the plan had been successfully executed. There shouldn't be any major issues moving forward. All that remained was to present the contract tomorrow and demand the breach of contract penalty. That night, he took the initiative to invite Han Xiong out for dinner. At a hot pot restaurant, the steaming hot pot filled the air with steam as Jiang Yu and Han Xiong sat across from each other. Why did you suddenly decide to invite me to dinner? You've always been so reluctant to see me. Han Xiong dipped a slice of beef tripe into the broth, staring at Jiang Yu curiously. Jiang Yu poured her a glass and chuckled, You're my aunt. Isn't it normal for me to treat you to dinner? You went out of your way to matchmake between me and Han Ning. I've been looking for an opportunity to thank you. Blow your own horn. Don't think I don't know what you and Han Ning were up to. That day, when I gave Han Ning advice to drag you on stage, you must ve wanted to kill me. Auntie, you're so kind. I'm not the kind of person who forgets favors. Enough. Don't sugarcoat it. If you want something, just ask. He. Jiang Yu looked rather embarrassed. He raised his thumb in praise and said, You really can't hide anything from you, Auntie. Han Xiong frowned and said, Who did you off this time? I'll tell you, I went to see Master Chow today, but he wouldn't even see me. Can't you just cause less trouble? If you're too idle, I can arrange a job for you at the group. I didn't offend anyone, they offended me. Jiang Yu explained, I bought some things and signed a contract with someone, but they can't deliver on time. I'm going to sue them. Just sue them. Why come to me? The amount is quite large, and I think the process might be complicated. I don't know how long it will take from filing the lawsuit to the verdict, so I wanted to ask if you know anyone who could help expedite the case. How much is it? A 2 million yuan contract with a 200 million yuan breach of contract penalty. What? 2 million? When did you become so wealthy? As far as I recall, when you first came to Tianyun City, you were a penniless beggar who couldn't even afford a meal. Such a lucrative opportunity, why not share it with me? I don't have that much money. The contract is for 20 million, but I only received 4 million as a deposit, and even that was borrowed from someone else. Pulling a fast one? You're something else, kid. Well, it's not exactly like that. Anyway, Auntie, see if you can think of a way. I'm worried that if we wait too long, things might get complicated. No problem. I know a few people at the court. I can arrange for your case to be heard as soon as possible. Thank you so much, Auntie. I'll file the lawsuit tomorrow. Please help me arrange everything as soon as possible. Han Xiong made an okay gesture and continued cooking the hot pot. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Jiang Yu arrived at Shengyuan Company with the contract. In the past, Shengyuan Company would be bustling with activity by 9 in the morning, but today there were only a few scattered figures in the office. He Qingyuan couldn't deliver the goods, so his company was doomed. He had already issued a notice early in the morning, informing employees not to come to work today. He
He Ching Yuan sat dejectedly in his office, with the company's financial statements spread out before him.
Currently, the company had 12 million yuan in its accounts, and He Ching Yuan had another 10 million yuan in his personal bank account.
But even combined, it wasn't enough to cover the debt.
200 million. Where on earth was he going to come up with 200 million?
If Jiang Yu files a lawsuit, the contract is there, and he will definitely lose. Even if the court rules that he can pay less, he would still have to sell everything he owns.
Mr. He, where's my goods?
Jiang Yu strode in confidently and saw the dejected He Ching Yuan.
He Ching Yuan said blankly, Mr. Jiang, can't you give us a few more days?
Jiang Yu said, everything must be handled according to the contract. He Ching Yuan pleaded, Mr. Jiang, give me a way out.
I'll pay you double the deposit.
Jiang Yu said, if I give you a way out, who will give me a way out?
If I can't get the goods, do you know how much I'll have to compensate? Since you can't deliver the goods, there's nothing more to discuss.
Mr. He, we'll see you in court. Jiang Yu had come today just to go through the motions. He turned around and headed straight to the court to file the lawsuit. Thanks to Han Xiong's intervention, the case was quickly filed, and the court staff informed him that the hearing would be held tomorrow.
This efficiency was unmatched. He Ching Yuan's assets were frozen that very day.
Jiang Yu returned to the hotel and told Wen Fuyao that the trial would begin tomorrow. At this point, He Ching Yuan's defeat was inevitable.
He invited Wen Fuyao out for dinner that evening to celebrate in advance. He Ching Yuan knew he couldn't hold out any longer.
He had planned to transfer his assets as soon as possible over the next few days, but he never expected Jiang Yu to have such strong connections. His funds were frozen the same day. He refused to give up and kept calling Jiang Yu, begging him to spare him.
Jiang Yu simply turned off his phone. Give you a way out? Have you ever considered sparing Wen Fuyao? Without money, how will you dare to challenge Wen Fuyao? How will you hire assassins? After Jiang Yu turned off his phone, He Ching Yuan went straight to the Xingha Hotel.
Security Wen Ti let him in, so he waited at the entrance. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yu set off to have dinner with Wen Fuyao.
As soon as he got into the car, He Ching Yuan followed in his own vehicle.
At the corner of the Western-style restaurant, Wen Fuyao and Su Xian had already arrived. Both women wore expressions of triumph and relief, finally free from the worry of He Ching Yuan's underhanded schemes.
Wen Fuyao opened a bottle of Lafite. As the waiter poured the wine, Su Xian asked, I'm curious, how did you convince the vice president of Shengya Group? You didn't know? How would I know? I thought Su Wan told you. Does this have anything to do with Su Wan?
I was introduced to Lin Shi by Su Wan to treat him. I didn't ask for any medical fees, I just asked Lin Shi to help me out. When I mentioned this, Lin Shi was also planning to get rid of He Ching Yuan, the agent, so we hit it off immediately.
Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao said slowly, see? I told you Jiang Yu isn't that kind of person. That kind of person? What are you saying about me behind my back? Nothing. Let us have a drink first.
Wen Fuyao stammered and brushed it off. Earlier, Su Xian had been talking badly about Jiang Yu, calling him a scoundrel and insisting he must have an improper relationship with Lin Shi.
After hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Su Xian also felt a bit embarrassed and downed her glass of wine in one gulp. Damn it, you two conspired against me. I'll kill you both.
He Ching Yuan, who had followed them all the way to the restaurant, saw this and suddenly understood.
It was all a setup.
Enraged and losing his composure, he grabbed a set of knives and charged toward Jiang Yu, sending the restaurant into a frenzy of screams. Jiang Yu acted quickly, grabbing He Ching Yuan and pinning him to the ground.
He Ching Yuan struggled and shouted, you bastards dare to scheme against me? I won't let this go. Those who do evil will meet their own downfall. You know very well how you dealt with Mr. Wan.
At least you're a boss, show some respect for your position. Our grievances will be settled in court.
Chapter 90, even Jesus can't stop it. Go to hell.
You're in cahoots with this bastard to scheme against me.
Don't even think about making me pay a single penny. He Ching Yuan's face turned red.
Jiang Yu felt like a mountain pressing down on him, and he couldn't get up.
You keep insulting others' mothers. As a boss, is that the best you can do?
If you say we're plotting against you, present the evidence to the court.
If you don't have any, just wait for bankruptcy. He Ching Yuan's outburst ruined the meal for everyone. He told Wen Fuyao and Su Xian to leave first before letting go of He Ching Yuan.
He Ching Yuan was restrained by security, Jiang Yu paid the bill and left in a huff. The next day, the court hearing took place and He Ching Yuan arrived on time.
There's nothing he can do.
His assets have been frozen, and if he doesn't show up, he won't even have a chance to defend himself. Although he hired a lawyer, he couldn't provide any favorable evidence. He was furious and kept claiming that he had been framed by Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyao, nearly getting kicked out of the courtroom by the judge. At the end of the trial, the court ruled in favor of Jiang Yu. He Ching Yuan had insufficient assets to compensate and was declared bankrupt on the spot. Jiang Yu didn't receive the compensation immediately because the court needed to liquidate his assets, and bankruptcy compensation follows a specific order. First, employee wages and compensation are paid, followed by outstanding taxes, and so on. Only after all these settlements are completed will it be Jiang Yu's turn.
However, Jiang Yu didn't care. As long as he brought down He Qingyuan, he didn't care whether he received the money or not. As He Qingyuan exited the court, he looked dejected and defeated, like a wilted eggplant. All his years of effort had gone down the drain in an instant. As he passed by Jiang Yu, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you want me to die, I won't let you off easily. And that when Fuyao, you'll all pay for this." Jiang Yu mocked, "Do you even have any money left? Can you even afford to hire a hitman? We'll see about that." He Qingyuan's threats fell on deaf ears. He was already penniless. What kind of trouble could he possibly cause? A man with such despicable methods had built his connections like a sandcastle. They'd crumble at the slightest breeze. After the incident, Jiang Yu didn't return to the hotel. Instead, he went to Han Ying's apartment. On the way, he kept muttering to himself, feeling like he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't remember what it was. Han Ying was in the living room eating potato chips and playing on her computer. When Jiang Yu entered, she immediately frowned. "You've been missing for days. Where have you been causing trouble? Don't forget your current status. If you dare to do anything that tarnishes the reputation of the Han family, I'll never forgive you. Hanging out? Your boyfriend here has been busy with something big." Jiang Yu sat down next to Han Ying, casually placing his hand on her shoulder, and stared at the computer screen, asking, "What are you watching?" Han Ying shrugged her shoulders angrily and said, "Stay away from me." Jiang Yu said, "There is no one else here. What are you ashamed of?" Han Ying shot him a piercing glare that sent a chill down his spine. Jiang Yu quickly moved away from her and said sheepishly, "I was just joking. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? We're not at the point where we can joke around like that. Forget it, forget it. I won't joke with you anymore. Can I borrow your computer?" Jiang Yu persisted, constantly comparing maps. If he found any similarities, he wouldn't have to wait until he gathered all 9 marriage certificates. Han Ying firmly refused, "No way. Are you being so stingy? It's just borrowing a computer. It's not like I'm cutting a piece of your flesh. So what if I'm being stingy? If you want to play, go buy your own. Just asking, how much did you pay for this computer? Not expensive, just 17,000. What? 17,000? That's not expensive? He worked as a bodyguard for Wen Fuyao for so long and didn't he even earn 17,000 yuan? Is that how rich people talk? Jiang Yu forced a smile and slowly leaned closer to Han Ying. Han Ying suddenly turned her face away, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. "Stay away from me." Jiang Yu meekly said, let us talk about something. If you have something to say, just say it. Keep your distance. I know you see me as a tool, but this is still taking up my time. Calling me half a worker isn't too much, is it? What do you really want to say? If I'm working, I should get paid. I don't want the money, but could you buy me a computer like yours? It was hard to believe that the same person who had recently spent 4 million on designing He Qingyuan's project was now begging for a computer worth over 10,000. Jiang Yu thought the compact laptop was pretty practical. He could take it with him when he went out and use it to compare maps online anywhere. But it's a bit expensive. If he had to buy it himself, he wouldn't be able to afford it, even if he wanted to. Han Ying coldly said, "We're just engaged, and you're already thinking about living off me?" Jiang Yu was speechless for a moment. "You call this freeloading? Please get your facts straight. I'm just demanding the compensation I deserve as a tool. Do you think I have all the free time in the world to play along with your little act?" Han Ying glared at him. "Are you trying to threaten me again by announcing our breakup?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu suddenly smiled. "Oh, you reminded me. You." Han Ying wanted to slap herself, thinking, how could I be so mouthy? She suddenly adopted a pitiful expression and spoke in a weak voice. "My dad cut off my financial support. I'm poor now too. Please don't bully me, okay?" As she spoke, she batted her eyelashes at Jiang Yu, who nearly succumbed to her charm. Jiang Yu composed himself and said firmly, "Don't try that with me. I'm getting that computer. I said it, and even Jesus can't stop me. How can someone be so shameless?" Speaking of shameless, I have to mention what happened at my grandfather's birthday banquet. Some people dragged me up on stage without my consent to use me as a shield, and even forced a kiss on me. Who's the real shameless one here? Shut your mouth. Han Ying was furious. She had done it reluctantly back then, giving him a kiss as a favor. He, on the other hand, had gotten the better of her and was now turning the tables, accusing her of being shameless. Jiang Yu extended his hand. "Shut up, and give me money to buy a computer." Han Ying had no choice. "What's your WeChat ID? I'll add you. Alipay is fine too." "I don't have one." "What? In this day and age, there's still someone without WeChat or Alipay? What use would that be to me?" Jiang Yu and the old man either had no fixed residence or lived on Boki Mountain. They never shopped online, and he had almost no friends, so he didn't need those apps. "Without WeChat or Alipay, how am I supposed to pay you? I don't have that much cash on me." "Oh, I see." Jiang Yu took out his phone and said, "Then help me sign up for WeChat and Alipay. I should start getting used to a cashless lifestyle too." "Cash?" Jiang Yu suddenly raised his voice, startling Han Ying, who angrily shouted, "What are you doing? I need to go out for a bit. We'll talk about the computer later. He finally remembered what he had overlooked: cash. He Qing Yuan's assets had been frozen, but he still had 4 million in cash. That was what he had given him. 4 million, enough to buy someone's life. Chapter 91, Pure Curiosity. Jiang Yu rushed to Wen Fuyao's house in a panic, so worried that he forgot to call first. Seeing Wen Fuyao sitting safely at home, Jiang Yu finally exhaled in relief. What happened? Seeing his panicked expression, Wen Fuyao's heart tightened as well. Jiang Yu shook his head and said, "Nothing. I was just worried that He Qing Yuan would take revenge on you." He stared intently at Wen Fuyao's face. A faint black aura still lingered around her brow. The crisis was far from over, and he was certain He Qing Yuan would seek revenge on Wen Fuyao. He Qing Yuan had fallen to such a state there was nothing he wouldn't do now. Wen Fuyao said, "He Qing Yuan is already bankrupt. He shouldn't have the means to take revenge on me, right? Don't forget, we just gave him 4 million in cash a few days ago. Cash can't be frozen by the court. Don't worry. If I were He Qing Yuan, I'd take the 4 million in cash and flee to another place, figuring out a way to make a comeback. 4 million in cash is more than enough to serve as startup capital for his second venture. With a little maneuvering, it would be enough to avoid the troubles caused by his bankruptcy. Let's hope he does." In fact, Jiang Yu was certain that He Qing Yuan would seek revenge, because when He Qing Yuan was at the courthouse entrance, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. But he didn't say it out loud, so as not to worry Wen Fuyao. He cautioned, "Better safe than sorry. Be careful these days." "Got it." Wen Fuyao flashed a bright smile. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come in and have something to eat." "No, I have some things to take care of." "Will you be back tonight?" "Huh?" Jiang Yu was filled with questions. "What does that mean? I've already moved out, haven't I?" When Fuyao spoke softly, "Come back." Back then, she had asked Jiang Yu to leave on a whim, but now she regretted it. She had given up the opportunity to be so close to him. Jiang Yu still doesn't know how to face Wen Fuyao. He's torn between accepting or rejecting her and is still very conflicted. He dares not move back. "Well, it's not convenient right now. I'm currently the son-in-law of the Han family. If I move in with you, it's bound to cause gossip, which wouldn't be good for you or the Han family." When Fuyao nodded gently, "I understand." Though she understood, there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes. Jiang Yu went to the Qing Yuan club again and found Jin Hu. Jin Hu poured him a cup of tea and said admiringly, "Brother, I heard about the commotion you caused at the Tingyun Merchants Association. That was impressive." Jiang Yu waved it off, "It's nothing. Beating up a few dozen ordinary people isn't something to be proud of." Jin Hu smiled and asked, "Brother, what brings you here so late?" Jiang Yu spoke directly, "I need your help with something." "Hey, just say what you need. No need to be so formal. What's going on? Your Black Tiger Hall has many men. I want you to keep an eye on someone for me." "Who?" "He Qing Yuan." "No problem, leave it to me. Then I'll thank you in advance. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "Why wait? Let us do it now. How about having a meal here at the clubhouse?" Jin Hu winked and said, "My clubhouse may not be as fancy as the one in Linzhou, but it has everything you need. I guarantee you'll have a great time." "Oh?" Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. The old man was a free-spirited person who had once taken Jiang Yu to a club before. However, the old man was stingy, always making Jiang Yu wait in the lobby while he went in alone to enjoy himself. Therefore, Jiang Yu had long harbored a desire to visit the club once, to see what it was that the old man couldn't stop thinking about. Now that Jin Hu mentioned it, he was intrigued. He had never been to a nightclub before, so it might be worth checking out. He and Jin Hu drank for 2 hours at the nightclub. Jin Hu was so drunk he couldn't find his way out, but fortunately, he had made arrangements in advance. The manager led Jiang Yu into a room filled with sensual ambience. A round waterbed was placed against the wall. Jiang Yu lay down on it, swaying gently, which had a unique charm. A few minutes later, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked in, her legs long and straight, showing off her high slit. She looked to be around 24 or 25, with an attractive figure and appearance. "Hello, I'm technician number 8, here to serve you. What services do you offer?" Jiang Yu was purely curious. The woman paused, thinking to herself, "You're here to play and don't know what services are available?" If it weren't for Jean Lauda personally instructing her, she would have suspected Jiang Yu was here to pick up women. "Well, it's just massage and healthcare services." "Be more specific." "This." The beautiful woman leaned in close and whispered a few words in Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu suddenly understood, no wonder the old man is so obsessed with this, he really knows how to have fun. "So the old man sent me down the mountain to let me loose? No wonder I couldn't find anyone when I went back earlier." The woman said awkwardly, "Well, should I help you get ready for a shower?" Jiang Yu shook his head, "No need, you can go out." "What? I'm a bit tired and want a rest. Let's do it next time. I'll find you then." Jiang Yu just wanted to see what it was like. He hadn't planned on actually doing anything. The beautiful woman's words earlier had also resolved a long-standing curiosity he had harbored in his heart. By midnight, Jiang Yu didn't go back and stayed at the clubhouse. The next day, Jin Hu, still groggy, knocked on Jiang Yu's door. The first thing he asked was whether Jiang Yu had a good time last night. Jiang Yu casually replied that it was okay, and Jin Hu urged him to come play more often. Jiang Yu thought to himself, I have 9 fiancées. Even among these 2, they're all as beautiful as flowers. Why would I need to come here? He dared not make any promises about Han Ning, but as for Wen Fuyao, if he was willing, he could have her in no time. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. I couldn't find He Qing Yuan. Jin Hu got down to business. What do you mean you couldn't find him? I sent people to He Qing Yuan's company and his villa, but we couldn't find him. I heard he went bankrupt. Could he have already left Tianyun City? Jin Hu didn't know that He Qing Yuan's bankruptcy was due to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu frowned and said, he must still be in Tianyun City. Keep sending people to look for him. The longer they couldn't find He Qing Yuan, the more worried Jiang Yu became. As the saying goes, open enemies are easy to avoid, but hidden enemies are hard to guard against. After leaving the Qing Yuan club, he called Han Xiong again and asked her to use her connections to see if she could find He Qing Yuan. On the phone, Han Xiong said, let bygones be bygones. You've already ruined him, why not just let it go? Jiang Yu replied, I'm just worried he'll seek revenge. That's all. Han Xiong said, I don't have time right now. I'm cleaning up your mess at Luchuang Mountain. She had come to Chao Bin's house again today, but once more, she was turned away. Chao Bin had no intention of reconciling and refused to see her. Even a saint would lose their temper after 3 consecutive rejections. Han Xiong was furious. If you don't want to negotiate, then so be it. If Chao the master wants to settle the score, the Han family will accompany you. She stormed off, but before she had gone far, Chao Gang arrived, shouting from a distance, Uncle, the time isn't right yet. Chapter 92, the 3 parties invite each other. Chao Gang was seething inside. With this grudge unavenged, he couldn't enjoy himself in the slightest these past few days. Chao Bin opened the door and stepped out, hands behind his back, gazing at the green mountains. The timing isn't that easy to come by. If it were just about dealing with Jiang Yu, it would be simple, but now that the Han group was involved, Chao Bin dared not act rashly. Chao Gang sighed, Uncle, I can't hold my head up in front of my friends these days. What are you hesitating about? Chao Bin replied, the Han family and the Han group are among the top companies in Tianyun City. Their connections are beyond your imagination. Do you really think that as the president of the Martial Arts Association, I can challenge them? Chao Gang's expression grew even more grim. Then did I take that beating for nothing? Uncle, even though he hit me, it was no different from challenging you. Chao Bin glared at him, don't provoke me. As the old saying goes, one must have a just cause to act. If I were to lay a hand on a young upstart just because of a dispute among you juniors, what would the Martial Arts Association think of me? They'll say I'm bullying the weak. That's what's truly shameful. At Chao Bin's position, reputation was more important than anything else. Master! A voice called out from the door. Sun Yu, a disciple of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall, stood respectfully at the entrance. Though the door was wide open, he dared not step into the courtyard without the master's permission. Among the martial arts school disciples, Chao Bin didn't know many, but Sun Yu was one of them. However, the 2 disciples had incompatible personalities and had never interacted much. Chao Bin glanced outside and asked, Uncle, who is he? Chao Bin swept his sleeve and sat upright on the wooden chair in the hall, speaking softly, he is your master's disciple. Tell him to come in. Chao Gang finally walked to the door, waved his hand toward the courtyard and said, come in. As he passed by Sun Yu, Chao Gang noticed his empty hands and couldn't help but tease, coming to visit relatives and not bringing any gifts? Sun Yu looked slightly embarrassed and hurriedly explained, senior disciple, I came in a hurry. Chao Gang gave a cold smile, stop with the formalities. What do you want with my uncle? The next moment, Sun Yu stepped into the main hall, knelt down with a thud, and cried out, please help us settle this matter. Settle this for you? Don't you know I don't get along with your master? I know, but senior uncle, I really have no other options. My master didn't want me to come, but that brat insulted my master's school, and he doesn't even respect you, senior uncle. I just can't take it anymore. Chao Bin stood up and asked, what exactly happened? Chao Gang was also curious and slowly approached. Sun Yu angrily said, a few days ago, someone came to our martial arts school to challenge us. He boasted about his martial arts skills, beat my master into a severe injury, and insulted our school. I told him that Chao Master, the top martial artist in Tianyun City, is our senior master and a member of the Hangwu Gate, but that brat was arrogant and said nonsense about Chao Master, claiming he'd fight him even if he came. Sun Yu, in an attempt to persuade Chao Bin to avenge them, falsely accused Jiang Yu of things that never happened. Upon hearing this, Chao Gang flew into a rage, who dares to insult my uncle? Chao Bin's expression darkened as he asked, what's his name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Chao Bin and his nephew both froze in surprise. Immediately, Chao Gang pulled out a photo from his phone and asked, is this the Jiang Yu? That's him. Just seeing Jiang Yu's photo, Sun Yu's eyes nearly burst into flames. This man injured my master and dishonored my martial arts school. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him. It must be said that Sun Yu's acting was quite convincing. He. Chao Gang suddenly smiled. Uncle, now we finally have a legitimate reason to act, right? He insulted us first. Chaobin slapped the table with a loud thud, leaving a clear handprint on the wooden surface. Ignorant brat, you've gone too far. Chaobin's martial arts were profound, and his sleeves trembled. Master Chao. A voice rang out from the door again. Chao Gang walked to the entrance and saw someone approaching. He hurriedly said, Uncle, Mr. Zhao from the Ding Shang group has arrived. Chaobin immediately suppressed his anger, straightened his clothes, and hurried out to greet him. What kind of wind is blowing today that you managed to bring Mr. Zhao here? Master Chao, how have you been? Zhao Zhizhong performed the traditional martial arts bow, then gave Zhao Shuo a nod. Zhao Shuo immediately presented the gift he was holding. This is my son, Zhao Shuo. Zhao Zhizhong introduced him briefly, then glared at Zhao Shuo and said, This is the top martial artist in Tianyun City. Hurry up and call him over. Zhao Shuo hurriedly called out, Master Chao. Chaobin appraised Zhao Shuo with a glance and flattered, Your son is truly a prodigy. Master Chao is too kind. Mr. Zhao, please come inside. Chaobin ushered Zhao Zhizhong and his son inside, then instructed Chao Gang, make some tea. Chaobin introduced, This is my nephew Chao Gang. He is the disciple of my junior brother Wei Xiao, Sun Yu. Zhao Zhizhong nodded slightly. He recognized Wei Xiao but did not know Sun Yu. After taking a sip of tea, Chaobin asked, Mr. Zhao, you're always so busy with work. How did you find the time to come here today? Zhao Zhizhong didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I came today mainly because I have a favor to ask. Please go ahead, Mr. Zhao. Master Chao, I need your help to deal with someone. Who? Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Chao Bin and Chao Gang were taken aback once again. What's going on today? Why is everyone asking him to deal with Jiang Yu? Sun Yu remained expressionless. He knew that the Ding Shang group and Jiang Yu had a long-standing feud. Zhao Shuo pulled out a photo and clenched his teeth, saying, Master Chao, it's this man. The man in the photo was the same person who had a grudge against Chao Gang. Chao Gang was very excited. With Zhao Zhizhong coming to beg for help now, his uncle would definitely intervene. But Chao Bin remained calm and asked, May I ask what grudge Mr. Zhao has against this young man? Zhao Shuo interjected, He insulted me first and then stole my fiancée. This is a grudge that can never be forgiven. Chao Bin asked again, What does Mr. Zhao want me to do? Zhao Shuo glared at him with a murderous look and said slowly, I want him dead. Chao Gang was also very excited and immediately agreed, Mr. Zhao, our thoughts are in perfect harmony. Chao Good, do you also have a grudge against him? Chao Gang raised his cast-covered hand, this is all thanks to him. Chao Bin furrowed his brows and shot him a sharp glance. Chao Gang immediately stood at attention, dared not say another word. He spoke slowly, Mr. Zhao, you asked me for help and I would have done it without hesitation. But you should know that the young man is the future son-in-law of the Han family. I'm worried. Master Chao, there's no need to worry. I'll handle the Han family myself. You just focus on dealing with Jiang Yu. Chao Bin laughed heartily, stood up, and said, with Mr. Zhao's assurance, I can rest easy. Chao Gang. Uncle? Deliver a challenge to that young man. In 1 week, we will settle this at the peak of Luto Hall. Chapter 93, Money is all that matters. With the full support of the Dingshan group, Chao Bin had no worries whatsoever. While Jiang Yu was still running around searching for He Qing Yuan, he had no idea that the challenge from the top martial artist in Tianyun City had already been delivered to the Han family. He Qing Yuan seemed to have vanished completely. After leaving the courthouse, no one had seen him, and he didn't seem to have contacted anyone either. This made Jiang Yu very uneasy. He himself didn't care much, as he could withstand any of He Qing Yuan's tactics, but Wen Fuyao couldn't. Wen Fuyao, a defenseless woman, was no match for the beasts lurking in the darkness. He first went to Guanhuju, He Qing Yuan's villa, which was indeed empty. He also used his connections to have Wang Yu help retrieve the surveillance footage from the neighborhood. The surveillance footage showed that He Qing Yuan had returned once after losing the lawsuit, carrying a large suitcase out of the villa. Jiang Yu recognized the suitcase. It had been given to him by Du Lang, and it contained 4 million in cash. Although the city was covered by the Skynet surveillance system, Jiang Yu did not have the authority to access it. He spent the entire morning searching but found nothing. Searching alone in such a vast city was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He could only hope that Jin Hu would bring him some good news. He instructed Jin Hu to assign several people to secretly protect Wen Fuyao. As long as He Qing Yuan didn't hire professional assassins, they should be able to handle the situation. By noon, he dragged his weary body home, the aftermath of He Qing Yuan's actions leaving him in a fix. He sat on the sofa, massaging his temples, when he suddenly noticed a brand new laptop on the coffee table. A warm feeling washed over him, and he muttered to himself, You say no with your mouth, but your body is being honest. Clearly, the laptop was a gift from Han Ying. Though it didn't seem as expensive as Han Ying's laptop, it was more than sufficient for Jiang Yu, who only needed it for research. He immediately turned on the computer and started fiddling with it. He rarely used a computer, so he was unfamiliar with many of its functions, and his typing speed was quite slow. It was precisely because of his extremely slow typing speed that his progress in researching the information was poor. After class, Han-ning bought a boxed meal near the school gate and went home. She had another class in the afternoon and needed to rest for about an hour before heading back to school. Upon entering the room, she saw Jiang Yu tapping the keyboard one finger at a time. She mocked him, "With your typing speed, you have the nerve to ask me to buy you a computer? What's wrong? You haven't learned pinyin?" Jiang Yu had never attended school. He had learned to recognize characters from an old man. "Why don't I buy you a handwriting tablet instead?" Since she had already spent several $1,000s on a laptop, Han-ning didn't mind spending a little more on a stylus pad, so she decided to be generous. "No need." Jiang Yu's pride kicked in. "I'll figure out pinyin in a couple of days, and I'll type faster than you." "Haha, keep dreaming. At least bragging doesn't cost anything. Want to bet?" "How do you want to bet?" "In 2 days, if my typing speed is faster than yours, you'll give me 10,000 yuan, how about that?" "You're broke, aren't you? All you ever talk about is money?" Han-ning mocked him with a sneer, then said with a strange smile, "But I'll take the bet. Don't even mention 2 days, I'll give you 20 days if you want." She had been playing with computers since she was 3 years old, and her typing speed was lightning fast. She didn't believe Jiang Yu could come up with anything special in just 2 days. Someone was offering her money, why not take it? 20 days, no backing out. Poof. Han-ning snorted lightly, placed the takeout box on the table, and began to eat while scrolling through her social media feed. Jiang Yu glanced up and muttered, "What about mine?" Han-ning had only bought 1 box meal. "There's none for you. If you want to eat, go cook it yourself." Han-ning shot back without looking up. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. "Even as the eldest daughter of the Han family, how can you be so stingy?" Han-ning immediately looked up, her eyes flashing with anger. "First of all, I didn't know you were home. Second, providing you with a place to stay is already generous enough. Do you expect me to feed you too? I'm your tool now, working for you. Don't give me that. I've already paid you." Han-ning quickly finished her meal and returned to her room to rest. Jiang Yu was still fiddling with the computer, determined to win that 10,000 yuan, and was already searching for videos to learn pinyin. At 2 in the afternoon, Han-ning woke up with sleepy eyes. "Do you have time tonight?" Han-ning asked as she was about to leave. "What's up? Are you inviting me to dinner?" "My dad is inviting you." "Huh?" Jiang Yu suddenly looked up. "Your dad? He doesn't like me at all. Why would he suddenly invite me to dinner? Isn't this a trap?" Han-ning explained, "My dad just called me and said we should come back for a simple dinner tonight. He wants to talk to you about something." Jiang Yu muttered, "What could I possibly talk to your dad about? I have no idea. Anyway, I've told you. You can go if you want." Alright, I got it. Go back to your class. Don't disturb me while I'm learning pinyin." Han-ning burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably. "I've never seen someone almost 20 years old learning pinyin before. Do you want me to teach you? Ah, buchi de ifu ge. Get lost. Don't mess up my train of thought with English alphabet order. Ha ha ha." Han-ning burst into laughter and walked out the door. Jiang Yu had been studying pinyin for an hour when Su-wan called him, saying she was waiting for him at Yu Yen Company. Su-wan thought he was still working at Yu Yen Company. Jiang Yu hurried to the lobby of Yu Yen Company, where Su-wan was waiting in a checkered skirt, attracting countless glances. A beautiful woman is always the center of attention wherever she goes. "Did they pay you again so soon?" Jiang Yu assumed that Su-wan had called him only to repay the money and nothing else. Su-wan gave an awkward smile. "Payday is still a while away. Are you short on money? Maybe I can figure out a way to pay you back a portion first?" Jiang Yu waved his hand. "I'm not short on money. What do you need from me?" Su-wan said, "My father's health has improved significantly. My mother wanted him to rest for a while longer, but he insisted on going back to work. I was hoping you could examine him to see if he is able to work like a normal person again, so they won't argue. A follow-up checkup, right?" "No problem." Jiang Yu thought it was something big. "Actually, you don't need to come all the way here. Just give me a call, and I'll go myself. I know the way, and if not, I'll have your cousin come with me. I already told my mom, but she insisted I come back personally to invite you, saying that would be the proper thing to do." Su-wan lowered her head slightly, her face turning a bit red. She roughly understood her mother's intentions. Her mother had set her sights on Jiang Yu. Having her come back was mainly to create an opportunity for her to interact with Jiang Yu. "Look at you, you're all flustered. Your face is red. Let's not stand here. Let's go." "Ah, right. Su-wan hurriedly ran to the street to hail a taxi, her face flushing all the way to her ears. Jiang Yu noticed everything and couldn't help but sigh. Look at how shy and clingy she is, and then look at Su Xin, who's like a tigress. Are they really related? Chapter 94, The Grudge Between Men. Silver willows covered the ground, and the scenery was lush and green. Most of the fields in Inyu village had been leased out, and most of the young people in the village were working away from home, leaving behind the elderly, women, and children. The elderly sat at their doorsteps fanning themselves with bamboo fans. Suwon passed by and greeted each of them politely. Suwon is back? Is that your boyfriend? Suwon, your boyfriend is really handsome. Suwon, when are you getting married? Whenever the young people returned to the village, the elderly mostly discussed such matters. Suwon explained along the way that Jiang Yu was just her friend. She didn't mention that Jiang Yu was a doctor because the villagers had seen Su Delang return from the brink of death and believed he had encountered a divine healer. If Suwon mentioned that Jiang Yu was the doctor who treated her father, Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to leave today. The elders would be lining up to ask him to examine them. Finally arriving at the front door, Suwon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, Mom, Jiang Yu is here. Suwon called out, and Su Delong and his wife hurried out to greet him, ushering him into the house and laying out all the food they had, showing great hospitality. The elderly villagers were still discussing Suwon and her boyfriend. Qianlai and Zhu Chao, who had nothing better to do, overheard the commotion and rushed toward Su's house at breakneck speed. Jiang Yu carefully examined Su Dekai's body. Su Dekai asked cautiously, Dr. Jiang, how is my health? Am I okay now? You're fine. Can I get up and work now? Of course you can, but you must continue taking the medicine. Take 2 more doses to consolidate the treatment. Su Detsai was thrilled. Dr. Jiang, you're truly a miracle doctor. At that moment, Zhang Giro gave Su Detsai a discreet signal, then pulled Suwon into the courtyard. She smiled and said, Dr. Jiang, I need to speak with Wanner for a moment. Once in the courtyard, Zhang Giro glanced toward the living room and asked, What do you think? Suwon blushed, What do you mean, what do I think? I'm talking about you and Dr. Jiang. He's handsome and skilled in medicine. You wouldn't be at a loss following him. I think it's a good idea. Mom, what are you talking about? My cousin told me that Dr. Jiang already has an engaged fiancée. What's the problem if he has an engaged fiancée? He hasn't married her yet. Be proactive, maybe it could work out. You have a great figure and a beautiful face, what's there to envy? In the living room, after praising Jiang Yu's medical skills, Su Dekai also asked, Dr. Jiang, what do you think of my daughter? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Uncle, what do you mean? Su Detsai said, when you first came, I heard everything my daughter said. Although she only agreed to marry you out of desperation at the time, I think you're a good person, so this could work. What? Dr. Jiang, although our family's circumstances aren't great, my daughter is well qualified. Please consider it? Jiang Yu was speechless. He glanced outside and saw Suwon blushing, thinking that the two of them were probably trying to convince her separately. What kind of situation is this? Could treating her illness lead to him ending up with a girlfriend? Forget it. The 9 marriage contracts he already has are more than enough to give him a headache. Uncle, actually, I have an engaged fiancée. We just got engaged a few days ago. Ah, really? Su Detsai looked regretful and slowly pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The atmosphere in the living room grew awkward. Jiang Yu stood up and said, Uncle, there is nothing else to discuss. I'll be going now. He walked into the courtyard, where Zhang Giro immediately came up to him and asked, How did your talk with your uncle go? As she spoke, she gave Su Detsai a meaningful glance, as if seeking his input. Su Detsai stood at the living room door, took a drag on his cigarette, and shook his head helplessly. Zhang Giro glared at him angrily, filled with reproach. Suwon also felt a bit awkward and hurriedly said, Dad, since you're feeling better, we should go now. There's still a lot of work to do at the company. Girl, remember what your mother said. Zhang Giro continued to admonish Suwon. Suwon looked at Jiang Yu with an apologetic expression, but Jiang Yu didn't seem to mind. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw Qianlai and Zhu Chao rushing over like mad dogs. As soon as they saw Jiang Yu, they slammed on the brakes. The two of them clung to each other's shoulders, panting heavily. Gulp. Zhu Chao swallowed hard and said, Come on, it's him. That brat got beaten up by the two of us back then, and he actually dares to show up. Qianlai's anger flared up the moment he saw Jiang Yu, his venomous gaze seemed ready to devour him. He hated Jiang Yu with a passion. Qianlai had been pursuing Suwon, but Suwon had her sights set on someone else and didn't think much of him. Qianlai knew deep down that with Suwon's qualifications, finding a richer and more handsome boyfriend in the province wouldn't be difficult. Su Dekai's illness gave him an opportunity, his only opportunity. If Jiang Yu hadn't appeared, given Suwon's filial piety, she would have sacrificed her own happiness to pay for her father's medical treatment. Qianlai didn't care whether Suwon's heart was with him or not, he only cared whether she was in his bed. However, Jiang Yu unexpectedly appeared and cured Su Detsai with just a few doses of traditional Chinese medicine, shattering Qianlai's illusions. For several days, Qianlai dreamed of chasing and killing Jiang Yu, and in his dreams, Jiang Yu had died countless times. Jiang Yu was also surprised. After being hit with 2 sticks last time, he hadn't bothered to confront them in the middle of the night, yet they dared to show up again. Qianlai looked around frantically but couldn't find any sticks. He took a step back and picked up a half-broken red brick from the side of the road, clenching it tightly in his hand. With this weapon, he felt a little more confident. You little bastard, you dare come to our Inlu village? Today, I'll make sure you don't leave alive. Zhu Chao, Zhu, where are you? Qianlai turned around and saw that Zhu Chao had retreated even further. Both of them knew that the two of them together weren't a match for Jiang Yu. Zhu Chao muttered, "Come on, brother, we don't have any weapons. We can't fight him head-on." Qianlai took a few more steps back, clenched his teeth, and whispered, "The hatred for stealing my wife is unforgivable. We can't just let this go." Zhu Chao said, "Isn't Feng Yang back? He's been training in a martial arts school in the city for years. He can definitely handle this kid." "Him? Didn't he get his back broken by someone recently and had to stay in the hospital for a few days? That must have been someone stronger from the martial arts school. Feng Yang should be able to handle him, right?" Jiang Yu watched the two of them whispering to each other, smirking, "If you want to fight, come on. If you're too scared, get out of the way. Don't you know what it means to let the good dogs pass? Damn it! You dare to steal my girlfriend and then insult me." Su Wan's face darkened with disgust. "Who's your girlfriend? Give me the money. Stop talking nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. Su Wan, this has nothing to do with you. This is between us men." He pulled out his phone and shouted, "You little punk, just wait. I'll call my men to deal with you." Chapter 95, We outnumber him, what is there to be afraid of? A man's business? Jiang Yu found this man somewhat interesting and said casually, "If I beat you into submission this time, will you stop harassing Su Wan? If I beat you into submission, will you stop competing with me?" Jiang Yu almost burst out laughing. "Which I did you see me competing with you over a girlfriend?" He spoke solemnly, "I'm giving you this chance." He might as well finish the job and help Su Wan get rid of this nuisance. "Alright." Qian Laimu glared at him. "Do you want a one-on-one or a brawl? Your choice." "Alright, I'll give you time to call for backup." Group fight. Qianlai had no confidence in a one-on-one fight. Jiang Yu spoke calmly, "To deal with you, I don't need to call for help." Qianlai's heart leaped with joy. He hurriedly said, "There you go, you said it yourself. Don't say I'm bullying you later when there are more of us." Zhu Chao said provocatively, "You're dead, kid. My buddies have been trained." Jiang Yu didn't think much of it. More people bullying fewer people? Can you outnumber the Black Tiger Hall and the Cloud Commerce Guild? Can you fight better than the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall? Qianlai made a call, "Feng Yang, come to Su Wan's house right now. There's some fool trying to steal my woman. Help me teach him a lesson." After hanging up, Qianlai walked with his head held high, full of confidence. Jiang Yu felt that the name Feng Yang sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. Those minor characters he had beaten up before, he couldn't possibly remember them all. He stood calmly at the entrance, but Su Wan was panicking, grabbing his arm and whispering, "Let's go. If something happens to you, I won't be able to face anyone." Jiang Yu replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." "But?" "Don't say but. Don't you want to get rid of those two fat guys? I'll help you." Qianlai, upon hearing the word fat, immediately snapped, "You brat, watch your mouth. I'm not fat." Compared to Zhu Chao, who weighed over 180 pounds, Qianlai wasn't fat, but next to Jiang Yu, he was all muscle and fat. Zhu Chao chimed in, "We're the standard build. We're tall and handsome, something you could never compare to." Jiang Yu mocked, "A standard build at 180 pounds? Tall and handsome? Self-love has its limits. Don't you scare yourself when you look in the mirror?" Zhu Chao angrily retorted, "You don't know what you're talking about. Do you even know what they say about good looks being common and interesting souls being rare?" Jiang Yu said, "An interesting soul weighs 180 pounds. Zhu Chao's face turned green, "Try making fun of my weight again." Under the blazing sun, Feng Yang rushed over on a bicycle, sweating profusely. As soon as he arrived, Qianlai and Zhu Chao looked triumphant. "My buddy's here. You're dead." Qianlai tossed the half-brick he was holding, revealing a sinister smile. Feng Yang dismounted at the corner, pushed his bicycle to the side of the road, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted, "Who's there? Who's trying to steal my brother's girlfriend?" Qianlai waved at him, "He's at Su Wan's front door." The three of them gathered together, with Feng Yang in the center, Qianlai and Zhu Chao on either side. Zhu Chao also picked up a red brick, tossing it as he walked, and the three of them marched toward Su Wan's front door. While waiting, Su Wan brought a chair for Jiang Yu and cut a watermelon. Qianlai was nearly furious. "I'm almost roasting in the sun, and you're enjoying watermelon in the shade." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Pointing at Jiang Yu, he said, "Feng Yang, that's the guy. He's so arrogant. Let's all go and beat him up." "Beat him up!" Zhu Chao roared and charged forward with Qianlai. Just as they were about to reach Jiang Yu, they suddenly slammed on the brakes and scrambled back. Because Feng Yang hadn't moved at all. "Feng Yang, don't betray us. We agreed to attack together." Qianlai scolded him, then added, "Follow my command. I'll count to 3, and we'll charge together. 1, 2, 3. Qianlai and Zhu Chao launched their second charge, but after running a few steps, they hurriedly turned back. Feng Yang still didn't move, standing there swallowing saliva in big gulps. Zhu Chao was annoyed. "Feng Yang, what is wrong with you? I called you here to help, not to watch." Qianlai asked, "Is it too hot? He looks like he's heat stroke. Look at his lips, they're white." Feng Yang's lips were indeed pale, but it was from fear. Jiang Yu might not remember him, but he would never forget Jiang Yu. Back then, when Jiang Yu had challenged the dojo, he had swept through the entire martial arts hall alone. How full of vigor and spirit he had been, how awe-inspiring he had been. Moreover, Feng Yang had been injured by Jiang Yu, so how could he forget the one responsible? Xu Chao fanned Feng Yang with his hand and said, "Come on, let's go buy a watermelon to help Feng Yang cool down." Xian Lai was thinking the same thing. In front of Jiang Yu, the two of them were no match for him. Without Feng Yang, they were just asking for a beating. Jiang Yu took a bite of watermelon and said casually, "Are we still fighting? Do you think there aren't enough of us? Should I give you more time to call for reinforcements?" Xian Lai shouted, "Don't get too cocky too soon. My buddy is just too hot. Wait until he recovers, and we'll beat you until you're begging for mercy." Gulp. Feng Yang swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. These two idiots still dared to talk back? You two, listen to me. Don't provoke him. Feng Yang spoke, his voice trembling. Xian Lai said, "We've got numbers on our side. What's there to be afraid of?" Feng Yang held his waist, complaining bitterly. "You're not afraid, but I am. I've only been in the hospital for a few days, I don't want to go back." Xu Chao said, "Feng Yang, are you not confident? Didn't that kid just say to call more people? If you're not confident, call a few of your fellow disciples. I don't believe we can't handle him." Xian Lai said, "Don't worry about the money. As long as you help me vent this anger, I'll give each of your fellow disciples 5,000 yuan as a thank you gift." Feng Yang grimaced and said, "Should I call my master?" Upon hearing this, Xian Lai was overjoyed. "If that's possible, that's even better. I heard your master is one of the top 10 masters in Tianyun City, right? Top 10 martial artists?" Zhu Chao was excited. "Feng Yang, why didn't you mention this connection earlier?" Xian Lai immediately raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu and laughed heartily. "Ha ha. You're finished, kid. My buddy knows one of the top 10 martial artists in Tianyun City." Xu Chao joined in the laughter. "Do you know who they are? The master of Tianqing Martial Arts Hall, Wei Xiao. A renowned martial arts master." Feng Yang was about to cry and shouted, "Stop laughing." Xian Lai and Zhu Chao froze, then turned to ask in unison, "What's wrong with you?" Feng Yang asked, "Do you know who he is?" "Of course we know. He's just a worthless doctor." "A quack doctor? Do you know that he's also a martial arts master? Even my master isn't his match. You guys, you actually dared to challenge him to a fight? Do you want to get me killed?" Chapter 96, Remember Your Ambitions from Youth. Feng Yang looked up at the sky in silence, feeling a dull pain in his waist. Xian Lai and Zhu Chao felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their vision going dark. "What? Master Jiang? More powerful than the top 10 martial arts masters of the Wei clan? Are you kidding me? He's just a lowly doctor." After a long while, Xian Lai finally snapped out of it and asked weakly, "Feng Yang, you're not joking with us, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? My back injury was caused by him, right in front of dozens of people at the martial arts hall." Upon learning the truth, Xian Lai and Zhu Chao nearly shed tears. What kind of bad luck is this? To run into such a martial arts master? No wonder others are so brazen. Jiang Yu finished eating a piece of watermelon and walked toward them slowly. "I don't have time to waste. If you don't make a move, I won't hold back." As soon as he made a starting gesture, Feng Yang fell to his knees with a thud, looking utterly dejected. "Master Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. You know me?" "Of course I do. I'm from the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. I was there when you challenged the dojo, and you even beat me up." Jiang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. The way he said it, it sounded like being beaten by me was an honor. Xian Lai and Zhu Chao didn't hesitate either, they both knelt down neatly. They say a man's knees are made of gold, but they knelt down more naturally than anyone else. There was nothing they could do. That man was even more formidable than the head of the martial arts academy, he could kill them with a single punch. Compared to their lives, what's a few knees worth? "Master, we were wrong. Zhu Chao kept bowing, "We were just joking around with you earlier. Don't take it seriously." Xian Lai said, "Master Jiang, we were wrong to hit you earlier. I'll compensate you, no matter how much it costs." Feng Yang's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and for a moment, he was amazed by Xian Lai. This guy actually hit Jiang Master. He felt like the person kneeling beside him wasn't a human being, but a pit of fire. Jiang Yu thought he'd have to show off his skills to settle things, but he never expected things to turn out so unpredictably. He waved his hand and said, "I don't need your compensation." Those two blows were like a tickle to him. Xian Lai gave him a thumbs up. "Master Jiang is truly magnanimous. I admire you." Jiang Yu's expression darkened. "Stop flattering me. Just remember what I said earlier." "What did you say?" Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. Xian Lai realized, I remember. "Master Jiang, rest assured. I'll never bother Su Wan again." "Your girlfriend?" "I wouldn't dare." Jiang Yu didn't bother to explain further, merely nodding slightly. He then turned to Su Wan and said, "It's over. Let us go." Qianlai hurriedly stood up. Master Jiang, are you heading into the city? Where else? Are you suggesting we go to your place for tea? Master Jiang, our village is far from the city. The bus only comes every half hour and it's hard to hail a taxi. Please wait a moment, I'll drive you. Jiang Yu thought about the distance from Su Wan's house to the main road and didn't refuse. After nodding, Qianlai helped Feng Yang pick up the bicycle he had left by the roadside and rode back home in a flash. Less than 10 minutes later, a Passat pulled up in front of Su Wan's house. Qianlai got out of the car, opened the door for Jiang Yu, and bowed respectfully, saying, Master Jiang, please get in. Watch your head. Jiang Yu thought to himself, if you're going to be someone's henchman, you should have a bright future. What are you doing being so arrogant in the countryside? Jiang Yu got into the car. Su Wan had nothing to worry about, so she bid farewell to her parents and got in as well. The car drove away slowly. Su Dekai and his wife stood at the gate, filled with emotion. Zhang Giro said, Dr. Jiang is truly skilled. Even Qianlai, who's always been so arrogant, is now completely subdued by him. Didn't you hear? Just now, Qianlai said that Zhang Doctor is more powerful than any martial arts master. If only Wanner could marry him. It's difficult. Dr. Jiang said he already has an engaged fiancée. What's the problem with an engaged fiancée? They're not married yet, so there's still a chance for our daughter, right? What chance? Do you want our daughter to be the third wheel? Hey, how can you talk like that? What do you mean third wheel? I'm just letting her fight for her own happiness. Dr. Jiang saved my life. We can't do something so unethical. How is that unethical? Su Dekai, explain yourself clearly. The couple started arguing as they spoke. Qianlai was a chatterbox, talking nonstop all the way. Master Jiang, to be honest, I've always had a dream of becoming a martial artist since I was a child. I wanted to find a master to learn from, but unfortunately, my family couldn't afford it at the time. When Feng Yang went to the martial arts school to learn martial arts, I wanted to go too, but my father wouldn't let me, insisting that I follow him to work. But now I've thought it through. I must learn martial arts, it's my dream. Master Jiang, why don't you take me as your disciple? I'll pay whatever tuition you ask. He said a lot, all leading up to that sentence. Jiang Yu casually brushed him off, you don't have the talent for it. No way. I've been to a few other martial arts schools before, and the masters there all said I'm a natural talent for martial arts, just a bit too old. But with perseverance, I still have a chance to become a master one day. Jiang Yu raised the corner of his mouth. A master of martial arts? Couldn't he tell that the other person was just trying to scam him for money? Money flowed freely, and Jiang Yu, out of politeness, occasionally chimed in, while Su Wan remained silent. She had nothing to say to Qianlai. However, there was one thing she was satisfied with. Throughout the entire journey, Qianlai hadn't spoken a single word to her, and the conversation had always revolved around the topic of becoming his disciple. If this had been in the past, with the two of them sharing a car, wouldn't he have tried to take advantage of her? Su Wan got off at the station. She had to rush back to Linzhou City. Before leaving, she told Jiang Yu that Lin Zong was quite busy these days and asked if he could arrange for Jiang Yu to come to Linzhou City for treatment. Jiang Yu thought about how Lin Shi had done him a big favor, so he agreed without hesitation. Qianlai only said goodbye to Su Wan and then continued talking about martial arts training. By the time they returned to the city, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Yu asked Qianlai to take him directly to Guanhuju. Qianlai was utterly astonished. Master Jiang, I never expected you to be so wealthy. Seeing Jiang Yu's plain attire, his clothes and pants combined weren't even as expensive as a pair of his socks. He had assumed Jiang Yu was penniless. But he never imagined that Jiang Yu lived at Guanhojia. Qianlai's family was a newly wealthy clan and the richest in the surrounding villages, but even if he sold everything he owned, he couldn't afford a villa at Guanhuju. Qianlai's father had often told him that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but he had always dismissed it. Today, he finally understood what it meant not to judge a book by its cover. A seemingly unremarkable poor doctor had a status and position that he could only dream of. This only strengthened Qianlai's resolve to become Jiang Yu's disciple. Watching Jiang Yu's back, Qianlai felt a surge of emotion and unconsciously recited a poem he had learned from the TV. Know that in youth, one must have lofty ambitions once vowed, one must strive to be the best in the world. Chapter 97, The Drama Queen. Qianlai thought to himself, if he had persisted in his martial arts dream when he was young, he might have achieved the same level of martial arts mastery as Jiang Yu at such a young age. At least, that's what he thought. He lingered at the entrance of Guanhuju for a long time before being chased away by Wang Yu. As he was being chased away, he arrogantly said to Wang Yu, "You're just a lowly security guard, what are you so proud of? Do you know who my master is? He's the youngest martial arts master in Tianyun City." He had been in Tianyun City for quite some time, and this was Jiang Yu's second visit to the Han family villa. Standing at the entrance, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. He had once thought he could obtain the marriage certificate smoothly and leave, but he never expected to go through so many twists and turns. "What are you standing there for? Afraid to come in? Afraid my older brother will eat you?" Han Xiong had been standing at the door all along, smiling at him. Jiang Yu took 2 steps forward and said, "What is there to be afraid of? I'm thrilled to be able to eat with you, Auntie.
Han Xiong rolled her eyes and said, "You've been in the city for so long, and you've already learned how to sweet-talk people."
She led Jiang Yu into the house, saying as they walked, "Don't be nervous. It's just a family dinner."
"It's just me, my older brother, and Xiaoying." In the kitchen, the maid was busy preparing the meal, and the aroma of food filled the air. "My older brother is in the study," and Xiaoying went back to her room after she came back.
"You can sit down first, I'll go call them." "Wait, just the few of us? What else? What about the old man?" Jiang Yu knew the answer, but he had to ask. His marriage to Han Ning was arranged by the old man.
If Jiang Yu arrived and ignored the old man, Han Xiong, being the shrewd person she was, might grow suspicious. Upon hearing this, Han Xiong grew somber. "Don't mention it." The day after the birthday banquet, the old man left a letter saying he was going to travel alone to explore the beautiful landscapes of our great country. At his age, what is he trying to prove by acting like a youngster and just up and leaving? Jiang Yu laughed. Maybe he has just become more open-minded with age. He has seen enough to live life on his own terms.
He's being impulsive, but does he know how worried we are? We've been searching for days with no news. It's driving us crazy.
By the way, if the old man contacts you, make sure to let us know immediately.
Of course I will. After saying that, Han Xiong went upstairs.
Han Ning came down immediately when called, but Han Tianming remained in the study without moving.
Han Ning curled up on the sofa, looking very relaxed. Han Xiong reminded her, "There's a guest here. Mind your manners."
Han Ning muttered, "Auntie, you've already treated him like family.
Why should I worry about my appearance in front of family?" Han Xiong was speechless. Han Ning looked toward the kitchen and called out, "Aunt Zhou, how much longer until dinner? I'm starving."
The maid's voice came from the kitchen, "Almost ready, almost ready."
Han Xiong asked, "Look at you, starving like a ghost. Didn't you eat lunch?" Han Ning immediately looked at Han Xiong with a pitiful expression. "Yes, Auntie. I can't even afford to eat anymore. Could you please help me out?" "You can't afford to eat?" Jiang Yusen thought to herself, "Did you feed the dog lunch? I just gave you 10,000, how could you run out of money so quickly? 10,000 isn't enough. Besides, it's not just for me." Jiang Yu was surprised. 10,000 isn't enough? A typical student's monthly living expenses are only a little over 1,000, right? Wait, what do you mean it's not just for you? Han Ning shot him a sideways glance. "Are you not human? I $%. Jiang Yu almost swore. "When the hell did I ever use your money? You won't even buy me a boxed meal, and you expect me to use your money?" Han Ning seemed to know what Jiang Yu was thinking and said firmly, "Didn't I buy you the laptop?" "The laptop? That's..."
Jiang Yu stopped mid-sentence as Han Ning suddenly hugged him and covered his face. She whispered in Jiang Yu's ear, "If you want a better life, cooperate with me.
Agree by making a sound. MMM.
Han Ning finally let go, and Jiang Yu gasped, "You're trying to kill your own husband?"
Han Xiong, standing nearby, gave a strange smile. "Oh, things are moving pretty fast, aren't they? You're even flirting in front of me." Han Ning then threw herself onto Han Xiong, whining, "Auntie, you don't understand. He's good-looking and useful. I'm really broke."
She blinked her eyes, tears welling up.
Jiang Yu was deeply impressed. This acting talent would be wasted if she didn't become an actress.
"It was you and Grandpa who forced me to engage to him.
Now look, just as you wished, I've offended my father. If Grandpa were still alive, he'd never let me go hungry. I'm so pitiful. Enough, enough. Stop playing the victim in front of me. I'll transfer you 10,000 after dinner." Han Ning planted a kiss on Han Xiong's face and cheered excitedly, "Yay! Auntie, you're the best."
Just then, Han Tianming appeared at the second-floor railing, his face as dark as a storm cloud.
He scolded her in a stern voice, "What kind of behavior is this for a young lady?" "Oomph."
Han Ning snorted and turned her head away, refusing to look at her father.
She whispered in Han Xiong's ear, "Auntie, what does my dad mean?
He was the one who told us to come back for dinner, but ever since I came in, he's been frowning the whole time."
"Well, I'm not quite sure either."
When Han Tianming said he wanted to invite Jiang Yu back for dinner, Han Xiong was speechless, feeling as though the sun had risen in the west.
"Mr. Han."
Jiang Yu stood up and politely called out, meeting Han Tianming's hostile gaze and feeling uneasy.
"This feels like a trap." Han Xiong reminded him, still calling him Mr. Han? "You should change that." Han Ning casually asked, "What should we call him if not Mr. Han?" Han Xiong asked, "What do you call me?" "Auntie."
Jiang Yu also calls me Auntie now.
"So what should he call you?" "No need." Han Tianming came downstairs. "Don't call him anything until you've had the name-changing tea."
Han Xiong tried to smooth things over, but they're already engaged.
"Calling him uncle isn't too much, is it?" But Han Tianming refused. "It's unnecessary. I think we should maintain some distance between us." Han Xiong rolled her eyes. "Your daughter is about to marry him, and you're still keeping your distance?
Really, if you keep that sour expression, we might as well not eat this meal."
Han Ning nodded repeatedly. "With that sour expression, who could possibly eat?" Han Tianming said nothing, turned toward the kitchen, and asked, how much longer until dinner? The maid replied, the last dish is ready. Mr. Han, you can all come to the table. Han Tianming entered the dining room and coldly said, let's eat. Jiang Yuxing took a deep breath. This tense atmosphere, was this a meal or an interrogation? It was clear that Han Tianming was still dissatisfied with him as his son-in-law. So, what does this meal mean today? Come on, let's eat. Han Xiong patted his shoulder. I've got your back. Don't be afraid. Chapter 98, The Challenge. At the dinner table, Han Tianming looked solemn and serious, but he didn't seem very intimidating. Han Xiong and Han Ing, aunt and niece, ignored him completely, eating and drinking as they pleased, and constantly clinking glasses. Jiang Yu wanted to relax, but Han Tianming didn't touch his chopsticks, staring intently at him. Who could stand this? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me like that, okay? Jiang Yu also put down his chopsticks, looked at Han Tianming, and said calmly, Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Han Tianming took a small sip of wine and said solemnly, do you think that just because you're engaged to my daughter, you can do whatever you want? Do whatever you want? Uncle, I don't quite understand what you mean. Have you counted how many people you've offended in the past few days? I haven't counted, but probably not many. Anyway, I never start trouble. Oomph. Han Tianming slammed the table angrily, you dare to offend Master Chow? You're really bringing shame to the Han family. Han Xiong looked up, annoyed, just eat your meal. What's gotten into you? It's none of your business. How is it none of my business? Do you know why Jiang Yu offended Chow Bin? It's all because of your precious daughter. Dad, it's really not his fault. It was Chow Gang, Chow Master's nephew, who started the trouble that day. Han Ing also spoke up for Jiang Yu. Though she sometimes despised him, she still had a conscience. Just because he offended Chow Gang, Master Chow would personally send a challenge to our home? Han Tianming's face was filled with anger. Han Xiong was confused, what challenge? Jiang Yu was also puzzled, what challenge? Han Ing was equally curious, what challenge? Han Tianming directly threw the challenge letter at Jiang Yu, read it yourself. Jiang Yu opened it, and two little heads peered out at the same time. Han Xiong recited, I have recently heard of your arrogance, injuring my junior disciple and dishonoring my school. I am fulfilling the wishes of my fellow disciples by issuing this challenge. 7 days from now, we will face you at the peak of Luto Hall. Life and death will be decided by heaven. Signed, Chow Bin. In just a few words, it stated the reason for the challenge, the time, and the location of the decisive battle. Han Xiong was furious. Chow Bin, as an elder and the president of the Tianyun City Martial Arts Association, dares to challenge Jiang Yu? This is clearly bullying. Han Tianming said, bullying? The challenge letter clearly states the reason. Master Chow has a legitimate claim. Jiang Yu said, I admit to injuring his disciple, but I refuse to acknowledge insulting his martial arts school. Han Tianming gritted his teeth, that alone is enough for Master Chow to act. You're about to die and you still don't realize it. I heard you were partying at the Qingyuan club last night? Upon hearing this, Han Xiong and Han Ing both shot him a murderous glare. Han Ing scolded, you're bringing shame upon the Han family again. Han Xiong sighed helplessly, Jiang Yu, you shouldn't have done that. What's wrong with our little Ing? Why did you have to go to the club? Han Ing suddenly turned her head and glared angrily at Han Xiong, Auntie, what did you say? Jiang Yu felt wronged. I did go to the Qingyuan club, but I didn't carouse. He explained, I went to the Qingyuan club to discuss business with Jin Hu. Han Tianming pressed, did it really take the entire night to discuss business? Jiang Yu said, I had a few drinks with Jin Lauda and got a bit tipsy. He arranged a room for me to sleep in. That's all. Humph, who would believe that? Han Ing snorted coldly. He knew Jiang Yu's drinking capacity. Could a mere Jin Hu get him so drunk? So you're still connected to those underground organizations? The Han family does legitimate business. We can't tolerate your nonsense. Han Tianming was furious. For the sake of the old man, I won't hold this against you this time. But if anything like this happens again, I'll immediately call off your engagement with Han Ing. Han Xiong said, let us put other matters aside for now. Let us talk about the challenge letter. Brother, Chow Bin issued the challenge letter without any regard for our Han family. I think you need to handle this matter personally. Let him deal with the mess he created. Brother, the other party is Master Chow, and the challenge letter states that life and death are in the hands of heaven. What if Jiang Yu is killed? That's his own doing. Han Tianming rose angrily and stormed out. Though it was supposed to be a meal, he didn't even touch his chopsticks. Han Xiong rolled her eyes and said, this guy has no sense of humanity at all. Jiang Yu put away the challenge letter and said calmly, he's right. The trouble I caused, I'll settle it myself. He's just the top martial artist in Tianyun City, isn't he? Just the top martial artist in Tianyun City? Han Xiong's eyes nearly popped out of her head. You make it sound so easy. Do you know how powerful Master Chow is? Do you know you might get beaten to death? Auntie, you're just boosting his confidence and undermining our own. He has just to master the rest, no need to worry. Han Ning asked, "Are you really not afraid of dying?" Jiang Yu said, "I'm afraid of death, but I won't die." He stood up, stretched, and said, "It's been a long time since I've had a good fight. Auntie, can you find me a quiet place? I have a few days to prepare." His words were casual, but his attitude remained cautious. Han Xiong said, "I've bought a mansion outside the city. It's spacious enough for you to train without anyone disturbing you." She knew that no words could change the situation. Now she could only do her best to support Jiang Yu. After dinner, Han Xiong took Jiang Yu to the mansion outside the city, not far from Luta Mountain, a 15-minute drive away. The news of Chow Master challenging a young upstart quickly spread throughout Tianyun City. Chow Master had been famous for years, serving as the president of the Tianyun City Martial Arts Association, a position of great respect and influence. Since becoming president, he had rarely engaged in martial arts duels with others. The challenge he had issued was like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout Tianyun City. Many media outlets rushed to interview Chow Bin, but he turned them all down. This was a life or death battle, and he did not want the media involved. The Ding Sheng group had already made arrangements at the summit of Luta Peak and would set up checkpoints on the mountain to prevent too many people from watching the fight. Chow Bin hasn't fought in years, though he has practiced, he's still a bit rusty. Therefore, the duel has been scheduled for 7 days later, giving him time to sharpen his skills. The news spread like wildfire, even reaching some influential figures in Linzhou, who were also paying close attention. Jiang Yu was training diligently in his estate outside the city. After spending so much time in Tianyun City, he had become somewhat complacent. In contrast to Chow Bin's bustling household, Jiang Yu, the other main protagonist of the showdown, had a deserted home. No one paid attention to him. Chow Bin was the sole focus of attention. As the top martial artist in Tianyun City, the outside world was unanimous in its prediction: Master Chow would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Wen Fuyao also received the news and had been restless for days, unable to reach Jiang Yu by phone. After much inquiry, she finally learned that Jiang Yu was at the mansion outside the city and found him the day before the decisive battle. Everyone said Jiang Yu was on the brink of death, and there were some things she had to say. Chapter 99. This girl is in a good mood today. In the courtyard, leaves were falling gently. Jiang Yu's fists and feet moved swiftly, his techniques flowing seamlessly. The fallen leaves on the ground seemed to dance in rhythm with his movements. His boxing style could be described in 4 words: a feast for the eyes. Wen Fuyao had never seen Jiang Yu practice his fists before. He came to the entrance of the courtyard, leaned against the doorframe, and did not disturb Jiang Yu. It wasn't until Jiang Yu finished his practice that he noticed her. Mr. Wen, what brings you here?" Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked over. Wen Fuyao's eyes were filled with autumn water, gazing at him dreamily, her affection endless. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu asked. "You, about tomorrow's match, can you not go?" Wen Fuyao spoke, her voice filled with worry. "You already know? The whole town is abuzz with rumors. They all say you're doomed to lose and will die on Lutan Mountain." "Don't worry, I haven't even married yet. I won't die so young." Wen Fuyao bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly threw herself into his arms. She clung tightly to him. I have something to tell you." Jiang Yu was at a loss. "If you have something to say, just say it. Doing this makes me feel awkward. Should I hold you or push you away? I know you're engaged, but there is something I have to say. I'm afraid I won't get another chance." Jiang Yu had already guessed what she was going to say. Wen Fuyao let go of him, looked deeply into his eyes with genuine emotion, and spoke from the heart. "Jiang Yu, I like you." These were the words Wen Fuyao had once said to Jiang Yu when she was drunk, but she didn't remember them. "From the day you shielded me from the bullet, I made up my mind I will marry no one but you." The words "I will marry no one but you" struck Jiang Yu straight to the heart. She wasn't just saying it. Jiang Yu joked, "Tomorrow I'm going to have a showdown with Chow Bin. If I die, won't you have to live as a widow?" "I'm willing." "This. You don't need to give me an answer. I know you haven't fiancé. I can wait." "Mr. Wen, actually. Don't call me Mr. Wen anymore. Call me Fuyao." "Alright, Fuyao. Actually, there is something I've always wanted to tell you." "What is it?" "Actually, I have 9 fiancés like you." Wen Fuyao had already confessed her feelings to him, so he couldn't hide it from her anymore. Nine? Wen Fuyao widened her eyes. "Are you joking with me?" Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. "It's true. They're all my old man's doing. He must have been worried I wouldn't find a girlfriend, so when he was traveling the world healing people, he arranged 9 marriage contracts for me. You're just one of them." Wen Fuyao's mind suddenly became chaotic, and she didn't know what to do. Jiang Yu could sense her inner turmoil, as her delicate hands were almost crushing his. "You bastard, Jiang Yu. I'll have my aunt find you a quiet place. You were planning to meet other women in secret." A furious voice came from the door. Han Ning stood there, her eyes blazing with anger. Wen Fuyao snapped back to her senses, immediately letting go of Jiang Yu, feeling embarrassed. She glanced up at Han Ning, and their eyes met. Jiang Yu was at a loss. His 2 fiancées had finally met face to face. However, Wen Fuyao knew Han Ning, but Han Ning didn't recognize her. Haning only knew that when Fuya was very beautiful, like a lotus blossoming from clear water, even making her, the school beauty, feel a hint of jealousy. Haning felt uneasy inside. Although Jiang Yu was just her tool, seeing another woman so close to him made Haning very unhappy. Especially when it was a beautiful woman. In recent days, Haning had been staying alone in her rented room, feeling restless and unable to sit still. She thought she didn't care about Jiang Yu, but today she found herself drawn there against her will and witnessed the scene. When Fuyo's fair face flushed slightly, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, she hurriedly left. Haning didn't stop her. Because she had no reason to stop her. She glared angrily at Jiang Yu and demanded, "Who is she?" Jiang Yu replied, "My friend." Friends are this close? What's so intimate about that? You're holding hands. What, are you jealous? Jiang Yu gave a mischievous smile. You wouldn't happen to have fallen for me, would you? Stop being so self-centered. Haning's eyes darted around, as if her scheme had been uncovered. Jiang Yu said, "Then why did you come to see me? Isn't it because you're worried about me?" Haning coldly snorted, "I just came to see if you were dead." Jiang Yu said, "I'm not going to die before the final battle." Haning hummed in response, and the two fell into silence. She slowly walked into the courtyard, looking around here and there, with no intention of leaving. She didn't know why, but as soon as she arrived here, she no longer felt that restless unease. The two stood in the courtyard, neither speaking, the atmosphere awkward. Jiang Yu assumed she would leave soon, so he began practicing his on his own. Each move was powerful and dynamic. Haning had somehow brought a chair from the house, hugging a pillow in her arms, and sat under the eaves, quietly watching him. After finishing his routine, Jiang Yu asked, "Aren't you going to class today?" Haning replied, "It's a holiday." Jiang Yu said, "Aren't you leaving?" "What, trying to chase me away?" "This is my aunt's mansion, you have no right to chase me away." Could it be that you've missed me after not seeing me for a few days? Why don't you stay here with me tonight?" Jiang Yu gave a wicked smile, and Haning rolled her eyes, then threw the pillow she was holding at Jiang Yu. "I miss you, my ass. I'm not even going to bother with you." She turned and entered the living room, turned on the TV, and leaned against the sofa. Jiang Yu ignored her and continued practicing his punches. The sky gradually grew dark, and twinkling stars began to appear in the night sky. There were no neon lights outside the city, and the night was pitch black. Jiang Yu felt hungry. He walked back into the living room and found Haning already asleep. He didn't wake her up, but tiptoed into the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Haning caught the scent and slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jiang Yu eating alone, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. "Why are you being so selfish? Did you cook just for yourself?" Jiang Yu was startled and looked up, saying, "You're awake? I saw you sleeping just now, so I didn't want to wake you." Haning said angrily, "You just didn't want to cook noodles for me." Jiang Yu said, "There's plenty of noodles left in the kitchen. If you want some." Haning looked at him longingly. "Go cook it yourself." Haning clenched her fists tightly and angrily muttered, "You deserve to be single." She stormed into the kitchen, deliberately making clanging noises to show her displeasure. 5 minutes later, she emerged from the kitchen. "Just noodles?" Jiang Yu nodded. Haning shot him a sideways glance and immediately pulled out her phone to call a restaurant in the city. "I'll have 1 order of water-boiled beef, 1 order of sweet and sour pork ribs, 1 order of Australian lobster, and 1 order of pine nut-crusted mandarin fish. I'll send you the address right away." She ordered 10 dishes in one breath, and Jiang Yu's eyes widened. "Are you eating all that by yourself?" Haning puffed out her chest. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'm treating you." Chapter 100, the eve of the final showdown. Although the mansion was quite far from the city, the restaurant delivered the meal in the shortest possible time since it was ordered by the eldest Miss Han. The table was laden with dishes, all fragrant and steaming hot. Jiang Yu shot her a resentful glance. Haning said generously, "What are you staring at? Don't be so polite, eat." "I'll eat your sister. I just finished a big bowl of noodles, where would I have any appetite left? What's with the invitation? I think you're just trying to get back at me. If you really wanted to invite me, why didn't you say so earlier? Hey, don't give me that bitter look. I'm treating you to dinner, and you're not even happy about it?" Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. "Would you be that kind?" "Generally speaking, I wouldn't be so kind, but you have your decisive battle tomorrow." Haning broke off a lobster leg and said while eating, "In ancient times, prisoners sentenced to death would be given a good meal the night before their execution." "You bastard!" Jiang Yu's face turned pale. "So this meal is your farewell feast for me, is it? This is no different from cursing me to death." "Yes, everyone says you're as good as dead. At least we're engaged. I can't help you with anything else, but I can send you off." She admitted it quite bluntly. After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Yu out of the corner of her eye. Seeing his dejected expression, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "If you're not going to eat, I'll just eat by myself." "Eat? Why wouldn't I eat? Why not?" He directly brought the remaining large lobster to himself, even if he ate until he was full. After eating their fill, the sky grew darker and clouds obscured the stars. "I should head back. Haning had no intention of staying here. Shall I drive you?" "No need, I'll take a taxi." Han Ning walked into the courtyard and suddenly turned back to call out, Jiang Yu. What's wrong? Promise me you won't die. Her face was solemn. Jiang Yu stood at the living room door, seeing the faint light illuminating Han Ying's face. He chuckled, don't worry, I won't leave you a widow. Han Ning surprisingly didn't argue with him. She stood quietly in the courtyard for a moment before saying, Auntie and the others will come to watch your duel tomorrow. I won't go. She dared not go. She feared Jiang Yu would die. She feared witnessing his death before her eyes would haunt her for the rest of her life. Jiang Yu waved his hand and said, it's getting late. Go back. Wait for good news tomorrow. If I win, I'll treat you to a meal. Han Ning said, let's go to the imperial kitchen. Anywhere is fine, as long as you like it. A promise is a promise. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke, then she turned and ran off. In the night, a few sparkling tears fell from her eyes. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing a sky full of stars. Jiang Yu brought out a large armchair, lay down in the courtyard, and gazed up at the starry sky, looking utterly at ease. He is actually very confident. Qiao Bin is the top martial artist in Tianyun City, with strength surpassing Wei Xiao, and should be at the level of a martial arts master. Even if we overestimate him a bit, if Qiao Bin has reached the pinnacle of martial arts, Jiang Yu can still handle him. The upcoming decisive battle has caused a stir throughout the city. On the eve of the decisive battle, Lutu Mountain was already completely surrounded. However, all the paths leading to the mountain were blocked off. To provide a battlefield for Qiao Master, all entertainment venues on Luchuang Mountain had ceased operations. That night, Master Qiao stayed at Luchuang Mountain Villa. Those with connections who could ascend the mountain to witness the battle had mostly checked into the manor the night before. Among them were the Zhao family from the Ding Sheng group, Han Tianming from the Han group, Wei, the master of the Tianqing Martial Arts Hall, Du Lang from the Tingyun Merchants Guild, Jin Hu from the Black Tiger Hall, and other martial arts masters from the top 10 experts. Essentially, no one staying at Luchuang Mountain Villa supported Jiang Yu, including Han Tianming. Du Lang of the Tingyun Merchants Guild had been beaten into submission by Jiang Yu, but he did not support Jiang Yu. Instead, he hoped Jiang Yu would be killed. As for Jin Hu of the Black Tiger Hall, although he had recently referred to Jiang Yu as his brother, he had not declared his support for either side. He remained neutral. Lutong Mountain Villa hosted a banquet tonight, with Qiao Bin as the main guest. Those who supported him gathered to toast and show their support. As for the neutral parties, they were all sleeping soundly in their rooms. Lutong Mountain was sealed off early this morning, and all media reporters were blocked at the mountain's base. They had been waiting all night to get the first-hand news of the showdown. Many people were live streaming on their phones, saying into the camera, brothers, this is Luchuang Mountain in Tianyun City. Tomorrow, the top martial artist in Tianyun City will face off against a young upstart. Brothers, hit the subscribe button. I'll find a way to get inside tomorrow and live stream it for you. Lutong Mountain Villa was lit up like a city, with banquets continuing until the early hours of the morning. At the peak of Luchuang Mountain, there was an open clearing surrounded by dense forests. No one knew that a person had been lurking there for 4 days. Tonight, many would toss and turn in restless sleep. Joshua, Zhao Gang, Sun Yu, and others who harbored grudges against Jiang Yu were all excited, eager for time to fly by so they could witness Jiang Yu's demise. When Fuyao and Han Ning also lay awake all night, and every time they closed their eyes, they seemed to see Jiang Yu's tragic fate. Even Qiao Bin couldn't sleep. To be honest, he doesn't feel very confident. Although Qiao Bin is not yet 60, the saying fear the young and the strong is a timeless truth. Through people at the Tianqing Martial Arts Academy, they learned that Jiang Yu was at least a master-level practitioner. But the challenge had been issued, and he had no way out. Jiang Yu slept soundly, waking up refreshed at dawn. The challenge letter didn't specify the exact time for the showdown, so Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. It was already 9 in the morning, and he hadn't left yet. When Fuyao was just as afraid as Han Ning of seeing Jiang Yu's dire situation, but she still decided to accompany him. She drove to the mansion outside the city and honked the horn. Jiang Yu slowly walked out the door and exclaimed in surprise, Fuyao, what are you doing here? When Fuyao replied, I'm here to take you. Jiang Yu got into the car with confidence, let's go. Watch me defeat the top martial artist in Tianyun City. His confidence actually made Wen Fuyao feel a little relieved. Perhaps he wouldn't be as close to death as the rumors suggested. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, they arrived at Luchuang Mountain, which was already crowded with people. When Fuyao's car was stopped, the mountain is closed today. No unauthorized persons are allowed to enter. Jiang Yu rolled down the window and asked, not even I can go in? Who do you think you are? Look around you, even those with money and power are stuck down here. You? The roadblockers did not recognize Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu asked, do you know who Qiao Master is dueling with today? Nonsense. Master Qiao has challenged Jiang Yu, the future son-in-law of the Han family. Everyone in the city knows it. Jiang Yu said, I am Jiang Yu. Why won't you let me through? The roadblocker froze. Just then, another man approached, showed him a photo, and sneered, you're here to die, and you're still so arrogant. They stepped aside, their eyes fixed on him as if he were already dead. Chapter 101, The Summit of Luto Hall. At the summit of Luda Hall, a cool breeze swept across the hills, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a glow on the fallen leaves like twinkling stars. The flowers and trees in the mountains competed for beauty, and the pine and bamboo vied for greenery. Amidst the intertwining bamboo and trees, there was a clearing of about 3 acres. The area around the clearing had already been cordoned off with caution tape. This was the battlefield where Master Chow and Jiang Yu would face off. Despite the mountain being sealed off, nearly 100 onlookers had gathered. In the center of the clearing, Master Chow stood with his hands behind his back, his long robe fluttering in the mountain breeze. At that moment, Master Chow's eyes were filled with intense anger and dissatisfaction. They had arrived at the battlefield around 8 in the morning and had been waiting for over an hour, but the other protagonist of the showdown had yet to make an appearance. How dare this young upstart act so arrogantly, making us all wait for him? Some of the onlookers voiced their strong dissatisfaction. Today is his day of reckoning. What's the harm in waiting a little longer? Chao Gang stood outside the security perimeter, not far from Zhao Shuo. Zhao Shuo agreed, exactly, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? Why bother arguing with a man who's about to die? A man on the brink of death? Mr. Zhao, referring to Master Chow in such a manner is rather inappropriate, isn't it? 2 figures slowly emerged from the forest path. When Fu Yao's car could only reach the foot of Luchuang Mountain Villa further up, one had to hike, so they had been delayed. Jiang Yu walked along, with everyone's gaze fixed on him. When Fu Yao, the breathtakingly beautiful woman, was the first to look a little pale. Jiang Yu saw Zhao Zhizhong and his son, Chao Gang, Wei Xiao and his disciple, and Han Tianming and his sister. The presence of these individuals did not surprise him. There was one person who caught his attention, however, Wu Liang, the man who had once accused him of lacking martial virtue. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and kept whispering to the person beside him. Jiang Yu glanced over again. The person next to Wu Liang was very young and did not seem to be his boss. Beside the young man was a girl of around 16 or 17, with 2 ponytails, her gaze roaming freely over Jiang Yu. Wu Liang, is he the one who injured you that day? The girl raised her eyebrows and asked, her tone devoid of any respect. Wu Liang looked embarrassed and said weakly, I didn't expect him to use underhanded tactics. The young man said, but he doesn't seem like the type to resort to such underhanded tactics. Wu Liang sighed, you can't judge a book by its cover, miss. If you ever deal with him in the future, you'd better be careful. The girl rolled her eyes and said, there's no such thing as low-class martial arts. As long as you can kill your enemies, that's good martial arts. I actually admire him. Wu Liang laughed, you crazy girl have something in common with him. After the duel, you can chat with him. The girl rolled her eyes, do you think he'll even survive? Today, everyone present knew it was a life or death battle, deciding both skill and survival. In Tianyun City, many betting houses had opened to wager on the outcome of the match, with Jiang Yu's odds at 10 to 1. It was clear that almost no one believed Jiang Yu could survive. Jiang Yu pushed his way through the crowd, passing by Han Tianming and his sister. Han Tianming merely snorted disdainfully, showing no concern for Jiang Yu's fate. Only Han Xiang was cheering him on, you must win. Jiang Yu nodded, his gaze unwavering. He had to win, neither side could afford to lose this match. Chao Gang and Zhao Shuo glared at him challengingly, especially Zhao Shuo, who seemed to already see Jiang Yu's fate and smirked, this is what happens when you cross me. Chao Gang glanced at Jiang Yu's back and mocked, your girlfriend didn't come? I thought she liked you so much. Today, even if you die, she won't come to see you off. Looks like you're just a backup. Backup? He has nothing but a jack of all trades, ha ha ha. Chao Gang and Zhao Shuo chimed in, their smiles brimming with sarcasm. Jiang Yu ignored them completely. As he passed by Wu Liang's expression changed slightly, recalling the embarrassment of being kicked in the groin by Jiang Yu earlier. The young man glared at Jiang Yu with a piercing gaze, his thoughts unknown. The little girl smiled and said casually, Jiang Yu, right? Everyone says you're doomed, but I hope you survive. Jiang Yu nodded and said thank you. When Fu Yao stood still in the crowd, watching him walk out of the forest and into the open field. Her heart was pounding wildly, her hands clenched so tightly they turned white. The decisive battle hadn't even begun, yet her cold sweat had already soaked through her back. At that moment, Han Ning arrived at her aunt's mansion outside the city, lying on the same armchair where Jiang Yu had lain the night before, gazing toward the direction of Luta Mountain. Her face betrayed no emotion as she lay on the armchair, slowly closing her eyes. Flashbacks flooded her mind, from the first time she met Jiang Yu, to drinking at the bar, to the embarrassing incident at the hotel, the underground boxing ring, and the birthday banquet. She had always believed she hated Jiang Yu, but as those memories flashed before her eyes, she couldn't help but smile. The mountain breeze blew gently as Master Chow stood there calmly. You finally came. I thought you were too scared to show up. It's rare for a master like Chow to seek me out for a duel. I'm honored. Jiang Yu and Chaobin stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a fierce stare. Chaobin sneered coldly, exchange? Do you think today's duel is just a simple exchange? You injured my disciple and dishonored my master's school. Today, I will wash away this shame with your blood. Wei Xiao, standing outside the security perimeter, furrowed his brows and immediately looked toward Sun Yu. He knew Sun Yu had gone to find Xiao Bin, but he didn't know what they had discussed. Zhang Yu had indeed injured him, but how could he have insulted his master's school? He had never once mentioned the name of the Hanwu sect. Sun Yu avoided Wei Xiao's gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Wei Xiao demanded, "Are you lying?" Sun Yu stammered, "Master, it's all for you and the martial arts school. If he doesn't die, our school will never be able to hold its head high again." "Nonsense!" Wei Xiao roared angrily. "I've been practicing martial arts for decades, always acting with integrity and never slandering others. I lost because I was outmatched. If my senior brother wants to challenge him, I have no right to interfere. But you can't use my name to make up lies." "Master, I'll settle this with you later." Sun Yu was drenched in cold sweat, terrified. Everyone at Tianqing Martial Arts School knew what kind of person Wei Xiao was. However, the showdown had already caused a stir throughout the city, and Wei Xiao couldn't stop it in time. The words "disgraced my master's name" fell on deaf ears for Zhang Yu. As the saying goes, if you want to frame someone, you'll find a reason, so he didn't bother explaining. Now, no one would believe him anyway. The truth would only be revealed through fists. Xiao Bin stepped back 2 paces, clasped his fists, and said, "Xiao Bin of the Hanwu Gate, please instruct me." Chapter 102, Xiantian Gate, Zhang Yu. Nearly 100 pairs of eyes focused on Zhang Yu, who also took a half step back. After a moment's thought, he clasped his fists and said, "Xuanti Men, Zhang Yu." Bo Qishan was the location of his master's sect. Their lineage had dwindled to just a few members by this generation, and he had been the sole disciple passed down from his great-grandmaster. Due to the small number of disciples, the old master had never revealed their sect's name to him. Once, when the old man was drunk, he accidentally mentioned the 3 characters Xiantian Gate. The nobles present knew little about martial arts sects and did not discuss it further. However, the martial arts experts of Tianyun City began to speculate. Zuantiangmen? What sect is that? I've never heard of it. It's probably just a minor, insignificant sect. The name sounds pretty imposing, but I wonder how skilled the disciples of the Xiantian sect really are. Wu Liang and the others exchanged glances. He asked, "Crazy girl, do you know anything about the Xiantian Gate?" The girl tilted her head and thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I've never heard of it." The young man said, "Zuantiangmen doesn't sound like a martial arts sect." Wu Liang said, "But the crazy girl also said she has never heard of it." The girl said, "Really? It's just a sect. Is it worth discussing for so long? Maybe he just made it up." Chao Gang shouted from a distance, "What a load of nonsense. The Xiantian Gate? Do you think just mentioning a fancy name will save your life? Let me tell you, even if the Jade Emperor himself came down from heaven today, you'd still die." Joshua knew nothing about martial arts sects, so he casually agreed, "You should say you're from the Yanluo Palace, because you'll be going there soon to meet Yanluo, haha." Xiao Bin also searched his memory for any sects he knew of, but there was no Xiantian Gate, so he felt even more at ease. In the next instant, he suddenly leaped forward, taking 8 character steps, his internal energy surging, causing the leaves beneath his feet to swirl and fly. Xiao Bin didn't waste any words, he struck first. His attacks were fierce, his strength overwhelming, and the wind swirled around his palms. No, that wasn't wind, it was the chi of a martial arts master, and a master's chi could injure people. SSSHH. A surge of chi force came crashing toward him. Zhang Yu didn't dare to take any chances, dodging and weaving. But the energy still struck his body, like a knife, slicing open a tear in his sleeve. Xiao Bin's steps were steady, clinging to Zhang Yu like maggots on a bone, his moves wide and sweeping. On the surface, Xiao Bin seemed to have exposed all his weaknesses, but Zhang Yu did not launch a counterattack immediately. Those were deliberate openings left by Xiao Bin. As a martial arts master, any vulnerabilities visible to the naked eye could be blocked with his internal energy. If Zhang Yu counterattacked, he would fall right into Xiao Bin's trap. Zhang Yu continued to dodge, appearing to outsiders as though he was being chased and beaten, with no ability to fight back. The crowd erupted in boos. What a so-called talented young upstart. He's nothing special after all, he doesn't even have the courage to face off against Master Chao. You can dodge for a moment, but can you dodge for a lifetime? Show some youthful vigor. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shua burst into laughter. "I thought you were so skilled, but you dare not even touch Master Chao. You're just a clown daring to cause trouble in my Tianyun city." Outsiders watch for the spectacle, insiders watch for the technique. Wei Xiao and the other martial arts masters all looked solemn, nodding occasionally. Zhang Yu's movements were peculiar. Every time Xiao Bin's fist was about to land on him, he managed to deflect it at the last moment, and he did so with ease. The martial arts community was buzzing about Zhang Yu's footwork. Of course, they all knew that this decisive battle wouldn't be decided in the first exchange. Both sides would inevitably engage in some initial probing to gauge each other's true strength. Wu Liang marveled, "This footwork is exquisite, I've never seen anything like it in my life." A young man asked, "Master Wu, can you tell his martial arts style from his footwork?" Wu Liang shook his head, "Not yet. We'll have to wait and see how he fights before we can make any guesses." The girl touched her chin, looking deep in thought. The young man asked, "Crazy girl, what did you notice?" The girl replied, "His footwork is extraordinary." Wu Liang was startled. He knew the girl's background. If she said it was extraordinary, it must be the best in the world. The young man was also surprised. Could it be that he shares the same background as you? The girl chuckled. If that's the case, then that so-called Chow Master is in for trouble. Chow Gang, who was nearby, heard someone mention that Chow Master was in trouble and immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at the girl's nose and shouted, "You little brat, dare you say another word, and I'll tear your mouth off." The girl's expression darkened, and she retorted angrily, "Go ahead and point at me again. I'll point at you. Are you trying to scare me?" Swish. As soon as Chow Gang finished speaking, the girl dashed toward him like a whirlwind. "No!" Wu Liang shouted, but it was too late. With a crack, the girl snapped off Chow Gang's index finger. Ah! A piercing scream echoed across the mountain peak, and Chow Gang's face turned pale with pain. Those nearby were horrified, staring at the girl as if she were a monster. Wu Liang looked helpless, and the young man sighed, "Forget it, let her go. If she could be stopped, she wouldn't be called a crazy girl." She was indeed mad. Breaking off Chow Gang's finger in front of so many people was no different from slapping Chow Bin in the face. However, Chow Bin was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Jiang Yu and couldn't spare any attention. Chow Bin was the president of the Tianyun City Martial Arts Association. With Chow Gang being bullied by an outsider, the other martial arts experts naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Several of the top 10 martial artists surrounded her, blaring angrily at the girl. "Little girl, even if he spoke out of turn, you didn't have to be so brutal." The girl coldly snorted, "I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, he'd be dead already." Everyone was enraged. So young, yet so full of aggression. Which family raised such an ill-mannered girl? I have no manners? The girl pointed at a martial arts master. Say that again. This sounds familiar. The girl's sharp gaze actually intimidated the martial arts master. Seeing this, Wu Liang rushed over to mediate. "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. This girl is young and doesn't understand the rules. I'll apologize to everyone on her behalf. Do you think a simple sorry will suffice? Everyone, give me some face." "Give you face? Who do you think you are?" "My name is Wu Liang." "Wu Liang? The Wu Liang from the suspended sword sect of Linzhou?" The few experts were all startled. In the martial arts world, the name of the suspended sword sect was renowned far and wide. Wu Liang bowed slightly. "That is correct." The anger of the other martial artists vanished instantly, and they all smiled broadly, saying, "So you're Master Wu. It's an honor to meet you. Since Master Wu has intervened, we will not pursue this matter further." Chow Gang, who was in so much pain he was groaning, nearly fainted from anger upon hearing that the martial artists from Tianyun City would not pursue the matter. Got beaten for nothing? Chapter 103, The Peak of Martial Arts. Chow Bin also noticed the situation on Chow Gang's side, and his anger flared up. He couldn't help but glance at the girl again. In that brief moment of distraction, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity and turned the tables. He struck downward with a single palm, transforming it into a blade with unmatched power. Gusts of wind swept through the air, and Chow Bin sensed danger, reacting swiftly. He pushed off the ground and leaped backward 2 meters. Jiang Yu's vertical palm nearly grazed his face as it descended. That moment was truly perilous, and everyone held their breath for Chow Bin. Seeing him dodge safely, a chorus of cheers erupted. Good. Master Chow is truly formidable. Even while distracted, that kid couldn't hurt him. Shameful. Taking advantage of Master Chow's distraction to attack, how dishonorable. Many people were scolding Jiang Yu. However, Chow Bin couldn't feel the slightest bit of joy inside. He felt a stinging pain on his face. He reached up to touch it, and his fingers were stained with a trace of bright red blood. His face seemed to have been slashed open by a sharp knife, a wound about an inch long but not very deep. But he was injured. The crowd erupted into chaos. How is this possible? How could Master Chow be injured? That kid didn't even touch him just now. Was he ambushed? Does that kid know how to use hidden weapons? No way, I was watching the whole time. There were no hidden weapons flying around. Everyone was deeply puzzled. Zhao Zhizhong frowned and glanced at Han Tianming. Han Tianming also furrowed his brows. However, Han Xiong, standing beside him, had a completely different expression. She cheered enthusiastically, "Jiang Yu, well done." Among those present, few dared to openly support Jiang Yu. When Fuya was on edge the entire time, her hands sweaty with tension. Her eyes were filled with excitement. Even the slightest injury to Chow Master was a huge relief to her. "Master? I truly underestimated you." Chow Bin's gaze grew sharp and even more solemn. Earlier, Jiang Yu's hand had indeed not touched him, but the wound on his face had been caused by Jiang Yu's internal energy. Inner energy injuries were a hallmark of a master. The martial arts experts of Tianyun City were all secretly amazed and terrified. They were all martial arts masters, just a step away from reaching the level of a martial arts master, so they could discern the signs. Such a young martial arts master, how could one not be amazed? Master Chow waved his hands, causing his sleeves to flutter in the wind. The fallen leaves beneath his feet swirled rapidly, as if layers of airwaves were surging. In the next instant, the fallen leaves transformed into a long snake, spinning away, a sight that left everyone in awe. This. Many were speechless. Such a scene could only be seen on TV. Am I seeing things? Is there such martial arts in the world? Master Chow is truly formidable. He truly deserves the title of the world's greatest martial artist. Even the martial arts masters were left speechless, with some exclaiming in astonishment, the realm of transformation. Master Chow has actually reached the realm of transformation? That's unbelievable. The realm of transcendence is the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if that young man is a martial arts master, he is certain to lose. Chow Gang hadn't yet reached the masteress realm, but upon hearing that Jiang Yu was certain to lose, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. My uncle is naturally formidable. He's not someone just anyone can compare to. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at the girl, his meaning clear. The girl's eyes flashed with a cold glare. Are you talking about me? Chow Gang immediately shrunk his neck and turned his head away. His fingers still ached terribly, and he dared not provoke that crazy girl again. The long, serpentine leaves swirled toward him, each one as sharp as a blade. Even Jiang Yu dared not block them head-on. He shifted his feet, sweeping left and right at an incredible speed, leaving afterimages in his wake. Master Chow followed the falling leaves, extending his right hand. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, launching a powerful attack. The open ground was filled with countless palm shadows, so dense that they seemed to completely block Jiang Yu's retreat. Cloud hiding hand. Someone shouted out, recognizing it as Chow Master's secret technique, the cloud blocking hand. Back in the day, Master Chow gained fame across the heavens with the cloud hiding hand. I haven't seen him use this move in years. Master Chow has reached the pinnacle of his art. The cloud hiding hand is now unmatched. Even Chow Gang widened his eyes in astonishment. He had never seen Chow Bin perform the cloud hiding hand before. Wu Liang narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, Master Chow's martial arts prowess is something even I can't hope to match. The girl spoke softly, a master at the pinnacle of martial arts has already set one foot into another realm. Of course you can't compare. The young man asked, do you think he still has a chance? Him? You mean the one surnamed Zhang? Of course. He has a chance, and a very good one. I've told you, he's no ordinary man. As the girl finished speaking, another leaf-like serpent soared into the air, larger and more powerful than Chow Bin's. Boom! 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 The falling leaves collided with each other, emitting a metallic clanging sound, sparking a series of sparks in the air. Large swathes of leaves burst into flames in the air before turning to ash. The crowd erupted into chaos. That kid actually knows Master Chow's techniques. I never expected him to be so skilled. In reality, the falling leaves were driven by internal energy, not a specific technique, similar to Jiang Yu's plucking leaves to injure. The expressions of the martial arts experts changed repeatedly, and each of their hearts was pounding violently. Tianyun City actually has such a young master at the peak of martial arts. No wonder he dared to accept Master Chow's challenge. He must also possess peak martial arts prowess. A clash between realm-transcending masters, a showdown between martial arts peak practitioners. This battle is going to be far more intense than anyone imagined. The experts were all visibly excited. Such a showdown was a rare sight in their lifetimes. Jiang Yu was blocked by Chow Bin, with no room to retreat, and could only launch a counterattack. After the leaves collided fiercely, Jiang Yu and Master Chow became entangled in a fierce struggle. Chow Bin's cloud hiding hand technique was indeed mysterious. His attacks flowed like an endless stream, his momentum as vast as a mighty mountain, opening and closing with each move, every strike filled with lethal intent. After exchanging dozens of moves, Jiang Yu countered each of Chow Bin's attacks, defusing his cloud hiding hand techniques one by one. Those in the know could see the true skill, and almost everyone was clapping in admiration. At this point, they were all hoping to witness a peak showdown between two masters of the art, with no inclination toward victory or defeat. Only a few people were secretly anxious, worried that Master Chow's failure to defeat Jiang Yu might lead to an unexpected turn of events. Youth is the enemy of experience. If this turned into a prolonged battle, Master Chow would certainly lose. After a fierce exchange, Chow Bin was already panting heavily. The little girl scoffed, he's already this exhausted after just a few moves? I doubt he can hold on much longer. These words only served to further provoke Chow Gang's anger, but he dared not speak his mind. Chow Bin was well aware that if this continued, he would definitely lose. Because his opponent, at that moment, remained unfazed, his breathing steady, as if the intense exchange had never taken place. Chapter 104, Take My Dear Blood Sword. Bang bang bang. The fists and palms collided, producing a series of loud sounds. Master Chow timed his move perfectly, slamming his palm onto Jiang Yu's collarbone. Jiang Yu felt a sharp pain as his internal energy surged, causing a sudden wave of energy to erupt. Master Chow showed no mercy, using his other hand to draw an arc in the air, forming an invisible shield that blocked Jiang Yu's internal energy. You're still too young, boy. Master Chow smiled smugly. He had been practicing martial arts for many years and had often engaged in private duels in the past, accumulating extensive experience. However, Jiang Yu revealed a strange smile. Is that so? He suddenly exerted all his strength. Chow Bin dared to get so close to him. He was clearly asking for trouble. His entire body erupted with power, violently colliding with Xiao Bin. Bang! Xiao Bin flew through the air like a mouthful of blood gushing from his throat. He had underestimated Jiang Yu's strength. Fortunately, he was a master of the transformed realm, and his internal energy could protect his body. Otherwise, every bone in his body would have been shattered. Master Chao. Zhao Zhizhong was deeply concerned. Though he had been confident earlier, his face was now filled with worry. Xiao Bin waved his hand behind him, signaling that he was fine. Though he was coughing up blood, he still had the strength to fight. Han Tianling's expression was indifferent, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. To be honest, the outcome of this decisive battle, whether Jiang Yu won or lost, seemed to be a good thing for him either way. If Jiang Yu lost, it would mean death, and he could then marry into the Zhao family without any objections. If Jiang Yu won, he would undoubtedly secure the top position in Tianyun, and with his presence, the Han family would be greatly strengthened. The weight of a master at the transformation realm was no small matter. Han Xiong cheered aloud, "Well done, Jiang Yu. You didn't disgrace your aunt." Even when Fu Yao almost couldn't help but jump up. Many people were trying to save face for Xiao Bin. It seems Master Chao was careless and let that youngster take advantage of the situation. Master Chao, don't go easy on him just because he's younger. This is a life or death battle, not a friendly sparring match. Chao Gang shouted, "Uncle, you can't keep letting him off easy." A little girl nearby sneered, "You're just good with words. Anyone can see your uncle isn't as skilled as you." You? Chao Gang clenched his teeth, but the thought of his broken finger made him back down. He still needed to go to the hospital for treatment, so he naturally hoped Xiao Bin could defeat his opponent quickly. Xiao Bin stood in place, took a deep breath, then reached out his hand and turned around, saying, "Xiao Gang, bring me my dear blood knife." Xiao Gang hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran into the forest. Within a minute, he returned, throwing a precious sword at him. "Uncle, catch the sword." It was a tang sword, with a handle as red as blood and a blade so sharp it glinted in the light. Xiao Bin caught the sword, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the blade emitted a faint trembling sound. He knew he couldn't match Jiang Yu in strength, so he could only rely on his weapon. This was his backup plan, which is why he had instructed Xiao Gang to hide the deer blood knife in the forest beforehand. Clang! The deer blood knife emitted a faint ringing sound as Xiao Bin raised his sword and charged forward, his momentum even more overwhelming than before. The blade was incredibly sharp, dragging across the ground. Upon touching the fallen leaves, they instantly split into two. Though it may not be unstoppable, it was at least capable of severing hair with a single stroke. If it struck a person, it would undoubtedly demonstrate what it meant to be cut in two with a single blow. How shameless! The little girl couldn't stand it anymore and mocked, "You can't beat someone with your hands, so you use a knife? Do you have any martial arts ethics at all?" Xiao Gang couldn't hold back any longer and retorted, "This is a life or death battle, there's no rule against using weapons." Many others agreed, "That's right. Is it so strange to see 18 types of weapons on a martial arts battlefield? Doesn't swordplay count as martial arts? Since it's a life or death fight, you have to use your most powerful skills." The girl sneered and retorted, "Then can I pull out a gun and shoot you all?" You're twisting the rules. A martial arts match must use cold weapons." The rules are whatever you say they are." Xiao Bin drew his dear blood knife, and Han Xiong and Wen Fuyao couldn't help but hold their breaths for him. Jiang Yu was forced to retreat step by Xiao Bin's relentless sword techniques, with the cold gleam of the blade threatening his life. Xiao Bin said as he fought, "Don't say I'm bullying you. If you know any sword techniques, staff techniques, or any other martial arts, go ahead and use them." Jiang Yu nearly blurted out his true feelings. He spoke so nobly, but where the hell was he supposed to find a sword or a knife right now? But, does that mean I can't win without a sword or a knife? Not necessarily. Jiang Yu retreated 10 zhang, then suddenly performed a backflip. Upon landing, he had a piece of tree branch in his hand. The branch was only 2 fingers wide, but when he used it to block the attack, it was sliced into 2 pieces by the sharp deer blood knife. This action caused a burst of laughter. Chao Gang mocked ruthlessly, "Ha ha ha, this little cutie. Does he really think he can block my uncle's deer blood knife with a piece of tree branch?" Crack! As soon as Chao Gang finished speaking, a crisp whip crack echoed through the air. Everyone turned to look, only to see a bloody gash on Chao Master's right arm. His right hand trembled, instantly losing its strength, and the knife slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, catching the knife with his left hand and swinging it horizontally in a counterattack. Jiang Yu jumped aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. Swoosh! However, his lower abdomen was still slashed open, and gradually, the fabric there turned red. Xiao Bin's deer blood blade, combining its sharp edge with internal energy, had wounded Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu touched the wound on his abdomen, feeling a burning pain. He furrowed his brows, realizing he had been careless. Good! Chao Gang clapped his hands in delight. Xiao Bin had managed to counter Jiang Yu's move, and he was thrilled beyond words. Zhao Zhizhong's furrowed brows relaxed slightly, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Han Xiong shouted, "Jiang Yu, be careful. Don't get complacent just because you have the upper hand." Jiang Yu nodded, gripped the branch tightly in his hand, and charged toward Xiao Bin in an instant. He was like an arrow leaving the string, his momentum overwhelming. Chao Bin's right hand regained sensation and gripped the deer blood knife once more.
He stood motionless, narrowing his eyes, completely focused on Jiang Yu. He was waiting. As soon as Jiang Yu entered his attack range, he let out a low growl and swung his blade forward. Boom! The fallen leaves on the ground flew out like waves, drifting in the air for a moment before being shattered into dust by the force of the blow. A visible blade of light extended outward, sweeping everything in its path. Chao Bin unleashed nearly all his life's energy, delivering a fatal blow to Jiang Yu. Bang! Jiang Yu was sent flying backward, his upper garment torn to shreds, revealing his well-defined muscles. The blade's glow raged wildly, leaving 7 or 8 deep gashes on Jiang Yu's chest, from which droplets of blood seeped out. Put! He also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Master Chao's strike had also shattered his internal organs.
The scene fell into complete silence. After a brief silence, someone whispered, "Is it over?" Chapter 105, Master Chao, fallen in battle.
Among the crowd, when Fuyao was already crying so hard her tears streamed down her face like rain, her heart aching as if it were being sliced by a knife. Han Xiong stared blankly ahead, filled with worry. Dead? Chao Gang was startled for a moment, then erupted into wild cheers. Uncle won. He won. Zhao Zhizhong felt a huge weight lifted from his heart and exhaled deeply.
Zhao Shua smiled broadly, his earlier gloom completely gone. Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, the little girl spoke softly. "Are you all celebrating too soon? You little brat, do you think you're so great?"
Chao Gang shouted angrily, letting out all the frustration he had been holding in. He thought the duel was over, that his uncle would have time to come to his aid, and that he no longer had to fear the little girl. Upon hearing this, the little girl's expression darkened, and she muttered under her breath, "You really don't learn from your mistakes." In the next instant, she lunged forward with blinding speed, striking Chao Gang with a palm strike that sent him flying several zhang away. Bang! Chao Gang crashed heavily into a large tree, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "You!" Chao Bin flew into a rage, about to go after the little girl, but heard Jiang Yu's voice from behind him. "Master Chao, our duel isn't over yet." Chao Bin spun around abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "You're not dead." Jiang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled. Everyone was stunned. That was Master Chao's full power strike. How could he withstand that? He's at least a master of the transformed realm. He can't die that easily. Even if he's not dead, he probably doesn't have much fighting power left. Jiang Yu's injuries tilted the scales of victory in Chao Bin's favor, and everyone thought he was a spent force, clinging to life. When Fuyao's nails were digging into her flesh. If she could, she would rather Jiang Yu surrender now. Living was more important than anything else. He was still young, there was no need to be so fixated on winning or losing. But when Fuyao also knew that was just her wishful thinking. At this stage of the decisive battle, either Jiang Yu or Chao Bin had to fall. Han Xiong let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest and saying, "That was terrifying." Jiang Yu looked disheveled, his body covered in bloodstains. He looked at Chao Bin calmly and said, "Master Chao, you are indeed formidable, but if you want to kill me, you still lack the final touch." Chao Bin furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, "Don't pretend to be calm." He was confident in his own strength and the power of the deer blood knife. Even against another master at the same level, that previous strike should have been enough to deliver a fatal blow. To his surprise, Jiang Yu smiled wryly and said, "If we were at the same level, you might have killed me." Unfortunately. Before he could finish, Jiang Yu leaped into the air, his inner energy surging like wind, sending fallen leaves flying wildly. His toes lightly touched the swirling leaves as he soared through the air, charging toward Chao Bin. This move left everyone speechless. What incredible lightness kung fu! He hasn't even used his full strength yet. Chao Bin's pupils dilated sharply. His previous all-out attack had taken a heavy toll on him, and now he felt a surge of helplessness, forcing him to stumble backward. Ha! Jiang Yu let out a low shout, somersaulted twice in the air, and suddenly descended, striking Chao Bin's crown with a palm strike. This strike was so powerful it seemed to shake the very mountains and rivers. Chao Bin hurriedly raised his sword to block, but heard a loud clang. Chao Bin's feet sank 2 inches into the ground, and his sturdy, sharp deer blood sword shattered upon impact. The sword he had cherished for years was rendered useless on the spot. Spectators held their breath, staring in disbelief at the scene. The situation turned so quickly that many people hadn't even had time to react. Put! Chao Bin spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yu's terrifying power surged through the deer blood knife and coursed through his entire body, shattering countless meridians. Chao Bin's eyes were filled with blood vessels, as if tiny blood vessels had burst, and crimson blood flowed from his ears. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu coughed lightly, and more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Earlier, Chao Bin had indeed injured him severely. Now, with such a ruthless strike, he had aggravated the internal injuries. Damn it, he never expected Chao Bin to pull out a treasure sword. Moreover, Jiang Yu hadn't anticipated the Lu Xuan knife's immense power. He had been careless and hadn't dodged. Though he hadn't come into direct contact with the blade, the unmatched blade aura had struck his body with brutal force. The surface was unharmed, but his internal organs were in agonizing pain. Chao Gang had just been helped up from the ground and had already taken another beating. However, he remembered everything.
Once his uncle was free, he would definitely take revenge. The martial arts masters shook their heads in disbelief. The final showdown was nearing its end. But Chao Gang didn't see it that way. That kid is clearly on his last legs. Though he launched a counterattack, his injuries are even worse. After analyzing the situation, he noticed that his uncle remained motionless. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Uncle, it's time to counterattack." Although the deer blood blade was broken, it remained sharp. At such close range, Chaobin swung his blade, and Jiang Yu had no chance to dodge. The little girl sneered coldly, "Counterattack? Your uncle is on his last breath." Chao Gang panicked, You're lying." After speaking, he met the terrifying gaze of the mad girl and immediately hid behind several experts. Wu Liang also stepped forward at the right moment, blocking half of the girl's body and signaling her not to provoke further trouble. Such repeated attacks would be a great disgrace to the martial artists of Tianyun City. Zhao Zhizhong and his son were especially tense, as Chao Bin's life was closely tied to their family's interests. If Jiang Yu emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly become the new #1 in Tianyun City, and those seeking to curry favor with him would come in droves. At that point, the Zhao family's business would suffer, and those who had originally planned to collaborate with them would begin considering other options. There are many companies in the same industry, but there can only be one top-ranked company in Tianyun City. Although the Zhao Group is a major player in Tianyun City, it is not invincible. Of course, Jiang Yu is also not irreplaceable, but before he is replaced, the Zhao family group will undoubtedly face immense challenges. Chao Bin had maintained the same stance for a full minute, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging across his body. After his strike, Jiang Yu retreated 10 feet and did not continue the attack. Suddenly, Chao Bin took a deep breath, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Drip, drip. His hair was disheveled, his head hanging low, and droplets of blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. He took another deep breath but failed to exhale. "Master Chao." Someone called out cautiously, but Master Chao showed no response. The little girl shouted, "Don't bother calling." Master Chao's heart has stopped. His family should take him home to prepare for the funeral. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "No, this can't be true. You're lying." Chao Gang roared like a madman, "My uncle couldn't have lost." Few believed the little girl's words. After waiting for a while, Wei Xiao was the first to rush forward, feeling the pulse on Chao Bin's neck, and finally shook his head in resignation. His shake of the head meant that Chao Bin, the master, had died in battle. Chapter 106, Descending into Hell Together. The decisive battle at the peak of Luto Hall came to an end. No one had expected the highly anticipated Chao master to die in battle. In the forest, a gentle breeze stirred. After the decisive battle ended, when Fuyao could no longer contain herself and flew forward, tightly embracing Jiang Yu, tears streaming down her face. The battle didn't last long, but every second felt like an eternity to Wen Fuyao. She feared that if she let her guard down for even a moment, she would be separated from Jiang Yu forever. Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward, as everyone present held high positions and were closely connected to the Han family, and almost all of them knew that Jiang Yu was the Han family's future son-in-law. At that moment, the Han family's future son-in-law was being embraced by another woman, and to make matters worse, Han Tianming and Han Xiong, the Han siblings, were present. This was a matter of honor for the Han family, and Han Tianming couldn't ignore it. He hurried forward and whispered sternly, "Jiang Yu, you are the Han family's son-in-law." When Fuyao was startled and finally came to her senses. Facing the intense stares of everyone present, she felt extremely embarrassed and immediately let go of Jiang Yu, keeping a safe distance from him. Han Xiong mocked, "Humph. Now that Jiang Yu won, you admit he's our Han family's son-in-law?" Han Tianming coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with his victory or defeat." With Chao Bin's death, Jiang Yu's status skyrocketed, and numerous high-ranking officials and nobles rushed forward to congratulate him. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. In contrast to the adulation Jiang Yu was receiving, Chao Bin's situation was much more pitiful. Wei Xiao carried Chao Bin's body down the mountain, while the injured Chao Gang followed behind, looking utterly heartbroken. Wei Xiao and Chao Bin had never gotten along well, but they were still fellow disciples, so he had to help with the funeral arrangements. Moreover, he felt that Chao Bin's death in battle was partly his fault, as he had failed to properly oversee his disciple. Zhao Zhizhong and his son also left in disgrace. This was not the outcome they had hoped for, nor had they ever imagined it would end this way. Not only did this battle fail to avenge them, but it also elevated Jiang Yu. The first time I saw Jiang brother, I knew he was a true gem. Jiang brother has not disappointed me. I've always had high hopes for you. Truly, the younger generation is pushing forward, and each generation is stronger than the last. Praise poured in endlessly, but Jiang Yu paid it no mind. If it had been him who died, these praises would have been for Chao Bin, and no one present would have hesitated to offer their admiration. Someone said, "Brother Jiang, Chao Bin was once the president of our martial arts association. Now that he has gone, we'll need you to take charge of the association." That's right, that's right. If Brother Jiang takes charge, he's young and capable. I don't think anyone will dare to challenge our Tianyun Martial Arts Association in the future. Cough cough. You all flatter me. I am not worthy of such praise. Jiang Yu bowed modestly, with bloodstains on the corner of his mouth and pale lips. Wen Fuyao said with concern, Jiang Yu is injured. Everyone should let him go to the hospital for treatment first. Han Tianming shot Wen Fuyao a sideways glance before saying, everyone, my Han family will definitely host a banquet in the future to celebrate Jiang Yu. We can discuss anything else then, right? Yes, Jiang brother seems to be quite injured as well. Let us take him to the hospital for treatment first. The crowd parted to make way for Jiang Yu, who bowed with clasped fists before leading the way out. Wen Fuyao followed behind, maintaining a safe distance, while the others also began to descend the mountain. However, as soon as Jiang Yu stepped out of the forest, several strange sounds came from the grass outside the trees. Suddenly, a dark figure leaped out of the grass, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. It was He Qingyuan. The Black Tiger Hall had been searching for him for a long time but couldn't find him. Little did they know that He Qingyuan had already been hiding in Lutu Mountain for some time. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept for days. You Jiang, if you won't let me live, then come with me to hell. He Qingyuan gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar, then drew a pistol, aimed at Jiang Yu, and fired. Several gunshots rang out as He Qingyuan fired all the bullets in his gun. The distance was too close, and the attack came too suddenly for Jiang Yu to dodge. Although He Qingyuan was a poor shot, Jiang Yu was hit 3 times, blood flowing freely from his chest. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sudden scene terrified everyone, who cowered on the ground in fear. You must die too. He Qingyuan spotted Wen Fuyao in the crowd and began trembling as he reloaded his magazine. Gurgle. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated, and a pool of blood bubbled out of his mouth. In his final moments of unconsciousness, he picked up a piece of wood and threw it at He Qingyuan. Put. The branch pierced He Qingyuan's forehead, sending him flying several meters before he was impaled on a centuries-old tree. Even as he died, he still clutched a pistol and a magazine in his hands. When everyone came to their senses, Jiang Yu was already lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. Jiang Yu. Wen Fuyao was the first to rush over, kneeling beside Jiang Yu and crying tears of sorrow. Han Xiong also rushed over. Jiang Yu, wake up, you can't die. The others stood at a distance, shaking their heads. The bullet hit his heart. He won't survive. Ah, such a waste of a martial arts prodigy. Wu Liang, standing at the back of the crowd, also shook his head. I was planning to get to know him better, but now. A young man said, he was already a master at the peak of his art. With a little more training, he could have taken that crucial step forward. What a pity. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a red pill from her pocket and fed it to Jiang Yu. Han Xiong exclaimed, what did you give him? The little girl replied calmly, a miraculous elixir. Han Xiong asked, can it save his life? The little girl shook her head. It can only keep him alive until he reaches the hospital. Whether he survives or not depends on his fate. She stepped back to Wu Liang's side. The young man exclaimed, your blood spirit pill is extremely valuable. You just gave it to him? The little girl said, I like him. I don't want him to die so young. Wu Liang laughed, the crazy girl has taken a liking to him. But that boy does have talent. If he survives, he could be taken into the crazy girl's sect. The little girl said, he's already said he's from the Shen sect. I wouldn't steal someone else's disciple. Wu Liang and the young man exchanged a smile. Han Tianming personally called an ambulance, which arrived at Luchuang Mountain Villa in less than 10 minutes. The paramedics carried the stretcher up and took Jiang Yu to the hospital. The surgery lasted a full 3 hours. Han Tianming and his sister Han Xiong waited outside the operating room, along with Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu's life was hanging in the balance, so Han Xiong had no mind to question Wen Fuyao's background. When the doctor emerged from the operating room, Wen Fuyao rushed forward first, asking anxiously, Doctor, how is he? The doctor shook his head, he made it to the hospital by a miracle. We removed the bullet, but his life. I'm afraid we can't save him. You should prepare yourselves. What? Wen Fuyao collapsed to the ground, her vision going black. Han Xiong frantically demanded, if the bullet was removed, why can't you save him? The doctor replied, we don't know. The bullet hit his heart. He should have died on the spot. Perhaps his willpower is too strong, or there's something he hasn't said yet. Han Xiong asked, how much longer can he live? The doctor shook his head, we don't know. Jiang Yu has survived this long solely because of the blood spirit pill given to him by the little girl. Once the pill is fully digested, his life will come to an end. Chapter 107, Return to the Mountain. The doctor pushed Jiang Yu into a regular ward instead of the intensive care unit, effectively declaring his impending death. Han Ing had been waiting at the mansion outside the city. She had accidentally fallen asleep and woke up to find the night sky dotted with stars. Jiang Yu. She shouted frantically, but the house was silent, with no lights on and no one responding. After calling out several times, she collapsed onto the armchair, her eyes welling up with tears. Jiang Yu, he hadn't come back. Why didn't you come back? You promised me. You said you'd take me out to eat. We still have a bet to settle. How could you break your promise? She sat motionless on the armchair for a long time before finally dragging her heavy footsteps into the city. Her mind was a blank, and she had no idea where to go. She wandered aimlessly through the streets. Suddenly, she heard a group of people discussing today's decisive battle at the peak of Luto Hall. Did you hear? Master Chao is dead. No way. Chao Master is the best in Tianyun. How could he lose? They say his opponent is even more powerful, a young master who has already reached the realm of transformation. Is that true? Or is it just hearsay? The Tianjing Martial Arts Academy is already preparing funeral arrangements for Master Chao. Let us go check it out and see for ourselves. Let us go. Hearing this conversation, Han Ning, whose heart had sunk to the bottom, suddenly perked up. He won? She was furious. If he won, why didn't you tell me? You made me worry for nothing. She pulled out her phone to confront Jiang Yu. The call connected quickly, and Han Ning erupted into a tirade. Jiang Yu, are you out of your mind? Did you win and go off celebrating with others? Don't you know I've been waiting for you at home? Just wait until I get my hands on you. It's me, Xiaoying. After she finished yelling, a sorrowful voice came from the other end of the phone. Han Ning froze. Auntie? Why are you answering the phone? Jiang Yu is in the hospital. He's not doing well. Come see him one last time. Clang. Han Ying's phone dropped to the ground. The news was like a thunderclap. How could this happen? He clearly won. How could he be in such a state? After muttering to herself, she rushed to the hospital with tears in her eyes. By the hospital bed, only Han Xiong and Wen Fuyao were present. Han Tianming had left early in the morning. Han Ning rushed over. When he saw Jiang Yu covered in bandages, tears streamed down his face. She slowly made her way to the bedside, saying nothing. Han Xiong comforted her. Xiaoying, life and death are predestined. Don't be too sad. Han Ning wiped away her tears and forced a smile. I'm not sad. That bastard deserved to die. I hate him with all my heart. Her smile was filled with sorrow. Han Xiong stood up and hugged her. Han Ning finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Auntie, how could this happen? He clearly won. Why did this happen? Han Xiong said he was shot by someone in the dark. Wen Fuyao couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She blamed herself relentlessly. It's all my fault. I'm the one who ruined him. She felt that everything was her fault. If Jiang Yu hadn't gotten involved in her feud with He Qingyuan, he wouldn't have died. And even after being shot, Jiang Yu was still thinking of her. If he hadn't intervened, she might not have survived either. Her self-blame and guilt were indescribable. Jiang Yu's heartbeat was extremely weak, as if his electrocardiogram might turn into a straight line at any moment. Han Xiong, Han Ning, and Wen Fuyao stayed by his side all night. The next morning, Han Tianming arrived. He called Han Xiong outside and said, I've already arranged for the funeral home, but there are still some things I can't handle alone. Come give me a hand. Han Xiong looked at him with resentment. When he was alive, you barely acknowledged him, but now that he's dying, you're suddenly so attentive. Han Tianming replied, he was, after all, our family's future son-in-law. He defeated Chao Bin, which is an honor for our family. I will ensure he is buried with all the proper honors. He's still lying there. He's still breathing, his heart is still beating. Han Tianming, don't you think this is too much? Han Xiong shouted angrily at Han Tianming. Han Tianming replied coldly, the doctor has already said to prepare for his funeral. What hope do you still have? Let's prepare his funeral arrangements now, so we won't be caught off guard if he suddenly passes away. Do you want him to die? Are you still thinking about marrying into the Zhao family? If he is alive, I'll no longer oppose his marriage to Han Ning. But the facts are clear, if he dies, I can't let my daughter be a widow. She is still young. A selfish little man. Han Xiong gave a cold laugh and turned to go back into the ward. Han Tianming entered and said, daughter, you all go back to rest. I'll arrange for a nurse to take care of him. That night, Jiang Yu's two fiancées were both exhausted and haggard. Jiang Yu's anesthesia wore off and he slowly opened his eyes. Han Xiong was overjoyed and shouted, Doctor! Doctor! He's awake! He's awake! Doctors and nurses rushed in, performed a brief examination on Jiang Yu, and then left without saying a word. He was awake, but that didn't mean he would survive. Han Xiong stood by Jiang Yu's bedside and whispered, the doctor said your injuries are severe. If you have any final wishes, please tell me. I will do my best to fulfill them for you. Last wish? Jiang Yu said weakly, am I about to die? Then please help me, take me back to Boqi Mountain. Boqi Mountain? Even in death, one should return to their roots, right? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Han Tianming said, I'll make arrangements immediately. While Han Tianming made arrangements, Han Xiong went to handle the discharge procedures for him. Half an hour later, a SUV drove out of Tianyun City. There were 8 people in the car, including 4 laborers, with only Han Xiong, Han Ning, and Wen Fuyao accompanying them. Several hours later, the vehicle stopped at the foot of Boqi Mountain. The 4 laborers carried Jiang Yu up the mountain on a makeshift litter. Following Jiang Yu's instructions, they arrived at a pond. Despite the scorching sun, the pond was shrouded in a chill, and everyone shivered upon approaching it. The laborers carried him to this spot and left, waiting at the foot of the mountain. However, Han Ing and Wen Fuyao wanted to stay with him a little longer. Jiang Yu regained some strength by the pond and said to Wen Fuyao and Han Ing, "It's okay, you should go back too." "No, I'll stay with you." Wen Fuyao refused to leave. Jiang Yu noticed the guilt and remorse in her eyes and comforted her, "It's not your fault." He looked at Han Ing and said, "If I die, the engagement is automatically nullified. You'll both be free." Jiang Yu stood up, took a deep breath, and leaped into the pond. Chapter 108, Rebirth of Blood and Bone. Jiang Yu. As the water splashed up, Jiang Yu disappeared, leaving the three women on the shore panicking and calling out frantically. But none of them could swim, so they couldn't jump in to pull him out. Finally, Han Xiong sighed and said this was his choice. Perhaps he had already decided to die here in the pond. For him, an early death might be a form of liberation. Han Ing stood there in a daze, her mind filled with memories of the moments she had shared with Jiang Yu. It felt so unreal, as if everything had been a dream. "Let's go." Han Xiong pulled Han Ing toward the mountain path, but Han Ing didn't resist. Her mind was a blank. But Wen Fuyao didn't leave. She stood on the shore, and when Han Xiong turned around, she jumped into the lake without hesitation. The aunt and niece turned around and watched as Wen Fuyao struggled for a moment before sinking to the bottom of the lake. Both of them were speechless. She. Han Ing was terrified. That was a precious human life. Jiang Yu was on his deathbed, but Wen Fuyao wasn't. Han Xiong stared at the water for a long time before saying, "Suicide by drowning is not just an old legend." Han Ing said blankly, "Auntie, I'm not as good as her." When Jiang Yu jumped into the pond, Han Ing finally confirmed her feelings. Thinking of the two of them being separated forever, her heart ached intensely. She loved Jiang Yu. She had seen Wen Fuyao, and she knew that Wen Fuyao loved Jiang Yu. Han Xiong knew this as well. But Wen Fuyao had jumped into the water to die for love, and Han Ing felt she couldn't compare. Of course, there was another reason why Wen Fuyao had jumped into the water. Guilt and remorse had left her without the courage to continue living. Han Xiong and Han Ing, aunt and niece, sat collapsed on the shore for a long time before regaining their strength. They supported each other and slowly made their way down the mountain. Looking around, they saw no one. They couldn't save Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu jumped into the pond. He did not drown but used his last ounce of strength to swim desperately toward the bottom of the pond, where there was a glimmer of hope for survival. As he swam halfway, he suddenly heard a clinking sound. Turning his head, he saw the sunlight shining on the water's surface, and there was Wen Fuyao, who seemed to have lost all will to live. His heart raced wildly. Wen Fuyao was sinking, and he immediately grabbed her and swam toward the bottom of the lake. At the bottom of the lake was a cave, emitting cold air. Jiang Yu climbed out of the water and struggled to drag Wen Fuyao up, the blood-soaked gauze already saturated. Wen Fuyao had choked on water and lost consciousness. Jiang Yu performed CPR without hesitation. When she coughed up the water from her lungs and began breathing again, Jiang Yu finally exhaled in relief. He sighed helplessly, "Why are you so foolish? Was it worth it for me?" He picked up Wen Fuyao and walked toward the cave, where there was a cold jade bed. Jiang Yu had often dived to the bottom of the lake to practice martial arts since he was a child. The 1,000-year-old cold jade had excellent healing properties. He had once fought a fierce beast and been injured, and had healed on the cold jade bed. This was his only hope for survival. He placed Wen Fuyao aside, climbed onto the cold jade bed, and slowly lay down. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and fainted once more. He didn't know how long he had slept. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space, surrounded by a white, misty expanse. There was no one there, no sound, and nothing at all. Suddenly, he saw a figure flickering ahead. He hurried forward. Old man? He was both surprised and suspicious. How could the old man be here? The old man faced him, hands behind his back, but his face was blurry in the vast emptiness. "You good-for-nothing brat. I told you to cultivate properly, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at you, you can't even block a single bullet. You've brought shame upon the Xiantian gate. Old man, it's not my fault. The enemy ambushed me suddenly and fired several shots. How could I dodge them? If you're not skilled enough, don't make excuses. Enough. I'm already dead. What's the point of talking now? Who said you're dead? I'm not dead? Then where am I? I clearly remember being in the cold wave cave on Mount Boki." After speaking, he suddenly felt a wave of heat, as if he could clearly sense the speed at which the blood was flowing through his body. He looked down and saw that his flesh and bones had turned translucent like jade, with blood and veins resembling crimson agate. The rapid flow of blood made him feel as though he were about to boil. "Old man, I'm in pain. Help me." Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, his body writhing in agony as if it were on fire. The old man stood beside him, speaking slowly, "Pain is normal. Taking this step from the peak of martial arts, who wouldn't feel pain? Once your bones and blood regenerate, you'll no longer fear ordinary bullets. Rebirth of flesh and bone? Old man, are you saying I've reached another realm? That's right, the bone and blood realm. From now on, you are no longer a martial artist. You have officially become one of us cultivators. Martial arts training is for strengthening the body, while cultivating immortality is about seeking eternal life. Bone and blood regeneration is the first realm. Each subsequent realm will bring about a transformation of the body, granting abilities beyond imagination. The old man had told him this before, but Jiang Yu had always thought he was exaggerating. Wait, old man. Jiang Yu, you're not lying to me, are you? Tell me where we are first. No one responded. Jiang Yu looked up again, but there was no trace of the old man. He laughed sarcastically. Is this just a hallucination before death? But if it was a hallucination, why did the pain feel so real? In the cold wave cave, on the cold jade bed, Jiang Yu's body was also undergoing changes. His skin was glowing with a faint light. It had been nearly 2 days since they entered the cave, and when Fuyao had already awakened. She had originally planned to commit suicide with him, but she didn't know why she had ended up here. She discovered Jiang Yu, who was still breathing. So she stayed by his side, waiting for the moment he took his last breath before taking her own life. At that moment, she also noticed the changes in Jiang Yu's body. Under the faint glow, his skin had become as translucent and lustrous as jade. Even she couldn't help but envy him. She covered her mouth, looking panicked. Because she didn't know whether this was good or bad. She could only pray silently. This process lasted for 1.5 days. When Fuyao was already starving and weak, leaning against the wall of the Hanbo cave, staring at Jiang Yu from a distance. She dared not get too close to the cold jade bed, it was too cold. She was desperate. She didn't know how much longer Jiang Yu would remain unconscious. If this continued, she would freeze to death or starve to death. Time passed slowly, and when Fuyao eventually couldn't hold on any longer, she fainted from hunger. When Jiang Yu awoke, he felt as though he had been reborn. He tore off the bandages on his body, and the wounds left by the bullets had already healed, leaving no scars. He clenched his fists, feeling an endless supply of strength. His senses were also more acute. Things he had once been unable to perceive were now clear as day. Is this the bone and blood realm? The feeling of being reborn from the dead was truly wonderful. Chapter 109, How could this woman be wasted? When he was very young, the old man had instilled in him a certain knowledge. This world was not meant for ordinary people. There are many unknown beings in the world, such as immortals. Jiang Yu never believed it, as he had never seen such things and thought the old man was just making things up. As for the bone and blood realm, he had no understanding of it at all. Now he knew that after reaching the peak of martial arts, there was another level above rebirth of bones and blood, which was the bone and blood realm. If he could kill a bull with a single punch before, then now, 10 bulls wouldn't even be a challenge. The difference between martial artists and cultivators is not just one level. The sense of smoothness within his body was unprecedented, because there was an invisible substance in the world nourishing his body. The old man said it was called spiritual energy. Spiritual energy has existed since the beginning of the universe. However, ordinary people who consume grains and vegetables have too many impurities in their bodies, causing their spiritual orifices to be blocked, preventing them from sensing it. Once the bones and blood are reborn, the body undergoes a transformation, and the spiritual orifices open. One officially enters the path of cultivating immortality. He had not completed this transformation before, though he was stronger than ordinary cultivators at the transformation realm and had some traces of a cultivator's essence. He still lacked the necessary refinement. In layman's terms, he had now officially become a cultivator. He recalled the scene after he had fainted and looked around nervously. Old man, old man? He believed the old man had secretly helped him, as he would have found it difficult to complete such a transformation on his own. But there was no one else in the cold cave. No. There was someone else. He suddenly fixed his gaze on the unconscious Wen Fuyao. Wen Fuyao had lost a lot of weight and was breathing very weakly. This is bad. He leaped to his feet, nearly colliding with the rocks above the icy cave. He knew he must have been unconscious for a long time, and since Wen Fuyao couldn't swim, she had been trapped here all along. He immediately rushed over, grabbed Wen Fuyao, and swam out of the pond. If she had woken up a few days later, she would have starved to death. He arrived at the bamboo hut in the mountains, laid Wen Fuyao down, and then went into the mountains to gather some wild vegetables and herbs. Fortunately, the old man hadn't taken the kitchen utensils with him. Wen Fuyao couldn't eat, so he only fed her some tonic herbs to replenish her qi and blood. Looking at the emaciated Wen Fuyao, Jiang Yu's face was filled with bitterness. How could such a woman be wasted? How many people in the world would be willing to die for the one they love? Wen Fuyao was one of them. If such a person were betrayed, wouldn't they be struck by lightning and turned to ashes? The old man had once said that cultivators would face trials, and Jiang Yu feared that if he betrayed Wen Fuyao, he would be struck to ashes in the trial. It turns out that cultivators aren't as carefree as they seem. He had cared for her diligently for 2 days before Wen Fuyao slowly regained consciousness. Jiang Yu, are you okay? She didn't care about her own condition the moment she woke up. She asked about Jiang Yu's well-being. I'm fine. I'm completely healed. Look, there's not a single scar on my body. He pulled open his clothes, revealing a muscular chest as smooth as jade. That's wonderful. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Wen Fuyao was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down her face. In her excitement, everything went black before her eyes. Jiang Yu immediately supported her. Don't get so worked up. Your body is still weak. Lie down first. I'll go cook something for you. She hadn't eaten anything for a long time. Though there were plenty of wild game in the mountains, Jiang Yu only cooked some vegetables. Wenfuya's body couldn't handle anything too greasy yet. After a few days of rest and recuperation, Wenfuya's health gradually improved. She cherished this time, as Jiang Yu cared for her with unwavering devotion, and no one disturbed their peaceful togetherness. She hoped to live here quietly and peacefully for the rest of her life. But reality never aligns with one's wishes. On the 7th day in the mountains, Wen Shiyun and Su Xian arrived at Boki Mountain, accompanied by 2 fully equipped divers. Wen Fuyo had disappeared without a trace, and Wen Shiyun couldn't reach her by phone. Frantic with worry, he searched everywhere until he finally learned from Han Xiong that Wen Fuyo had died for Jiang Yu. The death of his daughter was a huge blow to Wen Shiyun, making him seem 10 years older overnight. He rushed to Boki Mountain immediately, determined to bring his daughter's body back, even if she was dead, so he could give her a proper burial. Su Xian was Wen Fuyao's employee, and the two were also good friends in private. Upon hearing the news, she insisted on accompanying Wen Shiyun. Su Xian didn't know Wen Shiyun before it was only a few days ago that Wen Shiyun contacted the Yuyan company, and Su Xian learned that Wen Fuyo was the daughter of the owner of the Jiyan company. In the days that followed, she helped Wen Shiyun search for Wen Fuyo, and through many connections, they finally found Han Xiong. The two arrived at the cold pond, where Su Xian lit incense, candles, and paper money on the shore. Today was also the 7th day since Wen Fuyo and Jiang Yu had passed away. Anyway, when Shiyun believed her daughter was certainly dead, she couldn't swim, and who could save her in such a remote, desolate place? Moreover, Han Xiong and Han Ing had witnessed Wen Fuyo sinking to the bottom of the pond with their own eyes. The smoke from the paper money rose slowly. When Shiyun stared at the water's surface, her eyes bloodshot. There was no body floating on the water. According to custom, after 7 days, a drowned person should have already bloated and floated to the surface. But there was nothing on the water's surface either, only the occasional fish darting out of the water. However, when Shiyun had anticipated this and had brought along 2 divers. He bowed slightly. Gentlemen, I entrust my daughter's matter to you. Please do your best. The 2 divers donned their equipment and immediately dove to the bottom of the lake, but after searching several times, they found no body. At that moment, Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyo were sitting back to back on the grass in front of the bamboo house. Their feelings for each other had been growing steadily over time. Though Wen Fuyo hadn't mentioned it during this time, Jiang Yu had already silently accepted her in his heart. If Wen Fuyo were to confess her feelings, Jiang Yu would accept without hesitation. The 2 of them sat back to back, neither speaking, as if this was a kind of happiness. Suddenly, Wen Fuyo spotted smoke in the distant sky and exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Yu, look! What's that smoke over there? Is there a forest fire? Jiang Yu looked in the direction she pointed and said softly, it can't be. The smoke is too small. Wen Fuyo asked curiously, could there be someone else in the mountains? Jiang Yu said, there's no one else on Boki Mountain besides me and the old man. Could it be the old man has returned? He sprang to his feet and ran toward where the smoke was rising. As they approached the pond, they heard Wen Shiyun's sorrowful cries, daughter, come out. Dad will take you home. The 2 frogmen searched for a long time, but there was no body at the bottom of the lake. They began to suspect they might have come to the wrong place. Perhaps there was more than one pond on Boki Mountain. The 2 frogmen sat on the shore to rest. Their oxygen was running out, and if they couldn't find anything, they'd have to give up. Su Xian burned paper money while crying, Mr. Wen, how could you be so foolish? Dying for that scoundrel isn't worth it. Jiang Yu heard this and felt annoyed. What's going on? I'm dead, and you're still cursing me? Dad, Su Xian. As Wen Fuyo spoke, Su Xian suddenly turned around, terrified, and scrambled away, a ghost. Chapter 110, Unmatched in Momentary Glory. Su Xian was so scared she almost fell into the pond. Since the 2 frogmen didn't recognize the 2 who should have been drowned, they just looked curious. Wen Shiyun remained much calmer, unlike Su Xian who made a fool of himself. Of course, even if Wen Fuyo were really a ghost, Wen Shiyun, as her father, wouldn't be afraid. He stared at Wen Fuyo, then turned to look at the pond water, and turned back again before finally asking timidly, Fuyo, is it really you? Wen Fuyo looked at the burnt-out paper money on the shore and roughly understood her father's intentions. She took a few steps forward, took her father's hand, and said guiltily, Dad, it's me. I'm not dead. I'm sorry for worrying you. I should have come back sooner. Although she loved life in the mountains and knew this time wouldn't last, she wasn't unwilling to return. Her health simply wouldn't allow it. Although the mountains were rich in medicinal herbs, there were few nourishing foods. Even with wild vegetables and game, it would take more than a day or 2 to restore one's health. When Shiyun embraced Wen Fuyo tightly, tears streaming down his face. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. The joy of being reunited after so long was evident on his face. At that moment, nothing else mattered. Su Xian, whose legs had gone weak from fear, regained some strength and slowly stood up. But when she met Jiang Yu's gaze, she growled menacingly, "You think you can scare me by pretending to be a ghost? Jiang Yu? Your imagination is a bit too vivid, isn't it? I didn't even say you were calling me a jerk behind my back, and you're already accusing me first?" He regretted it deeply. He should have just gone along with her and scared her. Wen Fuyao's body had also recovered enough, so taking advantage of Wen Qian having a car, Jiang Yu went down the mountain with them. There was nothing in the mountains, and staying there for too long wasn't a viable option. On the way, Wen Qian asked her why she had tried to drown herself. Wen Fuyao felt ashamed. At the time, she had only thought about how she owed Jiang Yu and wanted to die with him, never considering how much pain her father, Wen Qian, would feel. So she lied, saying she hadn't jumped to kill herself. She claimed there was a cave at the bottom of the pond, a good place to recover, and she was going there to take care of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly, not exposing her lie. Of course, Wen Qian was also tactful enough to erase any unusual content that had appeared on Jiang Yu's body. Her worldview had been shattered long ago. After waking up, she had asked Jiang Yu about everything, and he had told her the truth without holding back. He had already decided to accept Wen Fuyao, and the two of them were destined to be inseparable as husband and wife, with nothing to hide. However, what puzzled him was that Wen Fuyao hadn't mentioned the matter at all in recent days. Just a few days ago, she had confessed her feelings to him without hesitation, yet now it seemed as though she had completely forgotten about it. In truth, Wen Fuyao also had her own emotional barriers. She felt deeply guilty because Jiang Yu had nearly died. Moreover, she had seen how heartbroken Han Ning was, and felt that her recent actions had a sense of stealing someone else's love. So she decided not to bring it up again, waiting for Jiang Yu to make his own choice. Thus, the two of them tacitly agreed to keep this matter buried deep within their hearts. They left in sorrow and returned with laughter filling the carriage. When Qiyun had originally planned to host a banquet at the imperial kitchen that evening, both to dispel the ill fortune from Wen Fuyao and Jiang Yu and to satisfy their appetites. However, Wen Fuyao said she didn't want to eat and just wanted to go home to lie in her comfortable bed and sleep soundly. But this was just an excuse, as she wanted Jiang Yu to go to Tianyun University. The night you were unconscious, Han Ning was also crying herself to sleep. If you had died, she would have been heartbroken. Now that you're back, go see her so she doesn't grieve day and night. To be honest, Jiang Yu hadn't seen Han Ning cry, because after he woke up, she had been putting on a brave front, acting indifferent to his life or death. Jiang Yu was surprised. Han Ning hates me so much. Why would she be sad for me? When Fuyao said, women understand each other as hearts best. The more she pretends to be strong in front of you, the more she cares about you. Jiang Yu joked, what about you? When Fuyao blushed, everyone has a different personality. She was different from Han Ning. She didn't go out of her way to hide her emotions. After parting ways, when Fuyao returned home, her mind racing. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's special identity, her perspective had shifted. Having multiple sisters didn't seem so unbearable after all. Jiang Yu went straight to Tianyun University, intending to surprise Han Ning. Now, Jiang Yu was no longer just a legend at Tianyun University, he was a legend in Tianyun City. The battle at the peak of Luta Hall made his name known throughout Tianyun. The name Jiang Yu was unmatched in popularity at the time. People talked about him endlessly during their free time. They spoke of a martial arts prodigy who had emerged in Tianyun City, becoming the city's top martial artist at such a young age, and urged the younger generation to take him as their role model. However, while most people in Tianyun City know of Jiang Yu, few truly understand him. The news of Jiang Yu being shot was officially suppressed, known only to a select few. And those few had almost convinced themselves that Jiang Yu was dead. He was the topic of conversation among the common folk, but the powerful figures rarely mentioned him. The martial arts community in Tianyun City has been in decline recently. Losing two masters of the highest level in a single day was a major blow to the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. In recent days, word has spread among outsiders that Tianyun City has produced a prodigy, attracting a steady stream of challengers. The Martial Arts Association has sent numerous fighters to confront him, but all have returned defeated, leaving the Tianyun Martial Arts Association's reputation in tatters. Unfortunately, the Tianyun Martial Arts Association is leaderless and lacks any peak martial arts masters to hold the fort, leaving them at the mercy of others. The Han family sent Jiang Yu to Boqi Mountain but did not disclose the incident of Jiang Yu drowning himself. Although many speculated that Jiang Yu was dead, there was no concrete evidence. Outside martial arts experts kept demanding to challenge Jiang Yu, but the Tianyun Martial Arts Association had no one to send and couldn't simply claim Jiang Yu was dead to send them away, leaving them in a difficult position. The Zhao group naturally knew about Jiang Yu being shot. The father and son, who had been on edge, finally felt relieved. Zhao Shua had even resumed his intense pursuit of Han Ning a few days earlier. Sure enough, today Zhao Shua arrived at the school in several luxury cars, blocking Han Ning as she was leaving class. Flowers were scattered everywhere, creating a romantic atmosphere. Such a relentless assault from a wealthy second-generation heir is rarely resisted by any girl. But Han Ning was different. Although Han Ning doesn't love someone as deeply as Wen Fuyao, she simply can't bring herself to like Zhao Shua. She came down with her books, her expression cold and indifferent. She had been gloomy and withdrawn for days, barely speaking a word, and even her best friend Wang Ruoqi had no idea what was going on. Wei Yon, who had been following Wang Ruoqi, was also unaware of Jiang Yu's situation. He was merely curious why Zhao Shua was trying to steal Jiang Yu's girlfriend, yet Jiang Yu seemed oblivious, as if he had vanished into thin air. Today, Zhao Shua didn't recite a love poem instead, he learned a love song online and sang it with deep emotion to express his feelings. That voice was simply unbearable. Chapter 111, Dare Not Speak Out. The song was so off-key it sounded like it was coming from the other side of the world. Despite that, there were still quite a few people clapping and praising him. Wei Yon, following closely behind Wang Ruoqi, clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, if it weren't for Yuga being away these days, I'd knock your teeth out. Who does he think he is, digging at someone else's corner? But he dared not speak up. Without Jiang Yu backing him, he wouldn't dare challenge Zhao Shua. There weren't many onlookers, as Zhao Shua had been coming to declare his love every day, and people had grown tired of watching. Han Ying's responses were always clear, telling Zhao Shua to give up his hopes. Today was no exception. When Zhao Shua knelt before Han Ying with a diamond ring in his hand, Han Ying looked at him coldly and said, Zhao Shua, I'll say this one last time, there's no future between us. If it weren't for the relationship between our families, I would have called the police long ago. Zhao Shua's daily visits had already caused significant disruption to Han Ying's life. Zhao Shua forced a smirk. Han Ying, don't be so absolute. Now that Jiang boy is dead, your father will eventually marry you off to me. Whether Jiang Yu is dead or alive has nothing to do with you. I won't accept you because of his death. Give up this notion. I can tell you're still thinking about that guy. He's dead. Why are you so obsessed? Although Jiang Yu was already dead, Zhao Shua still felt angry whenever he thought of him. A wealthy second-generation heir, yet he couldn't even match a dead man. Spit. Zhao Shua spat on the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. If I knew where his grave was, I'd dig it up myself. Oh really? I didn't expect that. I went out for a few days to sightsee, and now I'm being talked about like I'm dead? A clear voice rang out from the crowd, causing Han Ying's body to tremble as if struck by an electric current. That voice, how could it sound so familiar? A familiar figure emerged from the crowd, and Wei Yon was the first to rush over. Brother Yu, you're finally back. Wei Yon pointed at Zhao Shua and accused, this guy took advantage of your absence to come here every day and steal your girlfriend. How despicable. Han Ying could barely stand, and Wang Ruoqi immediately supported her, asking with concern, are you okay? Han Ying shook her head blankly, staring blankly at Jiang Yu. This can't be possible. This is absolutely impossible. She couldn't believe her eyes. She had seen him jump into the water and drown with her own eyes. How could a dead man suddenly appear before her like this? Jiang Yu walked toward her step by step, smiling brightly. Stopping in front of her, Jiang Yu said curiously, what's wrong? Haven't seen your fiancé in a few days, and you don't recognize him anymore? Wang Ruoqi, who was standing nearby and didn't understand what was going on, clenched her teeth and muttered under her breath, you're just a tool. Have some self-awareness. Han Ying shook her head and took a step back. No, this isn't real. I must be dreaming. Jiang Yu laughed, no, you're not dreaming. You wouldn't feel pain if you were dreaming. That's right, you can't feel pain in a dream. Han Ying wanted to pinch herself, but she was afraid of the pain, so she took a step forward and reached out her hand toward Jiang Yu's face. What the? Don't test it like that. Jiang Yu took a step back to dodge, then walked over to Zhao Shua and slapped him across the face. Zhao Shua covered his face and was about to cry. What the hell is going on? Didn't everyone say he was dead? Now he dared not speak up. If this had been in the past, he could have used his status to make a scene, but now he didn't have the courage. The man who hit him was the top martial artist in Tianyun City. Zhao Shua was already dazed, so when Jiang Yu slapped him, he didn't even have time to scream. Jiang Yu glanced at him. Doesn't it hurt? As soon as he raised his hand, Zhao Shua immediately ducked his neck and shouted, it hurts. It hurts. Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to Han Ying and said softly, see? He knows it hurts. You're not dreaming. Zhao Shua was about to curse. Why are you hitting me to verify if I'm dreaming? Han Ying timidly asked, are you really not dead? Jiang Yu spread his arms wide, suddenly stepped forward and embraced Han Ying, breathing softly into her ear. He asked, can you feel my reality now? Han Ying nodded blankly, feeling at the strong arms, the warm breath. Everything was so real. It wasn't a dream, he really wasn't dead. Suddenly, Han Ying pushed him away and scolded, have we gotten this close already? She returned to her aloof, indifferent attitude toward Jiang Yu. On the surface, she seemed calm, but no one knew the storm raging inside her. Jiang Yu just smiled and turned to walk toward Zhao Shua. Gulp. Zhao Shua swallowed nervously. In the entire Tianyun city, there were few people he dared to provoke. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu was one of them. What do you want? Zhao Shua backed up to his sports car, with nowhere else to go. What do I want? You took advantage of my absence to repeatedly steal my men in public, and even threatened to dig up my grave. You have the nerve to ask what I want? Zhao Gongzi, shouldn't I be the one asking you what you want? Do you really think so little of me, Jiang, that you think I'm easy to bully? Jiang Yu stepped forward, his piercing gaze nearly suffocating Zhao Shua. No, no. Zhao Shu shook his head repeatedly. Damn it, in the entire Tianyun city, you're the only one who's hard to bully. Who knows if you'll even survive this? Han Ying was also puzzled. Setting aside whether Jiang Yu had drowned himself, the 3 gunshot wounds alone had prompted the doctor to issue a critical condition notice. Jiang Yu's survival was nothing short of a miracle. No, it was a divine miracle. Zhao Shua's tears were about to fall. He thought to himself, if I had known you were still alive, even if you gave me 100 dares, I wouldn't have dared to confess my feelings. He covered his face, feeling anxious. He looked around. There weren't many people, but if he was forced to kneel in public again, he'd lose all face. However, Jiang Yu had no intention of beating him up. He was now on a different level. Beating Zhao Shua would be too much of a bully, and it wouldn't make much sense anyway. He glanced at the dark red sports car behind Zhao Shua and commented, "Nice car. It must have been quite a show driving all the way here, huh? Huh?" Zhao Shua's forehead was filled with question marks before he snapped out of it and hurriedly said, "If you like it, I'll give it to you." A car worth 100,000? He didn't care. Face is more important. Jiang Yu said indifferently, "Give it to me?" Zhao Shua froze for a moment before quickly changing his tone. "Over the past few days, I've been harassing your fiancé, and I truly regret it. This car is my way of apologizing to you. Please accept it, Master Jiang, and forgive my rash behavior over the past few days." Jiang Yu nodded satisfactorily, looking like a teacher pleased with a student. "That's more like it. Since you're so sincere, I can't refuse your face. All right. I forgive you. Get out of here." Zhao Shua felt as though he had been granted a pardon and urged his friends to get into the car quickly. Jiang Yu suddenly shouted, "Wait." Zhao Shua was on the verge of tears. "You've already given me the car, what more do you want?" Chapter 112, Heaven Has Not Abandoned Me. If this had been in the past, Zhao Shua, who was already in the car, would have hit the gas without a second thought, running over anyone who dared to stop him. But now he dared not. Offending Jiang Yu would only bring him trouble. He stuck his head out and asked bitterly, "Brother, what's wrong now?" Jiang Yu gestured with his mouth, "The car keys." "Oh." Zhao Shua slapped his forehead in realization and immediately handed over the keys. Jiang Yu asked, "When will you transfer the ownership?" "There's no need to transfer the ownership. The car will always belong to Zhao Shua." "That would be rejecting Zhao Shua's kindness, wouldn't it?" Zhao Shua hurriedly said, "This afternoon. I'll prepare all the paperwork. You just need to sign when you get there." After speaking, several sports cars roared loudly and sped away from the school. Wei Yong walked over and ran his hands over the dark red sports car, unable to tear himself away. "Let's go." Jiang Yu walked over and publicly grabbed Han Ying's hand. Surprisingly, Han Ying didn't resist, which made Wang Ruoqi, standing beside her, fume with anger. "Where are we going?" "You'll find out once you get in." Wei Yong saw Jiang Yu approaching and chuckled, "Brother Yu, can I borrow this car for a couple of days?" "Get lost. I haven't driven it yet." He pushed Wei Yong aside and opened the car door for Han Ying. Once inside the car, Jiang Yu stepped on the gas pedal, and with the sleek car and beautiful woman by his side, it was pure bliss. No kidding, this sports car is a pleasure to drive. The head turning rate was off the charts. Of course, a high head turning rate was mainly because Han Ying was sitting in the car. He sped straight to the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, the most luxurious hotel in Tianyun City. "What are you doing here?" Han Ying couldn't figure out what he was up to. Jiang Yu said, "Before the final showdown, didn't I promise you that if I won, I'd treat you to a big meal? I'm here to keep my word." However, Han Ying wasn't happy. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed into a frown as she hesitantly looked at Jiang Yu. She couldn't believe it was real. How could someone who should have been dead be standing before her, looking so full of life? Moreover, she felt like there was a knot in her heart that she couldn't untangle, but she couldn't figure out what it was at the moment. Distracted, she followed Jiang Yu upstairs. He requested a private room, and the waiter handed him the menu. He selected a few signature dishes and then handed the menu to Han Ying, who shook her head and said it was enough. Jiang Yu teased, "You really know how to save money for yourself." Han Ying glared at him, "Save money for me? Aren't you the one treating me to dinner?" Jiang Yu said, "I don't have any money right now. Can you cover the bill for now? I'll definitely pay you back once I have the money." Han Ying stood up and was about to leave. "Hey, don't go. We're family, why let a little money ruin our mood?" "A little money? Do you know how much it costs to eat here? I'm really broke right now, I can't afford to treat you." "What? Your dad hasn't restored your financial support yet? What do you think? It doesn't matter. I'm back. Do you remember what your father said? As long as I'm alive, he'll acknowledge me as his son-in-law. Now that I'm back, your father has no reason to cut off your financial support." "How do you know?" Han Ying looked at him strangely. "Actually, I regained consciousness before opening my eyes that morning and overheard your father and aunt talking outside the door." Han Ying was surprised. She hadn't heard any conversation outside the house that day. Could Jiang Yu have heard it? But none of that mattered now. If that was the case, then they could eat whatever they wanted today. Waiter! She waved her hand, bring the menu over. She ordered several more dishes she loved. While eating, Han Ning kept glancing at Jiang Yu, who felt a bit uncomfortable. What is wrong? Han Ning put down her chopsticks. How did you manage to survive? This was something she couldn't wrap her head around. Jiang Yu had been shot 3 times, and the doctors had declared him beyond saving. He even tried to drown himself, yet he was still alive? Jiang Yu said, maybe it's because heaven didn't want me to die. I recovered my injuries on Mount Boki. Han Ning said, that's impossible. You clearly tried to drown yourself. Jiang Yu explained, that wasn't suicide. There's actually a cold cave at the bottom of the pond with a bed made of cold jade. I spent most of my time there recovering from my injuries, and it worked wonders. This time, I just went there to try my luck. Han Ning angrily said, why didn't you say so earlier? They all thought Jiang Yu was trying to take his own life and end his suffering. Jiang Yu said, actually, I didn't have much confidence at first, so I didn't tell you. If I hadn't survived, I would have just pretended it was suicide. Han Ning glared at him, then suddenly stood up. She finally realized what she had forgotten. Wen Fuya. You've nearly killed someone. Han Ning couldn't help but feel deep sorrow and regret for Wen Fuya. Do you know that after you jumped into the pond, Wen Fuya committed suicide for you? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Now Jiang Yu is alive, but Wen Fuya is gone. Han Ning was overcome with grief. Jiang Yu stared at her in shock, then burst into laughter. Han Ning angrily exclaimed, you killed a woman who loved you so much, and you're still laughing? I really misjudged you. Jiang Yu said softly, who said Wen Fuya is dead? What? Sit down. Don't grieve for her. After she jumped into the pond, I noticed and brought her into the cold cave. She's okay? She's alive and well. It's just that during the time I was unconscious, she suffered a bit in the cold cave. Jiang Yu only mentioned the suffering lightly, without specifying that Wen Fuya had nearly starved to death. Because it wouldn't have made a difference. Han Ning exhaled deeply in relief and returned to her seat. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, she asked again, unconscious? So you were just lying on that cold jade bed, and your injuries healed completely? Is that even possible? Are you trying to fool me? Of course, things weren't that simple. The cold jade bed wasn't some magical elixir. While it could indeed accelerate wound healing, it wasn't capable of bringing someone back from the brink of death. What truly pulled Jiang Yu back from the brink of death was the regeneration of his bones and blood, allowing him to enter the bone and blood realm. In the path of cultivating immortality, every time one ascends a realm, the body undergoes a transformation. A mere gunshot wound is nothing. Of course, he didn't tell Han Ning the truth, because their relationship was still just a facade, they weren't even engaged yet. There was no need to reveal his deepest secrets. He casually replied, it's pretty. I'll take you there to try it out someday. Han Ying's eyes flashed with a cold glint, you still speak in such an annoying way. Annoying? Jiang Yu chuckled, I heard that after I was shot, someone cried their eyes out for me. That was Wen Fuya. Han Ning spoke with a lack of confidence, then quickly lowered her head to pick up some food to ease the awkwardness. Jiang Yu glanced at her blushing expression and felt a surge of joy. Unfortunately, he had already decided to accept Wen Fuya. Chapter 113, You're really bored. After dinner at the Imperial Kitchen, Jiang Yu and Han Ning returned to the Lakeview residence together. Actually, Han Xiong had always been quite kind to Jiang Yu. Since he had died a few days ago, Han Xiong had been deeply saddened, so he needed to return to reassure her. The sports car was stopped at the entrance of the Lakeview residence. They hadn't seen that license plate before. Jiang Yu and Han Ning both rolled down their windows. Han Ning said calmly, it's me. The gatekeeper raised the barrier, but before Jiang Yu could start the car, a figure suddenly jumped onto the hood. Master, I've been waiting for you for days. Jiang Yu was startled. Qian Lai? What is this guy doing here? And who are you calling master? Don't call me that. In fact, Qian Lai had been waiting outside the Guanhujia residence since the day after he arrived, hoping to find a master, and his desire to learn had not diminished over time. Han Ning furrowed her brows and asked, who is he? Jiang Yu replied, a not very close friend. In truth, they weren't even friends, but Jiang Yu didn't know how to introduce him. Qian Lai walked to the car window and chuckled, Master, I've finally waited for you. Stop it, I'm not your master. Jiang brother, Jiang master, martial arts is truly my dream. Please take me in. In the past, Qian Lai's use of Master Jiang would have made Han Ning scoff. But now she didn't react at all, because Jiang Yu truly deserved the title of master. As the top martial artist in Tianyun City, who else could be called a master? Jiang Yu didn't want to get into it with Qian Lai, so he replied casually, I'll think about it. Qian Lai was overjoyed, alright, then. I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? You're really bored out of your mind. Jiang Yu ignored him and drove the car inside. The Han family villa remained cold and deserted. Han Ning wasn't living there, and aside from the maid, only Han Tianming and his sister were present. The siblings didn't get along well, and sometimes they wouldn't even speak to each other for days. Han Tianming and Han Xiong were busy with work and hadn't returned home yet. The maid was doing housework. Upon seeing Han Ing return, she immediately bowed and said, "Mrs. back." She looked up and saw Jiang Yu, the son-in-law, is here too. Han Ing was changing her shoes and said, "Auntie, please prepare a few extra dishes tonight. We'll be having dinner at home." All right. As a housekeeper, she also hoped that her employer's family would live in harmony and happiness. Dad and Auntie should be back later tonight. I'm going back to my room to rest for a while. You go ahead and do whatever you like. Han Ing went upstairs, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the living room. Jiang Yu? They really don't consider me family anymore? Even though I'm the future son-in-law of the Han family, I've only been to this villa twice. I only know where the living room and dining room are. You tell me to do as I please, but what am I supposed to do? After Han Ing went into her room, she had just changed into her pajamas and lay down when Jiang Yu pushed the door open and walked in. She didn't have the habit of locking the door at home, and there was only her father, a man, in the house. Plus, her father usually wouldn't go into her bedroom if he had something to say, he'd do it in the study or the living room. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Han Ing grabbed a pillow and threw it at Jiang Yu, shouting, "Get out and lock the door." Jiang Yu caught the pillow and smiled, saying, "You're the host, I'm the guest. How can the host sleep and neglect the guest? You really think you're the guest? Ha? Isn't that what you're implying? Your words are quite suggestive." Han Ing continued, "If you're bored, you can go to my father's study to read a book or play on the computer. I'm really tired. Please don't disturb me, okay?" Han Ing hadn't been resting well lately. Every night, as soon as she closed her eyes, she would think of Jiang Yu and Wen Fuya drowning themselves. She finally fell asleep but often woke up from her dreams. Now that Jiang Yu was back and Wen Fuya was fine, she could finally sleep soundly. Jiang Yu refused to leave, teasing her, "We haven't seen each other in so long. Don't you want to talk to me?" I'll tell you in my dreams. To be honest, I haven't rested well either. There are too many mosquitoes in the mountains. Why don't we get lost? If you dare climb into my bed, I'll... What will you do? Ha? Han Ing startled, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu had already lain down beside her. Jiang Yu chuckled, "This mattress is so comfortable to sleep on." Han Ing's expression darkened instantly, and she said in a menacing tone, "You have 3 seconds to get out of here. Hey, don't be so stingy. Your bed is so big I won't take up any space. 1. Are you serious? I'm your fiancé. 2. We've already slept together. Have you forgotten what happened at the hotel? As the saying goes, the first time is awkward, but the second time is easier. The same goes for sleeping together." Ah! Han Ing went berserk, letting out a dragon-like roar, her voice sharp and piercing. Jiang Yu saw the situation was bad and quickly fled. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and Jiang Yu was already gone. Han Ing muttered under her breath, cursing the jerk who always managed to drive her crazy. Han Ing went to sleep, and Jiang Yu wasn't going to spend the entire afternoon waiting in the living room like an idiot, so he went out for a walk. By chance, he found himself in front of He Qing Yuan's villa, which was already sealed off with police tape. Although He Qing Yuan was already dead, he had been charged with intentional homicide. The police had searched his home to see if he had committed any other crimes. He stood there for a moment before a middle-aged man in a windbreaker and a grey woolen hat approached. He stopped a short distance away, also staring at He Qing Yuan's villa. Jiang Yu noticed that the man had distinct facial features, with sparse stubble, the kind of ruggedly handsome man who could charm thousands of young women. The man looked at him for a moment, then turned and asked, "Who are you to He Qing Yuan?" Jiang Yu casually replied, "Just a neighbor. I live in Guanhuju. I was out for a walk. What brings you here?" The man shook his head, then tore off the seal, took out a key, and opened the door to go inside. Jiang Yu stood there dumbfounded. Who was this man? How did he have the key to He Qing Yuan's villa? A real estate developer? A broker? He doesn't look like one either. In less than 3 minutes, the man emerged, holding a red booklet with the words "Property Ownership Certificate" written on it. The man quickly disappeared from Jiang Yu's sight. Jiang Yu was still dazed. Stealing the property ownership certificate? That doesn't make sense. He went in less than 3 minutes and already had the property deed. There wasn't enough time to rummage through anything. Moreover, this was Guanhuju, a neighborhood inhabited by high-ranking officials and wealthy individuals. No one would dare to steal here. Just as he was puzzled, security guard Wang Yu ran over, shouting, Brother Yu! Jiang Yu waved him over. "You're just in time. Who was that guy? Do you know him?" Wang Yu shook his head, panting, "I don't know him. But he claimed to be the villa's owner, saying he came back to retrieve the property deed. Oh, and he asked me to pass on a message for you." A string of question marks appeared in Jiang Yu's mind. "I was just here, why would he need someone to pass a message to me?" Chapter 114, Trouble Ahead. With questions swirling in his mind, Jiang Yu muttered, "What did he say to you?" Wang Yu said, "He said to tell Jiang Yu that He Yuanshan, will come back one day to settle the score with him." He Yuanshan? Jiang Yu repeated the name, then asked, "By the way, didn't you tell me before that this villa belongs to He Qing Yuan's relative?" That's right. Apparently, it belongs to his cousin. His cousin made a lot of money in Beijing years ago, but because his methods weren't clean, he ended up in prison. This villa in Tianyun City has been occupied by He Qing Yuan ever since. He Yuan Shan. It seems like the He Yuan Shan we just mentioned is He Qing Yuan's cousin. Jiang Yu recalled what Jin Hu had told him earlier about He Qing Yuan having extensive connections even in the capital. Now he realized it must be through this connection with He Yuan Shan. However, since He Yuan Shan was imprisoned, He Qing Yuan couldn't find any help when dealing with him. Now that He Yuan Shan has been released from prison, he naturally wants to avenge his brother. However, after spending several years in prison, He Yuan Shan has returned to a changed world. Rebuilding his life will take time, and for now, he has no way to deal with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu said, coming back to retrieve the property deed suggests he plans to sell the villa as startup capital to rebuild his fortune. Once he has enough strength, he'll return to seek revenge. He felt that He Yuan Shan was much smarter than He Qing Yuan. Even with his enemy right in front of him, he remained calm and composed. Jiang Yu believed that this He Yuan Shan would be much harder to deal with than He Qing Yuan. In fact, he didn't know that He Yuan Shan had heard about He Qing Yuan's death while in prison and knew that his enemy was named Jiang Yu, but he had never met him before. Upon his release from prison, He Yuan Shan immediately went to Guanhuju, so even if Jiang Yu stood right in front of him, he wouldn't recognize him. However, Jiang Yu wasn't the type to give someone a chance to grow strong. Since He Yuan Shan had appeared, he had to eliminate him before he could become a threat. He hurriedly asked, "Where is He Yuan Shan?" Wan Yu replied, "He's gone. He was just at the entrance of the residential complex, sitting in a black Volkswagen." Jiang Yu immediately pulled out his phone and called Jin Lauda, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. When Jin Hu saw Jiang Yu's name on the caller ID, he was stunned. He was one of the few who knew about Jiang Yu's death. How could a dead man be calling him? He answered the call nervously, "Hello, hello? Jin Lauda, it's me. Jiang Yu?" Jin Lauda's voice was trembling. This was freaking him out. "Jin Lauda, help me out. Send someone immediately to intercept a black Volkswagen. Hurry." Jin Lauda asked weakly, "Are you human or a ghost?" Jiang Yu paused for a moment before saying, "I'm fine. Just help me with this first, and I'll explain everything later." Jin Hu was stunned for a few seconds before responding solemnly, "I'll send someone immediately. Do you know the license plate number?" Jiang Yu glanced at Wan Yu and said, "Wait a moment. I'll check the surveillance footage. If I confirm the license plate number, I'll send it to you." "No problem, but it might be a bit tricky. Not everyone on my team has the necessary connections. If you're really in a hurry, you could ask the Tingyun Merchants Guild for help." "Du Lang? I don't know him well." "Jiang brother, this isn't about familiarity. You're now the top expert in Tianyun. Du Lang would be begging to help you. Just give the word, and I guarantee he'll drop everything to handle it for you." "Alright, give me his phone number." After hanging up, Jiang Yu instructed Wan Yu to look up the license plate number. Jin Hu took several minutes before sending over the phone number. When Jiang Yu dialed the number, an excited voice came through immediately, "Master Jiang, you're still alive? That's such a relief. You have no idea how much I've been worried about you these past few days. If you had died, it would truly be a tragedy for the world." During those few minutes, Jin Lao had already informed Du Lang in advance. Jiang Yu got straight to the point, "Mr. Du, could you do me a favor?" "Master Jiang, if you need anything, just let me know. Du Lang, guarantee I'll handle it perfectly." "Alright, then Mr. Du, go help me hail a black Volkswagen. I'll send you the license plate number shortly." On the other end, Wan Yu retrieved the surveillance footage and quickly sent the license plate number over. Jiang Yu had no interest in lingering any longer. He returned to the Han family villa, sat on the sofa, sipped his tea, and waited for news. He Yuan Shan wanted to take revenge on him, so he certainly wouldn't just sit around waiting for it to happen. It wasn't until 5:30 p.m. that news finally came from Jin Hu's side. The person had escaped. By the time the Black Tiger Hall and the Tingyun Merchants Association found the black Volkswagen, He Yuan Shan had already gotten out of the car. They interrogated the driver, who said He Yuan Shan had left Tianyun City an hour earlier. The Black Tiger Hall and the Tingyun Merchants' influence only extended to the small area of Tianyun City. Once He Yuan Shan had left, they were powerless to act. Moreover, they had no idea which direction He Yuan Shan had gone. Jiang Yu sipped his tea, his brows furrowed, regretting deeply that he hadn't thought more carefully when he encountered He Yuan Shan earlier. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains would only lead to endless trouble. His bone-blood realm cultivation was unmatched in Tianyun City, but there were always stronger beings out there. The world was full of hidden talents and masters. He estimated that He Yuan Shan had likely already headed north, as that was where he had built his foundation and where his connections lay. The only silver lining was that He Yuan Shan had specifically named him as his target. With everyone gone, Jiang Yu had no choice but to take things one step at a time, facing challenges as they arose. If there was an opportunity to head north, he would investigate He Yuan Shan's whereabouts. The news of Jiang Yu's return spread through Jin Hu and Du Lang in the upper circles. The Tianjin City Martial Arts Association held an inspiring meeting that night, but they did not disturb Jiang Yu immediately, knowing that he would want to spend the first few days reuniting with family and friends. Autumn had already arrived, and the days were no longer as bright as they had been in summer. By 7 o'clock, the sky had already grown dark. Han came downstairs wearing a nightgown, her eyes half closed, yawning, with her hair in disarray. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food, and the housekeeper had almost finished preparing the meal, waiting only for Han Tianming and his sister to return. The smell of sweet and sour pork ribs. Zhou Jia, why did you think of making this today? Isn't this Xiaoying's favorite dish? Han Xiong asked while changing her shoes. The housekeeper replied from the kitchen, the young lady and her husband are back. They said they'd be having dinner at home tonight. Oh, so Xiaoying is back. That girl, she didn't even tell us she was coming back. I almost went out dancing with someone. Zhou Jia, what did you say? What son-in-law? Han Xiong suddenly looked up and saw Jiang Yu standing in the living room, smiling at her. Han Xiong thought she was seeing things, rubbed her eyes, and then let out a shriek, rushing out the door, ghost. Chapter 115, Recognition. Han Xiong rushed to the front yard, her face pale with fear. She collided with Han Tianming, who had just returned home. Han Tianming scolded her with a stern expression, "You're an adult now. Why are you acting like a child? When will you ever get married? Can't get married? If you hadn't broken up my engagement, I would have been married long ago." However, Han Xiong had no energy to argue with Han Tianming. She pointed at the front door, trembling, and said, "Big brother, there's a ghost. If you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear at midnight." Han Tianming glared at her and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Jiang Yu. Han Tianming's face turned pale, and he stumbled backward, nearly falling down the stairs. Han Xiong mocked him cruelly, "Big brother, it seems you've done plenty of wrong in your life." Han Tianming's face also turned pale. He couldn't say he had done anything wrong to Jiang Yu, but he certainly couldn't claim to be innocent either, so he felt guilty. Han heard Han Xiong's voice and came out of the bathroom, still holding a toothbrush in her mouth. She walked to the door and mumbled, "Dad, Auntie, what's going on?" Han Xiong pointed at the house and whispered, "Jiang Yu's ghost has returned. It must be because your father treated him badly back then, and now he's come to claim his life." Han burst out laughing. "Auntie, where did you get the idea about ghosts? Jiang Yu isn't dead." After saying that, she turned around and glared at Jiang Yu, thinking he was intentionally scaring Han Tianming and his sister. Jiang Yu felt wronged and swore to the heavens, "I didn't intentionally scare anyone. Even if I wanted to scare someone, I wouldn't scare Han Xiong. Scaring Han Tianming might be worth considering." He walked to the door, flashing a bright smile, and waved at Han Xiong, "Auntie, it's been a long time." Han Xiong froze for a few seconds before quickly stepping forward and pinching Jiang Yu's face tightly. "Hey, you're warm. You're really not dead. If you squeeze any harder, it'll hurt." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "I'm not a kid anymore, how dare you pinch my face like that? This is amazing. You're alive. Come inside and tell your aunt how your injuries healed." She dragged Jiang Yu into the living room, completely ignoring the head of the household, Han Tianming. Jiang Yu briefly explained the story of the cold jade bed, then mentioned the special herbs found in the mountains, which, combined with his medical skills, had gradually improved his condition. Han Xiong had always believed him to be a divine healer and didn't doubt his explanation for a moment. Han Tianming sat on the sofa listening, feeling something was off, but didn't say anything. "As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Do you know how heartbroken your aunt has been these past few days?" Jiang Yu muttered, "I just heard someone mention going dancing? I've never heard of such a way to cope with sadness." Han Xiong laughed awkwardly, "People can't just stay sad forever, can they? My friends invited me to go dancing to help me cheer up, okay?" She added, "Besides, I haven't tea gone yet." Just then, the maid, Aunt Jo, came out of the kitchen and said softly, "Dinner is ready. Let's eat. Let's go eat. You've probably been eating plain food all these days in the mountains. Eat as much as you want, and if you're still hungry, we can go out and eat at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion." Han Xiong linked her arm through Jiang Yu's and led him toward the dining hall. A warm current flowed through Jiang Yu's heart. To be honest, he rarely felt such warmth from an elder. Han glanced at her father and sighed, "I feel like she's Jiang Yu's real aunt." Her own niece was being neglected. As for Han Tianming, her own older brother, well, better not mention him at all. At the rectangular table for 6, Han Tianming sat alone at the head, with 2 seats on either side. Originally, Han and Jiang Yu, the unmarried couple, should have sat on one side, but now Han Xiong had taken Han Ying's spot and was sitting right next to Jiang Yu, leaving Han alone across from them. She was nearly driven to despair. The maid, Aunt Jo, had prepared 7 dishes, but Han Xiong had piled almost all of them in front of Jiang Yu and kept adding more to his bowl. "Eat this. It's meaty. Your injury just healed, you need to eat more to recover." Han said enviously, "Auntie, he can't eat that much. At least leave some for us." Han Xiong ignored her and added a few pieces of sweet and sour pork ribs to Jiang Yu's bowl. "Eat this, it's delicious. Our littling loves sweet and sour pork ribs the most." Han Ing was dumbfounded. What does that mean? You know it's my favorite, yet you keep putting it in John Yu's bowl? Who are you, really? She said resentfully, Auntie, don't you think you're being a bit too kind to him?
Even her own niece was jealous. Han Xiong shot her a disapproving glance. You don't understand.
John Yu's current status and position are no longer the same as before. John Yu felt awkward and said, Auntie, it's not that bad. Han Xiong said, I'm just apologizing on someone's behalf.
Since that person doesn't care, I, as his sister, have to do it instead. There was no doubt that she was referring to Han Tianming.
Han Tianming said coldly, apologize? Do I need to apologize to him?
Xiaoying, look at him, acting so high and mighty.
Han Tianming, listen carefully.
The person sitting next to you isn't just your future son-in-law, he's also the top martial artist in our city and a prodigy who might one day become the president of the Martial Arts Association. This flattery made Jiang Yu feel completely at ease.
No wonder she's a businesswoman, she sure knows how to talk.
Han Ing was speechless, lowering her head to eat, out of sight, out of mind.
Han Xiong's excessive enthusiasm didn't last long. After drinking a few cups of wine, she asked Han Tianming, do you still stand by what you told me back then?
What words?
Han Xiong furrowed her brows, are you backing out?
Han Tianming replied, I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word.
Jiang Yu.
He looked straight at Jiang Yu, paused for a moment, then said solemnly, I approve of your marriage to Xiaoying.
No, Dad. Han Ing wasn't happy at all, she and Jiang Yu were just putting on a show.
She said in a spoiled tone, Dad, whether you approve or not doesn't matter.
Just restore my allowance.
Han Tianming shot her a sidelong glance, you're almost 20 years old, and all you know how to do is ask for money.
But I'm still in school. If I don't ask for money, am I supposed to rob a bank? Han Xiong said softly, robbing a bank isn't as good as robbing your dad, he has more cash than a bank. Han Tianming shot Han Xiong another sideways glance before fixing his gaze on Jiang Yu. The news of your return will spread quickly. There will be countless people wanting to visit and get to know you. I plan to send out invitations tomorrow and throw you a celebration. What do you think?
I have no objections.
Jiang Yu thought to himself, what choice do I have? Your unyielding expression doesn't give me any room to refuse. Of course, Jiang Yu really had no objections.
A celebration would be a one-time thing, saving him from having people knocking on his door every day. He wasn't that patient.
Chapter 116, Stealing Her Away From Me?
That evening, Han Tianming called his secretary and instructed him to handle the matter immediately, send out the invitations tomorrow, and hold the celebration the day after tomorrow.
The timeline was tight.
Typically, invitations for such events are sent out well in advance to give people time to make arrangements. But this was different. Han Tianming was confident that the city's elite would make time to attend Jiang Yu's celebration, no matter how busy they were. He didn't worry about no one showing up. What he should be concerned about was how many people would show up uninvited. Therefore, the seating arrangements must be planned more carefully.
Han Tianming also thoughtfully asked Jiang Yu if there was anyone he wanted to invite. Jiang Yu thought about it and realized he didn't have any friends he needed to impress.
That evening, Jiang Yu returned to his rental apartment.
But he was alone.
Han Ing had resolved the misunderstanding with her father, but he insisted she must live at home, using her living expenses as leverage. After a few days of struggling, Han Ing had no choice but to give in. In truth, Han Tianming did this because he didn't want his daughter to live with Jiang Yu. Although he had already acknowledged their engagement, he didn't want his daughter to get involved with Jiang Yu before they were married. For this reason, he called Han Ing to his study one evening and spoke to her earnestly about his concerns. He told her that as a girl, she should be reserved and maintain her dignity. He said that a man and a woman living alone together would inevitably lose control over time. He said that the Han family was a respectable family and couldn't afford to be the subject of gossip.
In short, Han Ing was completely confused. She didn't care about any of that.
All she cared about was whether her living expenses would be transferred on time tomorrow and where she could go to spend it recklessly. Before leaving the study, Han Tianming reiterated, you should also avoid going to that apartment. If you find the distance from home to school too far, I'll have the driver take you. In any case, before you're married, you are not to have any involvement with him.
Han Ing gave a faint "oh" and closed the study door.
She stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself, the thing you're worried about has already happened.
What's the point of saying all this? She promptly forgot Han Tianming's warnings. The next day after class, she naturally bought lunch and returned to the apartment. However, Jiang Yu wasn't there.
There was no need to worry about the matters at the Han household anymore. The most important thing now was to obtain the marriage certificate from Wen Fuyao's family. So he decided to talk to Wen Fuyao about it.
Yu Yan Company. Su Xian is still quite capable at her job.
During the days when Wen Fuyao was missing, she managed the company's affairs efficiently. No wonder she dared to confront Jiang Yu in front of Wen Fuyao.
What does it matter that he's my fiancé? I'm capable at my job. Even if I confront my boss, he won't fire me. Jiang Yu's appearance didn't cause much of a stir. Though the news of a martial arts prodigy emerging in Tianyun City had already spread like wildfire, and everyone in the company knew about it, no one had connected the prodigy to the ordinary bodyguard Jiang Yu. Moreover, the media had not managed to capture the decisive battle on camera, and the reports only briefly mentioned the outcome. For the Tianyun Martial Arts Association, this was not something to be proud of, and since Jiang Yu had been shot that day, the news was strictly sealed off. Thus, people passed the story along by word of mouth, knowing only that a young martial arts prodigy had defeated Master Chow, and some even got the name wrong. Some called him Jiang Yu, others called him Jiang Yu, and still others called him Jiang Yi. In any case, aside from a small circle of the upper crust in Tianyun City, no one knew that Jiang Yu was the martial arts prodigy. When he walked down the street, only a few people would turn their heads because of his good looks, but no one would associate him with the martial arts prodigy. After returning from Boki Mountain, Wen Fuyao rested for one night before diving back into work. Although Su Xian was capable, many company matters required Wen Fuyao's personal review and signature, leaving her desk piled high with documents. The fact that Jiang Yu was Wen Fuyao's fiancé was known only to Su Xian within the company. When he appeared, those who recognized him merely greeted him briefly before going about their own business. Jiang Yu walked straight into the office, but Wen Fuyao, too engrossed in her work, didn't notice him. She held a cup of coffee that was barely warm, her eyes fixed on the documents, occasionally taking a small sip. Jiang Yu didn't disturb her. He sat on the sofa and made himself a cup of tea. After all, he wasn't an outsider, so there was no need to be too formal. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had arrived at the company, Su Xian hurried to the office, his eyes filled with hostility toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was quite curious and thought to himself that one day he must find an opportunity to ask Su Xian if she really had some kind of psychological issue. If she did, perhaps he could help her get treatment, so she wouldn't always be so jealous of him. Arguing with a woman over a man? What kind of nonsense is that? Su Xian glared at Jiang Yu, then walked over to Wen Fuyao and whispered, "Mr. Wen, let me get you a fresh cup of coffee." Wen Fuyao only then realized his coffee had gone cold and handed it back with a thank you. As she looked up, her eyes were filled with joy. "Hey, what are you doing here?" She immediately put down her work and sat down next to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu said leisurely, "You've been here for a while. You've already drunk half your tea." Wen Fuyao scolded playfully, "You didn't even say hello when you came in." Jiang Yu smiled, "I didn't want to disturb you." Su Xian couldn't stand hearing such a cringeworthy conversation and stomped out to make coffee. Wen Fuyao asked, "Did you go to Han Ying's house?" "Yes, I did. I had dinner at her place last night." "How is she?" "She's fine. She's doing just fine without me." Wen Fuyao rolled her eyes, clearly not believing him. Jiang Yu changed the subject and said, "Actually, I came here today to talk about our engagement." Upon hearing this, Wen Fuyao immediately sat up straight, looking a bit nervous and uneasy. Jiang Yu said, "I have a marriage contract and your family should also have one. I want to retrieve that marriage contract." Wen Fuyao's eyes were instantly filled with disappointment. Returning the marriage contract, what did that mean? Didn't it mean that Jiang Yu was rejecting their family's marriage proposal? Wen Fuyao had expected to be struck speechless, but at that moment, despite the disappointment in her eyes, she remained surprisingly calm. She rose slowly and said, "I respect your decision. However, the marriage contract is with my father. Let's go together, and I'll have him give it to you." "Jiang Yu? What is going on? What decision did I make? I just wanted to get the marriage contract back to gather clues about my background. What am I thinking? Wait for me downstairs. I'll go get the car." Wen Fuyao stepped out of the office first. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before following her out. Su Xian blocked him, furious. "You bastard, you've upset Ms. Wen again? I'm warning you, Ms. Wen is someone who would die for you. If you dare to betray her, I'll..." "What then?" Jiang Yu smirked, "Steal her away from me?" Chapter 117, I won't agree. Su Xian froze for a few seconds before straightening her posture. "So what if I do?" Jiang Yu shook his head and sighed, "You're truly a lesbian. Though it's not a disease, it can be treated. Coincidentally, I'm a divine healer. I can help you figure something out. I'll give you an 80% discount on the consultation fee." He glanced at Su Xian's chest again and sighed once more. What a pity for such a good asset. Such a good girl, what kind of man could she not find? Why must she compete with a man for a woman? How infuriating. Su Xian clasped her hands on her hips, too angry to speak. Jiang Yu walked toward the elevator while turning back to say, "Come find me when you've thought it through. I promise I'll give you a fair price." As Jiang Yu stepped into the elevator, he heard a loud roar echoing through the company. Wen Fuyao parked the car in front of the building. After Jiang Yu came downstairs, he got into the car, and the two headed toward Jiyun Company. Throughout the journey, Wen Fuyao remained expressionless, saying not a word. Wen Shiyun is currently entertaining an important guest. Yu Chang, the general manager of Qiankuan Group. Qiankuan Group is a real estate company with a market value no less than that of the Han Group and the Dingsheng Group. Wen Shiyun is in the building materials business and has significant business dealings with real estate groups, so he must ensure the guest is well received.
Today, they are discussing a cooperation project for a new building in the northern part of the city.
Accompanying Yu Chang is his son, Uxin.
Uxin is 24 years old, graduated from a second-tier university, and was assigned to Chinkuan Group after graduation to assist his father in business operations. On one hand, this helps him familiarize himself with the business, and on the other hand, it allows him to build connections.
However, the cooperation has not been finalized yet because the price Uxin offered is not what Wen Qiyun considers ideal.
Yu Ching taking kickbacks is normal, but this time he was being too greedy.
At the price he offered, Wen Qiyun wouldn't make much profit. In the office, Wen Qiyun poured Yu Cheng a cup of tea and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yu, could you raise the price a bit more? This price is really hard for me to accept."
Yu Cheng held his teacup, looking composed, and said, "Mr. Wen, we've worked together so many times.
I wouldn't let you take a loss.
This price should be satisfactory." Wen Qiyun said, "Mr. Yu, at this price, I really won't make much profit." Uxin, standing nearby, coldly interjected, "You're lucky to make any profit at all.
Do you know how many companies would kill to work with us even if they didn't make a penny?"
Yu Cheng shot Uxin a disapproving glance. "How dare you speak to Mr. Wen like that?"
Wen Qiyun forced a smile. "It's no big deal.
Mr. Yu, why don't we have dinner together tonight and discuss it further?"
Uxin interjected, "What's there to discuss?
If you don't take it, there are plenty of others waiting in line."
Wen Qiyun said with a hint of frustration, "Is there really no room for negotiation?"
Yu Cheng took a leisurely sip of tea.
He didn't respond, letting his son give the answer.
Even if something unexpected happened later, he could mediate. Just then, Wen Fuyao pushed open the door and called out, "Dad."
As soon as he saw Wen Fuyao, Uxin's eyes widened, and he almost drooled. Wen Qiyun waved his hand and said, "I'm in the middle of a discussion. Wait outside for a moment." Uxin hurriedly said, "It's okay. Is that your daughter, Mr. Wen? Let her come in and sit with us.
After all, our cooperation isn't completely off the table." His change in attitude was so swift that anyone with eyes could see his true intentions. He was clearly after her daughter. "Miss Wen, we're discussing the new building project in the northern part of the city with your father.
Why don't you come in and listen as well?"
Wen Fuyao furrowed her brows slightly, but seeing the situation, she seemed to think her presence might help her father's business, so she didn't refuse. After she entered, Jiang Yu followed her in. As soon as he saw that there was someone even more handsome than himself behind Wen Fuyao, Uxin's face immediately dropped. He harbored hostility toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at him and thought, "Who are you? I don't even know you. Why are you giving me a dirty look?" He exchanged greetings with Wen Qiyun and then sat down next to Wen Fuyao.
Wen Qiyun introduced them, "Mr. Yu, this is my daughter, Wen Fuyao."
Uxin immediately praised, "What a beautiful name. What a beautiful name. The name is lovely, and the person is even more beautiful." Wen Qiyun continued, "He's Jiang Yu, and he's my friend." Wen Fuyao beat him to it, casually mentioning a very ordinary relationship. Wen Qiyun was taken aback. He had intended to say he was his future son-in-law. He immediately gave Jiang Yu a questioning glance. What was going on here? Everything was fine when they came down the mountain and returned to the city, wasn't it? Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless expression, thinking to himself, "I didn't do anything to offend her." Upon hearing that they were just friends, Uxin was relieved. "Just friends? I thought he was her boyfriend." Well, a woman as beautiful as Miss Wen should at least find someone of her own caliber. Jiang Yu grew annoyed. The more he heard, the more off it sounded. Is she trying to steal her boyfriend right in front of her? The young man has guts. He didn't say anything, just stared at Uxin silently. "Go ahead with your act. If you can steal my girlfriend, you win." Uxin turned to Wen Fuyao with a smile and asked, "What kind of boyfriend is Miss Wen looking for?" This time it was Wen Qiyun who was displeased. "After all, my future son-in-law is still here. What do you think you're doing?" Wen Fuyao replied casually, "Someone who treats me well is fine." Yu Cheng set down his teacup and said leisurely, "That's great. My son may not have many other virtues, but he knows how to treat people well. Ms. Wen, your daughter and my son are about the same age. Why don't we consider an arranged marriage? As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father." Yu Cheng was well aware of his son's intentions. Besides, if he hadn't already married, he would have fallen head over heels for Wen Fuyao's stunning beauty. Yu Cheng's suggestion excited Uxin greatly. Wen Fuyao spoke calmly, "I have no objections, but I wonder if they do." Yu Cheng grew even more excited. As long as he could win over Wen Qiyun, he could marry the beauty. He immediately said, "Uncle Wen, actually, the price of the new building in the north of the city, I can talk to them for you when I go back. Increasing it by 3 points should be no problem." He used cooperation as leverage. Yu Cheng chimed in, "Old Wen, there will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation between us in the future. Our relationship should only grow stronger." Wen Qiyun was filled with questions. What was going on? Were the two of them having a falling out? Jiang Yu was also puzzled. The confidence he had just shown was gone in an instant. Why hadn't Wen Fuyao objected yet? "I won't agree." Jiang Yu jumped to his feet. "Poof.
Uxin shot him a sideways glance and coldly said, if you don't agree, what are you? Don't forget, you're just a friend of Miss One, a very ordinary one at that. Yu Cheng furrowed his brows and glanced at Jiang Yu, saying slowly, are young people these days so irresponsible? He then turned to Wen Shiyun and said, old one, don't let an outsider come between us. Chapter 118, The Upper Class. Wen Shiyun was completely confused. He didn't know what kind of conflict these two young people were having, but what was more important was that Wen Fuyao's attitude made him unsure of how to respond. He thought for a moment and said, let the young people handle their own affairs. I never interfere in Fuyao's personal matters. Better to leave the problem for them to handle. Uxin chuckled and asked, Miss One, what do you think of me? As he spoke, he flipped his bangs, thinking he looked quite handsome. When Fuyao replied, it's our first meeting. I wouldn't dare to judge Mr. Yu so hastily. Uxin said, you're right. We can get to know each other better. By the way, Dad, didn't Mr. Han give us an invitation to attend Master John's celebration banquet earlier? Could you get another one so I can bring Miss One along? Yu Cheng replied confidently, no problem, it's no trouble at all. When Qian asked with a strange expression, which Jiang Master? Uxin said, of course, the martial arts prodigy who defeated Chao Master. Mr. Wen, let me tell you, tomorrow's banquet isn't just any ordinary banquet. Only high-ranking officials and influential figures will attend. Without connections, even if you have money, you can't get in. He stood tall and proud, as if being invited was a symbol of his status. Yu Cheng said indifferently, old one, I understand. This banquet is different from usual. In the entire Tianyun city, fewer than 100 people were invited. Even our Qiankuan group only managed to secure 10 invitations. The unspoken meaning was that Wen Shiyun wasn't qualified enough. Wen Shiyun and his daughter exchanged glances. Wen Fuyao, who had been wearing a cold expression, almost burst out laughing. She managed to hold it in, but Jiang Yu couldn't, and he burst into laughter, nearly laughing himself silly. Uxin flew into a rage, what are you laughing at? Jiang Yu forced a smile, his cheeks still stiff from laughing, it's just one invitation. Is there really a need to boast about it? You're just a country bumpkin. Uxin mocked ruthlessly. It's just an invitation. Do you even know what that means? It's a symbol of status and prestige. Yu Cheng held him back and said calmly, Uxin, why are you talking to someone who will never have anything to do with high society? Watch your manners. Uxin sat down with a thud and muttered under his breath, you idiot. When Fuyao was unhappy again. Although I was arguing with Jiang Yu, that doesn't give you the right to insult me. After sitting down, Uxin continued, Miss One, come with me tomorrow. There are many benefits. If you can meet some influential people, it will be very helpful for your future. I don't think it's necessary. It's just an invitation to Jiang Master's celebration. I don't need your help, Mr. Yu. When Fuyao's contemptuous smile angered Yu Cheng. He swirled his teacup and said darkly, Miss One, do you think too highly of yourself? When Fuyao's previous remark had finally made her stance clear, so Wen Shiyun no longer held back, retorting, perhaps it's Mr. Yu who's overestimating himself. Yu Cheng froze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Wen Shiyun, are you talking to me? Wen Shiyun replied calmly, Mr. Yu, you heard correctly. I am indeed speaking to you. Yu Cheng sneered coldly, it's like the sun is rising in the west. You, the owner of a small construction materials company, dare to question me? Wen Shiyun said, Mr. Yu, I'm not questioning you. You might not be able to get an invitation to Master Zhang's celebration, but he can get as many as he wants. Uxin burst into laughter, that's hilarious. With his poverty-stricken appearance, a country bumpkin like him? I won't say much, but if he can get even one invitation, I'll eat this table right here and now. Jiang Yu said calmly, so Mr. Yu came here to beg for food and drink? Uxin slammed his fist on the table, furious, you dare say another word to me. Uxin, mind your manners. Yu Cheng stood up and said that since things had come to this, there was no point in staying any longer. Wen Shiyun, since you don't want to cooperate with our Qiankuan group, I'll grant you your wish. Remember this, as long as I, Yu Cheng, am alive, you'll never get another project from Qiankuan group. Uxin, let's go. As he left, he glanced at Jiang Yu and said indifferently, only lowlifes would associate with such a country bumpkin. As Yu Cheng and his son reached the office door, Jiang Yu called out in a deep voice, wait. Uxin turned around, what? Country bumpkin, you're not satisfied? Jiang Yu replied indifferently, lowly people? Does Mr. Yu think that only those who can obtain an invitation to Master Zhang's celebration banquet are considered upper class? If that's the case, I'm afraid you might not be able to enter the banquet hall of the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion tomorrow. The celebration banquet is scheduled for tomorrow at the Imperial Banquet Hall. You country bumpkin has no real skills, but you sure know how to talk big. If you're really that great, let's meet at the Imperial Cuisine Hall tomorrow. Uxin raised his chin and looked down on Jiang Yu with a superior expression. Jiang Yu said indifferently, then you'll be disappointed. Tomorrow, we'll be inside the banquet hall while you'll be blocked outside. Why would we associate with lowly people like you? A few words made Yu Xian so angry that he nearly lost his temper and was about to strike out. Yu Cheng said in a low voice, "Calm down. Remember your place." He pushed open the door and walked out, with Yu Xian following closely behind, glancing back occasionally with a warning look in his eyes. The office fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into joyful laughter. When Fuyao said, "It's just an invitation. Look how proud they are." When Shiyun said, "They keep talking about Master Jiang, but they don't even know who the real Master Jiang is." Jiang Yu shook his head. What a failure. When Fuyao's expression turned serious as he stared at Jiang Yu and demanded, "Speaking of which, why didn't we receive an invitation to your Jiang Master's celebration?" Jiang Yu had initially thought the banquet was just a formality and didn't think it was necessary to invite Wen Fuyao. But now, I guess I have to lie now. Sending invitations is so impersonal. I came here personally to invite you, didn't I? When Fuyao rolled her eyes, clearly not believing him, but didn't press further. When Shiyun said, "Then I'll have to go buy a new suit. If we can secure a deal or two tomorrow, we won't have to kowtow to Yu Cheng anymore." Jiang Yu didn't like such social gatherings, but business people loved them. Jiang Yu said, "A few directors and shareholders from Qiankuan Group should be coming tomorrow. I'll introduce you to them." When Shiyun smiled contentedly, having a capable son-in-law is truly a blessing. Upon hearing the word son-in-law, Wen Fuyao's expression darkened once again. When Shiyun asked curiously, "I was just about to ask what's going on between the two of you?" When Fuyao crossed his arms and said angrily, "Ask him." Chapter 119, You Must Be Cheating. When Shiyun couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu, seeming a bit annoyed. "What did I do?" Jiang Yu protested, "I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything." When Fuyao snapped, "Aren't you the one who wanted to ask my father for the marriage contract?" "That's right." Jiang Yu said bluntly, "There is something very important to me in that marriage contract. Can I take it back?" Wen Shiyun frowned. He had thought that after the incident with Bo Qishan, the marriage between the two was set in stone. Now Jiang Yu wanted the marriage contract back. What was going on? He said sternly, "According to our original agreement, regardless of whether this marriage goes through or not, I should give you the marriage contract. But you... Jiang Yu, ask yourself, my daughter has done nothing wrong to you. After you jumped into the water, she immediately sacrificed herself for you. Now you want to call off the engagement? Break off the engagement? I never said I wanted to break it off." Jiang Yu knew that Wen Fuyao and Wen Shiyun had misunderstood him. He only wanted to retrieve the marriage contract. He had no intention of breaking off the engagement. He wasn't a heartless person. When Shiyun said, "But keeping the marriage contract with me is a guarantee. What if I give it to you and you renege on your promise?" Jiang Yu sighed, "Uncle, I'm not that kind of person." When Shiyun spoke seriously, "Then give me a clear answer. What are your true intentions regarding your marriage to my daughter?" Jiang Yu said, "Everything will be handled according to the marriage contract." The conversation inevitably returned to this topic, though this time it was initiated by Wen Shiyun, the future father-in-law. Jiang Yu had already thought it through, so he answered decisively and firmly. When Fuyao took a deep breath, staring at Jiang Yu in disbelief. She had thought this marriage would still have many twists and turns. When Shiyun exclaimed joyfully, "All right, I trust you. However, I can't quite remember where I put the marriage contract. Give me 2 days to look for it." After all, it had been over a decade. Jiang Yu nodded, then changed the subject and said, "Uncle, I won't back out of this marriage, but I have one condition: the wedding date will be decided by me." He had more than one fiancée, and if he was going to marry one, he had to settle the other engagements first. When Shiyun understood and agreed readily. When Fuyao asked softly, "What about the Han family?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, my relationship with Han Ning is just a charade. To put it bluntly, I'm just the pawn she used to refuse the Zhao family's marriage proposal." When Fuyao asked, "You don't have any feelings for Miss Han at all?" Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment. To say there's none would be a lie, but I'll handle it properly. Can you really handle it? In truth, Jiang Yu wasn't confident either. His affairs with the Wen family were now settled. Next, he would find an opportunity to deliver the old man's letter to the Han family, and then he would set off for his next destination. Originally, when Fuyao had wanted Jiang Yu to move back in with her, but since he was still officially the Han family's future son-in-law, he decided to avoid gossip and return to his apartment alone. He didn't expect Han Ning to be there either, sitting on the sofa fiddling with her laptop. "Hey, didn't your dad tell you to stay at home? Mind your own business. This is also my home, and I'm the one paying the rent." Han Ning looked up and pointed at Jiang Yu's laptop. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu asked. "Forgot about our bet? 20 days have passed. Have you prepared the 10,000 yuan yet?" Jiang Yu finally remembered the bet he had made with Han Ning to compete in typing speed. The time had come, but because of the final showdown, he hadn't practiced at all. "Hey, you're clearly trying to bully me." Anyway, today is the agreed upon time. If you're too scared to face me, just hand over the money." Han Ning extended her delicate hands, looking very pleased with herself. Jiang Yu plopped down and declared loudly, "You want me to lose without even fighting? No way. He opened his computer directly and asked, "How do we compare?" Han brought over 2 books, handed one to Jiang, and said, "Starting from the first page of the book, each of us will type 5,000 words. Let us see who is faster." "No problem." Jiang agreed enthusiastically, as if victory were already assured. Han hurriedly added, "It's not just about speed, accuracy matters too. You can't just type randomly." To prevent Jiang from playing word games, she warned him in advance. Jiang said casually, "I wouldn't dare to cheat a girl like you." Poof. Han sneered, opened the document, and after Jiang also opened his document and made some adjustments, she asked, "Are you ready?" Jiang made an OK gesture. "Begin." Han gave the signal, and her fingers, as white as scallions, began to dance across the keyboard. The keyboard clattered, and within 10 seconds, her first sentence was complete. Jiang hadn't even started moving his fingers yet. He stared at Han in awe and remarked, "With that speed, you'd be a waste not to become a keyboard warrior. Stop wasting time. If you want to admit defeat, just say so. But there's no rule here about giving up halfway." Han was confident. The book was her textbook, and she often used the computer to do her homework. Many professional terms had been synced to her input method beforehand, greatly improving her efficiency. In short, she was certain of her victory. It seemed to be the case Jiang's typing speed was truly unimpressive. Although he had spent an entire afternoon learning pinyin and mastering the techniques, his typing speed had improved significantly compared to before. It was still as slow as a turtle's pace when compared to Han. By the time Han had finished typing 500 words, Jiang had only managed 100, a full 5 times slower. Han glanced at Jiang's computer screen and said triumphantly, "I suggest you just admit defeat. Don't make things hard on yourself." Humph! Jiang gave a cold laugh, "You're getting ahead of yourself." Clatter. Han suddenly noticed that Jiang's typing speed had improved significantly. When Han finished typing 1,000 words, Jiang had typed 400 words. In other words, for the second 500 words, Jiang's speed had tripled. This gave Han a sense of crisis. When she started the third 500 words, she was shocked to discover that Jiang's typing speed had caught up with hers. She was completely stunned. He must be cheating. However, it didn't stop there. When Han finished 2,000 words, Jiang had completed 1,600 words. In other words, by the fourth 500 character segment, Jiang's typing speed had already surpassed hers, and there were signs of further improvement. Jiang's fingers flew across the keyboard, almost leaving after images. At this rate, Han is definitely going to lose. Impossible. He must be typing randomly, just hitting the keys. She stared at Jiang's screen and realized he wasn't typing randomly at all. He was following the textbook exactly, and what's more terrifying is that there wasn't a single typo. 53 minutes later, Han stared at the 5,000 words on Jiang's screen, speechless. Jiang Jin chuckled, "You lost, pay up." Han threw a pillow at him, "That doesn't count. You must have cheated." Chapter 120, Naturally Beautiful. Han refused to admit defeat. She maintained a typing speed of 3,000 words per hour. By the time Jiang finished typing 5,000 words, she had typed 2,000 words. In the final 10 minutes, she gave up entirely, fixating on Jiang's fingers, which were already blurring from the speed of his typing. But what about Jiang? He started at 600 words per minute, but by the last 10 minutes, his speed had skyrocketed to 10,000 words per minute. Who could possibly go from 600 words per minute to 10,000 words per minute in just 1 hour? This isn't cheating? Losing money doesn't matter, but we can't let those cheaters get away with it. Cheating? The words on the screen were typed out one by me. You were watching the whole time. How dare you accuse me of cheating? Prove it. Oomph, you're definitely cheating. Enough with the nonsense. You're just upset about the money. As the daughter of the Han family, you never spend less than 10,000 when you go out. Now you're trying to renege on a mere 10,000? Han was just being stubborn, using cheating as an excuse not to pay. She didn't know why she cared about that 10,000 yuan. All she knew was that owing Jiang made her feel good. She glanced at Jiang's computer. Money? Your computer was bought by me. Let's call it even. Shameful. Jiang clenched his teeth, closed the laptop, and went to take a shower. Han smirked triumphantly, feeling elated. Even though she'd been called shameless, she was still overjoyed. Back then, it was she who had angrily called Jiang shameless, yet now Jiang had come to this. Han didn't go home that night. She told her father that Wang Ruoqi was celebrating her birthday and that she was staying at Wang Ruoqi's house. The next day was Jiang's celebration, and she planned to attend, so she went to bed early. Jiang sat cross-legged on the bed, breathing steadily. This breathing technique had seemed ordinary and useless to him before, but after breaking through the bone and blood realm, he finally discovered its true benefits. There were still so many unknown things in the world. For instance, the spiritual energy he had previously been unable to sense. Now, using his unique breathing technique, he could store the faint threads of spiritual energy within his body, and the spiritual energy would nourish his entire body, transforming his bones and blood. Jiang had only just entered the bone and blood realm, but there were 9 levels in total. He was only at the first level of the bone and blood realm, and the path ahead was long. After becoming a cultivator, the amount of sleep required also decreases. Sitting cross-legged on the bed and practicing breathing exercises for several hours leaves him more energized than a full night's sleep. After resting sufficiently, he rose early the next morning and prepared breakfast in the kitchen. It wasn't elaborate, just congee with a plate of potato strips and pickles. Han-ing was awakened by the noise, got out of bed with sleepy eyes, didn't bother to brush her teeth, and sat down at the table, mumbling, "Give me a bowl of rice." Jiang Yu only then realized that Han-ing hadn't come back last night. He finished the last sip of porridge in his bowl and said indifferently, "There's none left." He hadn't prepared a portion for Han-ing. He had a full day of social engagements, so he had planned the breakfast portion based on his own needs. He had completely forgotten about Han-ing. It was all because he had been too engrossed in his practice last night. Han-ing instantly lost all sleepiness, her face darkening with frustration. "How selfish of you. You only made breakfast for yourself." Jiang Yu replied casually, "I thought you had gone back last night." "Go back? Back where? This is my home." She almost flipped the table. "How could I have been so heartbroken over you recently? You ungrateful person." Jiang Yu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Alright, you go wash up first. I'll clean out the dishes. How about I treat you to dinner downstairs later?" "That's more like it." Han-ing muttered under her breath before finally entering the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu sat on the sofa. "Are you ready?" "Almost, just 10 more minutes." 20 minutes later, Jiang Yu sat on the sofa again. "Are you ready yet?" "Almost done, don't rush me." 30 minutes later, Jiang Yu sat on the sofa. "Not done yet?" "What's the rush? Just wait 2 more minutes." An hour later, Jiang Yu sat on the sofa. "I thought you were going to draw a flower on your face." Han-ing took a full hour to wash up and apply makeup. She glanced at Jiang Yu with disdain and said, "You're clearly someone who has never been in a relationship. What's wrong with a girl taking an hour to put on makeup? It's all for you men. As the saying goes, a man will die for his true friend, and a woman will beautify herself for the one who appreciates her. Do you even understand that? Besides, is an hour that long? It's a normal amount of time, isn't it?" That said, Han-ing didn't waste that hour either. She did look more elegant after putting on makeup. Jiang Yu stood up and said softly, "Natural beauty doesn't need makeup." This was the most comforting thing she had heard all day. She caught up to Jiang Yu and said softly, "If you always spoke like that, you'd actually be quite charming." Jiang Yu looked at her suspiciously. "What did I say?" "You said I'm naturally beautiful." "Are you sure?" Han-ing pouted. "Then who were you talking about? Who among us isn't wearing makeup?" You. Do you know why?" "Because I don't need to." Han-ing stood there frozen for 3 seconds, then muttered, "Natural beauty doesn't need makeup. This jerk is actually talking about himself?" After another 3 seconds of slowness, she shouted angrily, "Shame on you." The Imperial Cuisine Pavilion had been booked by the Han family today, and it didn't cost much. The owner of the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion knew that Han Tianming was hosting a celebration for the top martial artist in Tianyun City today, so he gave them a 50% discount and cancelled all previous reservations. That said, most of the people who had reserved seats to dine here were also guests of the Han family. Only 100 people attended the banquet today, so the entrance to the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion wasn't as bustling as usual. At the entrance to the first floor hall, there were still 2 rows of receptionists dressed in red cheongsam, highlighting their graceful figures. Han Tianming's secretary was waiting outside the door. Only those with invitations were allowed to enter. This inspection was much stricter than the last one at the old master's birthday banquet. 1 invitation per person, not even 1 extra person is allowed. As the hosts, Jiang Yu and Han-ing had arrived early and naturally did not need invitations. Han Tianming instructed Jiang Yu and Han-ing to follow him, and he introduced each guest as they entered. To be honest, this was also a way to pave the way for his future son-in-law and expand his network. Han Tianming has only 1 daughter, and the Han family business will eventually be handed over to Han-ing. Today was Jiang Yu's celebration, and Wen Shiyun and his daughter, who had already agreed to marry, also arrived early to show their support. Wen Shiyun had bought a new suit, standing tall and straight. Wen Fuya wore a light blue evening gown, revealing her collarbones, with skin as smooth as cream, stunning everyone. As expected, they were stopped at the door. Han Tianming's secretary didn't recognize anyone, he only recognized the invitations. However, he was still polite and asked them to show their invitations. When Shiyun said, "We were invited by Master Jiang." The secretary replied, "Regardless of who invited you, you must present your invitation. The rules must be followed, we can't just let them in because Jiang Master invited them. Otherwise, the 9-story hall wouldn't even be able to accommodate everyone." Just as Wen Fuya was about to call Jiang Yu, a voice filled with mockery rang out, "Hey, isn't this Wen Shiyun, the boss of Jiyun Company? How did you end up being stopped at the door? I thought you were so powerful." Chapter 121. Do you know who I am now? The one mocking Wen Shiyun was none other than Yu Chang, the general manager of Qiankuan Group. Yu Chang and his son strolled leisurely to the entrance of the hall, their chins almost touching the sky. Yu Xian's eyes roamed freely over Wen Fuya's body.
Although the negotiations had fallen through yesterday, his lust for her remained unchanged. At this moment, when Fuya was so stunningly beautiful and captivating that if not for the last remnants of his rationality holding him back, he might have turned into a beast and pounced on her. When Fuya was too beautiful today, even the 2 rows of greeters in their cheongsam dresses paled in comparison. Yu Chang smirked triumphantly. Some people were bragging yesterday that they could get as many invitations as they wanted. How come? The promises they made can't be kept. Uxin chimed in. They're probably just here to freeload, but they didn't expect the checks to be so strict. Ha ha. When Shiyun and Wen Fuyao both furrowed their brows. These two were truly annoying. Yu Cheng pointed at the hall and said, Wen Shiyun, do you know who all the people inside are? Don't think you're so great just because you run a small construction materials company. You're not worthy to stand here with us. Uxin chuckled. This one must be dressed up so nicely today, she probably wants to mingle with those high-ranking officials. Don't worry, just ask me, and I'll help you. My father has a good relationship with Mr. Han. A phone call will take care of it. He spoke casually, but if Wen Fuyao really asked him for help, Yu Cheng would still have to go through some trouble. However, Wen Fuyao was Jiang Yu's acknowledged fiancé. Why would she need Yu Cheng's help? She coldly replied, Mr. Yu, don't trouble yourself for me. Whether you can get in or not is another matter. Uxin waved the invitation in his hand. Take a good look. He then handed the invitation to his secretary, looking at Wen Fuyao with a smug expression, as if he were superior. However, the secretary returned the invitation to Uxin. I'm sorry, you're not on the guest list. Uxin was speechless. If he wasn't on the guest list, what was the point of the invitation? He roared angrily, are you blind? The invitation was sent by you. How could it be fake? Yu Cheng also handed over the invitation. Secretary Zhu, you sent out this invitation. What do you mean by that? Do you think we're easy to bully? Zhu, the secretary, was helpless. The invitation was indeed sent by me. Initially, we did plan to invite both of you, but you offended someone you shouldn't have, and he won't let you in. Nonsense. Uxin snapped. Who dares to bar us from entering? Do you know what kind of relationship I have with your boss, Mr. Han? Secretary Zhu said, Mr. Yu, I know you have a good relationship with our Mr. Han, but today's matter is different. Even if Mr. Han comes, it won't make a difference. Uxin exclaimed in shock, what nonsense are you talking about? This is Mr. Han's celebration banquet. Besides him, who dares to stop us from entering? Me. Zhang Yu walked out from inside, accompanied by Han Tianming and Han Ing. He glanced at Zhu, the secretary, and pointed at Wen Shiyun and his daughter, saying, they are my invited guests. Zhu, the secretary, hurriedly stepped back and bowed, gesturing for them to enter. Please come in. Wen Fuyao snorted coldly and walked over to stand beside Zhang Yu. Uxin's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What was going on? Why were those without invitations allowed in, while those with invitations were being blocked outside? And Han Tianming didn't even bat an eyelid. And who exactly is that young man? The secretary was blocking Yu Chang and his son because Zhang Yu had already informed him of their arrival. Yu Chang looked at Han Tianming and said angrily, Mr. Han, what's the meaning of this? You gave us invitations but won't let us in. Are you treating us like monkeys? Han Tianming remained silent. Zhang Yu stepped forward and said, it was my instruction to have Zhu the secretary prevent you from entering. Uxin erupted in anger, who the hell do you think you are? Hearing this, everyone present looked at him in shock. You really dare to say that? That's Master Jiang. Who does he think he is? Zhang Yu spoke calmly, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu? What is so special about your name? Uxin was furious, thinking to himself, I already know your name, Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu curved the corners of his mouth into a smile and replied calmly, it's not that impressive. It's just a little bit impressive. Uxin flew into a rage, Mr. Han is still here. Do you think you have the right to speak? Get out of here, you dog. The words dog were like a bomb, causing a huge commotion. Han Tianming flew into a rage, walked over, and slapped Uxin across the face. Uxin was stunned, Uncle Han, why did you hit me? Han Tianming coldly replied, he is my Han family's son-in-law. My Han family's son-in-law isn't someone you can just insult. Han family's son-in-law? Uxin's expression was as if he had swallowed a dead mouse, and he looked to his father, Yu Chang, for help. Yu Chang had remained silent since Zhang Yu appeared, as he had sensed something was off. Now he finally figured it out. This celebration banquet was indeed organized by Han Tianming, but all the invited guests knew it was for his future son-in-law, the newly crowned top martial artist of Tianyun City. That meant the person they had been mocking and looking down on, Zhang Yu, was none other than the martial arts prodigy, Master Jiang. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow at Uxin. Do you know who I am now? Uxin stumbled back 2 steps, unable to believe it. No, it can't be. You're just a country bumpkin, how could you be Jiang Master? Yu Chang, however, quickly accepted this harsh reality, bowed, and said, Master Jiang, we apologize. We were blind to your true worth. Please forgive us and don't hold this against us.
Zhang Yu's smile vanished instantly, and he spoke coldly. I naturally won't hold it against you, but I, Zhang Yu, am no nobleman, and I have no desire to invite nobles. You two may leave now. Yu Cheng and his son felt extremely embarrassed. Being driven away like this was a great disgrace, so they clung to a sliver of hope. They stood there frozen, just as Qian Kuan Group's chairman, Xia Qian, arrived. Yu Cheng immediately approached him for help, hoping Xia Qian would say a few words on their behalf. Han Tianming also smiled and stepped forward to greet them, introducing Zhang Yu and Han Ning. Zhang Yu, Xiaoying, this is Xia Qian, the chairman of Qian Kuan Group. Call him uncle. Then he said to Xia Qian, old Xia, this is my daughter Han Ning and my son-in-law Zhang Yu. Xia Qian appraised Zhang Yu with a nod and praised, I've heard of Master Zhang's reputation. Now that I see you in person, you truly are a dragon among men. Zhang Yu replied modestly, Uncle Xia is too kind. Xia Qian changed the subject, I heard you had some unpleasantness with Yu Cheng and his son? Clearly, Xia Qian was giving Yu Cheng an out. Han Tianming also gave Zhang Yu a subtle nod, indicating that Xia Qian's face should be saved. To the anticipation of Yu Cheng and his son, Zhang Yu casually remarked, Uncle Xia should really consider restructuring the company. Chapter 122, Raising a Son should be like this. Zhang Yu's cryptic remark left everyone scratching their heads. Restructure the company? What does today's celebration have to do with reorganizing the company? But when Yu Cheng heard those words, his heart sank. There's an old saying, if you're weak, don't take on heavy burdens. If your words carry little weight, don't try to persuade others. But given Zhang Yu's current status and influence, his words carried significant weight. That's why Yu Cheng was afraid. He had been taking kickbacks from smaller companies within the group for years. At first, it wasn't much, but over time, he had become increasingly ruthless in exploiting these smaller companies. The incident with Wen Qiyun was a perfect example. Wen Qiyun and Qian Kuan Group had already reached an agreement, but Yu Cheng insisted on meddling to get a piece of the pie. He has the authority. As long as Wen Qiyun refuses, he can simply create some obstacles, and Wen Qiyun will not be able to secure the contract with Qian Kuan Group. Xia Qian furrowed his brows and asked, why does Master Zhang say that? Actually, I don't know much about your engineering collaboration, but I can introduce you to someone. He waved at Wen Qiyun and introduced, Mr. Xia, this is Wen Qiyun, the boss of Jiyun Company. He will explain everything to you. Let's talk inside. He ushered Xia Qian inside. In truth, Xia Qian was well aware that this matter was likely connected to Yu Cheng, so he said nothing. Thus, Zhang Yu didn't dwell on the unpleasantness between him and Yu Cheng, leaving Yu Cheng and his son waiting outside. The two of them didn't know whether to stay or leave, feeling quite awkward. Zhang Yu acted as a mediator, handing over all the other matters to Wen Qiyun, who revealed every detail of Yu Cheng's affairs. It was clear that Xia Qian's eyes were filled with endless anger, but he managed to suppress it. He simply called Yu Cheng and told him to go back and wait. Upon receiving the call, Yu Cheng's face turned pale. He knew his future was over. Of course, Zhang Yu's introduction was still quite useful. Xia Qian gave him face and promised that Qian Kuan Group would prioritize Jiyun Company for future building material collaborations. Guests arrived one after another, and Han Tianming introduced them one by one. This is Zhang Sheng, a renowned calligrapher in our city. This is the internet tycoon, Ma Xiu. This is Zhuo Long, the 7th-ranked martial artist in Tianyun City and vice president of the Martial Arts Association. This is Wei Xiao, the master of Tianqing Martial Arts Academy. Among the arriving guests, Zhang Yu recognized only a handful. He hadn't expected Wei Xiao to be here either. To be honest, he and Wei Xiao had a history. However, since Han Tianming had invited him, Zhang Yu naturally had to treat him with courtesy. 6 of the top 10 martial artists in Tianyun City had arrived, all of them vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association. There was only one association president, but there were quite a few vice presidents. Zhang Yu could tell that the vice presidents were speaking with hidden meanings, all seeming to hold back their words. Everyone who was introduced was praised in turn. Is this Master Jian? He's younger than I heard. What a young prodigy. Our Tianyun City has produced such a remarkable individual. It's a source of pride for all of us. Master Jiang seems to be around the same age as my son, but his abilities far surpass my son's. If only I had a son like him. If only I had a son like him. No one at the banquet held back their praise, elevating Zhang Yu to the heavens with no equal on earth. There were also many young people present, all of them talented and promising, but compared to Zhang Yu, they paled in comparison. Today's main protagonist was only one person. Zhang Yu was somewhat surprised to see Wang Ruoqi. However, upon reflection, he understood. Wang Ruoqi being close friends with Han Ing meant her family was undoubtedly well off. Moreover, with her connection to Han Ing, securing an invitation was no trouble at all. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yu smiled and nodded at her. Wang Ruoqi's eyes flashed with a myriad of emotions: surprise, shock, envy, jealousy. She now realized that the Zhang Yu she had always looked down upon was none other than the renowned Jiang master of Tianyun, the one everyone was admiring. In the end, her eyes were filled with regret. Thinking back to the foolish things she had done in the past, she felt ashamed. She had actually wanted Zhang Yu to humiliate him in the ring. Zhang Yu harbored no ill will toward her. After nodding to her, he suddenly thought of Wei Yong. But thinking about him was a mistake. Wei Yong called just then. Brother Jiang, I just followed Ruoqi to a high-end restaurant, but I was stopped at the entrance. What should I do? Wei Yong had never encountered this situation before while following Wang Ruoqi, so he was unsure of what to do and decided to ask Zhang Yu for help. Zhang Yu asked with a smile, is it the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion? That's right. I heard there are some important figures inside today. What big shots? It's just a small gathering. Do you want to come in? Of course I want to. Wang Ruoqi is inside. Zhang Yu had already walked to the entrance of the hall and saw Wei Yong standing on the steps making a call. Wei Yong was startled and ran over. Brother Yu, what are you doing inside? Zhang Yu said, this gathering was organized for me, so of course I have to be here. Come on, I'll take you inside. For you? Wei Yong followed Zhang Yu inside, completely confused, but when he saw Wang Ruoqi, he forgot everything else. Zhang Yu patted his shoulder and whispered, go get yourself something to drink first. When the banquet starts, I'll figure out a way to seat you and Wang Ruoqi at the same table. What? There's a banquet? I left in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gift money. Zhang Yu laughed at him, you're still thinking about bringing a gift? I can't just eat for free, can I? It's fine. Consider it my treat. Watching Zhang Yu lead Wei Yong inside, Wang Ruoqi felt completely flustered. Wei Yong took a glass of wine and walked straight toward Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi was about to cry. Why are you everywhere? If it weren't for Zhang Yu bringing him in, Wang Ruoqi would have kicked him out for sure. Wei Yong seemed to notice Wang Ruoqi's confusion and smiled as he explained, Zhang Yu brought me in. This place is truly luxurious. Wang Ruoqi turned her head away and muttered under her breath, what a country bumpkin. Don't ever say you know me. The next moment, Wei Yong's voice reached her ears again. Rookie. That soft voice, that sweet call, sent a chill down Wang Ruoqi's spine. Wang Ruoqi had come with her grandfather, who asked, Ruoqi, is that your friend? No, I don't know him. Wang Ruoqi spoke firmly and decisively. But Wei Yong didn't mind. He smiled and said, Sir, I'm Ruoqi's classmate. My name is Wei Yong. Wang Ruoqi's grandfather laughed heartily, that's great. You keep her company while I catch up with some old friends. Watching her grandfather's retreating figure, Wang Ruoqi reached out a despairing little hand, Grandpa, don't go. Chapter 123, The Capable Shall Take Their Place. This celebration was essentially an introduction event, allowing Zhang Yu to meet the elite of Tianyun City and for the elite to get to know him. After Zhang Yu gave a brief speech on stage, the banquet began. He then followed Han Tianming, taking turns toasting the guests. Each time they clinked glasses, there was inevitably some mutual praise. Under his arrangement, Wei Yong successfully sat at the same table as Wang Ruoqi. Wei Yong didn't recognize anyone, and the conversations around him were filled with terms he didn't understand. He spent most of the time focused on eating. The Imperial Cuisine Pavilion was indeed worth the price. The food was absolutely delicious. Wang Ruoqi looked at Wei Yong, who was eating like a starving man reincarnated, and lost all appetite. Why? Because the moment he sat down, he introduced himself as her classmate. Wang Ruoqi felt like he had embarrassed her to no end. Wen Fuyao and Wen Qiyun were sitting at another table. They didn't need Zhang Yu's help as business owners, they were quite skilled at socializing. The owner of the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, Xiong Ming, was also present. After clinking glasses with Zhang Yu, he also expressed his gratitude. After all, the meal had been discounted by 50%. Xiong Ming was very generous and gave Zhang Yu a diamond card for the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, granting him a 50% discount on all future visits. This was a gift for the newly crowned top martial artist of Tianyun City. After Zhang Yu accepted it, others also followed suit, offering cars and houses, but Zhang Yu politely declined them all. Such kindness couldn't be accepted in such large quantities. The members of the Martial Arts Association were seated at a table. After Zhang Yu came over to toast them, Wei Xiao whispered, Master Jiang, after the banquet, can we talk privately? Zhang Yu thought to himself, what do I have to talk about with you? Are you asking me to compensate you? As Chao Bin's junior disciple, is he trying to extort money? He indulged in a bit of malicious thinking but replied politely, of course. After Zhang Yu defeated Chao Bin, he himself was also injured, so there was very little coverage of him. Today's celebration can also be seen as a way to honor him posthumously. In contrast to the bustling scene at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion, the office of the chairman of the Dingxin Group was quiet and gloomy. Inside were only Zhao Zhizhong and his son. Zhao Zhizhong leaned back in his office chair, pounding the desk with his fist, and asked, how many people went to the city in total? Zhao Shuo replied, around 100 people. It seems that all the prominent figures from Tianyun City are there. Han Tianming isn't just holding a celebration, he's telling everyone that he approves of Zhang Yu as his son-in-law. Recognizing such a son-in-law brings immeasurable benefits to Han Tianming. Zhao Shuo said with a malicious glare, Han Tianming is nothing but a fickle opportunist. On the eve of the decisive battle, Han Tianming told Zhao Zhizhong that he didn't hold much hope for Zhang Yu. Once Zhang Yu was defeated in battle, the alliance between the two families could be renegotiated. Zhao Zhizhong said, Han Tianming is a merchant, he only cares about interests. Recognizing Jiang Yu now is a win-win situation for him. Father, what should we do? Are we supposed to keep being trampled under that Zheng family's feet? Not exactly under his feet. Even if he becomes the Martial Arts Association president, with the Han family backing him, it won't be easy for him to shake our position. But listen carefully, keep a low profile for now and don't provoke him. I'm not stupid. Zhao Shuo muttered under his breath. Even if he had the courage, he wouldn't dare provoke Jiang Yu. Who was that man? Even Chao Master couldn't defeat him. What could he, a spoiled rich kid who indulged in excess, possibly do against Jiang Yu? Hit him with his head? Zhao Zhizhong tapped the table and said, but we're not without options. Recently, a few martial arts experts from Linzhou City have been provoking the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. Those martial artists can't beat them, so they'll eventually bring out Jiang Yu. If those few from Linzhou can kill Jiang Yu, it'll solve our problem. Zhao Shua's eyes lit up. Experts from Linzhou? Dad, should I go and make some moves? The Zhao family has plenty of money. Zhao Zhizhong shot him a stern glance. Didn't you hear what I just said? Keep a low profile. Let's wait and see. Those people from Linzhou might not be Jiang Yu's match. Once someone capable of killing Jiang Yu appears, they can act then. The celebration at the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion continued until 3 in the afternoon. Those with business to attend to had already left early. After all, they had already met Jiang Master. Wei Yong also put down his chopsticks contentedly. Wang Ruoqi looked at him disdainfully. What's wrong? Not eating anymore? Burp. Wei Yong belched, I really can't eat anymore. This meal was almost his 2-day food intake, and his stomach was stretched tight. Han Ning didn't enjoy such occasions and had endured for several hours. After sending off most of the guests, she found Wang Ruoqi. Ruoqi, let's go home. Her feet were almost raw from standing. Wang Ruoqi had been eager to get rid of Wei Yong and immediately took Han Ying's arm and started walking toward the exit. Rookie! Wei Yong chased after them for a few steps, then looked back longingly at the table full of leftovers. Seeing the waitress clearing the table, he hurried over and asked, Auntie, can we take this home? Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoqi couldn't help but speed up her pace. How could I have such a classmate? Han Tianming and his sister were entertaining the guests who hadn't left yet, while Jiang Yu went upstairs to a private room with the Martial Arts Association members. He poured a pot of good tea, sat in the main seat, and the Martial Arts Association members sat on either side, showing their respect for Jiang Yu. In the martial arts world, respect isn't earned by age, it's earned through strength. The people sitting on either side of Jiang Yu were all ranked among the top 10 martial artists in Tianyun City. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to speak for a long time. It was simply too embarrassing to speak. A group of so-called masters who had trained in martial arts for decades were now being defeated by a few challengers who had just arrived, leaving them disoriented. They even needed a young upstart to save face. It was truly embarrassing. Jiang Yu took a leisurely sip of tea and looked at Wei Xiao. Master Wei, we've met before. If you have something to say, just say it. I know Chao Bin is your senior disciple, so if you want compensation, I can understand. Wei Xiao waved his hands repeatedly. Master Jiang, you've misunderstood. My senior brother's defeat was due to his own lack of skill. Then why did you seek me out, Wei Guanju? Wei Xiao glanced at the others, who nodded slightly in his direction. He cleared his throat and said, Master Jiang, it's like this. My senior was once the president of the Tianyun City Martial Arts Association. With his death, the position of president is now vacant. We've discussed it, and only you are qualified to take the position. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. You want me to be the president? What's there to gain from that? It's hard work with no rewards, and besides, they'll have to leave eventually. He declined, saying, I know nothing about running an association. You should find someone else who is more qualified. Wei Xiao said, the affairs of the association can be handled by a few of us, but the position of president must go to someone capable. There's no one better suited than you, Master Jiang. One of them added, Master Jiang, all you have to do is take the title of president, and you'll receive a monthly salary of around 10,000 yuan. Plus, you won't have to handle any actual work. It's essentially a leisurely position. Why not take it? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Money. Chapter 124, The New Martial Arts Association President. If it's a leisurely position, then it's worth considering. Of course, it's not about the salary. I mainly want to contribute to the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. He nodded slowly, looking reluctant. Since the seniors are so kind, if I refuse now, it would be unwise. All right, I'll take the position of president. Wei Xiao and the others immediately beamed with joy. Now that Jiang Yu had agreed to be president, they could finally mention the next matter. Jiang Yu said indifferently, no need for any inauguration ceremony. I don't like hassle. Wei Xiao hurriedly replied, no problem. Just give us a copy of your ID, and we'll handle the rest. Then, I'll take my leave? Jiang Yu rose slowly, and Wei Xiao and the others all stood up abruptly. Wei Xiao smiled. Master Jiang, please stay a moment. Jiang Yu frowned. Is there something else? There is indeed one more thing. Mr. Wei, can't you just say everything at once? John Yu muttered under his breath and sat back down. It's like this, President.
Wei Xiao changed his address. Ever since you and my senior brother's decisive battle, several young martial artists from Linzhou have come to challenge our martial arts association. In just a few days, our association has already had 5 or 6 people injured by them. Jiang Yu sneered coldly. I knew why they elected me as president. It's just a useless position with a salary, and they want me to be their enforcer.
What is going on? Is the Tianyun City Martial Arts Association out of skilled fighters?
Everyone here is a master of their craft.
How dare a few young upstarts dare to lord it over the Tianyun Martial Arts Association?
Shuo Yun, the 7th-ranked martial artist of Tianyun City, said, the ones who came are all in their 30s, the younger generation. If we were to intervene, even if we won, people would say we're bullying the young.
Someone added, but you're different, master. You're younger than them. Having you handle this would be the best solution.
Wei Xiao said, moreover, I heard from the start that they came here specifically for you.
If you don't step forward, they probably won't leave.
Jiang Yu's gaze swept over everyone, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Do they really think I'm easy to fool just because I'm young? What's this about bullying the weak? You're all just scared, aren't you? If they step forward, those outsiders might not be a match for them.
But with Qiao Bin's example to follow, these so-called masters are now cautious and hesitant, afraid of losing and ruining their reputations. So when faced with provocation, they all send their disciples to fight while they hide themselves away. Moreover, they are all vice presidents, equals in rank, and the Martial Arts Association is leaderless, with no one willing to follow anyone else. If Qiao Bin were still here, either he would step forward himself or directly assign someone to handle it, and this situation wouldn't have arisen. Jiang Yu, though dissatisfied with their tactics, felt it was still necessary to lend a hand. For the Martial Arts Association, they were formidable opponents, but for Jiang Yu, it was no more than a flick of the wrist.
At the Bone Blood realm, they could easily overpower martial arts peak practitioners. In short, how can martial artists compete with cultivators? Moreover, this matter is actually related to Jiang Yu. If it weren't for hearing about a young martial arts prodigy in Tianyun City, those people wouldn't have come. These days, who doesn't claim to be a genius?
Jiang Yu remained silent as several masters watched him intently.
After a moment, Jiang Yu nodded and said, once I finish my tasks in the next few days, I'll go meet them. Everyone sighed in relief and said, with the president's words, we can rest assured. With the president stepping in, they'll definitely know how formidable the Tianyun Martial Arts Association is.
As Jiang Yu left, everyone hurriedly stood up and said, please take your time, President.
In the private room, Wei Xiao and the others smiled broadly. Finally, it was successful.
They wouldn't have to risk their reputations by going to fight them themselves. They are getting old and no longer have the vigor of their youth. They just want to live quietly as masters. After Jiang Yu went downstairs, all the guests in the first-floor lobby had already dispersed. Some were bathing upstairs, while others were playing cards. Wen Shiyun and Wen Fuyao had also left.
He had been tired all day and decided to head home. In the apartment, Hanning was lying on the sofa with the air conditioner on, munching on sunflower seeds, and watching a soap opera on TV with a relaxed expression.
Why are you back? Jiang Yu sat down on the sofa naturally, picked up an apple, and leaned against Han Ying's slender legs, biting into it.
Hanning didn't pull her leg away, rolled her eyes, and said, shouldn't I be asking you that? You're the one who's the star today. Why did you come back so early?
Jiang Yu looked at her, licked his lips, and smiled mischievously. I just missed you.
Your face is as red as an apple. One really want to take a bite. Hanning didn't believe his nonsense. Miss me?
You must miss Wen Fuyao more. You kept your distance from her the whole time at the celebration. You must have been dying to be with her.
Jiang Yu's eyes widened. How could that sound so bitter?
He had indeed kept his distance from Wen Fuyao on purpose today to avoid gossip.
Jealous? It's okay. Come here, let your older brother give you a big hug to make it up to you.
He spread his arms wide, but Hanning immediately pulled her legs back and curled up into a ball.
This lady isn't jealous of you. Tool, stay away from me.
The moment he heard the word tool, Jiang Yu's smile vanished instantly.
That's right, I'm just a tool.
Hanning felt a pang of guilt and quickly apologized. Hey, I was just joking.
Jiang Yu said, how can you just say that? I've always been your tool, and you know that better than I do.
But today, Han Tianming introduced me to everyone as his future son-in-law, Jiang Yu.
This charade is about to become reality. He said seriously, you need to find an opportunity to be honest with your father. Otherwise, when will this ever end? Hanning glared at him with resentment. Are you in such a hurry? I'm worried about you. College is only 4 short years. If you keep getting held back by me, how will you ever date? A college life without love isn't complete, you know? Pfft, you never went to college, so don't lecture me. I'm serious. You really need to think about this.
Given your dad and aunt's current attitude, I estimated 1T be long before they start preparing for our wedding.
Let him plan it. What? Jiang Yu was speechless. What do you mean? Do you want us to go through with this charade all the way to the wedding night?
I'm a man, so it doesn't matter to me, but you need to think about yourself.
If you get married and then divorce, you'll be a divorcee, and you won't be as desirable anymore. Even if I get divorced, there will be plenty of men chasing after me. She seemed quite confident. However, she didn't seem interested in continuing the conversation with Jiang Yu. She gave a light snort, hugged her pillow, and hurried back to her room. Jiang Yu sat there for 3 minutes, then sighed, "It's over. Has this girl really fallen for me?" Chapter 125, The Elite of Linzhou. Autumn had arrived, and a cool breeze blew gently. Jiang Yu continued his meditation and cultivation at night, having conquered the mountain of martial arts. Ahead lay an even broader world. The path of cultivating immortality was just beginning for Jiang Yu. He felt that relying solely on breathing techniques was too slow, and he needed to use herbal baths to nourish his muscles and bones. He knew many methods of herbal baths, but there was one major obstacle. He had no money. As the old saying goes, the poor study books, the rich practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts inevitably leads to injuries, and replenishing energy, medical expenses, and training equipment all require a significant amount of silver. Moreover, the herbs Jiang Yu required were not ordinary ones, they were expensive and not always available. Although he is now the president of the Martial Arts Association and earns 10,000 yuan a month, this amount is far from sufficient. He must find another way. After his training, Jiang Yu slept for 2 hours and felt refreshed and energetic. Han Ning had classes in the morning, so she got up early, quickly washed up, and left without eating breakfast. Jiang Yu, with nothing to do at home, took out the remaining 7 marriage contracts to study them. Once he obtained the marriage contract from Wen Shiyun, he would need to start planning his journey to the next destination. He must map out the route carefully. This one is for a coastal city in the south, it's quite far. This one is in the Miao region, it's worth considering. There's actually a marriage contract for Linzhou city here, this one it is. Linzhou was the closest city to Tianyun city. The girl's name on the marriage certificate was Tang Qingwu, a beautiful name that sounded like someone who danced. He opened his computer and searched online. If Tang Qingwu was famous in Linzhou city, it would be easy to determine her family's address. But reality is always cruel. There are many people named Tang Qingwu, and there are 137 of them just in Linzhou city. Jiang Yu sometimes thought the old man was too unreliable. Why didn't he specify the exact address on the marriage certificate? However, society had developed too quickly. In just over a decade, many places had undergone drastic changes. The old houses had been replaced by skyscrapers, and even if the address had been specified, it likely no longer existed today. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Wei Xiao called him for help, saying that the martial arts experts from Linzhou had come to challenge them again. Jiang Yu had already agreed to help them yesterday, so he immediately headed to the Martial Arts Association. The Tianyun Martial Arts Association was a 6-story standalone building, not very large, but located in the bustling heart of Tianyun city. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yu felt several hostile glances directed at him. Due to the continuous provocations from the martial artists from Linzhou, the members of the Martial Arts Association were now highly vigilant toward strangers. As the newly appointed president, he hadn't yet held his inauguration ceremony, so many members didn't recognize him. Fortunately, Wei Xiao was waiting for him on the first floor. "President." Wei Xiao hurried forward, his tense expression relaxing slightly. Upon hearing the word president, the eyes of the Martial Arts Association members all filled with confusion. Isn't the president dead? However, upon seeing Wei Xiao's attitude toward Jiang Yu, everyone understood. But could he really be the president? A young man like him, what qualifications does he have? After Wei Xiao stepped forward, he turned to the people on the first floor and said, "This is our Martial Arts Association's new president, Master Jiang Yu." Jiang Master? So he's Master Jiang. He's younger than the legends say. Could he really be more skilled than Master Chao? The people on the first floor gathered around, their eyes filled with shock, doubt, and jealousy. Jiang Yu looked around and asked, "Where are the people from Linzhou?" At the mention of Linzhou, all the association members grew furious. Those people from Linzhou are despicable. After hearing that Master Chao died in battle, they came here to provoke us, thinking we have no one to defend us. President Jiang, you must stand up for us. Those bastards have already injured many of our Martial Arts Association members. Wei Xiao cleared his throat and said, "The president will definitely help the Tianyun Martial Arts Association regain its honor. Everyone, step aside." Then, Wei Xiao led Jiang Yu to the basement. The Tianyun Martial Arts Association had built a large stage in the basement, where association members occasionally gathered to spar and exchange techniques. Today, the area around the stage in the basement was packed with people. However, the atmosphere felt off. Most people had gloomy expressions on their faces. Jiang Yu noticed that Zhuo Long, the master he had met before, and others were gathered together, shaking their heads frequently as they looked at the stage. On the other side of the stage, 3 young men stood out. The 3 were of similar height and build, all with neatly trimmed crew cuts. 2 of them had rugged features, while the third was more refined, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The 3 of them were arrogant and loud, shouting, "Fight, Gaoshan! Hit him hard! Let them see how powerful our Linzhou city is." On the stage, 2 young men were engaged in a fierce battle. The one called Gao Zhen looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with well-defined muscles, fierce moves, and overwhelming strength. The other was a member of the Tianyun Martial Arts Association, looking rather pitiful at the moment, with bruises around his eyes, a split lip, and swollen cheeks. He was no match for Gao Zhen. Bang! Finally, under Gao Zhen's uppercut, the Tianyun Martial Arts Association member collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Though he couldn't win, he still had some pride and refused to admit defeat. Seeing this, the other members of the Tianyun Martial Arts Association immediately rushed forward to carry him out and send him to the hospital. Gao Zhen stood on the stage, glaring defiantly at the members of the Martial Arts Association below. He pounded his chest with his fists and shouted, "Come on! Who else is there?" The members of the Tianyun Martial Arts Association looked at each other in disbelief. Over the past few days, the people from Linzhou had beaten them so badly that they were almost too exhausted to fight anymore. However, there were still some young, hot-blooded men in the Martial Arts Association who couldn't tolerate such provocation. One man leaped onto the stage, shouting, "I am Lu Fang of the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. Come and see how the so-called elite of Linzhou fight." Lu Fang was only 1.7 meters tall, half a head shorter than Gao Zhen, but his aura was no less imposing. Zhuo Long and the other martial arts masters shook their heads silently. They knew exactly how much Lu Fang was worth. He wasn't a match for Gao Zhen. However, since Gao Zhen had issued such a challenge, if no one dared to step forward, the Tianyun Martial Arts Association would lose even more face. Suddenly, they spotted Jiang Yu entering alongside Wei Xiao, and all of them perked up. The gloomy expressions on their faces finally gave way to joy. Jiang Yu's arrival was like a shot in the arm for them. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, signaling them to keep a low profile. He walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's the situation now?" Zhuo Long replied, "The man on the stage is Gao Zhen. He has been practicing martial arts since childhood, and his techniques are fierce and domineering. He has already injured 3 members of our martial arts association, and the others have not yet had a chance to fight today." Jiang Yu then glanced toward the other side of the stage. Wei Xiao said, "Those two with the rough appearance are Su Li and Zhang Han. The one wearing glasses isn't a martial artist, his name is Zhou Qing." Jiang Yu asked, "How strong are they?" Wei Xiao replied, "Gao Zhen and Zhang Han are at the master level, while Su Li is a martial arts grandmaster. All 3 are among the best in Linzhou." Chapter 126, Let me test your skills. The 3 elite warriors of Linzhou. Gao Zhen and the others are all quite young. If they were in Tianyun City, they would undoubtedly be martial arts prodigies. Calling them the elite is no exaggeration. However, martial arts prodigies are no match for cultivators. They're as easy to bully as kindergarten children. Jiang Yu watched them strutting around, and couldn't help but find it amusing. But then he thought to himself, hadn't he been the same before he became a cultivator? Thankfully, he hadn't encountered any cultivators during his reckless youth. On stage, Gao Zhen looked down on Lu Fang with disdain and sneered, "You dare to come up here?" Lu Fang retorted angrily, "Don't get too cocky, you'll find out when we fight." He charged at Gao Zhen like a wild bull, without using any special techniques. Because he knew that using techniques wouldn't win, perhaps he could only rely on brute strength. Lu Fang lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Gao Zhen's waist to prevent him from using his fist techniques. He aimed to lift Gao Zhen and throw him upside down, but Gao Zhen's feet seemed rooted to the stage, not moving an inch. "Ah!" Lu Fang roared, his face flushed red with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Gao Zhen sneered, raised his right arm, and delivered an elbow strike to Lu Fang's back. Puff! Lu Fang spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ring with a thud. Immediately, Gao Zhen kicked him several meters away, spread his hands in a taunting gesture, and looked at the members of the Martial Arts Association. "Is that all you've got?" Su Li and Zhang Han below the stage burst into laughter. "Is the Tianyun Martial Arts Association out of fighters? They sent this trash to the ring?" Zhou Qing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said in a sarcastic tone, "The Tianyun Martial Arts Association is all talk and no action." The Martial Arts Association members were furious. Someone shouted angrily, "If Master Chow were still alive, he wouldn't let you get away with this." Su Li spoke coldly, "Master Chow? The trash who was beaten to death. Shut up. Don't dare insult Master Chow. How dare you? I wish I could sew their mouths shut with thread." Zhang Han smirked, "Isn't there supposed to be a martial arts prodigy in Tianyun City? Didn't he defeat Master Chow? Why has he been hiding for so many days and still dares not come out?" Zhou Qing said softly, "Just a fame-seeking fraud." Zhuo Longwei and the others all turned to look at Jiang Yu, only to be surprised to find that he showed no sign of anger. Gao Zhen on the stage then fixed his gaze on Wei Xiao and the other masters, mocking, "Old fools, still too scared to step forward? Afraid I'll beat you to death?" Su Li said, "Gentlemen, don't be afraid. This isn't a life or death battle. Gao Zhen knows his limits, he won't kill any of you here." Zhang Han mocked, "Su Li, don't provoke them. Look at them, a bunch of old fossils. They probably can't even take a single punch from Gao Zhen. If they go up there, they'll just make fools of themselves. That's too much." Another person jumped onto the stage, and Zhuo Long shouted urgently, "Yiming." The martial artist who stepped onto the stage was in his 30s, with a square face and a rugged, masculine aura. "Shan Yiming of the Martial Arts Association, please instruct me." Chen Yiming was the eldest disciple of Master Zhuolong. In terms of strength, he was also outstanding among his peers in Tianyun. However, when facing Gao Zhen, he seemed somewhat lacking. Therefore, Zhuolong looked very concerned. Gao Zhen wore a sinister smile. Teaching is out of the question. I'd be more than happy to beat you up. Oomph. Chen Yiming coldly snorted, bowed his fist, and performed a standard Tai Chi opening stance. Compared to Gao Zhen's domineering and fierce moves, Chen Yiming's technique seemed somewhat soft and gentle. Tai Chi? Trying to use softness to overcome strength? Gao Zhen took a large step forward, his punch coming quickly, creating a gust of wind that swept toward Chen Yiming. Chen Yiming reacted swiftly, grabbing Gao Zhen's wrist with one hand and then violently pulling it backward. Gao Zhen stumbled forward a few steps, nearly falling. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers. Chen Yiming had merely defused Gao Zhen's attack, but the members of the Martial Arts Association were already greatly inspired, as if they had won the match. However, Gao Zhen quickly regained his balance, suddenly leaped into the air, and delivered a side kick aimed at Chen Yiming's face. Chen Yiming instinctively reached out to grab Gao Zhen's ankle, but Gao Zhen's leg strength was too great. Chen Yiming couldn't hold on, and his entire body was sent flying halfway around the ring before crashing toward the edge of the stage. Bang! He slammed his palm onto the ring surface, flipped halfway in the air, and finally landed steadily on the edge of the ring. He nearly fell off. Chen Yiming's expression grew grim. He had only truly felt Gao Zhen's power once they began fighting, and the gap between them was vast. But he had no choice. Having stepped onto the stage, he couldn't disgrace the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. Gao Zhen looked down on him with arrogance and mocked, "You're just cannon fodder. Give up now and get off the stage. Let those old fools take over." Zhou Qing, standing below, echoed darkly, "Without the skills of a master, don't come up here and make a fool of yourself." Chen Yiming remained silent, letting his actions speak for him. He would rather be severely injured and defeated than admit defeat. He stepped forward and executed a double wind-piercing ear technique. However, as soon as the move was executed, his center of gravity was exposed. Gao Zhen seized the opportunity, charging forward suddenly and landing a punch directly on Chen Yiming's chest. If the two were evenly matched, Chen Yiming would have been able to react and counterattack. However, Gao Zhen was far too fast for him. By the time Chen Yiming regained his senses, excruciating pain had already spread throughout his body, causing him to fall backward onto the ground. He felt as though his internal organs were being torn apart, and his stomach churned violently. Put! A surge of blood rose in his throat. Gao Zhen's single palm strike had directly inflicted internal injuries on Chen Yiming. The master's martial arts prowess was no joke. In an instant, every member of the Martial Arts Association turned ashen-faced. Chen Yiming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He refused to admit defeat, but his body seemed to have temporarily lost its ability to move. Gao Zhen had no intention of letting him off. He leaped forward, both fists striking Chen Yiming's body simultaneously. Everyone was startled, and Zhuolong couldn't help but shout, "Yiming, get out of the way." If he didn't dodge, Chen Yiming would either die or be crippled. Chen Yiming's pupils dilated suddenly, and his mind went blank for a moment, completely forgetting to dodge. Su Li, standing below the stage, spoke coldly, "Gao Zhen, watch your strength. Don't kill him." After speaking, he turned to Zhuolong and said darkly, "Master Zhua, aren't you going to help your disciple?" Zhuolong was torn. If he didn't go up, his senior disciple would be ruined. But if he did, it wouldn't be easy to back down after just a few moves. He couldn't stand by and watch his disciple be crippled. After making up his mind, he took a step forward. But Jiang Yu suddenly darted onto the stage, snatching Chen Yiming away by a meter with a whoosh. Bang! Gao Zhen's fist slammed down on the stage, nearly cracking the surface. The blow missed its mark, leaving Gao Zhen furious. He raised his eyebrows at Jiang Yu and shouted, "Don't you know the rules of martial arts?" Jiang Yu escorted Chen Yiming to the edge of the ring, then stood with his hands behind his back, facing Gao Zhen. "Senior brother Chen has conceded defeat. Now, it is my turn to test your skills." Humph! Gao Zhen sneered coldly, "The old fools have sent another cannon fodder." Chapter 127, A Minor Character. Many members of the Martial Arts Association had never seen Jiang Yu before and expressed their confusion. "Who is he? I've never seen him before. He was standing with several masters earlier. Could he be one of their disciples? I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't quite place where." Some members of the Martial Arts Association had seen media reports and photos of Jiang Yu kissing Han Eng, but Han Ti made a point of remembering his appearance. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage, the masters became particularly excited. Jiang Yu glanced at the masters behind him and then said casually, "Dealing with a few of you clowns doesn't require the masters of Tianyun City to get involved." Arrogant! Gao Zhen shouted angrily, "Are you here to die?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, "I'm not here to die. I just want to beat you up." "Oh, no, I mean all of you." He pointed at Gao Zhen, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Han and Su Li. "I'm busy. The three of you come at me together. Don't waste my time." A commotion erupted. The crowd erupted in chaos. How arrogant! He's completely out of his mind. These three young prodigies from Linzhou City each possessed the strength of a master, and Su Li was even a martial arts grandmaster. Even the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association dared not challenge him lightly, yet he dared to say he would take on all three of them? He must have lost his mind. However, the masters from Tianyun City were quite excited, as they believed Jiang Yu had the ability to do it. Su Li's face darkened, and he glared at Jiang Yu with a fierce expression. Humph. You're not going to lose face, are you? Gaoxian, don't hold back this time. Gaoxian flexed his muscles and chuckled. Don't worry, I'll make him regret every word he said. He then fixed his gaze on Jiang Yu like a venomous snake and demanded, state your name. Jiang Yu replied casually, I'm just a minor figure in the Tianyun Martial Arts Association. There's no need to mention it. These words made the several vice presidents secretly delighted. If Jiang Yu won, not only would they regain face, but it would also prove that the vice presidents were even stronger. Though it was merely a title, they cherished it. Therefore, they had no intention of revealing Jiang Yu's true identity to Su Li and the others. A nobody? Humph, I don't care who you are. Gaoxian's eyes blazed with anger as he swung his palm like a steel blade toward Jiang Yu's face. The inner energy of the martial arts master surged forth, causing Jiang Yu's clothes to flutter in the wind. However, the master's cultivation was not yet sufficient to injure someone with internal energy. Gaoxian's momentum was overwhelming. Everyone present had witnessed his prowess, and even the vice presidents likely dared not block his strike head-on. However, Jiang Yu stood his ground, unmoving, as if he had no intention of dodging. The members of the Martial Arts Association shook their heads in disbelief. He's being too arrogant, he's not even trying to dodge. Gaoxian's palm strike could split his head open, yet he didn't even try to dodge. I thought he was someone with real skills, but it turns out he's just a fool. Su Li, who was watching from below, furrowed his brows slightly. Has he given up? Zhang Han said, dogs that bite don't bark. The bigger the talk, the less real skill they have. Zhou Qing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and mused, something off. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a muffled groan came from Gaoxian's mouth. He staggered backward several steps, his wrist twisted in an unimaginable manner. He felt like his bones were about to break, the pain making him grit his teeth. Most of the people present were puzzled. What had happened? The two hadn't even made contact. How could Gaoxian look like he'd been struck by a single palm strike? And what was the meaning of that expression of agony on his face? Just as everyone was puzzled, Gaoxian explained the reason. Master-level cultivation. No wonder he's so confident. A grandmaster's internal energy can injure others. Gaoxian had just been injured by Jiang Yu's internal energy. Master? The crowd erupted once more. When did our Tianyun City produce such a young grandmaster? No way, he doesn't even look 20 yet. This talent is stronger than the three from Linzhou. Su Li and the two others below the stage all grew solemn. Zhou Qing said, if he's a master, then Gaoxian isn't his match. Jiang Yu on stage smiled indifferently, that's right. He's no match for me. If he's willing to admit defeat, I'll let him step down. In a martial arts match, victory and defeat are commonplace, but admitting defeat is a great disgrace. Just like the people from the Tianyun Martial Arts Association earlier, they would rather be beaten to the hospital than admit defeat prematurely. The members of the Martial Arts Association jeered, admit defeat if you're scared. Gaoxian's face darkened. Admit defeat? Absolutely not. He had his pride. What of the Grandmaster? There was no insurmountable gap between a master and a Grandmaster. He couldn't hurt others with internal energy, but he had confidence in his overwhelming physical strength. In terms of raw strength alone, even Su Li, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, couldn't match him. Gaoxian twisted his neck, his bones cracking. Finally, someone worthy has arrived. A master might not even be able to block my single punch. He began to jump around on the stage, displaying a hint of Jeet Kune Do. After a few jumps, the veins on his body began to bulge. He was gathering his strength. Gaoxian took a deep breath, then suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Jiang Yu. The speed of his punch wasn't as fast as before, but the power was significantly greater. A small whirlwind was visible in front of his fist. The crowd was stunned. Such power from a master was truly rare. Even the few vice presidents couldn't help but sweat nervously. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu remained standing still as a mountain, his face calm and composed, as if he didn't even acknowledge Gaoxian's existence. Just as Gaoxian's fist was half a meter away from Jiang Yu raised his palm and struck down. A blurred afterimage flashed by, and if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice that he had moved his hand. In the next instant, Jiang Yu had already grabbed Gaoxian's wrist and pulled him backward, mimicking Chen Yiming's technique. Bang! This time, Gaoxian couldn't steady himself and crashed to the ground, nearly suffering a concussion. His ears rang, and his mind went blank for a few seconds. The stage was cracked open by the impact, and a gash several inches long was torn open on Gaoxian's face, bleeding profusely. The scene fell silent for a moment before erupting into a loud cheer. They finally had a chance to prove themselves. This wasn't just about deflecting Gaoxian's attack, it was a counterattack. Chen Yiming watched from below, feeling both admiration and embarrassment. The same techniques, yet the results were vastly different. When Gaoxian came to his senses, he was furious. He performed a carp flip to get back on his feet, followed by a jumping sidekick, sweeping his leg toward Zhang Yu's face. He had used the same move on Chen Yiming earlier, but Chen Yiming couldn't withstand his overwhelming strength. The cheers suddenly stopped, and everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stage. Everyone was wondering how Zhang Yu would block this strike. What followed was a scene that left everyone speechless. Chapter 128, Don't Waste My Time. On the stage, Zhang Yu took a step forward, positioning himself behind Gao Zhen. He then grabbed Gao Zhen's right knee with his right hand and his left shoulder with his left hand. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhang Yu was not swept away by Gao Zhen's strength. After grabbing Gao Zhen, time and space seemed to freeze. Under Gao Zhen's overwhelming force, Zhang Yu remained motionless, holding Gao Zhen mid-air. 3 seconds later, bang! Zhang Yu slammed Gao Zhen onto the countertop with all his might, causing cracks to spread across the surface. Cough! Gao Zhen coughed up a mouthful of blood, the blood rushing to his head, his eyes bloodshot, and his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Gao Zhen temporarily lost the ability to think. Su Li and the two others below the stage looked extremely grim. Zhou Qing hurriedly said, Gao Zhen, enough. He was signaling Gao Zhen to admit defeat. There was no need to continue. However, Gao Zhen's ears were filled with a ringing sound, and he couldn't hear Zhou Qing's words. Zhang Yu didn't give him a chance to surrender, delivering a direct kick to Gao Zhen's abdomen. Bang! Gao Zhen was sent flying off the stage, crashing onto the plastic chairs in the audience, blood spurting from his mouth, and the air filled with the smell of blood. Zhang Yu's expression was cold and stern. This was the price Gao Zhen had to pay. He coldly looked at Su Li and the others, sneering, the pride of Linzhou, and that's all you've got? These words echoed in everyone's ears, filling the members of the Martial Arts Association with excitement. The humiliation they had endured over the past few days was finally washed away. The look in their eyes toward Zhang Yu had shifted from initial surprise and doubt to awe and admiration. Though they had only defeated Gao Zhen, and there was still the more formidable Su Li yet to take the stage, it was enough. Even if Zhang Yu were to lose to Su Li in the end, he would still be a source of pride for everyone. Su Li's expression was dark and grim. After arriving in Tianyun City for several days, this was his first taste of defeat, and this loss had nearly cost Gao Zhen his life. I'll go confront him. You two go check on Gao Zhen. Saying this, Su Li slowly walked onto the stage, while Zhang Han and Zhou Qing went over to help Gao Zhen to his feet. Su Li didn't say much. Having witnessed Zhang Yu's prowess, he knew this would be a tough fight. Su Li of Linzhou, please instruct me. Zhang Yu remained silent, shifting his gaze to Zhang Han beside Gao Zhen and beckoning him with a finger. You come up too. Don't waste my time. Su Li was furious. Was this man really so disrespectful? After all, he was a martial arts master. Zhang Han was about to say something like, dealing with you alone is enough, but Gao Zhen whispered weakly in his ear, Zhang Han, come with me. Su Li alone isn't his match. What? Zhang Han was utterly surprised. Listen to me. I've sparred with Su Li before. I know his strength. Though he's above both of us, he's no match for that kid. But 2 against 1 will be too embarrassing if word gets out. Losing would be even more embarrassing. They came all the way from Linzhou to challenge us. If we let them beat us 1 by 1, it would be a complete disgrace. 2 against 1 isn't honorable, but it's better than losing. Moreover, this is Zhang Yu's repeated request. Zhou Qing pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Gao Zhen is right. You and Su Li must team up to have a chance of defeating him. After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Zhang Han slowly walked onto the stage. The members of the Martial Arts Association jeered, finally getting the chance to mock them. Su Li's face darkened, and he muttered, what are you doing up there? Winning a 2-on-1 isn't honorable either. Zhang Han replied, it was Zhou Qing who told me to come. He said that only by teaming up can we have a chance to defeat him. Besides, it was his own choice to take on 2 of us. If he loses, it's his own fault for being too arrogant. Zhang Yu was indeed arrogant, but he had the credentials to be arrogant. Facing the martial arts master Su Li was like fighting a kindergarten kid. Adding Zhang Han was like adding another kindergarten kid and a preschooler at that. Su Li exhaled a breath of stale air. Since it was Zhou Qing who said it, he had no objections. Zhou Qing, though he didn't know martial arts, was well-read and knowledgeable, familiar with the theoretical knowledge of various martial arts styles, and his judgments were rarely wrong. No need to test him. Don't hold back. Take him down as quickly as possible. Su Li whispered into Zhang Han's ear and struck first. His attacks weren't as domineering as Gao Zhen's, but they were like a steady stream of water, wave after wave, leaving no room for his opponent to breathe. The master's internal energy surged, sealing off both sides of Zhang Yu. Zhang Han also moved swiftly, circling around to Zhang Yu's rear. With no way out, Zhang Yu had no choice but to brace himself for the combined attacks. Below the stage, the weakened Gao Zhen sat on a plastic chair and asked, Zhou Qing, can you tell which school the kid comes from? Zhou Qing shook his head. His techniques have no fixed patterns, he moves as he pleases. It seems he has taken the best from various schools. This match was never meant to be fair. A cultivator fighting a martial artist was pure bullying. Therefore, Zhang Yu had no intention of toying with them. Whoosh! He raised his hand, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. Jiang Yu didn't even bother to deflect Su Li's relentless attack. Sheer brute force was enough to break through. Seeing Jiang Yu meet his attacks with brute force, Su Li couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. Using softness to overcome strength was his specialty. However, the smile didn't stay on his face for even 3 seconds before his expression froze. Overwhelming force swept through his entire body. His gentle strength was like a small river, while Jiang Yu's power was like a tsunami. How could he possibly counter it? It was impossible to deflect. Boom! Jiang Yu struck Su Li's palm with a single punch, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the basement wall with a thunderous impact. Su Li was knocked unconscious, seeing stars. Zhang Han, who had circled around to Jiang Yu's back, was stunned. He had just been about to launch his attack. Was it over already? Those who leave the ring are defeated. That was the rule of the ring battle. Su Li was knocked flying by Jiang Yu in a single exchange. Though his injuries weren't severe, according to the rules, he had lost. Su Li was also stunned. He had considered many possibilities, but he never imagined he would be defeated by the sheer power of Jiang Yu's single punch. Is this even human strength? He was a martial arts master and had even fought against those at the peak of martial arts, but even a master at the pinnacle of martial arts wouldn't have such terrifying strength. Moreover, he specialized in using softness to overcome hardness, and this happened even after he had neutralized part of Jiang Yu's power. Zhou Qing's expression was also grim as he shook his head and sighed. I made a mistake in my judgment. Against him, no one in the martial arts world stands a chance. He immediately shouted to Zhang Han, surrender. There's no point in continuing to take a beating when there's no chance of winning. Zhang Han stood there for a few seconds, torn. Jiang Yu asked the people below the stage, has he injured anyone from our martial arts association? The crowd responded in unison, yes, he has. If that's the case. Jiang Yu's expression hardened, and he kicked out with a sidekick. Crack! Zhang Han was caught off guard, and several of his ribs snapped before he rolled off the stage with a thud. Chapter 129, A New Generation Replaces the Old. The basement fell silent. The two experts from Linzhou, fighting 2 against 1, did not engage in any back-and-forth exchanges, nor did they display any breathtaking offensive or defensive moves. The duel was simpler than anyone could have imagined, lasting only a single exchange. A martial arts master and a martial arts grandmaster from Linzhou were both defeated. Jiang Yu's calm demeanor left everyone with the impression that perhaps they had overestimated the 3 young prodigies from Linzhou. But, over the past few days, the Tianyun Martial Arts Association had indeed been unable to do anything against them. These 3 individuals, who even several vice presidents had to fear, were now easily defeated, leaving everyone feeling as though they were in a dream. Su Li still felt unjustified. He believed that without the restrictions of the stage, even if he lost, it wouldn't have been so decisive. The 4 from Linzhou gathered together, no longer showing the arrogance and bravado of before. Zhou Qing bowed to Jiang Yu with clasped fists. Tianyun City truly hides many talents. In this match, we have lost fair and square. May I ask, your honorable name? Jiang Yu replied casually, I am just an unknown youngster from Tianyun City. These words filled the members of the Martial Arts Association with pride. Look, even an unknown junior from Tianyun City can beat you all to a pulp. Several vice presidents were overjoyed, strutting around with their chests puffed out, as if they were the ones who had defeated him. Facing the mocking smiles, Zhou Qing remained calm. At such a young age, you possess strength that most people can only achieve after decades of training. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the martial arts prodigy Jiang Yu who defeated Chao Bin, right? Jiang Yu responded with a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying it. He didn't volunteer his name, but when others guessed it, he didn't deny it. Su Li and the others were all startled, staring at him in disbelief. They had originally come for Jiang Yu, but at the time, Jiang Yu was recovering from injuries on Boqi Mountain, allowing them to flex their muscles in Tianyun City for a few days. Otherwise, they would have been defeated on the very first day. The members of the Martial Arts Association all realized with a start and exclaimed excitedly, so he is the Jiang Yu who defeated Master Chao. No wonder he is so powerful. Someone who can defeat Master Chao isn't an ordinary person. I've been hearing about him for ages, but today I finally got to see the real thing. Wow, I remember now. I saw his photo online before, and he's even more handsome in person. Some female members were completely smitten, unable to tear their eyes away. We've seen how formidable Jiang Master is. He is truly remarkable. Zhou Qing is deeply impressed. He first paid him some compliments, then changed the subject. However, Jiang Master has likely already undergone a complete transformation. This victory might not be entirely fair. Jiang Yu was startled. He had underestimated this Zhou Qing. He had actually seen through his true abilities. The members of the Martial Arts Association were furious and glared at him angrily. Do you have any shame left? You lost, so admit it. What's this nonsense about not winning fairly? I spit on you. You've all lost. Stop making a spectacle of yourselves and get out of here. This 4-eyed brat can't fight, but he sure can talk. What, can you turn black into white and defeat into victory? Facing the mockery from the Martial Arts Association members, Su Li and his 2 companions felt their faces grow hot with embarrassment. They had won earlier and were entitled to boast, but now that they had lost, they had to endure others' mockery. Zhou Qing, however, didn't care. After saying those words, he helped Gao Zhen to his feet and left. The crowd jeered, "Get out of here. Stop." But Jiang Yu had no intention of letting them leave. Zhou Qing turned back, frowned, and said, "Master Jiang, do you have something else to say?" He looked very displeased, as if to say, "You've already won unfairly, what more do you want?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, "What about the medical expenses for the injured members of our martial arts association? Do you not intend to compensate them?" Zhou Qing retorted, "Master Jiang also injured our people." Jiang Yu said, "You came here to provoke us. If you lost, you should accept your defeat. But what did our martial arts association members do to you?" The members of the martial arts association chimed in, "That's right, compensate for the medical expenses." You came here unprovoked, boasting after winning, and now you want to walk away scot-free? Forget it. Master Jiang is right, you must pay. The crowd grew increasingly agitated. Zhou Qing, seeing the situation, thought to himself that if he didn't pay a hefty sum today, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. So, he quickly pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and wrote a check for 220,000 yuan. Zhou Qing said, "Over the past few days, we injured 11 members of the Martial Arts Association. I will compensate each of them 2,000 yuan for medical expenses. Is Master Jiang satisfied?" A member snatched the check and ran over to hand it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu glanced at Wei Xiao and the others. He had never seen a check before and didn't know if it was real. Wei Xiao and the others examined it closely before nodding slightly. Jiang Yu finally waved his hand and said, "You may go now." He fixed his gaze on Zhou Qing, thinking to himself, "This four-eyed guy is pretty wealthy." He was in need of money, and a series of schemes flashed through his mind. Zhou Qing helped Gao Zhen to the basement staircase and turned around, saying, "We'll meet again someday. Master Jiang, I look forward to our next encounter." Jiang Yu smiled in response, thinking to himself, "Keep your checkbook safe. The next time we meet, you might just have to fork over a lot of money." However, Zhou Qing's composure and calmness caught his attention. Though he couldn't fight, his status and background clearly surpassed Su Li and the others. Plotting against him would not be an easy task. He handed the check to Wei Xiao. "Master Wei, please distribute this money to the injured members. Regardless of the circumstances, those people were injured because of him, so it was only right to help cover their medical expenses." His actions were admirable, and everyone thought he was a man of honor. Wei Xiao put the check in his pocket, then walked onto the stage and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know who he is. He is Jiang Yu. I have an announcement to make. From this day forward, Jiang Yu will be the new president of the Tianyun Martial Arts Association." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. This president truly deserves the title. Even before taking office, he had already done something to bring honor to the association, and with his righteous character and exceptional martial arts skills, no one could possibly object. The position of association president goes to the capable. If you think you're up to it, you can try, but first you'd better assess whether you can match Jiang Yu in combat. Following that, Wei Xiao and the other vice presidents led Jiang Yu upstairs, introducing him as the new president on each floor. There was no formal inauguration ceremony, it was simply a brief announcement. On the 6th floor was the president's office. The glass nameplate on the desk had not been changed and still read Qiao Bin. Zhuolong mentioned that in recent days, due to the provocations from a few people in Linzhou, he had been overwhelmed and hadn't had time to reorganize the office. He asked Jiang Yu if he had any requests. As he spoke, he quietly put away Qiao Bin's nameplate. Jiang Yu felt a pang of emotion. A new generation was replacing the old. The name Qiao Bin would likely never appear in the association again. Chapter 130, Exploration Plan. Apart from the nameplate being replaced, everything else in the office remained unchanged. Jiang Yu didn't care if there were any traces of Qiao Bin left behind, he wasn't staying long anyway. To put it bluntly, he was just an honorary president, no real work, no real power. The association paid him a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan to keep him around. In case of any future incidents where someone came to challenge the association, he could step in to maintain its reputation. Originally, several vice presidents had suggested organizing a small gathering internally, but Jiang Yu politely declined. He didn't care for such socializing. So he just made a brief appearance at the association and left, only greeting the vice presidents and telling them to notify him if anything came up. Wen Fuyou has resumed his busy work schedule. The collaboration with Mengdai Group is progressing smoothly, while Shanya Group is also seeking a new agent, with Yuyan Company being the strongest contender. He didn't disturb Wen Fuyou but instead contacted Wen Qiyun by phone to inquire about the marriage contract. Wen Qiyun said the marriage contract had been stored for too long, and he couldn't remember where it was at the moment. He would have to look for it again. Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. After all, his marriage to the Wen family was already settled, so he wasn't worried that Wen Qiyun wouldn't give him the marriage contract. Upon returning to the apartment, he found Han Ning packing her belongings. A backpack was in the living room, and she was packing her laptop. Jiang Yu joked, "Are you finally moving back in?" Han Ning shot him a disdainful glance and snapped, "Which eye did you see me moving back with?" Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Then why are you packing your things?" Haning replied, I'm going to Huaimin City with my classmates this weekend for an adventure. Huaimin City was adjacent to Tianjin City, not too far away, and a weekend trip would be plenty of time. However, Huaimin City didn't have any particularly dangerous or scenic spots. Jiang Yu casually remarked, what's there to explore in Huaimin City? In his opinion, it was probably just university couples looking for a different place to go on a date, using exploration as an excuse to find a place to stay overnight. Haning rolled her eyes and said, Jiangmen Village in Huaimin City is quite famous. You're from the mountains, so it's no wonder you don't know. Jiang Yu said, Jiangmen Village? It doesn't sound like a famous tourist spot. Haning said, I knew you wouldn't know. Jiangmen Village is famous as a ghost village, it's not a tourist attraction. A ghost village? But that's all nonsense. Jiang Yu didn't deny the existence of ghosts. He had seen many strange things during his travels with an old man, and he himself was now a cultivator beyond the understanding of ordinary people. However, the more well-known a ghost village is, the less likely it is to have ghosts. Ancient people spoke of yin and yang, humans are yang, and ghosts are yin. In places where many people gather, ghosts dare not approach easily. You don't know what you're talking about. Haning said angrily. About 18 years ago, almost everyone in Jiangmen Village died within 10 days. The few who survived fled, and Jiangmen Village became synonymous with a ghost village. It's said that many people have seen ghosts there. Those are just rumors from over a decade ago. The truth is long lost. Don't you dare doubt it. Go to Huaimin City and ask around. Everyone knows about Jiangmen Village. They all say that the Jiang family must have done something heinous to deserve such retribution. Jiang Yu frowned, don't say that. What did the Jiang family ever do to you? I'm also surnamed Jiang, you know. Haning said, I'm not making things up. There are nearly 100 households in Jiangmen Village, and almost all of them are surnamed Jiang. Ha? Jiang Yu suddenly became serious, I'll go with you. Haning refused, we girls made plans to go together. How can you, a guy, come along? What's there to be shy about? I'm your fiancé. What if you're using this as an excuse to go to Huaimin City to meet someone else? Jiang Yu. Haning clenched her teeth, her eyes sharp. What do you think I am? Just kidding, just kidding. Jiang Yu forced a smile. Actually, I'm going mainly to protect you guys. Don't you think about it? A group of girls is so dangerous. If you really encounter any evil spirits, how would you handle them? Haning thought about it and realized she had a point. They had gone there out of curiosity, wanting to see a ghost on one hand, but afraid on the other. If they really did see a ghost, they'd probably be scared to death. Having a man along was better, especially since Jiang Yu was the top martial artist in Tianjin City. Free bodyguard services were too good to pass up. But just one guy isn't really enough. Then let us find another male classmate. Look, you girls will need someone to help carry things along the way, right? He already had someone in mind. Haning looked at him with a strange expression. Jiang Yu turned his head and said, I'll go at most to protect you, but don't even think about making me your laborer. Haning said softly, then who would be so stupid to work for us for free? Jiang Yu asked, is Wang Ruoqi going? Of course. She and Wang Ruoqi were as close as siblings, so she would naturally go with her. Jiang Yu said, then we have someone. Haning glared and said, you mean Wei Yong? She felt a bit torn. Wei Yong was indeed a good choice, but this was a bit of a setup for her best friend. Wang Ruoqi chose to go on an adventure over the weekend, mainly to avoid Wei Yong for 2 days and have some peace and quiet. Jiang Yu said, what are you hesitating about? Are you afraid Wang Ruoqi will be upset? Haning nodded. Jiang Yu continued, do you really think he won't go if you don't invite him? Given his personality, he'll probably sneak along anyway. Why not just invite him openly and use him as you please? Oh. Haning thought Jiang Yu made a lot of sense. Alright, let Wei Yong know to get ready. We'll be leaving around 3 in the afternoon. As she continued packing, Jiang Yu went to the bedroom to call Wei Yong. Hey, brother Yu, what's up? Are we going to the Imperial Cuisine Pavilion for dinner? Jiang Yu almost hung up the phone. This guy was still thinking about the food at the Imperial Kitchen. He said slowly, I have some good news for you. We're going to Jiangmen Village for an adventure with Wang Ruoqi and the others. Are you in? Sure, of course I'm in. But I'll warn you in advance, once you're there, you'll end up being their free labor. What's the big deal? As long as I can go with Ruoqi, I'll do anything, hee hee. His laughter carried a hint of lechery. Staying overnight in Jiangmen Village was a sure thing, and what a great opportunity. If I don't seize this opportunity, I'll be struck by lightning. Brother Yu, you're too kind to me. Finally, he expressed his deepest gratitude to Jiang Yu before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. 18 years ago, in Jiangmen Village. The timing matched and the surnames matched. He wondered if he might be the orphan from Jiangmen Village. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to go. Chapter 131, The Thoughtful Man. If he could truly uncover the mystery of his origins in Jiangmen village, then Jiang Yu would no longer need to go to such lengths to retrieve the other marriage certificates. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Yu and Han Ning arrived at the high-speed rail station in Tianyun City, where they met up with Han Ying's classmates. There weren't many people, just 4 girls. Besides Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi, there were 2 other petite girls with well-proportioned features. The girl with the single ponytail was named Wu Qin, with 2 adorable dimples on her face. The other girl with short hair was named Zhang Ming, with a slightly androgynous appearance. Jiang Yu was also a legendary figure at Tianyun University, so Han Ying's classmates were naturally familiar with him. Wu Qin and Zhang Ming showed no signs of displeasure at Jiang Yu's arrival. On the contrary, they welcomed him warmly. Though they didn't know that Jiang Yu was now the top martial artist in Tianyun City, they at least knew of his reputation for being able to take on 7 opponents at once in school. Wang Ruoqi's expression was indifferent. She was actually quite resistant, but Jiang Yu's current status and position made her hesitate, so she dared not be as straightforward as before. She merely said casually, Han Ning, we're just going out as close friends. Why did you bring him along? Han Ning replied, Jiangmen village is still quite remote. If we encounter any danger, the 4 of us won't know how to handle it. Bringing him along at least makes us safer, doesn't it? Wu Qin nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. With him around, I suddenly don't feel so scared anymore. Jiang Yu spoke softly, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Yu. Although he didn't mind the nickname 1 against 7, he still preferred it when others called him by his real name. Wu Qin stuck out her tongue. Sorry, I'm used to it. They occasionally mentioned Jiang Yu at school and always called him 1 on 7. Zhang Ming said, Jiang Yu is Han Ying's fiancée. As long as she's happy, I have no objections. Since the agreement hadn't specified that boyfriends weren't allowed. Since no one else objected, Wang Ruoqi didn't feel comfortable saying anything else and said softly, if that's the case, let's go. There was one thing Wang Ruoqi agreed with Jiang Yu around, at least they wouldn't be in danger. Jiang Yu said, there's still someone missing. Let's wait a bit longer. Wang Ruoqi furrowed her brows, someone else? Jiang Yu looked at their heavy backpacks and said, the walk to Jiangmen village is quite long. Don't the ladies need someone to carry their water bottles? Wang Ruoqi asked, can't you do it? Jiang Yu's expression turned serious, do you want me to be your servant? Wang Ruoqi felt a chill run down the back of her neck. Jiang Yu was the top martial artist in Tianyun City. What had she done to deserve such an offer? She looked dejected, unsure how to respond, and turned away. Just then, Wei Yong came running over, carrying a backpack and dragging a suitcase. Someone might have thought he was going out to work. He did look a bit rushed. Wang Ruoqi's pupils suddenly dilated, and her expression turned painful. How could it be him? She glared at Han Ning with resentment, as if asking, what's going on here? Han Ning whispered in her ear, you know what kind of person Wei Yong is. Even if you didn't bring him along, he'd probably sneak after you anyway, and then you'd be even more uncomfortable. Wang Ruoqi hated Wei Yong, but Zhang Ming and Wu Qin were quite happy to have a free laborer, especially since they were classmates and wouldn't feel awkward or constrained traveling together. Wu Qin directly handed her backpack to Wei Yong and chuckled, thanks for your help. Wei Yong shook his head cheerfully, serving the ladies is my honor. Jiang Yu gave him an approving look. He sure knew how to talk. Han Ning looked at him and asked, it's only for 2 days. Why bring so much stuff? Wei Yong explained, I looked it up online. There's no one within 10 miles of Jiangmen village, so I prepared some food for you. He opened his backpack and suitcase, which were filled with snacks and drinks. The 4 girls hadn't prepared nearly as much. Their bags contained nothing but clothes and cosmetics. As for tents for overnight stays, they planned to buy them once they arrived in Huimin City. Wu Qin was overjoyed. Wow, Wei Yong, you're so thoughtful. Your girlfriend will be so lucky one day. Several glances unconsciously fell on Wang Ruoqi. Wu Qin realized something and immediately stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Wang Ruoqi was on the verge of breaking down and turned around angrily to buy a ticket and enter the station. Wei Yong quickly picked up his luggage, chasing after her while shouting, Ruoqi, wait. I'll help you with your bag. Watching Wei Yong's back, Zhang Ming said softly, actually, if Wei Yong were a bit more handsome, he might have a chance with Ruoqi. Han Ning said, that's the fatal flaw. Ruoqi has always been superficial. No matter how thick-skinned Wei Yong is or how nice he is to her, he'll never be able to win her over. Wu Qin whispered, besides, Ruoqi doesn't think Wei Yong is good. The 3 girls shook their heads in unison, all expressing their lack of faith in Wei Yong. But Jiang Yu had a different opinion. Everyone's standards for choosing a partner aren't absolute. Han Ning sneered, Wang Ruoqi will never look at Wei Yong. That's not necessarily true. Oh, what's your take on it? Throughout history, the hero saving the damsel in distress may be a cliché, but it has proven effective. Come on, do you think everyone is like you? Han Ning rolled her eyes. Even if it's a hero saving a damsel in distress, Wei Yong would have to have the ability to do it. Jiang Yu agreed with this point, and besides, Wang Ruoqi wouldn't get into any dangerous situations unless someone deliberately set her up. Han Ning warned, whether Wei Yong can win over Ruoqi depends on his own skills. You're not allowed to pull any underhanded tricks behind his back. After that, the group bought tickets and entered the station. There weren't many people traveling from Tianyun City to Huimin City, so the 6 of them, though not seated together, were all in the same carriage. After the train departed, Wei Yong took out a bunch of snacks from his bag and shared some with everyone. Han Ning, Wu Qin, and Zhang Ming all enjoyed the snacks, but Wang Ruoqi didn't even give them a glance. Take your stuff away. I'm not falling for your tricks. Wei Yong, adhering to his principle of not caring about appearances, paid no attention to her, placing 2 packets of potato chips on the small table in front of Wang Ruoqi, regardless of whether she ate them or not. Wang Ruoqi not only refused to eat them but also threw the potato chips directly into the trash can. A middle-aged man sitting next to her kindly picked the chips out of the trash and advised, "It's normal for young couples to have little arguments. Girls being a bit moody is also normal, but don't take it too far. Don't wait until it's too late to fix things and then regret it." The man tore open the potato chips, took a piece and put it in his mouth, then handed the entire bag to Wang Ruoqi. "These potato chips are pretty tasty. Try some. Don't let your boyfriend's heart grow cold." Hearing the words young couple and boyfriend, and seeing Wang Ruoqi's frustrated expression, Han Ning and the others laughed so hard they were bending over. The train car was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Except for Wang Ruoqi. Chapter 132, Jiangmen Ghost Village. The 40-minute short car ride eased Wang Ruoqi's pain considerably. No matter how she explained that she had nothing to do with Wei Yong, the middle-aged man beside her insisted she was just venting, and spent the entire 40 minutes trying to console her with the wisdom of someone who had been through it all. Wang Ruoqi realized that there were indeed things in this world more devastating than being stalked by Wei Yong. After getting off the high-speed train, the group transferred to a bus station and took a 1-hour bus ride to Mianzhu County. Jiangmen Village was located within Mianzhu County. Mianzhong County is named for its location along the banks of the Mian River, where bamboo grows abundantly. After a long and tiring journey, they arrived in Mianzhu County around 6:30 p.m., with the sky growing dark. The group had a simple dinner in town before finding an outdoor store to purchase tents. With only 2 days on the weekend, they planned to head to Jiangmen Village that night. The outdoor store wasn't doing much business. The owner brewed a pot of tea, relaxed in a comfortable chair, and watched the people coming and going outside. Even when customers came in, he didn't show much enthusiasm. Upon entering the store, Wu Qin said, "Sir, could you get us 6 tents?" The owner finally got up slowly. 6 is a bit much, isn't it? We're only 6 people, 3 tents should be enough. After Zhang Ming suggested this, Wang Ruoqi glared angrily at her. What does that mean, 3 tents? Are you trying to make me sleep with Wei Yong? Zhang Yu said, 6 is indeed a bit much. We'll be staying overnight in Jiangmen Village. Who among you is willing to sleep alone? Zhang Ming nodded, looking sympathetic. Wang Ruoqi finally realized she had misunderstood Zhang Ming. Zhang Yu suddenly added, but 3 tents are still a bit too few. Let's take 4. Zhang Ming said, I'll share with Wu Qin, Han Ning and Ruoqi can share, and the 2 of you can share. Why take 4? Although they weren't short on money, there was no need to waste it. Zhang Yu said slowly, I'm not used to sleeping with others. To be precise, he wasn't used to sleeping with men. No one questioned this. Wei Yong, wanting to show off his courage, gladly agreed. The boss handed them 4 tents and then said casually, looking at you guys, you must still be students, right? Han Ning replied, yes, why? The boss said, I advise you not to go to Jiangmen Village. A few days ago, several explorers went missing there under mysterious circumstances, and they haven't been found yet. Zhang Ming perked up, ghosts? That's perfect. They had come to see ghosts. The boss sighed and said, young people just don't listen to advice. If you really get into trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. Han Ning and the others weren't deterred. After buying a tent and some outdoor essentials, they hailed a taxi and headed toward Jiangmen Village. The boss continued sitting in his armchair, watching Zhang Yu and the others' backs as they left, sighing softly, a bunch of reckless youths. The taxi driver drove the car to the foot of Jiulong Mountain and refused to go any further. Locals were very wary of Jiangmen Village. With about 10 miles left to go, they had no choice but to walk. This is where having a man along comes in handy. Wei Yong dragged his suitcase, securing the tent to the handle, and found it quite strenuous to walk along the yellow earthen path. Zhang Yu kindly offered to carry his backpack, otherwise he would have been even more burdened. The girls only carried their lightweight backpacks. By this point, there were few people around, and they had entered the desolate area within a dozen miles of Jiangmen Village. The night wind howled, and the tall weeds rustled occasionally. The girls were as scared as startled birds, already terrified before even reaching Jiangmen Village. Zhang Yu held a flashlight in front to lead the way, with the 4 women holding hands and walking side by side in the middle, while Wei Yong dragged his luggage box at the rear. After walking about 6 or 7 miles, the 4 girls began to complain that they were tired and wanted to stop and rest. Zhang Yu muttered, you can shop all day at the mall and not get tired, but you can't even walk a few miles? Han Ning retorted angrily, we're just tired, that's all. Actually, being tired was the least of their concerns. The real issue was the tension and fear. The area around Jiangmen Village was desolate, so there were many wild animals. The sounds of small animals darting through the grass at night had put them on edge. During the brief rest, they all took out their phones to play. Zhang Ming suddenly said the outdoor store owner was right. There was indeed a mysterious disappearance case in Jiangmen village a few days ago. She had looked up the related news online. It was also a group of people with the same curiosity-driven mindset who came to explore Jiangmen village, stayed overnight, and then disappeared mysteriously the next day. It was precisely because of this incident that there were only a few people venturing to Jiangmen village in the past few days. In the city, with all the lights and bustle, they had felt quite brave. But after walking along the desolate road for a while, they began to feel afraid. Wu Qin timidly said, "Could it really be haunted? Maybe we shouldn't go anymore?" Han said, "You're backing out now that we're almost there? Isn't that a bit late?" To be honest, Han was also afraid, but backing out at this moment would be too embarrassing. Wei Yong panted heavily and said slowly, "I also think going to Jiangmen village isn't a wise choice." Though he wanted to appear masculine, he didn't think he had the ability to protect them if something happened. Wang Ruoqi snorted coldly, "Scared? If you're scared, go back alone. No one's stopping you." I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about you all." Wei Yong immediately straightened his posture. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was there, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the courage to speak up. Han comforted him, "Don't be afraid, Jiang Yu is here." This was heartfelt. As the top martial artist in Tianyun City, he could at least give him that much reassurance. Jiang Yu nodded. No matter what, he wouldn't turn back. And he had the ability to protect them. Even if they really encountered a ghost, with his bone blood realm cultivation, he wouldn't fear it in the slightest. Jiang Yu had effectively calmed their nerves. After resting for about 10 minutes, they continued on their way. They hadn't gone far when another group of people appeared on the road. It was none other than a group of students from the Sports College of Tianyun University, led by Li Zhao. "Li Zhao, are we really going to Jiangmen village? I heard that a few people went missing there just a few days ago." I'm a little scared, huh? If those girls aren't afraid, what are you afraid of?" "Li Zhao, we're risking our lives to help you chase after Wang Ruoqi. Once we get back, you've got to treat us to a big meal. Don't worry, once we've handled this, I'll take you all out for a wild night at the bar. But speaking of which, are you really confident?" The hero saving the damsel in distress is a cliché, but it works. "Once we get to Jiangmen village, as long as you don't mess up, I guarantee Wang Ruoqi will fall for me." As night fell, the two groups, each with their own agenda, gradually arrived at Jiangmen Ghost Village. Chapter 133, My tent is always open for you. Jiangmen village once had 100 households, but now all the houses stand empty, overgrown with weeds. The weeds sway in the night breeze, and the moonlight casts shadows that dance like human figures. Many houses still contain old furniture, though most of it is now rotten. When they reached the village entrance, the four girls clung tightly to each other, huddling together behind Jiang Yu. The village was eerily quiet, so quiet that one could almost hear their nervous heartbeats. As they walked along, the girls held their breath, daring not to breathe. The dilapidated houses were surrounded by weeds, and the windows, like pairs of dark, staring eyes, seemed to watch them. The slightest rustle of leaves sent shrieks echoing through the air. Meow. The chilling cry of a wild cat suddenly echoed through the air, sounding like the howl of a malevolent spirit. Ah! The four girls immediately huddled together, screaming in terror. The sound was no better than that of a wildcat. Everyone's faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Only Zhang Ming was slightly better off, maintaining a relatively composed expression. Wei Yong was also terrified, but he was too embarrassed to hug Jiang Yu like the girls. He dragged his luggage and pressed tightly against Jiang Yu, swallowing nervously. "Don't be afraid, it's just a wildcat." Jiang Yu walked forward calmly. The girls dared not linger for a moment and hurriedly followed behind. Originally, according to their plan, they were going to take flashlights and explore the houses at night, then film some videos to show off later. But once they arrived, they realized what true terror meant. Although they hadn't encountered anything, the feeling Jiangmen village gave them was inexplicably terrifying. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare go into those dilapidated houses now. After walking about 70 meters forward, they came to a clearing with relatively fewer weeds, the ground littered with trash, clearly where many people had once camped. Jiang Yu looked at the girls behind him and said, "Let's stay here for the night. We'll explore properly tomorrow." The girls nodded in agreement, thinking it was the best suggestion. Perhaps eager to get into the tents, the girls all helped Wei Yong set them up. For tents were quickly set up, and after the girls paired off and crawled inside, they finally felt a sense of relief. Wei Yong distributed some snacks and water to them, and Wang Ruoqi didn't refuse this time. Click, click. A few bats flew out of the nearby houses, sending the girls into a panic again. They hid in the tents and asked, "What's that sound?" Jiang Yu said, "It's just bats. Don't worry, it's nothing." Wu Qin hugged Zhang Ming's arm, looking pitiful and said, "I'm still so scared." Wang Ruoqi was equally tense, curled up in the tent with slight tremors. At that moment, Wei Yong gathered his courage and stepped forward, saying, "I'll keep watch for you tonight. You can sleep soundly." Wu Qin was overjoyed. "Wei Yong, you're so kind." Han Ning also gave him a grateful look. "Then, shall we go to sleep first?" Jiang Yu gave her a mischievous smile. If you're still scared, come to my tent. My tent is always open for you. Han Ning rolled her eyes. But you said you don't like sleeping with others. You're my fiancé, you're an exception. But I don't want special treatment. She huffed and zipped up the tent flap. The girls were whispering to each other inside the tent. Wei Yong couldn't hear what they were saying, but Jiang Yu, with his heightened senses, heard every word clearly. Wu Qin and Zhang Ming were talking about Wei Yong, saying that if he were just a bit more handsome, she would definitely fall for him. Wang Ruoqi was talking to Han Ning about Jiang Yu, asking her when she planned to get rid of this tool, but Han Ning surprisingly said she had no such plans for now. Outside the tent, Wei Yong was also afraid, but to please Wang Ruoqi, he pretended to be calm. His eyes darted around nervously, staring timidly at the darkness in the distance. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder and said, "Go to sleep. I'll keep watch." "Is that okay? What's wrong with that? If you don't sleep, how will you work for them tomorrow? But what about you, brother Yu?" "I'm fine. I'm a martial artist, staying up all night doesn't bother me." Actually, the term martial arts should be replaced with cultivation. Wei Yong didn't refuse. He knew his limits. Even if he stayed up all night, if anything went wrong, Jiang Yu would still have to handle it. As they were preparing to sleep, Li Zhao and his group also arrived at the village entrance. Li Zhao and his group moved cautiously, afraid to make too much noise, lest they be discovered by Wang Ruoqi. Even a group of men with strong yang energy couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably upon entering the gloomy Jiangmen village. Ruoqi and the others just entered the village. "Let's wait here first. Once it's the latter half of the night and they're mostly asleep, we'll go in and proceed according to plan." The quiet Jiangmen village was occasionally interrupted by the sound of wind and the calls of wild animals. Even with someone keeping watch, the girls in the tents were too nervous to fall asleep. As for Wei Yong, he had already fallen asleep snoring loudly. After all, Wei Yong was a man, and with Jiang Yu keeping watch, he slept soundly. Inside the tent, Wang Ruoqi whispered to Han Ning, "I never expected Jiang Yu, who looks so refined, to snore so loudly. Han Ning, if you really marry him, you'll have your hands full." They didn't know that the night watch had already been relieved. Jiang Yu heard everything clearly. "This woman, she can't be satisfied unless she slanders me behind my back, can she? And how could she betray her best friend like this? She's trying to break me up with Han Ning. Where will she find a man as good as me in the future?" Wu Qin and Zhang Ming's tent had been quiet since early morning, while Wang Ruoqi and Han Ning had been murmuring to each other for a long time. However, after midnight, they too felt the onset of fatigue and could no longer stay awake. At that moment, Li Zhao and the others were also using flashlights to enter the village. Jiang Yu spotted several beams of light in the distant darkness, furrowed his brows slightly, and after confirming everyone was asleep, quietly made his way over. Li Zhao and the others moved slowly, speaking in hushed tones. "This place is so spooky. I wonder what Wang Ruoqi and the others were thinking, daring to stay here overnight. Ugh, it's freezing cold. Could there really be ghosts here?" "Stop talking nonsense," Li Zhao urged. "Hurry up and put on your hoods. Your acting needs to be convincing later. We need to scare Ruoqi into tears." Someone reminded him, "But you better go easy on us. Don't beat us to death." Li Zhao said, "Don't worry, I just need the hero saving the damsel in distress part. I'll punch you a few times, and then you run away." One man smirked, "Hee, when the time comes, Wang Ruoqi will definitely throw herself into Li Zhao's arms for safety." Li Zhao seemed to have already envisioned the delightful scene, grinning ear to ear. Little did they know that their plan had been overheard by Jiang Yu, who was lurking in the shadows. Chapter 134, Interception. Jiang Yu understood Li Zhao's plan perfectly, but he didn't stop him or wake Wang Ruoqi to warn her in advance. He crawled into Wei Yong's bed and woke him up. Wei Yong, still half asleep, asked, "What's going on, you go?" Jiang Yu whispered, "I've got some good news for you. If this works out, Wang Ruoqi might just fall for you." "Really?" Wei Yong was instantly wide awake, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was exactly what he had always dreamed of. "You go, what can we do to make Ruoqi like me? Save the damsel in distress." "Ha?" Wei Yong didn't think that was a good idea. "Brother Yu, with you around, how could Ruoqi be in danger?" Jiang Yu said, "If there is no danger, create some." Wei Yong said timidly, "Brother Yu, I think what you're doing is really unkind." "Ha?" Jiang Yu glared at him, "Am I that kind of person?" He was referring to the fact that he wasn't the kind of person who would resort to underhanded tactics to help Wei Yong pursue a girlfriend. If it were him. Well, I couldn't guarantee that. "Listen to me, Li Zhao from your school is here too. They want to dress up as ghosts to scare Wang Ruoqi, and then Li Zhao steps in to save the damsel in distress." He briefly explained Li Zhao's plan, which enraged Wei Yong. Then Jiang Yu said, "Later, I'll distract Li Zhao for you. You go save the damsel in distress. Anyway, it's Li Zhao who's doing the dirty work, so you don't need to feel guilty." Wei Yong thought it made sense and felt grateful toward Li Zhao. When Li Zhao and his group approached, Jiang Yu and Wei Yong quickly hid in a slightly denser patch of grass nearby. Li Zhao waited for his chance while his classmates crept over, wearing terrifying props from a haunted house, their hair disheveled and faces distorted. Someone whispered, 4 girls and 4 tents? They're really brave. They didn't know that Jiang Yu and Wei Yong were also there. Stop wasting time. Let's find out where Wang Ruoqi is. They cautiously pulled open the zipper of a tent, and luckily, the first one they found was Wang Ruoqi. Although they were slightly surprised to see Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi sleeping together, they didn't think much of it. One of them crawled into the tent and made a soft whimpering sound. Fortunately, Jiang Yu knew that Han Ying and the others were sleeping fully clothed, otherwise, he would have rushed over to give them a sound beating. Wang Ruoqi and Han Ying both heard the unusual sounds. Han Ying, still groggy, nudged Wang Ruoqi and asked, "Ruoqi, did you hear that sound?" Wang Ruoqi said, "I heard it too. It sounded like, oh, a ghost." She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a disheveled figure staring at her, screaming in terror as she scrambled out of the tent. Han Ying was also terrified and crawled out of the tent screaming. Wu Qin and Zhang Ming were woken up by the commotion. They pulled back the curtains and saw several ghosts wandering around in front of the tent. The timid Wu Qin fainted on the spot. Zhang Ming was the bravest among the girls, but even she was drenched in cold sweat, her heart pounding wildly. The people dressed as ghosts approached them, waving their arms wildly. Han Ying was terrified and shouted frantically, Jiang Yu, where are you?" Her voice was trembling with tears. Ah! Wang Ruoqi saw the ghosts approaching her and ran away in fear. Li Zhao, hiding in the shadows, was thrilled. His plan was going perfectly. Han Ying was also completely disoriented and ran in the opposite direction. Zhang Ming had also intended to run, but upon noticing that all the ghosts were chasing Wang Ruoqi, he returned to the tent, zipped it shut, and stayed by the unconscious Wu Qin. Li Zhao's target was Wang Ruoqi, so all the ghosts were chasing her. Wang Ruoqi was so scared that her face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Wah, help me! Help me!" She panicked and ran into an abandoned house, cutting off her retreat. Li Zhao maintained a safe distance behind her, watching as Wang Ruoqi was cornered in a house. Seeing his chance, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge in and rescue the damsel in distress. But just then, a dark figure suddenly appeared, a black plastic bag over his head, and he was beaten senseless. Jiang Yu struck hard, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. He mumbled something and said to Wei Yong, "Go ahead, your chance to be a hero has come." But Wei Yong hesitated, looking afraid, and said, "Brother Yu, there are too many of them. There were 4 people dressed as ghosts. If it came to a fight, he'd be outnumbered and beaten to a pulp." Jiang Yu said, "You don't even have the guts to chase after a girlfriend? Besides, I'm here, what are you afraid of? Just charge in and fight. I'll make sure you don't lose." Wei Yong took a deep breath, decided to go for it, and turned to rush into the house to intercept Li Zhao. Bang! He charged in and swung a punch at one of them. The man fell to the ground with a thud, screaming in pain. Weren't we supposed to go easy on them? Immediately, Wei Yong kicked another man, sending him crashing to the ground, also cursing in pain. "Ruoqi, I'm here to save you." Wei Yong rushed over and shielded Wang Ruoqi, who was cowering in the corner, terrified out of her wits. Wang Ruoqi was too scared to think straight. She threw herself into Wei Yong's arms, finally feeling a shred of safety. Wei Yong was overjoyed inside. Heroes rescuing damsels in distress may be cliché, but it sure works. "Thank you, senior, for giving me this rare opportunity." Li Zhao's classmates had originally planned to take a couple of punches and leave, but upon hearing the sound, something didn't seem right. The room was too dark, and in the rush, they couldn't make out Wei Yong's face, only his voice. Using the moonlight streaming in through the window, they leaned closer and finally realized it was Wei Yong. How could it be him? The 4 exchanged glances, and thinking about being beaten earlier, they were furious. "Beat him up!" Someone shouted, and the 4 of them charged forward immediately. With no way out, Wei Yong had no choice but to face the 4 of them head-on. He stood up and started swinging his fists wildly, as if he were determined to beat the old master to death with his fists. At that moment, Jiang Yu was standing outside the door, picking up pieces of broken stone and throwing them inside. Bang bang bang! All 4 men's knees were bruised from the stones, and they collapsed to their knees in pain. Wei Yong took the opportunity to punch each of them several times. In the next instant, all 4 of them fled in terror. What the hell is going on here? They didn't take Wei Yong's punches seriously. The main issue was that they had been hit by something else out of nowhere. There was no one else in the house. What else could it be but a ghost? They were terrified and ran out, discovering Li Zhao, who had been knocked unconscious. They carried him toward the village entrance. They were running in a hurry, and one of them dropped something. Wei Yong was puzzled too, thinking to himself, when did I become so brave? There was no time to think further. He rushed back to Wang Ruoqi, opened his arms, and comforted her. "Ruoqi, it's okay. I'll protect you." Chapter 135, Can't you just hold it in? Wang Ruoqi curled up in the corner, having calmed down slightly. She gave Wei Yong a disdainful glance, and Wei Yong stood there awkwardly. Wei Yong reluctantly lowered his hands and said to Wang Ruoqi, "It's okay. Let's go back." Wang Ruoqi straightened her clothes and stood up, asking coldly, "Did you order them to do this?" Earlier, when those few people shouted at him, Wang Ruoqi knew there was no ghost, it was just someone in disguise. She assumed Wei Yong had orchestrated it to stage a heroic rescue. I don't understand what you're talking about. Oomph. Wang Ruoqi snorted coldly and walked out. In the open area, Han Ning had already run back.
She crawled into Zhang Ming's tent, and Wu Qin had also woken up. The three girls huddled together, shivering in fear. Hearing footsteps approaching, the three girls held their breath, their lips turning pale with fear. Rip! The tent zipper was pulled open, and the three girls screamed in terror. Ah! The three girls clung to each other, closing their eyes tightly. Don't be afraid, it's me. Jiang Yu's voice rang out, and the girls' piercing screams finally subsided. Han Ning, still shaken, asked, Jiang Yu, where did you go just now? Jiang Yu replied, I went after those people dressed as ghosts who were scaring you. He had heard Wang Ruoqi's questioning at the entrance of the abandoned house and knew he couldn't keep it a secret anymore, so he decided to tell them directly. Zhang Ming was furious. What did you say? Someone deliberately dressed up as ghosts to scare us? At that moment, Wang Ruoqi stormed over. That's right. Someone deliberately set this up to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Wei Yong followed her angrily, looking at Jiang Yu for help. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, several intense gazes fell upon Jiang Yu. It seemed as though someone had once said at the high-speed rail station, heroes saving beauties may be cliché, but it works. Han Ning burst out of the tent and shouted angrily, Jiang Yu, did you do this? Do you know that scaring someone can kill them? Zhang Ming sneered, do you really think using this method can win over Ruoqi? Wu Qin also looked resentful. Wei Yong, I thought you were a good person. I never expected you, you're so despicable. Wei Yong protested, it wasn't me who told him to do it. Put. Zhang Ming spat on the ground, I shouldn't have let you come. Wei Yong looked at Jiang Yu innocently. Jiang Yu explained, you've misunderstood Wei Yong. He didn't tell me to do it. If it wasn't him, then it must be you. Wang Ruoqi pointed at Jiang Yu, furious, only you could come up with such a dirty trick. This is something I found earlier. You'll understand once you see it. Jiang Yu pulled out a student ID from his pocket. It was the one those people had dropped earlier. Han Ning recognized it immediately. It's Pan Yu's student ID. Was he pretending to be a ghost to scare us? Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Ming said, Pan Yu seems to be on good terms with Li Zhao. The four girls looked at each other, the truth hanging in the air. Everyone knew that Li Zhao also liked Wang Ruoqi. Han Ning said, it was Li Zhao who did it. No wonder they only chased Ruoqi. Jiang Yu said slowly, actually, Wei Yong didn't know at first that someone was pretending to be a ghost to scare you. But when he saw Wang Ruoqi in danger, he still rushed to save her without hesitation. Wu Qin immediately looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Wei Yong. We misunderstood you earlier. Han Ning and Zhang Ming also apologized, but Wang Ruoqi remained with her head held high. Jiang Yu said, the one who should apologize to him is you, Wang Ruoqi. Thank goodness someone was just dressed up as a ghost today. If it had been a real evil spirit, Wei Yong would have risked his life chasing after you, and he would have had to die with you. Wang Ruoqi deflated instantly, a fleeting glimpse of regret flashing in her eyes, but she refused to speak. Wei Yong scratched his head with a silly smile. Never mind, anyway, nothing happened to anyone. Wang Ruoqi suddenly demanded, Wei Yong, weren't you supposed to be keeping watch for us? Why didn't you warn us when someone was dressed as a ghost to scare us? Wei Yong froze, and Jiang Yu immediately explained for him, I let Wei Yong rest. I was the one on watch at the time. So? Wang Ruoqi looked at him coldly. Jiang Yu said, people have urgent needs. I just happened to be over there in the bushes taking care of business. I couldn't just pee in front of your tents, could I? Wang Ruoqi angrily retorted, couldn't you have held it in? Jiang Yu said, hold it in? What if I hold it in too long? You don't care, but what about my fiancé's future happiness? The girls' faces turned awkward, as if they didn't want to continue the topic, and they crawled back into the tent. After being startled by Li Zhao's men, they couldn't sleep anymore. Around 3 in the morning, Wang Ruoqi hesitantly said to Han Ning, I really need to pee. Han Ning whispered, what should we do? Why don't you just go outside? That's out of the question. She was too embarrassed to do it there. Han Ning, why don't you come with me to the bushes up ahead? Han Ying's face turned pale, and she stammered, I dare not. Forget it, I'll just hold on a little longer. By 3:30 a.m., Wang Ruoqi couldn't hold it in anymore. Han Ning, I can't hold it anymore. Please, come with me. Ruoqi, why don't you ask them to accompany you? I really can't. She pointed to Jiang Yu and Wei Yong's tents. Wang Ruoqi's face turned bright red. Han Ning said, it's pitch black out there, you can't see a thing. What are you being shy about? Wang Ruoqi remained too shy to respond. Han Ning cleared her throat and called out for her, Jiang Yu, are you asleep? No, what's up? You, come over here. Soon, Jiang Yu pulled back their tent and asked, what's going on? Han Ning spoke directly, well, Wang Ruoqi wants to use the restroom, but she's too scared to go alone. Wang Ruoqi blushed and lowered her head, unable to look at her. Jiang Yu said in a harsh tone, can't you just hold it? Han Ning glared at him, are you going or not? Jiang Yu said, Miss Wang Ruoqi has always disliked me, she definitely wouldn't want me to accompany her. He turned and walked away.
Wang Ruoqi's tears were about to fall, and she looked at Han Ning with a sorrowful expression. But Han Ning couldn't do anything either, she was truly afraid. Suddenly, Wei Yong pulled back the tent flap. Rookie, did you say you were looking for me? I didn't. Wang Ruoqi felt embarrassed and denied it with gritted teeth. Han Ning sighed in exasperation. It's already this late, and you're still being so shy? It's just accompanying you to the bathroom, isn't it? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Jiang Yu suddenly whistled outside the tent, sending goosebumps all over Wang Ruoqi's body. She wanted to kill Jiang Yu. How could she possibly hold back anymore? She dashed out and said to Wei Yong, follow me. Wei Yong was completely confused. What's going on? Jiang Yu said leisurely, aren't you going to follow her and protect your goddess while she uses the restroom? Chapter 136, The Frozen Digital Watch. The grass there was about waist high. Wang Ruoqi had Wei Yong turn his back, then hurriedly undid her belt. The relief was overwhelming, as if she had been pulled back from hell to earth. Her face was filled with pleasure, but after it was over, it was once again covered in embarrassment. Because the air was filled with an odd odor. She quickly pulled up her pants, but suddenly, a rustling sound came from the grass. Wang Ruoqi saw two glass-like objects glowing green. Ah! She screamed so loudly that she nearly lost her mind, diving onto Wei Yong and clinging to him like an octopus. Jiang Yu rushed over upon hearing the commotion. What's going on? Wei Yong pointed at the glowing objects and stammered, Brother Jiang, what is that? Jiang Yu quietly approached, but suddenly a black shadow darted out of the bushes, emitting a piercing meow that sent chills down everyone's spine. It was just a wildcat. Jiang Yu mocked, it's just a wildcat. Look how scared you all are. Wei Yong exhaled deeply, gently patting Wang Ruoqi's back. Ruoqi, it's okay, it's just a wildcat. Wang Ruoqi snapped back to reality, almost feeling Wei Yong's breath on her face. She realized she was still clinging to Wei Yong and her face flushed red. She quickly covered her face and ran back to the tent. The girls were all nervous and stayed inside the tent. When Wang Ruoqi returned, they asked, Ruoqi, what happened? Wang Ruoqi, her face still red, said, nothing, just scared by a wildcat. Han Ning asked curiously, why did you blush when you saw a wildcat? Just then, Jiang Yu and Wei Yong strolled back, with Wei Yong unable to hide the smile on his face. Thinking back to the scene of holding Wang Ruoqi in his arms, he couldn't help but feel excited. He probably wouldn't bathe for days. At that very moment, 200 meters outside Jiangmen village, several tents were set up. Li Zhao, who had been unconscious, had just regained consciousness. Pan Yu and the others gathered around him, puzzled, asking, Li Zhao, what happened? When it was your turn to be the hero and save the damsel in distress, why were you lying on the ground? Li Zhao rubbed his forehead angrily and said, I was knocked unconscious by someone. Who hit you? I didn't see anyone. They just came out of nowhere and knocked me out with one punch. Pan Yu frowned and said, it must be that kid Wei Yong. Wei Yong? Li Zhao's expression grew serious. He's there too? Pan Yu said, that brat beat us to it and went to save Wang Ruoqi. Li Zhao angrily slammed the ground, damn it, I worked hard all night and in the end, you reaped the benefits. What about the rest of you? Why didn't you beat him up? Does he have the skills to save a damsel in distress? Pan Yu explained, we were going to beat him up too, but we were suddenly attacked and injured our knees. We had no choice but to run away. They rolled up their pants and showed their knees. Look, my knees are still bruised. Seriously, could there really be ghosts in Jiangmen village? What ghosts? Li Zhao snapped. We're college students, do we believe in that nonsense? Pan Yu asked, what should we do now? The plan has failed. Let's go back. I also feel something's off here. Go back? We came all this way for nothing and just go back? Then what should we do? Wait until tomorrow night. If it doesn't work today, we'll try again tomorrow. Will that work? Wei Yong is with Wang Ruoqi. Tomorrow, we'll knock Wei Yong unconscious first. That bastard doesn't even have the decency to look at himself in the mirror before trying to steal my woman. Li Zhao wasn't giving up and planned to try the same trick again tomorrow night. They didn't know their identities had already been exposed. The first night in Jiangmen village passed without incident. As dawn broke, the darkness was dispelled, and the girls' fears vanished along with it. Carrying their backpacks, the group wandered around Jiangmen village. Without fear, the girls dared to enter the old, dilapidated houses. The houses were overgrown with weeds, and the furniture was in a state of disrepair. Some houses still had old photographs inside, likely belonging to those who once lived in Jiangmen village, though it was unclear if they were still alive. Although it was broad daylight, the light inside the houses was insufficient, and the girls felt a sense of gloom as they entered, daring not to speak too loudly. The girls, including Wei Yong, dared only to glance at the items in the abandoned houses from a distance. But Jiang Yu was different. Every time he entered a house, he would rummage through every drawer and cabinet. Perhaps some clues were hidden among the dusty objects. However, the results were disappointing. Many adventurers had already visited Jiangmen village, and many items had been taken by those with the courage to explore. What remained were mostly useless items. What Jiang Yu was looking for was something like a family tree. In a village where almost everyone shared the same surname, there was almost certainly a family tree. He speculated that if he were an orphan from Jiangmen village, his name would certainly appear in the genealogy. At the very least, he could use the genealogy to find out his parents' names. Unfortunately, such a document did not exist. They entered a house that seemed relatively well off. The house was similar to a courtyard, with a large courtyard beyond the main gate, overgrown with weeds and littered with fallen leaves. There were 13 rooms facing the front door and on either side, with peeling walls covered in ivy. Jiang Yu entered one of the rooms, which contained a collapsed wooden bed. Opposite the bed stood a half-human tall cabinet with 3 drawers. On top of the cabinet lay a copper mirror, covered in copper rust. Jiang Yu immediately opened the drawers and began searching. Han Ning and the others gathered around, looking around nervously. Jiang Yu, you're rummaging through everything like this. Aren't you afraid of attracting something bad? Wu Qin said timidly. She was the most timid of the group, and watching Jiang Yu rummage through the drawers made her afraid, worried that she might get into trouble too. Jiang Yu said calmly, I wish there really were some dirty things. He wasn't interested in ghosts, but if they truly existed, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of searching for clues. He could just ask them directly. Hey, look at that. Wang Ruoqi pointed to the area under the wooden bed, and everyone looked over to see a watch. It was a very modern electronic watch. Jiang Yu picked it up and said to them, it might have been dropped here by someone who came exploring earlier. Many people had come to Jiangmen village before, so it was normal for them to leave something behind. Wu Qin shrank her neck and said softly, could it be the watch of those people who went missing recently? Han Ning said nervously, it can't be that coincidental, can it? Jiang Yu checked the time and date, which showed October 27th at midnight. The watch still had power, but the time was frozen. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They had seen the news reports. Those were the people who had gone missing on October 27th. The room was instantly shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Chapter 137, The Unusual Grave. Watches are generally divided into mechanical watches and electronic watches. Mechanical watches stop and freeze the time when they stop working, but electronic watches stop and display nothing when they run out of battery. It is highly unlikely for a watch to have power but the time to be frozen. Han Ning and the others felt their hearts pounding in their throats. Even in broad daylight, they could sense a chilling presence. They backed up step by step until they were out of the room, where sunlight bathed their bodies. Jiang Yu stepped out and explained to them, it was probably caused by magnetic interference. An electronic watch freezing doesn't necessarily mean there's a ghost. You're college students, you should know that much. Wei Yong nodded repeatedly, you're right, Jiang Yu. It must be a malfunction in one of the internal components of the watch. This was the explanation they were eager to believe. But there was another possibility that Jiang Yu hadn't mentioned. Magnetic field interference could also be referred to as energy interference, and energy comes in various forms. A cookie contains energy, and a bottle of drink also contains energy. In this vast world, energy is everywhere. As humans, we need to consume energy every moment of our lives. There is also another form of energy called qi. To ordinary people, qi is generally perceived as oxygen and carbon dioxide, but the qi required by cultivators is spiritual energy. Energy of the same essence as spiritual energy includes malevolent energy and demonic energy, which are all forms of energy capable of interfering with electronic devices. Souls are also a form of energy that can interfere with electronic devices. In TV shows and movies, when ghosts appear, there is often a flickering of lights. This is not mere coincidence, it is a form of energy interference. In fact, Jiang Yu can now do this as well, using the spiritual energy within his body to render others' electronic devices inoperable. However, energy has its limits, and even the strongest energy has a limited range of influence. Take Jiang Yu, for example. He can affect the electronic devices of people standing in the courtyard, but he has no effect on any electronic devices in Tianyun City, which is far away. Once the energy influence disappears, the electronic devices return to their normal state. However, the time on this electronic watch remains frozen, indicating that there is an ongoing energy influence on it. What's frustrating is that Jiang Yu can't sense the presence of that energy. If the other party is also a cultivator, then their strength must surpass Jiang Yu's. However, this was just one possibility for why the electronic watch's time was frozen. Jiang Yu didn't mention it to avoid causing unnecessary alarm among Han Ning and the others. Jiang Yu discarded the electronic watch in the room and turned to search for clues in another room. Han Ning and the others dared not enter the room again, instead waiting in the courtyard, basking in the gentle sunlight to feel at ease. Li Zhao and the others were also wandering around the ghost village, but they only stayed near the village entrance. They had originally come to assist Li Zhao, but during the day, their courage grew, and driven by curiosity, they also entered the dilapidated houses at the village entrance. Of course, they didn't go too deep, as they were afraid of being seen by Wang Ruoqi. If they were discovered, their plans for the night would be ruined. Jiang Yu still hadn't found anything. He came out of the house and continued onward. It's worth mentioning that graves in the countryside aren't uniformly planned like in the city. They're usually buried in their own fields, some hidden among bamboo groves, others right by the roadside. Jiang Yu and his group spotted several small graves made of stacked stones, overgrown with weeds. Although the graves were covered in weeds, they were still easy to recognize. Among them, only one grave had a tombstone, whose inscriptions were already blurred, but the name of the grave's owner could still be vaguely discerned: Jiang Haji. Those who could afford a tombstone must have held a certain status in the village. Han Ning and the others broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the graves, urging each other to hurry past, but Jiang Yu stopped in his tracks. He noticed several marks on the tombstone that did not match the patterns, resembling scratches. However, these scratches followed a certain pattern, resembling runes. However, they were too blurry to make out clearly. Suddenly, a gust of autumn wind swept by, and the white clouds on the horizon blocked the gentle sunlight, causing Jiangmen village to grow dim in an instant, shrouded in a layer of shadow. Jiang Yu suddenly noticed that Jiang Haji's grave was emitting a strong aura of malevolence. Generally speaking, it is normal for graveyards to be shrouded in energy, and such energy is usually harmless to humans, merely causing a spine-chilling sensation. However, malevolent energy is different. Exposure to it can result in severe illness at best and sudden death at worst. Jiang Yu couldn't understand how such a strong aura of malevolence could exist in an old grave that had been there for decades. Curious, he walked around the grave and noticed signs of recent disturbance in the soil, with weeds and dry grass piled up nearby. Had someone come to repair the grave? Jiang Yu was puzzled. Since Jiangmen village became a haunted village, aside from adventurers, the villagers seemed to have never returned. Who would come to repair a grave? Moreover, everyone in the village surnamed Jiang, so they must be related in some way. If someone had rebuilt a grave, why single out Jiang Haji's grave? Something is off, definitely off. The secret must be hidden within the grave. Jiang Yu's expression grew solemn as he focused his mind, intent on investigating the situation within the grave. Humans have 5 senses: sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch. Those who cultivate have an extra sense compared to ordinary people, called spiritual perception. Spiritual perception, or spiritual awareness as it's often called in novels. Spiritual awareness allows one to perceive objects hidden behind obstacles without relying on the eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu's cultivation was too low, his spiritual awareness was too weak, and the malevolent energy in the tomb was rebounding, making it difficult for him to discern the situation inside. Could it be that I have to dig up someone's grave? Digging up graves is a highly unethical act, and Jiang Yu hesitated. However, Jiang Yu had a strong feeling that the missing person was somehow connected to the malevolent energy in this place. Just as he hesitated, Han Ying's voice echoed from the distance: Jiang Yu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow us. The others hurried over and realized Jiang Yu hadn't followed. He dared not advance or retreat. Without Jiang Yu, they probably wouldn't even dare to step into the courtyard gates of those abandoned houses, and might have already turned back. Forget it, I'll come back alone at night. If they tried to dig up the grave now, they would certainly be stopped by everyone and subjected to harsh criticism. He hurried after them, and Han Ning said impatiently, Are you out of your mind? Staring at a grave for so long? Wei Yong timidly asked, Brother Yu, did you discover something? Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Everyone was curious, so Jiang Yu motioned them over with a finger. Everyone crowded around, and Jiang Yu said mysteriously, Actually, I just saw. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing. Jiang Yu suddenly turned around and shouted, Ghost! He then sprinted forward at full speed, sending the girls into a panic. Wu Qin collapsed to the ground, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 138, No Tears Until the Coffin. Everyone ran a few steps before realizing they had been tricked, each of them furious. Han Ning was even more direct, picking up a stone and throwing it at Jiang Yu. Fortunately, she wasn't strong enough, and the stone fell to the ground before hitting Jiang Yu. Wang Ruoqi and Zhang Ming rushed over to comfort Wu Qin, who was already crying hysterically. Wu Qin buried her face in Zhang Ming's arms, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yu felt that the joke had gone too far, so he turned back to apologize to Wu Qin. Sorry, I was just joking with you guys. Wang Ruoqi angrily retorted, Is that how you joke? What if Wu Qin has a heart condition and something happens? Will you take responsibility? Jiang Yu replied casually, I doubt anyone with a heart condition would dare come here. And you guys, with your courage, you actually came to Jiangmen village looking for trouble. This left Han Ning and the others speechless. In truth, they had all thought they were brave at first, but once they arrived, they realized that the fear of being in such a situation was overwhelming, nothing like the casual atmosphere at school. It took a full 10 minutes for Wu Qin to regain her strength. When she stood up, her legs were still trembling. She said weakly, Maybe we should go back to the camp? Han Ning and the others also felt like giving up. They had checked a few abandoned houses, but they were just as they expected. There was no sense of excitement at all, only fear. Jiang Yu suggested, Why don't you all go back? This place isn't suitable for you. If Han Ning and the others returned early, Jiang Yu wouldn't have to wait until nightfall to dig up the grave. Han Ning asked, From the way you're talking, you don't plan on leaving? Jiang Yu replied, I'm not afraid. Why should I leave? Han Ning puffed out her chest, placed her hands on her hips, and said, What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, I'm very brave. Wu Qin said, I think I'll go back first. I really can't take it anymore. I'd get a heart attack even if I didn't have one. Zhang Ming said, I'll go with Wu Qin. What about you guys? Han Ning looked determined and said she would stay. She didn't want Jiang Yu to look down on her. Wang Ruoqi said they couldn't leave Han Ning alone and would stay with her. As for Wei Yong, since Wang Ruoqi wasn't leaving, he naturally wouldn't either. So, Zhang Ming said, alright, Wu Qin and I will head back to the county first and find a hotel to stay at. We'll meet up tomorrow and go back together. After making arrangements, Jiang Yu sent the group back to the camp first. Once Zhang Ming and Wu Qin had packed their bags, he drove them to the village entrance. Although it was about 10 miles from the county, they could reach it within 2 hours on foot. With mobile phone, they wouldn't get lost. The tents at the village entrance had already been taken down, though there were still plenty of plastic trash bags scattered along the road. Wu Qin and Zhang Ming didn't pay much attention to it, but Jiang Yu noticed and also sensed the angry glances coming from the houses at the village entrance. So it was him. Li Zhao clenched his teeth. Last night, he didn't know who had knocked him unconscious, but seeing Jiang Yu today, he was certain it was him. Pan Yu and the others were at a loss. Li Zhao, should we continue with tonight's plan? Li Zhao replied resolutely, continue. We must carry it out. But Pan Yu was uneasy. We can handle Wei Yong alone, but he took on 7 of us. Even if we all attack together, we're no match for him. No matter how strong he is still human. Humans aren't immune to fear. What if he's not afraid? Didn't he beat you up last night? That's because I wasn't wearing a mask. If I dress up as a ghost, he won't dare to hit me. Li Zhao said solemnly, but as long as we plan carefully, we might be able to avoid him. How do we avoid him? He's after Han Ning. If Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi get scared and run off, Jiang Yu will definitely go to protect Han Ning, and then the two of you can take care of Wei Yong, while A few people were huddled in a dilapidated house plotting, while Jiang Yu quietly walked past without exposing them. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth. You won't cry until you see the coffin, huh? Well, I'll have some fun with you tonight. After lunch at the camp, Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi curled up in their tent playing games, while Jiang Yu continued to roam around Jiangmen village alone. Since it was daytime and Wei Yong was watching over them, the two girls weren't too afraid. Han Ning glanced at Wei Yong, who was standing alone outside the tent, and whispered to Wang Ruoqi, Ruoqi, why don't we let him join us? Wang Ruoqi frowned, why bring him along? Han Ning said, look how pitiful he is, standing alone outside. Wang Ruoqi pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding her head. Han Ning called out softly, Wei Yong, do you know how to play Honor of Kings? Let's play together. Wei Yong turned around suddenly, his eyes sparkling with joy. Can I play with you guys? He looked at Wang Ruoqi with an innocent expression, clearly worried she might refuse. Wang Ruoqi said indifferently, if you want to play, just play. Why so much nonsense? Alright. Wei Yong used a few plastic bags as a cushion on the ground, sat in front of the tent, and joined them in playing happily. Although the hero rescues the damsel in distress trope was clearly intentional, Wei Yong still gained something, at least in her eyes. There was no longer much dislike left. The fact that she was willing to play with Wei Yong made him overjoyed. He dared not hope for anything more. Jiang Yu wandered alone in the abandoned houses of Jiangmen village, finding no clues but discovering a rusty hoe, which could serve as a tool for digging graves that night. Han Ning had stayed behind to prove her bravery, but she spent the entire afternoon playing games in the tent. By evening, Jiang Yu returned to the camp, where the three of them were having a great time. Jiang Yu sneered, spending the whole afternoon cooped up here playing games? You might as well go back to the county and stay in a hotel. Han Ning rolled her eyes, mind your own business. Jiang Yu said, some people are pretty bold, aren't they? Playing games in the afternoon, are they planning to roam around at night? Han Ning casually replied, so what if they are? Jiang Yu mocked, you? Even if I gave you 10 times the courage, you wouldn't dare leave the tent. Han Ning retorted, I can stay here for 2 nights. Isn't that brave enough? Oof. Jiang Yu snorted coldly, refusing to argue further. He turned and entered the tent, took some food, sat down on the ground to eat, and waited quietly for nightfall. As the sun set, night fell quickly. As soon as it got dark, Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi were overcome by fear and lost all interest in the game. That night, the sky was devoid of stars or moonlight, and a strong wind began to blow through the village. In the pitch-black night, the howling wind sounded like the chanting of demons from hell, swirling around Han Ning and Wang Ruoqi's ears, refusing to fade away. After the fierce wind subsided, the wind gradually grew weaker, but the village was still shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Occasional piercing cries of wild cats echoed through the night, sending Han Ying's heart racing. She and Wang Ruoqi huddled closely together, while Wei Yong stayed by the tent entrance, not daring to move an inch. Wei Yong was terrified, for Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 139, 7 Corpses. Jiang Yu wanted to dig up a grave. He made an excuse to go out again under the cover of night, saying he might actually see a ghost. He also asked Han Ning if she wanted to come along. Han Ning nearly cursed out loud. You little cutie. I'd go with you in a heartbeat. To prove she was brave, she hesitated to beg Jiang Yu to stay. Thus, the camp was left with only the 3 of them. At 10 o'clock at night, Jiang Yu went alone to Jiang Haji's grave. The malevolent energy in the grave was even stronger, dozens of times more intense than during the day. Jiang Yu immediately began digging with the shovel he had prepared earlier. Though rusty, he sharpened it, making the task at least easier than digging with his bare hands. The soil on the grave was dug up bit by bit, and the malevolent energy seemed to rush toward him. Jiang Yu channeled his spiritual energy to protect his body. Had he not broken through the bone and blood realm, he would never have dared to touch such dense malevolent energy. Finally, after half an hour, Jiang Yu dug out a pit and uncovered a mysterious corner of the tomb. Beneath the soil lay a black plastic bag. Even Jiang Yu grew tense. He carefully opened the plastic bag and was instantly filled with shock and anger. Inside the plastic bag were human remains. He immediately moved the plastic bag aside and continued digging, layer by layer. Inside the grave, there were a total of 7 bodies and a skeleton. Jiang Yu laid the bodies out in a row, opening all the plastic bags, feeling deeply sorrowful. They were all in their 20s, in the prime of their lives, yet they had been murdered here. No doubt about it, they were murdered, not the work of ghosts. Because each corpse had a black talisman paper stuck to its forehead. Jiang Yu recognized the symbols on the talismans. They were soul-gathering talismans. The old man had once told him that members of a cult practiced the art of cultivating malevolent energy. They used humans as vessels to nurture this energy, then killed them, affixed the gathering malevolent energy charms to their bodies, and buried them. After some time, all the malevolent energy would gather within the black charms, and the practitioners would return to retrieve them. Jiang Yu had once been puzzled by the motives of those who practiced such evil arts, but now he understood. Although evil energy and spiritual energy are different, they are both powerful forms of energy. The cultivation of evil energy technique uses evil energy to enhance the practitioner's cultivation level. Such people were heretical cultivators who regarded others' lives as worthless. Jiang Yu put away the 7 evil gathering talismans and fixed his gaze on the skeleton. The bones were pitch black, as if coated with a layer of paint. Jiang Yu speculated that the skeleton likely belonged to the tomb's owner, Zhang Haji. It seems that the incident in Jiangmen village 18 years ago was also the work of heretical cultivators. The malevolent energy devours the body, corroding bones into blackness. 18 years ago, someone used the lives of innocent villagers from Jiangmen village to cultivate the technique of nurturing evil energy. Now, another heretic has arrived in Jiangmen village. He didn't know if the person from back then and the one now were the same. He carefully buried the skeleton and then called the police. At first, the police didn't believe him, as they had searched Jiangmen village for days without any leads. If someone had been killed and buried there, the police dogs would have found the burial site. Unfortunately, the police dogs' noses were malfunctioning this time. The malevolent energy in the grave was too strong. Jiang Yu returned to the camp and planned to have Han Ing and the others leave immediately. After all, the police would arrive soon, and they couldn't stay there for long. At that very moment, at the village entrance, Li Zhao and his men had already made their preparations and were slowly moving toward the campsite. Jiang Yu had just returned when he spotted Li Zhao and the others lurking around. He thought to himself that their actions tonight were indeed ahead of schedule. They hadn't waited until midnight. Jiang Yu hid in the shadows to monitor them. Since you like to play ghosts and scare people, I'll let you see some real ghosts. Anyway, it would take the police at least half an hour to arrive here. There was plenty of time. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't yet possess the ability to control the undead. He could only use tangible methods to make Li Zhao and the others experience the fear of encountering ghosts. They made their way to the vicinity of the campsite. This time, Li Zhao and the others didn't act rashly. They kept their distance and observed the campsite. Using the camp's flashlight, they could clearly see Han Ing, Wang Ruoqi, and Wei Yong. 1 against 7? Where is he? Pan Yu was most afraid of Jiang Yu. Not seeing him, he felt uneasy. Li Zhao growled angrily, that bastard must be hiding somewhere, planning to ambush us again. Jiang Yu, hiding in the shadows, nearly burst out laughing. He was indeed hiding in the shadows, but this time he didn't plan to ambush him. Li Zhao and the others waited for a while but still didn't see Jiang Yu. Li Zhao grew impatient and said, "Proceed according to the plan." Suddenly, 2 of them raised 2 wooden planks tied together to form a cross, then draped a garment over it, which glowed faintly as they swayed it back and forth. To be honest, it did look quite like a ghostly figure. But that wasn't all. Pan Yu pulled out his phone and played an audio clip they had downloaded earlier that day. Woo woo. Ah. The audio file emitted piercing ghostly screams, sending a chill down Li Zhao's spine despite knowing it was just a recording. Pan Yu smirked triumphantly, "Pretty impressive, huh? I spent over an hour finding this audio clip. It'll definitely scare the living daylights out of them." Li Zhao nodded in satisfaction, then whispered, "Follow my instructions. Approach slowly." As Li Zhao and the others approached, the ghostly screams gradually reached the ears of Han Ing and the others. Han Ing tapped Wei Yong on the shoulder and whispered, "Do you hear anything?" Gurgle. Wei Yong swallowed hard, pointing forward in terror, stammering, Look at that." In the darkness ahead, 2 faint lights flickered, casting the shadows of 2 ghostly figures. Wang Ruoqi's face turned pale in an instant, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Han Ing also swallowed hard and stammered, "Don't panic. It might just be Li Zhao and his gang playing tricks again." Jiang Yu, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, this girl has become much smarter. But then, the audio suddenly filled with piercing screams, nearly causing the three of them to faint from fear. There's really a ghost. Quick, find Brother Yu. Now only Jiang Yu could give them a shred of security. Wang Ruoqi said with a trembling voice, I can't walk anymore. Her legs had gone weak from fear. It must be said that Li Zhao's plan this time was extremely successful. Actually, when people watch horror movies, what scares them isn't the gruesome scenes of ghosts killing people, but the sudden shifts in sound effects and visuals that create a terrifying atmosphere. Li Zhao and his group had done a good job of creating that atmosphere. Wei Yang immediately knelt down on the ground. Come on, I'll carry you. Wang Ruoqi felt embarrassed, but the piercing screams and the approaching ghostly figure left her no choice but to crawl onto Wei Yang's back. The three of them fled in panic. When Li Zhao saw this, he was so enraged he could have killed someone. That guy, he's actually carrying her goddess on his back. Damn it! Follow them and take care of that kid. Li Zhao and the others couldn't help but speed up. Jiang Yu gave a sinister smile. Han Ning and the others had left, and now it was his turn to make his entrance. Chapter 140, Scared Less. It was a dark and windy night. Li Zhao and the others arrived at the camp and conducted a thorough inspection. 1 against 7, and he's not here. Their plan this time faced the greatest obstacle in Jiang Yu. Without finding him, they all felt uneasy. Whoosh! The wind suddenly grew louder, sharp and piercing, sounding like the wails of the dead. Li Zhao couldn't help but shiver. Turn off the audio. It's creepy. Pan Yu stammered, I turned it off already. Everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Li Zhao looked at Pan Yu and the others, feeling a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, Li Zhao felt someone tap him on the head. He immediately snapped to attention and said sternly, stop fooling around. Pan Yu and the others looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Li Zhao angrily said, still pretending? Who just tapped my head? Our plan was to scare Wang Ruoqi, not scare our own people. In an instant, Pan Yu and the others all broke out in a cold sweat. No one had touched him. Just then, Pan Yu let out a cry, who hit me? This time, everyone's faces turned pale. Because there was no one behind Pan Yu. Pan Yu, stop joking around. Who's behind you? Exactly, don't scare us. Gulp. Pan Yu swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. He slowly turned around, but behind him was nothing but pitch-black darkness, not a soul in sight. A few young men looked at each other, their faces pale with fear. Suddenly, a bag of potato chips flew out of the camp tent, floating in front of Li Zhao and the others. It was a bag of potato chips, weighing at least 100 grams. There was no way the current wind could lift it off the ground. Swoosh! Suddenly, the bottom of the plastic bag tore open, and the potato chips poured out with a clatter. But the potato chips didn't fall to the ground. Instead, they hovered in mid-air, circling around Li Zhao and the others before forming the shape of a hand and waving at them. Li Zhao was so scared that he sat down on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Ghost, there's a ghost. Pan Yu and the others fled in panic. The hand made of potato chips slowly moved toward Li Zhao. Li Zhao cried out, don't come closer, don't come closer. Slap. The man slapped Li Zhao across the face with the potato chip. The air was suddenly filled with an odd smell. Li Zhao was so scared he wet himself. Ah! Li Zhao didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly panicked and ran off without thinking. Jiang Yu, lurking in the shadows, sneered disdainfully. With such a cowardly heart, he dared to pretend to be a ghost to scare people? It was all his doing. As a cultivator, manipulating a packet of potato chips over a short distance was child's play. After scaring away Li Zhao and the others, Jiang Yu went to find Han Ning and the others. But before he had taken a few steps, another terrified scream echoed through the air, ah, a ghost. Jiang Yu's expression changed abruptly. According to logic, Li Zhao and the others should have fled Jiangmen village as quickly as possible, not shouting and screaming in the village. They must have seen something else. But Jiang Yu hadn't prepared any other means to scare them. Was someone else scaring them, or had they really seen a ghost? To uncover the truth, Jiang Yu quickly ran toward the source of the sound. Although his senses were far beyond those of an ordinary person, the sky was pitch black with not a single star in sight, and Jiangmen village was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Jiang Yu could only use a flashlight to illuminate his path. A beam of light flickered back and forth through the village. He searched the area near the first source of the sound and eventually found Pan Yu. Pan Yu lay motionless in the grass in front of an abandoned house, his lips pale and bloodless. A black talisman was stuck to his forehead. Soul-gathering talisman. Jiang Yu's heart sank. The evil cultivator had appeared. The purpose was clear, to use the lives of Li Zhao and the others to gather evil energy and cultivate the cultivation of evil technique. He rushed over to check. Fortunately, Pan Yu was still alive, but his entire body was shrouded in evil energy. Jiang Yu tore off the gathering evil spirit, and the evil energy on Pan Yu's body vanished instantly. Suddenly, another terrified scream rang out. He had no time to hesitate and rushed toward the source of the next sound. He found another person with a gathering evil spirit on their forehead. Swish! Suddenly, a figure flashed past ahead. Jiang Yu quickly shone his flashlight in that direction, but the figure vanished into the darkness. Stop! Jiang Yu growled and gave chase. He leaped from one rooftop to another in Jiangmen village, as agile as a monkey, but the black shadow was equally swift, and within a minute it had already outpaced Jiang Yu. Ah! Another terrified scream echoed through the village. Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. It was a girl's voice. At that moment, there were only two girls in the village, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi. This is bad. He had almost forgotten about them. After tearing off the gathering key, Jiang Yu immediately ran toward the direction where Han Ying and the others were shouting. He was very familiar with this direction, having roamed around the area several times during the day. The source of the sound was near Hiyoji's grave. When Jiang Yu arrived, he found Han Ying, Wang Ruoqi, and even Wei Yong collapsed on the ground, both flashlights dropped beside them, their beams illuminating the tangled weeds. In the dim light, he could see that the faces of Han Ying and the others were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They stared blankly in the direction of Hiyoji's grave. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Han Ying and the others hadn't encountered the evil cultivator. There were no gathering symbols on their foreheads. However, the screams were indeed theirs, as they had seen the 7 corpses lined up beside Hiyoji's grave. This was Jiangmen Ghost Village, a place shrouded in darkness and wind. They had rushed here in panic, and under the glow of their flashlights, the 7 corpses suddenly came into view. Fear was only natural. The 3 of them trembled uncontrollably, their legs weakening from the intense fear. It's okay, it's just a few corpses. Don't be afraid. When Jiang Yu appeared, the 3 finally felt a sense of safety. Han Ying opened her arms and hugged Jiang Yu, finally coming to her senses from the terror. Wang Ruoqi blushed and threw herself into Wei Yong's arms, clutching his hands so tightly that her nails dug into his flesh. Wei Yong whispered, "Brother Jiang, what's the story with these bodies?" Jiang Yu explained, "They should be the people who went missing in Jiangmen village earlier. I've already called the police, they'll be here soon." Upon hearing that the police were coming, Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's fear subsided slightly. However, they still didn't want to stay there. Han Ying said, "Jiang Yu, can we go back now?" If they were scared like this again, she feared she might lose her mind. Wang Ruoqi felt the same way, nodding like a chick pecking at grain. But Jiang Yu couldn't leave yet. If he left, Li Zhao and the others would definitely die, meeting the same fate as the 7 bodies by Hiyoji's grave. He looked at Wei Yong and Wang Ruoqi and asked, "Can we go?" Wei Yong nodded, "We've regained our strength." "Alright, you help Wang Ruoqi. I'll take you to the village entrance first." Having said that, he picked up Han Ying. Wang Ruoqi watched with envy. Jiang Yu's embrace was the safest place at that moment. Wei Yong timidly said, "Ruoqi, if you're too tired, I can." "No need." Before Wei Yong could finish, Wang Ruoqi had already refused him, but she still held onto his hand. The 4 of them walked toward the village entrance. Han Ying asked, "Why are you sending us to the village entrance? Aren't you planning to leave?" As soon as she finished asking, another terrified scream echoed from the village, "Ghost! Help!" Han Ying and the others tensed up instantly. Wang Ruoqi whispered, "That's Li Zhao's voice." Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, "Do you understand now?" Wang Ruoqi replied unhappily, "Even if there really are ghosts, they deserve it. I don't understand why you're helping them." Jiang Yu indeed had no obligation to help Li Zhao and the others, but the arrogance of the heretical cultivators must not be allowed to grow. Chapter 141, The Black-Robed Evil Cultist. Wang Ruoqi was unaware of the existence of the heretical cultivators, so she did not support Jiang Yu in helping Li Zhao and the others. It was Han Ying who softened her heart and said softly, "Then take us to the village entrance, find Li Zhao and the others, and we'll leave together." As she spoke, she also let Jiang Yu put her down. Her strength had returned. On their way back, they passed the campsite and only took Han Ying and Wang Ruoqi's backpacks. They didn't take Wei Yong's luggage or his backpack, which only contained some snacks. They continued onward, with Jiang Yu leading the way, using his flashlight to illuminate the path, while Han Ying clung tightly to the hem of his shirt, refusing to let go. Suddenly, Jiang Yu stopped and Han Ying bumped into his back. She rubbed her forehead, not blaming Jiang Yu, but asked anxiously, "What's there?" Jiang Yu's flashlight illuminated the grass in front of an abandoned house. Pan Yu had been lying there earlier, but now he was gone. To avoid alarming Han Ying and the others, Jiang Yu shook his head and said it was nothing, then continued toward the village entrance, though he quickened his pace. The clouds parted, revealing the moon. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and moonlight illuminated Jiangmen village, restoring some brightness. As they neared the village entrance, Jiang Yu spotted a figure standing there from a distance, dressed in a black robe with a hood pulled over their head. Han Ying and the others thought it was a ghostly figure and were too scared to move forward. "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Jiang Yu walked over calmly. He was certain that the person was the heretic cultivator. He wasn't afraid of facing the evil cultivator head-on, but he was worried that the evil cultivator would fight a guerrilla war. Han Ying, Li Zhao, and the others had a total of 8 people, and Jiang Yu wouldn't be able to handle them all. "Ah!" Han Ying screamed in shock. As she approached, she saw that there were 5 more people lying at the feet of the black-robed figure. Han Ning thought they were the same corpses as those near Jiang Yi's tomb, and she turned pale with fear. Taking a few more steps forward, they finally saw that the bodies on the ground were Li Xiao and the others. Stop! The black-robed figure spoke in a cold, menacing voice, preventing Jiang Yu from advancing further. Jiang Yu came to a halt, while Han Ning, Wang Ruoqi, and Wei Yong hid behind him. The black-robed figure made them feel tense and uneasy. Hand over the item, or I'll kill them. The black-robed figure gathered a ball of black mist in his hands, looking extremely eerie. This scene shattered Han Ning and the others' worldview, leaving them speechless in astonishment. Jiang Yu smiled calmly and pulled out a gathering evil symbol from his pocket. Do you want it? The gathering evil symbol was as precious as a rare treasure to demon cultivators. He had come specifically to retrieve the gathering evil symbol today, but he hadn't expected Jiang Yu to beat him to it. When he arrived at Zhang Haji's grave and saw the 7 corpses, the Jashaksu had already vanished. Enraged, he had originally planned to kill everyone in the village to vent his anger. However, when Jiang Yu gave chase, he noticed that there were other cultivators in the village like himself. He knew that while he could kill the ordinary villagers, he might not be able to kill Jiang Yu, and he wouldn't be able to retrieve the gathering evil symbol either. So, while Jiang Yu was searching for Han Ning and the others, he brought Li Xiao and the others to the village entrance, using their lives to blackmail Jiang Yu. However, his plan did not go as expected. Jiang Yu coldly smiled, pointing at the unconscious Li Xiao and the others on the ground and said, "Do you think I care about their lives? Is that so?" The black mist in the black-robed man's hand swirled rapidly, then flickered over Li Xiao and the others. He spoke in a sinister tone, "Then tell me, who should I kill first?" Jiang Yu pointed at Li Xiao and said, "Him. That bastard has been scheming to steal my brother's girlfriend. He should be the first to go." The black-robed figure raised his head slightly, revealing a pair of icy eyes beneath his hood, exuding a chilling aura. "Wait!" Han Ning hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill them." Though she despised Li Xiao, she couldn't bear to watch him be killed right before her eyes. "Jiang Yu, give him what you're holding." Han Ning had no idea what the gathering chi symbol was. She only thought it was a meaningless black piece of paper and saw no reason to use it to decide the fate of several people. The black-robed man gave a sinister smile. "It seems this beautiful young lady has a compassionate heart." He then turned to Jiang Yu and said in a dark tone, "Give me the item, and I promise not to harm you." "Guarantee?" Jiang Yu sneered. If he truly had the ability, would he be standing here calmly negotiating terms with him? There was only one reason: the cultivation level of this before him wasn't high enough to guarantee victory. If he handed over the 7 gathering evil symbols, the heretic would absorb the evil energy within them, and once his cultivation improved, Jiang Yu might no longer be his match. At that point, the lives of everyone in their group would be entirely in the other's hands. Promise? Guarantee? Don't be ridiculous. Making promises to a heretic cultivator? Only a fool would do that. What are you laughing at? The black-robed man asked coldly, his voice tinged with chill. Jiang Yu said, "I'm laughing at how naive you are. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Let me tell you, not a single one of the 7 gathering evil charms will I give you." The black-robed man's expression turned icy. "Have you thought this through? If you don't give them, not only will they die, but the people behind you will also meet their maker." He let out a sinister laugh again. "You don't care about the lives of these few people, but you should care about their lives, shouldn't you?" He flicked his right palm, and black mist danced in his palm before slowly moving forward, targeting Han Ning. For Jiang Yu, manipulating the black mist was a simple spell, but for Han Ning, the scene was utterly bizarre, shattering her worldview and filling her with fear. Wei Yong swallowed hard and asked timidly, You go, who is he?" "Someone you can't even begin to imagine," Jiang Yu said solemnly, his spiritual energy surging within him. "Step back. I'll handle him." Han Ning clung tightly to his sleeve. "No, I feel this person is too terrifying. Can we not fight him?" She wasn't just worried about her own safety, she was also concerned about Jiang Yu's well-being. She knew Jiang Yu was the top martial artist in Tianyun City, but she felt he might not be a match for the man before them. Sometimes, a woman's intuition can be terrifying. Wang Ruoqi said, "Why do you care so much about that black piece of paper? Is it worth risking our lives for something like that?" Wei Yong also tried to persuade him, "Brother Yu, why don't we just give him the item? He said he wouldn't harm us." Jiang Yu turned to look at them. "Are you two that naive? Let me tell you, once we give him the Jushifu, none of us will survive. Now is the time to fight, it's the only right choice." He suddenly turned around, and a white beam the size of a thumb erupted from his fingertips, instantly shattering the black mist. Han Ning and the others were stunned. Was that magic? "If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment." The black-robed figure erupted in anger, and the dissipating black mist, "If that's the case, then I'll kill you first." Chapter 142, I'm determined to meddle in this trivial matter. Under the moonlight, the black mist formed a grotesque ghostly hand, clawing toward Jiang Yu. Han Ning and the others were so terrified they could barely breathe. Such a scene was something they had only ever seen in their dreams. "Run! Get out of here! Don't look back!" Jiang Yu shouted, then pushed Han Ning aside and charged forward resolutely. The ghostly hand instantly grabbed his ankle, like vines growing out of the ground, making it impossible for Jiang Yu to move. The evil cultivator slowly approached Han Ying and the others, his eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous intent. Swish! A white beam shot across the sky, forcing the evil cultivator to retreat 10 zhang. Jiang Yu shouted again, Wei Yong, take them away. Wei Yong, after all, was a man. He realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Yu had no time to spare for them now, their only hope lay with him. Ah! Wei Yong roared, grabbing one person in each hand and sprinting toward the village exit. They had to leave, otherwise, they would only become a burden to Jiang Yu. The evil cultivator did not pursue them. His target was the 7 gathering evil charms. Since he had already broken ties with Jiang Yu, there was only one path left. Kill Jiang Yu. As for the lives of Han Ying and the others, they held no significance to the heretic cultivator. Jiang Yu's palm flickered with a faint glow as he struck downward with a vertical palm strike. His palm seemed sharper than any sword or blade, instantly slicing the ghostly hand at his ankle into a cloud of black smoke. He leaped into the air, landing on the roof of a house, then sprinted toward the center of the village. He ran while glancing back, carefully controlling his speed. He had to make sure the heretic cultivator caught up with him, lest he turn back to deal with Han Ying. There was another reason he was heading toward the village, Li Zhao and the others. If they fought there, the surging spiritual energy would endanger Li Zhao and the others. The black-robed evil cultivator caught up, and his speed was several times faster than Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu calculated silently. He was still a novice cultivator, only at the first level of the bone and blood realm. The evil cultivator wasn't very strong either, but he should be above Jiang Yu, at the second level of the bone and blood realm. However, the black-robed cultivator practiced heretical arts, and his foundation was unstable, so Jiang Yu could challenge him. Finally, Jiang Yu stopped in front of Jiang He's grave. The evil cultivator also caught up, but did not rush to attack. The black robe fluttered, emanating a chilling coldness. A mere first-tier bone and blood cultivator dares to meddle in others' affairs? Don't you fear losing your life over this? You're not much stronger than me, Jiang Yu replied with equal disdain. If you're really that powerful, why are you wasting your breath? The black-robed figure shrugged. I admit I don't have absolute confidence in defeating you, so I've been giving you chances. The gathering chi symbol is already complete, and those people can't be brought back to life. What you're doing is pointless. He pointed at the 7 corpses by the grave, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Cold-hearted to the extreme, treating human life as worthless. Jiang Yu roared, you use others' corpses to pave your path to cultivation, and you don't even feel a shred of remorse. The black-robed man replied coldly, you're just a greenhorn who's just become a cultivator. Do you know that throughout history, all the strong have paved their path to the summit with countless corpses? Those who stand at the pinnacle, which of them doesn't have blood on their hands? Cultivation is cruel. Those with sufficient strength break free from the existing world, able to disregard laws and moral ethics. But in doing so, they also lose the protection of the law. Life and death, endless reincarnation. Cultivators grow through brutal battles, with some rising and others falling every day. But, that is the rule of the cultivator's world. Innocent civilians are not sacrifices on the path of cultivation. Don't try to justify yourself in front of me. Your actions have annoyed me, and I'm determined to handle this matter. Jiang Yu took out a gathering evil symbol, drew several symbols in the air, and with a flick of his wrist, the black symbol paper burst into flames, and the dense evil energy dissipated in the flames. The black-robed man was enraged, this is my business. Even the Demon Suppression Bureau didn't come to interfere, and you, a mere bone-blood first-realm cultivator, dare to meddle? Do you think you can handle it? He swept his hand, and the dissipating black mist surged in from all directions, the aura of evil surging powerfully. The malevolent energy surged like a tidal wave, and Jiang Yu could feel the threat it posed. He dodged and weaved while closing in on the black-robed man. The black-robed man stiffened slightly, astonished by Jiang Yu's martial arts. Such a unique fighting style was something he had never seen before. He retreated calmly, using only the swirling black mist to launch a fierce assault on Jiang Yu. Boom! Jiang Yu was struck by a ball of black mist, sending him flying backward like a... Though he had suffered a setback, a faint smile played at the corners of Jiang Yu's lips. The black-robed man's actions clearly indicated he didn't want Jiang Yu to get close, suggesting that while his secret technique was powerful, his physical strength was lacking. Jiang Yu gathered his strength, waiting for the black mist to swirl toward him before suddenly unleashing his power. His feet churned like the wind, and he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, 2 white beams erupted from his fingertips, shattering the black mist in front of him and clearing a path. The black-robed figure remained calm, sweeping his sleeves to unleash 4 black spikes. The spikes embedded themselves into the ground, forming a faint light barrier. Bang! Jiang Yu punched the light barrier, causing it to shake violently. The powerful recoil force sent Jiang Yu flying backward. The light barrier trembled for a moment before returning to its original state. Jiang Yu quickly adjusted his direction, circled around the black-robed figure, and launched an attack from behind. The black-robed figure flickered his fingers, and the black nails instantly shifted positions, forming a light barrier behind him to protect him. Bang! Jiang Yu was once again repelled by the light barrier. In an instant, black mist surged like a tidal wave, engulfing and swallowing him whole. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows tightly, seemingly unable to get anywhere near the opponent. Stay calm, stay calm. His thoughts raced as he recalled the old man's teachings. In combat, one must never lose one's composure. Once you lose your rationality due to emotions like anger, you've already lost half the battle. Anger. Yes, make him angry, make him unable to control the black nails calmly. He struck out with a palm, dispersing a cloud of black mist, then quickly pulled out another gathering evil symbol from his pocket. These gathering chi charms must have cost you a great deal of effort, right? He gave a sinister smile. The black-robed figure seemed to have read his mind and roared furiously, "You dare." As the words fell, a ball of flame erupted, reducing the black talismans to ashes. "Ah," the black-robed man roared, "I will grind your bones to dust." In the next instant, Jiang Yu darted forward again, circling around to the black-robed man's left side. The black-robed figure swiftly moved his fingers, shifting the position of the black nails. However, at that very moment, Jiang Yu pulled out another gathering evil talisman and threw it into the air. The black talisman paper ignited in mid-air, releasing a surge of malevolent energy. The black-robed man lost his senses and leaped toward the gathering evil symbol, intending to extinguish the flames on the talisman. Now was the moment. With the black nail barrier no longer obstructing him, Jiang Yu leaped forward and grabbed the black-robed man's ankle. The black-robed man was startled and looked down to see Jiang Yu's sinister smile. Chapter 143, Reluctance. The black-robed man clutched half of the gathering evil symbol in his hand. The flames had indeed been extinguished, but the symbol was destroyed, and the evil energy it had gathered quickly dissipated into the heavens and earth. If given time, he could have absorbed the dissipating evil energy from the talisman. However, Jiang Yu would not give him that time. Jiang Yu grabbed his ankle and erupted with all his strength, pulling him from mid-air and slamming him to the ground. Then, bang, bang, bang. Jiang Yu swung him around, slamming him left and right onto the ground with brutal force. The brutal impact shattered several of the black-robed man's bones, causing his internal organs to rupture and blood to gush out. The black-robed man's face and body were covered in bruises and abrasions from the impact with the ground, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Jiang Yu's guess was correct. The black-robed man's secret techniques were slightly superior, but his physical strength was no match for Jiang Yu's, leaving him completely unable to defend himself. In a fit of rage, the black-robed figure quickly reacted. He formed a hand seal, and a cloud of black mist immediately spread out, enveloping him like soft cotton, preventing him from enduring the intense impact. At the same time, 4 black nails flew toward him, like arrows, accompanied by a piercing whistling sound. Whoosh! Jiang Yu's hair stood on end, and his instincts told him he had to dodge. Those 4 black spikes were no ordinary objects. Bang! He kicked the black-robed figure away with a single blow, using the recoil to swiftly retreat over 10 zhang. The black spikes struck the air and fell to the ground. However, the black-robed man had managed to defuse the dangerous situation. Cough cough. He struggled to his feet, coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, and wiped his lips with his hand. The hood slipped off his head, and in the moonlight, his face looked extremely terrifying. His face seemed to have been corroded by something, with half of it covered in pitted scars, giving him a deeply unsettling appearance. His hair was long but sparse, giving him an unnatural, aged appearance. Perhaps this was the price of practicing dark arts. He slowly raised his palm, gathering a malevolent aura. The 4 black spikes flew back into his hand, and black mist swirled around him. You've completely enraged me. I'll use you to nourish my malevolent energy and compensate for my losses. A cloud of black mist began to split, dividing into 2, then 4. The 4 balls of black mist began to swell, eventually taking on human forms, clawing and snarling like malevolent spirits. Go! The black-robed figure growled, and the 4 mist creatures charged toward Jiang Yu simultaneously, letting out deafening roars like primordial beasts. Jiang Yu pushed forward with both palms, channeling his spiritual energy into a gust of wind that blew all the weeds in front of him flat against the ground. A whirlwind swept up, sending sand and dust swirling through the air. The 4 mist-formed figure's advance was greatly hindered. Jiang Yu glanced at the black-robed figure. To defeat him, he had to be even more cautious. The 4 mist-like figures posed a real threat to Jiang Yu. If the standoff continued, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by them. However, what Jiang Yu feared most were the 4 black spikes. They were not ordinary objects. Jiang Yu suspected they were some kind of magical artifact. The black spikes were both offensive and defensive, causing Jiang Yu great headaches. His cultivation was simply too low. If he had the strength of the bone and blood second realm, he would have the confidence to easily defeat the black-robed man. He activated his body techniques and closed in on the black-robed figure, but the 4 mist-like figures immediately turned and attacked him, though their speed was slightly slower. The black-robed figure regained his composure, constantly manipulating the 4 black spikes with his fingers. The light barrier shifted position continuously, deflecting all of Jiang Yu's attacks. His physical strength and spiritual energy were steadily depleting, and Jiang Yu grew increasingly desperate. The opponent was 1 minor realm higher than him, with far superior spiritual energy. He couldn't outlast him. Fortunately, he still had 4 gathering chi charms on his body. He planned to use them again. He pinched a black talisman between his fingers and flames erupted. The black-robed figure's expression changed, his eyes blazing with anger, his face contorted in fury. However, he was struggling to suppress his anger, completely lacking the impulsiveness from before. Jiang Yu goaded him, "This is your life's work. Are you really willing to watch it burn to ashes?" The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, 100 ordinary people aren't worth the body of a cultivator. Once I kill you and use you to nourish the evil energy, I can recover all my losses. You want to kill me? You must be delusional. Do you think you can escape? Four mist-like figures appeared in the 4 cardinal directions surrounding Jiang Yu. They then slowly closed in. The circle grew tighter. The black-robed man flickered his fingers, and black nails floated before him. He knew the 4 mist-clad figures couldn't kill Jiang Yu in a short time. However, as long as the mist-clad figures surrounded Jiang Yu and restricted his movement, he could control the black nails and deliver a fatal blow. Jiang Yu looked around, then leaped into the air. Practitioners at the Bone and Blood realm couldn't yet fly at will, but their jumping ability was several times that of ordinary people. He intended to leap out of the mist-clad figure's encirclement. But just as he did so, the arms of the 4 mist creatures suddenly swelled, like 4 unbreakable ropes wrapping around Jiang Yu's legs, instantly pulling him down from mid-air. Then, the mist spread once more, wrapping around Jiang Yu's body like countless thin ropes. Jiang Yu struggled fiercely, his spiritual energy surging within him, but he could not move. He was pinned to the ground, struggling to roll over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black-robed figure seized the opportunity, manipulating 4 black spikes to spin toward him. Jiang Yu struggled desperately, rolling twice on the ground. He dodged 3 of the black nails, but one still pierced into the flesh of his left arm. A body at the Bone and Blood realm could withstand even ordinary bullets, yet against the black spikes, it was as fragile as tofu. The malevolent energy surged into his body, raging like a wild beast out of control. Endless pain caused Jiang Yu to let out an agonizing scream. Ah! His veins bulged, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. The black-robed figure walked toward him slowly, a smug smile curving his lips. Under the moonlight, his terrifying face was clearly visible to Jiang Yu, and that smile was the most unsettling one Jiang Yu had ever seen in his life. "You're merely at the first level of the Bone-Blood realm," he said with disdain. "I gave you a chance to live before, but you chose not to take it." He raised his hand slightly, and the remaining 3 black nails rose from the ground, floating up and down in front of the black-robed man. The black nails resembled deadly arrows, as if they could take Jiang Yu's life at any moment. "You are the first cultivator I have used to nurture my malevolent energy, but you will not be the last." He seemed to be pronouncing Jiang Yu's death sentence. Jiang Yu was slowly being consumed by the black mist, his spiritual energy and physical strength rapidly weakening. This was the first cultivator he had ever encountered. He never imagined that his first encounter with a cultivator would put him in such a life-threatening situation. He couldn't think of a way to resolve the situation and couldn't help but blame the old man. Even a heretic cultivator had a magical artifact by his side. At least he was the first and only disciple of Boki Mountain, yet he didn't even have a decent magical artifact. He firmly believed that he had been defeated by those 4 black spikes. He refused to accept it. Chapter 144, Scared Away. The black-robed man looked up at the full moon in the sky, his body shrouded in a murderous aura. "You're not willing to accept it, are you?" he said coldly. "This is the cruelty of cultivators. I believe that if I had lost to you, you would have killed me without hesitation." Jiang Yu struggled. He had no interest in conversing with the black-robed man. He was still alive, which meant he still had a chance. The black-robed man was savoring the joy of victory. The area around Jiangmen Ghost Village was desolate for miles around, with no one to disturb him. He spread his arms wide, basking in the moonlight, his body shimmering with an eerie green glow. The black nails were also shrouded in a layer of green light. "Goodbye, friend." 3 black nails shot toward Jiang Yu's forehead. Jiang Yu still hadn't figured out how to break the spell. He was nearly overcome by despair. To die at the hands of this demonic cultivator, whose power was not particularly strong, he would die with regret. Drip woo, drip woo. Suddenly, the sound of a siren echoed through the air, and the sky above the village entrance flickered with red and blue lights. The police were coming. The black-robed man's smile vanished instantly as he turned to look toward the village entrance. His mind was in turmoil, and the power of the black mist weakened slightly. Jiang Yu took advantage of this opportunity to roll several times, narrowly avoiding 3 black spikes. Clang! Clang! The black spikes embedded themselves into the ground, and the surrounding weeds instantly withered away. The man in black robes suddenly turned around, clenched his teeth, and said, "You called the police?" Jiang Yu chuckled, "I called the police as soon as I discovered the body. Since the matter was suspicious, I also reminded them to bring along someone from the Demon Suppressing Bureau." The black-robed man's expression changed drastically, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. "The Demon Suppressing Bureau is here too?" Jiang Yu's smile faded, and he threatened, "If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape. Of course, you can choose to kill me first, and then be killed by the Jinxie Bureau to accompany me in death." The black-robed man's gaze was as cold as ice, fixated on Jiang Yu. "Today you're lucky. We'll meet again someday.
3 seconds later, he sheathed the black spikes, leaped several times, and vanished into the pitch-black night. The black mist surrounding Jiang Yu quickly dissipated, and he regained his freedom. Having narrowly escaped death, he exhaled a long, heavy breath. Thankfully, he had managed to scare off that evil cultivator. In truth, he had no idea what the Demon Suppressing Bureau was. As a newcomer to the path of cultivation, his understanding of the world of cultivators was still limited. The Demon Suppressing Bureau was a term used by the black-robed man himself. From his words, it could be inferred that the members of the Demon Suppressing Bureau were specifically tasked with dealing with demonic cultivators. So Jiang Yu brought out the Demon Suppressing Bureau, and the effect was better than expected. The evil cultivator fled quickly and decisively, not even taking the time to kick him twice in anger as he escaped. He stood up and reflected on himself. This time, he had lost. Though unwilling to accept it, he had indeed been defeated. In the past, when he trained in martial arts, he sparred with others and fought wild beasts, never once suffering defeat. This had, over time, led to his arrogance. This defeat taught him a profound lesson. In the world of cultivators, there are always stronger beings beyond one's reach. He was merely a lowly cultivator at the very bottom of the hierarchy. In fact, he should thank that heretic cultivator. Fortunately, the heretic was only at the second level of the bone and blood realm and had an unstable foundation. Otherwise, he might have sent Jiang Yu to meet the King of Hell in a single exchange, and Jiang Yu wouldn't have had the chance to wait for the police to arrive. He remembered that the old man had once shown him some mysterious ancient texts, but due to his limited understanding at the time, he had dismissed them as nonsense. It wasn't until he became a cultivator himself that he realized those were actually cultivation techniques. However, he hadn't taken the time to seriously recall what he had learned back then, which is why he couldn't perform any decent secret techniques during his battle with the heretic cultivator. He must strive to cultivate harder. He silently resolved to become a cultivator, opening the door to a new world. He was no longer the arrogant teenager who thought he was invincible. Amidst a series of intense beams of light, the police rushed in. Under the gun barrels, Jiang Yu obediently raised his hands and shouted, "I'm the one who called the police." A young police officer stepped forward, cuffed his hands, and directed others to take photos at the scene. Forensic experts began their initial examination of the body. The young officer lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Officer Fei Wei from the Huimin City Police Bureau. I'm in charge of this case." Upon receiving reports of the missing person case, the Huimin City Bureau took it very seriously, establishing a special task force. Over the past few days, the task force had been searching for clues in Mianzhu County. Fei Wei was under a lot of pressure. He had searched Jiangmen village several times without finding any leads. His superiors had given him 3 more days. If he couldn't find the person, he would be fired. Fei Wei glanced at the handcuffs on Jiang Yu's wrists and continued, "Don't take this personally. This is standard procedure. You're the one who reported the incident, but you're also our primary suspect. Cooperate fully with us, and once we've gathered all the information, we'll let you go." Jiang Yu responded, "Hello, Officer Fei. My name is Jiang Yu. I'm from Tianyun City. I came to Jiangmen village with friends for an adventure and accidentally discovered these bodies." Before Fei Wei could ask any questions, he gave a brief explanation. Fei Wei stared at him and asked, "Are the students at the village entrance your friends?" "Sort of. What about the 3 students named Han Ing?" "They're my friends, officer." "Have you seen them?" Fei Wei took a drag on his cigarette and said slowly, "I encountered them on the way here. The 3 of them were panicking, as if they had seen a ghost. They said, 'There's a very terrifying person in the village?'" Jiang Yu nodded, "A person beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Manipulating black mist out of thin air is indeed hard to comprehend." "Where is he now?" "They ran away." "Where did they run?" Jiang Yu pointed in the direction where the black-robed figure had disappeared. "Over there." "But officer, there's no need to send anyone after them. You won't catch them. This is our responsibility. You don't need to worry about it." Officer Fei called over a few police officers and instructed them to search for clues in the direction the heretic had fled. He turned back to Jiang Yu, exhaling smoke onto his face, back to the matter at hand. "Where did you find these bodies?" Fei Wei and his team had been here multiple times, so they had determined this wasn't where the bodies were hidden. Jiang Yu replied, "Right here." "Right here?" "Young man, lying isn't a good habit. If you're hiding something from us, I have reason to suspect you're the murderer." Jiang Yu pointed at Zheng Haiji's grave and said, "I'm not lying. The bodies have always been buried in that grave." Fei Wei's expression suddenly turned sharp. "How did you know the bodies were buried in the grave? Did you dig them up?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "It was that man in black who did it. I saw it with my own eyes." To avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiang Yu shifted all responsibility onto the black-robed man. "The man in black? A person you describe as so skilled that he's almost supernatural? Do you really expect me to believe your words? If Officer Fei reports this, I believe someone will believe us." "Report it? Are you saying you have connections higher up?" "No, I mean report it to the Jinxia Bureau."
Fei Wei flicked away his cigarette butt, his brows furrowing sharply. You actually know about the Demon Suppression Bureau? Chapter 145, Interrogation Record. Jiang Yu looked at Fei Wei in surprise. He was surprised that Jiang Yu knew about the Jinxia Bureau rather than asking Jiang Yu what it was, which meant that Fei Wei was aware of its existence. That made things much easier. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of camaraderie. Fei Wei motioned for Jiang Yu to step aside and lit another cigarette. Since you're also a cultivator, I'll get straight to the point. Tell me the specifics. He believed Jiang Yu was hiding something from him. Jiang Yu said, the facts are largely as I've described, but those few bodies were ones I dug up myself. Fei Wei said, I'd been to Jiangmen village before and didn't find any clues. How did you know the bodies were in the graves? Jiang Yu said, because I saw the evil energy during the day. Evil energy? That's right. It was a heretic cultivator who had placed a soul-gathering talisman on each corpse. I think when you arrived, the evil energy had just condensed and hadn't broken through the soil yet, so you didn't notice it. Fei Wei nodded thoughtfully and asked, evil cultivators are enemies of all, why did you let him go? Let him go? Jiang Yu sighed wryly. It should be said that he spared me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might already be dead. Fei Wei narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiang Yu, who felt uneasy all over, as if everything had been seen through. Fei Wei murmured, first tier bone and blood realm. No wonder. It's no wonder someone at the bone blood realm couldn't defeat that heretic cultivator. Tell me more about that heretic cultivator, his build, appearance, and cultivation level. He is about the same height as me, but his face looks like it's been corroded by something. His hair is long and sparse. He is at the bone and blood second layer, skilled in controlling black mist, and has 4 powerful black spikes. Jiang Yu relayed everything he knew in detail. At that moment, a forensic doctor approached and said, Fei team leader, preliminary examinations show no obvious external injuries on the 7 victims. The time of death is estimated to be around a week ago. Further details will be confirmed after the autopsy. Fei Wei nodded, walked over to the others, and said, you all finish up here. I'll take him back to the station for questioning. Taking statements was a necessary procedure. Jiang Yu followed Fei Wei to the village entrance, only to find that Li Zhao and the others were already gone. Fei Wei explained, they've been sent to the hospital. Jiang Yu asked, what about my friends? I mean, Han Ying and the others? Fei Wei replied, they've been taken to the station. You'll see them soon. Fei Wei drove alone, first taking Jiang Yu to the hospital for wound dressing, then bringing him back to the Mianzhu County Public Security Bureau. Han Ying and the others were giving their statements. Although they had arrived at the police station, they were still visibly shaken. Jiang Yu was taken to the statement room. Fei Wei brought out the statement book and asked Jiang Yu to recount what had happened in Jiangmen village. Finally, Fei Wei pulled out a photo, a surveillance camera image. Is that the cultist from Jiangmen village? The photo was not very clear, but it was vaguely recognizable. Jiang Yu nodded and confirmed, it's him. Fei Wei looked pensive, tapping his fingers on the table. After a moment, he said, be careful in the coming days. Jiang Yu was confused, what do you mean? Fei Wei explained, according to our intelligence, Daishan has been active in the Tianyun City area recently. Since you're also from Tianyun City, if you encounter him again, he won't let you off easily. Daishan was the name of that heretic cultivator. Thank you for the warning. Alright, you can leave after finishing the statement. However, keep your phone accessible at all times, we may need to contact you again for further information. Fei Wei closed the statement book and stood up to leave. Officer Fei, please wait. Is there something else? Fei Wei turned to look at him. Jiang Yu asked, the case in Jiangmen village 18 years ago was also the work of demonic cultivators, wasn't it? It was handled by the Demon Suppression Bureau at the time, right? Yes. Jiang Yu was also a cultivator, so Fei Wei didn't hide anything from him. Could Officer Fei help me out with something? Fei Wei sat back down, lit a cigarette, and smiled at him. What do you want me to do for you? Jiang Yu said, could you help me look into the case files from 18 years ago in Jiangmen village? Oh? Fei Wei asked curiously, you want to check the case files? Could this case be related to you? You don't look older than 20, so you were just a baby 18 years ago, right? That is correct. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. My name is Jiang Yu. I'm an orphan who was adopted by my master 18 years ago. I still don't know who my parents are. Fei Wei immediately understood and muttered, surname Jiang, an orphan, 18 years old. Do you suspect you're a survivor from Jiangmen village? Officer Fei, would you mind helping me look into it? Of course. Please wait a moment. 3 minutes later, Fei Wei walked in holding a file folder and placed it on the table. This is the case file from Jiangmen village 18 years ago. In fact, Fei Wei also suspected that the recent disappearances in Jiangmen village were connected to the murders that occurred there 18 years ago. That's why he had the case files retrieved and studied them for comparison on the day the special task force was established. Jiang Yu opened the file with a nervous heart. Officer Fei, smoking a cigarette, said calmly, there's no need to be nervous. In my opinion, you're probably not one of the survivors from Jiangmen village. Why do you say that, Officer Fei? I've reviewed the case files several times. Among the victims and survivors of the incident in Jiangmen village back then, there were no children under the age of 1. Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. He trusted Fei Wei. The case files were right in front of him, and Fei Wei had no reason to lie. He felt a bit disappointed, but more relieved. Disappointed because he still hadn't found any leads about his parents, but relieved because his parents weren't from Jiangmen village. Perhaps they were still alive somewhere. He pushed the file back to Officer Fei and said thank you. Fei Wei picked up the file folder, stood up, and said, "Your friend has finished the statement. You can leave any time." As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Which sect do you belong to?" In this era, cultivators rarely achieved enlightenment without a master. Most followed a lineage. Zhang Yu replied, "Boqi Mountain." He didn't mention the Shen sect, as it was just a name his old master had casually mentioned when drunk. Zhang Yu wasn't sure if his sect was the Shen sect, so he only mentioned Boqi Mountain. "Does Boqi Mountain have a sect?" Fei Wei muttered under his breath, but didn't think much of it. He then asked, "Are you interested in joining the Xinxia Bureau? We need cultivators like you who are young and full of justice." To be honest, Zhang Yu didn't know much about the Xinxia Bureau, so he politely declined. "Well, I need to consult my master first." "Understood. If you're interested, feel free to give me a call anytime." Fei Wei handed him a business card before diving back into his busy work. Although they had identified the suspect, the subsequent arrest operation was still a daunting task. Han Ing and the others were waiting outside the interrogation room. As soon as Zhang Yu stepped out, Han Ing rushed over and hugged him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 146, Are you jealous of her? Han Ing couldn't suppress her emotions. During the interrogation at the police station, all she could think about was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu had stayed in Jiangmen village to protect them. If he had died, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. Late at night, Zhang Yu and his group found a hotel to stay in. The events in Jiangmen village felt like a nightmare that wouldn't fade away. No one could sleep every time they closed their eyes. Terrifying images flooded their minds. At 7 in the morning, they reunited with Wu Qin and Zhang Ming and caught the early bus back to Tianyun City. The group was no longer filled with the joyful laughter of their journey there. They were all silent, and out of respect, they did not mention the events in Jiangmen village. On this trip, Wang Ruoqi had a newfound respect for Wei Yong. Though she couldn't say she was moved, at least she was grateful. Because Wei Yong had stepped forward to protect her in her moment of danger. She also gained a new understanding of Zhang Yu and no longer dared to look down on him as she had before. For Wang Ruoqi, Zhang Yu was now a man capable of performing magic. After more than 3 hours on the road, the group finally returned to Tianyun City, where they parted ways and went their separate directions. Zhang Yu and Han Ing returned to their rental apartment. Han Ing was too exhausted to stay awake and fell asleep immediately. At home, with Zhang Yu there, she slept soundly. Zhang Yu, however, was full of energy. After Han Ing fell asleep, he went to Yu Yan Company to find Wen Fuya. The employees at Yu Yan Company were increasingly busy. While the collaboration with Mengdai Group was still underway, representatives from Shanya Group had also arrived to discuss matters. When Zhang Yu arrived, Wen Fuya was in her office discussing the agency matter with the sales deputy director of Shanya Group. He didn't disturb her while she was working and waited in the break room. Su Xian came in and out, serving tea and water, and had already noticed Zhang Yu, her eyes filled with hostility. An employee from the company passed by the break room and walked in to greet Zhang Yu. "Zhang Yu, you're here. You must have it easy as a bodyguard. Unlike us, we're working overtime every day and are all exhausted." Zhang Yu joked, "You should take that up with your boss." The employee replied, "I'm not complaining. I'm happy to work overtime. Our company just signed an agency contract with Mengdai Group, and now Shanya Group has sent people to negotiate with us. I believe our company will grow even stronger. When that happens, I'll be one of the founding members. How could I not work hard? I've got to get back to work." As soon as he heard the words Shanya Group, Zhang Yu jumped to his feet. He had overlooked something important. He had forgotten about the matter involving Shanya Group's vice president Lin Shi. The treatment wasn't over yet, but due to the recent twists and turns, he had forgotten about it. Lin Shi had done him a huge favor, and he had turned around and forgotten about her. That was really ungrateful. However, he was also puzzled. Since he hadn't gone to Linzhou City to treat Lin Shi, why hadn't she called to inquire or come to Tianyun City in person? Does she not plan to continue the treatment? He immediately dialed Lin Shi's phone number to express his apologies. As soon as the call connected, before Zhang Yu could apologize, he heard two puzzling words, "Congratulations." Congratulations? What on earth is she congratulating me for? "Ms. Lin, please don't joke with me. I know it was my fault for canceling. I'm apologizing to you. Please don't be angry. I'm not the kind of person who abandons someone after they've helped me. Did I ever blame you? But you said congratulations, which is making me feel uneasy. Isn't coming back from the dead worth congratulating?" Lin Shi said softly. "I've heard about what happened to you. Since you're still alive, let us reschedule. I have an important meeting to attend right now. We'll talk later." Beep beep beep. Lin Shi hung up the phone after speaking. Jiang Yu stood there for a few seconds, suddenly realizing that Lin Xu was a very reasonable person, completely different from the first time they met. When Fu Yao saw off the people from Shanya Group and, knowing Jiang Yu was in the restroom, rushed in eagerly. Finally decided to come back? When Fu Yao's words were tinged with jealousy. Jiang Yu explained, I was just exploring Jiangmen village with Han Ning. What is there to be reluctant about? When Fu Yao rolled her eyes. I think the adventure was just an excuse. You really wanted to spend the night with her, didn't you? Jiang Yu grabbed her delicate hand and chuckled. If I wanted to spend the night with her, would I need to go through all this trouble? Don't forget we're living together now. I knew you had her on your mind. When Fu Yao gave a light snort but didn't seem too upset. Su Xian stood at the door, her eyes flashing with coldness, and cursed, spit. You're such a scumbag. Jiang Yu's forehead creased with 3 black lines. Su Xian, you won't feel right unless you pick a fight with me, will you? Su Xian ignored him, turned her head, and left. When Fu Yao tried to calm her down, don't take her seriously. Jiang Yu asked, tell me the truth, does Su Xian like you? What? When Fu Yao widened her eyes, are you jealous of her? Ha ha ha. She laughed so hard she was bending over. Jiang Yu frowned and said, never mind her. Let us talk about the important matter. Did uncle find the marriage contract? When Fu Yao's smile froze instantly. I thought you came to see me because you missed me, but it was just for the marriage contract? The marriage contract is one reason, but wanting to see you is another. How about letting me kiss you to show my feelings? When Fu Yao turned her head away. Don't even try it. She still took out her phone and dialed her father's number, but it rang for a long time with no answer. My dad might be in a meeting. I'll call him again later. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Wen Qiyun calling back. Hello, Dad. Oh, it's Shang, the secretary? What did you say? My dad's in the hospital? I'll be right there. Jiang Yu hurriedly asked, what happened to uncle? I don't know. Zhang said my dad suddenly fainted and they're taking him to the hospital. I have to go right away. I'll go with you. At the City People's Hospital, Wen Qiyun was rushed to the emergency room, where doctors conducted an initial examination. His face is pale and his lips are purple. Preliminary diagnosis is poisoning. Did the patient eat or come into contact with anything before losing consciousness? Zhang, the secretary, said anxiously, Mr. Wen has been in his office all morning. He had a boxed lunch at noon. Boxed lunch? Based on the symptoms, it doesn't seem like food poisoning. Are the family members present? I need to review the medical history. We've notified Mr. Wen's daughter she should arrive shortly. Zhang's secretary. Before he could finish, when Fu Yao rushed in, Secretary Zhang, how is my father? Zhang, the secretary, told the doctor, she is Mr. Wen's daughter. The doctor immediately approached and said succinctly, hello, I'm Dr. Lu Jia, the attending physician for Mr. Wen Qiyun. Based on my initial assessment, your father is suffering from acute poisoning, but we currently do not know the cause. Could you tell me if your father has ever experienced similar symptoms before? When Fu Yao anxiously glanced at the emergency room, deeply worried. Jiang Yu patted her shoulder and said, I'm here. It'll be okay. I'll go in and check. Chapter 147, Haunted by Malevolent Qi. With Jiang Yu's words, Wen Fu Yao felt reassured. She knew Jiang Yu was a master healer. She stood at the door and answered Dr. Lu Jia's questions carefully. As Jiang Yu entered the emergency room, his expression suddenly turned grim. Wen Qiyun's forehead was dark, and his entire body was shrouded in malevolent energy. This wasn't poisoning, it was clearly malevolent energy invading the body. He suddenly recalled the malevolent energy he had seen at Wen Fu Yao's ancestral grave when he had visited her hometown. At first, when he saw Wen Fu Yao's forehead turn dark, he had thought it was because He Qing Yuan intended to harm her. But now he realized it was all because of the malevolent energy. He was startled. Could it be that the Wen family father and daughter were also targets of Daishan? Fei Wei mentioned that Daishan had been active within the Tianyun city area, likely searching for suitable targets to cultivate the art of nurturing malevolent energy. Evil energy couldn't be dispelled with ordinary medications, it required special methods, such as spiritual energy. The nurse was preparing to draw blood from Wen Qiyun for testing, but Jiang Yu stopped her. Nurse, no need to draw blood. You can go out first. He intended to use extraordinary methods to expel the Sha Qi from Wen Qiyun, and he didn't want anyone to see. The nurse glanced at Jiang Yu and said unhappily, are you telling me how to do my job? Jiang Yu replied, I'm not teaching you how to do your job. It's just that the patient's condition is special, and a blood test won't be effective. Do you think you're a doctor? That's correct, I am. Do you have a medical license? Show it to me. I don't have one. Oomph. The nurse snorted coldly. Even if you had a medical license, and even if you were a top expert from some other big hospital, you wouldn't be qualified to treat patients outside your licensed practice. She spoke with reason and authority, it was the rule. Jiang Yu said, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. I'm confident I can cure the patient. Why can't I try? Hearing the argument, Lu Jia walked in and asked, what is going on? The nurse said, Dr. Lu, this man is trying to practice medicine illegally here. Lu Jie glanced at Jiang Yu, knowing he had come with Wen Fuyao, and said politely, young man, I understand you're concerned about your family, but you can't act recklessly. Jiang Yu said, I'm not acting recklessly. This illness can only be cured by me. Lu Jie's expression grew serious. Young man, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my medical skills? Jiang Yu said, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. Then are you implying that your medical skills are superior to mine? Superior is an overstatement, but my treatment method is effective for the patient, at least for the one lying here now. Lu Jie coldly replied, I'll concede that you're a doctor. As a doctor, you should know the principles of medical practice. Right now, I'm the attending physician for Wen Qiyun. Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, alright, Dr. Lu, you and your team can step out. Can I stay alone with the patient for a moment? No. Lu Jie refused firmly, the patient is in critical condition. We must act quickly. If anything goes wrong because of this, I won't be able to take responsibility, and you certainly won't either. Then I'll take the responsibility. Wen Fuyao trusted Jiang Yu completely. Lu Jie was taken aback and hurriedly tried to persuade her, Miss Wen, this isn't the time for impulsive decisions. I know you have a deep connection with that young man, but this is a matter of life and death. Dr. Lu, there is no need to say more. Have everyone step out. If anything happens to my father, I'll take full responsibility. Miss Wen, I've been a doctor for years. You don't trust me but you trust him, a young upstart? Yes, I believe him. Wen Fuyao's gaze was unwavering. Lu Jie was furious, you're the patient's family member. If you insist on doing this, I have no right to stop you. If anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you. Take Miss Wen to sign the liability waiver. The nurse worriedly asked, Dr. Lu, are you really going to do this? They're choosing their own path. I've fulfilled my duty to inform them. Lu Jie stormed out in anger, and the nurse could only take Wen Fuyao to sign the liability waiver. Jiang Yu locked the emergency room door and pulled the curtains shut. Wen Qiyun's face was shrouded in a murderous aura. Jiang Yu spread his palms and placed them in front of Wen Qiyun. Threads of spiritual energy flowed out like a trickle. The malevolent energy collided with the spiritual energy, creating a powerful force that caused Wen Qiyun's entire body to convulse. Jiang Yu quickly pressed on several major acupoints on Wen Qiyun's body, alleviating his pain. Jiang Yu's palms emitted a faint glow, appearing highly mystical. The malevolent energy gradually dissipated, and Wen Qiyun's face slowly regained its luster. Zhang, the secretary, paced anxiously outside the door. She also believed that Wen Fuyao had acted improperly and should not have entrusted Wen Qiyun's life to Jiang Yu so carelessly. When Wen Fuyao was signing the agreement, Lu Jie flew into a rage. Miss Wen, do you know what you're doing? You're pushing your parents into hell. Let me tell you, if anything happens to him, you'll be no better than a murderer. I've been a doctor for decades and saved countless lives. That young man, in my opinion, is just a half-baked quack. If he can save your father, I'll write my name backwards. However, Lu Jie's rage couldn't stop Wen Fuyao from signing the agreement. Seeing that the situation was beyond salvage, Lu Jie angrily said, Miss Wen, you can go ahead and arrange for your father's discharge. From this moment onward, his life or death has nothing to do with me or our hospital. Thank you. Wen Fuyao said thank you, then went to process her discharge and waited at the emergency room entrance. Lu Jie walked over again, pushed the door, but it was locked from the inside. He banged on the door, our emergency room is short on beds. Ms. Wen has already checked out. Please come out immediately. Wen Fuyao hurriedly pleaded, Dr. Lu, can you give us a little more time? Lu Jie replied, the beds are public property of the hospital, not your personal belongings. He was furious, angry at Jiang Yu's arrogance and recklessness, and angry at Wen Fuyao's carelessness and rashness. However, Wen Fuyao had already signed a liability waiver and completed the discharge procedures, so he had to let them leave. Otherwise, if the patient were to die in the hospital, it might escalate into another medical dispute. There are too many unreasonable people in this world. Bang bang bang. Lu Jie banged on the door again and warned, if you don't come out, I'll call security. Squeak. The door suddenly opened. Jiang Yu appeared, standing in front of Lu Jie, frowned, and said, Dr. Lu, you're a doctor too. Causing such a commotion in the hospital is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Enough nonsense. You're no longer patients at our hospital. Please leave immediately. Lu Jie suddenly choked on his words because he saw Wen Qiyun sitting up on the hospital bed. His complexion was rosy, and his breathing was steady. He didn't look like a patient at all. Chapter 148, Feeling Inferior. Dad. Wen Fuyao rushed over first, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Jie was speechless. What was going on? Just moments ago, the patient was on the brink of death, and now he was completely fine? He looked at Jiang Yu in shock and asked, how did you cure him? Jiang Yu replied calmly, a secret family recipe. I won't share it with anyone. You didn't have any instruments or tools, and you didn't give him any medicine. How could you possibly have cured him? Lu Jie couldn't believe his eyes. Who says treatment always requires tools and medication? Ha? Could it be that you're talking about traditional Chinese massage? Lu Jia clung to this possibility.
After all, traditional Chinese massage did not require any tools, it relied solely on the hands. However, massage can only alleviate pain and is ineffective for internal medicine, surgery, neurology, and other such conditions.
Lu Jia couldn't understand how massage could detoxify the body. At least using 2 silver needles would be more convincing.
The nurses also gathered around to watch. Earlier, when Lu Jia had flown into a rage, the nurses had assumed the emergency room patient was beyond hope, but to their astonishment, he had miraculously come back to life.
This medical skill is truly. The nurses watched Zhang Yu and whispered to each other, how did he do that? It's only been 10 minutes. Even with a special antidote, the patient couldn't have woken up that quickly, could he?
Judging by his appearance, he can't be more than 20 years old. Where did he learn such skills? From the way he spoke with Dr. Lu, he must be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He might come from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, so he was exposed to it at an early age.
Is traditional Chinese medicine really that amazing now? Every word of this conversation reached Zhang Yu's ears. He smiled indifferently. Is this what they call miraculous? My even more miraculous medical skills haven't been revealed yet.
There is an ancient acupuncture technique that emphasizes controlling the needles with qi, a truly skill. When Zhang Yu was still a martial artist, he used his internal qi to control the needles, but he always felt it was lacking something. Now that he had attained a higher level of cultivation, he could control needles with spiritual energy, greatly improving his medical skills. However, he had yet to encounter an opportunity to demonstrate his extraordinary medical skills. Helping Wen Qiyun dispel the malevolent energy today doesn't count as medical skill. Even if Wen Qiyun were truly poisoned, he could save him without relying on any tools or medications. The 100 Solutions finger is no mere empty title.
Go to work. What are you all gathered around for? Lu Jia dispersed the nurses and entered the ward, asking Wen Qiyun, Mr. Wan, do you still feel any discomfort? Wen Qiyun shook his head, no, I feel completely at ease.
Lu Jia furrowed his brows slightly.
Could he really be that miraculous?
Thinking back to his earlier words, he felt deeply ashamed.
You can't judge a book by its cover. I never expected that young man to actually save someone's life. He had even made a bold statement, saying that if Zhang Yu had the ability, he would write his name backwards. Although Wen Fuyao didn't hold it against him, he felt he had lost face. He turned to Wen Qiyun and said, Mr. Wan, I personally suggest you get a thorough checkup at the hospital. Many people who appear healthy on the surface may have underlying health issues. He wasn't convinced, thinking Zhang Yu wasn't that skilled. Although Wen Qiyun had personally said he was fine, he trusted the authoritative medical reports more. Wen Fuyao was a bit annoyed. Earlier, Lu Jia had been shouting at them to leave, but now that the person was fine, they wanted to check this and that. Was he just looking for ways to make money? Though she didn't care about the money. She refused directly, there's no need. We've already processed the discharge paperwork. We should leave as soon as possible to free up the bed for others. Lu Jia looked displeased. Miss Wan, please don't misunderstand. I was just acting on impulse earlier. I sincerely suggest your father undergo a few more tests. I'll write the prescription right away. Didn't you hear me say it's unnecessary? I care more about my father's health than you do. I'll arrange the tests, but not here. There are plenty of other hospitals in Tianyun City. Lu Jia was left speechless. He had indeed been a bit excessive earlier, banging on the door and forcing them to move out of his way. Zhang Yu stepped forward to mediate. I believe Dr. Lu was a good doctor. He was just acting impulsively earlier. Mr. Lu just woke up, let's not disturb him anymore. Let him stay here for the tests. These words made Lu Jia respect Zhang Yu. He bowed and said, I apologize for my previous doubts. Young man, not only are you skilled in medicine, but you are also generous and forgiving. I am truly ashamed of myself. Zhang Yu waved his hand and said, Dr. Lu, you're too kind. You should go prepare to examine Uncle Wan. No problem, I'll go get the forms right away. After Lu Jia left, Wen Fuyao glared at Zhang Yu and said, I admit that Lu Jia's earlier was for our own good, but the fact that he forced us to leave makes me unhappy. Zhang Yu tried to calm her down, there's no need to hold a grudge against him. Uncle Wan, go get checked out. We'll go home after that. Wen Fuyao asked curiously, tell me the truth. Is my father really okay? He's better. Then why do we need to do the checkup? Well, Fuyao, I know you trust me, but with a clear checkup report, you and Uncle will feel more at ease, won't you? Wen Fuyao didn't argue and obediently helped Wen Qiyun go for the checkup. CT scans, MRI, chest x-rays, blood tests. After a series of tests, Lu Jia grew even more impressed with Zhang Yu. Wen Qiyun's body was perfectly healthy, with no issues at all. In other words, Zhang Yu had truly saved Wen Qiyun from the brink of death without using any medical equipment or medication. He was truly a miracle doctor. After the examinations, Zhang Yu and Wen Fuyao took Wen Qiyun home. On the way, Wen Qiyun kept smiling, but his expression turned serious as soon as they arrived home. In the living room, he sat upright, staring at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, tell me what's wrong with me. I want the truth. When Fuyao was puzzled, isn't it poisoning? Impossible. Wen Qiyun said firmly. I couldn't have been poisoned. I stayed in the office all day and didn't come into contact with anyone or anything else. The boxed lunch I ate at noon was also eaten by Zhang's secretary and the others, yet only I fainted. This doesn't make sense. Wen Qiyun had a sharp business mind and strong deductive reasoning skills. Uncle, we're family now. I won't keep it from you. Earlier, you were possessed by malevolent energy. Evil energy? Wen Qiyun and Wen Fuyao, father and daughter, both looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Zhang Yu said, Uncle, I know what I'm saying might sound a bit far-fetched, but it's the truth. Believe me. Wen Qiyun was deep in thought, while Wen Fuyao nodded and said, Yes, I believe you. Wen Qiyun looked at his daughter in puzzlement. After all, she had received a higher education. How could her worldview be so easily overturned? Dad, don't look at me like that. Actually, Zhang Yu is. What is it? A cultivator. Chapter 149, The 1,000-Year Red Thread. Zhang Yu told Wen Qiyun everything about himself without holding back. Wen Qiyun was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. Such a matter was indeed beyond his comprehension. No one could possibly process it instantly. Wen Fuyao had already known that Zhang Yu was a cultivator, so she believed his claim about being enveloped by malevolent energy. However, she was puzzled as to why his father had been enveloped by such malevolent energy. Zhang Yu, did my father offend someone? This kind of malevolent energy shouldn't just appear out of nowhere, right? Generally speaking, no, but Uncle Wen hasn't offended anyone either. Then why is my father being plagued by malevolent energy? Fuyao, there is a kind of person in this world who is inherently evil without any reason. Even if you don't offend them, they will find a way to kill you. Zhang Yu remained suspicious that this was somehow connected to the heretic cultivator Daishan. If that's the case, then Wen Qiyun and Wen Fuyao aren't safe either. Daishan will definitely come to collect his rewards soon. But the father and daughter didn't work at the same company, and both companies required their personal attention. Even if Zhang Yu acted as their bodyguard, he wouldn't be able to protect them both. Fuyao, take care of Uncle Wen. I'll go out and buy him some tonics. Zhang Yu left alone, pulling out Fei Wei's business card as soon as he stepped out of the residential complex. With insufficient manpower, he might have to ask him for help. He dialed the number, and it connected quickly. Fei Wei's tired voice came through the phone. Hello, who is this? He hadn't slept all night either, busy tracking down Daishan's whereabouts. It's me, Zhang Yu. Oh, Zhang brother, you figured it out so quickly? No, Officer Fei, I have something I need your help with. Asking me for help again? Do you think I'm your free labor? No, the matter I need to discuss may be related to Daishan. Go ahead and tell me. Zhang Yu then recounted Wen Qiyun's ordeal. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, Officer Fei said, So you want me to send someone to protect them? Zhang Yu cautiously asked, Is that okay? Fei Wei replied, If what you say is true, then I can assure you that Daishan will soon appear in Tianyun City. As a member of the Demon Suppressing Bureau, it is my duty to protect the safety of innocent civilians, and I will not hesitate to fulfill my duty. Thank you very much, Officer Fei. When will you send someone over? Give me an address, and I'll come personally. You'll come personally? Of course. Dealing with demonic cultivators isn't something ordinary police can handle. If we're lucky, maybe I can eliminate him this time. Fei Wei agreed, and Zhang Yu felt much more at ease. He walked down the street, looking for a pharmacy to buy tonics for Wen Qiyun. In front of the Huairen pharmacy, a few people were gathered around an old woman carrying a backpack. She was anxiously explaining, Young man, take a closer look. This ginseng was dug out of the mountains just yesterday. Look at the roots. Everyone in our village says it's at least 700 years old. The old woman held a ginseng root about the length of a palm, with red lines running along it. The young shop assistant impatiently said, Get out of here. Don't come to our pharmacy to scam people. 700 years old? You've got some nerve. Young man, even if it's not 700 years old, it must be at least 500 years old, right? Old woman, do you know how much a 500-year-old wild ginseng root is worth? At least 7 figures. Even if it's real, we can't afford it. Young man, I don't want that much money. Just give me $5,000. If I weren't in urgent need of money, I wouldn't sell it to you so cheaply. At this, the onlookers grew excited. A wild ginseng worth 7 figures is being sold for just $5,000? This is like money falling from the sky. The shop assistant sneered, $5,000? I wouldn't even buy it for $500. Look at this ginseng, it's not even fake properly. Have you ever seen ginseng with red lines on it? He then addressed the crowd, Everyone, disperse. Don't let this old woman deceive you. This is clearly fake ginseng. People began to criticize the old woman. At her age, she is still out here scamming people. How despicable. Sigh, these days it's not that the elderly have turned bad, but that some bad people have just gotten old. I told you, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Faced with the accusations, the old woman was nearly in tears. I'm not a fraudster. This ginseng is genuine. I dug it up in the mountains yesterday. I have no idea why there are red lines on it. I truly didn't deceive anyone. The shop clerk impatiently waved her away. Get out of here. If you keep interfering with our business, I'll call the police. The old woman felt dejected. This was the 7th pharmacy she had visited, and everyone said her ginseng was fake because of the red lines on it. She turned away in disappointment. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Jiang Yu noticed the ginseng in the old woman's hands, and his eyes lit up. 1,000-year-old red-veined ginseng. This was a rare and precious treasure of nature. All things have a spirit. The red lines on a 1,000-year-old ginseng root are like the veins in a human body. For ordinary people, it was a powerful tonic. For cultivators, it was like a miraculous elixir. By consuming this 1,000-year-old red-veined ginseng, Jiang Yu was confident he could break through 2 minor cultivation realms. Something he had only ever seen in ancient texts, he now saw with his own eyes. Old woman, wait a moment. Jiang Yu hurriedly called out to the old woman and asked, Old lady, are you selling this ginseng? The old woman nodded. I dug this up myself in the mountains, but they insist it's fake. Jiang Yu asked, how much are you planning to sell it for? I need the money urgently, so I'll sell it for 5,000. 5,000? Jiang Yu was stunned, and the onlookers gathered around, saying, Young man, don't get scammed. The people at the pharmacy said it's fake ginseng, not even worth $500. Don't trust her just because she's old. These days, there are plenty of old people who scam people. The old woman was so desperate she started crying. I'm really not lying. Seeing Jiang Yu's shocked expression, she hurriedly said, Young man, if you want to buy it, I'll give you a discount. 3,000, is that okay? Jiang Yu was surprised by the price of 5,000, but what surprised him even more was how cheap it was. Although he didn't know the price of a 1,000-year-old red ginseng, it couldn't possibly be worth only 5,000, could it? Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't tell the difference and thought it was fake. The old woman looked at Jiang Yu with pleading eyes and said pitifully, I really can't go any lower. My granddaughter is in the hospital waiting for money for surgery. 3,000 is really the absolute minimum. The pharmacy clerk, munching on sunflower seeds, mocked, You're such a good actor. I've seen scammers like you before. The only reason you'd do this is if your family needs surgery, right? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't respond, the old woman turned away dejectedly. Jiang Yu suddenly stepped forward, grabbed the old woman's arm, and said, Grandma, I'll buy the ginseng. I'll give you 10,000. Chapter 150, not a single more. 10,000? Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe their ears. Is this how you haggle? Are you out of your mind? The old woman clearly didn't believe it either, shaking her head and saying, Young man, don't joke with an old woman. Jiang Yu said, Old lady, I'm not joking. I really want to buy it, but I don't have that much cash on me right now. The old woman grew excited. You really want to buy it? Jiang Yu replied firmly, I'll buy it. The old woman, trembling with excitement, pulled out a bank card from her pocket and said, Then transfer the money to this card. My daughter-in-law said she'll receive a text message as soon as the money arrives. No problem. Jiang Yu immediately called Wen Fuyao and said directly, Lend me 100,000 yuan. When do you need it? Wen Fuyao didn't ask him what he needed the money for. Now, I'll give you the card number. Write it down, 622,200. 10,000 yuan wasn't a large sum, and within less than a minute, Wen Fuyao had completed the transfer. Once the transfer was successful, Jiang Yu immediately said, Mother-in-law, call your daughter-in-law and ask if the money has arrived. The old woman hurriedly took out her old-fashioned phone and dialed her daughter-in-law's number. Hello, it's me. Has the money arrived? That's right, it's 10,000 yuan. Then I'll give the ginseng to them. After confirming the money had arrived, the old woman presented the ginseng with both hands and knelt down with a thud, weeping with gratitude. Savior. Savior. This was life-saving money. The old woman's wild ginseng had been repeatedly refused, leading her to mistakenly believe it was worthless, so she kept lowering the price. Jiang Yu immediately raised the price to 10,000 yuan, and the old woman thought he was being extremely kind and doing a good deed. With this money, she could treat her granddaughter's illness. Wasn't he a savior? But Jiang Yu felt unworthy of such generosity and immediately helped the old woman to her feet. Grandma, you're being too kind. Your ginseng is worth this price. It's actually me who's getting the better deal. Grandma, give me your phone. What for? The old woman asked while handing him her phone. Jiang Yu saved his number on the old woman's phone and said to her, Grandma, remember this number. If, by any chance, the hospital can't cure your granddaughter's illness, you can contact me, and I'll help you for free. To be honest, he felt guilty about spending 10,000 yuan on a 1,000-year-old red ginseng root, so he voluntarily left his phone number. Jiang Yu spending 10,000 yuan on ginseng also made the onlookers start to wonder. Could this really be some kind of rare wild ginseng? If it is, he's really hit the jackpot. At the pharmacy entrance, a clerk was cracking sunflower seeds and said casually, Stop gossiping. That guy is obviously a plant. Do you really believe him? A plant? Don't doubt it. Think about it. If he really wanted to buy it, why would he deliberately inflate the price? It's all for show, to mislead you. But they've already made the transaction. Who saw the cash? Who saw the transfer records? Just based on one phone call between the two of them? The clerk snorted, I've seen this scam before. He smirked, thinking to himself, you're still putting on a show in front of me? You're too naive. The old woman, having sold the ginseng, didn't want to face the crowd's accusations anymore and saw no point in explaining further. She hurried away. Anyway, the item was already sold. Let them say whatever they want. As the crowd dispersed, the pharmacy owner emerged and asked, what was all the commotion about earlier? The clerk replied casually, an old woman was trying to sell fake ginseng. She offered it to me for 3,000, but I refused. Then a young man came along and bought it for 10,000. There he is. At that moment, Jiang Yu was walking into the pharmacy, intending to buy some nutritional supplements for Wen Qiyun. The shop owner glanced at Jiang Yu, then fixed his gaze firmly on the 1,000-year-old red ginseng in Jiang Yu's hand. The ginseng in his hand? That's right, it's that old woman's fake ginseng. There are all these mysterious red lines on it. You can tell it's fake just by looking at it. Only a sucker would fall for it. You didn't take 3,000 for it? Pfft, don't even mention 3,000, I think 300 was too much. Swipe. The shop owner suddenly turned around, his eyes flashing with anger. The shop assistant trembled in fear. Boss, what's wrong? The shop owner ignored him and turned to Jiang Yu, asking politely, young man, what would you like to buy? Jiang Yu replied, get me some tonic herbs to nourish the qi and calm the mind. The shop owner took 2 boxes of tonics from the shelf and handed them to Jiang Yu. As Jiang Yu was paying, the shop owner stared at the ginseng in his hand and said, young man, you don't need to pay for these. These 2 boxes of tonics are my gift to you. Let's be friends. Oh? Jiang Yu looked at the shop owner with interest. Do you know me? The shop owner said, we didn't know each other before, but now we do. I'm the owner of this shop, Xiang Hui. Jiang Yu thought he might know he was the Martial Arts Association president. Since they didn't know each other before, such a windfall was almost impossible. He asked directly, Mr. Xiang, just get to the point. Xiang Hui smiled and said, you're a straightforward guy, so I'll cut to the chase. I heard you just bought a wild ginseng root from an old woman for 10,000 yuan. I happen to need some wild ginseng for medicine. Would you be willing to part with it and sell it to me? I'm sorry, but I really need this wild ginseng too. He paid for the tonic and turned to leave. Xiang Hui hurried to the door to stop him and continued, young man, I won't let you lose out. You paid 10,000 for it, I can give you 5 times the price. He held up 5 fingers, and the shop assistant's ears perked up. 5 times the price, that's $50,000. It's just a fake ginseng root, how could it be worth that much? Seeing the shop owner offer such a generous price, Jiang Yu was also taken aback. He had underestimated the value of the 1,000-year-old red-veined ginseng. It seemed that, having never held economic power in Boki Mountain, he was still unfamiliar with prices. He smiled indifferently, Mr. Shopkeeper, if you want the wild ginseng in my hand so badly, you must know its value. If the shop owner is willing to pay 50,000, the value of the 1,000-year-old red-veined ginseng must be worth far more than that. The shop owner furrowed his brows slightly, hesitated for a moment, then held up one finger. I'll give you this amount. 1 million? Jiang Yu coldly laughed. Don't even mention 1 million, I won't sell it for 10 million. Although this price was tempting to Jiang Yu, the value of the 1,000-year-old red-veined ginseng to him was far beyond what money could compare. Not for any amount. Jiang Yu strode out of the store. Xiang Hui stood at the entrance, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. The shop assistant approached him and said timidly, Sir, that old ginseng isn't worth that much money. Slap. Xiang Hui turned around and slapped him across the face, shouting, You don't know what you're talking about. That 1,000-year-old red ginseng could have been bought for $3,000, but now even 10 million won't get it back. You idiot, pack your things and get out of here. 1 million isn't enough? The clerk stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. Tears welled up in his eyes. A chance to become a millionaire was right in front of him, and he had let it slip away. Some things, once missed, are gone forever. Chapter 151, The Plan. Jiang Yu bought some tonics and returned home. Wen Fuyao was busy in the kitchen, looking every inch the model wife and mother. When Qiyun sat in the living room drinking tea and casually asked, Fuyao said you borrowed 10,000 yuan from him earlier? Jiang Yu explained, I bought some things, but I will definitely pay it back. When Qiyun said, I didn't mean it that way. We're family, I was just asking. When Fuyao brought out a plate of fruit and asked curiously, the account you gave me earlier was a personal account, right? Jiang Yu said, I bought it from a private seller. What did you buy? Just that. Jiang Yu placed the 1,000-year-old red ginseng on the coffee table, and when Qiyun and Wen Fuyao, father and daughter, both stared in disbelief. 10,000 yuan for a single ginseng root? That's so extravagant. With advanced artificial cultivation techniques nowadays, ginseng isn't as valuable as it used to be. Of course, wild ginseng is still valuable, but what is available on the market is mostly artificial ginseng. When Fuyao said softly, Jiang Yu, you didn't get scammed, did you? Jiang Yu chuckled, this ginseng is no ordinary one. It's called the 1,000-year red vein ginseng. Look at these red veins, they contain an abundance of spiritual energy, enough to help me break through to the bone and blood third realm. Wen Shiyun and his daughter didn't fully understand the cultivation levels of cultivators, but they knew that the third realm was definitely stronger than the first realm. As long as it's useful to you, feel free to ask if you need to purchase such items in the future. Although the Wen family's wealth couldn't compare to the Han group, Wen Shiyun knew that spending any amount of money on Jiang Yu was worth it. Jiang Yu said, "Uncle, Fuyao, these harvested spiritual herbs can't be stored for long. I need to take them as soon as possible." "Alright, go ahead with your work. You can use any room inside the house." Wen Shiyun waved his hand, and Jiang Yu immediately darted into Wen Fuyao's bedroom. Although Wen Fuyao had her own room, this one was always kept spotlessly clean and tidy. Jiang Yu immediately sat cross-legged. He had no special methods for refining the spiritual herbs and simply ate them raw. The taste was extremely bitter, like chewing on tree roots. However, after swallowing it, he immediately felt a warm current surging in his lower abdomen, then flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Jiang Yu felt his entire body grow fiercely hot, as if he were being consumed by flames. The energy contained in the spiritual herb was too vast, an ordinary person would likely end up in the hospital after eating just a single strand. He was chewing it raw in big bites, just like eating a radish. As the energy circulated, Jiang Yu clearly felt his bones and blood undergoing a cycle of rebirth, accompanied by occasional bursts of intense comfort amidst the pain. This state lasted for about an hour, after which the pain gradually subsided. By the end, every pore on Jiang Yu's body relaxed, as if he were bathed in a gentle spring breeze. His cultivation level also surged in a short time, advancing from the first level of the bone and blood realm to the third level. 3 hours later, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a colossal force erupted from within him, surging outward in all directions. Bang! 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 The sound of collisions echoed through the house, startling Wen Shiyun and Wen Fuyao in the living room, who hurriedly opened the door. What they saw was Wen Fuyao's elegant and cozy bedroom, now resembling a battlefield, with all the furniture destroyed and the room in complete disarray. Wen Shiyun gaped and asked, "What, did you fight with the furniture?" Jiang Yu gave a sheepish smile. "I couldn't control the power inside my body." Wen Shiyun said, "It's no big deal, as long as you're okay. The furniture isn't worth much anyway." Wen Fuyao said, "No wonder those reclusive masters in TV shows all live deep in the mountains. Now you've just demolished a room. If you get any stronger, won't you be able to destroy an entire building?" Jiang Yu said awkwardly, "I'll be more careful next time." He thought Wen Fuyao had a point. In the future, when he practiced further, especially when his cultivation reached a new level, he would definitely find a secluded place outside the city to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Wen Shiyun said, "Let's go out and eat something. I'll have someone come to handle the room." Just as Jiang Yu stepped out the door, Fei Wei called, saying he had arrived in Tianyun City and was heading to the apartment Han Ing had rented. "Uncle, Fuyao, I have to go out for a while. Stay home and don't go anywhere." After giving a quick instruction, Jiang Yu hurriedly left. 20 minutes later, downstairs at the apartment building, Fei Wei got out of the taxi, and Jiang Yu walked over and said, "There's a tea house nearby. Let's go there to talk." Han Ing was still asleep at home, and Jiang Yu didn't want to wake her. Fei Wei looked him up and down and said slowly, "It's only been a day, but you seem different." Jiang Yu smiled, thinking to himself that Fei Wei truly had an eagle eye. The two entered the tea house and requested a private room. Fei Wei kept yawning, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Mind if I smoke?" Jiang Yu shrugged, indicating it was fine. Fei Wei said, "I've been busy with cases and haven't had time to rest properly. I need this mental stimulation to stay alert." After taking a puff, Fei Wei said with a hint of amusement, "That neighborhood earlier was where your fiancé is renting, right? You know that?" Jiang Yu was a bit surprised but didn't respond. He asked, "Officer Fei came alone?" Fei Wei replied, "Aren't you here too? We'll each protect one person, that's enough manpower." Jiang Yu asked, "Does Officer Fei have a plan?" "Actually, I do have one. Lure the snake out of its hole." Fei Wei explained, "You said Wen Shiyun has been possessed by malevolent energy, so Daishan will definitely come to claim his reward. My plan is to protect him secretly. Officer Fei, are you planning to use Uncle Wen as bait?" "I don't think that's a good idea." He disagreed with Officer Fei Wei's plan. Fei Wei asked, "What are your concerns?" Jiang Yu said, "We're not dealing with ordinary criminals. Daishan is a cultivator. Ordinary people have no chance against a cultivator. If we protect him in secret, the slightest mistake could cost Uncle Wen his life." Fei Wei smiled faintly, "Are you overlooking something?" "What?" "The gathering evil symbol," Fei Wei said. "Daishan won't kill his target directly. He'll first find his target, attach the gathering evil symbol to them, and then let the evil energy kill the target. The more painful the target's death, the more concentrated the evil energy will become." "How do you know that?" "The forensic report mentioned it." Fei Wei extinguished his cigarette but paused for a moment, lit another one, and continued, "Large amounts of cannabinoids were detected in the brains of all 7 corpses." "Cannabinoids?" Jiang Yu was surprised. "Those are typically components of drugs. Humans also secrete cannabinoids to alleviate pain when in distress. How high were the levels of cannabinoids in their brains? You know about this? I'm a doctor, there are certain things you have to learn.
Fei Wei nodded, took a deep breath, and said, it's hundreds of times higher than when someone uses drugs. The 7 bodies had no external injuries. The toxins had already consumed their internal organs and nerves.
The pain they endured was unimaginable.
He suddenly stood up and leaned in close to Jiang Yu.
To prevent more innocent people from being harmed, you must support me. Chapter 152, Sense of Security.
Jiang Yu hesitated. He wanted to help Fei Wei, but he didn't want to risk the lives of Wen Qiyun and Wen Fuya. Fei Wei glared at him and declared firmly, if you don't support me, perhaps Daishan will abandon his pursuit of Wen Qiyun and his son due to our resistance.
But he will definitely shift his target, and if we don't catch him, more people will die. You're not part of the Jinxia Bureau, I can't force you.
But if you have even a shred of justice left in your heart, you should help me. I believe that if we tell Wen Qiyun and his daughter the truth, they will understand me.
Jiang Yu remained silent for a long time before asking, can you guarantee their safety?
Fei Wei stood up straight, extinguishing the cigarette that had only just been lit in his hand, and declared resolutely, I'll guarantee it with my life. If any of them are harmed because of my negligence, I, Fei Wei, will accompany them in death.
Jiang Yu nodded in agreement.
Phew! Fei Wei exhaled in relief, sat down with a thud, and lit another cigarette.
Let's talk about something else. Jiang Yu asked, since we know it was done by demon cultivators, why doesn't the Demon Suppression Bureau send more people? Send more people?
Fei Wei chuckled.
Do you think the Demon Suppressing Bureau has a lot of people?
The entire bureau has only over 130 members, but there are over 600 prefecture-level and county-level cities in our country.
We simply can't handle it all. Then why not recruit more people? People aren't that easy to recruit. The primary requirement to join the Demon Suppression Bureau is that you must be a cultivator, and what do cultivators pursue?
Power and freedom to roam the heavens and earth.
These days, it's tough to find people in any field.
He exhaled a smoke ring and asked, why don't you reconsider my previous suggestion? I guarantee you a satisfactory salary, and while the Jinxia Bureau may not offer much else, we do have some privileges.
Jiang Yu didn't want to continue discussing this topic. He knew little about the Demon Subduing Bureau and wouldn't join it rashly. He changed the subject and said, Officer Fei, what should we do next?
Fei Wei didn't press the issue and followed his lead, saying, go home and rest first. Make sure Wen Qiyun and his daughter can go to work normally.
By the way, do they know Daishan?
I'm worried they might panic, so I haven't mentioned it yet.
That's good.
Once they find out about Daishan, they'll definitely slip up.
Do you need me to provide information about Uncle Wen? Don't forget I'm from the Demon Suppression Bureau. I've already reviewed the information on the Wen family on the high-speed train. Rest assured, I recognize him and will protect him. Jiang Yu said, Officer Fei must have investigated not only the Wen family but also me and the people around me, right? Otherwise, how would Officer Fei know where Han Ning rented the apartment?
Fei Wei smiled, don't worry about it.
It's just professional habit.
Plus, you're connected to the Jiangmen village murder case, so investigating you is part of the standard procedure.
Officer Fei, you're not still suspecting me, are you? I've already said it's standard procedure.
You should know that the information we have at the Jinxia Bureau is rarely shared with the City Bureau. Fei Wei took a sip of tea, stood up, and said, I need to head to the Tianyun City Bureau.
I'll be going now. You can pay for the tea and keep the receipt. We can reimburse you once the case is closed.
After Officer Fei left, Jiang Yu settled the bill and returned to his apartment.
Han Ning was still asleep, but the door was open.
She had intentionally left the door open. She needed to hear Jiang Yu's movements outside to feel at ease while sleeping. Jiang Yu stood at the door and glanced inside. He saw that Han Ning's face was covered in cold sweat, her hands clutching the blanket tightly, her eyebrows furrowed in fear. She was having a nightmare.
This was normal.
Jiang Yu went inside, took her hand, and whispered in her ear, Han Ning, Han Ning.
Ah!
Han Ning suddenly opened her eyes, letting out a terrified scream, then gasped for breath.
Jiang Yu asked gently, did you have a nightmare?
He handed her some tissues. Han Ning sat up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and nodded. I dreamed I was alone in Jiangmen village. Those corpses kept following me, and there was that man in black. I couldn't escape, and I couldn't find you. Her voice trembled, even though she knew it was just a nightmare, she was still shaken. Jiang Yu comforted her, it's all over now. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't think about it, you'll forget soon. Since you're awake, get up and freshen up. I'll take you out for something to eat. At dinner, the two of them ate something simple at a noodle shop downstairs.
Jiang Yu then took Han Ning back to the Lakeview residence.
Over the next few days, he had to provide round-the-clock protection for Wen Qiyun and her daughter.
Han Ning would be alone in the apartment and would definitely be scared.
Han Tianming was out on business, leaving Han Xiong alone at home.
She was lying on the sofa in the living room watching financial news.
When Jiang Yu and Han Ning entered the house, Han Xiong immediately stood up and smiled, saying, my niece and nephew-in-law are back.
Have you eaten yet? We've already eaten. Han Ning replied indifferently. Han Xiong looked at Jiang Yu curiously. Why is my niece in such a bad mood? Jiang Yu, did you bully her? Jiang Yu protested vehemently. Auntie, heaven is my witness. I wouldn't dare bully your niece. Then what's wrong with my niece?
She went to Jiangmen village and saw some terrifying things.
What? Is there really a ghost in Jiangmen village?
Han Xiong, like a curious child, pulled Han Ning over. Tell your aunt what happened.
Did you see a ghost? I always thought it was just a myth, but if it's real, I want to go see it too.
Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
There are actually people in this world who want to see ghosts? Han Ning was in a low mood and didn't want to talk.
Jiang Yu explained for her, it's not a ghost. She saw a corpse.
A corpse? Didn't Jiangmen village have a series of disappearances recently?
All the victims were killed, and their bodies were buried in a grave in the village.
Oh no, don't say anymore.
Han Ning covered her ears, her body trembling slightly. Jiang Yu had triggered her memories, and the terrifying images wouldn't fade away.
Alright, let's not talk about it.
Han Xiong hugged Han Ning and whispered, it's natural to be afraid. When your aunt was a child, she saw something terrifying and was afraid to sleep alone at night.
Han Ning said pitifully, Auntie, I'm scared too. It's okay, Auntie is here. Let us sleep together tonight.
After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Yu and changed the subject, but if you want to sleep with your fiancé, that's fine too.
Compared to me, he can definitely give you a sense of security. Han Ning blushed. Auntie, what are you saying? What are you shy about?
You and Jiang Yu are already engaged.
What's wrong with sleeping together? Auntie is a very open-minded person.
If your father scolds you, Auntie will stand up for you.
Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Who wouldn't want an aunt like that? It's like having a lucky charm. Chapter 153, The Rules of the Cultivator's World. Han Xiong was indeed an open-minded person. If Jiang Yu hadn't had to leave for an urgent matter, she would have insisted on locking the two of them in the same room.
After nightfall, Jiang Yu arrived at Wen Qiyun's residential complex, preparing to secretly protect her around the clock. He had already spoken with Wen Fuyao over the phone. She said Wen Qiyun's malevolent energy had been dispelled and they could go about their daily routines normally. However, she should stay at Wen Qiyun's house for the time being, claiming that Wen Qiyun was still feeling weak and needed her care. Beep beep. As Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, the sound of a car horn sounded behind him.
He turned around and saw Fei Wei sitting in the driver's seat of a black BMW 6 Series, his left hand resting on the window, with a cigarette between his fingers. Is this how you're secretly protecting her? You don't even have a car?
Fei Wei tilted his head toward him, gesturing for him to get in.
After getting in, Jiang Yu asked curiously, where did you get the car? Fei Weidao said, the city bureau provided it.
I told you that the people from our town's demon-subduing bureau get special treatment.
How about it, are you tempted? Jiang Yu responded with a smile.
Fei Wei said, I can let you stay in my car at night, but what about during the day?
Times have changed. How can you protect someone secretly without a car? Jiang Yu said, I'll think of something. Fei Wei asked, aren't you the son-in-law of the Han family? Even they didn't give you a car?
Jiang Yu corrected him, I'm the fiancé, I haven't officially married Han Ning yet.
Fei Wei asked, can you drive?
Jiang Yu said, I can drive, but I don't have a license. He actually had a car, but Zhao Shua gave him one. However, driving a sports car for covert protection was too conspicuous, so he simply said he didn't have a car.
That's easy to fix. I'll handle it for you.
Send me a photo of both sides of your ID, and I'll arrange a car for you tomorrow.
Is that possible?
I have that kind of privilege, but it's only for this case.
After it's closed, you'll have to return anything government issued. Oh, and give me your phone. Why? With a puzzled expression, Jiang Yu handed him his phone. Fei Wei added him as a friend and sent him a link to download an app. It was a surveillance app. Fei Wei explained, this app allows you to access real-time surveillance footage from the Tianyun City Skynet system. If you lose track of someone, you can retrieve the surveillance footage to check. After entering a password, he briefly showed Jiang Yu how to use it. After finishing these steps, he returned the phone to Jiang Yu, adjusted the seat, and lay down. Noticing Jiang Yu staring at him with a puzzled expression, Fei Wei explained, do you think that since we're secretly protecting someone, we have to stare intently at the target without blinking? We're cultivators, what's the point of having spiritual perception if we don't use it? Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. Fei Wei frowned and said, I wonder how your master taught you. You seem to lack basic understanding of cultivators. Jiang Yu replied honestly, my master taught me martial arts and also imparted some knowledge about cultivators, but he spoke very cryptically, and I didn't pay much attention. After I became a cultivator, that old man disappeared to enjoy his freedom. Fei Wei smiled indifferently, I told you so. Cultivators seek to roam freely through the heavens and earth. Why don't you join our Jinxia Bureau? We have professional mentors who can train you. I guarantee you'll understand the world of cultivators inside out within a month. Jiang Yu asked, can't you just tell me about it? Jiang Yu knew nothing about the world of cultivators, not even the most basic information about which sex existed or where they were located. Fei Wei closed his eyes. I don't have the time for that. After all, the conditions he had offered were a bargaining chip. He couldn't just give them away so easily. Jiang Yu didn't press further, continuing to stare at the neighborhood. After a while, Fei Wei opened his eyes and said, if Daishan appears in this neighborhood, I'll definitely notice. Why are you just staring like that? If you have the time, why not check the surveillance cameras? You might get a surprise. That makes sense. Jiang Yu agreed and immediately opened the surveillance footage. The city at night was bustling with traffic in the bustling areas, while the quiet streets were lit by flickering streetlights. Fei Wei reminded him, if any surveillance feed suddenly cuts out, pay close attention. You should know that cultivators' spiritual energy can interfere with electronic devices. Jiang Yu's gaze fixated on a particular scene. The surveillance footage showed two groups of people engaged in a violent fight at a roadside barbecue stall, with several already lying on the ground, cut down. Fei Wei glanced at it briefly before closing his eyes to rest. Jiang Yu asked in surprise, you don't react at all? Fei Wei replied, what reaction do you need from me? Jiang Yu said, even if you're currently on another mission, you should at least report it to the police when you see something on the surveillance footage. Fei Wei said, let's not even talk about the entire country. How many fights break out every day in a prefecture-level city? I can't even handle my own affairs. Do you really think I have the time or energy to worry about this? But you're a public official. Public service has its divisions. The Demon Suppression Bureau is primarily responsible for matters between cultivators and ordinary people. Any incidents between ordinary people are handled by the police. We have no authority to intervene. What about conflicts between cultivators? I've already said it. The Jinxia Bureau only handles matters between cultivators and ordinary people. As for cultivators, as long as they don't affect ordinary people, even if an entire clan is wiped out, we won't get involved. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Yu and added, that's the rule of the cultivator world. Jiang Yu asked, the rules of the cultivator world are that there are no rules? Fei Wei clenched his fist, that is the rule among cultivators. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding and chatted with Fei Wei about various things. Through his conversation with Fei Wei, he gained a deeper understanding of the cultivator world. The two of them stayed at the entrance of the residential complex all night, and everything went smoothly. The next morning, as the sky began to grow light, the streets were already bustling with people. At 7:10 a.m., a black Mercedes pulled up. Fei Wei got into the Mercedes and said to Jiang Yu, this BMW is temporarily yours to use. Be careful. The driver of the Mercedes got out, bowed respectfully to Fei Wei, said a few words, then handed him something before hailing a taxi and leaving. Fei Wei tossed a driver's license to Jiang Yu, your driver's license. Keep it safe. Jiang Yu was surprised, so fast? We're the Demon Subduing Bureau, after all, a special existence. Special treatment is only natural. Are you starting to get more interested? Jiang Yu didn't respond, but a hint of doubt flickered in his mind. Regardless of other matters, at least becoming a member of the Jinxia Bureau would make navigating society much more convenient. Just as he was deep in thought, when Fuyao had already driven out and was preparing to head to the company, Fei Wei lit a cigarette and said to him, go ahead, but don't follow too closely. Stay in touch by phone. Jiang Yu drove off quietly, following behind. However, he didn't follow Fei Wei's instructions. After when Fuyao arrived at the company, he waited downstairs for 10 minutes before going up. He didn't have Fei Wei's ability to observe the entire building from downstairs. Su Xian arrived early and was helping when Fuyao made coffee. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu, she frowned. Why are you here again? Chapter 154, The Mountain Crushing Cauldron. Su Xian's hostility toward Jiang Yu had never lessened since the beginning. Jiang Yu replied indifferently, I'm here to see Fuyao. What is it to you? Fuyao? Su Xian clenched her teeth. You sure do call her that intimately. Yes, what is the matter? Are you jealous? Oomph. Su Xian snorted coldly. You scum, I'm warning you, don't dare to bother our CEO until you've cut ties with the Han family. Harass? Jiang Yu scoffed. Watch your language. I'm the officially hired bodyguard for your boss, when I'm here to work. This excuse was perfect, so when Fuyao wouldn't notice anything unusual. When Fuyao heard the arguing and came out of the office, looking at them helplessly, why do you two start arguing the moment you see each other? Jiang Yu said sarcastically, some people are just jealous of me, aren't they? You. Su Xian stomped her foot in anger, I'm not going to bother with you. Jiang Yu didn't continue the argument and walked into Wen Fuyao's office. When Fuyao was reviewing the sales report for the new product, saying as she read, you usually don't come to my office. What's going on? Did you have a falling out with Han Ing? Jiang Yu smiled mischievously, I think there's a lot of jealousy in that statement. When Fuyao rolled her eyes and said, you're now the future son-in-law of the Han family. You're always coming here. Aren't you afraid of what people will say? Jiang Yu stood up straight and said, I'm the officially hired bodyguard of the general manager of Yu Yen Company. I have a contract. I behave properly and do my job well. I have nothing to fear from what others say. When Fuyao joked, "Working so hard, are you short on money?" Jiang Yu leaned in and chuckled, "Well, I owe you a huge sum of money, so of course I have to work hard to pay it back." When Fuyao gave him a sidelong glance, "Do you have to be so clear about it with me?" Jiang Yu said, "We're not even married yet. Look at how Su Xin treats me. If she finds out, she'll spread the word that I'm a freeloading pretty boy." He flipped his hair and stroked his chin, adding self-importantly, "Though I do have the looks, I've always relied on my talent and skills to make a living." When Fuyao knew she couldn't argue with him, so she pointed at the door and said, "Then do as you please. I need to get back to work." Alright. The company wasn't very large, so Jiang Yu could only sit in the break room. But he wasn't idle. Taking advantage of the extra time, he crossed his legs on a chair, breathing deeply to stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, he began recalling the old man's teachings and the obscure classics he had read before. He remembered that when he was a child, the old man had forced him to memorize a passage of text that was as obscure as scripture. At the time, he was only 3 years old, and the old man was very strict, forcing him to memorize a section every day. If he couldn't recite it, he wasn't allowed to eat. That period of his life was marked by frequent hunger, a memory that remained vivid to this day. It took him a full 3 months to memorize that piece, which he estimated to be around 10,000 words. And for the next year, he was made to recite it once an hour before every meal: breakfast, lunch, and dinner. At the time, he didn't understand what it meant, he just memorized it by rote. After a year of reinforcement, it was deeply ingrained in his memory. Though he rarely needed it afterward, whenever he thought back to it, the 10,000 words would vividly reappear in his mind, not a single character forgotten. Back then, he found it obscure and difficult to understand, but now, upon reflection, it all made perfect sense. He was certain that it was a treasure trove of knowledge. The first 700 words were the core teachings of cultivation, and the text mentioned that it should be called the Supreme Method. The Supreme Method differs from the Taoist classic, the Suprametriatize. The latter is a Taoist text primarily aimed at encouraging people to adhere to moral standards, refrain from evil, cultivate virtue, and benefit both themselves and others. The Supreme Method, however, is a method for sensing and absorbing spiritual energy. Following this practice, the progress is dozens of times faster than Jiang Yu's previous breathing exercises. The subsequent sections of the detail 7 secret techniques, known as the 7 techniques of the Supreme, each corresponding to one of the 7 stages of cultivation. Although he had no point of comparison, he was certain that these 7 secret techniques were undoubtedly the most powerful techniques in the world. The secret techniques beyond the bone and blood realm, Jiang Yu temporarily set aside for later comprehension, focusing instead on the first secret technique, the mountain-crushing cauldron. Shui destroy is derived from unbreakable, symbolizing destructive power. Ding is derived from able to lift a tripod, symbolizing physical strength. The bone and blood realm forges flesh and blood, which is the process offing physical strength. The ancient poem pulling mountains with one's strength and overwhelming the world with one's aura exists in the world of cultivators. The secret technique, the mountain-crushing cauldron, uses the body as its foundation, blood as its catalyst, and chi as its source, transforming into a cauldron. It can be used for both offense and defense. The mountain-crushing tripod protects the body, impervious to all techniques when used in attack. Mountains and rivers shatter. Jiang Yu visualized the words in his mind, growing increasingly excited. This is truly a supreme technique. He felt that if he had learned the secret art of the mountain-crushing cauldron back in Jiangmen village, even if Daishan was a realm above him, he could have crushed him with a single cauldron. He was completely captivated by this technique, repeating it over and over again until he entered a state of complete absorption. In the restroom, his body emitted a faint purple glow, which above his head into a small tripod the size of a palm. The small cauldron had 4 legs and 2 ears, with cloud patterns covering its body. Spiritual energy gathered from all directions, forming a small vortex on the cauldron, barely visible to the naked eye. The employees were all attending the morning meeting, and no one noticed the in the restroom. However, Su Xian found herself inexplicably drawn to the break room, holding a cup of coffee. She knew Jiang Yu was there, but for some reason, she just wanted to confront him. As soon as she opened the door, Su Xian let out a sharp scream, and the cup clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Jiang Yu was startled by the noise and snapped out of his trance-like state. The purple cauldron vanished instantly. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. That state of mind was rare and hard to come by, and it had been interrupted by her. Su Xian pointed at him, stuttering, You. What about you? Jiang Yu stood up from the chair, clearly annoyed. Didn't you knock before coming in? Su Xian? This is a break room, for crying out loud. Who needs to knock before entering a break room? However, she didn't argue with Jiang Yu because the purple glow that had just condensed into a small cauldron had left her utterly stunned. There was a glow on your head just now. It looked like a small purple cauldron. A purple small cauldron? Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy. That small cauldron must be the Chui Shan Ding he had manifested. Could it be that he had already mastered the technique so quickly? He suppressed his excitement and scoffed, What small cauldron or large cauldron? I think you're just hallucinating from yin deficiency. I suggest you find yourself a boyfriend to help balance things out. As he spoke, he calmly walked toward the exit. Chapter 155, Just touch it already. Su Xian was furious, screaming, "You're the one with Yin deficiency. The whole neighborhood has Yin deficiency." Jiang Yu rushed into the men's restroom. Su Xian's words had stirred him up. He focused his mind, held his breath, used his body as a foundation, his blood as a catalyst, and his qi as a source, carefully controlling the flow of spiritual energy within his body. Sure enough, a faint purple glow began to emanate from his body, gathering above his head to form a small purple cauldron. He extended his right palm, and the purple cauldron slowly moved and hovered above his hand. He could control the small cauldron at will. It had indeed been achieved. According to the secret techniques records, when the mountain-crushing cauldron reaches perfection, it should be at least 10 feet tall. The one in Jiang Yu's hand was merely a rudimentary form. This was sufficient for now, as he had only just begun his practice. With time and effort, the mountain-crushing cauldron would surely reach perfection. However, with his current cultivation level at the third stage of the bone and blood realm, even if he were to throw the miniature mountain-crushing cauldron, it would likely knock a practitioner at the first stage of the bone and blood realm unconscious. Jiang Yu was extremely excited. If it weren't for the need to constantly protect Wen Fuyao, he would have immediately gone to a remote area outside the city to practice the secret technique of the mountain-crushing cauldron. I used to think the old man was making me memorize useless nonsense, but it turns out it was such a divine manual. I must review it carefully. Maybe the old man taught me even more powerful techniques. He returned to the restroom to review everything he had learned. Su Xian was still in the rest area. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu, she shouted, "I definitely didn't see things just now. There's a purple thing on your head." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Why didn't you say there was something green on my head?" Su Xian was furious. What do you mean?" Jiang Yu said calmly, "With the hostility you're showing me, I'm actually afraid you'll end up cheating on me one day." "Spit! You scum, you have no shame." Su Xian cursed a few more times and hurriedly left. Jiang Yu had always suspected her orientation, because every time he brought up the topic, Su Xian would curse him but never refute him. Of course, that was her privacy and her choice. Even if she truly liked Wen Fuyao, Jiang Yu had no right to stop her. Liking someone isn't wrong. As long as Su Xian kept her feelings to herself and didn't cause trouble for him or Wen Fuyao, he wouldn't hold it against her. Jiang Yu took the time to call Fei Wei, who said everything was normal on his end. Wen Fuyao was busy with work and stayed in the office all morning. Jiang Yu spent some time meditating in the break room before taking out his phone to check the surveillance footage. He didn't notice anything unusual. He suddenly noticed the surveillance camera at the entrance of the Guanhuju residential complex. A car was parked nearby, and the people inside were getting in and out, constantly glancing toward the Guanhuju complex. It was Qian Lai. This guy's desire to become his disciple hasn't died, and he's been lurking around Guanhuju again. Jiang Yu decided he should avoid Guanhuju more often. He truly had no intention of taking on any disciples. He was currently at the very bottom of the cultivation world. This was the time to work hard, not to waste time teaching others. After lunch, when Fuyao continued working, while Jiang Yu went alone to the storage room, locked the door, and continued his cultivation. Now he didn't have to worry about being interrupted. The purple-colored small cauldron floated before him, growing slightly larger as Jiang Yu absorbed spiritual energy. However, the effect was minimal, and the changes were barely noticeable to the naked eye. Jiang Yu was completely absorbed in his practice, finding it endlessly fascinating. The day passed without incident. When Fuyao finished work at 7 o'clock and had planned to invite Jiang Yu to dinner with her, but Jiang Yu made an excuse that Han Ning needed to see him and quietly followed her in his car. After parking the car in front of the residential complex, Fei Wei suddenly appeared, got into his car, and asked, "How was today?" Jiang Yu replied, "Everything's normal. How about your side?" "Normal too." After saying that, Fei Wei lit a cigarette. Jiang Yu advised, "Smoke less. It's bad for your health. It's a habit I've had for over 20 years. I can't quit. Besides, we're cultivators. A few cigarettes won't shorten our lives." Fei Wei took a few deep puffs, his face glowing with pleasure. Jiang Yu asked, "How long do we have to keep this up?" Fei Wei glanced at him and said indifferently, "Can't you wait any longer? For us, waiting like this can sometimes take 10 days or even half a month. Just wait. I have a feeling that Daishan will show up soon." As night fell, the streets grew quieter, with streetlights casting flickering shadows on the trees. Fei Wei lay back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, while Jiang Yu watched the surveillance footage on his phone. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Fei Wei received a call. He spoke seriously to Jiang Yu, "I have something to attend to. I'll leave this to you for now. What could be more important than catching Daishan?" Half an hour ago, someone reported a body found in Donghu. There were no external injuries, and the cause of death is unknown. Could it be? That's correct. It's likely another target of Daishan. I need to go confirm it. Alright, go ahead. Fei Wei drove off, and Jiang Yu couldn't wait outside the community anymore. He had to go to Wen Qiyun's house to protect her. He sent Wen Fuyao a message in advance, "Are you asleep?" Wen Fuyao replied, "Not yet. What's up? Jiangyu, I'm passing by your place. I wanted to come up for a visit and chat with you. Wen Fuyao, come on up. Jiangyu finally went upstairs, and Wen Fuyao opened the door wearing a nightgown. It wasn't too cold yet, and Wen Fuyao's nightgown was a bit thin, faintly revealing her perfect figure. Help yourself to something to drink. Wen Fuyao had a face mask on and sat cross-legged on the living room sofa after opening the door. Although their relationship hadn't been made public and they hadn't set a wedding date, Wen Fuyao clearly no longer treated him as an outsider. Otherwise, she would have changed into something more formal. Jiangyu sat beside her and teased, with skin as good as yours, do you really need a face mask? Wen Fuyao replied, of course. I'm in this line of work, so I have to try the products myself to see how they work before I can recommend them to clients. This mask is pretty good. Why don't I give you one to try? Jiangyu refused, I'm naturally good looking, I don't need it. Wen Fuyao rolled her eyes, I never noticed how self-absorbed you were before. Jiangyu gave her a mischievous smile, now that we've established our relationship, the real me is showing. He slowly reached out his hand toward Wen Fuyao's thigh. The moment their skin touched, Wen Fuyao jumped, as if an electric current had run through her. She glared at Jiangyu but didn't resist. Jiangyu took advantage of the situation, slowly moving his hand upward. Wen Fuyao scolded him, just touch it once, don't get too carried away. Aha! Jiangyu quickly withdrew his hand, laughing awkwardly. I just wanted to see how your skin feels. It's pretty good, it can compare to mine. Wen Fuyao was both angry and amused. Who would believe you? Chapter 156, Trouble. While Wen Fuyao was applying a face mask, Jiangyu chatted idly with her, and before they knew it, half an hour had passed. Fei Wei hadn't returned yet. It was almost 11 o'clock and Wen Fuyao had already removed her face mask and was getting ready to sleep. Seeing that Jiangyu had no intention of leaving, Wen Fuyao said softly, aren't you leaving? Did you get kicked out after arguing with Han Ning and have nowhere to stay tonight? No way. Jiangyu exclaimed. I just wanted to stay with you a little longer. If you don't want me to stay, I'll leave. I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Besides, I didn't kick you out. Why don't you stay here? My dad is out on a business trip and might not come back tonight. You can stay in his room. What? Jiangyu's face turned pale. Uncle went out? When did that happen? He had been waiting at the entrance of the residential complex the whole time and hadn't seen Wen Qian drive out. Wen Fuyao asked curiously, around 8:30, my dad's friend came to pick him up. What's wrong? You seem really tense. Jiangyu said solemnly, call uncle immediately and ask where he is. Wen Fuyao pulled out her phone, confused, what's going on? After dialing the number, there was no answer, and Wen Fuyao also began to grow tense. Jiangyu quickly turned on the surveillance camera and retrieved the footage from the day before. Do you know uncle's friend's license plate number? I don't know, but it was a silver Audi. In the surveillance footage, around 8:30 p.m., there was only one Audi entering and exiting the community. Jiangyu identified the vehicle, then retrieved footage from along the route and finally pinpointed its location. Qingyuan Club. I need to go there immediately. Jiangyu was in a hurry. Wen Fuyao hurriedly said, wait for me to change clothes, I'll go too. Alright. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Wen Fuyao alone at home. The two hurried to Qingyuan Club. Along the way, Jiangyu called Fei Wei. Officer Fei, what's the situation over there? I've examined the body. It's definitely Daishan's doing. I think he's already arrived in Tianyun City. Uncle Wen left with a friend at 8:30 p.m. and went to the Qingyuan Club. His phone is unreachable now. If possible, I'd like you to come over as soon as you can. This is bad. Fei Wei was alarmed. We've fallen into Daishan's diversion tactic. I'll be right there. Wen Fuyao was nearly in tears. Jiangyu, what has happened to my father? Jiangyu comforted her, we're not sure yet, but it's also possible he just got drunk and is resting at the club. Don't worry, let's go check it out first. Soon, the two arrived at the club's front desk. Wen Fuyao urgently asked, please help me find out which room Wen Qian is in. The front desk refused, I'm sorry, that's guest privacy. We can't disclose that information. Wen Fuyao pleaded, I'm his daughter. My father might be in trouble. Please help me check. I'm sorry, we have strict regulations. We are not allowed to disclose any guest information to anyone except law enforcement officials. Wen Fuyao slammed the counter in frustration, if something really happens to him, can you take responsibility for that? The front desk clerk sneered, playing this card with me? Miss, you must have come to the wrong place. Do you know who the boss of this club is? Jean Lao, the leader of the Black Tiger gang? Are you here to cause trouble? She cleared her throat and shouted, someone's causing trouble. In an instant, a dozen young men burst out. Wen Fuyao trembled. Jiangyu slapped his forehead, I almost forgot this is Jean Hu's territory. Don't worry, Fuyao. I'll call Jean Hu right away. After a quick call, Jean Hu, who was drinking tea upstairs, hurried downstairs. Jiangyu and Wen Fuyao were surrounded by Jean Hu's men. The front desk staff, thinking Jiangyu was bluffing about knowing Jean Hu, arrogantly ordered, get them out of here. Before the words had even left their mouths, Jean, who rushed over and shouted from a distance, "Stop!" The subordinates bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Boss!" Jean, who glared at the front desk and shouted angrily, "Get her out of here!" The front desk staff was stunned. "Boss, it's them!" Jean, who shouted harshly, "No explanations! Get out of here immediately! You blind fool! You don't even recognize the top martial artist in Tianyun!" The front desk was even more stunned. Tianyun's top martial artist? The younger brothers all paled in fear. Thank goodness the boss arrived in time, otherwise, with just the two of them, they wouldn't have been enough to even fill a tooth. Jean, who turned around, put on a smile, and bowed, saying, "Brother Jiang, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? What's this misunderstanding about?" Jiang Yu said, "There's no misunderstanding. We were just looking for someone." "Who are you looking for?" "My father." When Fuyao hurriedly said, "My father came to your club around 9 o'clock, but now I can't reach him by phone, and I'm very worried about him." He asked politely, "May I ask your father's name?" "Wen Qiyun." Jean, who immediately glared at the front desk and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Check it immediately." The front desk hurriedly opened the computer and stammered, "Sir, there is no record of Wen Qiyun." Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. "That's impossible. He must have been here." Jiang Yu had personally seen Wen Qiyun and his friend enter the Qingyuan club through the surveillance cameras, and their car was parked in the lot outside. Jean, who explained, "Jiang brother, please calm down. At our club, except for overnight stays, we don't record the identities of guests who come for meals or massages. Let me check again." Jean, who directly took Jiang Yu to the surveillance room. Jiang Yu's software could only access the Tianwang surveillance system and couldn't retrieve private surveillance footage. Through the lobby surveillance, it was confirmed that Wen Qiyun had indeed arrived and was dining with his friends in a private room on the upper floor. Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyao rushed upstairs. In the private room, Wen Qiyun's friend was slumped over the table, seemingly drunk. But there was no sign of Wen Qiyun. Uncle, where's my dad?" Wen Fuyao shook the middle-aged man, but he didn't respond at all. Jiang Yu said, "Stop shouting. You can't wake him up." Wen Fuyao's tears streamed down her face. "Where is my father?" Jiang Yu's expression grew even more grim, and Jean, who also panicked. Anyone could tell that Jiang Yu and Wen Fuyao had a close relationship. If something happened to him here, Jiang Yu would be in big trouble. He immediately called the waitstaff outside and shouted angrily, "Where are the people in this private room? Where did they go?" The waitstaff were just as confused. They had no idea when the people inside had left. Jean Laude, "Don't get angry with them. Let's go check the surveillance footage again." The group returned to the surveillance room and retrieved the playback footage. Around 10:30, a man in black robes entered the lobby, and the surveillance feed suddenly turned into static. Chapter 157, not the least bit flustered. Jean Laude emerged, drenched in cold sweat, frantically pounding on the computer. Damn it, the surveillance system had to break down now of all times. Why did it have to happen now? After about 10 minutes, the surveillance footage returned to normal, but they could see the back of the black-robed figure leaving the entrance, supporting someone. Jiang Yu was certain beyond a doubt that the man in black was Daishan. The surveillance system had malfunctioned entirely due to Daishan's interference. Jean, who wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Jiang Yu, "Jiang brother, don't worry. I'll gather all the staff and question them one by one. Someone must have seen something." "No need. I know where he is." "Jean Lao, I'll see you later. Let me treat you to a meal another time. No need to apologize. Jiang, if you need any help, just give me a shout." Jiang Yu pulled Wen Fuyao away, telling her to drive while he directed the route. Daishan had blocked the surveillance cameras at the club, but he couldn't block all the Skynet surveillance cameras. However, when Jiang Yu reviewed the surveillance footage, he noticed that after Daishan left the club, he hadn't deliberately interfered with any of the citywide surveillance cameras. His departure route was clearly recorded by the cameras. 20 minutes later, they left the city. Wen Fuyao parked the car at a junction. Compared to the city, the surveillance outside was less dense. Jiang Yu got out of the car and stood at the intersection. There were no Skynet surveillance cameras in the area, so they couldn't determine which direction Daishan had gone. Wen Fuyao's eyes were red with anger. She exclaimed, "Jiang Yu, who is he? Why did he take my father away?" Jiang Yu didn't know how to explain and could only apologize to her. It was his fault for not protecting Wen Qiyun. "Jiang Yu, don't apologize to me. Please help me find my father. He's the only family I have left. I can't lose him. I can't." Her voice trembled with tears, breaking the hearts of those who heard her. Jiang Yu stood at the fork in the road and suddenly sensed something amiss. On both sides, there were remnants of malevolent energy. "This way." The two immediately got into the car. Jiang Yu spread his spiritual senses. Though the lingering malevolent energy on the road was scarce, he could still sense it. They followed the trail all the way until they reached an abandoned field. There was no path ahead. However, under the moonlight, he spotted a dark figure in the distance. "Wait for me in the car." Jiang Yu got out of the car alone. Wen Fuyao wanted to follow, but he refused. "Don't go over there. Lock the car doors. I'll definitely bring Uncle Wen back safely. He walked alone into the wasteland, where weeds grew thickly. If he were still at the first level of the bone and blood realm, he wouldn't dare to go there recklessly, let alone bring Wen Fuyao along. But things were different now. He was confident he could protect Wen Fuyao and even more confident he could kill the evil cultivator Daishan. After walking 300 meters forward, the dark figure gradually became clearer. Daishan, clad in black robes, slowly raised his head, revealing his terrifying face and sinister smile. Wen Qiyun lay at his feet, with a soul-binding talisman stuck to his forehead. You arrived later than expected. Daishan spoke in a dark, ominous tone, sending a chill down one's spine. Did you deliberately lure me here? It was clear that Daishan had been waiting here intentionally, and the previous doubts were resolved. Daishan had deliberately avoided interfering with the heavenly net surveillance and had intentionally left residual evil energy at the fork in the road, effectively telling Jiang Yu where he was. Daishan gave a cold smile. I told you we would meet again. This time, even the people from the Demon Suppressing Bureau won't be able to save you. Facing Daishan, who seemed confident and composed, Jiang Yu remained completely unfazed. The body in Donghu Lake was deliberately abandoned by you, wasn't he it? Just to lure Fei Wei away? Fei Wei wouldn't have been able to capture me that easily. But he's on his way here. He won't make it. Do you think he'd choose one life over 10? As soon as Daishan finished speaking, Fei Wei called Jiang Yu. Brother, how's the situation over there? I might not be able to make it in time. Daishan has kidnapped 10 innocent civilians. I need to go rescue them. Kidnapped? But Daishan is right in front of me. What? Right in front of you? Don't confront him. Try to stall him until I arrive. Fei Wei hung up the phone in a hurry. Daishan laughed triumphantly. That was Fei Wei calling, right? Those 10 people are sealed with the dragon binding symbol. Only he has the ability to break it. So, don't even think about him coming to help you. Jiang Yu said indifferently, actually, your real target has always been me, hasn't it? Daishan said darkly, it wasn't at first, but after I came to Tianyun City, I discovered some interesting things. It turns out you care so much about this person's life or death. So you played along, luring Fei Wei away, and then brought me here? By doing this, all your previous arrangements in Tianyun City might have been in vain. Compared to you, I don't care about these people at all. It seems you've already decided on me. If I can't even handle someone at the Bone Blood First Realm, I don't deserve to stand here and talk to you. Daishan slowly raised his palm, and black mist swirled and split, forming 4 mist-like figures. At the same time, he swept his sleeve, and 4 black spikes floated in front of him. The mist figures moved swiftly, surrounding Jiang Yu in all directions in an instant. A terrifying aura surged forth. Daishan cackled, does this scene look familiar? Today, I'll kill you as quickly as possible, so you won't suffer too much. The bodies of cultivators are different from ordinary humans. Even if they don't die in pain, the malevolent energy they can gather is hundreds of times that of an ordinary person. The 4 mist-like figures extended their arms, which twisted like vines around Jiang Yu's legs. Daishan paused slightly. Jiang Yu didn't resist at all. He began to wonder, had this kid accepted his fate? Black lines extended from the mist-like figures, moving extremely slowly, as Daishan was being cautious. He had no idea what Jiang Yu was up to or why he wasn't fighting back. The 4 black spikes lingered in the air, and the more composed Jiang Yu remained, the more uneasy Daishan felt. Could he have secretly planted an ally? When the black lines wrapped around Jiang Yu's arms like ropes, Daishan finally couldn't help but ask, why aren't you fighting back? Jiang Yu replied calmly, if I don't resist, you're not happy? Daishan looked around warily, spreading his spiritual senses, but detected nothing unusual. You have no helpers, you're just pretending to be calm to scare me off, aren't you? Stop dreaming. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu laughed up at the sky, why would I scare you? You're the one scaring yourself. Come on, don't hesitate. Use those 4 black spikes to pierce my head. Do you think I'm afraid? Daishan's brows furrowed with a fierce expression. He flicked his fingers, and the 4 black nails shot toward Jiang Yu like arrows. Chapter 158, Defeating the Enemy. The 4 black spikes, drenched in the blood of countless people, closed in on him. But at that very moment, Jiang Yu erupted with a colossal force, instantly severing the black lines formed by the black mist on his body. Energy surged, and the 4 mist-like figures around him also dissipated into wisps of smoke at the same time. Jiang Yu performed a backflip to dodge the 4 black spikes. Daishan was stunned. How is this possible? He couldn't believe his eyes. How could Jiang Yu, with his bone and blood realm, first-tier cultivation, break free from the black mist's constraints in an instant? Whoosh! Jiang Yu darted forward like a flash of lightning. Daishan was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly, immediately recalling the 4 black spikes. The spikes struck the ground, forming a curtain to protect him. However, Jiang Yu's target wasn't him. Jiang Yu charged forward, picked up Wen Qiyun, placed him in a safe spot, and then tore off the gathering evil symbol from his forehead. He watched Daishan from a distance, a playful smile curling the corners of his mouth. Daishan looked as though he were facing a formidable enemy, exclaiming in shock, "In such a short time, you've actually made a breakthrough. No wonder you were so arrogant earlier." He didn't bother to defend himself because Jiang Yu was confident he could break free in an instant. Jiang Yu mocked, "If I hadn't made a breakthrough, do you think I'd dare come here alone?" A faint purple glow suddenly enveloped Jiang Yu's body, and a powerful aura surged forth like a tidal wave. The curtain in front of Daishan was instantly shattered, and he stumbled backward in shock. The triple realm of bone and blood. His face turned green. "In such a short time, you've broken through 2 minor realms? How did you do it? Did you resort to underhanded methods? Don't assume everyone is as despicable as you. Do you know there is such a thing as a genius in this world?" Jiang Yu smiled triumphantly. "You've spent your entire life plotting and harming so many innocent lives, yet you're only at the 2nd level of the bone and blood realm. And here I am, effortlessly breaking through to the 3rd level. How infuriating is that?" Daishan was nearly driven mad with rage. Jiang Yu was truly a master of psychological warfare. He had risked being erased by the Demon Suppression Bureau to secretly cultivate the demon nurturing technique, killing dozens of people just to reach the 2nd level of the bone and blood realm. Comparing oneself to others really was enough to drive one mad. Of course, Jiang Yu's cultivation improvement was mainly due to the 1,000-year-old red ginseng, not because he did nothing. He said this to psychologically crush Daishan. "Ah!" Daishan let out a furious roar. Jiang Yu had hit his sore spot. He was a person without any cultivation talent, stagnating at the 1st level of the bone and blood realm for a full 3 years. To improve his cultivation, he eventually took the risky path of practicing the cultivation of evil chi technique. He paid a heavy price for it. His face became grotesque, and he constantly faced the risk of being executed by the Demon Suppression Bureau. He was like a rat, daring only to hide in the shadows. But Jiang Yu, in less than 2 days, had broken through from the 1st level of the bone and blood realm to the 3rd level, something Daishan had never even dared to dream of. Celestial treasures are not easily found. Of course, there are many unknown places in this world where spiritual herbs grow, but such places are often inhabited by fierce beasts. Bone-blood realm cultivators are not yet qualified to risk their lives for such treasures. Daishan roared furiously, then glared at Jiang Yu with snake-like eyes, speaking slowly and deliberately, "One day, I will kill you with my own hands." After speaking, he turned and fled. He was well aware of his limitations. Jiang Yu was 1 minor realm above him, and in a fight, he wouldn't stand a chance. If he dragged it out too long, Fei Wei would arrive and could crush him with a single slap. He feared Fei Wei greatly, which was why he had fled immediately upon hearing that the Demon Suppressing Bureau had arrived in Jiangmen village. However, Jiang Yu wouldn't let him escape again. Whoosh! His body moved like the wind, charging forward swiftly. In just a few breaths, he caught up with Daishan. Bang! He struck out with a palm, sending Daishan crashing to the ground. He rolled forward several times before coming to a stop. "Daishan, now that you've lured me here, you won't be getting away that easily." Cough cough. Daishan struggled to his feet, coughed twice, and 4 black spikes floated before him. He shouted, "Don't push your luck. If you corner me, I'll go down with you." "Go down with me? Do you think too highly of yourself? Don't be so arrogant. Don't think that being 1 level higher than me gives you the upper hand. These 4 corpse binding nails aren't for show." This was Daishan's only source of confidence. His foundation was unstable, and even at the same cultivation level, without the corpse-sealing nails, he wasn't a match for Jiang Yu. "So these things are corpse-sealing nails. No wonder they could pierce my flesh. But do you really think I'm afraid of your corpse-sealing nails? If you're not afraid, try it." Daishan activated the corpse-binding nails, which were shrouded in a thick aura of malevolence, resembling arrows ready to be fired. "Try it, and I'll send you to your death." Jiang Yu's body was enveloped in a purple glow, witched into a small tripod the size of a palm. He had just learned how to activate the mountain-crushing cauldron and intended to use Daishan as practice. Though the mountain-crushing cauldron was still in its rudimentary form, it should be sufficient to handle Daishan. "Go!" Jiang Yu gave a light shout, and the mountain-crushing cauldron roared forth, unleashing a whirlwind that raged like a surging torrent. Daishan felt immense pressure, formed a seal, and 4 corpse-sealing nails connected end to end, flying out like a chain of arrows. Clang! Clang! A deafening clang of metal echoed through the air, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Jiang Yu's Shui Shan Ding was not a physical object but a manifestation of spiritual energy, yet it remained indestructible. The corpse-binding nails struck the mountain-calling cauldron but could not halt its advance. Boom! The mountain-crushing cauldron collided violently with Daishan's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backward like a. He was knocked senseless, and the small cauldron, which seemed no larger than a palm, felt like a mountain. After crashing heavily to the ground, the mountain-crushing ding plummeted straight down, crashing onto his body with a thunderous boom. Puff! Daishan's mouth spewed blood, and dust swirled around him. His entire body sank into the ground by over an inch. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. The power of the mountain-crushing ding far exceeded his expectations. This was merely a prototype.
When the Chui Shan Ding grows stronger and reaches a height of 10 feet, a single strike could crush a mountain. Truly worthy of its name, the mountain-crushing cauldron. Daishan was crushed so severely that his skin cracked open inch by inch, blood beads spurting out. His eyes bulged almost out of their sockets. His internal organs and meridians were snapping apart inch by inch, and blood foam kept gushing from his throat. The glimmer of life in his eyes was fading rapidly. He had always feared being crushed to death one day, but his opponent should not have been a young cultivator like Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu walked over without a hint of mercy. Daishan deserved his fate. Just now, what was that? What kind of secret technique was that? Daishan used his last ounce of strength to ask his final question. Zhang Yu stood in the barren wilderness, speaking calmly, the supreme 7 arts mountain-crushing cauldron. Chapter 159, the Han family's arrangements. Daishan ultimately met his end at Zhang Yu's hands. Back in Jiangmen village, he had been forced to flee and came to Tianyun city to lure Zhang Yu there, never imagining he was digging his own grave. When Zhang Yu carried Wen Shiyun back to the car, Fei Wei also arrived. He could sense no trace of Daishan's presence. Zhang Yu, where's Daishan? Did he escape again? Fei Wei sighed with regret, blaming Daishan for being too cunning. If it weren't for those 10 lives, he would have already killed Daishan with his own hands. Zhang Yu pointed to the wilderness behind him and said, I killed him. You handle the body. I'll take Uncle Wen back first. After getting into the car, Wen Fuyao drove while crying, constantly asking, Zhang Yu, is my father okay? He won't die, will he? Fei Wei came alone to Daishan's body, gave it a quick examination, and muttered to himself while touching his chin, he must have been killed by a massive force. How could that kid have such strength? Zhang Yu took Wen Shiyun home and then found a 24-hour pharmacy to buy some herbal medicines to boil. Wen Shiyun was unharmed, but Daishan was dead, and the malevolent energy had dissipated. Wen Fuyao fed her father the medicine and stayed by his bedside all night, fearing he might not wake up. The next morning, Fei Wei arrived at the bottom of the residential complex early. Zhang Yu went downstairs and sat with him on a bench in the complex. Fei Wei lit a cigarette and said softly, the case is closed. I need to return to Linzhou. Zhang Yu asked, when are you leaving? Fei Wei replied, around noon. Zhang Yu asked again, did you come to see me just to say goodbye? Fei Wei smiled, of course not. I came to retrieve something that belongs to the government. Zhang Yu handed him the car keys, but Fei Wei didn't take them. He said, if you're willing to join our Jinxie bureau, I won't take the car back. Zhang Yu shook his head, I'll think it over. What are you hesitating about? Afraid I'll take advantage of you? Why don't you come to our office in Linzhou City sometime? If I have the chance, I'll go. Fei Wei sighed and took back the car keys. Zhang Yu said, by the way, thanks for the driver's license. Without Fei Wei's help, it would have taken him at least 2 months to get his license. Fei Wei said, consider it a reward for helping you solve the case. He stood up, took 2 steps, then turned back, can you tell me how you killed Daishan? Zhang Yu shrugged his hands, can I not answer that? Fei Wei nodded, of course, every cultivator has their own secrets and trump cards. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. Goodbye. He waved his hand and walked away. When he returned to Wen Shiyun's home, Wen Shiyun had already woken up and was drinking medicine in the living room. His complexion was rosy, and he looked full of vitality. Zhang Yu felt relieved. Fortunately, Daishan's primary target had been him. Otherwise, during the time Daishan had kidnapped Wen Shiyun, it would have been enough for Wen Shiyun to die 100 times over. Zhang Yu, what exactly happened yesterday? Wen Shiyun put down his medicine bowl and looked at Zhang Yu seriously. His last memory from yesterday was being in the private room at Qingyuan Club, where a man in black robes had pushed open the door, and after that, he had no recollection. When he woke up, he saw his daughter sitting by the bed with swollen, red eyes. When Fuyao brought over a plate of fruit, sat beside Wen Shiyun, and also looked at him seriously. Both father and daughter were intelligent people. They knew Zhang Yu was hiding something from them. Now that the crisis had been averted, Zhang Yu spoke honestly, actually. Uncle, you were possessed by malevolent energy, and it was related to a heretic cultivator. He detailed the matter involving Daishan. After listening, Wen Fuyao angrily exclaimed, how could you risk my father's safety? It was so dangerous yesterday. Fuyao, don't blame him. I agree with his decision. Eliminating a threat to the people is my duty. Even if I were to meet an unfortunate end, it would still be a contribution to the nation. Wen Shiyun's understanding eased Zhang Yu's guilt considerably. Wen Fuyao muttered, I'm not an unreasonable person. If he's doing something good, I won't stop him, but at least he should have told us first. Zhang Yu explained, if I had told you, you would have been suspicious of everything you did yesterday. Daishan is a cunning and cautious man. If he sensed anything was wrong, he would have fled immediately. By then, it would have been much harder to catch him. When Shiyun agreed, Zhang Yu is right. If we can't catch him this time, more people will be harmed. Alright, Fuyao, let's drop it. Don't blame him. When Fuyao muttered, since dad isn't blaming him, what can I say? Zhang Yu walked over and hugged her, then kissed her on the cheek without warning, grinning, don't be angry. If anything happens in the future, I'll tell you beforehand.
When Fuyao's face flushed red and she pouted, "What are you doing? My dad is still here. Do you find me in the way? Alright, I'll head back to the office then." When Shiyun stood up to change clothes, and when Fuyao hurriedly called out, "Dad, that's not what I meant," she turned her head and glared at Zhang Yu with a pout. "Look at you, Dad misunderstood." Zhang Yu said, "There's no one else here. What's wrong with kissing my girlfriend? Don't give me that. You're now the son-in-law of the Han family. I've already said that Han Ing and I are just putting on a show. Han Ing doesn't think so. I think I need to have a serious talk with her." With that, she stormed back to her room, still fuming. Zhang Yu was at a loss. He really hadn't figured out how to handle the Han family's affairs. Just as when Shiyun was about to leave, Han Xiong suddenly called Zhang Yu, asking him to come to Guanhuju for lunch. There was nothing he could do as the son-in-law of the Han family, he couldn't refuse. When Shiyun, however, was quite understanding and even drove him there himself. On the way, Zhang Yu asked again about the marriage contract, but when Shiyun said he hadn't found it yet and told him to wait a little longer. Zhang Yu understood, after all, when Shiyun had been through a lot in the past few days and didn't have time to look for the marriage contract. When they arrived at Guanhuju, Zhang Yu felt like a thief, peeking around the entrance of the residential complex for a while. He was worried that Qian Lai would come and hassle him. As the old saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the desperate, and the desperate fear the shameless. Fortunately, Qian Lai wasn't there, so Zhang Yu finally felt at ease and walked inside. Han Ing was at school and Wu Ti coming home for lunch, so only Han Xiong and Han Tianming were at home. At first, Han Xiong just said they'd have a simple meal at home to get to know him, her future son-in-law, better. But after a few drinks, Han Xiong got down to business. "Zhang Yu, you know that the Han family only has Xiaoying as an heir. The Han family's business will eventually be handed over to her, which means it will be handed over to you. I discussed it with your future father-in-law, and we've decided to send you to our subsidiary for some training." Han Tianming added, "Since you know nothing about the business, you'll have to start from the bottom. We've arranged a sales position for you. Sales is the best way to learn." Chapter 160, the second marriage contract is secured. Zhang Yu's forehead was filled with question marks. What's going on? Suddenly I have to go work in sales? Am I just looking for trouble? I'm Han Ying's tool, not the Han family's tool. Seeing Zhang Yu's surprised and confused expression, Han Xiong explained, "Han Ing has just started university, so she should focus on her studies. But you're different, you're just sitting around doing nothing, so why not get familiar with our family's business early?" Zhang Yu thought to himself, "I'm the top martial artist in Tianyun City, and I'm the president of the Martial Arts Association. You're actually making me do sales? Besides, how many people in the Han group don't know him? If he goes there, won't they treat him like a god? How will he get any experience?" Han Tianming seemed to notice his confusion and said, "We'll arrange for you to work in Linzhou City." Han Xiong added, "I've registered a company in Linzhou. I'm the legal representative, but the actual manager is one of my classmates. Aside from a few senior executives, no one knows it's connected to the Han group." Zhang Yu shook his head and politely declined, "I don't think I'm suited for sales work." He never had any intention of marrying Han Ing, okay? Han Tianming furrowed his brows, looking displeased. Han Xiong urged, "Give it a try. We don't really expect you to endure hardships. It's just to help you get familiar with the basic operations and improve your interpersonal skills." Han Tianming said firmly, "I've already rented an apartment for you in Linzhou City and arranged your job position. Get ready." Zhang Yu was furious. What does that mean? This isn't a discussion, it's an order? Han Xiong added, "Living expenses in Linzhou are higher than in our city. Besides your salary, I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan each month for living expenses." Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to bribe me with money?" Han Xiong asked, "Are you unwilling?" "I'm willing." Once he received the marriage contract from the Wen family, he had already planned to go to Linzhou City to find his next fiancée. It might be another long period of time, and he would need money for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Zhang Yu's change of attitude surprised Han Xiong. Zhang Yu thought to himself, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not going because of the money. I mainly want to gain some experience." He thought this was for the best. Leaving Tianyun City might gradually distance him from the Han family, especially Han Ing. By then, he could hand over the old man's letter and call off the engagement without any issues. After finalizing the plans, they finished the meal in a relatively pleasant mood. Zhang Yu then hurried to Wen Shiyun's house. He needed to get the marriage contract as soon as possible. Wen Shiyun was at the company. Zhang Yu called him, and when Shiyun said the marriage contract was in the storage room at home, he could find it himself. The storage room was quite large, about 30 square meters, crammed with items. Finding a marriage contract there was indeed troublesome. Fortunately, Zhang Yu was a cultivator and could use his spiritual perception to scan the area. A 30 square meter room was no problem for him to search thoroughly. Soon, he located the target, a wooden box in the farthest corner of the storage room. He moved the items piled on top of the wooden box, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for years. He opened the wooden box, which contained some old trinkets. The marriage contract was at the bottom. The marriage contract had yellowed, but fortunately, the patterns on the back were still somewhat clear. He immediately pieced the two marriage certificates together, but unfortunately, the patterns did not match. He took the marriage certificate back to his rented room, turned on his computer, and searched online maps, comparing them with the patterns on the back of the one family's marriage certificate, hoping to find some clues. After searching all afternoon, he found nothing. John Yu almost began to think that the map on the back of the marriage certificate didn't exist at all. Perhaps only by gathering all 9 marriage certificates could he find a clue. He could only comfort himself with that thought. In the evening, he practiced the supreme sensing technique, causing his spiritual energy to increase slightly, and also performed the mountain calling cauldron technique dozens of times. The next morning, Han Xiong called him early, saying that arrangements had been made in Linzhou and that a car would be sent to pick him up. John Yu packed his things and left early for the Yuyan Company. Although Linzhou was not far from Tianyun City, the round trip still took 5 or 6 hours, so he couldn't return frequently and needed to inform Wen Fuyao in advance. Wen Fuyao knew about Jiang Yu's other marriage arrangements and fully supported him. She also hoped he would end those engagements and marry her sooner. He then headed to the Han group. Just as Jiang Yu had left, an old man with white hair and beard approached Wen Fuyao. Jiang Yu set off for Linzhou City. The matters in Tianyun City were temporarily resolved, though not entirely as expected. At least he had obtained the 2 marriage contracts. The driver took him to Lijing Garden, where Han Tianming had rented an apartment for him. Han Xiong told him to stay there for now, buy some daily necessities, and her classmate would contact him later. The apartment was fully furnished and move-in ready, so Jiang Yu didn't need to buy much. The first thing he did after moving in was to call Lin Shi and tell her he had arrived in Linzhou City and was ready for treatment at any time. Lin Shitong knew he had rented an apartment in Linzhou and arranged to meet him there that evening. In the following days, Jiang Yu walked around the neighborhood, both to familiarize himself with the area and to see if he could find Tang Qingwu by chance. He had no luck. Linzhou City is 7 times the size of Tianyun City and has 10 times the population. He knew it wouldn't be easy to find Tang Qingwu. He gave himself 3 months to find her. If he couldn't find Tang Qingwu within 3 months, he would put it on hold for now and look for the next target. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shi arrived as scheduled. This time, she wasn't wearing a mask or sunglasses, as they were in a private residential area. She looked tired, as she had been extremely busy lately. The residential area wasn't a high-end one, and Jiang Yu's apartment was only about 80 square meters, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. After entering the house, Lin Shi dropped her bag and said, "You're living here? What's wrong with that? It's not bad, is it? As far as I know, you're the son-in-law of the Han family. Does being the son-in-law of the Han family mean you have to live in a high-end place? It seems your status in the Han family isn't very high." Lin Shi smiled indifferently and asked, "Which room are you staying in?" Jiang Yu led her into his bedroom. Since it was already the 3rd treatment, Lin Shi quickly removed her outer clothes and pants, lying calmly on the bed with her hands resting on her flat abdomen. Facing Jiang Yu, she no longer felt the awkwardness she had earlier. Jiang Yu disinfected the silver needles and began the treatment. Lin Shi asked, "Did I delay the treatment by not coming on time? Will it affect my condition?" Jiang Yu replied, "There will be some impact, but don't worry. I will stay in Linzhou City for a long time from now on and ensure that there are no further delays. I will completely cure your illness." Lin Shi nodded slightly, a faint blush spreading across her face. Chapter 161, Useless except for her appearance. Jiang Yu's unique massage techniques always made Lin Shi unable to control her emotions. She bit her lip and let out a faint moan. Making such sounds made her feel a bit embarrassed, so she tried to change the subject to ease the awkwardness. "Congratulations on becoming the top martial artist in Tianyun City." "Thank you, but it should be the top martial arts expert in Tianyun City," Jiang Yu corrected her. "What's the difference?" Jiang Yu thought to himself, "Of course there's a difference. Skilled cultivators are also called masters, but while he was unmatched in martial arts in Tianyun City, among cultivators, he was still at the bottom of the food chain." He didn't explain further, and Lin Shi asked again, "You rented a place in Linzhou. Are you planning to stay here long term? Within 3 months, I suppose. What brings you to Linzhou?" "To find a job to support myself." He didn't mention the matter of searching for his fiancée. Lin Shi smiled lightly, "You're quite the joker. With the Han family's vast fortune, do you really need to find a job yourself?" Jiang Yusen thought to himself, "This is the job the Han family arranged for me. If it weren't for the subsidy, if it weren't for the chance to gain some experience, I wouldn't have come. You said it's the Han family's business. After all, I'm not part of the Han family yet." Lin Shi smiled without comment, then paused before saying, "Our sales department is already in talks with Yuyan Company." "I know. I'll thank her for you." "She should thank you. I'm a bit confused. You're clearly the Han family's son-in-law, so why are you so concerned about Wen Fuyao's matter? As far as I know, you're not related to the Wen family, are you?" How could I answer that? Should I say that Wen Fuyao is actually my fiancé whom I've already acknowledged?" He chose to remain silent. Lin Shi didn't press the issue further and naturally changed the subject. The treatment concluded pleasantly with a simple conversation, leaving Lin Shi feeling unsatisfied. Before leaving, Lin Shi told him that if he encountered any difficulties in Linzhou, he could seek her help. Jiang Yu casually agreed, but didn't he feel he needed her help? After a night's rest, at 9 o'clock the next morning, an unfamiliar number called Jiang Yu's phone. I'm Yang Yu, the general manager of Shanshui Company and a classmate of Han Xiong. Your job has been arranged. I'll send you the address shortly. Just go directly to the HR manager to report for duty. The voice was mechanical, showing no sign of warmth despite Jiang Yu being the future son-in-law of the Han family. Soon, he received a text message from Yang Yu, which included the address of Shanshui Company and instructed him to report for duty before 10:30 a.m. The text also reminded him that once he arrived at Shanshui Company, he was no longer the Han family's future son-in-law but just an ordinary employee. He was told to recognize his position and not assume that his connection to the Han family would grant him any special treatment. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. This young general manager seemed pretty strict. There was nothing he could do. Since he had taken Han Xiong's money, he had to do as he was told. Han Xiong had already paid him a month's salary and allowance in advance, totaling 14,000 yuan. Jiang Yu slipped into a casual suit, checked himself in the mirror, and left satisfied. Shanshui Company was not far from Legion Garden, just 2 streets away, a 10-minute walk. At the company's front desk, he saw the company profile and learned that Shanshui Company specializes in medical device sales. He went to the HR department, as it had been arranged by Yang Yu personally. The HR manager had him fill out the necessary forms and contracts, then had an assistant take him to the sales department. The sales department had only a few people left, as most were out on business calls. Mr. Miao, this is the new employee. Please assign him a task. The sales department manager was Miao Jian, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, broad shoulders, and a well-fed appearance. Miao Jian was drinking tea in his office. He glanced at Jiang Yu and asked curiously, "We don't need any new employees in the sales department recently." The assistant explained, "Mr. Li said we need to expand our business, so we'll be hiring 2 more salespeople in the near future." "Alright, I'll take care of it." He beckoned Jiang Yu to come in. Jiang Yu stood at the desk and Miao Jian scrutinized him from head to toe, commenting, "You have a decent appearance. In sales, looks are also an advantage. By the way, which university did you graduate from?" "I didn't go to university." "Do you have any work experience?" "No." "No education and no work experience? Are we supposed to teach you from scratch?" Miao Jian was clearly displeased, thinking to himself, what kind of people are we hiring? He is good for nothing except his looks. If Jiang Yu knew what Miao Jian was thinking about him, he would definitely give him a thumbs up in agreement. That's right, he is good looking but otherwise useless. Miao Jian fell silent for a moment, then called out, "Is Xiao Wu here?" A young woman in her mid-20s quickly ran over and replied, "Manager Miao, Xiao Wu isn't here. She's out on a business trip." Miao Jian said, "It seems like the sales department only has Xiao Wu without a partner, right? Many salespeople work in pairs to improve efficiency." The girl said, "Mr. Miao, you know that Xiao Wu has always disliked working with others. She's so eccentric that she's scared away 7 or 8 partners already." Miao Jian said, "There's no one else available now. He's the new employee in the sales department. Tell Xiao Wu to take him under her wing." Manager Miao, "But what is this? Just go." The girl nodded and said to Jiang Yu, "Come with me." The girl led Jiang Yu to a workstation and said, "You'll be working here from now on. Xiao Wu is sitting next to you. If you need help with any paperwork or reports, feel free to ask her. Of course, you can also ask me. My name is Lu Shanshan." Lu Shanshan was quite friendly toward Jiang Yu. After all, she was a girl, and Jiang Yu was someone who was handsome but otherwise had nothing else going for him. "Thank you." Jiang Yu shook hands with her. Lu Shanshan said, "I've already messaged Xiao Wu to come back. You'll be following her on business from now on. She's a bit eccentric, so don't take her random comments to heart, and don't let her scare you." Jiang Yu asked curiously, "You just said she has already scared off 7 or 8 partners. What is going on?" Lu Shanshan explained, "We're in medical device sales, so we have to visit hospitals all the time. Xiao Wu is a good person in every way, but she is superstitious. Every time we go to the hospital, she talks about ghosts being everywhere and describes them in detail, making it sound very real. We can handle it when we occasionally run into her, but her colleagues have it worse. Several of them were so scared by her that they developed mental health issues." Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. If that's the case, why not fire her? Well, Lu Shanshan looked around nervously before lowering her voice. First, Xiao Wu's performance has always met the standards. Second, she's quite pitiful, and no one has the heart to fire her. Chapter 162, Xiao Wu. Can't bear to? How pitiful must she be to still not get fired even after losing 7 partners to Huahua? Meeting performance targets? Sorry, but a company like this probably doesn't lack people who meet performance targets. She is not the top salesperson, after all. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "How is she pitiful?" Xiao Wu could have gone to a prestigious university. 5 years ago, she was on a family trip when they were involved in a car accident. Her grandparents and parents all died in the accident, leaving her alone and destitute. Due to the family tragedy, she barely finished high school and had to drop out to start working. At her age, she should be enjoying the beauty of youth in college. It was clear that Lu Shanshan felt deeply sorry for Xiaowu. Such a tragic fate was indeed heartbreaking. 20 minutes later, when Jiang Yu saw Xiaowu, his feelings of pity grew even deeper. Xiaowu wasn't very tall, about a head shorter than Jiang Yu. She was wearing a business suit with a cloth bag tied around her waist. Her hair was smooth and flowing, and beneath her French bangs was a delicate face with eyes that resembled two crescent moons. Delicate and adorable, that was the first impression Xiaowu gave. Such a beautiful girl, having suffered such a tragedy, who could not feel sympathy for her? However, Xiaowu's face bore a faint smile, with not a trace of the sadness one might expect after such a traumatic event. Moreover, she did not seem like someone difficult to get along with. Shan Jia. Xiaowu greets Lu Shanshan enthusiastically. What did you call me here for, Shanshan? Jiang Yu's face was filled with confusion. Lu Shanshan leaned over and whispered, Xiaowu is usually very cheerful, but every time she goes to the hospital for business, she's like a different person. Never mind, you'll see for yourself later. She smiled at Xiaowu and introduced, Xiaowu, this is our new colleague. What's your name again? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled and introduced himself. Xiaowu also smiled warmly at her. Hello, I'm Xiaowu. Lu Shanshan said to her, Xiaowu, Manager Miao said he's the only one without a partner, so he'll be following you on business calls. Make sure to take good care of him. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's smile froze instantly, and she said sternly, why are you assigning me a partner? Sanni, you know I know, but this is Manager Miao's decision. I'll go talk to him. Don't bother. Miao Jian stood at the office door, watching her. You're a company employee, you must follow your superior's instructions. Xiaowu sighed and looked at Jiang Yu. I hope you can hold on. I have a business meeting to attend. Would you like to come with me? Lu Shanshan kept giving him subtle glances, signaling him not to go. Today was Jiang Yu's first day on the job. He could use the time to familiarize himself with the business processes and product introductions. Why follow Xiaowu and get into trouble? But Jiang Yu agreed readily. After Jiang Yu and Xiaowu went downstairs, Lu Shanshan looked at Miao Jian with a lingering gaze and asked, Manager, why did you insist on assigning him to Xiaowu? Miao Jian replied with a dark expression, I didn't see any of his records before he arrived. HR just handed him over to me. Do they think I'm a fool? I deliberately assigned him to Xiaowu. If he can't handle it, he should just quit. Lu Shanshan looked pitying. The sales department had finally gotten a handsome guy, yet he wasn't even favored by the manager. She thought Miao Jian was probably jealous of how good-looking he was. There was a dumpling shop downstairs, and Xiaowu took Jiang Yu to buy soy milk and dumplings. Xiaowu was very familiar with the dumpling shop owner, and they greeted each other warmly. The owner even joked, asking if Jiang Yu was her boyfriend. Jiang Yu thought Xiaowu was a very cheerful person. He couldn't imagine how such a petite, cute, and kind-hearted girl could have scared away his partner. He was actually eager to go to the hospital with Xiaowu to promote their product. Xiaowu handed Jiang Yu a cup of soy milk. Here, it's on me. Jiang Yu waved his hand. It's already 10 o'clock, haven't you had breakfast yet? Xiaowu took a sip of soy milk and said casually, I came straight to the office after waking up. I didn't have time for breakfast. Jiang Yu was surprised. Didn't Sandy just say you were already out on a sales call? Xiaowu replied in a condescending tone, You've never worked in sales before, have you? Everyone says that when they're late. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, looking like he'd learned something. Come with me. Xiaowu held a bun in one hand and soy milk in the other, striding forward briskly. Jiang Yu followed behind and asked, Which hospital are we going to today? Xiaowu looked at Jiang Yu in surprise and asked, Did Sandy tell you about me? She mentioned it briefly. Xiaowu was even more surprised. Jiang Yu was the first person to ask her which hospital she was going to. Previously, her colleagues had avoided her like the plague. She shook her head. We're not going to the hospital today. I have a meeting with the procurement manager at a cafe. Jiang Yu felt a bit disappointed and continued, Then when can we go to the hospital to make the sales pitch? Xiaowu's crescent-shaped eyes were filled with question marks. Why was he more anxious than she was? She said softly, I won't be going for a few days. Why not? Is it because you've met your sales targets? Xiaowu, you need to have goals and aspirations in life. You can't just slack off once you've met your targets. Xiaowu glanced at him. It has nothing to do with performance. Then what's the reason? Because of you, she mumbled while eating, her words muffled. You finally gave me a partner, so I have to stay with you a few more days. Jiang Yu was surprised. From her words, she still wanted a partner. He said, When Sanni introduced you to me earlier, I thought you didn't like working with a partner. Of course not. Xiaowu stuffed the last dumpling into her mouth, took a sip of soy milk, and said, 2 people working together are more efficient. You know the saying, men and women working together make light work, right? Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. If she wanted a partner, why did she have to scare hers away? At 10:30, they took a taxi to Sinew Cafe. The person she had arranged to meet was Eun Ji, the head of the procurement department at Renha Hospital in Linzhou City, in his early 40s, with a crew cut and a square face. As Xiao Wu entered the cafe, Eun Ji's eyes immediately locked onto her. The look in his eyes was practically screaming, "I want you." Niao Jian was right. Appearance was an advantage for salespeople. With Xiao Wu's looks, she wouldn't have any trouble meeting her sales targets. Xiao Wu smiled as she walked over and shook hands with Eun Ji. "Mr. Eun, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. This is my partner, Zhang Yu." "Zhang Yu, this is Eun Ji, the procurement director of Renha Hospital." Zhang Yu smiled and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Eun." However, Mr. Eun kept a stern expression, clearly displeased by Zhang Yu's arrival, as if Zhang Yu might ruin his plans. Chapter 163. Do you believe in ghost hunting? After sitting down, Xiao Wu got straight to the point. "Director Eun, how about the replacement of the stethoscopes and surgical knives for the hospital we discussed last time? I assure you that the price I'm offering is the best in the industry." Eun Shi glanced at Zhang Yu and said in a low voice, "I'm still going through the procedures for this matter. Xiao Wu, I have something urgent to attend to. Let's discuss this another time." Eun Shi stood up and left. "Wait, Mr. Eun, aren't you supposed to be off today?" "Sorry, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I'll schedule a separate meeting with you later." With that, he walked away without looking back. Xiao Wu sat down angrily and said, "What a waste of my time." Zhang Yu said he didn't have an urgent matter. He clearly had something he couldn't say with me around. "Xiao Wu, I think he was looking at you strangely." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. "Do you think I don't know? You know and you still. What can I do? I need to eat. Besides, letting people look won't make me lose any meat." Zhang Yu agreed with that, but he was certain that Eun Ji's intentions were far from just looking. "Xiao Wu, if I hadn't been here today, I think he might have taken advantage of the situation." Xiao Wu shrugged indifferently. "I've been in sales for 2 years. I've seen this kind of thing before. I can handle it." "All right." Zhang Yu shrugged. Since Xiao Wu had been working for 2 years and always managed to handle things on her own, there wasn't much else he could say. After finishing his coffee, Zhang Yu said, "Since we couldn't come to an agreement with Eun Ji, why don't we try other hospitals?" Xiao Wu said, "You just started today. Do you really need to be so dedicated? Let's go." She stood up and left. Zhang Yu quickly followed her and asked, "Where are we going?" "Going home to sleep." "Go home to sleep?" Zhang Yu joked, "Your home or mine? Isn't that moving a bit too fast? What are you thinking? We'll each go home, and we'll clock out at the office in the afternoon." Xiao Wu walked away confidently and soon disappeared into the crowd. Zhang Yu was taken aback. This work attitude was a bit too casual, wasn't it? Zhang Yu suddenly stopped feeling sorry for her. However, after spending a short time with her, he began to doubt Lu Shanshan's words. Xiao Wu wasn't as mysterious as she had made her out to be. Pretty normal, actually. Forget about it. Let's focus on the important stuff. Xiao Wu wasn't working, so he wasn't either. His main purpose for coming to Linzhou City was to find Tang Qingwu. He followed his usual method, searching on his own while posting online to find her. However, it was extremely difficult. She only knew her name and roughly estimated Tang Qingwu's age to be between 15 and 23. The old man had arranged a marriage for him, so the other party's age couldn't be too different from his. After searching all afternoon with no results, he returned to the company to clock out at 6 o'clock and encountered Xiao Wu downstairs. Xiao Wu had changed into a different outfit, jeans paired with a black and white knit sweater with a high neckline, and still had a cloth bag hanging from her waist. Xiao Wu merely greeted him without saying anything else. Most of the sales department colleagues were waiting to clock out. As soon as the clock struck, everyone clocked out and left, leaving only 7 people behind. This was Zhang Yu's team, consisting of 6 members and a team leader. 3 men and 3 women, including Lu Shanshan, who was also in their group. The team leader was Yuan Chuan, a young man in his 30s. He had kept the team members behind to introduce Zhang Yu to the others and to plan a welcome party for him, essentially, a group outing for a meal. "Xiao Wu, there's a new member joining today, and she is your partner. You must go." Yuan Chuan specifically reminded Xiao Wu, as he knew she usually didn't go out to eat with colleagues, especially in the evenings. However, Xiao Wu didn't give her new partner the courtesy of attending. "Sorry, I have plans tonight." "You always say you have plans in the evening. What could it be? Do you believe in ghost hunting?" Everyone's expressions changed, and Yuan Chuan frowned and said, "Here we go again. Don't be so superstitious, okay?" Xiao Wu said, "Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they don't exist. It's perfectly normal for ordinary people to not be able to see those spiritual entities." Lu Shanshan and the others whispered, "Look, she's starting with her supernatural nonsense again. It's normal for ordinary people not to believe her, but Zhang Yu does. There are cultivators in the world, so it's natural that souls exist." But Xiao Wu said she could catch ghosts, and he didn't believe her. He guessed she wouldn't be much different from when she went to Jiangmen Ghost Village with Han Ying and the others. Xiao Wu didn't bother to explain further. She punched out and hurriedly left. Compared to her enthusiasm earlier that morning, she now seemed rather indifferent. Yuan Chuan said, Xiaowu is just that kind of person. With such a major family tragedy, everyone should understand. Zhang Yu said, since Xiaowu isn't going, let's just skip it this time. We can gather together another time when we have the chance. Lu Shanchan said, if you want her to come along, I doubt it'll happen until the day you quit your job. Zhang Yu said, I don't think she's the type to be unsociable. She probably really has something going on. She gets along so well with the owner of the dumpling shop downstairs. How could she be unsociable? Yuan Chuan said, Zhang Yu, since you want Xiaowu to come along, this honorable yet challenging task is yours. You're her partner and spend the most time with her. Speaking of which, since Xiaowu joined Yuan Chuan's team, they've never had a group dinner with everyone present. Because Xiaowu is always busy. Zhang Yu felt a strong curiosity toward Xiaowu and rushed downstairs to see what she was up to. But she was moving quickly, and by the time Zhang Yu got downstairs, she was already gone. Zhang Yu could only return to Lijiang Garden, continuing his search for someone in Linzhou City while also keeping up with his training. His plan was to work during the day while searching for her, as sales involved a lot of running around, which didn't conflict with his search. At night, he would focus on his cultivation, gradually improving his cultivation level using the Supreme method, while also practicing the mountain-moving cauldron, aiming to achieve mastery as soon as possible. The night passed quietly. In the morning, Zhang Yu had breakfast downstairs and rushed to the company to clock in. On the way, he flipped through the posts he had posted, but there were no replies yet. He thought to himself, why do people in Linzhou City seem so unenthusiastic? Back when he was searching for Wenfuyou in Tianyun City, his post had received quite a few replies. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yu clocked in and stood in a row with his colleagues in the sales department office area. This was the morning meeting, nothing special, just a summary of yesterday's work and some slogans. He noticed that Xiaowu wasn't there, so he asked Lu Shanchan, where's Xiaowu? Lu Shanchan said, Xiaowu is often late. But don't mention it to anyone. If anyone asks, just say she's out meeting a client. Zhang Yu guessed she was probably still sleeping. What a lack of professionalism. Even someone like me, who got this job through connections just to gain experience, shows up on time, and she's sleeping in at home. However, when he saw everyone in the groups clapping and stomping their feet while shouting slogans, he began to understand Xiaowu a bit. He decided he wouldn't come to the morning meeting anymore. Chapter 164, Did you go steal cows last night? Zhang Yu and Xiaowu were partners, and he wasn't familiar with any of the business, so he could only wait for Xiaowu to come. After the morning meeting, the sales department colleagues gradually left, leaving only a few people behind, all women, pointing and whispering about Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu faintly heard words like, he's so handsome. So he decided to stay in the office a little longer instead of calling Xiaowu in a hurry. Lu Shanchan gave him Xiaowu's phone number before leaving and kindly asked if he wanted to go with her to familiarize himself with the business. Zhang Yu politely declined. Although he didn't approve of Xiaowu's work attitude, he believed that being with her was the most freeing, allowing him to focus on his own tasks. If he went out with Lu Shanchan and the others, he'd probably end up running himself ragged. Speaking of which, his work attitude was even more lackluster than Xiaowu's. At least she managed to meet her monthly targets every month. Zhang Yu, on the other hand? If he keeps this up, he'll only last 3 months on the no performance-based salary before he is out the door. He doesn't deserve any sympathy. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xiaowu finally arrived late, still wearing a smile on her face. Her 2 crescent-shaped eyes looked beautiful when she smiled. However, she had dark circles under her eyes today, indicating she hadn't gotten much rest last night. Hi, good morning. She greeted Zhang Yu enthusiastically, then took some documents from her desk and put them into her briefcase. Zhang Yu noticed that Xiaowu was wearing a business suit, with that cloth bag still hanging from her waist. This piqued his curiosity. It's still early. If you'd come any later, you'd be ready for lunch. Let us not talk about lunch yet. Let us go downstairs for breakfast. I'll treat you? Thanks, but I've already eaten. Xiaowu took the documents and left. Zhang Yu followed her downstairs. She bought soy milk and fried dough sticks at the dumpling shop as usual. The shop owner joked with her, Xiaowu, I think your colleague is pretty handsome. You two would make a good match. Have you? No way. Xiaowu cut the shopkeeper off. I'm in the prime of my career right now. I'm not thinking about love. Oh, by the way, Mrs. Shopkeeper, I remember you have a daughter in her 20s, right? Why don't you introduce her to Zhang Yu? He is so handsome, your daughter would definitely like him. What are you talking about? My daughter is still in college. University doesn't have a rule against dating. Go on, go on. Here, take these buns. Hurry up and leave. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, was speechless. What is going on? Do they think I'm just a bystander? They're being so polite to each other. At least ask my opinion first. Xiaowu took the 2 free buns and walked away happily, as if she had found a treasure. Zhang Yu followed her and asked, Are you going to the hospital today? Xiaowu shot him a sideways glance. Why are you always thinking about going to the hospital? Zhang Yu replied, We work in medical device sales. Of course we have to visit hospitals for business. Not today. Again? Are you not planning to let me get familiar with the business? I have something to do today. Dr. Ian invited me to lunch. We need to close this deal today. Once we get this deal, I'll meet my monthly target and I'll have the rest of the month free. So you don't care about me? Just leave me to fend for myself? Oh, I forgot I have a partner now. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue cutely, then said, "Oh, you just started, there's no performance review yet, don't worry." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "I suddenly realize why you don't have a partner." Xiaowu patted his shoulder. "Come on, stop messing around. If it comes down to it, I'll share some of my performance metrics with you from Director Ian." Jiang Yu said, "That's probably not possible." "Why not? Where partners are, performance can be shared freely. Do you think Director Ian would sign a deal with you if I showed up at a dinner meeting? He invited you alone, he clearly doesn't want me there." Xiaowu looked at him in confusion. "You don't seem like someone without sales experience." Jiang Yu shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. He had no sales experience, but that didn't mean he lacked experience in reading people. He had traveled all over the country with his old man and dealt with plenty of people. Xiaowu led Jiang Yu to a tea house and ordered casually 2 cups of snowflake tea. The waitress glanced at Jiang Yu and asked with a smile, "Xiaowu, is that your boyfriend?" "Just a colleague." After saying that, Xiaowu found a private booth, set an alarm, and fell asleep. Jiang Yu looked at her in surprise. He was certain that Xiaowu was a regular here and often took naps here. He really wanted to ask, "Did you go out to steal cows at night?" After the waitress brought 2 cups of tea, Jiang Yu quietly approached the front desk and asked, "Hello, I'm Xiaowu's colleague, Jiang Yu. I was wondering if Xiaowu often comes here to sleep?" The waitress replied, "Every now and then." Jiang Yu asked, "Do you know why she always sleeps here?" The waitress said, "The company is too far from her home, and staying at a hotel is too expensive. Here, you can sleep all morning for just 15 yuan a cup of tea." No, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering if you know what she does at night since you seem to know her well." "I don't know. We're just acquaintances, we're not close enough to know each other well. But there's something I should remind you about." "What is that?" "Xiaowu has brought about 7 colleagues to our tea house over the past 2 years, but none of them lasted more than 2 weeks. If you really want to work at Shanshui Company, you'd better find a different partner." Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid Xiaowu in the next booth would hear. She leaned in closer and whispered, "I'm not saying anything bad about Xiaowu. She is a nice person, but maybe she is a bit difficult to work with." She gave Jiang Yu a knowing look and said slowly, "Sis is mainly looking at your good looks, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Why don't we add each other on WeChat? That way, you can let me know in advance when you're coming, and I'll save you a spot." So that's the real reason. No wonder she was so kind to remind him. He took another look at the waitress's appearance and waved his hand, saying, "No need. I'm not really into tea. Hey, don't leave. Our tea house also serves meals and has card games." Jiang Yu walked into the private room, and the waitress didn't follow to ask for his WeChat. Xiaowu was already snoring lightly, looking like she was sleeping soundly. Jiang Yu was curious, what had she been up to all night? Night, music and song? With her circumstances, that is not possible. Of course, Jiang Yu was referring to her financial situation. Working part-time at night to earn extra money? That doesn't make sense either. With her work attitude, she'd have to be crazy to take on a part-time job. He stared at the cloth bag on Xiaowu's waist, eager to see what was inside. With his skills, he could easily check what was in the bag without Xiaowu noticing, but he felt that prying into someone else's privacy was disrespectful. He'd better wait until she wakes up and ask her directly. Chapter 165, Not an Accident. Xiaowu slept until noon, waking up as soon as the alarm rang. She sat up, yawned, and said with her crescent-shaped eyes, "You're still here?" According to their usual routine, his partner would either go out on a business trip or return to the office after he fell asleep. No one waited for her like Jiang Yu did. Jiang Yu said calmly, "I'm waiting for you to take me to familiarize myself with the business." "Oomph." Xiaowu snorted, as if she had seen through him, and said, "If you wanted to familiarize yourself with the business, would you be waiting here all this time?" Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Xiaowu checked the time, stood up, and said, "Let's go eat." Yingji had already reserved a private room, just for him and Xiaowu. Jiang Yu knew that if he were alone, he wouldn't be able to sign the bill, but out of concern for Xiaowu's safety, he followed along. However, he waited in the lobby and ordered a plate of fried rice. When Xiaowu entered the private room, Yingji immediately broke into a smile, as Xiaowu had come alone. Yingji carefully closed the door, peeked out, and knocked before feeling at ease. He also instructed the waitstaff not to enter without his permission. Everyone could see through his intentions. Although Jiang Yu was in the lobby, everything happening in the private room was clearly detected by his spiritual perception. At the large round table, Yingji sat down next to Xiaowu and reached out to touch her hair, asking lewdly, "Xiaowu, your hair is so smooth. What brand of shampoo do you use?" Jiang Yu cursed under his breath in the hall. He's already making a move? Yingji? Why not just call yourself Yinjiping? Fortunately, he only touched Xiaowu's hair. Xiao Wu didn't resist or refuse, instead smiling sweetly and saying, "If Director Yin likes it, I'll give you a bottle someday. Then I'll have to thank you in advance. Mr. Yin is too kind. I still rely on you for my orders." "No problem, no problem. I invited you here today specifically to discuss this matter." Xiao Wu took the documents out of her briefcase and looked at him with her big, watery eyes. "Mr. Yin, shall we sign the contract first?" Those little eyes, who could resist them? No wonder she can sleep all day and still meet her monthly targets. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Thankfully, they were at a restaurant, and he managed to maintain a shred of self-control, otherwise, he would have pounced on Xiao Wu like a wild beast. Ji's lustful gaze was unhidden, but Xiao Wu had seen it all before and remained composed. She immediately opened the bottle of wine on the table and said to Ji, "Mr. Yin, I'll stay with you until we're both drunk tonight." Ji's eyes lit up. She was actually offering herself? He was overjoyed. "Ha, great. If you get me drunk today, I'll sign the contract right here. But Mr. Yin must keep your word." Xiao Wu gave him a cute smile, her crescent-shaped eyes fluttering twice, and Ji's legs went weak. He couldn't control himself and slowly reached out a hand toward Xiao Wu's leg. In the hall, Jiang Yu clenched his fists tightly. If Ji's hand dared to touch Xiao Wu's leg, he would definitely charge in and beat him up. Xiao Wu remained smiling, but she slipped aside like a fish and brought over 2 wine glasses. Ji reluctantly withdrew his hand. He wasn't in a hurry. Once Xiao Wu was drunk and unconscious, he could do whatever he wanted. So he raised his wine glass and said to Xiao Wu, "Here's to a smooth deal. I'll drink first." He downed the 2 ounces of liquor in one gulp. That was white wine. Xiao Wu said weakly, "Mr. Yin, I don't drink well. Is this too much?" Director Yin's face darkened. "What's the matter? Are you not giving me face? Don't you want to sign the contract?" Xiao Wu looked distressed, with a conflicted expression. After a few seconds, she picked up her glass and said, "Well, I'll drink to your health then." Watching Xiao Wu down the glass in one gulp, Ji's smile grew wider and wider. "It's better if she can't hold her liquor, otherwise, how would I get my way?" During the meal, little food was eaten, but 3 bottles of wine were consumed. An hour later, Xiao Wu walked into the hall triumphantly, waving the contract at Jiang Yu. It already bore Ji's signature. "It's done." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed red, and she reeked of alcohol. Jiang Yu raised his thumb in approval. Impressive drinking ability. He hadn't expected Xiao Wu to be such a heavy drinker, getting Ji so drunk that his fantasies shattered the moment he collapsed face first onto the table. This contract was signed by Ji while he was in a state of semi-consciousness, thanks to Xiao Wu. This is her tactic. The client wanted to get her drunk to take advantage of her, but little did he know that she also wanted to get him drunk to sign the contract and then walk away unscathed. She won. Xiao Wu's drinking capacity exceeded Jiang Yu's imagination. She drank 1.5 bottles of baijiu. Though she reeked of alcohol, she remained surprisingly lucid. However, under the influence of alcohol, Xiao Wu became a bit excited. She tapped Jiang Yu on the arm and said, "I didn't go to the welcome dinner yesterday, so I'll make it up to you today. Let's go somewhere else, and I'll drink with you some more." She put the contract into her briefcase, gave Jiang Yu a bright smile, and said, "I'll treat you." Without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, she grabbed his arm and started walking. At a street-side food stall, the two ordered a few dishes and a case of beer. She downed one glass after another. She had already drunk 1.5 bottles of baijiu, and now she was drinking so much beer. Mixing the 2 types of alcohol was a surefire way to get drunk. But Jiang Yu couldn't stop her. It seemed like she was intentionally trying to get drunk. Gradually, Xiao Wu's mental state began to deteriorate. She was no longer as lucid as before, though she kept smiling, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable sadness. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a deep sympathy for her again. What was once a happy and harmonious family now left her alone. Though she greeted everyone with a smile every day, only she knew how much pain and loneliness she felt inside. Jiang Yu suddenly understood why she had been sleeping at the tea house. "Jiang Yu, over the past 2 years, the manager has given me many partners, but you're the one I like the most. You must keep going." Her words were already becoming unclear. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. "You have the nerve to say that? All your partners quit because of you, didn't they? How dare you tell me to keep going? Speaking of which, how did you scare away all your partners?" Jiang Yu asked, "When are we finally going to the hospital for business?" Xiao Wu stared at him, then suddenly grinned. "Hee, I've already met my sales target for this month, so I don't have to go to the hospital for business." "What about me?" "You don't have to go either. You're just starting out, so you can still get the base salary." Jiang Yu felt there was something wrong with her thinking and said, "Xiao Wu, your family had an accident, so I can understand your unusual behavior, but..." Jiang Yu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He noticed that Xiao Wu had suddenly snapped out of it, staring at him with a cold, icy gaze. Her teeth clenched, she slowly uttered a few words. "It wasn't an accident." Chapter 166, Mental Issues. Not an accident? Jiang Yu was stunned. Could it be murder? For innocent lives lost, if it were murder, it would have caused a huge stir. Why would Lu Shanshan lie and say it was an accident? Just as Jiang Yu was about to ask for an explanation, Xiao Wu had already collapsed on the table and fallen asleep. He looked over and saw that the box of wine was almost empty, with only 2 bottles left. They sure drank that fast. He paid the bill, took Xiaowu back to the tea house they had visited that morning, and let her rest there for the rest of the afternoon. When it was time to clock out, Xiaowu was still asleep. Jiang Yu returned to the company alone and retrieved the contract for Xiaowu. Team leader Yuan Xuan asked him where Xiaowu was. Jiang Yu explained that Xiaowu had gotten drunk while trying to sign a contract and was still asleep. He handed the contract to Yuan Xuan, who smiled broadly. Xiaowu was really capable. Jiang Yu, as her partner, you must take good care of her. Tell her I'll explain her situation to the attendance department and her wages 1T be deducted. In sales, as long as you have results, the boss will protect you. You don't even need to clock in or out. Colleagues were leaving one by one, but Lu Shanshan was still working overtime. Team leader Yuan Xuan asked her to input some data. Jiang Yu found Lu Shanshan and asked, Shan, I have a question. Why did Xiaowu say her family's death wasn't an accident? Lu Shanshan replied calmly, just listen to her. She's always insisted it wasn't an accident. But 5 years ago, the police reported it as an accident. It's best not to mention this in front of her to avoid upsetting her. This left Jiang Yu puzzled. When Xiaowu said it wasn't an accident, she didn't seem like she was lying, and he was certain that Xiaowu was lucid, at least in that moment. Lu Shanshan asked, you still don't believe me? Do you think I'm lying? Shan, that's not what I meant. Enough. I'll find the video for you to watch yourself. Lu Shanshan found the news report from back then on her computer, and the footage of Xiaowu's family's accident had been captured by surveillance cameras. It happened on a smooth road. The car was moving steadily, but suddenly accelerated and crashed into the guardrail, flipping several times. The police report stated that the accident was likely caused by the driver being fatigued and failing to control the vehicle's speed. From the footage, it did indeed appear that way. Additionally, according to the only survivor, Xiaowu, there had been no arguments inside the car before the accident. So this was an accident. But why does Xiaowu insist it wasn't an accident? Could there be more to the story? Lu Shanshan wasn't lying, but Xiaowu didn't seem like she was either. With these questions in mind, Jiang Yu returned to the tea house, but Xiaowu had already left. Jiang Yu called her, but she didn't answer. He called Lu Shanshan again and asked for Xiaowu's home address. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yu took a taxi to an old residential area where the walls were covered in ivy. Xiaowu lived in Unit 1, Apartment 301. Jiang Yu went upstairs and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Just then, an old woman came downstairs, glanced at Jiang Yu, and asked, looking for Xiaowu? Jiang Yu nodded. The old lady said, go back. Xiaowu isn't here. She goes out every night and usually doesn't come back until around 4 or 5 in the morning. Jiang Yu asked curiously, Grandma, what does Xiaowu do every night? The old lady shook her head sympathetically and said, the child had an accident and it affected her mentally. For a while after it happened, she kept insisting on going to find her grandfather. You know, the person is dead, where could she possibly go? What happened later? Later, she stopped arguing. During the day, she went to school and worked normally, but every night she would go out. Though she didn't say anything, we all knew she was still looking for her grandfather. The old lady sighed, descending the stairs with a look of regret. Such a beautiful girl. If only her mind hadn't been affected, she could have married well and lived a comfortable life. Jiang Yu was even more confused. Mental issues? As a renowned doctor, Jiang Yu couldn't detect any mental issues with Xiaowu. She was just a bit eccentric, friendly and smiling in the morning, but cold and distant after work. Jiang Yu grew even more curious, eager to uncover the mystery surrounding her. Unfortunately, he couldn't find Xiaowu at the moment. He didn't rush back to Legion Garden but instead walked alone on the street, looking around in all directions, hoping for a stroke of luck that might lead him to Xiaowu. He didn't find Xiaowu, but he did come across the old woman who had sold him the 1,000-year-old red ginseng earlier. The old woman was selling 2 baskets of walnuts by the roadside, all dried. These are walnuts from our own farm in the countryside. They're delicious. Why not buy some? The old woman watched the passers-by, muttering to herself, but business was slow. Jiang Yu was puzzled. The old woman's granddaughter should be receiving treatment at the Tianyun City Hospital. Why was she here selling walnuts? He walked over, knelt down, and looked at the old woman. She hurriedly said, young man, would you like to buy some walnuts? I'll give you a good price. Jiang Yu said, do you remember me, old lady? You. The old woman paused for a moment, then said excitedly, you're the one who bought my ginseng. She immediately took out a plastic bag and filled it with walnuts for Jiang Yu. Take them. I won't charge you. Jiang Yu refused repeatedly but eventually accepted. He asked with concern, Grandma, has your granddaughter's illness gotten better? Suddenly, tears welled up in the old woman's eyes, and she was overcome with sorrow. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, it hasn't been cured? The old woman said, a hospital in Tianyun City said my granddaughter's leg couldn't be saved and would have to be amputated. She's so young, how could we bear to let her lose a leg? Later, the doctor suggested we transfer to another hospital, saying the medical facilities in Linzhou City were better and there might be a chance. So we transferred to the People's Hospital in Linzhou City, but. As she spoke, tears streamed down the old woman's face. Grandma, please don't cry. What happened? The old woman wiped her tears with her withered hands. We did transfer her here, but the doctors here also said they can't save my granddaughter's leg. What kind of karma have I accumulated? Why isn't it me who has to have the leg amputated? Poor thing, my granddaughter. John, you put the walnuts back into the basket. Grandma, didn't I save my number in your phone earlier? I know, I remember everything. I had planned to thank you properly once my granddaughter was cured, but I never expected things to turn out this way. Mother-in-law, what I meant was, I told you before that if the hospital couldn't cure your granddaughter, you could come to me. Why didn't you call me? The old woman looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Call him? The hospital experts all said there was no cure. What good would calling him do? The old woman hadn't taken his words to heart at the time, because she didn't know that Jiang Yu was the little miracle doctor from Bokishan. Chapter 167, I'll cure you for free. Jiang Yu wasn't a heartless person. Back then, he felt guilty for buying the old woman his 1,000-year-old red ginseng for 10,000 yuan, so he gave her his phone number. Now that he had encountered her in Linzhou City, he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If he could cure the old woman's granddaughter's legs, then he could eat the 1,000-year-old red thread ginseng with a clear conscience. Grandma, come on, let me take a look at your granddaughter. But what about these walnuts? The medical expenses in Linzhou City are high, and the old woman's family isn't well off, so they brought some walnuts they grew at home in Tianyun to sell, as a way to supplement their living expenses. I have several colleagues who really love walnuts. They say they're good for the brain. I've already bought some to give them tomorrow. Jiang Yu told a small lie, and the old woman was very grateful. Then, I'll sell them to you at half price. On the way to the hospital, the old woman told her about her granddaughter. The old woman's original surname was Chen. She had lost her husband in middle age and had a son who worked away from home. At home, there were only herself, her daughter-in-law Zhou Fang, and her granddaughter Shi Tingting. Their family was not well off. The granddaughter, Shi Tingting, was in the second year of junior high school, well-behaved, and helped with farm work every weekend. A few days ago, while doing farm work, Shi Tingting accidentally cut her right foot with a knife. Out of concern for the cost, she didn't tell her family and instead applied a simple bandage herself. After returning to school, Zai Tongding's foot became infected. Although it was extremely painful, she endured it. One day, her limp was noticed by her teacher, who immediately took her to the hospital and notified her parents. Due to the infection, Zitiding's foot developed gangrene. Because medical attention was sought too late, the doctors could only recommend amputation. Jiang Yu also gave a brief introduction, stating that he came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and was skilled in medical techniques, and could help Shitong save her right foot. Gang Yu admitted that in the past, he might not have been confident in treating gangrene, but now he was certain he could save her. In the hospital ward, 14-year-old Shi Tingting lay in bed, pale and emaciated, her eyes filled with despair. For a young girl in her prime, losing a foot was like losing her entire life. Her mother, Zhou Fang, was by her side, looking haggard and exhausted. As a mother, she was suffering more than anyone else. Jiang Yu noticed that Shi Tingting's hand was tied to the bedframe with a cloth strip. He roughly understood what was going on. Shi Tingting had lost all will to live, and her family feared she might take her own life, so they had tied her down. Shi Tingting's father was not there. Although he desperately wanted to be by his daughter's side at this moment, he was the family's sole breadwinner, and the hospital bills were exorbitant. He had to stay outside and work hard to earn money. She had once been a very understanding child, but after her mother-in-law arrived, she didn't even glance at her. Her eyes were filled with nothing but despair. Zhou Fang stood up, called out Mom, and then looked at Jiang Yu. Chen Dewan introduced, my daughter-in-law, this is Jiang Yu. He is the one who bought our ginseng and saved our family. Zhou Fang's eyes welled up with tears. Thank you, benefactor. Jiang Yu said, just call me Jiang Yu or Little Jiang. His gaze remained fixed on Shi Tingting, who lay motionless on the hospital bed, her expression blank. Her right foot was noticeably swollen and had begun to turn purple and black. At that moment, the attending physician, Huang Hao, walked in and called out, family of Shi Tingting. Zhou Fang hurried forward, I'm here. Dr. Huang said, your daughter's condition can't be delayed any longer. If we don't amputate her leg, there's a high risk of life-threatening complications. You must give me your decision by tomorrow, either proceed with the amputation or discharge her from the hospital. This. Dr. Huang issued his final ultimatum, and Zhou Fang was completely flustered. She didn't know what to do. If she signed the consent form for amputation, she didn't know if her daughter would ever forgive her. At that moment, Shi Tingting, who had been as still as a statue, turned her head and looked at Zhou Fang, speaking coldly, Mom, I want to be discharged. You can't leave the hospital. You can't leave, my daughter. The doctor said if you don't have the amputation, you might die. After speaking, Shi Tingting stared blankly at the ceiling, remaining silent despite her mother's heart-wrenching pleas. Compared to amputation, she would rather die. Dr. Huang held the medical records, made a few marks, and said coldly, "Our hospital's traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine departments have consulted and unanimously decided on amputation. If you want to proceed with the surgery, you should gather the funds by tomorrow." He then left without another word, completely indifferent to Shi Tingting's condition. Zhou Fang's tears streamed down her face as she knelt by Shi Tingting's bedside, pleading, "Tingting, let us have the surgery. Please, let us have the surgery." Chen Dama also wiped away her tears, but the nurses passing by only glanced at them briefly. Doctors and nurses aren't without compassion. However, they had seen so much birth, aging, illness, and death in the hospital that if there was any place in the world where tears flowed most abundantly, it was undoubtedly the hospital. After crying for a while, Shi Tingting turned her head to wipe the tears from Zhou Fang's eyes and said in a voice filled with despair, "Mom, I want to go home." Zhou Fang insisted, "You can't leave the hospital. If you don't have the surgery, you'll die, and if you die, I won't live either." Shi Tingting's tears rolled down her cheeks. "Mom, we have no money left." Their family was in dire straits. They had already spent a fortune at Tianyun City Hospital. Earlier, Jiang Yu had transferred 100,000 yuan to their account, but after settling the transfer fees, there was barely anything left. Moreover, the amputation surgery required 300,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan was an astronomical sum for a rural family. Jiang Yu understood the other reason why Shi Tingting insisted on leaving the hospital. Besides her despair about life, she was also worried about her parents and family. If they borrowed money from everywhere to pay for the surgery, the family would be deeply in debt. She felt that after the amputation, she would become an even greater burden on the family, and life would be even harder from then on. It would be better to die and leave some savings for the family, allowing her parents to live out their remaining years in peace. From Shi Tingting's eyes, Jiang Yu saw a weight that someone her age shouldn't carry. Zhou Fang cried out, "We have money. Your father is already borrowing from his co-workers. We'll be able to raise the 300,000 yuan for the surgery soon." Chen Dama had already learned that Jiang Yu was a doctor, and now she had pinned all her hopes on him. She timidly said, "Dr. Jiang." She knelt down before Jiang Yu with a thud. "Dr. Jiang, you said you could cure my granddaughter. I beg you, please help us." "Grandma, get up." Jiang Yu immediately helped Shin Dinyang to her feet and assured her, "Grandma, I will definitely help you." The people in the neighboring bed looked on in astonishment, then questioned. "The hospital's experts said it's incurable. How dare you, a young man, make such a guarantee?" "The experts said it's incurable, they just want to amputate the limb." Shi Tingting finally noticed Jiang Yu. She glanced at him and said indifferently, "I don't want to be treated." Jiang Yu said, "I can cure you without amputation." Shi Tingting remained indifferent and said, "I won't be treated." Jiang Yu said, "It won't cost 30,000. 3,000 no, I'll cure you for free." Shi Tingting paused, no longer refusing treatment, and a glimmer of hope began to appear in her eyes. Chapter 168, Intentional Injury. Everyone in the ward was stunned. The experts said it could only be treated with surgery and amputation, yet you claim you can cure it? For free? Are you kidding me? Everyone immediately doubted him, no one believed him. "You're so young, what are you bragging about? The patient is already in a terrible situation, and you're making fun of them." "Exactly. Looking at you, you're probably just a student. How could you possibly have that kind of skill? If he had that kind of ability, he'd be the one with expert written on his chest." "Listen, don't believe him. I think he is probably just a fraud. Yeah, now he is offering it for free, but later he'll probably charge all sorts of extra fees. How heartless are young people these days? The person is already so pitiful, and you still want to take their money." Facing all the doubts, Jiang Yu remained silent. He only needed one person to believe him, and that was the client, Shi Tingting. Shi Tingting's eyes lit up, she saw hope. Of course, Jiang Yu's words weren't very credible, but she had no other options left. She didn't want to be a burden on her family, so she insisted on leaving the hospital, which meant giving up on life. Now, someone claims they can cure her for free. Why not give it a try? The other patients all said Jiang Yu was a fraud, but her family was already destitute. What else did they have to lose? Jiang Yu looked at the girl sincerely and asked, "Are you willing to let me treat you?" The girl looked at him with clear eyes for a long time before finally saying one word, "Yes." Jiang Yu nodded. "Rest well tonight. I'll buy the herbs tomorrow and come to treat you." He turned and gave Chen Dinyang 1,000 yuan. Chen Dinyang hurriedly said, "Those walnuts aren't worth that much." Jiang Yu said, "This is my small token of kindness. Take this money and buy some nutritious food for the child first." Shi Tingting was pale and emaciated, clearly having gone without food for days. Chen Dama didn't refuse, but kept wiping away tears as she thanked him, saying that heaven had been merciful to let their family encounter such a kind-hearted person. The title of great benefactor made Jiang Yu feel unworthy. If it weren't for the debt he felt toward the 1,000-year-old red ginseng, he didn't know if he would have helped Shi Tingting unconditionally. The old man had once said, "A doctor's heart is compassionate, but help must be within one's capabilities." As he left the hospital, Jiang Yu felt a heavy weight on his heart. In the city, thousands of households were lit up, some spending money lavishly to enjoy life, while others were struggling to survive by scrimping and saving. The world, it seems, is much like this. Upon returning home, he checked his bank account balance. He had earned some money from Wen Fuyao, and Han Xiong had also prepaid him 14,000 yuan, bringing the total to over 20,000 yuan. His initial budget was 3,000. To cure Shi Dingting's foot, he needed to buy the highest quality herbs. He was still short by 2,000. Having already borrowed 100,000 from Wen Fuyao, he felt too embarrassed to ask for more, and as for the Han family, he decided against it. Let us just leave it for now. I'll go to the herbal medicine shop tomorrow and see what they say. Maybe at 1 tea even cost 3,000. That evening, after posting several messages online seeking Tang Qinggu, Zhang Yu began his cultivation practice. After several days of protective breathing exercises combined with the Supreme, his cultivation at the third level of the bone and blood realm had stabilized. The night was as cool as water, slipping away silently. In the morning, Zhang Yu went to Shanshui Company as usual to clock in for work. As soon as he arrived, he regretted it. He had sworn yesterday not to attend the morning meeting. He was forced to shout two cheesy slogans. Xiao Wu still hadn't shown up, but everyone had grown accustomed to it. After the morning meeting, manager Miao Jian took a call, looked gloomy, and called Lu Shanshan into the office. Colleagues speculated that Lu Shanshan must have failed to meet her monthly targets and was about to be reprimanded. A few minutes later, she emerged from the office, and colleagues immediately surrounded her, asking, "Did manager Miao scold you again?" Lu Shanshan replied, "No, it's because of Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu? What happened to her? She was caught again. Oh. Everyone was surprised at first, then realized, oh, it's that. Don't worry, she always comes back safely every time she's caught. Everyone dispersed, as if it were routine. Zhang Yu immediately walked over and asked, what happened to Xiao Wu? Why was she arrested? And she was arrested again? And why does she always come back unharmed every time she's arrested? Does she have powerful connections? Lu Shanshan hurriedly said, Zhang Yu, I have an important client to meet today. You're Xiao Wu's partner. Why don't you go take a look? What's really going on? You'll find out when you get there. Lu Shanshan gave Zhang Yu the police station address. Zhang Yu rushed there out of curiosity but found that Xiao Wu had already been released. She was standing at the entrance of the police station. Zhang Yu waved at her from across the street, but she didn't notice. As Zhang Yu was crossing the street, a man came out of the police station and started talking to Xiao Wu. He recognized the man. It was Fei Wei. Xiao Wu. He called out and hurried over. Fei Wei let out a surprised "eh" and looked at Zhang Yu in astonishment. Zhang Yu nodded at him in greeting, Officer Fei. Fei Wei, holding a cigarette in his mouth, smiled faintly. I had a feeling we'd meet again soon. Xiao Wu didn't seem curious about why Zhang Yu knew Fei Wei. She said indifferently, I'll head back first. Then she hailed a taxi and left. Zhang Yu felt a bit flustered. Ignoring me? We're partners, after all. Fei Wei asked, do you know Xiao Wu? Zhang Yu replied, I'm currently her colleague and partner. As for you, Officer Fei, how did the two of you meet? Fei Wei and Xiao Wu are at least a decade apart in age. They shouldn't be friends, right? Could it be that Officer Fei is an older man pursuing a younger woman? Fei Wei's expression darkened and said, don't look at me with those impure eyes. I'm an old friend of Xiao Wu's father. With such a major tragedy in her family, as her uncle, I naturally have to look out for her. Zhang Yu realized, so that's why Xiao Wu always manages to get out safely whenever she's arrested. It's all because of you? Fei Wei smiled, are you getting more and more interested in joining our Jinxia Bureau? You're a cultivator, why not join the Jinxia Bureau to uphold justice? Instead, you're off doing sales? Zhang Yu said, there's a reason for everything. Let's talk about Xiao Wu instead. Why was she arrested? Fei Wei narrowed his eyes, looking at him with a hint of amusement. You're so concerned about Xiao Wu. Have you set your sights on her? Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you should have a fiancé, right? Officer Fei, please don't misunderstand. I'm just curious about her. Xiao Wu was indeed beautiful, but Zhang Yu wasn't the type to fall in love after just a few days. Fei Wei gave a mysterious smile, but it doesn't matter. You're a cultivator. In the world of cultivators, there are no rules. You can marry 100 wives and no one will stop you, as long as you have the ability. Officer Fei, let us get down to business. Alright, the reason Xiao Wu was arrested is for intentional assault. Chapter 169, Tang Qingwu. Fei Wei took a deep drag on his cigarette, tilted his head back at a 45-degree angle, and looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. This isn't the first time. Zhang Yu knew this, otherwise, his colleagues wouldn't have mentioned that she'd been arrested again. Zhang Yu said, Xiao Wu may have an eccentric personality, but she wouldn't intentionally injure someone, would she? And with her petite frame, who could she possibly hurt? Fei Wei replied indifferently, you don't know her well. Xiao Wu isn't as simple as she seems. Don't let her petite frame fool you. 10 grown men might not be able to take her down. Zhang Yu exclaimed in surprise, does that mean she's also a cultivator? She is sort of a cultivator. What do you mean? Because her grandfather and father were cultivators, but she hasn't been able to take that crucial final step. If it weren't for the family tragedy, I think her current strength wouldn't be any weaker than yours. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, then suddenly frowned. Wait. Something was off. He had watched the car accident footage. At that level of impact, an ordinary person would have died. But a cultivator's physical strength wouldn't allow them to die from such a collision. Which means Xiao Wu was right, this car accident wasn't an accident. Jiang Yu asked, was Xiao Wu's family murdered? Fei Wei nodded. It was done by a cultivator. It's been 5 years, and I still haven't found the real culprit. To be honest, I feel really guilty toward her. So, Xiao Wu goes out every night to find the real culprit? No, she's looking for her grandfather. But her grandfather is dead, isn't he? Let's talk about it in the car. Fei Wei went to get his car. After Jiang Yu got in, he asked, where are we going? Xiao Wu's house. She's not in a good state right now, someone needs to watch her. By the way, where were we? Her grandfather's matter. Oh, do you know about the folk ritual called soul summoning? I know. Could Xiao Wu have that ability? Soul summoning is something only cultivators can do, right? That's right. Xiao Wu can't perform soul summoning, but she's the descendant of a cultivator and has innate spiritual sensitivity, allowing her to see soul forms. Since she can't summon souls, she goes out every night hoping to find her grandfather's soul. Why only her grandfather? Because the car accident was related to her grandfather. He was a cultivator and a Taoist priest who had slain countless evil spirits, upheld justice, and protected the people from harm. He was also my senior in the cultivation path. Are you also a Taoist priest? No, Xiao Wu's grandfather was also a member of the Demon Subduing Bureau. Jiang Yu roughly understood that as members of the Demon Suppressing Bureau, while upholding justice and punishing evildoers, they also inevitably offended many people. Xiao Wu's grandfather had been targeted in retaliation. After about 10 minutes, Fei Wei parked the car at the entrance of the old residential complex and went upstairs with Jiang Yu. He didn't knock, he had a key. The moment the door opened, Jiang Yu was startled. The room was dimly lit, with talismans plastered everywhere. A cluttered coffee table held a compass and a copper coin sword. 3 yellow Taoist robes of varying sizes hung on the wall. Jiang Yu looked at the robes, and Fei Wei closed the door and explained, they follow in their father's footsteps, the 3 generations of them are all Taoist priests. Xiao Wu too. She learned a little bit, enough to handle weaker spirits, but she's not a true practitioner yet. A female Taoist priestess. Jiang Yu had never seen one before. Fei Wei knocked on Xiao Wu's door. Inside, Xiao Wu's voice came out, Uncle Fei, I'm fine. You can go back. Fei Wei didn't respond, just sat silently on the old sofa in the living room. He said to Jiang Yu, Xiao Wu was a talented child, but unfortunately, her heart has been clouded by hatred. She hasn't made any progress in the past 5 years. He began recounting Xiao Wu's past to Jiang Yu. 5 years ago, Xiao Wu was just starting her first year of high school. She was beautiful, academically gifted, and a promising disciple in cultivation, truly a favorite of heaven. However, after that tragic incident, she became despondent, her heart filled with nothing but hatred, determined to avenge her family. Fei Wei pleaded with her and promised to catch the murderer, and only then did Xiao Wu agree to finish high school. However, over the next 3 years, Fei Wei failed to catch the murderer. He broke his promise. After graduating from high school, Xiao Wu had matured significantly, suppressing her hatred deep within her heart. On the surface, she appeared to be a cheerful young woman. After graduation, she found Fei Wei and said she wouldn't go to college, she wanted to find the real killer herself. However, she knew that the person who had killed her family was not someone she could handle, so she settled for finding her grandfather's spirit and asking him who the real killer was. Fei Wei had broken his promise and felt too ashamed to persuade her further, so he could only comply with her wishes. After graduating, Xiao Wu started working as a salesperson at Shanshui Company. She worked during the day to support herself and spent her nights searching for her grandfather, often not returning home until 4 or 5 in the morning. As a result, she was often late for work and would catch up on sleep at the tea house after clocking in. This search went on for 2 years. Xiao Wu persisted for 2 years without giving up. During her nightly searches for her grandfather's soul, she often encountered malevolent spirits. As a Taoist priestess, she naturally stepped forward to confront them. Every time she fought with the spirits, innocent bystanders were caught in the crossfire. Since they couldn't see the spirits, they thought she was acting crazy and intentionally attacking people, so they reported her to the police for assault. Fei Wei knew she was exorcising demons and protecting the righteous, so every time Xiao Wu got into trouble, he used his connections with the Demon Suppressing Bureau to get her released. After finishing his explanation, Fei Wei cautioned Jiang Yu, just listen to her story. It's best not to get involved, lest you get yourself into trouble. Jiang Yu smiled, I'm just curious. I know I can't handle this. Fei Wei nodded and returned to the topic of the Demon Suppressing Bureau, you're wasting your talent in sales. I'm serious, come work for me at the Demon Suppressing Bureau as my assistant. Jiang Yu. Fei Wei always came back to this topic. Was the Demon Suppression Bureau really that short-staffed? Why didn't you let Xiao Wu be your assistant? She's not a cultivator yet. But once she crosses that threshold, I'll arrange it. I'm sure she'd be happy to take over for her grandfather. Just then, Xiaowu came out of the house, giving Fei Wei and Jiang Yu a casual glance before opening the door to leave. Xiaowu, don't go out today. Stay home and rest. Fei Wei's expression changed, and the door closed on its own. Xiaowu couldn't open it no matter how hard she tried. Uncle Fei, open the door. I need to go to work. Are you in any condition to work? I don't want to have to go to the police station to bail you out twice in one day. That's my business. Mind your own business. Open the door. Xiaowu's tone grew firm as she pounded on the door with her fists, her hands bleeding from the impact. Fei Wei stood up, his tone also hardening. I'll say it again, go back to your room and rest. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Xiaowu screamed, acting like a madwoman. Fei Wei's eyes grew sharp, and spiritual energy surged within him. A strong wind suddenly swept through the room, and the heavy aura exerted immense pressure on everyone present. He barked harshly, Tang Qingwu, can't you just spare me the trouble? Chapter 170, Antique Market. Tang. Xing. Wu. The three words exploded in Jiang Yu's mind like a bomb. Xiaowu was actually Tang Qingwu. For a moment, Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment, excitement, and joy. Tang Qingwu was forced back by Fei Wei's overwhelming presence, eventually pressing herself against the wall as if glued there. Her eyes brimming with hatred, she screamed, You're so powerful, why can't you find the murderer who killed my family? Why? Fei Wei took a drag on his cigarette and couldn't help but sigh. The Demon Suppression Bureau has limited manpower, and there are countless powerful demon cultivators out there. Not every case can be solved smoothly. Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly, You're Tang Qingwu? Fei Wei turned to look at him in confusion, aren't you her colleague and partner? How could you not know her name? Jiang Yu said awkwardly, I just started working here. Everyone calls her Xiaowu, and no one told me her real name. So, the name Tang Qingwu surprised you? Indeed, it was surprising that was the name of his fiancée. However, Jiang Yu didn't clarify. After all, there were countless people with the same name in the world, and the Xiaowu in front of him might not be his fiancée Tang Qingwu. After regaining his composure, Jiang Yu said, surprised? Not really. I just think the name is nice and sounds familiar. Fei Wei snapped his fingers, and a white orb of light shot out, striking Tang Qingwu's forehead. She fainted instantly. He carried Tang Qingwu back to the room and sat in the living room, smoking continuously. This wasn't a sustainable solution. He feared Tang Qingwu might develop a mental obsession and lose her mind completely. Jiang Yu asked cautiously, what about that case? Any leads? Fei Wei replied, I reviewed the case files back then and even visited the scene, but there were no clues left behind. There's nothing to go on. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Fei Wei asked, you seem very concerned about this case, or rather, you seem very concerned about Xiaowu? Jiang Yu hurriedly replied, I was just asking out of curiosity. Fei Wei smiled, speaking of which, it might be good for Xiaowu to find a boyfriend. Perhaps the power of love could help her overcome her inner hatred. Jiang Yu, if you're willing to join my demon subduing bureau, I can give you some advice. I know Xiaowu pretty well. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you've got to be kidding me. First, I have no plans to join the demon subduing bureau. Second, I have plenty of fiancés, I don't need any more introductions. Fei Wei frowned, you don't even find Xiaowu attractive? Jiang Yu sighed, it's not about whether I like her or not. You know I have a fiancé. And not just one. Fei Wei said, I've told you before, as long as you're capable, you can marry 100 wives and no one will stop you. Cultivators are like that, having multiple wives is normal. Do you know the leader of the Absolutine sect? That woman married 8 men, and no one dares to say a word against her. Jiang Yu was surprised, there's such a thing? Fei Wei said, they say the cultivator's world has no rules. As long as you're capable, regardless of gender, you'll have countless followers. What about you? Jiang Yu thought Fei Wei was pretty impressive. Fei Wei exhaled a smoke ring, I'm single. You, a single guy, dare to lecture me, who has 9 fiancés. Tang Qingwu was asleep, so Jiang Yu didn't stay long. He had important matters to attend to today. Fei Wei stayed behind to keep watch, as he needed to go and talk to Tang Qingwu once she woke up. Xuanji Hall was the largest traditional Chinese medicine shop in Linzhou City, stocked with a wide variety of high-quality herbs and prices that were equally exorbitant. The snow lotus flowers, musk, saffron, and other rare herbs Jiang Yu needed were all expensive, and prices in Linzhou were already high. Jiang Yu calculated again and found that purchasing enough herbs would cost nearly 60,000 yuan. What was he supposed to do? He didn't even have half the money on him. However, he had promised to treat Shi Tingting today and couldn't go back on his word. He was the only ray of hope in her dark life. Should he borrow from Wen Fuyao? Wen Fuyao's company is still in its early stages, so it's not appropriate to keep asking her for money. Borrow from the Han family? How would we break off the engagement later? Borrow from the vice presidents of the Martial Arts Association? That's not an option either. If he borrows money from them, others might think he's using his position as vice president for personal gain. He thought it over and over, but he didn't have many friends, and even fewer who were wealthy. Fei Wei? His salary should be pretty high, but if he borrows money from him, Fei Wei will probably just present the contract to join the Jinxie Bureau right in front of him. He still had so many marriages to call off, and didn't he want to be tied down by the demon-subduing bureau right now? Just then, a middle-aged man walked into the pharmacy with a confident air, showing off to the shop owner, "Oldly, take a look at this snuff bottle of mine." He placed a small snuff bottle in front of the shop owner. The bottle seemed to be made of jade, with intricate landscapes painted on the inner walls. It was indeed beautiful. The shop owner smiled and said, "Looking at your confident demeanor, you must have made a lot this time?" The middle-aged man replied proudly, "I bought it for 10,000, and I estimate I can sell it for 7 or 8,000. A small profit, a small profit." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. This was a good way to make money. He had some knowledge of antique appraisal and, combined with his spiritual perception, could easily find genuine items. Decided. He approached and asked, "Uncle, where did you get this item?" The middle-aged man casually replied, "The antique market." "Where is the antique market?" The middle-aged man turned to look at him and advised, "Young man, this is a dangerous place. You're just a kid. I advise you not to get involved in this circle. You'll easily get swindled." Jiang Yu chuckled, "I'm just interested in old things. I want to go and broaden my horizons." The middle-aged man said, "As it happens, I was planning to sell this snuff bottle. I'll take you to see it. Oldly, see you later." The middle-aged man drove Jiang Yu to the antique market in Dongcheng, giving him a brief introduction along the way. His name was Luo Sai, a local from Linzhou. He owned several shops, all of which were rented out, bringing in over 3 million yuan in rent each year. He didn't work and spent his days at the antique market looking for bargains. At first, he was often deceived and lost a lot of money, but over the years he had become more discerning and had managed to acquire some valuable items. The Erlang Temple Antique Market in Dongcheng was the largest antique market in Linzhou. Here, one could find Tang Dynasty bricks engraved with BMW logos, Yuan and Qing Dynasty porcelain, ivory mahjong tiles from the Republican era, intricately carved in carved beds, and small trinkets and crafts like clay figurine snuff bottles. Some are genuine antiques, while others are modern replicas. The truth lies in the eyes of the buyer. Some people have struck it rich here, while others have been swindled out of their life savings. The antique market spans several streets, with shops lining the streets, their goods displayed in abundance. Jiang Yu had read several books on antique appraisal, but this was his first time at an antique market, and he was filled with curiosity. Chapter 171, Are you addicted to insulting me? Luo Sai entered the antique market but didn't immediately start looking to resell the snuff bottle. Instead, he walked along the street, browsing through the shops. The variety of items was overwhelming. 90% of the items in the antique market were counterfeit, and finding genuine pieces here required some skill. The market was crowded with people of all ages, including many young people. Some came out of curiosity, while others were there specifically to find bargains. Jiang Yu said, "Uncle, from what you just said, I thought there weren't many young people in the antique market." Luo Sai, while looking at the small trinkets displayed in the shops, said, "There are many young people here, but few who know what they're doing. Look at those people. Aren't they all wearing designer brands? They're all wealthy second-generation rich kids. Even if they spend tens of thousands here, they wouldn't bat an eye. Could you do that?" Jiang Yu was speechless. He certainly couldn't afford it. Forget about a few $100,000, he couldn't even come up with 3,000. However, he had confidence that he wouldn't be fooled. While he wasn't an expert in antiques, if an item was truly ancient, it would develop a certain aura over time. This aura was invisible to the naked eye, but Jiang Yu's spiritual perception could sense it. After passing 2 street corners, Jiang Yu followed Luo Sai to an antique shop called Tingyu Zhai. Luo Sai was on friendly terms with the shop owner. After exchanging a few words, he took out the snuff bottle to negotiate the price with the owner. Jiang Yu wandered around the shop alone. There were many items inside, all appearing quite old on the surface. However, most of them were fake antiques made to look old. Jiang Yu noticed a bracelet and picked it up to examine it closely. The bracelet was made of 10 round beads, smooth to the touch and vibrant in color. This was not an antique, but the craftsmanship was exquisite, and it did not appear to be a counterfeit. At that moment, Luo Sai seemed to have finished negotiating with the shop owner and walked over, saying, "Interested in this bracelet? Let me take a look for you." Jiang Yu handed it to him. Luo Sai took out a thumb-sized magnifying glass from his pocket and examined it closely, looking quite professional. As he examined it, he said, "It appears to be genuine red coral, handcrafted, but likely made in modern times. The price should be between $2,000 and $3,000. You might not lose money on it, but you definitely won't make a profit." Jiang Yu nodded. Just then, the store owner walked out, smiling broadly, and said, "Interested in this bracelet? Since you're a friend of Luo Sai's, I'll give you a special price. How about 3,000? 3,000? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. Luo Sai had said the price was between 2,000 and 3,000, yet the shop owner started at 3,000. He wasn't willing to budge an inch. A friendship price? If he bought it, he'd lose 3,000 or 5,000 for sure. Just as he hesitated, a couple walked by. The girl noticed the bracelet in Jiang Yu's hand and tugged on her boyfriend's arm, saying, "That bracelet is so beautiful. Without a word, the boy snatched the bracelet from Jiang Yu's hand. How much is this bracelet? 3,000. I'll take it. The boy's generosity made the girl cheer with joy. She kissed him on the cheek and said affectionately, "Darling, I love you so much." But Jiang Yu was already upset. "Though I hadn't decided to buy it, snatching it directly from my hands like that is a bit disrespectful, isn't it?" He coldly looked at the boy. "Sir, don't you think your behavior is quite rude?" The boy sneered at Jiang Yu. "What's wrong with being rude? Look at you, so outdated. You don't even have $500 on you. Can you afford a $3,000 bracelet? This isn't about whether you can afford it or not. If you can't afford it, get out of here." 1. Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "Say that again." Luo Sai immediately pulled him away and urged, "Don't provoke him. He's the nephew of the leader of the Dongqing Qingzhou gang, Yang Su." Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger. Just because he's the nephew of the boss of the Qingzhou gang, he can call me a? He took a deep breath. He had important matters to attend to today and didn't want any complications. He didn't bother with Yang Su, turning instead to enter the antique shop and examining a sandalwood statue of Guanyin. The statue was about 30 centimeters tall, not particularly well crafted, and even looked a bit rough. However, Jiang Yu sensed a faint spiritual aura emanating from the statue. Luo Sai mentioned beside him, "This Guanyin statue was bought by the shop owner 3 days ago for 1,000 yuan. He is asking for 25,000, but despite countless appraisers over the past 3 days, no one has offered that price." Jiang Yu was puzzled. Sandalwood is already valuable, and it's carved into a Guanyin statue. It must be worth more than 25,000 yuan, right? You don't understand. Precisely because sandalwood is valuable, many manufacturers produce counterfeits for profit. They use woods like cypress or birch, remove their natural color, dye them, then soak or spray them with artificial fragrances to mimic sandalwood, crafting Buddha statues to sell in antique markets as genuine items. Luo Sai was telling the truth, but Jiang Yu didn't believe the Guanyin statue was fake. That spiritual aura was undeniable. Jiang Yu admired it for a moment and said to himself, "But I really like this Guanyin statue." Luo Sai said, "If you really like it, you can buy it as a decorative piece, but 25,000 is really expensive." Jiang Yu turned to the shop owner and asked directly, "How much is this Guanyin statue?" The shop owner glanced at Luo Sai, knowing he had already explained everything to Jiang Yu, and said, "If you really want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 15,000. 15,000, that was 15 times the price he had originally offered to buy it for. However, the shop owner had indeed given him a discount. If Luo Sai hadn't been there, he probably wouldn't have budged from 25,000. Jiang Yu believed this Guanyin statue was definitely worth more than that, but there was now a problem. Where would he sell the Guanyin statue? Everyone thought the Guanyin statue was a fake, so who would he sell it to? At that moment, Yang Su, who had paid the money, hadn't left yet. His girlfriend looked down on Jiang Yu and whispered, "Look at that poor guy. He can't afford it, yet he won't leave." Yang Su walked over and mocked, "You poor schmuck, can't even afford 15,000? If you can't afford it, get out of here. I'll take the Guanyin statue." This time, Jiang Yu wasn't going to let him get away with it. The bracelet was a loss, but if Yang Su took it, so be it. However, this Guanyin statue was definitely a big profit. He grabbed the Guanyin statue and told the shop owner, "I'll take this Guanyin statue." The shop owner smiled and asked, "Cash or card?" "Card." Jiang Yu handed his bank card directly to the boss, who efficiently processed the payment and issued an invoice, as if afraid that Jiang Yu might change his mind. Even he himself believed that the Guanyin statue was a counterfeit, meant to deceive someone like Jiang Yu. Yang Su watched as Jiang Yu and the boss completed the transaction, then burst into laughter. "You think I actually wanted to buy this Guanyin statue? I was just messing with you. I heard yesterday that this statue was worth no more than 1,000 yuan. Ha ha. You actually treated it like a treasure." Jiang Yu clenched his fists tightly. "You bastard, you're addicted to cursing?" Chapter 172, Big Loss. Yang Su looked at Jiang Yu challengingly. "What? You want to fight me? If you're so tough, come on, try to touch me. Come on, if you've got the guts, hit me here." He stuck out his head, pointing at his own face, looking completely unafraid. Luo Sai sighed and kept giving Jiang Yu subtle signals, urging him not to act impulsively. Slap. Before anyone could react, Yang Su was already sent flying by Jiang Yu's punch. Yang Su crashed to the ground with a thud, instantly drawing a crowd of onlookers. However, those who frequently frequented the antique market recognized Yang Su and refrained from commenting while watching the commotion. Yang Su's girlfriend was speechless, as she clearly saw that one of Yang Su's teeth had been knocked out. Yang Su lay on the ground for several seconds, unable to come to his senses. His mouth was filled with blood. Luo Sai and the shop owner stared at Jiang Yu in shock. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Well, you all heard it. He told me to hit him." Yang Su couldn't believe someone dared to touch him. He stood up and shouted, "Damn it, you dare touch me? I'll cripple you today." He immediately made a call and then blocked the store entrance. The punch Jiang Yu had just landed had also scared Yang Su, who dared only to block Jiang Yu and not retaliate immediately. The store owner's face turned ashen. If Yang Su's uncle showed up, he might get caught in the crossfire. He quickly said, "Our transaction is already complete. Take the Guanyin statue and leave." Luo Sai shook his head and said to Jiang Yu, "We might not be able to leave. Let's call the police." Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. "Call the police?" Luo Sai explained, "If the police come, they'll at most take you in for questioning, detain you for a few days, and make you compensate for some medical expenses. But if Yang Su's uncle shows up, you'll be in real trouble." Jiang Yu said indifferently, "No need." He didn't give a damn about the Qingzhou Society or the Hongzhou Society. Moreover, he wanted to leave now, and Yang Su couldn't stop him. However, Luo Sai felt responsible for bringing the person there, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, he quietly called the police. Jiang Yu naturally wouldn't wait for Yang Su to call for help. He picked up the Guanyin statue and started walking toward the exit. Yang Su stepped in front of him. "You hit me and think you can just leave? Let me tell you, you're not leaving the antique market today." Jiang Yu replied coldly, "What, losing a tooth isn't enough?" Yang Su shuddered. Just then, an elderly man in his late 60s, leaning on a cane, walked out of the crowd and said casually, "Why is it so lively at Tingyuzhai today?" The old man's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. "Why is Mr. Shi here today? Mr. Shi comes to the antique market every 10 days or so. Is that so strange? Mr. Shi is here. I wonder what treasures he'll find today." The shop owner, upon seeing Mr. Shi, immediately greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Shi, what kind of item are you looking for today?" Luo Sai walked over to Jiang Yu and whispered, "This is Mr. Shi Zhongshu, the renowned antique appraiser from our city. The items he selects at the antique market are almost always treasures. He rarely makes a mistake." Mr. Shi nodded to the shop owner, then fixed his gaze on Jiang Yu. No, to be precise, it was on the Guanyin statue in Jiang Yu's hands. He stepped forward, examined it for a moment, and Jiang Yu asked, "Mr. Shi, do you like this Guanyin statue?" Mr. Shi smiled and said, "It does catch my eye, but since you found it, I wouldn't want to take something you love." Jiang Yu said, "I know nothing about antiques, I just bought it for fun." "You're the expert, only you can uncover its true value." Shi Zhongshu asked, "Are you really willing to part with it?" Jiang Yu said, "As long as you like it, that's all that matters." Shi Zhongshu said, "Then name your price." Jiang Yu hesitated. He could tell the Guanyin statue was extraordinary, but he had no idea how to appraise it. He passed the difficult question back to Shi Zhongshu. "Mr. Shi, you're the expert. Name your price." Shi Zhongshu smiled and nodded. "I won't take advantage of you. How about this price?" He held up 2 fingers. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. 2,000? This was significantly lower than his expected price. Though he could still make a profit of 5,000, he felt that Shi Zhongshu was offering too little. As a renowned antique appraiser, he should be able to recognize the exceptional value of the Guanyin statue. How could he offer so little? Luo Sai whispered beside him, "That's not bad. If you can make a profit, just sell it. Don't haggle over the price. Consider it a favor to Mr. Shi. If he can give you some guidance, you'll make 10 or even 100 times that in the future." The shop owner regretted his decision. If he had known that Mr. Shi liked the Guanyin statue, he would have never sold it. Why not just give it to Mr. Shi as a favor? What a huge loss. How valuable is Mr. Shi's favor? He sold it for only 15,000. Just as the shop owner was secretly regretting his decision, Shi Zhongshu spoke again, "Young man, 20,000 is more than enough." Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. 20,000? 20,000. He never expected Mr. Shi to be so generous, and he certainly didn't expect the value of the Guanyin statue to increase so much. The onlookers were all astonished. Among them were several who had visited Tingyuzhai before and heard about the Guanyin statue, claiming that the sandalwood was fake and the craftsmanship was, and that the statue was worth no more than 1,000 yuan. No way, what's gotten into Mr. Shi? He's offering 20,000. But didn't they say the Guanyin statue was worth no more than 1,000 yuan? Yeah, I can't see anything special about that Guanyin statue either. Well, Mr. Shi is an expert, and you're not. The shop owner was stunned and approached to ask, "Mr. Shi, is this Guanyin statue really worth that much?" Mr. Shi nodded, "It's worth it." The shop owner was nearly in tears. Mr. Shi Zhongshu is an expert. If he says it's worth 20,000, then it's worth 20,000, maybe even more. It was clearly his 20,000, yet he sold it for 15,000. What a huge loss. He stared longingly at the Guanyin statue. The receipt was in Jiang Yu's hands, and there was no way he could get it back now. Yang Su was also speechless. Earlier, he could have snatched the Guanyin statue for 2 or 3,000, but he also thought it was only worth 1,000, so he used reverse psychology to force Jiang Yu to pay. Little did he know that this would end up being a huge bargain for Jiang Yu. He was filled with hatred, regret, and gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes flashed with a fierce glint. He had made up his mind, once his uncle arrived, he would not only break one of Jiang Yu's legs but also steal his Guanyin statue. But his wish was in vain. "Mr. Shi, I'll sell it." For 20,000 yuan, Jiang Yu agreed without hesitation. Shi Zhongshu took out his phone and said, "Give me your bank card number." Jiang Yu recited his bank account number, and Shi Zhongshu entered it into his phone. Within a minute, the 20,000 yuan was transferred. Jiang Yu presented the guanyin statue with both hands. Yang Su clenched his fists. He dared Tojiang use belongings, but he dared not S belongings. Even if he was his uncle, he had to give some face. Chapter 173, Fengsan. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jiang Yu had made 185,000 yuan. Luo Sai was utterly amazed. To find such a treasure on his first visit to the antique market? What kind of talent was this? After purchasing the guanyin statue, Shi Zhongshu left. Most of the onlookers followed him, eager to learn his expertise in appraising antiques. The shop owner, trying to reassure himself, insisted Mr. Shi must have made a mistake this time. Whether he had made a mistake or not, Luo Sai didn't know. All he knew was that the shop owner had lost 185,000 yuan. That statue of guanyin was indeed crudely made, yet it contained a hint of spiritual charm. To Jiang Yu, it wasn't particularly valuable, but to Shi Zhongshu, it was absolutely worth every penny. Placing the guanyin statue at home could easily extend Shi Zhongshu's life by 3 or 5 years. Now that the money issue was resolved, Jiang Yu was preparing to go to Xuanji Hall to purchase herbs. Just then, Ting Yu Zhai was surrounded by over a dozen people. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie. He was Yang Su's uncle, Feng Qiao. Since he was the third son in his family, everyone in the underworld called him Feng San. As soon as Feng San arrived, the shop owner immediately hid in the inner room. Yang Su walked up to Feng San, covering his face, with bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. He showed Feng San the teeth in his hand. Feng San appraised Jiang Yu for a moment and asked Yang Su, "Did he do this?" Yang Su nodded, and Feng San cursed, "Good for nothing." Jiang Yu looked ordinary on the surface, without the bulky build of a thug, and was about the same build as Yang Su. Feng San didn't speak to Jiang Yu. He simply waved his hand and ordered, "Take him away." The antique market was crowded and bustling, and Feng San didn't dare to take revenge on Yang Su in front of so many people. 2 young men stepped forward to take Jiang Yu away. Passers-by dared not linger, fearing they might get caught in the crossfire. Luo Sai dared not intervene, only glancing around nervously. Finally, a hint of joy flashed across his face as he spotted 2 police officers in uniform, 1 man and 1 woman. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Feng San?" The male police officer hadn't even reached the rain pavilion when he greeted Feng Qiao. Feng Qiao furrowed his brows and immediately signaled his men not to act. The female officer approached, glanced at Feng Qiao's dozen or so men, and frowned. "What is Mr. Feng doing here?" Feng Qiao laughed. "I'm just out with a few brothers to browse the antique market." "Is that illegal?" The female police officer named Mou clearly didn't believe Feng Qiao's words. She turned her head and asked, "Who called the police just now?" Luo Sai dared not respond. With Feng Qiao present, if he spoke up, he would be asking for trouble. Jiang Yu stepped forward and said, "I called the police." Mou sized up Jiang Yu and asked, "What happened? Did they hit you?" Yang Su was already annoyed and shouted, "Are you blind? Can't you tell who hit whom?" Mou finally noticed Yang Su, whose lips were covered in blood. Yang Su spread his palm, revealing a bloody tooth in his hand. "He knocked out my tooth." "Officer Mo, shouldn't you arrest him?" Mou looked at Jiang Yu in surprise. She was a police officer at the local police station in the antique market area and had frequently received reports of Yang Su causing trouble. This was the first time she had seen him beaten up. Looking at Yang Su, who was speaking with a lisp, she almost burst out laughing. Yang Su deserved to be beaten. However, as a police officer, she had undergone professional training. No matter how amusing the situation, she had to keep her composure. "Both of you come with me to the police station to make a statement." She knew that if she didn't bring Jiang Yu back to the station, he would definitely be retaliated against. Jiang Yu cooperated willingly, wanting to resolve the matter quickly so he could go treat Shi Tingting. Feng Qiao gave Yang Su a nod, signaling him to cooperate as well. After the 2 were taken away by Mou, Feng Qiao whispered to the male police officer, "Buddy, make sure to give that kid a proper welcome when we get back." The male police officer laughed and said, "Mr. Feng, you can rest assured. He knocked out your nephew's teeth. I'll handle this fairly." Feng Qiao said, "Let me know as soon as that kid is released." The male police officer replied, "Certainly, certainly." At the police station, Mou took Jiang Yu's statement and he admitted to the assault. There was surveillance footage at Ting Yu Zhai, so there was no point in denying it. "From your accent, you're not from Linzhou, are you? No wonder you dared to hit Yang Su." "Officer Mo, I admit I hit him, but he provoked me repeatedly." "I understand, but provocation is not illegal under the law." "Alright, I'll cover Yang Su's medical expenses." "It's not just about medical expenses. Yang Su has gone to the hospital for an examination. Based on my experience, he should be classified as a minor injury of the 2nd degree. We need to administratively detain you for 7 days." 7 days? That's not possible. He promised to treat Shi Tingting today, and her condition can't wait 7 days. Mou asked, "Should I notify your family?" "Family members?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment. His only family member was his elderly father, whom he couldn't contact at the moment, so he shook his head. MOU handed him a document to sign. Signing meant detention.
Jiang Yu couldn't afford to waste 7 days.
After much consideration, he finally said to MOU, "Officer MO, can I make a phone call?"
Of course. Even if you're officially detained, you still have the right to communicate.
She went to fetch Jiang Yu's phone.
As Jiang Yu dialed, MOU reminded him, "Although I also think Yang Su is despicable, and although I feel sorry for you, the law is the law.
Don't even think about using connections to get me to release you. It won't work."
Jiang Yu glanced at her and thought to himself, she's a police officer with a strong sense of justice. If she were a cultivator, Fei Wei would definitely invite her to join the Demon Suppressing Bureau. Jiang Yu was determined to call Fei Wei. He was the only one who could help him now.
"Officer Fei, it's me. I'm at the Erlang Temple police station. I need your help with something." "Got it, I'll be right there." The conversation was brief. Fei Wei didn't ask for details. After hanging up, MOU confiscated the phone and frowned, saying, "Officer Fei? Do you think having a police officer as a friend means I'll go easy on you?" Jiang Yu smiled but didn't respond. MOU said, "I've told you before, no matter who you ask for help, I won't let you go. I'm just following the law." Jiang Yu replied calmly, "I understand." MOU said, "Then why make things difficult for me and your friend?" Jiang Yu said, "You're a good police officer. I won't make things difficult for you."
Fei Wei arrived at the police station quickly, with a cigarette in his mouth, and went straight to the chief's office. Within 3 minutes, the station chief politely escorted Fei Wei to the interrogation room. After opening the door, Fei Wei took a drag on his cigarette and said to Jiang Yu, "Come with me." MOU immediately stood up, glaring at Fei Wei angrily, "You're Officer Fei, aren't you? Do you know that what you're doing is breaking the law?" "Let me tell you, as long as I'm here, you won't be taking him anywhere."
Chapter 174, The Demon Subduing Bureau Takes a Man.
MOU was filled with a sense of justice, her eyes brimming with contempt and disdain. However, her straightforward nature scared the station chief, who immediately pulled her into the office and assigned another police officer to handle the handover with Fei Wei. Thus, Fei Wei managed to take Jiang Yu away smoothly.
In the office, MOU erupted in anger. "Chief, why did you let him go?
Even if he injured Yang Su deserved it, but the facts are right in front of us. You can't just let him go."
MOU, calm down. Don't get angry? Why shouldn't I be angry? If every police officer acts like you, where would justice and fairness in the world be?
If it weren't for the station chief holding her back, MOU would have broken down the door and dragged Jiang Yu back.
The station chief looked helpless. MOU, I had no choice. MOU frowned and said, "That Fei Wei has a powerful background? No matter how powerful he is, we can't just let him go, can we?"
The station chief said, "Who said we're letting him go?
Officer Fei is here to take him away." "Pick him up? Is he from the bureau?" The station chief shook his head mysteriously. "Officer Fei is from the Jinxia Bureau. You've probably heard of the Jinxia Bureau, right? It's the most special agency in our country. Any case related to the Jinxia Bureau must be handed over to them for priority handling." "The Jinxia Bureau?" MOU was also surprised. "I always thought people from the Jinxia Bureau were superhuman. Turns out they're just like ordinary people. The true nature of the Jinxia Bureau is unknown to many government agencies.
They only know that it is a special organization.
Once a member of the Jinxia Bureau approaches a department, that department must cooperate fully."
Therefore, in MOU's eyes, the Jinxia Bureau was mysterious and powerful.
Moreover, the information about Jinxia Bureau members is highly confidential.
According to Fei Wei's ID number, only his name, photo, and the fact that he is a Jinxia Bureau member could be found in the national system. Everything else was blank.
Therefore, when Fei Wei approached the director dared not show any disrespect. If he obstructed the Jinxia Bureau's operations, he risked losing his position as director. Upon learning Fei Wei's identity, MOU finally understood.
When the Demon Suppressing Bureau requests someone, even a provincial-level official wouldn't dare to obstruct them, let alone a small police station. Outside the police station, Jiang Yu got into Fei Wei's car.
Fei Wei lit a cigarette and asked, "Where to?" Jiang Yu said, "Xuanji Tang Pharmacy."
Fei Wei stepped on the gas pedal.
Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Officer Fei, aren't you going to ask me why I need your help?" Fei Wei replied indifferently, "What's the point of asking? It's just a minor matter. I'm not going to pry into the details."
In fact, the police station chief had already briefly explained the situation to him. He said it that way on purpose to make Jiang Yu feel grateful, so that when he invited him again, Jiang Yu wouldn't refuse as bluntly as before.
Jiang Yu said, "Thank you, Officer Fei. You went against your principles for me. I owe you one."
Fei Wei said, "You're a cultivator.
Questioning you isn't favoritism. This case ultimately falls under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Bureau. As for favors, it's a minor matter not worth mentioning. But I have a small suggestion."
"Officer Fei, please speak."
"Then I'll be straightforward. I can help you today, but that doesn't mean I can help you every time.
Conflicts between cultivators and ordinary people are common, and many cultivators have been administratively detained.
If you don't want such things to happen to you, it's best for you to join our Jinxia Bureau."
Jiang Yu looked speechless.
It all boiled down to wanting him to join the Jinxia Bureau. However, as Fei Wei had anticipated, Jiang Yu didn't rush to refuse this time. Becoming a member of the Jinxia Bureau would indeed come with many perks, but it also meant taking on responsibilities. This was Jiang Yu's concern. He had 6 fiancées who weren't in Linzhou, and he would eventually have to leave. Once he became a member of the Jinxia Bureau, he wouldn't be able to control his own time. Fei Wei spoke softly, "Take your time to consider it. I won't force you." The rest of the journey passed in silence. Finally, Fei Wei brought Jiang Yu to the Xuanji Hall and left alone. At that moment, Yang Su and the male police officer returned to the police station from the hospital, having obtained the medical report confirming second-degree minor injuries. On the way, Yang Su clenched his teeth and said, "Lu Gu, I must avenge this." The male police officer, named Lu Fan, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. With the minor injury report, detention is a done deal. I already called your uncle at the hospital, and he said he'll arrange for a few people to be sent in. During the detention, I guarantee he'll make him wish he were dead." When they returned to the police station, Feng Qiao had already brought several henchmen, claiming it was a case of fighting and brawling. Lu Fan placed those men in the same detention cell. After he finished handling these matters, Mou informed him that Jiang Yu had been taken away. He called Feng Qiao. "Hello, Mr. Feng, the person who injured your nephew has been taken away. I can't do anything about it." Feng Qiao flew into a rage. "Damn it, I sent several of my men to jail, and you're telling me you can't help?" Feng Qiao cursed him over the phone and then told Lu Fan to find out where Jiang Yu had been taken. If Yang Su's revenge isn't avenged, where will Feng San's face be? Jiang Yu purchased nearly 70,000 yuan worth of herbs at Xuanji Hall and rushed to the hospital in the middle of the day. Jiang Yu was sitting in a taxi when the driver stopped at a red light. Suddenly, a Maserati slammed into the back of the taxi with a loud crash. The driver was furious at being rear-ended, but when he got out and saw the luxury car, he immediately backed down. Anyone who drives such a car must be wealthy and powerful. As a taxi driver, he couldn't afford to provoke them. He just wanted them to compensate him for the damage. But when he walked over, he saw a young man in the driver's seat of the luxury car, already unconscious. Jiang Yu was also dazed from the collision. Though he was angry at the driver behind him, he was in a hurry and didn't want to argue. He got out of the car with the herbs. Since the two cars had collided, he knew he'd have to wait for the traffic police and insurance company to arrive, and he didn't have that kind of time. He planned to pay the fare and leave, but noticed the driver staring fearfully at the inside of the luxury car. Jiang Yu walked over and also noticed the unconscious young man. The young man's breathing was extremely weak, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. The driver was panicking and grabbed Jiang Yu, saying, "Brother, if he dies, you have to testify for me. He was tailgating me, it has nothing to do with me. Take him to the hospital immediately." Jiang Yu carried the young man from the luxury car to the back seat of the taxi. With a life at stake, the driver didn't hesitate and immediately drove to the hospital. Jiang Yu sat in the back seat, tore open the young man's clothes, and used his breath to guide his fingers, protecting his heart meridian. The driver whispered, "Brother, don't do anything reckless. This guy looks like a rich kid. If you stick things into him and something goes wrong, his family will definitely come after you." Chapter 175, My Master, Zhong Tianshuo. Jiang Yu was a doctor. He couldn't stand by and let someone die. The rear-end collision earlier wasn't serious at all. The airbags didn't even deploy. The rich kid was unconscious and near death because he had an underlying condition. He had anemia. Anemia itself isn't a serious illness, but the symptoms it causes can be life-threatening. The young heir just now suffered from arrhythmia caused by anemia. Jiang Yu used acupuncture to stabilize his heartbeat, and his condition is gradually improving. The driver and Jiang Yu rushed the patient to the emergency room. Jiang Yu, in a hurry to treat Shitingting, instructed the nurse, "Do not remove the silver needles for at least half an hour. Wait for me to return." After saying that, he hurried to the inpatient ward. Before Jiang Yu reached the ward door, he saw Qin Dinyang quietly wiping away tears outside the door, while Zhou Feng's sobs and pleas could be heard from inside the ward. "Doctor, please think of another way to save my daughter's leg. If she loses her leg, her life will be ruined." Today, the attending physician, Huang Hao, had issued his final ultimatum: either sign the consent form for surgery or leave the hospital. Family member, please control your emotions. Our decision has been made after careful consideration. You have only one choice: either save her leg or save her life. If her leg is saved, Shitingting will likely not survive. If her life is saved, her leg will be lost. For a mother, this was an agonizing choice. Zhou Feng looked at her despairing daughter and couldn't stop crying. The fellow patient in the next bed, filled with sympathy, couldn't help but sigh. Misfortune always strikes the most vulnerable. Zhou Feng held her daughter's hand and pleaded, "Tingting, let's have the surgery, okay? Let's have the surgery, okay?" Shitingting kept staring at the door, asking blankly, "Has he come yet?" He referred to Jiang Yu, whom she had asked about several times already today. Jiang Yu was her last hope. Zhou Feng didn't know how to respond. She had called Jiang Yu several times, but no one answered. At that moment, Jiang Yu had been taken to the police station and his phone had been confiscated. A fellow patient in the next bed shook his head repeatedly. Young lady, don't wait for him. I knew he was a fraud yesterday. The experts all said the only option was amputation, but he claimed he could cure you for free. Who does he think he is, a miracle doctor? Huan Hao had also heard about Zhang Yu's eloquent claims from yesterday and said indifferently, these days, there are so many scammers. I advise you not to pin your hopes on him. Zhou Fang choked up, Dr. Huang, can you give us a little more time? Huan Hao frowned and said, you still want to wait for that fraudster? I'll tell you the truth, even if he comes today, he can't treat your daughter. Here, he doesn't have the qualifications to practice medicine. Dr. Huang is right. I indeed have no qualifications to practice medicine here. So, Tingting, are you willing to be discharged? I can take you home for treatment. Zhang Yu appeared in the ward, and a glimmer of hope flickered in the despairing eyes of Shi Tingting. He wasn't a fraudster, he hadn't deceived me. He had really come. Huan Hao blared at Zhang Yu with a fierce expression and coldly asked, are you the Zhang Yu they're talking about? Zhang Yu replied calmly, that's correct. What can I do for you, Dr. Huang? Dr. Huang's gaze grew even more piercing. He felt Zhang Yu was challenging his authority. Let me make this clear, human lives are at stake, you have no right to act recklessly. That's why I'm consulting the patient's opinion. At that moment, Shi Tingting pulled her mother's hand and said, Mom, I want to be discharged. This. Zhou Fan looked at Huang Hao with a troubled expression. Her daughter's right foot couldn't bear any weight and couldn't withstand any more strain. She pleaded, Dr. Huang, can you make an exception? Let Dr. Jiang stay here to treat my daughter? No way. Huang Hao refused firmly. I've already explained your daughter's condition to you clearly. If an unqualified person were to treat her carelessly and something were to happen, I couldn't take responsibility for that. He then pointed at Zhang Yu, you can't take responsibility either. Zhang Yu replied, I can take responsibility. Dr. Huang shouted, you can take responsibility? With what? That's a human life. Zhang Yu said, one life for another. If Tingting suffers any complications from my treatment, I will give my life in exchange. He spoke with absolute confidence, which left Huang Hao speechless. They had heard he was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Could he really be that skilled? However, the hospital also had renowned traditional Chinese medicine experts who had conducted a joint consultation, and their conclusion was unanimous, amputation. Even the seasoned TCM doctors who had practiced in the hospital for decades were helpless. How dare this young upstart make such a bold claim? The patient in the next bed changed his attitude. This young man dares to say such things, perhaps he really has the skills? Let him try it. If it doesn't work, we can always have surgery later. As a mother, Zhou Fang naturally hoped more than anyone else that someone could cure her daughter's foot. Mrs. Chen wiped away her tears and tried several times to kneel before Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu could truly cure Shi Tingting, he wouldn't be saving just one person, he'd be saving an entire family. Zhang Yu looked at Shi Tingting and said, little sister, believe me, I will definitely cure you. Shi Tingting nodded firmly. She could only trust Zhang Yu now. If the only option was amputation, she would rather die. Huang Hao began to mutter to himself and immediately instructed the nurse to summon someone from the traditional Chinese medicine department. If Zhang Yu was a fraud, the traditional Chinese medicine department would be able to discern his true abilities with just a few words. Soon, two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners entered the ward. Huang Hao introduced them. These two are the best traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in our hospital, Su Jicai, the elder Su, and Sun Chun, the elder Cien. As the two traditional Chinese medicine practitioners entered, the nurse had already briefly informed them of what had happened in the ward. As soon as they arrived, they fixed their gaze on Zhang Yu, looking highly suspicious. Zhang Yu politely nodded at the two of them. Su Jicai spoke slowly, Zhang Yu, is that your name? Which university did you graduate from? Zhang Yu replied, I never attended university. This response caused Huang Hao to exclaim angrily, you haven't even attended university? You're definitely a fraud. Shi Tingting's family felt their hearts sink. Zhang Yu remained calm and asked, does medical skill have anything to do with education? Nonsense. Huang Hao exclaimed, in our hospital, whether it's traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine, every doctor graduated from a prestigious university. Zhang Yu asked, then may I ask Dr. Huang, what was the educational background of the ancient medical geniuses Hua Tuo, Bian Ke, Sun Ximiao, and Li Shizhen? You're twisting my words. Zhang Yu gave a cold smile. At that moment, another elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Sun Chun, asked, then may I ask who your master was? There are indeed many renowned families of traditional Chinese medicine in this world, and some descendants, having been exposed to it from a young age, have indeed mastered the art of medicine. My master is Zhong Tianxuo. Zhang Yu stood tall and proud. Though he had never felt any reverence for the old man, he took pride in mentioning his name in front of others. Chapter 176, Restoring Flesh to Bones. Zhong Tianxuo? Su Jicai and Sun Chun, two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, exchanged glances. They had never heard of this name before. Moreover, there seemed to be no renowned family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners surnamed Zhong. Sun Shun asked again, how many years have you studied medicine?
Jiang Yu replied, I began studying medicine at the age of 3 and have been practicing for 15 years.
Sun Shun asked, do you know the Song of the Decoctions? Jiang Yu replied, I know them by heart. Sun Shun did not ask any further questions.
Both he and Su Jitsai stared intently at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu understood their intentions, they were simply testing him.
As a young prodigy, he wasn't afraid of such a test.
He recited the Song of Decoction headings without hesitation. 1. Tonifying agents, for gentleman decoction. The 4 gentleman decoction harmonizes the middle, with ginseng, atractalodes, poria, and licorice in equal parts.
Adding pennelia and citrus peel makes it the 6 gentleman decoction. It dispels phlegm, tonifies qi, and nourishes yang deficiency. Removing pennelia and adding citrus peel changes its function. Or add sandalwood for cold stomach.
Yang Rising and Stomach Nourishing Decoction. Yang Rising and Stomach Nourishing Decoction contains ginseng, atractalodes, astragalus, coptis, pennelia, and citrus peel. Jiang Yu recited over 100 characters in one breath, without a single mistake. Su Jitsai nodded repeatedly. You recite the formula songs well, but I wonder how skilled you are in diagnosis and prescription.
I happen to have a few patients, would you be willing to diagnose them?
The content of the Su formula songs was too extensive, so there was no need for them to have Jiang Yu recite the entire text. Jiang Yu spoke confidently, please tell me, Mr. Su. Su Jitsai said, I have a patient, a 25-year-old man. He was diagnosed with pulmonary tuberculosis and received continuous injections of streptomycin for 3 months, which caused his hearing to deteriorate until he could no longer hear anything. He stopped the medication. At the time of diagnosis, he had no fever or cough, but only dizziness and deafness, with no other discomfort. His complexion was yellowish and lackluster, his tongue coating was thin and white, and his pulse was string-like and fine.
What is the cause of this condition, and what treatment should be administered?
After hearing this, Jiang Yu replied without hesitation, although the ears are above the kidneys, they are closely related to the Shaoyang channel. The Shaoyang channels of the hands and feet all enter and exit through the ears. In cases of deafness due to Shaoyang qi stagnation, Zhiachehu decoction with appropriate modifications can be used.
Add acarus rhizome to open the orifices and lychee fruit to detoxify.
Prescription: Bupleurum 20g, Scutellaria 10g, Pennelia 10g, Ginger 10g, Jujube 10g, Ginseng 6g, Fried Licorice 6g, Acarus 6g, and Lychee 6g. Most of the people in the ward were confused, and even Huang Hao didn't understand. Su Jitsai looked satisfied and nodded repeatedly, very good, very good. At this point, Sun Han said, I have a patient, please take a look and diagnose him. Jiang Yu said, please go ahead, Mr. Cien. Sun Han cleared his throat and said, my patient is a 9-year-old child with chills, fever, sore throat, body aches, and small red spots on the back of the neck. The village doctor diagnosed it as an external pathogen and treated it with Ma Huang Tang plus Shigan and Jingjia. The next day, the child developed high fever, thirst, increased red rashes, and worsening sore throat. Upon examination, I observed dense red rashes at the back of the neck, with similar rashes on the chest, abdomen, and limbs.
The throat was swollen and red, with signs of ulceration.
The body temperature was 39.8 C, the tongue was red and dark, with a yellow coating, and the pulse was string-like, slippery, and rapid. After Sun Han finished describing the symptoms, Jiang Yu immediately replied, this condition is likely scarlet fever, often caused by external pathogenic factors invading the lung and stomach, ascending to the throat, and manifesting externally on the skin. The treatment should focus on clearing heat with pungent and cool herbs, detoxifying, and relieving throat pain. Prescription: Coptis rhizome 6g, rhinoceros horn 3g, gypsum 20g, scrophularia root, bamboo leaf, gardenia, mendiche 8g, rehmannia root, dendrobium stem, whiteroot, forsythia fruit, red peony root each 10g. Upon hearing this, Sun Han and Su Jitsai exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. They had encountered many traditional Chinese medicine students, but few could prescribe a formula so effortlessly at Jiang Yu's age. To achieve this level of proficiency, one would need at least a decade or 2 of clinical experience. At this point, they no longer doubted Jiang Yu's medical skills, but the girl, Shi Dingting's illness, wasn't that easy to treat. Su Jitsai stroked his chin and asked, so, in your opinion, how should we treat this girl's illness? Jiang Yu did not respond immediately but instead asked, what do you two think should be done? Cough cough. Su Jitsai and Sun Han immediately cleared their throats awkwardly. If they knew how to treat it, why would they ask you? Sun Shun shook his head, there is no cure. Amputation is the only option. Jiang Yu finally spoke up, her condition is indeed complicated, and conventional treatments are ineffective. Therefore, I plan to use the secret formula my master taught me, combining herbal baths and acupuncture for treatment. Su Jitsai exclaimed in surprise, can a herbal bath and acupuncture alone cure it? Sun Shun also seemed slightly excited, give it a try. Huang Hao was immediately displeased. We invited the two of you here to expose this fraud, not to defend him. He suddenly said, Mr. Su, Mr. Tsun, even if you acknowledge his medical skills, I can't let him treat the patient. If something goes wrong, I can't take responsibility for that. Su Jitsai said, Huang Hao, you don't understand traditional Chinese medicine.
If it's just herbal baths and acupuncture, even if they're ineffective, they generally don't have side effects. Sin Chun said, let's decide this now. If anything does happen, the two of us old men will take responsibility. Huang Hao was furious, but the two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners were highly respected, and since they had spoken, Huang Hao couldn't stop them. I don't care anymore. If something happens, you two go talk to the director yourselves. He turned angrily and left in a huff. Su Jitsai remained calm and said, ignore him. You can begin. Zhang Yu said, please ask Mr. Su to help find a wooden bucket and fill it with hot water to 7/10 full. No problem. Su Jitsai made a phone call, and within 10 minutes, two intern doctors from the traditional Chinese medicine department arrived carrying a large bucket of hot water. Zhang Yu took the herbs out of his bag. Sin Chun asked, do you need us to grind them for you? No need. Zhang Yu ground each herb between his hands, reducing them to powder that fell into the wooden bucket. This skill left the two elders speechless. Grinding herbs by hand. The two interns were also stunned, staring intently at Zhang Yu's hands. They were thinking, doesn't that hurt your hands? Zhang Yu ground over 20 herbs. In the warm water, the aroma of the herbs filled the ward. Ting Ting, place your right foot into the wooden barrel and soak it for 15 minutes. After giving the instruction, Ting Ting sat up on her own and placed her foot inside. Zhou Fang burst into tears with joy. She finally saw a glimmer of hope on her daughter's face. While Ting Ting was soaking in the herbal bath, Zhang Yu took out the silver needles and began disinfecting them. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yu began the acupuncture treatment. Everyone in the ward watched closely. Ordinary acupuncture techniques had no effect on Ting Ting's condition. Zhang Yu now needed to use his qi to control the needles. He had to channel the spiritual energy from his body into the silver needles, which would then travel through the needles to Ting Ting's right foot. The first silver needle was inserted into the top of Ting Ting's foot, but she showed no reaction, having already lost most of her sensation. The tip of the needle trembled, emitting a faint, almost inaudible vibration. As more silver needles were inserted, Ting Ting's face finally showed an expression, one of pain. Zhou Fang was overjoyed. The fact that she had regained sensation was a good sign. Su Jitsai's expression gradually turned to shock. He asked excitedly, young man, is the name of this needle technique flesh to bone? Chapter 177, The Six Harmonies Heart-Protecting Needle. There's a saying, revive the dead and regrow flesh on bones, meaning to bring the dead back to life and regrow flesh on bones. Ting Ting's right foot had been infected by bacteria, causing tissue ischemia and necrosis. Zhang Yu's task was to restore vitality to these necrotic cells and tissues. So the term meat and bone is no exaggeration. Of course, acupuncture alone couldn't achieve the meat and bone effect. It was thanks to the spiritual energy within Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu's acupuncture technique also had its unique aspects, which left Su Jitsai amazed. Zhang Yu looked at Su Jitsai in surprise. Master Su is truly well-traveled and knowledgeable. You actually recognize the flesh-to-bone acupuncture technique. Su Jitsai blushed with embarrassment. Back when I first began studying medicine, I once witnessed an elderly master perform this needle technique. It was truly mystical and unparalleled. I never imagined that after half a lifetime, I would have the honor of witnessing it again today. Sin Chun exclaimed in astonishment, Old Su, is this needle technique really that miraculous? Su Jitsai nodded. I recall that the patient I saw back then was in a critical condition with his body completely rotting away. He was saved by that renowned physician, who used the Mei Bai Gu acupuncture technique to restore his vitality. If that's the case, then what about this young girl's foot? She can be saved. This young miracle doctor's needle technique will certainly save her foot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fang burst into tears, and Ting Ting herself finally let out a loud cry. Hope, there was finally hope. Light once again illuminated her life. After finishing the acupuncture, Zhang Yuxing said to Ting Ting, don't remove the needles. Keep your foot in the wooden bucket for another half hour. I'll be back. With that, he turned and left. Su Jitsai and Sin Hun remained stunned in the ward, staring at the silver needles still in Ting Ting's foot, unable to contain their emotions. Where is he? When Su Jitsai snapped back to reality, Zhang Yu had already disappeared. Zhou Fang said, the young doctor seems to have something urgent to attend to. He should be back in half an hour. There was someone waiting for him at the emergency room to remove the needles. The emergency room was crowded, and Zhang Yu could hear someone shouting angrily from a distance. You bunch of incompetent doctors. You said my son was fine, so why isn't he awake yet? Go, bring all the experts from your hospital here immediately. A middle-aged man was causing a scene in the emergency room, and neither the doctors nor the nurses dared to offend him. He was Jin Dishing, the chairman of Meng Dai Group, who donated a significant amount of medical equipment to the hospital every year. The young man lying on the hospital bed was his son, Jin Wanwu, with several silver needles inserted into his chest. A heavily made-up woman with red-rimmed eyes stood by the window. She was Jin Wanwu's mother, Wu Qing. She shrieked, if anything happens to my son, I'll sue all of you until you're bankrupt. A director surnamed Li explained helplessly, Mr. Jean, Mrs. Jean, your son is actually out of danger. Please don't worry. Don't worry? Wu Qing snapped. What else can you so-called doctors do besides tell us not to worry? I'll give you 10 minutes to wake my son up. She pointed at Jin Wenwu's chest and demanded, what are those random things you've stuck into my son's body? Remove them immediately.
A nurse explained, Mrs. Jean, the young man who brought Mr. Jean said the silver needles can't be removed.
He said they can't be removed, so they can't be removed? Who is he, and what's his name? I don't know. You don't know? Are you doctors or is he the doctor? How many needles do you need to stab into your heart before you feel pain?
As she spoke, Wu Qing tried to pull out the silver needles. The doctors and nurses dared not stop her. Just then, Jiang Yu rushed in, grabbed Wu Qing's hand, and said, don't pull them out. Wait a little longer. Wu Qing angrily shook off Jiang Yu, pushing him away, and shouted, who do you think you are? How dare you stop me? Do you think I'll let you keep your job? She thought Jiang Yu was hospital staff. Jean Dishing also flew into a rage, shouting, you little brat. Do you think you can touch my wife's hand? Apologize immediately. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, this family is so unreasonable. I was just stopping you from pulling out the silver needles, not trying to touch her hand, okay? Besides, you can doubt my character, but please don't doubt my taste. A woman like your wife? I wouldn't even take her if she were given to me for free. The doctors were also stunned, looking at each other and indicating they didn't recognize the stranger named Jiang Yu. Dr. Li asked, who are you? Jiang Yu replied, my name is Jiang Yu. I brought him here, and the silver needles on his body were also inserted by me. So it was you who caused my son to fall into a coma. Wu Qing screamed like a shrew, raising her hand to slap Jiang Yu's face. If anything happens to my son, I'll make sure you rot in prison. Jiang Yu sidestepped and coldly said, your son was in a rear-end collision. I kindly brought him to the hospital and helped stabilize his heart. This is how you treat your savior? Wu Qing missed her swing, nearly stumbling backward in anger. Call the police. Call them now. We can't let the person who harmed my son get away. And remove those needles from my son's body immediately. Jiang Yu looked at her coldly. His kindness had been repaid with such ingratitude, and he was furious. You really want to pull out the needles, do you? Fine, go ahead. But don't come crying to me if something happens. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Right, I'm nothing. You'd better remember what you just said. Don't come begging me later. With that, Jiang Yu stormed off angrily. Wu Qing persisted, shouting, you're all useless. Stop him. Jean Dishing said, forget it. Let us wait until the son wakes up and settle this with him then. Amid the commotion, the hospital's experts arrived, including Su Jicai and Sun Chun from the traditional Chinese medicine department. They had just received a call from the hospital director and had no choice but to come. As soon as Su Jicai entered, he was drawn to the silver needles on Jin Wenwu's body. Sun Chun asked, old Su, did you notice anything else? Specialization is key. While Sun Chun was also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, his expertise in acupuncture paled in comparison to Su Jicai's. Su Jicai exclaimed in surprise, this is the Six Harmonies heart-protecting needle technique, an ancient and needle technique. How does it compare to Jiang Yu's Mei Bai Gu acupuncture technique? Each has its own merits. Just as the two were speaking, Wu Qing angrily pulled out the silver needles from Jin Wenwu's body. Su Jicai immediately shouted, don't pull them out. But it was too late. The silver needles were thrown to the ground by Wu Qing. Jin Wenwu, who had been unconscious, suddenly began convulsing, and his vital signs showed extreme fluctuations, with his heartbeat rapidly weakening. Wu Qing was terrified. What's happened to my son? What's happened to my son? Li Zhuchu and the others rushed forward to check. Su Jicai said solemnly, those silver needles were meant to save his life. By pulling them out now, you're effectively taking your son's life. What? Wu Qing stumbled backward, nearly fainting. Chapter 178, is your son more important than your reputation? Wu Qing panicked and grabbed Su Jicai, pleading, Dr. Su, please put the silver needles back in immediately. Su Jicai shook his head helplessly, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm unable to help. I don't know the Six Harmonies heart-protecting needle technique. What? You don't know how? You're a renowned traditional Chinese medicine expert, and you're telling me you don't know how? Wu Qing was nearly out of control. Sun Chun stepped forward and said, the person who saved your son before must know how to do it. Where is he now? Wu Qing's body tensed up. He had already driven away the person who could save his son. A nurse whispered to Sun Chun, Mr. Sun, she chased him away. Sun Chun's eyes widened, then he asked again, do you know who he is? Do you have his contact information? The nurse replied, I only know his name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Su Jicai and Sun Chun exchanged glances, once again stunned. Su Jicai sighed, truly, the land produces talented individuals in every generation. Jiang Yu's meat-to-bone needle technique had already left him in awe, and now he discovered that the hexagonal heart-protecting needle technique also originated from Jiang Yu. Seeing this, Jean Dishing hurriedly asked, do you two know that young man named Jiang Yu? Su Jicai replied, we know him. We also know where he is now. Then why don't you hurry and bring him here to save my son? Sun Chun shook his head, he who tied the bell must untie it.
You drove him away with your insults, now you must go and invite him yourselves. But? Jean Dishing glanced at Wu Qing. They were well aware of the attitude they had shown toward Jiang Yu earlier. I'll go ask him. I'll go right now. Wu Qing, seeing his son's life hanging by a thread, had no other choice. Thus, under the guidance of the two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, they headed to the inpatient ward. Jiang Yu had already returned to Shi Tingting's ward, and everyone in the room looked at him with great respect. The results of his treatment were evident. Shi Tingting's foot had already stopped swelling and was no longer black and purple. The water in the wooden bucket had turned pitch black and emitted a foul odor, which was the result of necrotic tissue shedding. Shi Tingting's expression was one of agony, as her foot was both itchy and painful. But she kept her teeth clenched, determined to endure the pain as long as she could save her foot. Jiang Yu encouraged her. The dead cells are shedding, and new flesh is growing. Pain and itching are normal. If you can't stand it, just shout out. Shi Tingting bit her lips until they turned white, sweat pouring down her forehead. She managed to force out a few words through clenched teeth. I can endure it. Zhou Fang watched with a heavy heart, wishing she could take her daughter's pain upon herself. Jiang Yu sat by the bed, gently holding Shi Tingting's hand. The spiritual energy within him flowed like a gentle stream into her body. Under the nourishment of the spiritual energy, Zhi Tingting's pain eased significantly. Jean Dishing and his wife arrived at the ward led by Su Zhitsai and Sun Chun. Jiang Yu's expression immediately turned cold. Jean Dishing stepped forward and pleaded, "Young man, please save my son. He's on the brink of death." Jiang Yu replied coldly, "What am I? How could I possibly save your son? If anything goes wrong, I'll end up in prison for life." Jean Dishing's face was filled with embarrassment. He kept giving Su Zhitsai and Sun Chun meaningful glances, hoping they would say something to plead for mercy. Sun Chun said, "Young Jiang, you're a doctor, you can't just stand by and let someone die." Jiang Yu said, "I was actually planning to save him, but I was chased out." Wu Qing was so embarrassed she turned red. She remembered every word Jiang Yu had said in the emergency room. Jiang Yu had warned her not to come looking for him if anything went wrong. And now it had come true. But she was too proud to beg. She was the wife of the chairman of Meng Dai Group, and even the hospital director had to treat her with respect. How could she lower herself to beg for help? She glared at Jiang Yu and demanded, "Name your price. How much do you want to save my son? Is having money so great?" Jiang Yu sneered. "Some things can't be bought with money." Jean Dishing glared at Wu Qing. At a time like this, she was still so stubborn about saving face. He tugged at Wu Qing's sleeve and whispered, "Wife, for our son's sake, just admit your mistake. You want me to apologize to him in front of all these people?" Wu Qing's face turned purple with anger. Jean Dishing gritted his teeth. "Is our son more important than your pride?" Wu Qing was speechless, torn between her feelings. Jiang Yu waved his hand and said, "Please go back. Don't disturb the patient's rest." Wu Qing pulled Jean Dishing and said, "Let us go. I don't believe the entire hospital has only him who can save my son." She refused to give in, but just then, the emergency room called, saying that her son, Jean Wenwu, was in critical condition. Wu Qing shuddered, looking at Jean Dishing with grief. "Husband, they said Wenwu is almost gone. What are you waiting for? Go apologize to him." Jean Dishing suddenly became firm, dragging Wu Qing to Jiang Yu's side. He bowed deeply and said, "Dr. Jiang, we were rude earlier. I sincerely apologize. As long as you agree to save my son, I'll agree to any conditions you set." Jiang Yu remained silent. Jean Dishing turned to look at Wu Qing, his eyes filled with anger. Wu Qing refused to bow his head. Jean Dishing's anger grew even more intense. Suddenly, he slapped Wu Qing across the face and shouted, "Apologize to Dr. Jiang right now." Jean Dishing had no choice. For his son Jean Wenwu, he had to strike that blow. Wu Qing's eyes filled with tears. "You actually hit me?" Jean Dishing shouted angrily, "If you don't apologize, get out of the Jean family." Jean Wenwu rarely lost his temper, but when he did, Wu Qing dared not provoke him. Wu Qing trembled in fear. At that moment, Jiang Yu slowly stood up and walked toward the door. Su Zhitsai hurriedly asked, "Little Jiang, where are you going?" Jiang Yu replied, "To save someone." Although Wu Qing still hadn't apologized to him, Jean Dishing's slap had already eased his mind. People needed to be saved, regardless of how wrong Wu Qing, as a mother, had been. Her son, Jean Wenwu, was innocent. In the emergency room, Dr. Li and the others were still performing CPR, having administered several doses of medication to stimulate the heartbeat, but the situation showed no signs of improvement. "Clear the area. Everyone step back." Jean Dishing returned to the emergency room and shouted angrily, "You useless quacks, get out of the way." The doctors and nurses were doing their best to save the patient, but they dared not speak up despite being shouted at. He followed Jiang Yu to the bedside, changing his tone to one of humility. "Dr. Jiang, please save my son." Jiang Yu replied coldly, "If he can't be saved, will you sue me?" Jean Dishing was taken aback, then swore to the heavens, "As long as Dr. Jiang is willing to help, even if my son, even if he dies, I will never hold you responsible." He had no choice. He knew that if he didn't make this promise, Jiang Yu might turn and leave. There were plenty of renowned doctors in Linzhou, but the only one who could save his son was Jiang Yu. Chapter 179, Not a Moment to Spare. Jiang Yu seemed satisfied. He nodded and said, "Please step out for now. The patient needs fresh air." The emergency room was crowded with people, almost to the point of overflowing. Jin Dishing immediately turned around and shouted, "Didn't you hear Dr. Jiang tell you all to leave?" Su Jitsai and Sin Chun began to step out, but Li, the director, pulled them back and asked, "Mr. Su, Mr. Tsun, is this proper? He's not a doctor from our hospital. If something happens to the patient, won't we be held responsible?" Su Jitsai smiled. "If it were anyone else, I might not feel at ease either. But if it's him..." He and Sin Chun exchanged a glance and smiled calmly. Sin Chun said, "Director Li, don't worry. Trust his medical skills." Director Li was surprised. "He's so young. Why do the two of you trust him so much?" Su Jitsai said slowly, "In learning, there are no seniors or juniors. Those who are more accomplished are our teachers. His medical skills are indeed superior to ours. We can't help but admire him." Li Shichai, who wasn't a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, was skeptical. "A few silver needles? Can they really save a life?" Sin Chun closed the emergency room door and said, "You'll find out soon enough." The two elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners had great faith in Jiang Yu, but most others were filled with doubt and did not believe he had the ability. Jin Dishing paced anxiously outside the emergency room, while at that moment, Wu Qing finally arrived. She had lost all her earlier arrogance, looking like a deflated balloon. She sat alone in a corner, saying nothing. The doctors and nurses were all puzzled. They had experienced Wu Qing's sharp tongue firsthand. Her words were as sharp as swords. The 6 harmonizing heart needles, a total of 6 needles, were not difficult for Jiang Yu. He completed them smoothly in just a few minutes. He opened the emergency room door, and everyone immediately gathered around, peering at Jin Wenwu. However, Jin Wenwu lay on the bed, unconscious, only twitching slightly. His breathing was steady, and his heartbeat was normal. Everyone looked at him with awe. In just a few minutes, he had pulled the patient back from the brink of death. "That's simply amazing." Jin Dishing asked anxiously, "Dr. Jiang, is it over?" Jiang Yu nodded, "Your son is fine. But why hasn't Wenwu woken up yet?" "Wait another half hour, he'll definitely wake up." Jin Dishing and the doctors glanced at their watches. It was now 3:05 p.m. Seeing his son's condition stabilize, Jin Dishing finally relaxed a bit. He bowed deeply to Jiang Yu again. "Dr. Jiang, thank you for treating my son despite our past misunderstandings. I, Jin Dishing, always keep my word. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask." Others looked on enviously. The conditions could be anything. After all, he was the chairman of Manga Group, worth over 100 billion. Jiang Yu could easily become a wealthy person overnight. "I have no immediate needs. I'll let you know if I think of anything later." "Alright, take your time. Here's my business card. Give me a call whenever you decide." He handed Jiang Yu a business card, then glanced at the ward and timidly asked, Is my son really okay? I need to head back to the inpatient ward shortly. If your son needs anything, feel free to contact me." With that, Jiang Yu walked away. The doctor and nurse entered to perform a simple examination on Jin Wenwu, finding that his vital signs were all normal. Dr. Li was shocked and asked, "Mr. Su, Mr. Tsun, who is this young man? He must be the disciple of a renowned doctor to possess such extraordinary skills." Su Jitsai said, "He claims to be Zhong Tianchua's disciple. Old Sin and I have quite a wide network of contacts in the Chinese medicine community, but we've never heard of this name before." Director Li said, "Could he be some reclusive master?" Sin Chun nodded, "Perhaps. There are so many hidden talents in this world." Jiang Yu returned to the inpatient ward. The medicinal liquid in the wooden bucket had turned completely black. He replaced it with a new one and performed the bone-whitening needle technique on Shi Tingting for the second time. The emergency room was still crowded with people. Jin Wenwu hadn't regained consciousness, and several expert directors dared not leave. Eventually, even the hospital director arrived. Everyone waited quietly outside the door, including Jin Dishing, who had stayed there because Jiang Yu had mentioned that the patient needed fresh air. Cough cough. Suddenly, a faint cough echoed from inside the emergency room. Jin Dishing jolted awake and rushed inside. "Dad!" Jin Wenwu had woken up. The expert doctors all sighed in relief and glanced at the time simultaneously. 3:35 p.m. Jin Wenwu had woken up at exactly 3:35 p.m., matching Jiang Yu's prediction down to the second. Everyone was even more impressed. It was simply amazing. Wu Qing rushed over and hugged Jin Wenwu. "Son, you're finally okay? You scared me to death. If anything had happened to you, how would I go on living?" Jin Dishing also glanced at the time, utterly speechless with shock. A divine doctor, absolutely a divine doctor. Jin Dishing's expression suddenly turned cold and angry as he said to Wu Qing, "You still have the nerve to say that? Just now, you cared more about your own face than your son's life." Wu Qing turned her head and glared at him with resentment. "You're still blaming me? In front of so many people, wasn't slapping me once enough?" If Jiang Yu hadn't managed to save Jin Wenwu, Wu Qing would have certainly made a big deal out of that slap. But now that Jin Wenwu had woken up, Wu Qing could only accept the slap. That's the price you pay for your words and actions. Let me tell you, that slap is worth a life. The doctors and nurses quickly left. Jin Wonwoo had woken up and no one wanted to stay and watch Jin Dishing and his wife argue lest they get caught in the crossfire. Jin Wonwoo had no idea what had happened and asked, "Dad, what happened? Why did you hit Mom?" Jin Dishing angrily replied, "Go ask her." But Wu Qing dared not speak. If her son found out that she had hesitated between saving face and choosing her son, she feared he would hate her for the rest of his life. She changed the subject and said, "You were in a car accident and nearly died. It was a young miracle doctor who saved you." Jin Dishing coldly replied, "Now you know he's a miracle doctor? Let me tell you, once our son is out of the hospital, we must pay him a visit and apologize again." Wu Qing muttered, "The son is fine now. Why do we need to apologize?" Jin Dishing said, "Can you guarantee you'll never get sick? You saw how Wonwoo was pulled back from the brink of death. Can you say we won't need his help again in the future?" Wu Qing was speechless. Jin Wonwoo said, "Dad is right. He saved my life, I should go pay my respects in person." Wu Qing pulled Jin Wonwoo's hand and said, "We'll do as you say, but you must take care of your health first, understand?" In the hospital ward, Jiang Yu spent the entire afternoon in the room. He changed Shi Tingting's medicine 7 times and administered 7 injections. After each treatment, Shi Tingting's foot recovered at a visible pace. This miraculous medical skill spread like wildfire, and the ward was soon crowded with people. Chapter 180, A Match Made in Heaven. The name Jiang Yu, the divine doctor, also began to spread quietly throughout the inpatient ward. Those with terminal illnesses formed long lines outside the ward doors. Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. Everyone has their own fate, and he didn't have the time or energy to save everyone. Just saving Shi Tingting alone had nearly depleted all the spiritual energy in his body. After performing acupuncture on Shi Tingting for the last time, he carried a wooden bucket and pretended to go fetch water before slipping away. The afternoon's treatments had left him exhausted, and upon returning home, he immediately began his cultivation to restore his spiritual energy. Before he knew it, it was already nighttime. Jiang Yu was so engrossed in his cultivation that he didn't notice the passage of time. When he opened his eyes at dawn, he noticed that the purple-colored small cauldron had grown slightly larger. It had previously been the size of a palm, but now it was as large as a basketball. However, he felt the progress was still too slow. The Supreme 7 arts were vast, and the mountain-crushing cauldron was merely one of them and the simplest one at that. If even the simplest one was this slow, how could he possibly master the more advanced techniques in the future? After washing up, he hurried to the office to clock in. Over the next few days, he had to confirm whether Xiao Wu was indeed the fiancé he had been searching for. He deliberately waited until after the morning meeting before going up, only to be surprised to find that Xiao Wu hadn't been late today. Xiao Wu was sitting at her desk working on documents, chatting and laughing with Lu Shanshan. It seemed like things had returned to normal. Xiao Wu saw him, her eyes curving into crescents, and greeted him with a smile. "You were late today, weren't you?" Lu Shanshan looked up and whispered, "Yang Zong came to our sales department today and specifically mentioned your name. I suggest you come earlier next time." "Got it." Jiang Yu replied casually, not taking it to heart. "If she wants to call me out, let her. Can she fire me? Besides, even if they fire me, it doesn't matter. I don't care about this job anyway." He sat at his desk, staring at Tang Qinggu the entire time. Xiao Wu's lips curled into a faint smile, a stark contrast to the woman she had been yesterday. He knew her cheerfulness was just a facade, there were too many suppressed emotions inside her. "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Xiao Wu turned her head and asked, as if she had completely forgotten about yesterday. Jiang Yu asked cautiously, "Are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me?" "All right." Jiang Yu shrugged and added, "Your performance this month met the target, so why are you still at the office today? And you didn't even arrive late." Xiao Wu smiled sweetly and said, "It's all for you, my partner. My performance is on target, but I can't let you get a 0, can I? I've decided I'll take you out to drum up some business today." Jiang Yu perked up immediately. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Xiao Wu said, "I still have some documents to finish. Go downstairs and buy me some breakfast." Lu Shanshan chuckled from the side, "The master has spoken. Hurry up. Xiao Wu will teach you a few tricks and you won't have to get 0 this month." Though they were called partners, in reality, Xiao Wu was guiding him, making her his mentor at work. "All right, I'll be waiting." Jiang Yu immediately went downstairs to buy breakfast for her. It wasn't that he really needed her to teach him sales techniques, he just wanted to get closer to her. After he left, Lu Shanshan whispered mysteriously to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, what do you think of him?" "You mean Jiang Yu?" "Yes, him. He is okay, better looking than my previous partners." "Of course he is better looking. He is so handsome." "Shan, what are you trying to say?" "I was just saying, you're an adult now and you've been working for 2 years. I've noticed you've been single all this time, don't you plan on dating anyone?" Shan, are you talking about me and him?" "Forget it." "What? I think you two make a great couple. I'm not planning on dating anyone right now." Xiao Wu's expression grew cold. Because she thought of her family. Before avenging her family, she would never consider her own affairs. Lu Shanshan noticed Xiao Wu's change in expression and wisely kept quiet. Jiang Yu bought her soy milk and buns. She took a sip of the soy milk, stood up, and said, "All set, let's go." Xiao Wu skipped down the stairs. Jiang Yu caught up with her and asked cautiously, "You seem very happy today? Had Fei Wei smoothed over the pain in her heart last night?" Xiao Wu smiled brightly. "Whether you're happy or unhappy, it's still a day. So why not just be happy?" That's what she said. "But why do you act like a different person at night? Where did your cheerfulness from daytime go?" He dared not ask aloud. He knew that Xiao Wu would go out at night to search for her grandfather's spirit, and perhaps that was why she felt so heavy-hearted as night fell. "Can you ride a bicycle?" Xiao Wu asked him. "Yes." "Then let us grab a shared bike. The hospital is pretty far from here." Given Xiao Wu's professional skills, she could afford a car in 2 years, even if she couldn't buy a house. However, she didn't prioritize her career, so her monthly salary wasn't high, and she hadn't been able to save much money. As the two rode side by side, Jiang Yu noticed she was in a good mood and cautiously asked, "Xiao Wu, yesterday I heard Officer Fei call you Tang Qingwu. What does Tang mean, Qing mean, and Wu mean?" "The Tang from the Tang dynasty, the Qing from light and graceful, and the Wu from dance." After she finished, Jiang Yu nodded to himself. The surname and given name were correct, they weren't homophones. "By the way, when you were a child, did your elders ever arrange a marriage for you?" "What did you say?" Xiao Wu's smile vanished instantly. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, "This is bad. I mentioned her family." He had already gotten a rough idea of Xiao Wu's quirks. Under normal circumstances, she was cheerful and approachable, but the moment her family was mentioned, her expression would darken instantly. "I'm sorry, I brought up something that hurts you." "It's okay." Xiao Wu unconsciously sped up the car. Jiang Yu shook his head. It seemed pointless to ask her directly, perhaps Fei Wei knew something. After riding for 15 minutes, Xiao Wu's face gradually regained its smile. She pointed ahead and said, "Turn right at the intersection and go 300 meters, and you'll reach the City People's Hospital. Let me tell you, this hospital isn't easy to negotiate with. I've been there several times already. This time, we'll team up and try to secure a few contracts." "Hey, why aren't you following me?" Jiang Yu stopped, and Xiao Wu turned to look at him. Jiang Yu said, "Xiao Wu, let's go to a different hospital." "Why?" "I don't want to go to the People's Hospital. At least not right now." The scene from yesterday, with the ward crowded so tightly he couldn't move, was still fresh in his mind. If he hadn't used the excuse of getting water, he wouldn't have been able to leave. Going back today would be like walking into a lion's den. Xiao Wu gave him a mischievous smile and asked, "Is your ex-girlfriend a nurse at the People's Hospital?" Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? Then why are you afraid to go? Are you afraid of me?" Chapter 181, Decision. "Afraid of you?" Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Although there were some bad rumors about the company, as a cultivator, he wasn't afraid of her. At most, he was curious. Xiao Wu's south eyes curved like crescent moons as she giggled. "Uncle Fei told me about you. I know your identity." That was precisely why she dared to bring Jiang Yu to the hospital. Jiang Yu said, "Let us skip the city hospital. Let us go somewhere else first." "Alright, I'll follow your lead. There's a third hospital 3 kilometers ahead, let's go there first." The two continued riding forward. Jiang Yu noticed that Xiao Wu kept glancing around while riding, and her eyes were undergoing subtle changes. Her pupils were emitting a faint spiritual aura, something only cultivators could detect. Jiang Yu speculated that this might be the reason she could see the souls of the deceased. He could see them as well. After all, the essence of spirits was also a form of energy. Jiang Yu simply needed to cover his eyes with spiritual energy to see things that were normally invisible. Soon, the two arrived at the third hospital and parked their bicycles at the entrance. The hospital was bustling with people, and the lobby was crowded. Xiao Wu headed toward the inpatient ward with ease, clearly not her first time there. As soon as she entered the inpatient building, the smile on Xiao Wu's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of heaviness and seriousness. Her face seemed covered in frost, a stark contrast to her earlier cheerfulness, making her almost unrecognizable. Jiang Yu knew the reason behind it, so he wasn't too surprised. They didn't take the elevator but went up the stairs instead. Xiao Wu spoke to Jiang Yu in a cold tone. "Did you see that?" Jiang Yu nodded. The hospital was a place with heavy energy, where many departed souls lingered. As they reached the third floor turn, an elderly soul was drifting there, looking emaciated, clearly someone who had died of cancer. Xiao Wu approached the elderly soul as if he were an ordinary person and struck up a conversation. "Old man, have you seen this person?" She pulled out a photo of an elderly man wearing a Taoist robe, exuding an air of Taoist elegance. That was her grandfather, Tang Shuli. Jiang Yu looked at the photo, trying to recall the past. Although he was still young at the time, he had been present when the old man arranged his engagement, and many of the people in the photo were familiar to him. However, those memories were too distant. The elderly ghost clearly paused, seeming quite surprised. The ghost didn't scare her, but she startled the ghost instead. The key point was that she was holding a photo of a man wearing a Taoist robe. What was she doing? Was she trying to destroy herself? Thus, the elderly ghost turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished. Xiao Wu's expression darkened and she formed a seal with her hands. The elderly soul reappeared. He trembled in fear, clearly terrified of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu coldly said, "Don't be afraid. I won't eliminate you. Just answer my questions honestly." The elderly soul stared at the photo for a moment before shaking his head. Xiao Wu waved her hand and the elderly soul vanished instantly. She was deeply disappointed but had grown accustomed to it. After graduating from high school, she had been searching for her grandfather but had received no news. She put away the photo and continued upstairs as if no one were there. Jiang Yu followed behind and asked, "Every time you see those souls, you're so unconcerned?" Xiao Wu replied coldly, "Why should I care?" Jiang Yu grimaced, "At least consider others' feelings." He finally understood why Xiao Wu's previous partners had quit. With her ability to converse with the deceased as if they were present, it was no wonder she scared people away. No wonder others said she had mental issues. To ordinary people, she was just talking to thin air. Wasn't that a sign of illness? Moreover, Xiao Wu's primary purpose for coming to the hospital wasn't to conduct business. She roamed the halls of the inpatient ward, approaching every soul she saw with a photo, as if she were already on familiar terms with many of them. Some even approached her of their own accord. The places where these spirits appeared were usually deserted, but occasionally someone would pass by and look at Xiao Wu with the same expression as if she were mentally unstable. Jiang Yu felt pretty awkward and kept explaining to people that she was on the phone. These days, using a Bluetooth headset to make calls isn't unusual. She was supposed to be out on business, but Xiao Wu didn't do any actual work all morning. If Jiang Yu had truly wanted to work and earn money, he would have abandoned her long ago. There was still no word from her grandfather, but Xiao Wu wasn't discouraged. She'd been searching for 2 years already. A day or two more didn't matter. Taking advantage of Xiao Wu's current state, Jiang Yu asked again, "Xiao Wu, has your grandfather or any of your family members ever suffered from a serious illness?" Xiao Wu looked at him indifferently. "Why are you asking that?" Jiang Yu said, "I just want to learn more about you and your family to see if I can help." Xiao Wu furrowed her brows slightly, as if recalling the past. After a moment, she said, "When I first started middle school, my grandfather mentioned an incident. He had been severely injured while fighting a demonic cultivator and was on the brink of death. Fortunately, he encountered a barefoot divine healer who used miraculous medical skills to save his life." Jiang Yu perked up and hurriedly asked, "Do you know the name of that divine healer?" Xiao Wu shook her head solemnly and asked, "Why are you asking all this?" Of course he had to ask. He had to confirm whether Xiao Wu was his fiancée. If she was, Xiao Wu was now alone and unaware of the engagement. Where would he find the marriage contract from the Tang family? If the barefoot healer Xiao Wu mentioned was the old man, then Xiao Wu was most likely his fiancée. Unfortunately, Xiao Wu didn't know the divine doctor's name. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh. "It seems we must find your grandfather." Only by finding Tang Shuli could they unravel all the mysteries, and it was likely that only her grandfather knew where the marriage contract was. He looked at Xiao Wu with a determined expression and said, "I've decided. Starting today, I'll help you search for your grandfather." He was helping Xiao Wu, but he was also helping himself. But Xiao Wu seemed unappreciative. She coldly asked, "Did Uncle Fei tell you to do this? Did he tell you to watch over me?" Jiang Yu replied, "No, this is entirely my own decision." "So, you're pitying me?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to respond? Xiao Wu had indeed changed after being hospitalized. She was no longer easy to get along with. He thought for a moment and said, "If I told you I helped you because I like you, would you believe me?" He couldn't tell the truth, nor could he say he was pitying her and hurt her self-esteem. He could only brush it off like this. Xiao Wu stared at him, saying nothing for a moment. Jiang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly. Xiao Wu turned away coldly. "Before I avenge my family, I won't consider dating anyone." Chapter 182, The Bag. Fortunately, although Xiao Wu was cold, she didn't refuse Jiang Yu's help. After searching unsuccessfully for the entire morning, the two had lunch at a Chinese restaurant near the hospital. About 15 minutes after leaving the hospital, Xiao Wu's mood had returned to normal. Her face once again lit up with a charming smile. This sudden shift from cheerfulness to coldness was something few people could handle. "Come on, eat more. We still have to visit a few more hospitals this afternoon." Xiao Wu pushed all the food toward Jiang Yu, showing great consideration. Jiang Yu was puzzled. "You used to go out at night to look for people, didn't you?" Xiao Wu replied, "Usually, but things are different now." Jiang Yu asked, "What is different?" "Because you're here." Xiao Wu looked at him with teary eyes. "You promised you'd help me, right?" Jiang Yu nodded. "I'll never go back on my word." "That's good." The two had a quick meal and hurried to the next hospital. Xiao Wu said that hospitals were places where people were born, grew old, fell ill, and died, making them gathering places for restless spirits. To confirm whether Xiao Wu was his fiancée, Jiang Yu was also doing his utmost to help her search. However, after 2 years of searching, they had visited every hospital in Linzhou City, both large and small, with little hope of success. The afternoon passed quietly. Disappointed, Xiao Wu returned to the company to clock out, just like the previous days, without the smile from the morning, giving off a serious and cold demeanor. Jiang Yu could understand her feelings. Every morning was filled with hope for Xiao Wu, which is why she appeared cheerful and lively. But after searching for someone every day and experiencing disappointment time and again, her mood naturally became gloomy. When it was time to leave work, team leader Yuan Chuan approached him and said that general manager Yang Yu wanted to see him. Colleagues looked at him with sympathy. Being called by the general manager usually meant trouble. After Jiang Yu went to the office, Xiao Wu waited at her desk for him. Lu Shanshan and others were quite surprised. Xiao Wu, aren't you leaving? Do you want to work overtime? After all, Xiao Wu had always been punctual, clocking out the moment she punched in and rarely staying after hours, let alone working overtime. Today, she stayed at her desk after clocking out. It was like the sun was setting in the west. Xiao Wu said indifferently, I'm waiting for Jiang Yu. You guys can go ahead. Her colleagues' faces showed a mix of expressions, some surprised, some confused, some disdainful, and some delighted. Lu Shanshan was very happy for her. Many colleagues thought Xiao Wu should find a boyfriend, perhaps with the nourishment of love, she could move on from the pain of losing her loved ones. Others looked down on her. Because a colleague had once introduced someone to Xiao Wu, but she had always said she had no interest in dating. Yet now she was walking with Jiang Yu. Those people believed Xiao Wu was just a superficial person, saying she didn't want to date because she hadn't met a handsome guy yet. Of course, Xiao Wu didn't care what others thought. In the general manager's office, Yang Yu, who was around the same age as Han Xiong, sat in her office chair wearing a professional outfit, exuding a mature charm. Jiang Yu knocked on the door and politely said, "Good morning, general manager." Yang Yu stood up, gave Jiang Yu a thorough once-over, and nodded to herself. Her gaze seemed to say that, in terms of appearance, he was at least on par with Han Ing. Jiang Yu asked, "What did you need me for, Ms. Yang?" Yang Yu took a few steps forward, leaned against the desk, and said solemnly, "I called you here today to inform you of two matters. Your performance will be evaluated starting from the first month." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean?" Yang Yu explained, "Company policy states that new employees' performance in the first 3 months is not included in evaluations. However, you are an exception. You were placed under my supervision by Han Xiong for training, so I should naturally hold you to higher standards." Jiang Yu felt an urge to curse under his breath. After all, he was the future son-in-law of the Han family. If he didn't have any special privileges, that was one thing, but to be treated even more strictly was another. He forced a smile and said, "I understand. I have no objections. Performance evaluation be it." He didn't care anyway. Yang Yu said, "The second matter, I heard that Miao Jian asked Tang Qingwu to take you out on business calls?" Jiang Yu nodded, "That's correct." Yang Yu said, "Once you get familiar with the sales department, you can choose someone else to mentor you. Let me know, and I'll make the arrangements." Jiang Yu asked in confusion, "Why change the mentor?" Yang Yu said, "We all feel sorry for Tang Qingwu, and she meets her monthly targets every month, but she lacks passion in her work and isn't suitable for mentoring newcomers." Jiang Yu agreed with this point, and added, "But Xiao Wu isn't just unsuitable for mentoring newcomers, she's practically a graveyard for them." But he wouldn't switch. If he replaced her, would he really have to go to the hospital every day to handle business? Are you kidding me? Finding a fiancé is my priority, isn't it? So, Jiang Yu refused, saying, "I think Xiao Wu is a great teacher, and we work well together." Yang Yu's expression darkened. "Is she pretty?" Jiang Yu's forehead was filled with question marks. "What does that mean?" Yang Yu repeated, "I'm asking you, is she attractive?" Jiang Yu nodded and said, "She's very attractive." Yang Yu stared at him intently, her gaze piercing. How does she compare to Han Ing? Each has their own merits. So? Yang Yu's expression hardened. "Do you think she's suitable?" Jiang Yu suddenly understood this was Yang Yu's true concern. Is she worried that I'll grow fond of Xiao Wu and end up hurting Han Ing? Is this Yang Yu's concern or Han Xiong's concern? Jiang Yu spoke seriously, "Mr. Yang, please rest assured. I'm here for business, and I won't let trivial matters distract me." Anyway, the important business he was referring to was finding a fiancé, and he didn't care how Yang Yu interpreted it. Yang Yu furrowed her brows and stared at him for a moment before saying, "I respect your choice, but I'll remind you to be mindful of your current position and keep some distance from Tang Qingwu." "I understand. Does Mr. Yang have anything else?" "That's all. You may go." As soon as Jiang Yu left, Yang Yu dialed Han Xiong's phone, and the two talked for half an hour. When Jiang Yu arrived at the sales department, he found that only Xiao Wu was left. He was surprised. "Xiao Wu, you haven't left yet? Aren't you going to find someone tonight?" Xiao Wu packed her things and stood up, saying softly, "I was waiting for you." Jiang Yu nodded in realization and asked, "Where should we go now?" Xiao Wu replied, "Let's go to my place first. I need to change clothes." Apart from Fei Wei, no one had ever been to Xiao Wu's home before. Jiang Yu was the exception. He had already been there, so Xiao Wu didn't need to be cautious around him anymore. They hurriedly took a taxi back home. Xiao Wu changed into a slightly loose black outfit and tucked a Taoist robe hanging on the wall into a cloth bag at her waist. Now Jiang Yu knew what was inside the cloth bag: a compass, a copper coin sword, several talisman papers, and a Taoist robe. Xiao Wu explained to Jiang Yu, we might encounter powerful evil spirits at night. The compass is for navigation, the talismans and copper coin sword are for exorcising evil spirits, and the Taoist robe symbolizes his identity. Jiang Yu understood all of this, but then why do you carry that cloth bag during the day? This is the golden light bag my grandfather gave me. Is that a magical artifact? The cloth bag looked ordinary, and Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Chapter 183, Fushan Mental Hospital. After organizing their gear, the two had a simple dinner. Soon after dark, Xiao Wu called Aditi using her phone. Jiang Yu asked, "Aren't we riding bikes tonight?" Xiao Wu replied seriously, "Fushan Mental Hospital is quite far from here." "A mental hospital? Can you come with me?" Xiao Wu's expression was solemn and serious, and Jiang Yu noticed the tension in her eyes. After the ride arrived, the two got in and took a 40-minute journey to the Fushan Mental Hospital on the outskirts of the city. The hospital was located on the slope of a small mountain, and at night, the mountain road was almost deserted. As soon as they got out of the car, Xiao Wu instinctively pulled out the copper coin sword from her cloth bag. Fushan Mental Hospital wasn't dilapidated, the environment inside was well maintained, with bright streetlights. However, a strong, eerie aura permeated the air. Moreover, the place was vast, with over a dozen buildings. Upon entering, Xiao Wu often hesitated at the intersections. Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Have you never been here before?" Xiao Wu replied solemnly, "I've been here once." Jiang Yu exclaimed, "Only once in 2 years?" Xiao Wu said, "This place is dangerous. You must have felt it. The first time I came here, I almost died. It was Uncle Fei who saved me in the nick of time. He warned me that those who haven't attained enlightenment must never return here." Jiang Yu could indeed sense an unusual aura, but it was just a mental hospital, it shouldn't be that intimidating, right? Xiao Wu added, "Before the Fushan Mental Hospital was built, this place was a mass grave." Jiang Yu finally understood, but if Officer Fei warned you not to come, why did you still come? But you're here today, aren't you? Plus, I just feel like I can find clues here. Jiang Yu fell silent, spreading his spiritual senses. Sure enough, the Yin energy here was beyond imagination. Xiao Wu sensed his hesitation and said, "I'm not forcing you. Officer Fei said you're not a very powerful cultivator. If you don't want to help me, you can leave." Jiang Yu glared at her. What was she talking about? What did he mean by not very powerful cultivator? Was he looking down on him? He suddenly smiled and said to Xiao Wu, "I'll help you, but I have one condition." Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and said, "Speak." Jiang Yu said, "You once told me that a happy day is a day, and an unhappy day is also a day. So why not try to be happy every day? I know the pain in your heart, but I still think you shouldn't let hatred consume you. Smile a little. Don't frown all night long. You look beautiful when you smile." Xiao Wu remained silent for a moment before saying hesitantly, I'll try. Alright, let's go." Jiang Yu took her hand and ran quickly along the hospital's stone path, heading toward the buildings in the back. Xiao Wu was startled at first. She looked at Jiang Yu holding her hand, and a rare smile finally curved her lips in the night. The first few buildings of the mental hospital were crowded and well lit, but the ones further back were much quieter. Under a lush tree, several ethereal figures floated in the air. Ordinary people couldn't see them, but Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu could. Their attire varied, clearly not belonging to the same era. They seemed to sense the unusual aura emanating from Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu and dared not approach them. Xiao Wu walked to the tree and pulled out a photo, asking, "Have any of you seen the person in this photo?" In an instant, dozens of souls scattered like birds and beasts, as if they were very afraid. After the souls dispersed, they gathered in small groups in the distance, whispering to one another. "Can she see us?" "Of course she can see us. Otherwise, was she just talking to ghosts?" "Oh, I forgot we are ghosts. Why isn't she afraid?" "Yeah, it's the first time we've seen a girl who isn't afraid of us." "It's not the first time. I think I saw her a year ago. She's a Taoist priestess." "A Taoist priest? Is she powerful?" "Not very. I almost got beaten to death back then." So, a group of souls slowly approached Xiao Wu. A soul dressed in ancient attire floated in front of Xiao Wu, drifting up and down, and asked, "Little girl, you dare come back? There's not just one red-clothed vengeful spirit here." A year ago, Xiao Wu had found this place but hadn't had time to show the photo before being injured by a red-clothed vengeful spirit. Fei Wei had arrived in time to eliminate the spirit and save her. However, the souls before her now were ordinary and wouldn't harm anyone. Xiao Wu also seemed a bit nervous, so Jiang Yu gripped her hand tightly, and she felt slightly reassured. Jiang Yu said, "We're here to find someone, well, to be precise, we're looking for a soul. The person in the photo. Have any of you seen them?" A group of souls stared at the photo for a moment. One of them, dressed in a hospital gown, spoke confidently, "We've seen him." Xiao Wu was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Do you know where he is?" The soul in the hospital gown replied slowly, "I saw him many years ago. I have no idea where he is now." The other souls whispered among themselves, "I've seen this Taoist priest before. He came here 7 or 8 years ago and was beaten by someone. Jiang Yu noticed a particular phrase, was beaten by someone. He asked, are you sure he was beaten by someone? He emphasized the word by someone deliberately. Yes, that Taoist priest is very powerful. Even the most vicious ghosts can't match him. I'm certain he was beaten by someone. However, Xiao Wu wasn't interested in her grandfather's past. She only wanted to know where her grandfather was now. So she asked again, have you seen him in the past 5 years? Her grandfather had died 5 years ago. A group of souls shook their heads. Xiao Wu's face was filled with disappointment, and the hope that had just begun to rise was extinguished once again. A few souls continued discussing her grandfather's affairs. Was your grandfather injured here? I didn't know that. You weren't even alive back then. How could you know? But you said that Taoist priest was very powerful. He was powerful, but the one who injured him was even more powerful. Let me tell you a secret, that more powerful person is in the mental hospital. Really? Then maybe. I advise you not to show your face in front of him. Otherwise, you'll be beaten to a pulp. Xiao Wu suddenly exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Yu. This was a crucial clue. She was certain her family had been murdered, but she couldn't find the killer. If the master in the mental hospital had a grudge against her grandfather, then he was a suspect. Just as Xiao Wu was about to ask more questions, a chilling wind suddenly arose, leaves rustled and fell, and a dangerous aura enveloped the area. Under the moonlight, a red figure darted forward, instantly sending the souls of those who had been discussing Xiao Wu's grandfather flying in all directions. Red-clothed vengeful spirit. The remaining souls screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. It was a woman with a hideous face, dressed in a blood-red long dress, her hair tangled and coarse like waterweed. Chapter 184, The Dragon Trapping Symbol. She glared at Xiao Wu with a fierce expression, her voice cold and menacing. A female Taoist priestess? You're asking for death. She let out a piercing scream, her hair erupting and wrapping around Xiao Wu. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's golden light bag flashed, repelling the demon's hair. The demon let out a wail and was sent flying backward. The golden light pouch was a magical artifact given to Xiao Wu by her grandfather for protection. Her grandfather was a Taoist priest and a cultivator who had offended many people. Fearing that his enemies might take their anger out on his granddaughter, he had given her the golden light pouch for protection. Xiao Wu focused her mind, reached into the golden light bag, and with a rustling sound, her Taoist robe unfolded and wrapped around her body. She held a talisman in her left hand and a sword in her right, exuding an extraordinary aura. Stop! Xiao Wu muttered under her breath and threw a yellow talisman at the malevolent spirit. The talisman stuck to the ghost's body, pinning it to the tree trunk, unable to move. Xiao Wu gripped the copper coin sword tightly and approached cautiously. Suddenly, the yellow talisman emitted a puff of green smoke and turned to ash. The malevolent spirit grinned savagely at her, its sharp claws flying off its body like divine weapons. Boom! 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 Though Xiao Wu was protected by a golden light, the sharp nails struck her body, sending her flying backward. The intense force caused her internal organs to churn, and she couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yu caught Xiao Wu, who wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said solemnly, I'm fine. She seemed unwilling to accept Jiang Yu's help. She threaded a yellow talisman onto the copper coin sword, formed hand seals, and the sword flashed with light, instantly shooting toward the malevolent spirit. Fei Wei had mentioned that Xiao Wu was now considered a half-cultivator. In other words, Xiao Wu's strength was at least at the peak of martial arts. At the peak of martial arts, one could use internal energy to injure others, so temporarily controlling the copper coin sword was also within her capabilities. After the copper coin sword flew out, Xiao Wu also began to run. She sprinted to the large tree, leaped up the trunk several times, and then jumped into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters high. At that moment, the fierce ghost's hair swelled, clashing with the copper coins in a back-and-forth battle, producing clanging sounds in the air. The yellow talismans were burning, and whenever the ghost's hair touched the flames, a section of it would be singed. However, this did not cause any significant harm to the demon. At that moment, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, grabbed a strand of the demon's hair, and used the force of gravity to pull itself downward while exerting force with its hands. Boom! The vengeful spirit was suddenly pulled down from mid-air by Xiao Wu and slammed heavily onto the ground. Xiao Wu extends her hand, and the copper coin sword flies back into her grasp. The yellow talisman on the sword has already turned to ash. She drew several marks on the copper coin sword, then with a clang, she impaled the demon's strand of hair into the ground with the sword. Immediately, she took out 3 talisman papers from the golden light bag, bit her finger, dipped it in the talisman, and stuck it onto the ghost's hair. The tip of the ghost's hair suddenly burst into a red flame. This time, the flames did not merely burn through a section of the demon's hair but swiftly spread along the strands, engulfing the demon's hair. Ah! The vengeful spirit let out a piercing scream, and the red flames could not be extinguished. As the ghost's figure began to fade into nothingness, it seemed as though its soul was about to vanish. The souls hiding in the corner watched the scene in horror. Wow, that little girl is so powerful. She can actually fight a red-clothed ghost. What girl? That's a female Taoist priestess. Thank goodness I didn't harm anyone, otherwise I would have been reduced to nothing too. Jiang Yu was also astonished. No wonder Fei Wei said Xiao Wu was half a cultivator. The red-robed ghost's strength was roughly equivalent to the first level of the bone and blood realm, but she was no match for Xiao Wu. Of course, Xiao Wu's victory was mainly due to her talismans and magical artifacts. The red-clothed ghost's hair was burned by flames, and soon her entire body was engulfed in flames. The night sky was filled with her terrifying and piercing screams. This sound was inaudible to ordinary people, but it caused an inexplicable chill to run down their spines. Xiao Wu put away her copper coin sword and Taoist robe, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Jiang Yu raised his thumb in admiration, saying, "You truly live up to your lineage as the descendant of a cultivator." Xiao Wu replied indifferently, "I'm still far from my grandfather's level." Just as she was about to continue searching for her grandfather's whereabouts, a black talisman suddenly flew out of the night sky. The talisman was adorned with a simple dragon-shaped pattern drawn in cinnabar. The black talisman instantly adhered to Xiao Wu's body, causing her to faint on the spot. Jiang Yu saw that Xiao Wu's soul had been sucked into the black talisman. He was utterly horrified and immediately looked toward a 7-story building. The talisman had come from that direction. The Fushang mental hospital was indeed hiding a master. Perhaps the one who had acted was the same person who had injured Xiao Wu's grandfather years ago. Suddenly, another black talisman flew through the night sky, also bearing a simple dragon-shaped pattern. A faint purple glow surged around Jiang Yu, and the mountain's summoning tripod manifested. However, the small cauldron was insufficient to envelop him entirely. The black talisman paper pierced through the air, shattering Jiang Yu's spiritual energy barrier, and adhered to his arm. Jiang Yu instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. He felt an invisible hand reaching deep into his mind, trying to pull his soul out. The surrounding spirits slowly gathered around, whispering, "Are they dead? What a pity. That female Taoist priestess was quite attractive. Since that's the case, why don't we?" A few souls let out a sinister chuckle. "What a ridiculous idea. She's a Taoist priestess. Even if she's dead, we can't defeat her." A few souls dressed in ancient attire looked toward the dark building. "Is it that person again? Let's hide quickly before he takes our souls too." The clever souls scattered immediately, leaving only a few souls dressed in hospital gowns still watching the commotion. They were never very bright in life, and they're still the same in death. Suddenly, the soul on Jiang Yu's arm began to burn on its own. He snapped his eyes open, a chill running down his spine. "It's a zombie." The souls in the hospital gowns screamed in terror and scattered in all directions. He tried to tear off the black talisman paper on Xiao Wu's body, but found it impossible to remove. He could only hug her and run out. In the dark building, a faint voice echoed with surprise, "He broke my dragon ceiling." Interesting. Jiang Yu escaped from the mental hospital in less than a minute, but cold sweat had already soaked his back. He immediately called Fei Wei, "Officer Fei, help." Jiang Yu's back was completely soaked. He never expected there to be such a powerful presence inside the mental hospital. The person lurking in the shadows hadn't shown themselves, but they were exerting immense pressure on him. Fortunately, the person inside didn't chase after him. Jiang Yu carried Xiao Wu and ran down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, they encountered Fei Wei. Fei Wei, who rarely had a cigarette in his mouth, looked serious. "What are you doing here again?" Jiang Yu placed Xiao Wu in the back seat and urgently said, "We'll discuss this later. Officer Fei, please save Xiao Wu first. I can't remove the black talisman from her body." Fei Wei's eyes narrowed in shock. Dragon binding symbol. Chapter 185, Supreme Soul. The words dragon binding symbol felt vaguely familiar to Jiang Yu. Fei Wei's immense power surged, his aura like a torrent reversing its flow. Jiang Yu was stunned. Fei Wei's strength was likely already at the peak of the hidden realm, or even the spirit platform realm. A beam of light struck out, and the dragon binding symbol on Xiao Wu's body instantly turned to ash. He then drove Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu back to Xiao Wu's residence. Xiao Wu was still unconscious, and Jiang Yu stood in the living room. He felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Officer Fei. It was my carelessness." He had no idea that there were such powerful individuals in the mental hospital, and he certainly didn't expect to find anyone that formidable there. Fei Wei lit a cigarette, waved his hand, and said, "It's not your fault. It must be that Xiao Wu didn't tell you." Jiang Yu was surprised. Xiao Wu knew there were experts inside? Fei Wei said, "I warned her before that there were skilled practitioners inside, but she's not a practitioner herself, so she probably thought she'd be safe with you." Jiang Yu asked, "Officer Fei, do you know who the people inside are?" Fei Wei took a deep drag on his cigarette. "The Tianjui Alliance, Zhang Hui." "The Tianjui Alliance? It doesn't sound like a sect." The Tianjui Alliance is an organization that gathers many skilled practitioners. They do anything and everything. Then why doesn't the Jinxia Bureau eliminate them? First, the Tianjui Alliance targets only cultivators, so we have no authority to intervene. Second, to eliminate the Tianjui Alliance, the Jinxia Bureau would suffer at least a 70% casualty rate. Jiang Yu asked curiously, "Why would such a powerful cultivator hide in a mental hospital?" Fei Wei said, "I didn't know either before, and I had no right to interfere with his freedom. But now I might know why." Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. Fei Wei hadn't gone to the mental hospital. What did he know? Fei Wei seemed to notice his confusion and asked, "Do you remember the dragon sealing amulet?" Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, "It sounds familiar." Fei Wei said, "I mentioned it to you before when we were capturing Daishan." Jiang Yu suddenly remembered. At the time, he had been tracking Daishan, but Fei Wei had been delayed by another matter because Daishan had used the dragon binding symbol to trap innocent civilians. Fei Wei explained, the dragon trapping symbol can trap people, but its primary purpose is to trap souls. The Fushan Mental Hospital used to be a mass grave, where countless restless spirits linger. I suspect Jiang Hui is cultivating some secret technique that requires those souls. Jiang Yu asked, "Since you know he's practicing evil arts, why didn't you arrest him?" Fei Wei frowned at Jiang Yu. "What is your definition of a heretical technique?" Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "Any secret technique that takes the lives of others as its foundation is a heretical technique." Fei Wei asked again, "How do you define others?" This. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Fei Wei said, "For our demon suppressing bureau, others can only refer to ordinary citizens. If Jiang Hui were harming cultivators, we wouldn't intervene either. And in this case, he's harming souls. Those souls aren't even considered human beings. How can the demon suppression bureau interfere?" After a moment of silence, Jiang Yu said, "There might be clues about the death of Xiao Wu's family at Fushan Mental Hospital." Fei Wei said, "I know." "You know?" Jiang Yu looked stunned. "You know and you didn't investigate?" Fei Wei looked at Jiang Yu with a condescending expression. "Do you think I haven't investigated? Even if I suspect Jiang Hui, without evidence, I can't arrest him. 5 years and you still can't find any evidence? The world of cultivators is different from the ordinary world. For cultivators, killing someone and covering up the evidence is too easy. Not only is there no evidence, but not even a single clue can be found. Are we just going to let it go? Of course not. Today, Jiang Hui finally slipped up. But we didn't see him act. The dragon binding symbol is enough. It's a crucial clue. Is the death of Xiao Wu's family connected to the dragon binding symbol? No. Fei Wei stood up and walked to the wall, looking at the two Taoist robes. But it can indicate that Jiang Hui is connected to other cases. Are you referring to the Dai Yishan case? With Dai Yishan's abilities, he couldn't have made the dragon sealing symbol. There are only a few people in Linzhou who can make it. Perhaps the dragon sealing symbol Dai Yishan used was provided by Jiang Hui, and he might be an accomplice. Then why did you burn the dragon sealing symbol earlier? That's evidence. It's useless. Even if I had the dragon binding symbol and confronted Jiang Hui with it, as long as he doesn't admit it, there is nothing I can do. Jiang Yu spread his hands helplessly. Alright, we've talked for so long, but it's all for nothing. The room fell silent for a few minutes as Fei Wei took slow puffs on his cigarette. Jiang Yu walked over and said, "Officer Fei, I have a question." "Go ahead." "Jiang Hui is far more powerful than me. Why didn't he come after me?" "He's afraid I'm lying in wait," Fei Wei said. "A year ago, when I went to the mental hospital to rescue Xiao Wu, he saw us." "I see. He's afraid you're setting a trap, but why did he attack us?" The spiritual awareness of cultivators varies in strength. Take you, for example. You're also a cultivator and have spiritual awareness, but if I get close to you, you wouldn't notice me. However, he changed the subject. As long as the cultivation level isn't as vastly different as ours, even cultivators with lower cultivation levels have a safe zone. That mental hospital is Jiang Hui's safe zone. As soon as I step inside, he'll sense me immediately. Jiang Yu realized, so Jiang Hui was planning to catch us off guard and kill me and Xiao Wu silently. Fei Wei's eyes betrayed his agreement. That's why I kept warning Xiao Wu not to go to the Fushan Mental Hospital, but she wouldn't listen. Today, she almost got you killed. It's okay, I don't blame her. When she wakes up, don't scold her either. Oh, you're already defending her so quickly? Fei Wei's lips curled into a mischievous smile, leaving a lingering impression. However, the smile vanished quickly, and Fei Wei grew serious again, scrutinizing Jiang Yu from head to toe. Jiang Yu felt uneasy under his gaze and took a step back. "Officer Fei, you don't have any feelings for me, do you? Let me tell you, I'm a perfectly normal man." Fei Wei's expression darkened. "Get out of here. I was just curious." "Curious about what?" "You, with your mere third-tier bone and blood realm cultivation, should have been unable to withstand the dragon binding symbol. Why didn't Jiang Hui attack you?" To be honest, Jiang Yu also found it strange. He explained everything that had happened at the mental hospital in detail. Fei Wei was deeply shocked. "So you were unconscious at the time, but when the dragon binding symbol was draining your soul, it suddenly burst into flames on its own?" "Something like that." Jiang Yu didn't think anyone had secretly helped him at the time. "It seems your soul is different from that of ordinary cultivators." "What do you mean by that?" Fei Wei explained, "Whether cultivators or ordinary people, we all have 3 souls and 7 spirits. However, there is a type of person who was born with an extra soul, making their soul incredibly powerful and immune to most soul-targeted secret techniques and magical artifacts. 30 years ago, I had the honor of witnessing such a peerless master.
At the time, 7 top-tier experts simultaneously launched an attack on his soul, but they were all instantly killed by the Supreme Soul's counterattack. And such a soul is called the Supreme Soul. Chapter 186, Did you pop out of a rock? Jiang Yu was overjoyed and boasted, I didn't even know I had such a powerful soul. Fei Wei said, however, to be honest, if the Supreme Soul is not cultivated, it will eventually fade into obscurity. Jiang Yu's face immediately fell. The old man never taught me how to cultivate my soul either. Damn it! If I hadn't gone off on my own to live freely, my cultivation path wouldn't be so arduous. Fei Wei seemed to have read Jiang Yu's mind and chuckled. Coincidentally, my Jinxia Bureau has a secret technique specifically for cultivating the soul. If you're willing to join my Jinxia Bureau, I can help you obtain this technique. Really? Jiang Yu was completely swayed. Just imagine one day, he could single-handedly turn the tables on the 7 masters and strike them down in an instant. How formidable that would be. You have 3 minutes to decide. Fei Wei sat down on the sofa, lit another cigarette, and began to smoke leisurely. Jiang Yu. 3 minutes? Didn't they always say I could take my time before? Why 3 minutes today? Seeing Fei Wei's smug smile, Jiang Yu understood. Fei Wei had seen through his admiration for the soul cultivation technique. He clenched his teeth. This was an offer he couldn't refuse. The old man was nowhere to be found, and he had no resources for cultivation. Of course, the Demon Suppressing Bureau wouldn't nurture him like a sect with the resources they could offer were limited, but better than nothing. Jiang Yu made his decision immediately, I'm in. Excellent. Fei Wei smiled with delight, I'll take you to the office to handle the onboarding procedures right away. He seemed even more eager than Jiang Yu. Are you in such a hurry? Xiao Wu hasn't woken up yet. She's fine, she'll be okay after a good sleep. Getting you on board is the priority right now. He grabbed Jiang Yu and walked out, driving for 20 minutes to a skyscraper in the city center. On the top floor of the building was a modest office with a sign reading, Jinxia Bureau's branch office in Linzhou. Fei Wei turned on the computer and entered Jiang Yu's information into the system. Jiang Yu stared at the screen and asked eagerly, Officer Fei, your system should be connected to government agencies, right? Fei Wei nodded. Any information accessible to public security departments, I can access. Then, Officer Fei, could you help me check my parents' information? Of course, no problem. Once you enter your identity information, the details of your relatives within 3 generations will appear. Joining our Jinxia Bureau requires a clean background. He entered Jiang Yu's ID number, and under Jiang Yu's tense and expectant gaze, Officer Fei pressed the enter key. A page of information appeared, and Jiang Yu's heart, which had been filled with excitement, plummeted to the depths of despair. The information was pitifully sparse, leaving even Officer Fei speechless. Are you kidding me? Did you just pop out of a rock? Fei Wei stared at the screen in astonishment. It displayed Jiang Yu's basic information, but there was no work history or any details about where he had studied. The information about his relatives is also blank, with only information about his master. That is, the personal information of Zhong Tianxua. Zhong Tianxua's information is relatively more detailed, including his name, date of birth, and some medical practice history. Jiang Yu was stunned. Even the internal network of the Demon Suppressing Bureau couldn't find any information about his parents. He felt a bit disappointed, but this was within his expectations. Jiang Yu scratched his head awkwardly and said, I'm an orphan, adopted by my master, so I have no relatives. Officer Fei, will this affect my employment at the Jinxia Bureau? Fei Wei stroked his chin, lit a cigarette, and said leisurely, I'll have to consult with my superiors, but it should be fine. As long as you have no criminal record, you should be able to pass. As he spoke, Officer Fei sent an email. Alright, go back and wait for the news. You should hear back by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Officer Fei, please help me out. What's the rush? You didn't want to join the Demon Slaying Bureau before, and now you're so determined? There's no choice. Who can resist your secret techniques for cultivating souls? He spoke honestly. It was that secret technique that had drawn him in. Fei Wei smiled at him. You've got a mysterious aura about you. Logically, your master should have noted your background during the census, that your parents died young where you were abandoned, but none of that is mentioned. Could it be? What? Jiang Yu looked expectantly at him. Never mind. Your master is probably a cultivator too, so keeping information confidential is normal. The world of cultivators has no rules. Every day is filled with brutal battles, so information is kept strictly confidential. Cultivators are also born to parents, and most of them have offended someone. Since their battles don't violate the law, everyone fears that enemies might use the Town Demon Bureau's internal network to track down their relatives. As a result, only personal information is recorded, not family details. Of course, there are also a significant number of reclusive masters whose information is not recorded on the books. Jiang Yu was left hanging, rolled his eyes, and turned to leave. Fei Wei sat alone at the computer for a long time before muttering to himself, could this kid come from a prominent cultivation family? The supreme soul, few in this world possess such a soul. Come to think of it, Jiang Yu does bear a striking resemblance to the peerless powerhouse I recently encountered.
He immediately opened the internal network and began searching for information about the Supreme Soul. Jiang Yu didn't go to Xiao Wu's house but returned to Lijiang Garden. It was already 11 p.m. and the neighborhood was dark, with only a few households still lit. To his surprise, he noticed that the lights in his own house were on. Burglars? How dare they come to my place? He didn't even take the elevator, rushing up the stairs as quickly as he could. He quietly opened the door. The living room light was on, but no one was there. The light in his bedroom was also on, and the door was ajar. Jiang Yu quickly took off his jacket, intending to go in, cover his head, and beat the thief senseless first. Practitioners don't easily harm ordinary people, but since he dared to steal into my own home, beating him up to ward off evil spirits would be justified. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength, pushed open the door, and charged into the bedroom, throwing the clothes over the man's head. He had already raised his fist, but at the last moment, he held back. Smack! You're crazy! The clothes were thrown to the ground, and a roar echoed in his ears. Jiang Yu was stunned. What are you doing here? It wasn't a thief in his bedroom, it was Han Ning. Good thing I stopped in time, otherwise, she would have been disfigured, and she'd blame me for the rest of her life. Han Ning said angrily, can't I come to Linzhou City to have some fun during my vacation? Jiang Yu said, I don't mind you coming to play, but why did you sneak into my house without a word? I almost mistook you for a thief and beat you up. Your house? Ha ha. Han Ning sneered, this house is rented by my dad. This is my home. Why can't I come here? Alright, you're right. Countless examples have proven that arguing with a woman is a very unwise choice, so Jiang Yu decided to back down. But what are you doing here in the middle of the night? You're the eldest daughter of the Han family, you wouldn't be so cheap as to not want to stay in a hotel, would you? He caught a glimpse of his own face in the small mirror in the bedroom and found his answer. Han Ning must be captivated by my stunning good look, she has come all this way to bring me some warmth. Chapter 187, Playdate. Han Ning crossed her arms and glared at him. Give me a reason why you're back so late. Reason? Jiang Yu's mind raced, and he blurted out, you should already know why I came to Linzhou City, right? Han Ning nodded, my father said you volunteered to come to Linzhou City for some training. I think that's great. In Tianyun City, almost everyone in our group already knows you. Staying there wouldn't give you any real experience. What? That's good? Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Let's not even talk about your dad's lie that I volunteered. You need to figure out why they sent me here to gain experience. It's to make me gradually familiarize myself with the business, so I can eventually become a capable son-in-law of the Han family and your right-hand man as the future heir. You actually think this is a good idea? Aren't we just putting on a show? Alright, judging by Han Ying's attitude, she's taking this seriously. It's clear that Han Ning is still secretly developing feelings for him. Otherwise, why would a young woman wait alone for her all this time? And with this intense chemistry, who knows what might happen? Jiang Yu casually said, I'm going out to dinner with a client. Han Ning took a deep breath and said with satisfaction, you didn't drink, that's good. What's good about that? It's the middle of the night. I'll take you to the hotel. Han Ning plopped down on the bedside, you have a home and you're not staying there? Why go to a hotel? Jiang Yu glared at her and said, sis, even though there are 2 rooms here, the guest room has nothing but a bed. There's no place for you. Who said I want to sleep in the guest room? Jiang Yu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Are you trying to turn the tables on me? You're not planning to kick me out, are you? Han Ning looked at him with a pout, biting her lip and stammering, can't we just stay in the same room? Oh my god. She really came all this way to bring warmth. Jiang Yu's heart suddenly began to race, feeling his blood flow accelerate. If Han Ning took the initiative, he wouldn't be able to resist. What should he do? Jiang Yu was torn. The world of ordinary people has its rules. If only you and Wen Fuya were both cultivators, then we wouldn't have to care about the mundane laws and rules of the world. Han Ning stood up and said softly, I'm going to take a shower. You can make a bed on the floor. A mat? Didn't you say we'd be staying together? What are you thinking? Han Ning grabbed Jiang Yu's ear, listen carefully, I said we're sharing a room, not a bed. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Jiang Yu's head, shattering his illusions. He said helplessly, if I have to sleep on the floor, I might as well sleep on the sofa. No way. Han Ning refused firmly, you must stay in the same room with me. Jiang Yu immediately understood Han Ning's intentions. It turned out the shadow of Jiangmen Ghost Village was still lingering, she was too scared to sleep alone. Hey, so you're scared, huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you were coming all this way to keep me warm. Han Ning tightened her grip. Ouch, it hurts. Han Ning let go of him, her gaze drifting downward along his body, threatening, if you dare to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll make you suffer even more. Her expression was fierce. If she had 2 eggs in her hands at that moment, she would have crushed them to signify Jiang Yu's fate. Jiang Yu felt a chill between his legs and stammered, you go take a shower first. I'll sleep on the floor. Soon, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Jiang Yu helplessly spread out a carpet on the floor. It was fortunate that he had good physical stamina, otherwise, in this weather, he would have frozen to death. By the end of November, the temperature had dropped sharply and it had already started snowing in many parts of Linzhou. Hanning entered the house wearing a fluffy pajama set, her damp hair hanging loosely over her shoulders, her face flushed and still dripping with water droplets. The pajamas were her own. She had come prepared, having already decided to stay with Jiang Yu. She used a hairdryer to dry her hair, filling the room with the scent of her long, fragrant locks. Jiang Yu was already lying on the floor mat. With Hanning there, he didn't feel comfortable practicing his cultivation, lest he accidentally hurt her while practicing the mountain summoning cauldron technique. After drying her hair, Hanning lay on the bed and scrolled through her social media feed. Jiang Yu chatted with her casually. Why did you suddenly think of Linzhou? Of course I came to play. Do you think I came here because I missed you? Oomph. She gave a soft hum, a sound that made his bones melt. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smile. Exposed, huh? When did I ever say you came because you missed me? Hanning realized she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, I heard that the Yeshishin mountain in Linzhou city is open for skiing, so I wanted to come and try it out. Will you come with me tomorrow? So she just wanted me to be her playmate. Tomorrow? Jiang Yu hesitated. Tomorrow might not be possible. He had to go to the Linzhou branch of the Xinxia Bureau tomorrow. If the review didn't pass, he'd have to figure out another plan. Hanning was immediately upset. I rarely come here. Can't you even take me out to play? Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. Sis, you have all the time in the world, but I don't. I'm just a struggling salesman. The company's general manager is evaluating my performance this month, and I'm under a lot of pressure. I really don't have time to go out and play. Hanning said. Auntie said the company is hers, right? Yes, but the company is managed by General Manager Yang Yu. Your aunt is just a figurehead. No problem, I'll tell my aunt tomorrow and have her give you a day off. It's almost the end of the month, and my performance targets aren't met yet. Alright, I'll tell my aunt not to evaluate your performance, is that okay? Deal. Jiang Yu knew he couldn't refuse Han Ying's persistent pleading, so he pretended to be reluctant and asked her to help handle the performance evaluation matter. As for going to the snowy mountains, it's just accompanying her for fun, so it doesn't matter. Even if it means sleeping with her, I don't mind. Anyway, it's not my loss. The night was cool and still, passing quietly by. Jiang Yu got up early. Fei Wei said he'd receive a reply by 10 o'clock, but Jiang Yu arrived at the office by 8. Hanning was still sound asleep, giggling in her dreams. No one knew what sweet dreams she was having. Fei Wei also arrived early, brewed a cup of tea, and lay back in his office chair, relaxing comfortably. Yesterday, Jiang Yu hadn't come to observe the office, but today he noticed how shabby it was. The office was a small room of about 20 square meters, with a desk, a chair, a computer, and a few photos hanging on the walls. There wasn't even a table or chairs for receiving guests. Is this the Xinxia Bureau's branch office in Linzhou? Or is it the only branch office? Aren't the employees of the Xinxia Bureau supposed to have high salaries? At least decorate the office a little. Fei Wei sat in the office and said casually, don't look around. This is all we have. The Xinxia Bureau doesn't need to meet with people here, so there is no need to make it look fancy. Keep it simple. Of course, Jiang Yu didn't care about these things. As long as Fei Wei fulfilled his conditions, salary didn't matter. What he really wanted was the secret technique for cultivating the soul. His gaze fixed on the photos on the wall. There were 3 photos in total, each showing people dressed differently. From their attire, one could roughly determine the era they belonged to. Jiang Yu noticed that one of the photos on the wall was of Xiao Wu's grandfather. Chapter 188, 9th Ranked Bureau Official. Fei Wei explained, these are photos of the former directors. Although there was only one member of the Xinxia Bureau in the entire city of Linzhou, his rank was quite high. He was a 6th rank bureau officer and also the director of the Linzhou branch office. Jiang Yu nodded and said, so your photo will also be hung here in the future? Pfft, pfft, pfft. Fei Wei spat angrily, don't curse me. Jiang Yu asked in confusion, but you just said that photos of all former department heads are displayed here. Fei Wei explained, maybe I didn't express myself clearly. Any photo hung on the wall means the person died in the line of duty, not from natural causes. Fei Wei certainly didn't want to die young. He took a sip of tea, then lit a cigarette. By the way, didn't I tell you I'd give you an answer by 10 o'clock? Why did you come so early? I was just in a hurry. Actually, he was worried that if he came too late, he'd get stuck with Han Ning, and once things settled here, he'd have to go back to keep her company. Alright, I'll call and remind them for you. Fei Wei made a call, and a soft, lazy voice came through. It was a woman. After asking a few questions, he hung up, looking at Jiang Yu with a pleased expression. He extended his hand and said, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Xinxia Bureau. From today onward, you are a 9th rank officer of the Xinxia Bureau. He turned around, took a small booklet from the drawer of his desk, and handed it to Jiang Yu. The cover read, Xinxia Bureau Officer Handbook. Jiang Yu flipped through it briefly. It contained the history of the Demon Slaying Bureau, its organizational structure, and the code of conduct for bureau members. The organizational structure of the demon-slaying bureau was simple, with ranks from 9th to 1st. Above first-rank officers were deputy demon-slaying envoys and demon-slaying envoys. Generally, there were 3 deputy demon-slaying envoys and only 1 demon-slaying envoy. The positions of regional directors are not directly linked to their rank. Jiang Yu is currently the lowest-ranked officer. Take this back and memorize it thoroughly. I'll be testing you on it later. Fei Wei's expression was serious. Jiang Yu replied with a serious expression, Officer Fei, you didn't mention anything about having to memorize these random things earlier. Fei Wei replied sternly, remember, from now on, you must address me as Officer Fei. My rank is higher than yours, and you must address any section chief of a higher rank as officer. Jiang Yu felt like he had gotten himself into a sticky situation. He asked, I can do that, but what about the things Officer Fei promised me? Fei Wei replied, I need to submit an application form, and you haven't officially joined yet. Once the procedures are completed on their end, I'll process your request. How long will that take? Once the process is complete, it should take about 10 days to 2 weeks. The time wasn't too long, so Jiang Yu could wait. Fei Wei sat back in his office chair and stretched. Finally, we've hired someone. I'll be able to relax a bit more now. Jiang Yu felt even more like he had boarded a sinking ship. Jiang Yu, I have a task for you now. Jiang Yu. The onboarding procedures weren't even finished yet, and he was already assigning me a task? Fei Wei said, what's the matter? Not happy? Do you still want to deal with Zhang Hui? Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Do you have a way to deal with Zhang Hui? Fei Wei nodded. To deal with Zhang Hui, we need to use extreme measures. We have to make him come after you first. Jiang Yu's face darkened. Are you using me as cannon fodder? Don't you know how powerful Zhang Hui is? Fei Wei said, don't worry, I wouldn't send you straight to Fushan Mental Hospital to die. We can take a detour and lure the enemy. How do we lure the enemy? Zhang Hui has a nephew named Jiang Xiu, from Linzhou City. He's a cultivator at the Bone and Blood realm. Go cause trouble for him, but don't kill him. I'll take full responsibility for the rest. You want me to injure Jiang Xiu and then force him to ask his uncle for revenge? Exactly. That's a nice plan, but why don't you go yourself? I'm a 6th rank officer of the Jinxie Bureau and the director of the Linzhou branch office. I'm the embodiment of justice. How could I do such a thing? I'm a 9th ranked officer of the Jinxie Bureau. Can I do it? You haven't officially taken up your post yet. Fei Wei patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, I'll have the higher-ups delay your official appointment. Once you've injured Jiang Xiu, I'll have them register your information. Then, if Jiang Xiu comes after you, it'll be him taking on the Jinxie Bureau, and I'll have a legitimate reason to deal with him. But how will you ensure my safety? You have to trust me. I won't let anything happen to you. Stop giving me empty promises. I need something concrete. Fei Wei looked troubled. Alright, I'll be honest with you. The techniques of the Jinxie Bureau aren't something you can just get. My request would likely be rejected. But if you help me eliminate Zhang Hui, I'll credit you with a major achievement. The higher-ups will reward you, and they won't have a reason to refuse. You're just trying to fool me. Jiang Yu was furious. Before I even started working, you promised me the soul refining technique as a condition, and now you're back on your tail. This is a scam, a total scam. I'm not taking this position. He just quit outright. Fei Wei gave him a half smile. That's not up to you. Once you've entered the depths of the demon-subduing realm, freedom becomes a thing of the past. Officer Fei, I haven't even started working yet. Let me reiterate, you must address me as officer. Moreover, I submitted your application with your consent. Now, all it takes is a single click on the confirmation button, and you will officially become a member of the Demon Slaying Bureau. Now you want to back out? Too late. Jiang Yu felt like he had been completely betrayed, and he even had thoughts of killing him. Fei Wei added, one more thing, anyone who leaves without approval will be considered a traitor. You'll become the enemy of over 100 members of the Jinxie Bureau, and there won't be a place for you anywhere in the world. Jiang Yu almost blurted out a string of curses directed at Fei Wei's ancestors. Why didn't you make this clear earlier? He regretted it deeply and blamed himself for being so impulsive. What should he do now? He was already on the wrong side and couldn't back out. Fei Wei smiled and said, don't get too upset. Being a member of the Demon Suppressing Bureau has its perks. I want to repeat the privileges I mentioned earlier. Every time you solve a case, the higher-ups will reward you accordingly, techniques, pills, treasures, you name it. In short, as long as you dedicate yourself to serving the Demon Suppressing Bureau, the Bureau will never treat you unfairly. Believe me, your future in the Demon Suppressing Bureau is limitless. Poof. Jiang Yu responded with a cold laugh. You've already tricked me. Stop trying to lure me with empty promises. As the saying goes, when you're in a situation where you can't resist, try to enjoy it. Jiang Yu had no ability to resist. Fei Wei, who was only a 6th rank bureau officer, was already so formidable. How much more powerful must the Jinxie envoy be? What could he possibly use to resist? He could only endure it, waiting for the day when his strength would be sufficient to look down on all others, and no one could restrict his freedom. Fei Wei can't, and neither can the demon-subduing envoy. In the world of cultivators, strength speaks for itself. Of course, as long as Fei Wei doesn't deceive himself again and can obtain cultivation resources from the Jinxie, Jiang Yu can accept that. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "How should I deal with Jiang Xiu?" Fei Wei nodded satisfactorily, looking pleased with his disciple. "You can handle this as you see fit, but make sure he hates you to the point of wanting to grind your bones to dust and scatter them to the winds. Otherwise, he won't easily go to his uncle for help." "I understand. As far as I know, Jiang Xiu has taken his girlfriend to Yashiksha Mountain for a trip. You can start your plan now." Fei Wei handed him Jiang Xiu's information. Yusha Snow Mountain? What a coincidence. He was planning to go to Yashiksha Mountain today to accompany Han Ning. Could this be fate? Chapter 189, Old Classmate. Is everything okay? If so, I'll be going now. Jiang Yu's face darkened, feeling extremely frustrated. Wait, take this. Fei Wei tossed him an ID card, which read Special Operations Team Member Jiang Yu. You're not officially a member of the Demon Slaying Bureau yet. Keep this ID card. If you encounter any trouble, you can use it to get out of a bind. Jiang Yu put away the ID card without saying a word and walked away silently. Fei Wei nearly burst out laughing in the office, muttering to himself, did I scare him too much? Never mind, as long as he stays, that's a good thing. Joining the Jinxie Bureau wasn't as terrifying as Fei Wei had made it sound. The members of the Jinxie Bureau were quite free. Jiang Yu had come with high hopes but left feeling dejected. Being deceived felt absolutely miserable. However, he endured it all. Once he finished handling Jiang Hui's matter, if Fei Wei still refused to give him the soul refining technique, he would turn on him. Back at the residential area, Han Ning had already woken up, finished her morning routine, and was packing her backpack. As soon as she saw Jiang Yu, she erupted in a loud voice, "You ran off so early in the morning. Who did you go out with?" Jiang Yu was already in a bad mood, and when Han Ning confronted him like that, he angrily said, "Some idiot with water in their brain called me early in the morning saying there was a package for me. I waited downstairs for a long time before realizing I'd been tricked." Fei Wei from the office suddenly sneezed, "Who's cursing me?" Han Ying's face immediately broke into a mocking smile, "You get tricked too? Hit a snag. No wonder you look so unhappy. Come on, pack your things. Let's go skiing at the snow mountain." "I don't have anything to pack. Let's go. We're not staying there permanently, there's no need to bring all that luggage." Departing from Linzhou City, they took a 2.5-hour bus ride to the foot of Yusha Snow Mountain. This is a famous tourist attraction in Linzhou City, attracting large crowds of visitors every winter when it snows. Jiang Yu and Han Ning arrived at the snow mountain around noon. They rested briefly in Yusha town at the foot of the mountain, had lunch, and then walked to the scenic area. The heavy snow only reached halfway up the mountain, and the scenery along the way from the foot of the mountain to the scenic area was also beautiful. Rising peaks, green mountains and clear waters, vast seas of clouds, and majestic waves. Han Ning kept taking photos with her phone along the way, cheering and jumping with excitement. Jiang Yu wasn't as enthusiastic as she was. He was there on a mission and kept looking around. Upon arriving at the ski resort, Han Ning went to rent skiing equipment, while Jiang Yu spotted Jiang Xiu. Jiang Xiu was holding a girl with delicate features, and there was a couple beside them. They had just come out of the scenic area's hotel and were also planning to go skiing. Jiang Yu was pondering how to deal with Jiang Xiu. If he just beat him up, it wouldn't achieve the desired effect, and besides, in such a public place, he couldn't just go up and beat someone up without any provocation. Jiang Yu noticed that although Jiang Xiu was holding his girlfriend, his eyes were wandering over the attractive girls passing by. Typical of someone who can't resist looking at what's on the plate while eating from the pot. However, Jiang Xiu's girlfriend was no better. Though she didn't look at the handsome guys passing by, she was exchanging glances with Jiang Xiu's friends. Interesting. Jiang Yu suddenly had a plan. What is the greatest shame for a man? It's being cheated on. Han Ning had rented the skiing gear and walked over to Jiang Yu, saying, "Can you ski? Do you want me to teach you?" What are you looking at?" Han Ning followed Jiang Yu's gaze and saw Jiang Xiu and the others. At the same time, Jiang Xiu also saw her. Jiang Xiu's eyes widened instantly, completely captivated by Han Ning, unable to tear his gaze away from her. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jiang Yu standing beside Han Ning, and his brows furrowed with hostility. Generally, two people coming here to ski are a couple. For Jiang Xiu, Jiang Yu would be a major obstacle. However, Jiang Xiu walked straight toward Han Ning, and his gaze made her feel uneasy. "Hey, beautiful lady, you look familiar. Have we met before?" Jiang Xiu's pickup line was cliché, making Han Ning feel a bit annoyed. Han Ning glanced at him sideways, about to shut him down with a single word, but Jiang Yu hurriedly interjected, "Isn't that Jiang Xiu? It's been ages." Jiang Xiu's forehead was filled with question marks. "Do we know each other?" Han Ying's forehead also filled with question marks. "You have acquaintances here?" Jiang Yu enthusiastically said, "Don't you remember me? I'm Jiang Yu, we were classmates in elementary school." Jiang Xiu didn't seem to remember Jiang Yu as a classmate, but he quickly put on a surprised expression. "Oh, so you're an old classmate. It's been ages since we last saw each other." He didn't care if Jiang Yu was really his classmate or not as long as he could strike up a conversation with Han Ning, that was all that mattered. And Jiang Yu's words could directly bring the two closer together, giving him even more opportunities. Of course, Jiang Yu had the same idea. Jiang Yu said, "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancée, Han Ning. Han Ning, this is Jiang Xiu, my elementary school classmate." Han Ying's eyebrows were practically in the sky. "You have a classmate from elementary school? You've lived in Boqi Mountain since you were a child and you didn't even go to school, did you? Where did you get a classmate from?" She glared at Jiang Yu, as if questioning him, but didn't expose him. Jiang Xiu was also enthusiastically introducing his companions to Jiang Yu. "Zhou Ling, my girlfriend. This is Zhang Wei, my brother, and she's Zhang Wei's girlfriend, Wang Qingqing." Everyone nodded to each other, but Han Ning didn't even glance at Jiang Xiu. But Jiang Xiu's girlfriend, Zhou Ling, kept stealing glances at Jiang Yu. What could she do? After all, Jiang Yu was so handsome. Jiang Xiu laughed. "You're here to ski too? That's perfect. We are too. Let's go together. Han, the beautiful lady, do you know how to ski? If not, I can teach you step by step." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Put. Teaching step by step? Don't be so obvious about trying to steal someone else's girlfriend." Han Ning said indifferently, "I can." She had been skiing almost every year and was quite skilled. Zhou Ling wrapped her arm around Jiang Xiu's arm and said in a spoiled tone, "I don't know how to do it. Teach me, please." Jiang Xiu replied indifferently, "Go rent some skiing gear first." Zhou Ling obediently turned and walked toward the rental shop. Just then, a few single young men passed by. Noticing her attractiveness, they whistled and teased her. "Beautiful lady, are you alone? Why not join us? We'll give you a lesson." "Yeah, it's no fun playing alone. Group activities are more exciting." Hearing these lewd remarks, Jiang Xiu turned around angrily and shouted, "You dare to hit on my girlfriend? Do you want to die?" He had an aura unique to a cultivator, and his gaze was intimidating. Though outnumbered, the young men were all intimidated by him and left grudgingly. Although Jiang Xiu was thinking about how to get his hands on someone else's woman, he wouldn't tolerate anyone else lusting after his girlfriend. Zhou Ling didn't show any feelings toward Jiang Xiu because of this. She only coldly muttered to herself, "Humph, men." Chapter 190, each with their own agenda. Jiang Xiu didn't care about Zhou Ling's opinion of him, he was just playing around. However, as long as they hadn't broken up, Zhou Ling was still his girlfriend. Anyone who dared to covet his girlfriend was asking for trouble. Jiang Xiu completely ignored Jiang Yu and approached Han Ning with a smirk. "Where are you from, Han Beauty? Your accent doesn't sound like you're from Linzhou. You don't come here often, do you? I know a lot of fun places in Linzhou. I can be your guide." Han Ning's attitude was extremely cold. Zhang Wei and his girlfriend were chatting away, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Xiu's attempts to flirt with other women. Zhou Ling had rented some equipment, but it was too heavy for her to carry alone. She called out at the rental counter, "Jiang Xiu, come help me out." But Jiang Xiu ignored her completely, continuing to chat with Han Ning. Wang Qingqing also acted as if she hadn't heard, cuddling up to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was paying attention to Zhou Ling, but he dared not act too openly. He was afraid of offending his girlfriend and even more afraid of offending Jiang Xiu. So, even though Zhou Ling was flirting with him, he dared not make any further moves. Zhang Wei dared not, but Jiang Yu did. He walked over quickly, holding his skis and said, "Those must be pretty heavy, right?" Jiang Yu's actions didn't go unnoticed by Jiang Xiu, though he was clearly annoyed, he said nothing. After all, he was flirting with someone else's fiancée. What was wrong with helping his girlfriend? However, Han Ning wasn't happy. "When I went to rent the equipment earlier, why didn't you help? Now you're suddenly being so attentive? What does that mean? And you even introduced me to others as your fiancé, showing no regard for me as your fiancé." Jiang Xiu, however, was quite pleased, as the more Han Ning had issues with Jiang Yu, the more opportunities he had. Zhou Ling looked at Jiang Yu's face and said gratefully, "Thank you." Jiang Yu replied indifferently, "No problem. But your boyfriend didn't even offer to help you. That's really frustrating." Zhou Ling rolled her eyes in Jiang Xiu's direction. "He's always like that. I'm used to it." Jiang Yu was surprised and asked, "He treats you like that, why don't you break up with him?" Zhou Ling replied calmly, "Because he can give me things others can't." Jiang Yu looked at the luxury items and designer bags on her and understood what was going on. The two of them didn't have much real feelings for each other, they were just using each other. Zhou Ling coveted Jiang Xiu's money, and Jiang Xiu coveted Zhou Ling's body. Jiang Yu winked at her and chuckled, "I can give you things Jiang Xiu can't." Zhou Ling asked, "What kind of things?" Jiang Yu flipped his hair and said, "What do you think it is?" Zhou Ling smiled slightly and didn't say anything else, but Jiang Yu could tell she had a strong interest in him. This was much more advantageous for his plans. They took the equipment over and each put it on. Zhou Ling really didn't know how to ski and even needed Jiang Xiu's help to figure out how to put on the gear. Similarly, Jiang Yu was also visiting a ski resort for the first time. Though he didn't know what to do, he watched others and picked it up quickly. However, his movements were still a bit stiff. Jiang Xiu teased old classmate, first time skiing, right? Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Xiu said, that's understandable. With your background, you probably don't have much time to go out and play. Since Jiang Xiu couldn't remember Jiang Yu, he assumed he was poor, as he remembered all his wealthy classmates. As for teasing Jiang Yu, that was naturally done by comparing himself to Jiang Yu. He continued, there's a 5-star hotel in Yushu town with excellent cuisine. Why don't we go there for a meal after skiing? Don't worry, old classmate, it's on me. Jiang Wei was immediately surprised and said, Jiang Xiu, are we really going there to eat? A meal there must cost at least 4 or 5,000 yuan. Jiang Xiu gave Jiang Wei a satisfied look and said proudly, when it comes to treating a beautiful woman to dinner, I wouldn't bat an eye at 4 or 50,000. It was clear that Jiang Wei was playing second fiddle to Jiang Xiu, and the two of them worked together seamlessly, instantly showcasing Jiang Xiu's wealth. However, Wang Qingqing seemed to think it wasn't enough, as Han Ning hadn't reacted at all. So she decided to join in. Mr. Jiang is worth billions. He doesn't care about a few small amounts of money, does he, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Xiu looked at Wang Qingqing with satisfaction. I heard you had your eye on a handbag the other day. Once we're back in the city, I'll buy it for you. Wang Qingqing was so excited she almost jumped up. Really, Mr. Jiang? You're so kind. Although Jiang Xiu wasn't very powerful, he did have an uncle in the Tianjue alliance, so making money wasn't too difficult for him. However, Han Ning didn't think much of his fortune of several hundred million. Although the Han Group couldn't compare to some of the major corporations in Linzhou, it was still worth several billion. It was unclear whether Jiang Xiu would feel embarrassed about his pretentious behavior once he learned of Han Ying's true identity. Zhou Ling was also busy wrapping her arm around Jiang Xiu's arm, speaking in a spoiled manner. Dear, I also set my sights on a handbag a few days ago. To show off his generosity, Jiang Xiu bluntly said, buy it. Zhou Ling was so excited that she immediately kissed Jiang Xiu on the cheek. Jiang Yu couldn't bear to watch anymore. Jiang Xiu was rich, but his appearance was truly unremarkable. Even Wei Yong was more handsome than him. I wonder how Zhou Ling could bring herself to do that. As for Han Ning, she remained completely unmoved, her eyes filled with disgust. She glared angrily at Jiang Yu and then slid away. Jiang Xiu was disappointed. He hadn't expected Han Ning to feel even the slightest bit of attraction toward him just because he was rich. He leaned over to Jiang Wei and whispered, step it up. He then slid away as well, closely following Han Ning. Jiang Wei pulled Wang Qingqing along and slowly slid away as well. Darling, wait for me. Zhou Ling was left behind, unsure of what to do, her face filled with resentment. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied this had created another opportunity for him. He reached out his hand and said, shall I teach you? Zhou Ling shot him a disdainful glance. You're not the first time either. Jiang Yu replied, just because it's your first time doesn't mean you can't do it. Though it was his first time skiing, he had a quick learning ability, grasping the basics with just a glance. Plus, he had a natural talent, so he wouldn't lose balance and fall or get injured. Zhou Ling didn't really believe him, but she still placed her hand in Jiang Yu's and gripped it tightly. To be honest, if it weren't to make Jiang Xiu hate him with a vengeance, Jiang Yu would never have gotten so close to Zhou Ling, not even holding hands. Zhou Ling was clearly a materialistic woman. Before Jiang Xiu, she had probably had countless ex-boyfriends, and after Jiang Xiu, who knew how many wealthy men she would follow. Though she had some beauty, Jiang Yu didn't find her attractive at all. Zhou Ling followed Jiang Yu as he glided slowly along. She was also surprised though his movements were stiff, they were steady, as if an invisible force were supporting him. She was different, she fell every 2 or 3 meters, but Jiang Yu always caught her in time. Gradually, she began to pick up some techniques, but she still kept falling down. Jiang Yu could tell that Zhou Ling was doing it on purpose, she was deliberately leaning into his arms. Chapter 191, No one should look down on anyone. Jiang Yu held Zhou Ling in feigned infatuation, saying, your hair smells so good. Zhou Ling looked at him with a dreamy expression, doesn't a person smell good? Jiang Yu replied, you're just as fragrant. He dared not say that in front of Han Ning, or she would have lost her temper on the spot. While Jiang Yu was flirting with Jiang Xiu's girlfriend, Jiang Xiu was also relentlessly flirting with his girlfriend. But Jiang Xiu wasn't as lucky as Jiang Yu. Han Ning didn't even bother to look at him. This made Jiang Xiu furious. In the past, all he had to do was mention his billions in assets, and women would flock to him. However, the more Han Ning acted this way, the more it fueled Jiang Xiu's competitive spirit. He swore to himself that he would win Han Ning over, no matter what it took. As the saying goes, it takes 2 minutes to go down the mountain and an hour to climb back up. Han Ning and Jiang Xiu quickly reached the end of the ski resort. Jiang Xiu took this opportunity to keep finding topics to talk about and try to get closer to Han Ning. By the time they had all started heading back up the mountain, Jiang Yu and Zhou Ling had only skied out less than a kilometer. To outsiders, this wasn't about skiing, it was clearly a public display of affection. Ouch! Zhou Ling pretended to fall again and threw herself into Jiang Yu's arms. But just then, she spotted Jiang Xiu returning and immediately pushed Jiang Yu away, maintaining a safe distance. But this scene was still witnessed by Jiang Xiu and Han Ning. Jiang Xiu's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't erupt. Both of them were up to no good. Han Ning couldn't stand it anymore. She stormed over, grabbed Jiang Yu by the ear, and shouted, "Come with me." She dragged Jiang Yu aside and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Even though our engagement was just a charade, how could you do this? Do you think you deserve the kindness my father and aunt showed you? Jiang Yu? I won't say anything about your aunt, she was indeed kind to me. But your father, when has he ever nurtured me? Throwing me to Linzhou City to work as a salesman is called nurturing?" Of course, Jiang Yu still needed to explain everything to Han Ning. Otherwise, his plans would be completely ruined, and he might even need her help to put on another act later. "Han Ning, listen to me. It's not like that. Actually, Zhang Xiu and I aren't classmates. I already knew. I didn't call you out earlier because I was giving you face. Spit it out, are you after that woman? Hey, let me finish speaking, okay?" Jiang Yu was helpless. "I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. I'm actually helping the police with a secret mission. My goal is to provoke Zhang Xiu, so..." He told Han Ning his plan, but didn't mention that he was working for the Xinxie Bureau. Han Ning found it hard to believe, her face full of question marks. What kind of secret mission requires provoking someone and then having them seek revenge? In any case, I swear I have no interest in Zhou Ling. I'm just using her to provoke Zhang Xiu. I'll take your word for it, but if I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you pay. Her gaze drifted downward toward Jiang Yu, sending a chill down his spine. He chuckled, "But you have to help me too. When I go over there, act really angry, even say some harsh words about breaking up, but don't be too cold to Zhang Xiu. Make him think he still has a chance." Han Ning frowned and said, "You want to drag me into this too?" Jiang Yu said seriously, "We're doing this for the greater good. If we succeed, you'll be a hero too." "But I don't care. If you don't want it, I do. I'm begging you, help me out." He had to complete the task, otherwise, the soul refining technique might fail. Han Ning gave a mischievous smile, "Helping you isn't out of the question, but once it's done, you owe me a favor. Whenever I ask you to do something in the future, you must agree without hesitation." "No problem. As long as it's within my capabilities, I won't say no." "That's more like it." She turned her head and walked over to Zhang Xiu with a satisfied smile. Jiang Yu reminded her from behind, "Watch your expression. You're supposed to be angry." Han Ning immediately put on an angry expression and turned back while walking, saying, "If you keep this up, we're breaking up." Zhang Xiu heard this and couldn't help but smile inwardly. He hurriedly said, "Han, the beautiful lady, why get upset when we're out having fun? I'll take you for another ride." Han Ning nodded and quickly slid down. Zhang Xiu was taken aback. "She responded to me, this could work." He immediately gave chase. Jiang Yu noticed that Zhou Ling's expression was off, looking very upset. Clearly, she had also been scolded by Zhang Xiu. Jiang Yu approached her with concern and asked, "Did Zhang Xiu scold you?" Zhou Ling angrily replied, "Humph, he can flirt with other women, but he makes me keep my distance from you? What gives him the right?" Jiang Yu agreed, "Yeah, why should we? They're so close, why restrict our freedom? Why don't we skip the skiing and find a place to have a drink?" Zhou Ling's eyes lit up, clearly interested, but she eventually shook her head, "Let's not." She was afraid that Zhang Xiu would break up with her, and finding someone as young, wealthy, and generous as him wouldn't be easy. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, surprised that Zhang Xiu's words had such an effect. However, Zhou Ling whispered in his ear, "During our stay at the scenic area, Zhang Xiu has been staying with me. I can't go out at night. Once we return to the city, I'll have plenty of free time." This was practically a clear hint to Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu didn't have that idea, because now was the best opportunity. He deliberately put on a surprised expression, "That's settled then." Zhou Ling covered her mouth and smiled, "Teach me how to ski again." Zhang Xiu was already out of sight. Zhou Ling continued to act as if she didn't know how to ski, occasionally leaning into Jiang Yu's arms. At that moment, Zhang Wei and Wang Qingqing returned and began their second run. They also witnessed Zhou Ling and Jiang Yu skiing together. But Zhou Ling didn't care at all. She didn't care how Zhang Wei looked at her, nor did she care how Zhang Wei's girlfriend looked at her. They were all the same kind of woman, none of them should look down on each other. As Zhang Wei passed by Zhou Ling, he coldly said, "Zhou Ling, I'm warning you, watch your boundaries." He was warning Zhou Ling, but also warning Jiang Yu. He was Zhang Xiu's brother, but not Jiang Yu and Zhou Ling's brother, so he naturally sided with Zhang Xiu. A cold glare flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. "Mind your own business? Damn it, when Zhang Xiu was flirting with my fiancé, why didn't you remind him to watch his step? So brazen, do you really think I'm a pushover?" If it weren't for the mission, Zhang Xiu would have been beaten into the hospital by Jiang Yu if he dared to flirt with Han Ning so brazenly. Zhou Ling, however, didn't seem to care at all. She merely said indifferently, "He's just teaching me how to ski. If you can't stand it, why don't you teach me?" Zhang Wei did have that idea, but his girlfriend glared at Zhou Ling and dragged him away. The two exchanged glances, filled with tension. Chapter 192, Getting Drunk. After 3 trips back and forth, it was already getting dark and the ski resort closed. Zhang Xiu was still in high spirits, as he felt his relationship with Han Ning was growing closer. With a little more effort, he might achieve his goal. So Zhang Xiu suggested, "Old classmate, I'll treat you to dinner." You must accept my invitation. Of course, he wasn't inviting Jiang Yu specifically, his true target was Han Ning. Jiang Yu silently gave Han Ning a meaningful glance and smiled. Well, I wouldn't dare refuse such an offer. It's rare to get to eat at a 5-star hotel. The more Jiang Yu pretended to be poor, the more Jiang Xiu felt he had a chance. There were also hotels in the mountain resort area, but they couldn't compare to the 5-star hotel in Yushizhen town below. More importantly, Yushizhen had a bar. The group turned back down the mountain. In the private room of the 5-star hotel, the 3 couples sat together. Jiang Xiu sat next to Zhou Ling on one side and deliberately sat next to Han Ning on the other. He clearly didn't think much of Jiang Yu. In terms of wealth, he believed that Jiang Yu, this penniless fool, couldn't compare to him. In terms of strength, he was a cultivator at the second level of the blood and bone realm. If Jiang Yu dared to fight him, it would be asking for trouble. Of course, this was just Jiang Xiu's one-sided thinking. If Jiang Yu really decided to fight him, he wouldn't last a minute. Although Jiang Yu was only one level higher than him, their strength was vastly different. Jiang Yu's secret technique, the mountain-shattering cauldron, could instantly kill Jiang Xiu. Jiang Xiu didn't even bother to ask his girlfriend what she wanted to eat. He simply handed the menu to Han Ning and said boldly, "Order whatever you want." However, Han Ning merely nodded indifferently. If it weren't for Jiang Yu's cold demeanor, she wouldn't have bothered to acknowledge Jiang Xiu at all. She had grown tired of all the delicacies long ago. She glanced at Jiang Yu, who immediately snatched the menu back. "Today I'm really benefiting from my old classmate. So I'll just order whatever I want, right?" Jiang Xiu was taken aback. "Do you have any self-respect? I told you to order whatever you want." However, to show off his generosity in front of Han Ning, he didn't refuse. He waved his hand and said, "You're the fiancé of the beautiful Han Ning. You must know what she likes. Just order whatever you want." Even when letting Jiang Yu order, he couldn't stop talking about Han Ning. Seeing his smug expression, Jiang Yu almost couldn't resist punching him. Phew! Jiang Yu exhaled a long breath of stale air. He'd let him bleed a little first to vent his frustration. He flipped through the menu. The dishes were indeed expensive. A dish that cost 1,000 yuan in Linzhou City was priced at 3,000 here. Since he wasn't paying, Jiang Yu decided to go for the most expensive items. He ordered 28 dishes in one go, and Jiang Xiu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He wasn't paying, but could you even finish all that? A rough estimate put the 28 dishes at least 13,000 yuan. Of course, it was just pocket change for him. Even the waiter couldn't help but say, "Sir, you've already ordered 28 dishes." Jiang Yu closed the menu. "That's right, it's enough. Let us just go with this for now." As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Xiu. Jiang Xiu was speechless. "This is barely enough? And what about me? Are you expecting me to say it's not enough and order more? I may be rich, but I've never wasted money on men." So Jiang Xiu turned his head away and looked out the window. Jiang Yu saw that Jiang Xiu was no longer so generous, so he asked the waiter, "What's the most expensive wine you have here?" The waiter replied, "Our most expensive wine is the 1982 Lafite, priced at 98,000 yuan. Would you like a bottle, sir? One bottle?" Jiang Yu looked at the waiter seriously, imitating the tone of a movie star. "If the people at the next table hear us, they'll think we can't afford it. There are 6 of us here, 1 bottle each." Jiang Xiu nearly cursed under his breath. 6 bottles of wine at nearly 10,000 yuan each? Are you trying to slaughter me like a pig? Han Ning knew Jiang Yu's intentions and fueled the fire, saying, "I'd also love to try what the 1982 Lafite tastes like." Jiang Xiu was delighted. "You drink too?" Jiang Yu replied, "My fiancée loves it. We drink it every day at home." Jiang Xiu was thrilled. "Great, she loves wine." He then declared generously, 6 bottles it is. "Bring us a few bottles of Mao Tai as well." Jiang Yu exclaimed, "This guy is something else. Mixing Chinese liquor with Western wine? He's trying to finish us off here." It was clear that Jiang Xiu intended to get Jiang Yu and Han Ning completely drunk. As a cultivator, his body was different from ordinary people, and so was his alcohol tolerance. Han Ning knew Jiang Xiu's intentions, but she almost burst out laughing. Back then, she had tried the same trick to get Jiang Yu drunk, but it backfired, and she ended up getting herself into trouble. There's another bar in Yushizhen, and Jiang Yu had thought that after this meal, there would be another chance, and Jiang Xiu would make a scene at the bar. But now it seemed unnecessary. This was the battlefield. Of course, this showdown wasn't about physical combat, but about drinking. Jiang Yu was 1 level higher in cultivation than him and knew the 100-solving finger technique, so he was confident of victory. Similarly, Jiang Xiu believed that as a cultivator, he could easily drink 10 jiangyes and still come out on top, and he too felt confident in his victory. Thus, both of them wore smiles with the same subtle meaning on their lips. The wine and dishes were quickly brought to the table, filling it to the brim. Everyone started by taking small sips and eating some dishes to fill their stomachs. Within 20 minutes, the battle began. At Jiang Xiu's signal, Jiang Wei and his girlfriend Wang Qingqing took turns toasting him, and even Zhou Ling was forced to act as his tool. Soon, 2 bottles of Lafite and 1 bottle of Mao Tai were emptied. Zhou Ling and Wang Qingqing could no longer hold their liquor, already feeling dizzy, while Zhang Wei was flushed red all over, clearly losing his ability to fight. Zhang Yu and Zhang Xiu were still in top form. Han Ning only took a few sips of red wine. She couldn't get drunk, she had to keep an eye on Zhang Yu and watch out for Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu didn't deliberately try to get Han Ning drunk, he figured that as long as he dealt with Zhang Yu, everything would be fine. While Zhang Wei was still sober, Zhang Xiu had him go out and book a few rooms. There were accommodations available upstairs. Zhang Xiu was confident he had Zhang Yu under control. Red wine and white wine were being downed glass after glass, like plain water. By the fourth bottle of red wine and the second bottle of spirits, Zhang Wei and Wang Qingqing were already out cold. Zhang Xiu had the waiter take them to their rooms to rest. Zhou Ling was also drunk, slumped on the table, unable to lift her head. Han Ning had been watching from the sidelines the whole time. She was quite surprised that Zhang Xiu could drink so much. Finally, Zhang Xiu couldn't hold it anymore and went to the restroom for the first time. Zhang Yu knew that he was going to the restroom to use his spiritual energy to expel the alcohol from his body, and he could do that too. However, it was impossible to expel all the alcohol from the body, so if one kept drinking like this, even a cultivator would get drunk. Taking advantage of Zhang Xiu's absence, Han Ning asked worriedly, he seems to have a good tolerance for alcohol. You wouldn't lose to him, would you? Zhang Yu laughed, don't you have any confidence in your own man? Han Ning blushed and said, what are you talking about? My man? That was way too blunt. But she felt delighted inside, though she didn't show it. Soon, Zhang Xiu came out of the restroom. Han Ning went first, which dampened his spirits a bit. However, Zhang Yu followed suit, and Zhang Xiu regained some confidence. The two continued drinking, and soon 6 bottles of red wine and 3 bottles of white wine were finished. Zhang Xiu asked the waiter to bring more wine. This time they didn't order anything too expensive, but they ordered a lot, a total of 12 bottles. The waiter, seeing them drinking as if their lives depended on it, was also startled and quickly called the manager. The manager was also worried and waited outside the door, ready to call an ambulance if anything went wrong. Zhang Yu and Zhang Xiu were locked in a stalemate, drinking for 3 straight hours, leaving Han Ning nearly asleep. Over the 3 hours, the waiter brought more alcohol 3 times, including white, beer, and red wine. The manager and waitstaff outside were also waiting so long they were about to fall asleep. The manager was puzzled, is our alcohol that fake? They're not even drunk yet? Finally, at 11 p.m., Zhang Xiu couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed on the table. The manager rushed in, worriedly asking, are you okay? Should I call an ambulance? Zhang Yu belched and waved his hand, saying, it's okay, he's just drunk. I'll take him back to his room to rest. So, Zhang Yu helped Zhang Xiu up, while Han Ning and a female waitress helped Zhou Ling upstairs. The manager handed Zhang Yu 3 room keys and said, you booked 4 rooms. Room 608 is already occupied. The remaining rooms are 609, 610, and 611. Zhang Yu gave a cold smile. 4 rooms? What a great idea. It was obvious that Zhang Xiu planned to get Zhang Yu drunk, then take Han Ning for himself, and leave Zhang Yu and Zhou Ling in separate rooms. He wasn't going to let Zhang Yu get the slightest advantage. Unfortunately, his plan didn't work out. Zhang Yu helped Zhang Xiu to room 609, while Han Ning escorted Zhou Ling to room 610. The manager was still concerned and asked, are you sure you don't need to take him to the hospital? Zhang Yu replied, it's fine. I'll take care of him tonight. The manager was utterly impressed by Zhang Yu's drinking ability. He had drunk so much yet still spoke clearly, and he could even walk steadily while supporting someone else. Alright, if you need anything, just let the front desk know. Got it, go back to work. The manager hesitated before leaving. Sir, the meal and accommodation fees are charged separately. Who will settle the bill first? Pay the bill? Zhang Yu was completely taken aback. At this point, Zhang Xiu was already drunk, how could he pay the bill? Should I pay? Are you kidding me? This meal must cost over $1 million. What am I supposed to use to pay for it? Even if he borrows money from Han Ning to cover the expenses, Fei Wei wouldn't reimburse him anyway. He couldn't wake Zhang Xiu up right now. If he sobered up, Zhang Yu's plan wouldn't go smoothly. Just then, Han Ning arrived at room 609 and asked, what is going on? Zhang Yu looked distressed, and the manager said, I'm really sorry, but this is our hotel's policy. I'm not worried you can't afford it. Han Ning understood what was going on. Without asking how much it was, she handed over her card, charge it to my card. She knew Zhang Yu didn't want her to do this, so she explained, we're not taking advantage of him. I'll cover this meal as a contribution to your secret mission. Zhang Yu felt a mix of emotions as he watched Han Ning pay the bill. With her treating him like this, he didn't even know how to bring up the topic of breaking off the engagement. Chapter 193, Arrogant and Overconfident. The manager took the money and left with a relieved expression. Zhang Yu had no idea what to say to Han Ning, so he asked her to keep the receipt and said he'd see if he could get reimbursed from Fei Wei later. He figured it was probably a lost cause. Han Ning didn't care much, 100,000 yuan was just pocket change to her. She pointed to room 610 and asked, what about her? Jiang Yu thought for a moment and said, if we're going to put on a show, we have to do it properly. Go help me take off all her clothes. Han Ning furrowed her brows. Are you trying to put on a show or make it real? Jiang Yu protested, my dear auntie, haven't you been watching me the whole time? Besides, I'm sending you to do it, not doing it myself. Then, does it have to be now? Yes. Jiang Yu nodded. While she's drunk and unconscious, otherwise if she wakes up tomorrow, you won't be able to get away with it. Han Ning frowned at him, as if trying to read his mind. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, sis, don't you trust me? Here's the plan, tonight, you stay in the same room with Zhou Ling and I'll stay alone. Then tomorrow morning, you'll open the door for me. That's more like it. Han Ning entered the room and closed the door. Soon after, she sent Jiang Yu a message saying it was taken care of. Phew. Jiang Yu also exhaled deeply. To complete the mission, he was willing to go all out. Thank goodness Han Ning had come to Linzhou, otherwise, his plan would have been pretty tough to pull off. That night, he slept soundly. At 6 in the morning, Han Ning called Jiang Yu to ask when they should start the plan. She hadn't slept well either. She got up and went to Jiang Yu's room. Jiang Yu checked the time and said to her, I'll go into Zhou Ling's room in a moment. You go wake up Jiang Xiu and ask him where I went, then come with him to knock on the door. By then, Zhou Ling won't be wearing a thing. I'm not worried he won't believe us. Han Ning nodded slowly, as if deep in thought. She felt that what was about to happen had a sense of déjà vu. Right. Being drunk and then taken to a hotel, waking up the next morning to find herself in the same room as Jiang Yu. Hadn't she gone through something similar before? She glared at Jiang Yu angrily, crossed her arms, and demanded, tell me, how many times have you used this method? Jiang Yu laughed it off, I have no idea what you're talking about. She snapped, did you do this to me back then too? She had always believed that she had truly become intimate with Jiang Yu, but now, looking back, it seemed like she had been deceived as well. Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward and chuckled, it was you who wanted to trick me first. I knew it. Han Ning gritted her teeth in anger, having been deceived for so long. Jiang Yu had done all of this with the sole purpose of obtaining the marriage certificate. Now that he had it, there was no need to hide anything from Han Ning anymore. Jiang Yu said solemnly, I'm truly a gentleman, aren't I? Even though you were drunk that night, I didn't take advantage of you. Do you admire me more now? I admire you to hell. Han Ning shouted angrily, but deep down, she felt a sense of emptiness. She also found it strange. Knowing that she was still a virgin, shouldn't she be happy? Oh no, could I really be falling for him? At that thought, Han Ying's face suddenly turned red. Hey, your face. Stop wasting time. Are you going to carry out your plan or not? She covered her face and ran out, then stood at the door of room 609. Jiang Yu handed her the room keycard and walked toward room 610, giving her an okay sign. Han Ning took a deep breath and opened the door. Jiang Xiu was sleeping like a log. Han Ning hit him with a pillow, and Jiang Xiu jolted awake, though his eyes were still dazed. Han Ning came into his view, and he tried to recall last night's events, but he couldn't remember anything. He suddenly chuckled. Since Han Ning was in his room, then last night? Last night? He looked at Han Ning with a questioning expression. If they had spent the night together last night, he could try again. Han Ning said indifferently, last night you were drinking with Jiang Yu. I went back to my room to sleep. Shouldn't Jiang Yu have stayed with you? Where is he? Jiang Xiu instantly grew displeased, recalling last night's drinking contest. He hadn't been able to outdrink Jiang Yu, so his plan had failed. He looked around, puzzled. Jiang Yu wasn't in the same room as him, nor was he in the same room as his fiancée. Where had he gone? Damn it! Jiang Xiu's expression darkened, and he jumped off the bed. That bastard was already cozying up to his ex-girlfriend last night. Could it be? Let's go find him. At that moment, in room 610, Zhou Ling turned over, feeling parched and thirsty, and woke up, wanting to drink some water. Just then, Jiang Yu walked in with a glass of water, smiling as he said, You're awake? Have some water first. Zhou Ling jolted awake, pulled back the blanket, and saw she was naked. She panicked, We last night. Jiang Yu nodded, It's exactly what you're thinking. Zhou Ling believed him without a doubt. She wasn't wearing anything, and Jiang Yu was a man, how could he not have any thoughts? However, she quickly regained her composure and said, This must not be let Jiang Xiu know. No sooner had she finished speaking than there was a loud banging on the door. Jiang Xiu's voice came from outside, Open the door. Zhou Ling's composure vanished instantly. She panicked and exclaimed, Where's my clothes? Quick, give me my clothes. Jiang Yu threw her clothes to her, but before she could put them on, Jiang Xiu had already burst through the door. Seeing the scene inside the room, Jiang Xiu was so angry his face turned green. He hadn't managed to get Jiang Yu's girlfriend, and now he'd been cheated on himself. Zhang Wei and Wang Xingqing also came out to join the commotion, standing at the door with a smug expression. Old classmate, let me explain. Zhou Ling and I aren't what you think we are. Jiang Yu feigned panic. At that moment, Han Ning stepped forward and slapped Jiang Yu across the face, shouting angrily, I really misjudged you. With those words, she turned and walked away. This was something they had planned in advance. Because Jiang Xiu was definitely going to fight him next, he had Han Ying leave early to avoid accidentally hurting her. Zhou Ling wrapped herself tightly in a blanket, looking dejected. Dear, I drank too much last night. I have no idea what happened. Blame him. Jiang Xiu's eyes flashed with coldness. Shut the hell up. Yesterday at the ski resort, you were all over him and I saw everything clearly. Damn it, I gave you so much money, and you dare to cheat on me. He then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yu, and you dare sleep with my girlfriend? You must be out of your mind. Jiang Yu guessed that Han Ying had already gone downstairs, so he regained his composure. He said calmly, same goes for you. You were the one who wanted to cheat on me, weren't you? I'll kill you. Jiang Xiu went berserk. This was an unbearable humiliation for him. The power of the bone and blood second realm erupted, sending a surge of spiritual energy rippling out. 3 agonized screams echoed out as Zhou Ling, Zhang Wei, and Wang Qingqing were struck by the powerful spiritual energy, causing their internal organs to churn violently. He struck Jiang Yu with all his strength. If Jiang Yu were an ordinary person, that single strike would have been enough to kill him. Who do you think you are? Daring to sleep with my daughter's boyfriend? Death is the price you'll pay. Jiang Xiu's intent to kill was strong, and his emotions were completely consumed by anger. The angrier he became, the happier Jiang Yu grew. Suddenly, a purple light flashed. The mountain-crushing tripod. The small cauldron condensed and crashed into Jiang Xiu with a thunderous boom. Jiang Xiu collided with the wall with a loud thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing to the ground. Jiang Yu stepped forward, stepping on him. Who do you think you are? Daring to flirt with my fiancé in front of me? With your measly skills, you think you can kill me? Go back and train for another 10 or 20 years. Jiang Yu stomped down, causing Jiang Xiu to cough up another mouthful of blood. He was utterly stunned. You're also. He had never imagined that Jiang Yu could be a more powerful cultivator than him. The commotion attracted the attention of the waitstaff, who, seeing them fighting, dared not approach and immediately called the police. Zhang Wei was completely stunned. He was Jiang Xiu's brother, always following him around. He knew how skilled Jiang Xiu was in combat. But Jiang Yu had no chance against Jiang Xiu. As for Zhou Ling and Wang Qingqing, their worldviews were completely shattered. The scene where the mountain summoning cauldron appeared earlier made them feel like they were dreaming. Jiang Xiu's eyes blazed with anger, and the endless humiliation made him look ready to kill. He shouted, do you know who my uncle is? You'll pay for this. Jiang Yu kicked him again. Is your uncle really that strong? He knew Jiang Hui was powerful, but now he had to act as if he knew nothing. Jiang Xiu sneered coldly, when you see him, you'll know what true despair is. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I'll show you what despair really is right now. Jiang Xiu's pupils dilated instantly, and his entire body shivered with fear. He sensed a deadly threat. Is he really going to kill me? The arrogance from moments ago vanished instantly. He grabbed Jiang Yu's ankle and begged, don't kill me. I'll pretend today never happened. If you like Zhou Ling, I'll give her to you. You can do whatever you want with her. Zhou Ling clutched the blanket tightly, a sense of sorrow welling up in her heart. Jiang Yu slapped Jiang Xiu across the face. I thought you had some backbone. Just then, the sound of police sirens echoed from downstairs. 2 police officers rushed upstairs, and Jiang Yu cooperated by letting go of Jiang Xiu. The effect he had hoped for had been achieved. He had never intended to kill Jiang Xiu. Shortly after, everyone was taken to the Yushu town police station. After giving their statements, Jiang Yu's assault was confirmed, and Jiang Xiu and the others were released. Before leaving, Jiang Xiu made a throat-slitting gesture toward Jiang Yu. Today, you didn't kill me. This will be the biggest mistake of your life. I, Jiang Xiu, swear that I will make you suffer a painful death. Jiang Yu immediately turned to the police officer and said, Officer, you heard that. Can I press charges for threats? Chapter 194, Talent. In the interrogation room, the police officer slammed the table angrily. You slept with someone else's girlfriend and beat him up, and you have the nerve to accuse him of threatening you? Jiang Yu chuckled. Officer, you're taking this seriously. Don't play games with me. Jiang Yu immediately adopted a serious expression. Officer, I wouldn't dare sleep with someone's girlfriend. I just set up a scheme. A scheme to hurt someone? Actually, I was carrying out a secret mission. Jiang Yu pulled out his ID, thinking to himself that Fei Wei had indeed been foresight. The officer furrowed his brows. Jiang Yu, member of the Special Operations Unit? Clearly, he couldn't immediately verify Jiang Yu's identity, so he took the ID and left. A short while later, the station chief personally came to unlock Jiang Yu's handcuffs, smiling and saying, Comrade, I'm sorry. We didn't know you were on a special mission. Jiang Yu replied politely, we're all just doing our jobs. A little misunderstanding is normal. Can I go now? Of course. We wouldn't dare delay your special mission. The station chief personally escorted him out, while Han Ying waited anxiously outside the police station. Jiang Yu, did they do anything to you? Han Ying was very worried, pulling Jiang Yu left and right to make sure he wasn't injured before she felt at ease. Jiang Yu said, I already told them I was on a secret mission. We're all on the same side, they wouldn't dare to trouble me. By the way, where's Jiang Xiu? Han Ning replied, he just left in a car. He should be heading back to the city center of Linzhou. But what? They left Zhou Ling behind. I feel a bit guilty for using her. Zhou Ling and Jiang Xiu were just using each other. There was no real feelings between them. Without Jiang Xiu, I'm sure she'll find someone else soon. We shouldn't worry about her. Then, let's go back too. She has to go back to school tomorrow. The two of them hailed a car in the small town and returned to Linzhou City. As the car left Yushu town, they spotted Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling got into a BMW parked by the roadside and embraced the middle-aged man inside. Han Ning felt a chill run down her spine. Jiang Yu said, I told you she'd find someone else quickly. Han Ning stared out the window in silence, feeling no remorse whatsoever. Upon returning to Linzhou City, Jiang Yu dropped Han Ning off at the bus station and then boarded a long-distance bus bound for Tianyun City. He then rushed straight to the office. Fei Wei was leisurely sipping tea in his office, but Jiang Yu noticed that there was an extra sofa and a coffee table in the room. At least he had some decency now he had a place to sit when he came alone. You're back so soon? Fei Wei was a bit surprised. Jiang Yu replied, everything's taken care of. Jiang Xiu probably wants to kill my entire family by now. Fei Wei asked, what did you do? Jiang Yu then repeated his plan. Fei Wei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're truly talented. How did you come up with that? Not bad, not bad. For a man, that's definitely a great humiliation. Officer Fei. Commander Fei, what should I do next? Jiang Hui won't act so easily, so you need to stir the pot some more. Fei Wei pulled out some documents from his desk drawer and placed them in front of Jiang Yu. These documents list the places Jiang Xiu frequently visits. You can go there again and happen to run into him. Beat him up again? Exactly. Especially in crowded places. Once the news of Jiang Xiu getting beaten spreads, Jiang Hui's face will be saved and he'll naturally seek revenge for his nephew. Jiang Yu glared at Fei Wei, I feel like you're just setting me up. Don't worry, I can guarantee your safety. As soon as Jiang Hui leaves Fushan Mental Hospital, I'll notify you immediately. That's more like it. Jiang Yu stood up and hesitantly asked, Officer Fei, can I claim expenses when I'm out on missions? Of course. The Jinxia Bureau never shortchanges its agents. Give me the receipts. Jiang Yu was overjoyed and quickly handed the receipts to Fei Wei. Fei Wei looked at it and froze on the spot. After a moment, he regained his composure and said with a forced smile, are you kidding me? A single meal costing over $1 million? Do you think the Jinxia Bureau is a cash cow? Jiang Yu meekly replied, but you just said you never shortchange your agents. Get out of here. Fei Wei threw the receipt at him. Reimbursement is within reasonable limits. Does that mean I have to reimburse you if you buy a private jet on your next mission? It wasn't going to work. Jiang Yu had expected this and reluctantly put away the receipt. This money will have to be paid back slowly over time. But even if you won't reimburse this, you should at least give some travel expenses, right? Look at where Jiang Xiu goes, all high-end places. My salary isn't enough for that. Fei Wei coldly replied, give me your card number. Jiang Yu recited a string of numbers and Fei Wei entered them into the computer. 10,000 yuan was transferred instantly. 10,000? Not enough? I sent you on a mission, not to waste money. You're so cheap. Jiang Yu muttered under his breath, but at least it was something. Fei Wei said, this 10,000 is from my own pocket because you haven't officially started working yet, so expenses can't be reimbursed. Jiang Yu asked, can I ask how much my salary is? Fei Wei said, the base salary for a 9th rank officer is 20,000 plus commissions, with an additional 10,000 in reimbursement per month. Jiang Yu asked, how are commissions calculated? Fei Wei explained, you receive a commission for each case you complete, calculated based on the difficulty and danger of the case. Jiang Yu leaned in and whispered, can I ask how much the salary is for a 6th ranked officer who also serves as the director of the Linzhou branch office? Don't even think about it. I've already generously sponsored you with 10,000 yuan. Poof. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes and walked away. Once he finished the case involving Jiang Hui, he would officially join the Jinxia Bureau, and the salary and benefits were decent. At that point, he wouldn't need Han Xiong's subsidy anymore and wouldn't have to work at Shanshui Company either. As soon as he stepped out of the office, Jiang Yu received a call from General Manager Yang Yu. Yang Yu berated him harshly, saying that with his careless attitude, how could he ever manage the Han family's estate in the future? Jiang Yu finally realized that Han Ning hadn't even bothered to ask for leave for him. He'd been set up. But never mind. Considering that Han Ning had paid over 1 million yuan for his meals, he could endure the scolding. He called Xiao Wu, who said she was resting at the tea house. Jiang Yu rushed to the tea house, but Xiao Wu was still asleep. After he arrived, Xiao Wu woke up. Where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you show up all day? Jiang Yu answered honestly, I went to Yashikshu Mountain yesterday. Xiao Wu just nodded slightly and didn't ask any further questions. Where he went to play was Jiang Yu's own choice. Although he had offered to help her, it didn't mean he had to be on call 24/7. In truth, Xiao Wu was a bit envious. Others could take advantage of their free time to go traveling, or even skip work to have fun, but she couldn't. In 2 years, she had never left Linzhou City. Besides sleeping and eating, she was either working or searching for her grandfather's whereabouts. About last time, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu apologized to him. Jiang Yu asked curiously, what happened? The incident at Fushan Mental Hospital. Uncle Fei told me about it. The people there aren't someone you can handle. They almost got you into trouble. I'm sorry. If you really feel sorry, just smile. Seeing your smile gives me the motivation to keep helping you. He. Xiao Wu smiled widely, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Jiang Yu asked, did you go out again last night? If she hadn't gone out at night to look for her grandfather, she usually wouldn't come to the tea house to sleep during the day. Xiao Wu nodded solemnly. Jiang Yu furrowed his brows, why are you being so serious again? Xiao Wu forced a smile. Jiang Yu said, actually, I also think your family's matters are connected to that person in the mental hospital. Xiao Wu sighed, what can we do? Uncle Fei can't even produce any evidence. Jiang Yu said, that's why we're working hard to create evidence. Fabricating evidence? Xiao Wu, have you ever considered that you haven't found your grandfather's soul all this time because of the dragon binding amulet? You mean my grandfather's soul was taken by Zheng Hui? I'm just speculating for now. Officer Fei said Zheng Hui might be practicing soul refining techniques. So if he really harmed your family, he wouldn't let your grandfather's soul go. The value of a cultivator's soul is worth more than 1,000 wandering souls. Xiao Wu felt even more despair. If her grandfather's soul had truly been captured, perhaps she would never find the real culprit in her lifetime. Jiang Yu said, don't lose hope. We're luring Zheng Hui into action. Once he makes a move, I'm sure Officer Fei will find a way to uncover the evidence. Really? Of course it's true. So, don't go searching aimlessly anymore. Starting today, follow me. We'll deal with Zheng Hui's nephew first. Jiang Yu decided to change Xiao Wu, regardless of whether she was his fiancée or not. Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then nodded resolutely, as long as we can find the real culprit who harmed my family, I'll follow your lead. The two spent the afternoon at the tea house. When dinner time came, they went to Yapinju. According to the information, Zhang Xiu frequently visited 3 restaurants, and Yapinju was one of them. Since they hadn't gone to find Xiao Wu's grandfather's spirit today, Xiao Wu wasn't as cold as usual and spoke to Jiang Yu with a smile. This was a good start. When the day comes that she can smile when her family is mentioned, she will have truly let go. They searched around Yapinju but didn't find anyone, so they immediately headed to the second restaurant. At 8 o'clock in the evening, they had searched all 3 restaurants but still hadn't found Jiang Xiu. The two of them had a simple meal and prepared to head to another location. Jinming Bathhouse. Generally, after eating, Jiang Xiu would go to Jinming Bathhouse for a soak and massage, then head to a bar around 11 p.m. He lived the life of a playboy. Jiang Yu understood why he was only at the second level of the blood and bone realm with such a lifestyle. It was no wonder he hadn't made any progress. Chapter 195, it was him after all. At 8:30 p.m., Jiang Yu brought Xiao Wu to the bathhouse. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Wu looked rather peculiar. She had never been to such a place before. Not just the bathhouse, but places like amusement parks, KTVs, and bars. She'd never been to any of those either. Even when meeting clients for business, she only went to restaurants and tea houses. Her daily life was very monotonous. Massage is a very relaxing thing. Come on, I'll take you to try it out. Jiang Yu pulled Xiao Wu inside. He didn't rush to look for Jiang Xiu but instead booked a private room and enjoyed some time with Xiao Wu. Although the prices here were also high, a massage was still within Jiang Yu's budget. While getting the massage, Jiang Yu quietly spread out his spiritual awareness. His spiritual sense had limited range and couldn't cover the entire building, so he didn't detect Jiang Xiu. So he chatted casually with the therapist. Since Jiang Xiu frequently came here, the staff must be familiar with him. Do you know Jiang Xiu? The one who made billions. The therapist replied, of course we know him. He's our top VIP here. Everyone knows him. Yeah, and he's very generous. He always tips generously. But it seems like we haven't seen him for a few days. Jiang Yusen thought to himself, Jiang Xiu went to Yashiksha Mountain a few days ago, so of course you haven't seen him. So he asked again, did Jiang Xiu come today? Did he come? One technician looked at another, who shook his head firmly and said, no, he didn't. Of course, it's normal that Jiang Xiu didn't come. He had been beaten up by Jiang Yu and was naturally too embarrassed to show his face. Jiang Yusen no longer asked any questions and focused on enjoying the comfort of the massage. An hour and a half later, the massage ended. Jiang Yu stretched lazily and asked, Xiao Wu, how do you feel? Xiao Wu's lips curved into a smile, it's pretty good. Jiang Yu said, I'll bring you again sometime. Xiao Wu said, next time, I'll treat you. After leaving the spa, they headed to a bar. Although Jiang Yu suspected that Jiang Xiu was likely at home recovering from his injuries, he still wanted to take a chance. Hepburn Bar is one of the largest bars in Linzhou City, a place where the night is filled with music and dancing, and men and women of all ages sway to the loud beats. Xiao Wu felt a bit out of place when she first entered the spa, but here she felt outright disgusted. The bar was filled with smoke and the music was so loud that she couldn't hear anyone speaking nearby. She wasn't used to it. Actually, Jiang Yu didn't like this kind of place either. If it weren't for looking for someone, he wouldn't have come. The bar was spacious, with row upon row of booths and tables filled with people. Xiao Wu suddenly took Jiang Yu's wrist. Jiang Yu was startled and turned to look at her. She was opening her mouth, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. So Jiang Yu leaned in to listen, accidentally brushing his ear against Xiao Wu's lips. Xiao Wu trembled slightly but didn't show any reaction. She spoke loudly, "It's too noisy here. I called you several times, but you didn't hear me." That's why she had grabbed Jiang Yu directly. Jiang Yu leaned close to her ear and said, "I'll find you a seat first. You'll get used to it." The two found a corner booth, ordered a round of beer, and the bill wasn't too high. Xiao Wu felt extremely uncomfortable. She hadn't felt this bad even when she was injured by a vengeful spirit. Jiang Yu told her to sit alone for a moment while he slowly looked around to see if Jiang Xiu had arrived. The bar was crowded and the lighting was dim. The dance floor was packed with people. He walked around once, even went to the dance floor to look, but couldn't find Jiang Xiu. It seemed he really was staying home and too embarrassed to come out. When Jiang Yu returned to the booth, he noticed that there were two young men sitting next to Xiao Wu. Clearly, the two men thought Xiao Wu had come alone to drown her sorrows, so they approached her. Who can blame them? Xiao Wu is so attractive. Good-looking people not just in bars, but even walking down the street get hit on all the time. Of course, those who look safe don't have such troubles. Xiao Wu didn't give them the cold shoulder, she even drank the drinks they offered her. However, when the two men started getting too forward and touching her, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. One of them placed his hand on her leg and Xiao Wu immediately grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. Crack! The man broke his arm on the spot. The screams were drowned out by the loud music. No one noticed the commotion over there. Damn it, I was just touching you out of respect, and you dare to. The man was enraged and swung his other hand toward Xiao Wu's face. Then his wrist was grabbed, and with another crack, the other arm was also fractured. He was in so much pain that his face turned purple and he leaned against the sofa, trembling all over. This time, it was Jiang Yu who broke his hand. Jiang Yu coldly stared at him, leaning in and saying, "Flirting is one thing, but getting physical is another. You're the one in the wrong." He shouted angrily, "Damn it, you two dogs, do you know who my boss is? Oh, go ahead and tell us, who is your big brother? My boss is Jiang Xiu. He's not here today, but if he were, he'd kill both of you on the spot." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. It was like finding something you've been searching for all along. He slapped the man and said, "All right, go call your big brother to avenge you. I'll be waiting for him." Just when I was worried about not being able to find Jiang Xiu, the young man was helped out by another person and immediately called Jiang Xiu. "Big brother, we got beaten up at the Hepburn bar. Big heads, both hands are broken." To be honest, the guy beaten by Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu did have a pretty big head. "Wait there, I'm on my way." Jiang Xiu, who was already furious and looking for a place to vent, saw this as a golden opportunity. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Xiu arrived alone at the Hepburn bar. Big Head, despite his broken arms, had been enduring the pain and waiting for him. Jiang Xiu put on a pair of sunglasses, looked at Big Head's hands, and asked, "Who did this?" The man in pain replied, "I don't know them. A man and a woman, both very strong." Another person said, "Big brother, Big Head only touched the woman's leg and had both his arms broken. You have to take care of this for him." Dawa said, "Brother, I told them your name, but that guy was very arrogant, saying to come if you dare, he's waiting for you." Jiang Xiu glanced at the neon lights of the bar and said, "This is Qin Shu's territory. I can't handle this inside. You two go bring them out, and I'll make sure they can't get out of bed for 3 months." He flexed his muscles, determined to vent all the anger he had built up from yesterday. Dahu and the others walked into the bar, found Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu, and shouted, "Come out." Jiang Yu asked, "Did your boss come?" Big Head said, "My boss is waiting for you outside. You broke my 2 arms, and my boss said he'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 months. Xiao Wu didn't hear clearly. He tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and whispered, "Is he here?" Jiang Yu said, "He said he's waiting outside." Phew! Xiao Wu exhaled deeply. Finally, he's here. She really didn't want to stay any longer. She stood up and started walking toward the door, scaring Daitu and the others into rushing out as well, afraid they'd get beaten up by Xiao Wu again. The two rushed out and stood beside Jiang Xiu, pointing at Xiao Wu coming out the door. "Big brother, it's him." Jiang Xiu pushed up his sunglasses, his eyes sparkling. A real beauty. He glanced sideways at the two men, but they couldn't see his expression. Jiang Xiu said in a deep voice, "A beauty is meant to be cherished, not beaten. You don't know the first thing about showing mercy to a woman." He slowly walked up and blocked Xiao Wu's path. "Beautiful lady, where are you going so late? Let me give you a ride, my car is parked right there." Jiang Xiu pointed to his car, a $4 million sports car. He had been hitting on women at the bar before, and whenever he pointed to his sports car, he always succeeded. However, Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and coldly replied, "Wearing sunglasses at night? What are you trying to pull? Jiang Xiu was taken aback. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. His eye had been bruised by Jiang Yu, and he had to use the sunglasses to hide the shame. Xiao Wu looked at him and asked, "You're Jiang Xiu? Oh, the beauty remembers me? That's even better. Let's use tonight to get closer. I'm the kind of person who loves making friends, especially with a beauty like you." He reached out to tease Xiao Wu's hair. Xiao Wu instantly grabbed Jiang Xiu's wrist, and the two men behind him snickered. Because Jiang Xiu wasn't someone they could mess with, Xiao Wu's actions would only bring her trouble. Sure enough, when Xiao Wu tried to break Jiang Xiu's wrist, she was shocked to discover that his wrist was as hard as iron. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge it. Jiang Xiu smiled indifferently. "Beauty, your strength won't be enough to handle me." He grabbed Xiao Wu's wrist with his other hand and pulled her into his embrace. Xiao Wu lost her balance and fell into Jiang Xiu's arms. Her long hair swayed gently, and a faint, delicate fragrance wafted into Jiang Xiu's nostrils. Fragrant, so fragrant. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to fall into Jiang Xiu's arms, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared, kicked Jiang Xiu away with a single kick, and then embraced Xiao Wu, who was leaning at a 45-degree angle. The two of them gazed deeply into each other's eyes. This scene was identical to a classic TV drama plot. Xiao Wu's long hair hung down, and her slightly flushed cheeks were utterly captivating, so much so that both Dahu and the others forgot to help Jiang Xiu, who had been kicked to the ground. "Damn it, who the hell dares to kick me?" Jiang Xiu got up and roared angrily, his glasses shattered. Xiao Wu finally snapped back to reality, grabbing Jiang Yu's arm to steady herself. She felt a bit dazed, because the action she had just performed had made her heart race. She had never known what love was or what it felt like to be in love. But she thought that the feeling of being in love must be something like the moment her heart had just skipped a beat. She stood to the side and glanced at Jiang Yu's profile. He's handsome. A sweet smile involuntarily curled the corners of her lips. It's been 2 years, and this is the first time she smiled at night. Jiang Xiao, wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, is quite unique. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Jiang Xiu froze, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. How could it be him? He quickly took off his sunglasses to confirm, and sure enough, it was him. Chapter 196, Step Up the Efforts. The entrance to the bar was quickly surrounded by a crowd. Jiang Xiu was a regular here, and many people recognized him. Isn't that Jiang Xiu? He's supposed to be pretty tough. How did he get beaten up today? Every dog has its day. He's always showing off. It was only a matter of time before he hit a brick wall. Jiang Xiu felt embarrassed, having been kicked in public, and dared not retaliate. Jiang Yu looked at him and sneered, "Aren't you the one who said you'd bring your uncle to avenge him? Are you just trying to scare me?" Before Jiang Xiu could respond, Dai Tu and the others started shouting. "Our boss can beat you up easily. Why would his uncle need to get involved?" "Exactly. Don't think you can beat our big brother just because you ambushed him earlier. Let me tell you, our big brother is whereas our big brother?" Big Head turned around and saw that Jiang Xiu had already slipped away. Jiang Xiu wasn't a pushover either. He couldn't beat them, so why stay here and keep getting humiliated? The two big guys were about to cry. They had been bragging about Jiang Xiu, but he had already fled. The two exchanged glances, silently counting to 3, then bolted away. The crowd let out a chorus of boos. Xiao Wu asked, "Aren't we going to chase him?" Jiang Yu said, "No need. Let us wait for him to go ask his uncle for help." Jiang Yu called Fei Wei. "Commander Fei, I just found Jiang Xiu. He might be heading to Fushan Mental Hospital to ask his uncle for help. Keep a close eye on him." Fei Wei replied lazily, "Don't worry, I'm watching him." Jiang Yu felt that this wasn't trustworthy, so he said, "Xiao Wu is right beside me. If something happens to me, Xiao Wu will be in danger too." You little Fei Wei on the other end of the phone sounded taken aback. "You're pretty sharp, using Xiao Wu as a shield. In any case, as long as you keep an eye on Zhang Hui, Xiao Wu will be safe. You and Xiao Wu go home first. I'll notify you immediately if Zhang Hui makes any moves." After hanging up, Jiang Yu looked at Xiao Wu and said, "Your uncle Fei told us to go home. Should we go to your place or mine?" "Never mind, let's just go to mine." Xiao Wu returned to her own home. Upon seeing the items left behind by her family, she would inevitably sink into sorrow and pain. Xiao Wu agreed without hesitation. Lijiang Garden. Jiang Yu had Xiao Wu sleep in his bedroom, while he sat cross-legged in the living room, practicing the supreme sensing technique while waiting for news from Fei Wei. The long night dragged on, and Jiang Yu felt the night was endless. Fei Wei had not contacted him at all. The next morning, as the eastern sky began to lighten, Fei Wei finally called him. Jiang Yu tensed up immediately. "Officer Fei, has Zhang Hui made his move?" Fei Wei replied lazily, "He's still at the mental hospital. Jiang Xiu went there yesterday, but he left with a grim expression. I don't think he managed to persuade his uncle. You'll need to step up your efforts." "Got it." Jiang Yu's brows furrowed into a line. It seemed that forcing Zhang Hui to act wouldn't be an easy task. At 9 in the morning, Xiao Wu woke up and went to the company with Jiang Yu to clock in. Last night had passed without incident, so she didn't ask and knew that Zhang Hui hadn't acted.
After leaving the company, Jiang Yu bought soy milk and buns, and the two ate while walking.
Xiao Wu asked, since Jiang Hui didn't act last night, what should we do today? Did Uncle Fei give any instructions?
Jiang Yu replied, he said to step up the efforts.
Step up the efforts?
The first 2 times weren't harsh enough.
Jiang Yu had devised a plan to frame Jiang Xiu for infidelity, and Jiang Xiu naturally hated him with a vengeance, eager to kill him. But this excuse wouldn't work in front of Jiang Hui.
Jiang Hui knew his nephew's true nature. He was obsessed with women, and any woman who would look at him was likely after his money, not loyal to him alone. Jiang Xiu claimed he had been beaten, but Jiang Hui scolded him, saying he was unskilled and deserved the beating, and ordered him to reflect on his mistakes and focus on his cultivation.
So Jiang Xiu left the mental hospital with a grim expression.
Jiang Yu took Xiao Wu to the office, where Fei Wei was lying on the office chair taking a nap. Xiao Wu wasn't there for the first time, and as soon as she entered, her face lost its smile because her grandfather's photo was hanging on the wall. Fei Wei opened his eyes, lit a cigarette, and said, I told you to deal with Jiang Xiu.
Why did you come here?
Jiang Yu replied, I need a car.
Fei Wei said, tell me your plan.
Jiang Yu said, based on my estimation, Jiang Xiu should be holed up at home these days.
I need to stake out his residential complex.
Fei Wei made an okay gesture,
wait here for a while. The car will be parked downstairs in half an hour.
He took out his phone and sent a message.
Then, he looked at Xiao Wu and said seriously, Xiao Wu, why aren't you going to work? Why are you always following him around?
Xiao Wu ignored him.
Jiang Yu chuckled, I've already told Xiao Wu. She's voluntarily coming with me to deal with Jiang Xiu. I didn't force her.
Fei Wei sighed deeply, at least you're a cultivator, you have some self-defense abilities. Dragging Xiao Wu into this, if anything happens to her, I'll hold you solely responsible.
Xiao Wu coldly replied, as long as we can find the real murderer of my family, I'm not afraid to die.
This girl, what are you saying? Fei Wei sighed in frustration, it's not that serious, it's not that serious. He kept giving Jiang Yu meaningful glances, and Jiang Yu pulled Xiao Wu away. The office had a photo of Tang Shuli, so Jiang Yu didn't want Xiao Wu to stay any longer. They waited downstairs.
Half an hour later, a black Volkswagen pulled up, and the driver handed the keys to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu drove to the Left Bank Villa district and set up a stakeout. From morning until afternoon, Jiang Xiu didn't show up. It wasn't until late afternoon that he finally drove out, with a heavily made-up woman sitting in the passenger seat. Jiang Yu followed him to the department store. Jiang Xiu had a new girlfriend, and at her insistence, he accompanied her to the mall to shop. Jiang Yu caught up and, without hesitation, pinned Jiang Xiu to the ground and beat him mercilessly in public. Jiang Xiu's new girlfriend was terrified, screaming, he's hitting me! He's hitting me! Help! The commotion quickly attracted the mall security guards, and Jiang Yu had to flee the scene quickly. Jiang Xiu, who had been beaten senseless, hadn't even regained his senses when Jiang Yu had already fled. He was so furious he felt like he was going to spit blood. It's always you. Always you. I'll kill you. After getting beaten up, Jiang Xiu had no interest in shopping anymore. He left his new girlfriend behind and headed straight to Fushan Mental Hospital.
Jiang Yu had been secretly following him the whole time. When Jiang Yu saw Jiang Xiu heading toward the mental hospital, he immediately informed Fei Wei. He dared not follow, as if Fei Wei wasn't there, he and Xiao Wu would probably be in danger. Fei Wei said he would wait outside the mental hospital and told Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu to stay in the city.
So Jiang Yu drove back to the Left Bank Villa and waited for news from Fei Wei. Less than an hour later, Jiang Xiu drove back to the villa. Fei Wei messaged that Jiang Hui had not left the mental hospital yet. Jiang Yu expressed his helplessness and could only continue to step up his efforts. He decided that next time, he would definitely take half of Jiang Xiu's life. He didn't believe Jiang Hui wouldn't intervene. But this wait dragged on for 3 days. Jiang Xiu stayed cooped up at home for 3 days without stepping out. Jiang Yu was at a loss. He couldn't just storm into the gated community to beat someone up. Who knew if there were any martial artists stationed there? On this day, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Wei had taken his girlfriend to the villa district, clearly to keep Jiang Xiu company. Jiang Wei stayed in the villa district for a full 6 hours and came out reeking of alcohol. Since they had come to drink with Jiang Xiu, they hadn't driven. As they stood on the road waiting for a taxi, Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu suddenly rushed over and knocked them unconscious. They then took Jiang Wei and Wang Qingqing to a reservoir on the outskirts of the city. Jiang Yu splashed water on Jiang Wei to wake him up. Upon seeing him, Jiang Wei was so terrified he nearly lost his mind, immediately kneeling down and begging for mercy. Big brother, we've never had any issues before. Please spare me. Letting you go isn't out of the question, but only if you can lure Jiang Xiu here. Then you can live. I don't know how to trick him. Jiang Xiu said he wouldn't be leaving the house for a while. Is that so? Xiao Wu, throw him into the reservoir to feed the fish. Wait. Jiang Wei trembled in fear. Jiang Yu patted his forehead. I know you have a way. Jiang Wei hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Jiang Xiu. Jiang Yu reminded him, watch your tone. Don't let him catch on. If he doesn't come, you're dead. Trembling, Jiang Wei took a deep breath. When the call connected, he excitedly said, Mr. Jiang, hurry over. I have two beautiful girls here. I'm not lying, they're as beautiful as fairies. Alright, I'll send you the location right away. After hanging up, Jiang Wei put on a mournful expression again. Big brother, Jiang Xiu said he's coming right away. Can you let me go? Jiang Yu nodded satisfactorily. You really know Jiang Xiu well. Don't worry, once he arrives, I'll let you go. About half an hour later, the roar of a sports car echoed through the air. Jiang Xiu parked the car below the reservoir and climbed the steps. He shouted as he walked, Jiang Wei, where are you? Is there a pretty girl in this godforsaken place? Get out here right now. Mr. Jiang. Seeing Jiang Xiu, Jiang Wei felt nervous. He didn't know if Jiang Xiu would take his anger out on him for being deceived. Jiang Xiu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Yu's face in the moonlight. That smiling face seemed like a primordial beast ready to devour someone. Jiang Wei, you bastard, how dare you betray me? Jiang Xiu erupted in curses. I brought you along to live in luxury, and you bastard, dared to team up with outsiders to betray me. Jiang Wei shouted in despair. Jiang Xiu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but I had no choice. He said if you didn't come, he'd throw me into the reservoir to feed the fish. Go to hell. Jiang Xiu cursed and turned to run away. Jiang Yu moved like lightning, taking a step forward, and in an instant, he blocked Jiang Xiu's retreat. Jiang Xiu, you're already here. Stay and play with me for a while before you go? I'll play with your mother's head. Jiang Xiu darted into the nearby forest, leaping between the tree trunks like an agile monkey. But Jiang Yu was faster. Purple flickered through the forest as Jiang Yu channeled his spiritual energy, activating his secret technique, the mountain-shattering cauldron. Chapter 197, Zhang Hui. Xiao Wu and the others stood by the reservoir, clearly seeing the purple glow in the forest. Jiang Wei was terrified and, taking advantage of Xiao Wu's attention being focused on the forest, sneaked away. He didn't even bother to take his girlfriend with him. In fact, Xiao Wu knew he had fled, but she showed no reaction, as their target was Jiang Xiu. Xiao Wu saw the purple light flickering in the forest and ran over as well. In the forest, Jiang Xiu was struck by the mountain-shattering cauldron, coughing up a mouthful of blood and crashing into several short trees as thick as arms. Cough cough. He coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted wildly, Why? Why are you haunting me? What did I ever do to you? Jiang Yusen thought to himself, you haven't wronged me, but unfortunately, you're Jiang Hui's nephew. He said indifferently, there's no reason. I just want to beat you up. You? Jiang Xiu was so enraged he spat out a mouthful of old blood. You slept with my girlfriend and now you're chasing me to fight? Do I look that easy to bully? He was so enraged that his hair stood on end and a faint white glow emanated from his body. He also knew the secret technique. The white glow transformed into strands of thread, wrapping around the mountain-crushing tripod. He clapped his hands together, and the threads tightened, causing the Chui Shan Ding to vanish instantly. He had already felt the power of the mountain-crushing cauldron twice, so he destroyed it first. However, it was to no avail. Purple light flickered on Jiang Yu's body. He extended his right hand, and light gathered in his palm, forming another Chui Shan Ding. My Chui Shan Ding is not a physical object. As long as my spiritual energy does not run out, the Chui Shan Ding will never be destroyed. Jiang Xiu was greatly alarmed. He had always believed the mountain-shattering cauldron to be a powerful magical artifact, but it turned out to be Jiang Yu's secret technique. What a powerful secret technique! He had encountered cultivators at the Bone and Blood Triple Realm before, but none had ever been able to pin him down and grind him into the ground like Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pushed with a single palm, and the mountain-crushing cauldron once again descended to suppress him. Ah! Jiang Xiu roared, his hair standing on end, and the white beams of light transformed into threads that danced through the forest, severing trees at their waists. Stop struggling in vain. Don't tell me you're only at the second level of the Bone and Blood Realm. Even if you were at the fifth level, you might not be able to withstand my Chui Shan Ding. He was that confident. The Chui Shan Ding was incredibly powerful. Though it hadn't fully formed yet, it was already a formidable offensive weapon. The purple glow of the mountain-crushing cauldron trembled, and the white threads in the forest instantly dispersed. Boom! The mountain-crushing cauldron descended from the sky, sending Jiang Xiu crashing to the ground. A small crater formed in the ground, and dust flew everywhere. Put! Jiang Xiu coughed up blood, feeling as though his internal organs were shattered. He was no match for Jiang Yu and had no strength to fight back. Jiang Yu's aura faded, and the mountain-crushing cauldron vanished as well. He took a step forward, ready to continue the attack, but Xiao Wu beat him to it, rushing forward and picking up a rock from the forest. She swung it wildly at Jiang Xiu. Blood spattered everywhere, the scene was too gruesome to behold. Xiao Wu had already convinced herself that Jiang Hui was the one who killed her family, so she showed no mercy. Jiang Xiu quickly lost consciousness, but Xiao Wu didn't stop. Jiang Yu had no choice but to stop her. Xiao Wu, enough! He pulled Xiao Wu to her feet. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with hatred, and she screamed, why won't you let me kill him? Xiao Wu, calm down. We still need him to lure Jiang Hui out. Killing him will make Jiang Hui come out too. Yes, Jiang Hui will definitely seek revenge, but once Jiang Xiu is dead, no one knows when Jiang Hui will strike. Officer Fei can't possibly guard the Fushan Mental Hospital every day. Therefore, Jiang Xiu must not die for now. We need him in this half-dead state to go find Jiang Hui. When Jiang Hui comes to save his nephew's life, he will definitely come to kill Jiang Yu. This is the best opportunity. With them on guard, everything is under our control. Otherwise, if Jiang Xiu dies, Jiang Hui might wait a year or two before seeking revenge, catching them off guard. By then, Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu probably won't survive. He pulled Xiao Wu aside and hid in the bushes. Half an hour later, Jiang Xiu slowly regained consciousness. His body was covered in blood, with flesh exposed and wounds oozing, a sight that was truly horrifying. He struggled to his feet, crawling step by step toward the car, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He rested in the car for a long time before he had enough strength to drive away. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu followed quietly, keeping a safe distance behind him. Jiang Yu knew that Jiang Xiu would definitely go to Fushan Mental Hospital, so he informed Fei Wei in advance. Fei Wei told them to wait at the foot of the mountain and not to go up. At Fushan Mental Hospital, Fei Wei's car was parked by the roadside. He had a cigarette in his mouth and kept watching the entrance to the mental hospital. Boom! The roar of a sports car echoed, followed by the screech of brakes. Jiang Xiu's car nearly collided with the security guard booth. The guard jumped in surprise and shouted, "Can't you drive?" The car door opened, and a bloodied figure fell out of the driver's seat. The security guard nearly fainted from the shock. Fei Wei witnessed the scene and muttered to himself, "Wow, that was brutal." He didn't even care if he killed him. "I'll have to give him a good talking to when I get back." He has no sense of restraint at all. Jiang Xiu struggled to his feet, leaving a bloodstain on the ground. The security guard trembled and took 2 steps back, stammering, You've come to the wrong place. This is a mental hospital, not a regular hospital. Psychiatric hospitals primarily treat patients with mental illnesses. They cannot treat car accident victims." Jiang Xiu looked as though he had been repeatedly run over by a large truck. Ignoring the security guard's words, he stumbled into the mental hospital and made his way to the darkest building at the back. Uncle, help me." The building was old and dilapidated, having been abandoned for years, with only piles of rubbish inside. Jiang Xiu collapsed at the staircase entrance, too weak to continue climbing. He used his hands to scrape at the steps, crawling slowly upward, leaving a long, conspicuous trail of blood. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a blue robe appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at Jiang Xiu with anger in his eyes. Jiang Xiu extended his bloodied hand. "Uncle, save me." This man in the blue robe was Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui swept his sleeve aside, and in the blink of an eye, he had dragged Jiang Xiu to an abandoned room on the top floor. The room was eerily dark, with wisps of souls drifting about. Those were the restless spirits of the place, refined by Jiang Hui, leaving only faint shadows. Jiang Hui produced a grayish-brown pill from his sleeve and placed it in Jiang Xiu's mouth. After a while, Jiang Xiu's injuries finally stabilized, and the wounds stopped bleeding. Seeing his nephew in such a state, Jiang Hui's heart ached deeply, and his eyes burned with murderous intent. He asked in a low voice, "Who did this?" "It was him, uncle, it was him. That man named Jiang Yu? Uncle, please kill him for me. If you don't kill him, he'll kill me. He'll kill me." Jiang Hui stood with his hands behind his back, his expression hardening. The ghostly figures in the room vanished suddenly, and in the night sky, several piercing screams echoed. Jiang Hui stared into the night sky with a deep gaze. "Go back first. I'll handle this." Jiang Xiu immediately grabbed Jiang Hui's sleeve with his blood-soaked hands. "Uncle, you still refuse to leave here? Are you going to ignore my life and death until you've perfected your soul-refining technique? This time I managed to survive by sheer luck, but next time I might end up like those wandering souls outside. You said before that he's been deliberately causing trouble for you? All because of a woman? I don't know. But that day I was drunk and didn't do anything to his woman. Instead, my girlfriend was taken by him. Uncle, I can't swallow this humiliation." Jiang Hui looked into the distance and mused. "Fei Wei has been suspecting me for a long time. If I act rashly, he won't miss this opportunity. Uncle, that guy is a cultivator. Even if you kill him, the Demon Suppression Bureau won't be able to touch him. I know, but in the city, I'm worried something might go wrong. This way find a way to lure him to Qingxi Valley. I'll be there to grind his bones to dust." "Qingxi Valley? But uncle, I'm no match for him. I'm afraid." He feared he would be killed by Jiang Yu upon meeting him. Jiang Hui's sleeve flew out another emerald green pearl. "This is the Xianning Pearl. Keep it on you. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Bone and Blood realm can't kill you. But remember, once you activate the Xianning Pearl, you must reach Qingxi Valley within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. But I'm not sure when I can lure him there." "No problem, I'll wait in Qingxi Valley for a few days." When Jiang Xiu entered the mental hospital, he was barely clinging to life. When he came out, his condition had improved significantly. At least he no longer stumbled as he walked. The security guard kindly said to him, "Young man, you look badly injured. Should I call an ambulance for you?" Jiang Xiu ignored him and drove away. Fei Wei watched him leave, muttering to himself, "Jiang Xiu looks happy. It seems he has convinced Jiang Hui. He stretched, flicked the cigarette butt from his hand, and closed the car window. It seems like it's my turn to act. Suddenly, he sensed Zhang Hui's presence moving away from the mental hospital. Fei Wei gathered his wits and immediately drove down the mountain. But after driving a few miles, he noticed something was wrong. Zhang Hui had indeed left the mental hospital, but he wasn't heading toward the city. What was going on? Was he not going to seek revenge? But judging by Zhang Xiu's expression, his uncle must have agreed to avenge him. He decided to head down the mountain first to find Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu. What is going on? Jiang Yu asked urgently. He had just seen Jiang Xiu come down the mountain. Jiang Xiu seems to be in much better condition suddenly. Fei Wei said, it must be because Jiang Hui gave him some healing pills. Xiao Wu asked, has Jiang Hui come out yet? Fei Wei frowned and said, he did leave the mental hospital, but he's not heading this way. I still have no idea what he's up to. Jiang Yu said, why don't I go find Jiang Xiu again? Don't act rashly. Let's wait until tonight passes and see what they're up to. Fei Wei glanced at Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, we'll all stay at your place tonight. Jiang Hui had already left, and he dared not let his guard down for a moment. He must stay close to protect him. Chapter 198, The True Culprit. Jiang Yu had thought Jiang Xiu would come to seek revenge soon, but he ended up waiting for 3 days. They hadn't gone to the company for 3 days. Xiao Wu's performance was completed, but no one bothered her. However, Jiang Yu's phone had been ringing off the hook. Finally, he turned off his phone altogether. The three of them had been holed up in Xiao Wu's home for 3 days. Xiao Wu was already getting impatient. They're not coming. Why don't we take the initiative? She was seeking Fei Wei's opinion, as he was the main combatant facing Jiang Hui. She and Jiang Yu could only act as cheerleaders. Fei Wei lay on the sofa, taking slow puffs on his cigarette, and said calmly, no rush. He believed that Jiang Hui would definitely take action now that he had left the mental hospital. Jiang Yu said, it's been 3 days. How much longer do we have to wait? Fei Wei replied, Jiang Xiu was beaten up like that by you guys. Isn't it normal for him to need a few days to recover? He sat up and looked at Jiang Yu seriously, I haven't even mentioned you yet. You were told to cause trouble for Jiang Xiu, but you didn't have to be so ruthless. What if he doesn't make it to the Fushan mental hospital? Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu, who was slowly looking out the window. This was her doing. What does it have to do with me? Fei Wei understood Jiang Yu's meaning and didn't continue scolding him, only saying, be careful in the future. Jiang Yu said, aren't we overlooking an important issue? If we keep hiding at home, how will Jiang Xiu find us? In an instant, the three of them looked at each other, speechless. We underestimated them. Fei Wei sighed deeply. As a 6th rank officer of the Demon Suppressing Bureau and the head of the Linzhou branch office, he could easily obtain information about Jiang Xiu, yet Jiang Xiu only knew Jiang Yu's name. Where was he supposed to find him now? Cough cough. Fei Wei cleared his throat awkwardly. It was my oversight. Now, Jiang Yu, you go and accidentally meet Jiang Xiu. Remember, it has to be accidental, don't make it too obvious. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Yu's phone received a short video. It was sent by Lu Shanshan. The video was short, only 5 seconds long, showing Lu Shanshan's face bruised and swollen, screaming in terror, Jiang Yu, save me. Jiang Yu was completely confused. Why had Lu Shanshan been beaten, and why was she asking him for help? They didn't seem very close, did they? Next, Lu Shanshan sent another short video. The screen showed Jiang Xiu's distorted face, I'm waiting for you at Shanshui Company. If you don't come, I'll kill her. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious, Jiang Xiu has found Shanshui Company. Hurry up and save her. Xiao Wu was the first to rush out. Though she wasn't very sociable, she had worked at the company for 2 years and had developed some feelings for her colleagues. Fei Wei drove alone, while Jiang Yu drove with Xiao Wu, who kept replaying the 2 short videos. Based on the buildings in the videos, they could determine the location was indeed at Shanshui Company, but the videos were not filmed inside the company premises, they were taken in the parking lot. As they arrived at the entrance of the building's parking lot, a black SUV suddenly sped out. The window was open, and Jiang Xiu was sitting in the driver's seat. His body was wrapped in bandages, and his injuries hadn't fully healed. He gave Jiang Yu's car a menacing grin before speeding off. Xiao Wu pointed at the car, Shan is in the car. Jiang Yu quickly turned around and stepped on the gas, giving chase. The 2 cars raced through the city for 40 minutes before finally exiting the urban area. Fei Wei kept riding behind him, tracking Jiang Yu's car's location, so he wasn't worried about losing him. The 2 of them stayed in constant communication. Jiang Yu, that guy seems off. Be careful. Fei Wei warned over the phone. Jiang Yu also sensed something was amiss. Jiang Xiu wasn't heading toward the Fushan mental hospital, the car was driving further and further into a remote area with few people around. He's deliberately leading me to a specific location. This direction is Qingxi Valley. I get it. Jiang Hui left the Fushan mental hospital and must have already set up an ambush in Qingxi Valley, then had Jiang Xiu lure you there for a surprise attack. Fei Wei had figured out Jiang Hui's intentions and unconsciously sped up the car. Jiang Xiu had also thought things through. He realized that leading Jiang Yu to Qingxi Valley alone might be discovered, so he took Lu Shanshan hostage. He was quite capable. He had managed to find out Jiang Yu's workplace. Jiang Yu grew tense. Officer Fei, you must stay close. Our lives are in your hands. After an hour of high-speed driving, they finally arrived at the majestic mountains. The mountain roads were rugged and the car couldn't go any further. Jiang Xiu dragged Lu Shanshan into Qingxi Valley. To prevent her from causing a commotion, he had already knocked her unconscious with a single palm strike. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu followed cautiously behind. Go too fast. Fei Wei reminded them over the phone, don't be afraid, I'm here. Keep going at this speed. After crossing a mountain, they found themselves in a picturesque valley. A small stream flowed gently, green grass covered the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers. By the stream, Jiang Hui sat cross-legged on the grass, with Jiang Xiu standing beside him, and Lu Shanshan lying at his feet. From 100 paces away, Jiang Yu spotted Jiang Hui. Though it was their first meeting, he could immediately recognize him. He grabbed Xiao Wu and dared not move forward. Jiang Xiu revealed a savage smile. You Jiang, you've always wanted to meet my uncle, haven't you? Today your wish has been granted. My uncle will surely grind your bones to dust. Jiang Hui slowly stood up, showing no hurry to act. He surveyed the area and said calmly, Fei Wei didn't come with you? His voice was not loud, but Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu heard every word clearly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart sank. Had the plan been exposed? Why was he still daring to act this way? Jiang Xiu also froze, timidly asking, Uncle, what do you mean by that? Jiang Hui glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and coldly replied, Do you really think he would just randomly attack you for no reason? He's just trying to provoke me into acting. But he wasn't the least bit afraid, for during his time in the mental hospital, his cultivation had greatly improved. Jiang Xiu's hair stood on end. Could it be? Could it all be Fei Wei pulling the strings behind the scenes? He was terrified. He knew about the Demon Suppressing Bureau and was well aware of Fei Wei's capabilities. Jiang Hui spoke calmly, What's there to panic about? If I dare to wait here for them, I must have a way to deal with Fei Wei. With that, he swept his sleeve and released 2 dragon binding charms. The black talismans shot through the air. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu held their breath. They were no match for Jiang Hui. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere, 2 fingers emitting an immense gravitational pull, trapping the 2 dragon binding charms between them. Fei Wei stood suspended in mid-air, his robes fluttering in the wind. Jiang Yu was speechless. Commander Fei can actually fly through the air. Flying through the air was a hallmark of the Soul Realm. After the Bone and Blood Realm comes the Treasure Vault Realm. After transforming their bones and blood, cultivators begin to transform their internal organs. The Treasure Vault refers to the internal organs. Upon mastering the Zhangfu realm, one reaches the Lingtai mirror. The forehead is also known as the Lingtai. Cultivators define it as the broader head, and this realm involves transforming the brain within the head. Bone and blood, viscera, and spiritual platform, these are the first 3 realms of cultivation, all involving the transformation of the physical body, a process of repeated rebirth. Upon crossing the threshold of the first 3 realms, one reaches the divine soul realm. After the body is completely transformed, one can move as lightly as the wind and traverse the skies. Jiang Yu was utterly astonished. The Demon Suppressing Bureau was so powerful. Fei Wei had mentioned that the Jinxia Bureau had over 100 members spread across the country, and he was merely a 6th-rank bureau member. If a 6th-rank officer already possessed the strength of the Divine Soul Realm, how powerful must a 1st-rank officer be? And how formidable must the Jinxia envoy be? Seeing Fei Wei standing in mid-air, Jiang Xiu's eyes were filled with despair. His uncle was powerful, but he couldn't fly through the air. The Lingtai mirror was divided into 4 levels: Lingtai Initial, Lingtai Intermediate, Lingtai Advanced, and Lingtai Peak. Jiang Hui was a master at the peak of the Lingtai stage. Since the soul realm involves strengthening and transforming the soul, he cultivated soul techniques in hopes of advancing to the next level. Jiang Xiu was panicking, trembling uncontrollably. He had thought Jiang Yu was doomed, but now the situation had reversed, and he felt like he was the one who was doomed. However, the appearance of Fei Wei did not cause any ripples on Jiang Hui's face, as this was within his expectations. But there was one thing Jiang Hui hadn't anticipated: Fei Wei had broken through to the soul realm. But it didn't matter, he had a plan to deal with it. So you deliberately lured me here, Fei Wei said, his spiritual energy surging as the dragon binding symbol between his fingers burst into flames. But I'm afraid I've made a small breakthrough recently as well. Jiang Hui's face broke into a sinister smile as he walked toward Fei Wei step by step. Mr. Fei, it's been a while. They weren't strangers to each other. Fei Wei spoke calmly. You deliberately lured me here today. It seems you're here to settle this once and for all. No, let me correct you, it's a matter of life and death. Do all members of the Tianjui Alliance speak with such confidence? Those with true strength always speak with confidence. So you think that with your peak Lingtai realm strength, you can defeat me, who is in the Shinhan realm? Let me correct you once more, it's not about defeating you, but about killing you, a divine soul realm cultivator. Jiang Hui's confident demeanor made Jiang Yu nervous. The 2 parties about to face off were both brimming with confidence, while he and Jiang Xiu were terrified. Fei Weiyun smiled nonchalantly. Since one of us must die here today, answer me one question first. You want to ask about Tang Shuli? Jiang Hui suddenly turned to Xiao Wu. It was my carelessness back then that left such a loose end, but I will send her to reunite with her family today. He admitted it. He was the one who killed Xiao Wu's family. Xiao Wu's eyes turned bloodshot, almost losing her mind. It's you. It really is you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah. Jiang Yu held Xiao Wu tightly. She was completely consumed by hatred. If she charged forward, it would be suicide. Fei Wei turned around, furrowing his brows. Keep an eye on Xiao Wu. Jiang Yu nodded and shouted while holding Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu, look at me. Stay calm. Officer Fei will help you avenge your family. Xiao Wu's eyes remained bloodshot. But Jiang Yu was startled to discover that Xiao Wu's eyes weren't just bloodshot, the whites had completely turned blood red, an eerie sight. Chapter 199, The Soul Hiding Umbrella. Fei Wei and Jiang Hui were now less than 10 zhang apart. Though they hadn't yet moved, the air around them seemed to stir with tension. Jiang Xiu was slowly backing away, as he didn't believe his uncle could defeat Fei Wei. At the same time, Jiang Yu was holding Xiao Wu and retreating as well. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in Fei Wei, it was just that a battle of this caliber would undoubtedly be earth-shattering, and staying at a distance would prevent them from being caught in the crossfire. A golden beam suddenly shot out from Fei Wei's forehead. Even in broad daylight, the golden light was blinding. Jiang Hui suddenly sidestepped over 10 zhang, and the golden beam crashed into the stream behind him with a loud bang. Boom! It was like a bomb exploding, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere, leaving a massive crater behind. The stream water rushed back into the crater. This was the power of the soul. Jiang Hui glanced back and commented, the power of the soul is indeed formidable. He slowly pulled out a dragon binding symbol from his sleeve. Fei Wei sneered, it seems you have quite a few dragon binding charms. Are you planning to win by sheer numbers? But to deal with me, you'd need at least 3,000 of them, wouldn't you? Jiang Hui remained calm and said, ordinary dragon binding charms are indeed ineffective against you, but what if I add this? He formed a seal with his hands, and a flash of mystical light filled the void. Suddenly, a massive shadow engulfed the valley. Above the valley hung a massive black umbrella, its canopy adorned with a gigantic skull pattern, and 8 bells dangled from the tips of its 8 ribs. The umbrella began to rotate, and the bells rang throughout the valley. A chilling aura suddenly swept through the valley, exerting such immense pressure that Fei Wei was forced to retreat nearly 10 feet. Fei Wei stared intently at the pitch-black umbrella. This soul-shielding umbrella is far more powerful than before. It seems you've spent the years refining the souls of others. Jiang Hui revealed a sinister gaze. Mr. Fei, this is something I prepared specially for you. The soul of a divine soul realm cultivator should help me break through to the divine soul realm in one go. The dragon binding symbol in his hand shot out instantly. The dragon-shaped pattern on the talisman burst into brilliant light, unstoppable under the soul-shrouding umbrella's enhancement. Fei Wei's expression grew increasingly solemn as 2 blazing flames erupted from his palms, striking toward the sky. Jiang Hui commented, your heavenly fire mystic art has improved significantly, but alas, you cannot withstand my soul-sealing umbrella. The soul-sealing umbrella exerted a powerful suppressing effect on the soul, making it a formidable magical artifact. As a newcomer to the divine soul realm, Fei Wei found it difficult to counter. The flames struck the dragon binding symbol, but this time they did not reduce it to ashes. Instead, they pierced through the flames and rushed straight toward Fei Wei. Fei Wei retreated swiftly. The dragon binding symbol was reinforced by the soul-sealing umbrella, and even he dared not let it come into contact with his body. Jiang Hui smirked triumphantly and flicked 3 more dragon binding charms from his sleeve. Fei Wei activated the heavenly fire mystic art, transforming the flames into a serpent that coiled around him like a pillar. The flames raged fiercely, as if they could burn everything to ashes, but they couldn't burn the dragon binding symbol. It was completely ineffective. Fei Wei dodged the dragon binding symbols in the valley while looking up at the sky. Suddenly, a fiery serpent shot into the sky. The soul-shrouding umbrella was Jiang Hui's greatest reliance. If this treasure were destroyed, Jiang Hui would be helpless and captured. However, the soul-sealing umbrella emitted a piercing sound, and a chilling wind shook the air, instantly extinguishing the fire serpent. Fei Wei was forced to retreat continuously by the dragon trapping symbol. Seeing this, Jiang Xiu no longer retreated. His worry turned to excitement as he shouted encouragement from a distance, Uncle, kill him! Kill him! Once Fei Wei was killed, they would be able to roam freely in Lingzhou, and no one would dare to provoke them. The 4 dragon binding charms suddenly sped up, leaving Fei Wei struggling to keep up. If this continued, they would eventually meet their doom. He realized he had underestimated the situation. He hadn't expected Jiang Hui's soul-sealing umbrella to be able to suppress him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dragon binding symbol swept around from the flank. Fei Wei had intended to dodge, but found himself already retreating toward Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu. If he dodged, the dragon binding symbol would stick to Xiao Wu or Jiang Yu. He suddenly had an idea. He reached out and pulled Jiang Yu toward him, and the dragon binding symbol instantly struck Jiang Yu's body. Jiang Yu stared at Fei Wei in shock. Commander Fei, you? He never expected Fei Wei to use him as a shield. Regret, anger, and despair filled his eyes. The dragon binding symbol struck his body, and Jiang Yu was about to lose consciousness. At that moment, Fei Wei whispered in his ear, "Remember, you are the supreme soul. Find a way to break his soul-blocking umbrella." Jiang Yu collapsed unconscious. Jiang Wei burst into laughter. Fei Wei, you claim to be a member of the Demon Suppressing Bureau and boast of justice, yet you ended up using your own men as shields. What's the difference between you and me?" Fei Wei stepped back, grabbed Xiao Wu, and soared into the air. "Jiang Wei, the difference between us is vast. Stop pretending to be a saint. He may die under my dragon binding seal, but it's you who killed him." The Demon Subduing Bureau, nonsense." Jiang Wei seemed somewhat agitated, spinning his soul-hiding umbrella faster. The valley echoed with the sound of bells, capable of disrupting one's mental focus. Fei Wei didn't engage him in direct combat. The valley was spacious, and it wasn't easy for Jiang Wei to secure victory. After Jiang Yu fell into a coma, he quickly regained consciousness. However, he found himself not in the valley but in a gloomy, endless space. "Am I dead?" In an instant, anger erupted within him, and he roared to the heavens, "Fei Wei, you bastard! Even as a ghost, I won't let you off." Whoosh! Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the space, accompanied by piercing screams that sent shivers down his spine. Shadowy figures flickered around Jiang Yu. He realized that there were many wandering souls in this gray, unknown space, and they were very ethereal, as if they could vanish at any moment. What the hell is this place? He rushed forward and found a soul that seemed somewhat normal. "Excuse me, where am I?" However, the soul seemed not to hear him and continued drifting forward on its own. Jiang Yu asked other souls, but no one responded. These souls seemed to have lost all consciousness. Suddenly, the sound of a bronze bell echoed through the space, and the scene before Jiang Yu's eyes began to distort. He saw souls emitting heart-wrenching screams before turning into wisps of blue smoke and vanishing into thin air. He stood frozen in place. That bell sound, it was so familiar. He thought for a long time, but all the souls around him had vanished, leaving him alone. "Ha!" Suddenly, a startled voice echoed from the distance, snapping Jiang Yu out of his thoughts. Someone was speaking. But he hadn't been paying attention earlier and didn't know which direction the sound had come from. He strained his ears and waited for a moment. The voice sounded again, faint and old. "You're not affected by the bell? That's strange." Jiang Yu immediately pinpointed the direction and sprinted toward it. The vast, open space seemed to have no boundaries. He ran for a long time before he finally spotted a faint, shadowy figure. "Old man?" He called out cautiously, "Old man, do you know where this place is?" "You're inside Jiang Hui's soul-sealing umbrella, young man. Your soul is trapped here. Once Jiang Hui completes his soul-forging ritual, you'll vanish forever." "Wait, you don't seem affected by the bell. That's truly odd." The figure slowly approached him, as if to get a better look. The outline grew clearer in Jiang Yu's eyes. It was an old man, though his form was somewhat ethereal, his features still discernible. Jiang Yu gradually opened his mouth wide in shock. The old man had been standing before him, examining him for a long time, while Jiang Yu remained in a state of shock. The old man asked, "Young man, what is your name?" Jiang Yu snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "You're Uncle Tang Li." The old man paused. "You recognize me?" "I recognize you. I'm now a member of the Demon Subduing Bureau. I saw your photo at the office, and I even helped Xiao Wu look for you. I never expected you to be trapped here. You know my little Xiao Wu? How is she doing now? Is she doing well?" Tang Shuli seemed quite emotional. Jiang Yu sighed. "Xiao Wu isn't doing well. After graduating from high school, she's been searching for your soul and has completely lost the joy that someone her age should have. Why is Xiao Wu looking for me? Because Xiao Wu wants to find the real culprit who harmed you. She shouldn't be doing this." Tang Shuli was deeply worried. She's not even a cultivator. Even if she finds them, what good will it do? She'll just end up like me. Jiang Yu said, "But we've already found the real culprit." Tang Shuli was startled. Then what about Xiao Wu?" "Senior, rest assured. Xiao Wu should be fine. Fei Wei will protect her." Tang Shuli finally relaxed, but mentioning Fei Wei made Jiang Yu furious. "Why use me as a shield?" "Wait." He suddenly recalled what Fei Wei had said to him before he lost consciousness. "You are the supreme soul. Find a way to break his soul-hiding umbrella." So, Fei Wei used me as a shield, not to harm me. He intentionally sent me into the soul-blocking umbrella so I could break it from the inside? But in this vast expanse, how am I supposed to break it? Tang Shuli sighed. 5 years. Finally, someone can tell me about Xiao Wu. Knowing she's still alive, I can die in peace. Jiang Yu asked, "Senior, can we break the soul-sealing umbrella and escape?" Tang Shuli shook his head helplessly. "It's impossible. Look at those souls that have been absorbed. As soon as the bell rings, they'll all be reduced to dust. Then, Senior, you've been trapped here for 5 years. How come you haven't?" He didn't finish his sentence, but Tang Shuli understood his meaning. Tang Shuli said, "I am a cultivator, and though my strength is no match for Jiang Hui, it would still take him at least 5 or 6 years to fully refine my soul. 5 or 6 years. Does that mean Tang Shuli's soul will disappear? No wonder his soul feels so ethereal. Tang Shuli asked curiously, earlier, I noticed that you seemed unaffected by the bell sound. That's quite strange, I've never seen anything like it before. Jiang Yu replied solemnly, Senior, Fei Changguan said I am a supreme soul. Supreme soul? Tang Shuli was startled, then burst into laughter. Who would have thought that Tang Shuli would one day escape the soul-shrouding umbrella? Ha ha. Chapter 200, Killing the Enemy. In Qingxi Valley, cold winds howled, and energy raged. Fei Wei's movements were peculiar. Though the soul-sealing umbrella suppressed him, the dragon binding symbol still couldn't hit him. Jiang Hui, your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your spiritual energy is not as profound. Controlling a treasure like the soul-shrouding umbrella must be draining your energy. Mr. Fei, don't rush. I can play with you slowly today. Jiang Hui stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a circle of runic light to flicker beneath him. Endless energy surged from the earth into his body. Fei Wei immediately grew wary. No wonder Jiang Hui had arrived at Qingxi Valley so early. He had actually set up a small array here, allowing him to borrow the power of the earth's veins. The mountains and earth contain boundless energy, while a person's spiritual energy is limited. As the earth's energy surged into Jiang Hui's body, his power erupted instantly. The soul-sealing umbrella above him spun rapidly, creating a massive vortex in the air. The sound of bronze bells in the valley shook the soul, and the immense pressure made Fei Wei almost unable to fly. Puff! Xiao Wu couldn't withstand it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. That terrifying pressure felt like a mountain crushing her body, and she felt as though her body was about to burst. Fei Wei had no choice but to divert some of his power to protect Xiao Wu. This made it even harder to deal with Jiang Hui. He looked up at the soul-hiding umbrella and murmured, Jiang Yu, I've staked everything on you. Don't let me down. Xiao Wu, though injured, finally regained her senses, and the blood red in her eyes faded. She noticed that Jiang Yu had collapsed on the ground. Uncle Fei, Jiang Yu, he's been killed? As her eyes began to turn blood red again, Fei Wei said solemnly, he's fine, he was struck by the dragon binding symbol and is temporarily unconscious. Xiao Wu glared at her enemy and clenched her teeth, Uncle Fei, help me kill him. Fei Wei replied helplessly, we're doing our best. We referred to him in Jiang Yu. Alone, he couldn't defeat Jiang Hui, at least not today. The energy in the valley grew increasingly violent. A cold wind had formed into a tornado, ravaging everything in its path. Plants turned into debris, dust swirled in the air, and rocks rolled down the slopes of the nearby hills. Even the streams had dried up. At that moment, within the soul-shrouding umbrella. Upon learning that Jiang Yu possessed the Supreme Soul, Tang Shuli immediately began guiding him on how to break through this spatial barrier. Every time the bell rang, the space would warp, and the warped areas would shred souls. Jiang Yu's Supreme Soul didn't need to deliberately counter the bell sounds, he simply needed to step forward when the space twisted. The Supreme Soul automatically counterattacks any attacks targeting the soul. Of course, as the saying goes, when two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. The backlash is not 100% effective. If the opponent's strength or the quality of their magical artifact is too high, Jiang Yu's soul would also be injured. However, fortunately, the soul-hiding umbrella and Jiang Hui were not yet powerful enough to severely injure his soul. The soul-hiding umbrella continued to spin in the outside world, its bronze bell ringing echoing through the valley, never ceasing. But inside the space, the bronze bells only ring once every few minutes, and the intensity varies each time. Ding-ling-ling. Another ringing sound echoed, and as the space ahead twisted, Jiang Yu immediately charged forward. From Tang Shuli's perspective, Jiang Yu's soul was also twisting along with the space. However, the bells could not extinguish Jiang Yu's soul. When it collided with the Supreme Soul, the distorted space seemed to go berserk, one side of the space resembling a ball of dough being vigorously kneaded, completely losing its shape. Soon, the bell stopped ringing, and the space returned to its original state. Jiang Yu felt exhausted, gasping for breath. Although his soul was unharmed, the pain he endured while battling the bell sound was indescribable. Don't rush. Take your time. After all, this is Jiang Hui's most relied upon treasure. It's not something that can be broken so easily. Tang Shuli comforted him. At the same time, Tang Shuli confirmed that Jiang Yu indeed possessed the Supreme Soul. Otherwise, after multiple spatial attacks, given his cultivation level, he would have already turned into a phantom. However, he could also tell that Jiang Yu had never cultivated his Supreme Soul, he was relying solely on the raw power of the Supreme Soul to resist the soul-shrouding umbrella. While Jiang Yu was resting, Tang Shuli asked, does no one in your sect know you have a Supreme Soul? Why don't you know any soul techniques? Soul techniques are also a type of secret art, possessing immense power and destructive force. Moreover, soul techniques are not something just any cultivator can practice. Only those who have reached the divine soul realm are qualified to cultivate them. However, the Supreme Soul is different. Even at the first stage of the bone and blood realm, one can cultivate soul techniques. Mentioning his sect made Jiang Yu furious. If it weren't for the old man who had gone off to live a carefree life, his cultivation wouldn't have been so difficult. In the end, he had to risk his life to complete a mission in exchange for the soul refining technique. Jiang Yu sighed bitterly, my sect is unreliable. Let's not talk about it. Tang Shili said, I recall that the Jinxie Bureau also has the soul refining technique. Since you are a member of the Jinxie Bureau, you could use your performance to exchange for this technique. Jiang Yu's smile grew even more bitter. I helped Fei Changguan deal with Jiang Hui this time precisely for that soul refining technique. Tang Shili said, however, as an elder, I'll give you some advice. While both involve soul refinement, don't follow Jiang Hui's path. Jiang Yu nodded, I understand. While both involve soul refinement, the normal method involves continuously tempering one's own soul, whereas Jiang Hui melted others' souls. The next moment, the bronze bell rang again, and Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This time, the bell tolled urgently, and the distortion of space was far more intense than before. Perhaps because it couldn't refine Jiang Yu's soul, the soul-hiding umbrella had increased its power on its own. Jiang Yu let out a low growl and sprinted forward, charging into the distorted space. This was the decisive moment. Jiang Yu's soul felt as though it were being hammered and chiseled, and the agonizing sounds echoed throughout the space, even causing Tang Shili to hold his breath in anxiety. Even a supreme soul might not be able to withstand this for much longer. Just a few minutes felt like an eternity. When the sound of the bronze bell faded away, Jiang Yu collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of all strength. Tang Shili walked over to him, and he weakly asked, Senior, have we not succeeded yet? Pop. Just then, a sudden sound like shattering glass echoed through the air. In the gloomy space, a crack appeared, 1 finger wide and 3 zhan long, and a fresh breeze from the outside rushed in. Tang Shili exclaimed with joy, it's done. In Qingxi Valley, Jiang Hui stood with his hands behind his back, watching Fei Wei flee in disarray, unable to suppress his laughter. Fei Wei, give up your struggle. Today, you are destined to die here. Fei Wei remained silent, his forehead drenched in sweat. Suddenly, the chilling wind in the valley subsided, and the terrifying pressure emanating from the soul-binding umbrella also weakened significantly. Jiang Hui's expression changed, what's going on? He had not intentionally weakened the power of the soul-shrouding umbrella. Fei Wei and Jiang Hui both looked at the soul-sealing umbrella. On the pitch-black canopy, a crack had appeared. The soul-concealing umbrella was damaged. Jiang Hui was utterly shocked, how is this possible? That was his most powerful magical artifact, it couldn't possibly have damaged itself on its own. However, Fei Wei had been struggling to survive, dodging the dragon trapping symbol, and all the fire snakes he had unleashed had been extinguished by the cold wind. It couldn't have been him who damaged the soul-hiding umbrella. Just as he was at a loss for an explanation, souls began to emerge from the crack in the umbrella cloth. Those were the souls he had once sealed within the soul-sealing umbrella but had not yet had the chance to refine. Jiang Yu's soul escaped from the soul-sealing umbrella and returned to his own body, and the dragon binding symbol on his body instantly turned to ash. He stood up and rubbed his temples. Jiang Hui was speechless. Just then, Fei Wei smiled, I didn't choose the wrong person. Protect Xiao Wu. He no longer evaded, tossing Xiao Wu to Jiang Yu before forming hand seals and unleashing the heavenly fire mystic art. 2 fiery serpents danced through the valley, instantly devouring the other 3 dragon binding charms before charging straight toward Jiang Hui. The soul-hiding umbrella was shattered, completely unable to suppress Fei Wei. Jiang Hui's face turned ashen, and he could no longer remain calm. The hands on his back immediately began forming seals to counter Fei Wei's heavenly fire mystic art. Unfortunately, he could no longer suppress Fei Wei's divine soul. A colossal surge of soul energy surged forth like a tidal wave, resembling an invisible giant hand plunging into Jiang Hui's mind, tearing his soul into pieces. Ah! Jiang Hui's agonized screams echoed through the valley. The next moment, he was swallowed by a fiery serpent. Without the soul-shielding umbrella, Fei Wei suppressed Jiang Hui with such clean and decisive precision. The situation reversed once more. Jiang Xiu collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair. 2 fire snakes coiled around Jiang Hui, causing him unbearable pain. Fei Wei took out his phone, snapped a photo, and uploaded it to the system. He then spoke into the phone, the true culprit behind the murder of Tang Shuli, a 7th-rank official of the Jinxie Bureau, 5 years ago has been identified. He is Jiang Hui, a member of the Tianjui Alliance and a 6th-rank official of the Linzhou branch office. Execute him on the spot. As the words and voice were recorded into the system, the 2 flames coiled into a double helix, enveloping Jiang Hui. Heavenly fire burned, exterminating the demonic beings. Jiang Hui was reduced to ashes, and the soul-shielding umbrella in midair fell to the ground. The escaping souls scattered in all directions, but a faint, lingering soul remained behind. Xiao Wu's attention was completely focused on Jiang Yu, and she didn't notice the additional soul behind her. Jiang Yu, are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? She pulled Jiang Yu around, looking everywhere, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in her ears, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu froze, her body trembling as if struck by an electric current. She froze in place. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Xiao Wu. Tang Shuli called out again, smiling kindly at her. Jiang Yu also smiled and nodded at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, look behind you. Who is it? Xiao Wu's eyes instantly filled with tears, and she slowly turned around. When she saw Tang Shuli, she didn't burst into tears, but tears streamed down her face. 5 years had passed since she had been separated from her family, and today she finally saw her grandfather again. Xiaowu, don't cry. Tang Shuli reached out to wipe the tears from Xiaowu's face, but his soul was too ethereal to touch her. Grandfather. Xiaowu's eyes suddenly filled with fear. Chapter 201, The Clue to the Third Marriage Contract. Ordinary people cannot see or touch souls, but Xiaowu is different. She was a female Taoist priestess, and her grandfather, Tang Shuli, had been a Taoist priest in life and even a cultivator. They could interact with each other. But now, Tang Shuli can no longer touch her. She trembled as she reached out to pull Tang Shuli toward her, but she couldn't touch Tang Shuli. She grew even more terrified. Fei Wei, who had dealt with Zhang Hui, also flew over and nodded to Tang Shuli in acknowledgement. Xiaowu asked in terror, Uncle Fei, why can't I touch my grandfather? Why? Why is this happening? Fei Wei whispered, Xiaowu, I think you should know why. Tang Shuli smiled and made a gesture of stroking Xiaowu's hair. Xiaowu, birth, aging, sickness, and death are the laws of the world. Even cultivators are no exception. There's no need to grieve for me. You're still alive, so grandfather can rest in peace. Tang Shuli had spent too much time in the soul-hiding umbrella, having been torn apart by countless spatial distortions. Though he had escaped the umbrella, he had little time left. His figure flickered in and out of sight, as if he might vanish at any moment. Fei Wei gave Zhang Yu a nod, signaling him to give Tang Shuli and Xiaowu, the grandfather and granddaughter, some private time. The two stepped aside. Tang Shuli made a gesture as if to wipe Xiaowu's tears, speaking tenderly, Xiaowu, don't cry. I just heard that young man say that in the years since your parents passed away, you've had a hard time. This is not what we wanted for you. Those who have passed away will eventually become part of the past. You shouldn't continue to live in hatred and pain. You should have the happiness that someone your age deserves. Listening to his grandfather's earnest words, Xiaowu nodded repeatedly, but tears streamed down his face. I left in a hurry and there were many things I didn't have time to tell you. But at least we've met again today. Xiaowu, do you remember the wooden box I showed you when you were little? The brown one with cloud patterns carved on it? Xiaowu choked out a nod, I remember. It's back at the old house. Tang Shuli said, inside the box is a bone and blood pill, which can help you become a cultivator. Grandfather had planned to give it to you after you finished your studies, but now it seems we won't have time. When you return, find that wooden box. Whether you choose to become a cultivator or not, grandfather will respect your decision. Though you are not a cultivator, you have seen the cruelty of their lives. There are moments of glory, but death can come in an instant. If you do not wish to become a cultivator, bury the items in the golden pouch along with the wooden box. Live a simple, happy life as an ordinary person. Xiaowu, you're still young. The path of life is long. Even if grandfather disappears, I'll be watching over you with your father and mother in heaven. Only when you're happy can we rest in peace. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Xiaowu cried tears like pear blossoms, and Tang Shuli's figure grew increasingly faint, about to vanish. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Fei Wei, holding a cigarette, asked casually, do you need to use the restroom? I am in a hurry, but not to pee. They're saying goodbye, and you're in a hurry? I'm in a hurry for my own reasons. He couldn't wait any longer and rushed over. Xiaowu, have you finished talking? Can you give me 2 minutes? Fei Wei almost threw a stone at him. What are you doing meddling in this? Don't you have any idea what state Xiaowu is in right now? Tang Shuli, however, looked at Zhang Yu with satisfaction. He smiled and said, Xiaowu, there are still many beautiful things in life. Although you've lost your family, you'll find someone you truly love in the future. This young man is quite good. Grandfather is very pleased. Zhang Yu? It's not the time to be picking a husband for your granddaughter. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, Senior, my name is Zhang Yu. I'll remember your name. If you ever wrong little Wu, I won't forgive you. What on earth is going on here? Elder, even if you want to warn me, at least wait until I figure out what's going on first. Senior, my master's name is Zhong Tianxua. Oh, I remember you said your sect isn't reliable, so your master probably isn't either. You'd better protect Xiaowu from now on. Wait, your master is Zhong Shini? Tang Shuli was utterly surprised. Zhang Yu was overjoyed. That's right, that's exactly the reaction I was hoping for. He asked cautiously, Senior, have you ever made an arranged marriage agreement with my master? Yes. Tang Shuli was very excited. I knew it. I felt a connection the moment I saw you. So you're Xiaowu's fiancé. What? Fei Wei and Xiaowu were both stunned. Fiancé? Tang Shuli explained, Xiaowu, I never mentioned this to you before. Back then, I was saved by Dr. Zhang, and we made an engagement agreement you and Zhang Yu. You were young at the time, so we never told you. He glanced at Zhang Yu again, growing more satisfied with each look, and laughed heartily, Xiaowu's future is now settled. I have no regrets left, no regrets at all. Tang Shuli's soul grew increasingly faint, swaying with the wind, as if a stronger breeze could carry him away. Elder, please stop laughing. Tell me where the marriage contract is. It's very important to me. The marriage contract? Tang Shuli feigned deep thought. The wind blew and he floated away. Jiang Yu reached out into the air. Elder, you can't leave yet. He was about to burst into tears. After finally confirming Xiao Wu's identity, he couldn't possibly lose the marriage contract. The marriage contract, it seems to be in that wooden box. A faint voice of Tang Shuli echoed in the air before fading into silence. He faded away with the wind. Grandpa! Xiao Wu collapsed onto the ground, crying hysterically. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground as well. Thankfully, Tang Shuli had revealed the whereabouts of the marriage contract in his final moments before disappearing. Fei Wei stared at him in shock, the cigarette but burning his lips. Spit! 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 He spat out the cigarette but, unable to believe it. You're actually Xiao Wu's fiancé? Jiang Yu said. Tang Sr. admitted it himself. Don't you believe him? No, I'm not doubting you. I just. Did you have some ulterior motive for getting close to Xiao Wu? Look at you talking like that. I'm her fiancé. What kind of premeditation could I have? I just feel like you're up to something. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Breaking off the engagement couldn't be considered having ulterior motives, could it? Fei Wei warned. Xiao Wu's family is gone. You'd better treat her well. If you dare to betray her, don't even think about Tang Sr. I won't let you off either. Wait, what? What is going on? I came here to call off the engagement. Are you trying to scare me? But when he looked at Xiao Wu, his heart softened. If he told her now that he had come to help her only to call off the engagement, wouldn't that be too harsh? Fei Wei didn't stop Xiao Wu from crying. Instead, he sat down beside her and let her vent her emotions. Now that the real culprit had been found, revenge had been taken, and she had finally seen her grandfather for the last time, Xiao Wu should release all the pain in her heart. Jiang Yu also sat down beside Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu kept crying until she had no strength left, leaning against Jiang Yu's shoulder and sobbing until she fell asleep. Fei Wei finally stood up, stretched, and walked toward Jiang Yu. It's time to go, Xiao Wu's fiancé. Jiang Yu shot him a glance, then picked up Xiao Wu and walked toward the valley exit. He suddenly remembered Jiang Xiu and asked, Where's Jiang Xiu? Did you kill him too? Fei Wei replied, He escaped. Jiang Yu, let the tiger return to the mountain? Fei Wei said, We are members of the Demon Subduing Bureau. We don't believe in leaving any loose ends. Jiang Hui killed members of our bureau, so he deserves to die. But Jiang Xiu is different. I don't have the authority to kill him. He added, Not having the authority to kill him doesn't mean you can't kill him. If you think it might leave a loose end, you can do it yourself. The two of them walked out of the valley. Jiang Yu placed Xiao Wu in the back seat, and Fei Wei placed Lu Shanshan in his car. Fei Wei said, Take Xiao Wu home and take good care of her. I'll take her to the hospital. By the way, come to the office tomorrow. There's a reward. Are you going to give me the soul refining technique? You played a crucial role in killing Zhang Wei. I will definitely secure the soul refining technique for you. However, tomorrow, there will be other benefits as well. What benefits? You'll find out then. Fei Wei teased him and drove away. Jiang Yu didn't take Xiao Wu home but brought her back to Lijiang Garden. After all, Xiao Wu's home was too oppressive. She had just released her emotions. She didn't want to wake up and feel like she was back in the dark ages. He took Xiao Wu back to her room, tucked her in, then took her keys and went to her house alone. He bought several storage boxes. Standing in Xiao Wu's living room, looking at all the items belonging to Xiao Wu's family, Jiang Yu muttered to himself, It's time to say goodbye to the past. As her fiancé, I took it upon myself to pack these things away for her. She won't blame me, will she? He packed all the items that looked like family heirlooms into the storage boxes, then opened the curtains. The sunlight streamed in, dispelling all the gloom. It wasn't exactly brand new, but at least it looked like a warm and cozy home. When he returned to Lijiang Garden, it was already dark. Xiao Wu hadn't woken up yet, her eyes swollen. Even in her sleep, she occasionally let out a few sobs. A beautiful and adorable young woman had been tormented by hatred for 5 years. He couldn't imagine how Xiao Wu had managed to survive those 5 years. She was only 20. Her pitiful appearance made Jiang Yu feel deeply sorry for her. If he only had this one engagement, Jiang Yu would be willing to take care of her for the rest of his life. He stayed by Xiao Wu's side all night long. This was the longest she had slept in 5 years. When she opened her eyes again, she buried herself under the blankets and began to cry. Jiang Yu was preparing breakfast for her when he heard sobbing from inside the room. He furrowed his brows. Has she not let go yet? 10 minutes later, just as Jiang Yu had finished cooking the porridge, he heard footsteps behind him. As he turned around, Xiao Wu hugged him from behind, smiling and saying, It smells so good. Did you cook this specially for me? Her face was lit up with a bright smile. However, because her eyes were swollen from crying yesterday, her smile wasn't as beautiful as usual. Jiang Yu was startled. Xiao Wu, you. I'm fine now. I've let it go. No, I mean you. Is it okay for us to be like this? Ha? Grandpa said we're engaged, didn't he? Xiao Wu hugged him tightly, showing no signs of letting go. Chapter 202, The Raid. Xiao Wu's icy heart had finally been warmed by his kindness, and Jiang Yu didn't want to upset her at this moment. So he smiled gently. How am I supposed to serve you porridge while you're holding me like this? Xiao Wu giggled and ran to the dining table to prepare it, resting her chin in her hands and staring intently at Jiang Yu's back in the kitchen. From today onward, she would begin a new life. With that person, the one she loved. After finishing breakfast, the two of them went to work together, Xiao Wu smiling brighter than ever. Good morning, everyone. At 9 o'clock in the morning, by 8:40, almost all the colleagues from the sales department had arrived. Xiao Wu greeted everyone enthusiastically. Everyone? Did she take the wrong medicine today? Xiao Wu rarely arrived at the office on time, let alone early. Moreover, while she always seemed cheerful in the mornings and had a cute smile, she rarely initiated conversations with others. But the most important thing is, she was holding Jiang Yu's arm. She is in love. Everyone realized what was happening, and many expressed envy, especially the male colleagues. Though Xiao Wu had always been a bit eccentric in personality, her beauty was undeniable, and there were plenty of people who secretly harbored feelings for her. Who would have thought that she'd be swept off her feet by a guy who'd only been at the company for less than 2 weeks? Of course, some people were also marveling at how love could truly change a person. Lu Shanshan sat at her desk, still with bruises on her face. She had returned home after receiving basic treatment at the hospital the previous day, as her injuries were only superficial. Zhang Xiu didn't dare to go too far. After all, Lu Shanshan was just an ordinary person. If he dared to kill her or seriously injure her, the Jinxia Bureau would definitely come after him. Xiao Wu approached her with concern and asked, Shan, are you okay? Lu Shanshan nodded and said, I'm fine. Thank you all for yesterday. When Fei Wei took her to the hospital, she had already woken up. Fei Wei told her that Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu had saved her. Jiang Yu felt deeply ashamed. Lu Shanshan had been caught in the crossfire because of him, and he felt unworthy of her gratitude. He said, Shan, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Sure. Xiao Wu clapped her hands. Let's all go together. I haven't had a group meal with everyone yet. The team members? Did she take the wrong medicine? Or is the power of love really that strong? Team leader Yuan Chuan walked over, gave Jiang Yu a satisfied look, and then said, Alright, today the entire team will have a group dinner. However, Jiang Yu, you need to go to the general manager's office first. Yang Yu had called him multiple times earlier, but he didn't answer. Now that he's back at the company, he needs to give him a good scolding. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, then turned and left. Team leader, we're off to handle some business. See you tonight. Hey, Mr. Yang wants to see you. Come back here. Yuan Chuan's face turned green. Jiang Yu had run off, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and go take the heat for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu didn't want to be scolded first thing in the morning. In any case, he would be able to start his new job at the Demon Suppression Bureau today, and he had also found his fiancée. His trip to Linzhou was nearing its end, and he could quit this job if he wanted to. As agreed, Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu arrived at the office together. Fei Wei was sitting at his computer, smoking a cigarette, with a stack of documents on his desk. Uncle Fei. Xiao Wu greeted him with a smile. Fei Wei was taken aback. It had been 5 years, and this was the first time he had seen Xiao Wu in such a state. His concerns vanished instantly. Of course, he also noticed that Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu were holding hands. Jiang Yu shrugged, indicating he was the passive one. Fei Wei said, Don't look at me like that. I wouldn't dare to break up a couple. Xiao Wu was old enough to start dating. Jiang Yu thought to himself, please, just break them up. Be the good guy. Fei Wei took out an ID card from the drawer and handed it to him. You are now officially employed by the Demon Subduing Bureau. This is your ID card. The ID card read 9th rank officer of the Demon Subduing Bureau, stamped with the Bureau's official seal. It resembled a standard government employee's ID card, but the material was special. It felt high quality and durable, unlikely to be easily damaged. With this ID, he wouldn't need Fei Wei to come to his rescue if he was ever mistakenly arrested in the future. Xiao Wu suddenly looked at Fei Wei seriously. Uncle Fei, I want to join the Demon Subduing Bureau too. Her grandfather was a member of the Jinxia Bureau, and she wanted to follow in his footsteps and uphold justice. Fei Wei glared at her and said, Don't cause trouble. You're not even a cultivator. Xiao Wu retorted, just because you're not now doesn't mean you can't be in the future. Then wait until you become a cultivator. I'll go back to my hometown tomorrow to get the bone blood pill. Tang Shuli had said that the bone blood pill he left for Xiao Wu could help her become a cultivator. Jiang Yu couldn't hide the smile on his face. He had been wondering how to get Xiao Wu to go back to her hometown. Now it was perfect, she had brought it up herself. He supported her. I'll go with you tomorrow. Fei Wei glanced at the two of them with a sideways look. The little couple is in perfect harmony, working together seamlessly. Xiao Wu stood tall, hugging Jiang Yu's arm, and looked at Fei Wei with pride. Although Xiao Wu was petite, she was well developed. Jiang Yu's arm was pressed tightly against her body, and the sensation was enough to make anyone feel a bit restless. Fortunately, Fei Wei's piercing gaze kept him completely composed. He changed the subject and said, Officer Fei, the benefits you mentioned, aren't they just this ID card? Fei Wei took a drag on his cigarette and said, "You don't need to call me officer anymore." Huh? What does that mean? Are they promoting me? Just one case, and they're going to promote me to a 6th rank officer? Wait, the ID still says I'm a 9th ranked officer. Fei Wei spoke again, "From now on, just call me Uncle Fei along with Xiao Wu." Jiang Yu's expression immediately fell. Oh no, I thought I was getting promoted. Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly, "Exactly, calling you officer sounds too formal." "Alright, Uncle Fei." Jiang Yu shrugged his hands and said, "What about the soul refining technique you promised me?" Fei Wei said, "I submitted the application the moment you officially started work. I'll give you full credit for the Jiang Hui case, so you can rest assured." "So, what's the real reason you called me here today?" "To raid your house." Fei Wei smiled happily and walked out with the documents. Jiang Yu followed him. "Raid a house? What does that mean? Whose house? Who else?" "Of course, Jiang Hui's." Fei Wei explained, "Every time we execute a heretic cultivator, we confiscate their personal property." Jiang Yu said, "It doesn't sound like much of a benefit. It's just work, right?" Fei Wei gave a mysterious smile. "You don't know the ins and outs. The Demon Suppression Bureau has its special privileges. We risk our lives to kill each heretic, so when we raid their homes, we get 1% of the confiscated property." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. "Only 1%? My sales commission is more than that." Fei Wei said, "Do you think confiscating property is the same as sales? Do you know how much someone like Jiang Hui is worth? At least several hundred million." Jiang Yu asked, "Is that our performance bonus?" Fei Wei said, "More or less." "What if Jiang Hui was penniless?" Of course there are such cases. Some cultivators have no fixed residence and no inheritance, so the Xinxia Bureau will also distribute bonuses to us based on the situation." Jiang Yu nodded and said, "If there's really a commission of several million, then the risk I took was worth it." Fei Wei said, "When raiding a cultivator's home, don't just think about the money. For cultivators, there are many things more important than money." "Like what?" "Techniques, secret arts, elixirs, magical artifacts." Fei Wei explained patiently. "Do you know how much Jiang Hui's soul hiding umbrella is worth?" "How much?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. Jiang Hui held up 5 fingers. "Even the cheapest one is worth that much." 500 million? Xiao Wu guessed. 50 billion. Fei Wei uttered an astonishing figure. Every component of his soul hiding umbrella is crafted from rare materials. Not to mention the value of the materials themselves, the function of suppressing divine souls alone is beyond the reach of money. Xiao Wu's mouth dropped open in shock. Fei Wei continued, "That's why some cultivators, despite earning a fortune, still look like penniless beggars. They've spent all their money on crafting magical artifacts or enhancing their cultivation. Any cultivation resources for cultivators are extremely expensive, often costing billions." Xiao Wu realized, "No wonder my family was so poor before." Fei Wei said, "The bone blood pill your grandfather left you is also of great value." Xiao Wu was stunned. "What? I actually threw it away as junk back home? I have to go back immediately." Now that she mentioned her family, Xiao Wu could face it calmly. Jiang Yu said, "If Jiang Hui's soul hiding umbrella is worth 50 billion, then even if he has no other assets, we could still get a 50 million commission?" "You're dreaming." Fei Wei said, "The soul hiding umbrella is already damaged, its value has plummeted, and treasures like pills and elixirs don't have a fixed value. They're not typically included in property inventories on the spot. That's way too unfair." Jiang Yu was furious. What if a cultivator's entire fortune consisted of elixirs and magical artifacts? They'd have worked for nothing. Don't think so poorly of the Demon Suppressing Bureau. For items like elixirs and magical artifacts, the main investigators can select 3 items for free, and this is only applicable during a raid. What does limited to mean? You must understand that cultivators typically carry particularly valuable or powerful items with them at all times. Fei Wei gave Jiang Yu a meaningful glance, and Jiang Yu immediately understood. In other words, when they eliminate heretical cultivators, they can claim the items on their bodies as their own. That sounds a lot more humane. It sounds like it might earn more than sales, Uncle Fei. I strongly request to join the Demon Slaying Bureau. Xiao Wu was very determined. Fei Wei said, "Once you become a cultivator, I'll help you apply. But I'll warn you in advance, don't just see the benefits. We're all risking our lives here. I've thought it through." Xiao Wu glanced at Jiang Yu. "If I don't become a cultivator, I'll only grow further apart from him in the future." Chapter 203, Spirit Source. Fei Wei drove toward the Left Bank Villa district. The villa where Jiang Xiu lived actually belonged to his uncle, Jiang Hui. After the news of Jiang Hui's execution was reported yesterday, the Xinxia Bureau immediately notified the relevant authorities to seal off Jiang Hui's villa. When they arrived, there were many police officers inside the villa, inventorying Jiang Hui's belongings. A security cordon had been set up around the villa. After showing their credentials, the 3 of them entered the villa. In the living room, there was a stack of cash. Xiao Wu estimated that there should be around 7 million. Most of Jiang Hui's money was in bank accounts, so keeping 7 million in cash at home was already quite a large sum.
There were also some antique paintings and calligraphy pieces in his home, all neatly arranged in the living room. Fei Wei glanced at them but found nothing of interest. They weren't there to seize assets for personal gain. Zhang Hui's personal property would be fully inventoried by the Jinxia Bureau, and after settlement, the commission would be transferred to Fei Wei's account. They came primarily for the resources needed for cultivation. The police, however, are unaware of their value and would not pay attention to such items. For example, they would think that pills are just ordinary medicine and wouldn't include them in their confiscation list. Similarly, cultivation techniques would be mistaken for ordinary books. The villa wasn't large, and they quickly searched the first floor without finding anything. They then proceeded to the second floor. The study door was open, and inside there were 3 bookshelves packed tightly with books. The books were of various types, diverse and numerous, and most of them were ancient texts. Fei Wei flipped through them casually and found that most of the books were about the exploration and understanding of the human soul. He said to Zhang Yu, "Take a good look at the books on the shelves, there might be some martial arts techniques mixed in among them." Zhang Yu and Xiao Wu began flipping through the books as well. Whether they were cultivation techniques or not, they could usually tell just by looking at the first page. After 10 minutes, they identified 3 secret manuals. They were all ordinary breathing techniques used by beginners in cultivation, of little value. Fei Wei said, "Xiao Wu, you can choose one. These things aren't worth much anyway." Xiao Wu wanted to become a cultivator, so she was choosing carefully, but since she didn't understand, she looked to Zhang Yu for guidance. Zhang Yu said, "Don't dwell on it. I'll give you a powerful sensory technique later." He was referring to the supreme sensing technique, one of the top-tier foundational techniques in this world. After leaving the study, they searched each room on the second floor one by one. At the end of the corridor, they found a locked room. Fei Wei broke the lock with a single blow. Inside, it looked like a storage room, but the items were arranged neatly, covered in a thick layer of dust. It was clear that Zhang Hui hadn't been back in a long time. Xiao Wu swept her hand through the dust in the air and said, "What could be good here?" Indeed, if there were anything valuable, Zhang Hui wouldn't have left it here to gather dust. Fei Wei flipped through the items, most of which were worthless herbs, far from the standard of rare treasures. As for martial arts manuals, there were 2, but Fei Wei didn't even glance at them. Zhang Hui's martial arts techniques weren't worth a second glance to Fei Wei. Zhang Yu thought to himself, if even Fei Wei doesn't want them, then I certainly won't either. Just cultivating the Supreme 7 arts alone was already time-consuming enough, there was no need to waste energy on those inferior secret techniques. As for magical artifacts, there was nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Fei Wei said leisurely, "It seems Zhang Hui has invested all his money into soul cultivation techniques and didn't even bother to acquire a few decent magical artifacts." Zhang Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Uncle Fei, speaking of which, I haven't seen you use any decent magical artifacts either, have you?" Cough cough. Fei Wei cleared his throat awkwardly. "My strength is what it is, I haven't encountered anyone who needed me to use a magical artifact yet." Zhang Yu sneered coldly. "Who would believe you? If you had a treasure, would you need me to enter the soul hiding umbrella?" He found it odd. Given how long Fei Wei had been working, he should have made a fortune, yet he still looked like a penniless beggar. Xiao Wu whispered in his ear, "Fei uncle isn't in good health." Fei Wei glared angrily at Xiao Wu. Zhang Yu gave a wicked smile. "Not feeling well? Uncle Fei, you don't even have a girlfriend. How can you be so weak?" Fei Wei nearly cursed out loud. "Where am I weak?" Xiao Wu explained, "Uncle Fei was injured several years ago and developed complications. He has to take some kind of vitality pill every month." Zhang Yu was quite familiar with herbs and had some knowledge of various pills, though he had never refined them himself. He knew that the vitality pill was extremely valuable and wouldn't be cheaper than the bone blood pill. So that's where Uncle Fei Wei's money was going. I never noticed that before." He said, "Uncle Fei, let me take a look. Maybe I can cure you." Fei Wei glanced at him skeptically. "You? Ha? What does that mean? Are you looking down on me?" "Uncle Fei, my Uncle Qi Shan's traditional Chinese medicine skills are no joke, and my reputation as a little doctor isn't just for show." Xiao Wu immediately chimed in, "I believe him." Fei Wei shook his head helplessly. "People in love really have no common sense." "Why do you believe him?" Xiao Wu said angrily, "My grandfather was once beaten nearly to death, and it was a divine doctor who saved him. Zhang Yu is that divine doctor's disciple, so of course I believe him." Fei Wei's eyes lit up. He had also heard about Tang Shuli's encounter with the divine doctor. He cautiously asked, "Does he charge much?" Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. "How come I never noticed you were so cheap before?" He pretended to be mysterious. "Well, it depends on what kind of illness you have. Let's go, there's nothing worth copying here. It's all junk. Let's go home and treat the illness." "Wait!" Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, opening a box in the corner of the wall. Zhang Yu looked over and said curiously, "A stone? But it doesn't look like an ordinary stone. It has a strong spiritual aura." Inside the box was an irregularly shaped red stone that resembled crystal. Fei Wei exclaimed in surprise, "Zhang Wu actually has such a good thing." Xiao Wu asked curiously, "Uncle Fei, what is this?"
Fei Wei explained, it's a spirit source. He began to explain to Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu, spiritual source is a type of source stone naturally nurtured by the heavens and earth. It contains vast amounts of energy. Cultivators can directly absorb the energy from the spiritual source to enhance their cultivation, or embed it into magical artifacts and arrays. Additionally, Lingyuan serves as a currency among cultivators. The items they need, such as cultivation techniques, pills, and artifacts, are extremely expensive. Most people don't use bank transfers instead, they conduct cash transactions or barter. However, no one carries around tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of cash on their person, so transactions are generally conducted using Lingyuan. Lingyuan is priced by weight, with 1 catty of Lingyuan equivalent to 100 million yuan. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate, grabbing the spirit source and claiming it as his own. He weighed it and estimated that this piece of spirit source was at least 5 pounds. That's a full 500 million. Fei Shu, you mentioned earlier that cash assets must be surrendered to the Jinxie Bureau for registration, but we can keep 3 items of valuables. This Lingyuan shouldn't count as cash, right? You brat, don't be so greedy. Fei Wei's face darkened. As an elder, he didn't feel right about directly competing with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu asked, Uncle Fei, how much cultivation can the energy in this spiritual source help me improve? Fei Wei estimated, you're currently at the bone and blood 3rd realm. 5 pounds of spirit source should allow you to advance 2 minor realms. Only 2? Jiang Yu looked slightly disappointed and asked again, if you had it, how much could you improve your cultivation? You're daydreaming. Fei Wei snapped. What realm am I in? The soul realm. Do you think 5 pounds of spiritual energy can help me advance? It would take at least 50,000 pounds. He warned, you have to strengthen yourself first. Don't always rely on external items to improve your cultivation. Lingyuan pills might be a way to improve, but the higher the realm, the more Lingyuan you need. It's an astronomical number. Xiao Wu was counting on her fingers, trying to figure out how much 10,000 pounds of spiritual essence would be. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. He agreed with Fei Wei's words. Lingyuan pills were merely auxiliary means the most crucial factor was one's own diligent cultivation. In the early stages of cultivation, one could use spiritual essence to enhance one's cultivation, but as one progressed, the amount of spiritual essence required increased exponentially. Even the major sects and cultivation clans might not be able to afford such vast sums. Jiang Yu looked at Fei Wei, Uncle Fei, since you don't need it, why bother competing with me? Fei Wei replied, spiritual essence doesn't help my cultivation, but wouldn't it be better to exchange it for money to buy ribs? 500 million? You want to keep it all for yourself? Have some shame. Jiang Yu clenched his teeth and said, Uncle Fei, give me the spiritual energy, and I'll treat your aftereffects for free. Fei Wei snorted, whether you have the ability to repay is another matter. Xiao Wu pleaded in a spoiled tone, Uncle Fei, since Jiang Yu needs it, just give it to him. Fei Wei's skin prickled, when did you learn to act so cute? Xiao Wu smiled sweetly, flirting is a woman's nature. She wasn't incapable of it, she just hadn't felt the need before. Forget it. I'm scared of you. You're really a girl who can't be kept at home. Fei Wei had taken care of Xiao Wu for 5 years and had long since regarded her as his own daughter. Xiao Wu didn't deny it, smiling and saying, I'll go check out the other rooms. They didn't need much else. Jiang Yu had the spirit source, which was sufficient. So he carried the spirit source downstairs. Fei Wei spoke to him earnestly, you know about Xiao Wu's situation. She's finally managed to move on from the pain of losing her family. You can't let her fall into the pain of losing her lover again. Jiang Yu sighed helplessly, Uncle Fei, you know my situation. I have an engaged fiancé. What? Xiao Wu isn't your fiancé? But. No buts. A beauty shouldn't be wasted. Having such a fiancé is your good fortune. Once Xiao Wu becomes a cultivator, you can count her fiancé as one of many. Jiang Yu was stunned, as an elder, how can you be so open-minded? Why can't I be so open-minded? Fei Wei said slowly, the world of cultivators is like this, but the prerequisite is that you have the ability to keep the women by your side. Chapter 204, Rich and Arrogant. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that Fei Wei had a point. To be honest, he couldn't bear to let go of Wen Fuyao, he couldn't bring himself to hurt Han Ning, and Xiao Wu was in such a situation now. He couldn't betray any of them. He wondered if Wen Fuyao and Han Ning also became cultivators, would they no longer have to consider the prejudices of the secular world? However, when Fuyao and Han Ning had no foundation at all, they could probably only rely on the bone blood pill. And 1 bone blood pill per person probably wouldn't be enough. Fei Wei seemed to have read his mind, patted him on the shoulder, and said, work hard and earn more money at the Demon Suppressing Bureau. Bone blood pills aren't cheap. Jiang Yu looked at the spiritual essence in his hand. This thing should be able to be exchanged for bone blood pills. However, he dismissed the idea. His immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. As long as he was strong enough, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources. After Fei Wei's words, the knot in Jiang Yu's heart was untangled, and he was no longer bound by the string of arranged marriages. Therefore, he must become stronger and stronger still. The realms of cultivation were like towering mountains standing before Jiang Yu, waiting for him to climb over them. After witnessing Fei Wei's prowess, Jiang Yu realized that his path ahead was still long and arduous. Xiao Wu went upstairs and pondered carefully once more, but found nothing of value, and descended the stairs in disappointment. In the end, Fei Wei took 2 paintings from the hall. These were worth more than the junk upstairs. Anyway, he could take 3 items, so why not? The police officer who was counting the items almost handcuffed him. Could he just take the stolen goods like that? However, he was stopped by their superior. Fei Wei wasn't the first time he'd raided a thief's home, and the responsible official was quite familiar with him. After they left, the officer muttered, "Who are they? How can they just take the stolen goods like that?" The superior said, "Remember their faces. You might see them again when you raid a house. As long as they take no more than 3 items, pretend you didn't see anything. Don't ask any questions you're not qualified to know." Fei Wei followed Jiang Yu to Lijiang Garden, where Jiang Yu examined him, furrowing his brows repeatedly. Fei Wei said unhappily, "Stop frowning at me." The more he frowned, the more anxious Fei Wei became. Jiang Yu shook his head and said, "Mr. Fei, your aftereffects are pretty severe. It's already affected the root cause." "Nonsense, if it weren't serious, would I need to take a vitality pill every month? Just tell me if there's a way to cure it." "There is a way, but it might be a bit difficult." "Speak." "I recall an ancient formula that could treat your injury, but the ingredients for the medicine might be difficult to find." "I can find the ingredients myself. Just give me the recipe." Jiang Yu fetched some paper and began to write: heart-protecting grass, water cloud fruit, mystic dew grass, thunderstone, purple yang jade, 3-colored Dao birth flower. Looking at all those exotic ingredients he had never even heard of, Fei Wei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Are you sure these things actually exist?" "Of course. While heart-protecting grass and water cloud fruit are rare, you should be able to find them with some effort. The purple yang jade and 3-colored Dao-born flower are the trickier ones." "Alright, I'll ask my friends about it later." Fei Wei put away the prescription, at least it gave him some hope. Jiang Yu said, "Mr. Fei, could you help me find a quiet place to stay?" Fei Wei's expression darkened. "What? Do you want me to provide you with food and lodging too?" Jiang Yu's lips twitched. He thought to himself, "It's just that I didn't share the spiritual energy with you. Is that such a big deal?" But considering the 5 pounds of spiritual essence, Jiang Yu didn't want to argue. He forced a smile and explained, "Uncle Fei, I just want to find a quiet place to absorb the spiritual essence." Fei Wei glanced at Xiao Wu. "Aren't you two planning to return to Xiao Wu's hometown tomorrow?" "Her place is very quiet, there's no one else living within a 2-mile radius." Xiao Wu nodded and said, "Jiang Yu, we can stay at my hometown for a few more days." Jiang Yu thought it was a good idea. Xiao Wu had been away from home for so long, staying a few extra days to accompany her wouldn't hurt. In the afternoon, Fei Wei went to find a friend to help him gather the ingredients for the herbal formula. Jiang Yu and Xiao Wu didn't go out on business either, they stayed home to rest. Xiao Wu had also made up her mind. After returning home and taking the bone blood pill left by her grandfather to become a cultivator, she would resign and join the Demon Suppressing Bureau. Therefore, there was no need to go to the company anymore. The evening gathering was essentially a farewell dinner. This was her first time dining with her team members, and it would also be her last. So in the afternoon, Xiao Wu kept scrolling through her phone, trying to treat her colleagues to a nice meal. Over the past 2 years, her temperament had been unpredictable and erratic, but she owed it all to her teammates' tolerance. Every time the boss called her in, her colleagues would step in to smooth things over. She wanted to treat them to a nice meal, but there were many upscale restaurants in Linzhou, and she couldn't decide which one to choose. After all, she had no savings and her financial situation was limited. She wanted to find a place that looked upscale but wasn't too expensive. In the end, Jiang Yu helped her make a decision and chose Wangjiang Restaurant. No way, no way. Wangjiang Restaurant is too expensive, the average bill is 7 or 8,000 yuan. Xiao Wu refused. Their group had 3 pairs of partners, plus the group leader, making a total of 7 people. They wouldn't be able to spend less than 50,000 yuan. Where would she get that much money? Jiang Yu said, 5,000 is too expensive? If he had mentioned that he had spent over 1 million on a single meal in Yeshizan just 2 days ago, he wondered what Xiao Wu would think. Would she think he was a spendthrift and break up with him? So he tried to gauge her reaction. "Last weekend I went to Yusha Snow Mountain and spent over 1 million on a single meal. 5,000 isn't that much." To his surprise, Xiao Wu wasn't fazed by the figure of over 1 million. She said casually, "If you can afford it, go ahead and eat whatever you want. But I don't have that kind of money." Jiang Yu was surprised and asked, "Don't you think I'm being a spendthrift?" Xiao Wu replied, "You didn't spend my money, and besides, even though I'm poor now, I still think 1 million isn't that much." As she spoke, she glanced at the Ling Yuan on the coffee table. A 5 billion yuan item, just lying there on the coffee table with no protection. In comparison, 1 million really wasn't much. Alright, Jiang Yu felt there was no need to continue this topic, so he said, "Don't worry, I still have over 10,000 in cash in my account. It's enough to treat them to a meal at the Wangjiang Restaurant." Earlier, he had made 20,000 at the antique market, and after deducting the money spent on herbs, he had around 16,000 left. Xiaowu said, I want to treat them myself. In the past, Sunny and the others invited me to dine together many times, but I always refused. Now that I think about it, I feel a bit guilty. Zhang Yu said, what's the difference between you treating them and me treating them? We're all family now. You're right. Xiaowu giggled, then leaned in and kissed Zhang Yu on the cheek. Well, you'll have to treat us then. Xiaowu picked up her phone and made a reservation in advance. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yu and Xiaowu were already waiting in front of the Wangjiang restaurant. The Wangjiang restaurant was a traditional-style building with a touch of antiquity, nestled alongside the city's inner river. Along the river, neon lights flickered, and the intertwining lights reflected on the water, creating a beautiful night scene. Lu Shanshan and the others came straight here after work. Xiaowu had sent them the location of Wangjiang restaurant, so they all thought it was a restaurant near Wangjiang restaurant. But to their surprise, it was actually the Wangjiang restaurant. The 5 of them were all still in their work uniforms, standing out like sore thumbs among the others. Yuan Chuan glanced at the pavilion and turned pale. Xiaowu, are you kidding me? We have a limited budget for the meal, we can't afford to eat here. Yeah, eating here even if we split the bill would cost more than my monthly salary. Xiaowu said with a smile, don't worry, I'll treat you today. Everyone turned to look at Zhang Yu in shock. Yuan Chuan whispered, Xiaowu is acting crazy again? Only someone with mental issues would say something like that. Xiaowu's living standards were well known to her colleagues. Although she met her monthly performance targets every month, she had no savings, and her primary mode of transportation for business trips was public transportation like buses, subways, and shared bikes. At least the others had a car to get around. What could Xiaowu possibly use to treat them? They all assumed she was having an episode, and that's why she invited them here. Zhang Yu smiled lightly, don't doubt it. Today, Xiaowu really wants to treat you all to a meal here. And don't look at Xiaowu with the same eyes as before. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Xiaowu, as if she were different now. That's right, it was her brilliant smile. It's been 2 years, and this was the first time they'd seen Xiaowu smile like that at this time of day. It was truly like the sun rising in the west. Lu Shanshan and her partner exchanged glances and whispered, see? I told you Xiaowu just needed to find a boyfriend, but you wouldn't believe me. The male colleague was filled with regret, he was so close yet couldn't get the girl. Xiaowu was attractive, so the male colleagues all had their eyes on her, but her temperament and occasional neuroticism made them hesitate to make a move. Who knew she'd changed so much after falling in love? Ouch. Suddenly, Lu Shanshan was pushed by someone, stumbling and nearly falling, but Xiaowu quickly caught her. The man who pushed her was a balding middle-aged man. Lu Shanshan turned around angrily and shouted, why did you push me? The middle-aged man looked down on her, a bunch of poor workers, can you even afford to be here? If you want to chat, go somewhere else. Don't block my way. The man was intimidating, and he wore a watch worth over $1 million on his wrist. Lu Shanshan and the others didn't want to provoke such a wealthy person, so they chose to swallow their anger and step aside. But Xiaowu stepped forward to block the middle-aged man. Good dogs don't block the way. Hey, this beauty is quite attractive. The middle-aged man was immediately captivated by Xiaowu's appearance. Beautiful lady, want to go in for a meal? If you do, come with me. Staying with this bunch of you'll never be able to afford anything here in your lifetime. Spit. Xiaowu angrily retorted, you're looking down on people because you're rich. Just because you're rich, you think you can push people around? Apologize to her right now. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, money really does make you special. I advise you to get out of the way. Today, Feng San, the leader of the Qingzhou gang, invited me to dinner. If he shows up, you'll all be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan and the others all felt a chill run down their spines. Feng San of the Qingzhou Society? Chapter 205, The Exorbitant Bull. The sales department colleagues had scoured every corner of Linzhou, meeting many people along the way, and naturally knew about the Qingzhou Society that wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. Lu Shanshan tugged at Xiaowu's sleeve and whispered, Xiaowu, let's just forget it. No way. Xiaowu stepped forward, placed her hand on the middle-aged man's shoulder, and said urgently, I don't care if you're from the Qingzhou Society or the Hongzhou Society, apologize immediately. The middle-aged man's face twisted in agony, feeling as though his shoulder bones were about to shatter. Although Xiaowu wasn't a cultivator, she was a formidable martial artist. Xiaowu pressed down on his shoulder, and the middle-aged man's knees slowly bent, about to kneel on the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He finally gave in. If he didn't apologize, being forced to kneel on the ground would be even more humiliating. Xiaowu snorted coldly, shoving him away. The middle-aged man stumbled backward, falling onto the steps. His face flushed red, and he slinked away. Xiaowu turned around and smiled brightly at her colleagues. It's all right. Let's go inside and eat. I've already reserved a table. Everyone walked inside, still feeling a bit concerned. But they noticed that Zhang Yu and Xiaowu seemed completely unfazed, as if they didn't even acknowledge the Qingzhou Society's existence. The group arrived at the peony hall on the third floor, sat down, and the waiters began serving the dishes. Xiao Wu poured wine for each of her colleagues. Team leader, Sunny, and everyone else, over the past 2 years at the company, I've really relied on your support. If I've ever done anything to offend you, I hope you'll forgive me. Everyone was confused. What was Xiao Wu up to? Team leader Yuan Chuan said, we're all colleagues in the same team, we should help each other. Let's raise our glasses and toast to our team's continued success. Everyone stood up and said, long-lasting success. Xiao Wu downed her glass in one gulp, looking quite bold. Everyone knew she could hold her liquor, so no one dared to drink as much as she did, they only took small sips. Xiao Wu poured herself another full glass. Lu Shanchan urged her, Xiao Wu, today isn't about business. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Xiao Wu smiled and said, I'm in a good mood today. She raised her cup again and said, there's no such thing as a permanent feast. After today, I might have to leave the company, but I'll always remember everyone. This time, no one raised their glasses. They all looked at Xiao Wu suspiciously. Is she having another episode? What nonsense is she talking about? Jiang Yu also stood up, raised his glass, and said, Xiao Wu and I have both found new jobs. This meal today is our farewell dinner with everyone. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu suspiciously. Is mental illness contagious? Jiang Yu said, I'm not joking. Lu Shanchan looked at Xiao Wu with some reluctance. Xiao Wu, are you really quitting your job? Xiao Wu nodded, even though I'm quitting, I'll still be working in Linzhou. We can still have meals together in the future. If you ever call me, I'll definitely come. Team leader Yuan Chuan raised his glass and smiled, we should congratulate Xiao Wu. She must have found a better job. Xiao Wu, once you've made it big, don't forget about us. Lu Shanchan also stood up, let's all wish Xiao Wu and Jiang Yu a bright future. This time, everyone drained their glasses. Xiao Wu's nose felt a little stuffy, and she whispered, everyone else too, may your futures be bright. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere grew noticeably somber. Yuan Chuan gave a nod to his male colleagues and said cheerfully, what's wrong with everyone? Today, our team finally gathered everyone together. Let's be happy. Come on, Jiang Yu, I'll toast you too. Under Yuan Chuan's lead, the atmosphere finally livened up again. Because they were about to part ways, everyone drank a bit too much and forgot about the unpleasant incident that had occurred earlier at the door. At that moment, the balding middle-aged man was leading several members of the Qingzhou Association, searching room by room. Found them. The door to the peony hall was ajar, and the bald-headed middle-aged man immediately spotted Xiao Wu and the others inside. Just as he was about to rush in, Feng Qiao appeared on the third floor and shouted, Mr. Wu, what are you doing here? The private room is on the 5th floor. The members of the Qingzhou Society immediately bowed respectfully to Feng Qiao, third master. Mr. Feng, you're just in time. Mr. Wu approached Feng Qiao and briefly explained what had happened at the door. Feng Qiao walked to the private room door and glanced inside, his expression suddenly turning serious. It was him. He recognized Jiang Yu. Ever since Fei Wei had taken him away from the police station, Feng Qiao had been searching for Jiang Yu. Mr. Wu, I'll settle this for you, but storming in to beat them up wouldn't be very satisfying. So, what does Mr. Feng suggest? Mr. Wu, let's go to the 5th floor for dinner first. You can wait there and watch the show. In the private room, after several rounds of drinks, everyone was feeling tipsy, and the meal was nearing its end. At that moment, the waiter brought in 7 bowls of soup, served in exquisitely crafted porcelain bowls. Xiao Wu asked curiously, we didn't order anything else, did we? The waiter replied, our manager noticed that everyone had drunk quite a bit, so he specially asked me to bring a few bowls of hangover soup. It's on the house. Xiao Wu said, please thank your manager for us. Yuan Chuan was also quite drunk, barely able to stand, and gestured to everyone, come on, everyone, have a bowl each. It's time to rest and wrap things up. We have work tomorrow. He picked up a bowl of soup, let out a hiss, and the bowl instantly dropped to the ground, shattering into pieces. How hot is that? Hot soup is naturally hot. Xiao Wu smiled and told the waiter, clean it up. We'll pay for the broken bowl when we settle the bill. The waiter cleaned up the shards and left, but Jiang Yu felt something was off. It was odd that someone would bring soup out of the blue, and even more so that they placed it in front of Yuan Chuan, who could barely stand, without warning him that it was hot. Was this intentional, to make him drop the bowl? The others were still dazed and didn't notice the detail. Even Xiao Wu didn't notice. He said to Yuan Chuan, team leader, drink my bowl. She was still quite sober and didn't need a hangover remedy. A few minutes later, the soup had cooled down a bit, and everyone finished drinking and prepared to leave. Waiter, the bill, please. Xiao Wu called out, and a young man in a suit quickly came over, wearing a name tag on his chest, Manager Yan Shu. Yan Shu handed over the bill and said, good evening, your total bill today is 124,880. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? That number instantly sobered everyone up and was more effective than any hangover soup. Lu Shanchan and the others looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Are you serious? Is it really necessary to spend so much? Besides, these things don't seem worth that much. Xiao Wu was also stunned, how much? Yan Shu replied, 124,808. Xiao Wu jumped to her feet. Are you kidding me? I ordered everything according to the menu, which has prices listed. I calculated it, this meal shouldn't exceed 50,000. Yan Shu coldly replied, this meal isn't expensive, it's only 48,800. But the bowl you broke earlier is quite valuable. It's a Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl, worth 1.2 million on the market. Are you kidding me? Xiao Wu was furious. That bowl is worth 1.2 million? Lu Shanshan said, you're trying to rip us off, aren't you? If it's really an antique, why would you use it to serve soup? Yuan Chuan was trembling all over. He was the one who broke that bowl. Over 1 million yuan, how was he supposed to pay for that? Of course, anyone with common sense could tell something was fishy. They had been set up. Jiang Yu stood up, glaring sharply at Yan Shu. You say it's worth 1.2 million, so it's worth 1.2 million? That's right, it's worth exactly 120,000. A deep voice rang out as Feng Xiao, Wu Boss, and several members of the celebration committee walked in. One of them placed the red cloth he was holding on the ground and unfolded it, revealing the shattered pieces of the porcelain bowl. Wu Boss sneered, this is the real deal, an authentic antique. You can have experts appraise it. The red cloth indeed contained genuine antique pieces, but they were definitely not the bowl that Yuan Chuan had shattered earlier. Moreover, it wasn't worth 120,000 yuan, but the price of antiques fluctuated greatly, and their worth depended entirely on what they said. In an instant, everyone understood what was going on. It was that bald-headed middle-aged man who had colluded with the manager to deceive them. Yuan Chuan slumped in his chair. The items had been swapped, and he was now unable to defend himself. Even if he took it to court, he was certain to lose. And the other party was the Qingzhou Association. If he dared not compensate them, he would never know peace for the rest of his life. 120,000 yuan? How am I supposed to pay that? Yuan Chuan was on the verge of tears. Mr. Wu said to the manager, Yan Shu, do you think these poor laborers can afford to pay? Why don't you give them a discount? Yan Shu replied, Mr. Wu, you've spoken. I have to give you face. Name your price, and I won't haggle. Mr. Wu gave a sinister smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Well, that depends on whether they know their place. He finally fixed his gaze on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked at him with disgust. Feng Xiao said softly, Mr. Wu, after what they did to you, you still want to help them? Mr. Wu said, where there's room to spare, one should spare. As long as they're willing to kneel down and kowtow to apologize, what's the harm in helping them? Upon hearing this, Yuan Chuan hurried forward, I apologize. I apologize. He bent his knees, about to kneel down, but Jiang Yu immediately stepped forward to stop him. Don't kneel. What else can we do? How am I supposed to pay back 1.2 million? Yuan Chuan pushed Jiang Yu aside with force and knelt down with a thud. Mr. Wu, we were wrong before. I apologize to you. Please let us pay less. Mr. Wu burst into laughter and exchanged a glance with Feng Xiao. This method was indeed more satisfying than beating them up. Mr. Wu turned to Yan Shu and said, Mr. Yan, since he's apologizing so sincerely, let him pay less. How about 119,000? As Mr. Wu says. Yuan Chuan immediately lunged at Mr. Wu, screaming furiously, you're playing me. As Yuan Chuan grabbed Mr. Wu's collar, he was immediately pinned to the ground by two burly young men from the Qingzhou gang. Mr. Wu brushed off his collar and coldly said, I'm just playing with you. What can you do to me? Chapter 206, I'll give you time to call for reinforcements. The members of the Qingzhou gang pointed at Jiang Yu and the others, shouting angrily, if you don't want to die, stay where you are. Mr. Wu looked down on them with disdain. A bunch of poor bastards dare to come here to eat and act like they're better than everyone else? He slowly walked toward Xiao Wu. What happened today isn't something you can resolve with an apology. Unless this little girl knows how to behave. Everyone could see his intentions from his eyes. Feng Xiao said to Xiao Wu, as long as you make Mr. Wu happy today, I won't make you pay the money. Wu reached out to lift Xiao Wu's chin, believing that Jiang Yu and his group of workers couldn't possibly afford to pay 1.2 million yuan, so they had no choice but to comply with him. But just then, Jiang Yu stepped forward, snapped Wu's arm with a crack, and kicked him to the door. My fiancé is someone you can touch? As he finished speaking, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, kicked one of them away, and helped Yuan Chuan to his feet. She gestured for Yuan Chuan to stand behind her. It's okay, Jiang Yu and I can handle this. Lu Shanshan and the others were speechless. They had worked with Xiao Wu for 2 years and had no idea she was so skilled in combat. But they couldn't help but feel uneasy. What good is being able to fight? Two hands can't fight four. The entire Qingzhou society has hundreds of members. Moreover, they had heard of the Qingzhou society's methods. Those who had offended the Qingzhou society rarely ended well. Either their families were destroyed or they had to flee their hometown and leave Linzhou. Mr. Wu lay on the ground, clutching his arms and letting out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted in pain, sweating profusely. Feng Xiao's expression darkened. Dare to attack me in front of me. His men closed the door in unison. Feng Xiao pulled over a chair and sat down, speaking calmly, break one arm of each of them. Oh, and make sure to give that kid special attention. His men rolled up their sleeves, revealing a menacing expression. Lu Shanshan and the others were terrified, retreating to the corner and trembling uncontrollably. Feng Chao wasn't just talking. The members of the Qingzhou Society were ruthless and would really break their limbs. Xiaowu, come back. Jiang Yu pulled Xiaowu behind him and said, protect them. Then he turned to Feng Chao, you're the leader of the Qingzhou gang, right? Do you think having more people gives you the right to do whatever you want? Feng Chao replied calmly, you're right. With numbers, we can do whatever we want. Is that so? A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. He struck out with a single palm, and a Qingzhou gang member crashed to the ground with a thud, unconscious. Damn it! The others cursed and charged forward. Jiang Yu's moves were swift and fierce, and the remaining three were on the ground crying for their parents in the blink of an eye. Lu Shanshan's mouth formed an O shape. That's amazing. Yuan Chuan rubbed his eyes. What just happened? Jiang Yu's movements were too fast. He knocked down 4 members of the Qingzhou Society with just one palm strike, one punch, one slap, and one kick. Feng Chao finally lost his composure and turned to run. Unfortunately, the door had been locked by his men. As he reached for the handle, Jiang Yu grabbed the back of his collar, sending him flying 2 meters backward before crashing heavily to the ground. Mr. Feng, where do you think you're going? Jiang Yu smiled at him, and Feng San's heart was pounding wildly. He regretted it. If he had known Jiang Yu was so skilled in combat, he should have brought more men. But it was too late now. However, as the leader of the Qingzhou Society, Feng Chao showed no fear. He coldly said to Jiang Yu, do you know what will happen if you touch me? The 370 members of the Qingzhou Society won't let you off the hook. Threatening me? Jiang Yu stepped on Feng Chao's body with one foot, causing Feng Chao to groan in pain as his ribs shattered and his internal organs ruptured, spewing a mouthful of blood. He grabbed Feng Chao by the collar, lifted him up, and punched him in the face. Put! Feng Chao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his clothes red. As soon as Jiang Yu let go, Feng Chao collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. Manager Yan Shu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Who was this man? He dared to hit Feng Chao, the leader of the Qingzhou Society. Jiang Yu turned to look at him, standing on the shattered pieces of the blue and white porcelain bowl, and asked in a deep voice, you just said, how much is this broken bowl worth? Yan Shu swallowed hard, drenched in sweat, and stammered, no, it's worthless. Not a single penny. I didn't hear you. It's just a broken bowl. Not a single penny. Jiang Yu nodded satisfactorily and handed him a card, settle the bill. The manager trembled as he took the card, swiping it for $48,800, not daring to take a single penny more. He returned the card to Jiang Yu with utmost respect and said in a trembling voice, welcome back. Please come again. Jiang Yu turned back and gave Xiaowu a nod. Xiaowu pulled Lu Shanshan and said, it's okay, let us go. Lu Shanshan and the others looked stunned. Was that it? It felt like a dream. Just as they took their first steps, the door to the private room was kicked open. About 20 people blocked the entrance, all members of the Qingzhou gang. Damn it, where's that kid? Yang Su pushed his way through the crowd and walked in, looking extremely arrogant. He had just received a call from Feng Chao, who said the men who had attacked him were here, so he immediately brought his men to take revenge personally. However, when Yang Su walked in, he froze in shock. Uncle? Uncle? Feng Chao lay on the ground like a dead dog, his bruised face covered in blood, and Yang Su almost didn't recognize him. The people outside also rushed in, all furious. Who did this? Lu Shanshan and the others quickly stepped back and huddled in the corner. What on earth were they going to do now? The Qingzhou Society had brought so many people, and Jiang Yu had beaten the society leader into such a state. Their hearts sank. Only Xiaowu remained calm. Not only could she handle Jiang Yu, but she could also take on the Qingzhou Society's 20-plus members. Yang Su and the others helped Feng Chao sit down on a chair. Feng Chao said weakly, kill him and throw him into the river to feed the fish. As for the others, cut off one hand and one leg. Lu Shanshan and another female colleague burst into tears on the spot. Jiang Yu glared at the crowd with a sharp gaze, is that all the Qingzhou gang has? Why don't I give you some time to gather everyone? He had originally planned to leave, but suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to crush the Qingzhou gang once and for all to prevent them from retaliating against Lu Shanshan and the others in the future. You bastard, you're so arrogant. Brothers, kill him. Yang Su raised his arm, and over 20 men charged forward. The private room was small and crowded, leaving little room to move. They easily injured their own men in the chaos. Yang Su was the first to reach Jiang Yu, holding a baseball bat in his hand. Before he could swing it, Jiang Yu landed a hook punch on his jaw. Crack! Yang Su's jaw dislocated instantly. Boom! 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 Members of the Qingzhou Society fell one after another. Jiang Yu was beating them as easily as bullying kindergarten children. A martial arts master could take on 10 opponents alone, how much more so for cultivators? Even at the third level of the bone and blood realm, they were no match for these ordinary people. In less than 3 minutes, the over 20 people Yang Su had brought were lying scattered on the ground, some with bruised faces and swollen noses, others with broken bones. Yang Su had already retreated to Feng Chao's side, his dislocated jaw unable to close, drool flowing from his mouth. He was terrified, thinking to himself, are these even human? Feng Qiao was also trembling with fear, unable to meet Jiang Yu's gaze. Lu Shanshan and the others were even more stunned. 1 against 4 was bad enough, but 1 against 20 plus and still so fierce? Is this even human? Jiang Yu looked at Feng Qiao indifferently and said, your Qingzhou society has over 300 members, right? Keep calling for reinforcements. I'll give you time. Feng Qiao glanced at Yang Su, who mumbled incoherently, dog, call for help. Yang Su couldn't close his jaw, so he couldn't speak clearly, but Feng Qiao understood what he meant. He was saying, uncle, I'll go call for reinforcements. Feng Qiao whispered to him, go find Wu Gu. He knew that no matter how many members of the Qingzhou gang came, they wouldn't be enough to fight, so they had to call in reinforcements. Yang Su nodded and cautiously took a few steps back, keeping a close eye on Jiang Yu. Once he was sure Jiang Yu wasn't stopping him, he turned around, opened the door, and ran off like a mad dog. Soon, Yang Su arrived at a nearby martial arts gym. From a distance, he shouted, Master Wu. Master Wu. However, his speech was unclear, and no one knew what he was shouting, only that he seemed panicked. 3 people emerged from the office, Wu Liang, the crazy girl, and the young man. Yang Su? What are you doing here? I'm here. Yang Su pointed to his own chin. Wu Liang stepped forward, grabbed his chin, and twisted it, allowing Yang Su to finally close his mouth. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said anxiously, Master Wu, my uncle is in trouble. Feng Qiao? Wu Liang furrowed his brows and looked at the young man. The young man said, Wu Liang, go take a look. Return this favor, and there's no need to have any further dealings with the Qingzhou society. Yang Su immediately thanked him gratefully, thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi. Wu Liang said, tell me what happened first. What exactly went wrong? Yang Su said, we got into trouble with a young man who is incredibly strong. 20 of our brothers were taken down in just a few minutes. My uncle is still being held at the Wanjiang restaurant and he is seriously injured. A martial arts expert? Wu Liang nodded and turned to say, young master, I'll go handle it. Wait. The crazy girl stepped forward, furrowing her brows and said, Wu Liang, you might not be able to handle this. Hearing this, Yang Su couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, you're so naive. Wu Liang is a martial arts master. How could he not handle it? The crazy girl glared at Yang Su, dare to look at me like that again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Yang Su felt a cold sweat break out on his back and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. This girl is terrifying. Yi Xiao also stepped forward and said, since the crazy girl has spoken, let's go together. Are you coming too, Yi Xiao? Yang Su was overjoyed. Yi Chen was the young director of Tianyu Group, the leading real estate company in Linzhou City. Though he was usually low-key, he was highly skilled in martial arts, and there were rumors that he was even more formidable than Wu Liang. If Yi Xiao also goes, that kid is as good as dead. Chapter 207, Who wouldn't provoke him, yet you go and provoke him. Feng Qiao waited in the private room for a full 20 minutes, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Xiao Wu understood that Jiang Yu wanted to eliminate the problem at its root, so she also pulled over a few chairs and sat down with Lu Shanshan and the others to wait. Lu Shanshan and the others were very anxious, because if today's matter wasn't resolved, their lives would be ruined. The 20 or so people lying on the ground had partially stood up, while others with broken legs could only sit on the ground. Mr. Wu was sitting against the wall, his broken arm swollen and high. Jiang Yu remained silent, and no one dared to move. Manager Yan Shu was also sweating profusely. This matter had nothing to do with him originally, but he had gotten involved to do Feng Qiao a favor. He had asked the waitstaff, who said that Jiang Yu and his group were mostly wearing work uniforms and didn't look like wealthy or influential people. Indeed, they had no money or connections, but damn, they could fight. What did Qingzhou rely on to get where they are today? It's all about their fists. Whether it's the Qingzhou gang or the Hongzhou gang, when they encounter someone with stronger fists, they can only accept their misfortune. The private room was eerily quiet, and you could hear every breath. Jiang Yu sent a message to Xiao Wu on his phone, telling her to stay vigilant. If anything happened that she couldn't handle, she was to notify Fei Wei immediately. He believed that if he couldn't handle it, Fei Wei certainly could. Now it wasn't just about fists, it was also about connections. Jiang Yu didn't have a wide network, but having Fei Wei, who was at the Soul Realm, was more than enough. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, and Yang Su pushed the door open and walked in. When he left, he looked disheveled, but when he returned, he was full of confidence. Feng Qiao saw his appearance and felt relieved, asking, has Wu Gu arrived? Yang Su said excitedly, he's here. Even Yi Xiao is here. Wu Liang and the others, who had gone upstairs, didn't rush like Yang Su, they were still slowly making their way up the stairs. Yang Su opened the door and stood there, staring at the end of the corridor. Feng Qiao finally felt a bit more confident. He wiped the blood off his face with a tissue, straightened his clothes, and said, help me up. 2 henchmen helped him up. Feng Qiao leaned on the chair with his hands, standing straight, his face showing a respectful expression. Lu Shanshan and the others were on the edge of their seats. Even Feng Sanni had to treat him with such respect. How high must his status be? Lu Shanshan gripped Xiao Wu's hand tightly and trembled as she said, Xiao Wu, we'll be okay, right? Xiao Wu frowned and said, don't worry, Jiang Yu will handle it. Before anyone else had entered, Xiao Wu felt a powerful aura. After all, she was half a cultivator. She felt a sense of unease and immediately sent a text message to Fei Wei, Uncle Fei, I'm in trouble at the Peony Hall of Wangzheng Private Cuisine. Come help me quickly. Master Wu, young Master Yi, this way. Yang Su waved toward the end of the corridor, then turned to look at Jiang Yu with a fierce gaze. He looked as though he had already defeated Jiang Yu. Feng Qiao had someone help him out of the private room and stood in the corridor to greet Wu Liang and Yi Xiao. He bowed slightly and addressed them respectfully, Mr. Wu, Mr. Yi. Yi Xiao nodded indifferently, while Wu Liang examined the injuries on his face. The crazy girl sneered, the leader of the Qingzhou society, beaten up like this? How embarrassing. Since the crazy girl had come with Wu Liang and Yi Xiao, no one dared to do anything to her, even though her words were infuriating. Wu Liang asked, are the people who beat you inside? The crazy girl walked in first, I'll go see who the hell they are. After she went in, Yi Xiao turned to Feng Qiao and said, today, we'll handle this for you. From now on, Yi Chen owes you no favors. It's best if we don't have any further dealings. Feng Qiao smiled obsequiously, young Master Yi, you're too kind. I did what I should have done for you before. This time, I owe you a favor. How far do you want to go? I want him dead. Feng Qiao gritted his teeth. Having been beaten like this, the only way to vent his anger was to kill Jiang Yu. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows, Feng Qiao, are you asking me to kill him with my hands? Feng Qiao hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Mr. Yi, all you need to do is break his arms and legs. I'll handle the rest and ensure there's no trouble for you. Yi Xiao nodded. Let us go inside and take a look. As they reached an agreement, Yang Su gloated, boy, I'll see how you die today. Mr. Wu pointed at Xiao Wu and the others, furious, and them. Not a single one of them should be spared. The crazy girl entered, looking startled. She stood there staring at Jiang Yu for a long time. When Yi Xiao and Wu Liang both entered, she rushed forward excitedly, oh, you're really not dead. I didn't waste my pill for nothing. Jiang Yu felt a sense of familiarity toward the 16 or 17-year-old girl in front of him. It wasn't until Wu Liang entered that he remembered. Back then, during the battle with Master Chao at Luta Mountain, the little girl had been there as well. Jiang Yu immediately stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed in gratitude, I owe my life to your life-saving pill. At the time, Jiang Yu had been shot and unconscious, but he could still hear sounds. He knew someone had fed him a pill. Without that pill to keep him alive, Jiang Yu probably wouldn't have made it back to Boqi Mountain. He remembered the girl's voice. Jiang Yu looked at Wu Liang, Yi Xiao, and Feng Xiao, then continued, Miss, it seems you're here to avenge Feng Sang. My life is in your hands. I'll do as you wish, but please, spare my friends. Xiao Wu and the others immediately stood up, looking very tense. Why just let them do as they please? Aren't you supposed to be so strong? Yang Su picked up a stick from the ground, his face twisted in anger, and walked toward Jiang Yu. Now you know to surrender? Too late. You beat my uncle like this and dislocated my jaw. I'll kill you. He raised the stick and swung it toward Jiang Yu's forehead, causing Lu Shanshan and the others to break out in cold sweat. Xiao Wu clenched her fists tightly. She didn't know if Jiang Yu would dodge. If Yang Su really dared to strike, she would rush forward and break his arms and legs. However, Yang Su's raised stick hesitated, unable to come down, because the crazy girl was staring back at him. That gaze, as fierce as a primordial beast, sent Yang Su into a state of paralysis, as if he had been frozen in place. You, why are you staring at me? Yang Su stammered. The crazy girl coldly replied, do you think you have the right to speak here? Get out of the way. A furious shout sent Yang Su stumbling backward, landing with a thud on the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as though he had nearly died. Who was that girl? Why was she so terrifying? Feng Qiao sensed something was off clearly, that girl knew Jiang Yu. He immediately turned to Wu Liang, Wu Gu. However, Wu Liang furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, did he hurt you? Feng Qiao nodded sheepishly. Wu Liang said, why did you go provoking him? Do you even know who he is? Feng Qiao shook his head. Wu Liang said, he's the martial arts master of Tianyun City, the top martial artist in Tianyun. Gulp. Feng Qiao swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Yu in horror. The strongest martial artist in Tianyun City? No wonder he's so skilled in combat. Wait a moment, Wu Liang is also a martial arts master. Could it be that even he isn't a match for that young man? The crazy girl, however, smiled sweetly and said, Wu Liang, calling him a martial arts master now might be an insult to him. Wu Liang paused for a moment, then realized what she meant, and walked forward with a hearty laugh, you're one lucky bastard. Not only did you survive, but you also turned misfortune into fortune. He knew that Jiang Yu was a cultivator, and he believed that the crazy girl's pills had played a part in Jiang Yu's cultivation. Jiang Yu bowed to Wu Liang and said, if I offended you earlier, please don't hold it against me. He still remembered how he had kicked Wu Liang in the groin, causing him to blush and mutter that young people didn't know martial arts etiquette. Wu Liang waved his hand and said, I'm just a martial artist. How could I deserve the title of senior in front of you? The crazy girl raised her eyebrows and asked, how did they offend you? Jiang Yu briefly explained the situation. The crazy girl exclaimed angrily, they deserve to be beaten. If anyone dares to scheme against me like that, I'll kill them on the spot. Why would I give them a chance to live like you did? Feng Qiao's heart sank. What was going on? These were the people I had hired to help me, yet they were siding with him. I can't shake the feeling that that little girl has a temper. Will she really kill me? He looked to Yi Chen for help. Feng Qiao, I might not be able to help you today either. Yi Chen made his choice. Between a young cultivator and a gang leader, anyone would side with Jiang Yu. Feng Qiao collapsed into his chair, feeling as though the entire world had grown dark. Yi Chen walked over, extended his hand to Jiang Yu, and said, although we've met before, I should still introduce myself properly. My name is Yi Chen. Jiang Yu extended his hand and said, Jiang Yu, pleased to meet you. He could tell that the little girl and Yi Chen were both cultivators. Since Yi Chen was extending an olive branch, he wouldn't press the issue. The crazy girl said indifferently, we know your name is Jiang Yu. There's no need to introduce yourself again. Jiang Yu looked at her, what should I call you, young lady? Crazy girl. That's what everyone calls me. Crazy girl? Jiang Yu was taken aback. That's not your real name, is it? Wu Liang said, just call her crazy girl. Don't ask any more questions. Jiang Yu nodded, realizing that this girl must have an extraordinary background. Yi Chen said, Jiang brother, for today's matter, give me some face and let's just forget about it, how about that? Jiang Yu said indifferently, I don't mind, but I'm afraid some people won't be satisfied. They seem like they kill me just to vent their anger. The crazy girl sneered, Hoof, those bunch of good-for-nothings? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Qiao, who immediately said, I have no objections. I have no objections. Yi Chen was already giving him an out, how dare he object? Since you have no objections, why don't you leave? Do you want to sit down and have a cup of tea with me? Oh, let us go. We'll leave right away. Feng Qiao placed his hand on Yang Sue's shoulder and urged him, let us go, hurry up. Stop. Jiang Yu stopped him. Yi Chen furrowed his brows, Jiang brother, didn't we agree to end this here? Mr. Yi, rest assured. I won't make things difficult for him. Jiang Yu stepped forward, causing Feng Qiao and Yang Su to break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Yu turned sideways, pointing at Lu Shanshan and the others, and said solemnly, Mr. Feng, take a good look. If any of my friends come to harm in the future, I will hold you solely responsible. Chapter 208, Shui Town. Feng Qiao swore to the heavens, you can rest assured. I swear, the Qingzhou Society will never retaliate against them. The crazy girl sneered, you don't have the guts to do it. Get out of here. The over 20 members of the Qingzhou Society fled in panic. The crazy girl continued to stare at Jiang Yu, appraising him, not bad. You've reached the third level of the bone and blood realm in such a short time. Jiang Yu gave her a meaningful glance, signaling her not to discuss such matters in front of ordinary people. Then he turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, take them down first. Under Xiao Wu's guidance, the colleagues safely made their way downstairs. The cold wind blew on the street, and they all felt as though they were dreaming. Yuan Chuan asked, Xiao Wu, who exactly is that Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu had only recently joined the company, and they weren't very familiar with him. Xiao Wu shook her head and said, I don't know either. I only met him on his first day at work. She couldn't say even if she knew. Lu Shanshan said that Yi Xiao from earlier is the young director of Tianyu Group. Why would Jiang Yu, who knows him, come to work at our company? Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Wu. There was only one answer. He came here to pursue Xiao Wu, and now that he has won her over, it's only natural for him to resign. Lu Shanshan envied, when will I ever find a boyfriend who's both handsome and makes me feel safe? Yuan Chuan dismissed her with a sigh, go back home and dream about it. We have to go to work tomorrow. Xiao Wu called a car, and they safely sent everyone home one by one. When she returned to the Wanjian restaurant, it was already 10:30 p.m. Jiang Yu was still waiting there, but Yi Chen and the others had already left. Xiao Wu asked, what about those three people? They chatted for a while and then left. Who are they exactly? Wu Liang, a martial arts master. Yi Chen, apparently the young director of some group, and that crazy girl. I don't know much about them either. Aren't you all already acquainted? It's like this, back when I was fighting the top martial arts master in Tianyun City, they came to watch the battle. And at the time, I got into a bit of trouble, and it was the crazy girl who saved my life. What did you just say? Nothing much, just some casual chatter. Let us head back. We still need to go to your hometown tomorrow. He didn't tell Xiao Wu about his conversation with Yi Chen and the others. Xiao Wu looked around and asked, where is Uncle Fei? What do you want to ask him? I sent him a help message earlier, but he hasn't come yet? I didn't see him. Xiao Wu was furious. She took out her phone, dialed Fei Wei's number, and shouted, what do you mean? Are you abandoning me? How could you do this to me? I even treated you like family. Fei Wei's lazy voice came through the phone, why are you getting so worked up? I did go. Then where are you? Jiang Yu said he didn't see you. He handled it himself. Why would I need to show up? You really came? Xiao Wu looked at Jiang Yu, who whispered, I trust Uncle Fei. Xiao Wu hung up the phone directly. At that moment, on the rooftop of a high-rise building by the river, Fei Wei looked in the direction of the Wangjiang restaurant, sighed, and put his phone back in his pocket, muttering, daughters grow up and leave home, daughters grow up and leave home. He had come after receiving Xiao Wu's text message, but he hadn't shown his face. While Jiang Yu and Yi Chen were talking, he had been observing them secretly and hadn't left. Jiang Yu and the others' cultivation levels were so high that they couldn't detect Fei Wei's surveillance. After a night's rest, Xiao Wu got up early the next morning. She was returning to her hometown today and felt a bit excited. She hadn't been back in 5 years. Jiang Yu, take me home first to grab a few clothes. They would be staying for a few days, so they needed to bring some extra clothes. Jiang Yu drove Xiao Wu home. As soon as she opened the door, Xiao Wu was speechless. The house was completely unrecognizable. No, it wasn't just different, everything was gone. We've been robbed. That was Xiao Wu's first thought, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Those were her relatives' heirlooms. She looked at Jiang Yu with tear-filled eyes. Jiang Yu, our things were stolen. Those were my grandfather and parents' belongings. Jiang Yu quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't cry, everything is still here. I've packed it all up for you. He pulled Xiao Wu into the guest room and pointed to the storage boxes. Everything is inside. I thought you should say goodbye to the past, so I helped you pack them up. That way, you won't have to face these things when you go home and remember the sad memories. You won't blame me, will you? Xiao Wu stopped crying and smiled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You scared me to death. The past can be let go, but the belongings of loved ones must be cherished. They are a reminder of them. After taking a few pieces of clothing, they set off to return to their hometown. This time, Jiang Yu drove her back. He now had a driver's license, and Fei Wei had even provided him with a car, so they no longer had to take the bus. Xiao Wu, stop playing with your phone. You need to guide me. Jiang Yu reminded Xiao Wu, who was fiddling with her phone in the passenger seat. Xiao Wu muttered, it's been so long since I've been back, I don't remember the way. I'll set the navigation for you, just follow the directions. The navigation voice came on, ready to depart. Total distance, 130 kilometers. Estimated travel time, approximately 180 minutes. Xiao Wu placed her phone on the car mount. Jiang Yu glanced at it and exclaimed, your hometown is in Nianzhu County? The navigation system's final destination was Nianzhu County, Shihui Town. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, what's so surprising about that? Do you look down on us rural folks? Jiang Yu was speechless. I don't look down on rural people. In fact, I'm from the mountains myself. Then why are you surprised? I've been to Nianzhu County. When? Just a few days ago. I went to Jiangmen Ghost Village for an adventure. That's all hearsay. There are no ghosts in Jiangmen Village. If there were, my grandfather would have already exorcised them. Tang Shuli is a cultivator and a very powerful Taoist priest. Jiangmen Village indeed has no ghosts, it's just the work of evil cultivators. After becoming a member of the Demon Suppressing Bureau, Tang Shuli spent most of his time in Linzhou City. 5 years ago, when Xiao Wu started high school, Tang Shuli brought her to Linzhou City to give her a better education. No one could have imagined that Linzhou would be the place where her family met their tragic end. After the incident, with the help of Fei Wei, Xiao Wu's family was sent back to their hometown for burial. After the funeral, Xiao Wu never returned to her hometown. She dared not go back, and without finding the true culprits, she had no face to return. The 3-hour drive began with Xiao Wu feeling excited and energized, but after getting on the long highway, she fell into a drowsy sleep. Jiang Yu followed the navigation and arrived at Shui Town in Nianzhu County at 11:30 a.m. Shui Town is nestled at the foot of Yuliang Mountain, with the Shui River flowing swiftly down the mountain. They had a simple meal in the town, bought some supplies, and then began their hike up the mountain. The mountain road is winding and steep, making it impossible for vehicles to ascend. There are many households halfway up the mountain, but they are quite far apart. Xiao Wu's family lives higher up, at the summit. Only their family remains at the summit, as the upper section of the mountain road is extremely dangerous, and most of the former residents have moved down to the valley. Many of the old houses have been demolished, leaving only Xiao Wu's family behind. Xiao Wu's old home was still in decent condition, a small courtyard house. She hadn't returned in 5 years, and the house was overgrown with weeds and covered in spider webs. She didn't go home immediately but instead went to the forest behind the back house. In the woods, there were 2 graves side by side, well maintained, each with a tombstone. Xiao Wu's grandparents and parents were buried together in separate graves. Xiao Wu took out the incense, candles, and joss paper she had bought in town and lit them at the graves. She had often imagined herself avenging her family and returning to speak with them properly. But now that she was actually back here, she couldn't utter a single word. Thousands of words turned into 2 streams of tears. After bowing several times before the grave, Xiao Wu wiped away her tears and turned to Jiang Yu with a smile, saying, let's go back. We need to clean the house properly. You're not allowed to slack off. Jiang Yu smiled warmly, she had truly let go. Xiao Wu held Jiang Yu's hand and walked home. As they pushed open the gate, dust swirled in the air. The courtyard was already in ruins, with withered leaves piled everywhere, and weeds in the flower beds as tall as a person. Xiaowu pushed open the door to her room. On the desk lay her middle school textbooks, covered in a thick layer of dust. The bedding on the bed had rotted away, and the room was filled with cobwebs. She sighed, "When will this ever be cleaned up?" Jiang Yu pulled her, urgently saying, "Xiaowu, put the cleaning aside for now. Let's go find the wooden box your grandfather mentioned." "Right, the bone blood pill." She put down her bag and immediately headed to the room across the hall, which belonged to her grandfather, Tang Shuli. The room was neatly arranged, and Jiang Yu spotted the wooden box on top of the wardrobe at a glance. Xiaowu brought the wooden box into the courtyard, placed it on the dry leaves, and blew off the dust on top. It was a wooden box measuring 1 meter in length, 30 centimeters in width and height, entirely brown in color, with cloud-patterned engravings on its surface. The wooden box had no lock. Xiaowu carefully opened the wooden box, which contained various items: a compass, 3 Qing bells, a wooden sword, talisman papers, and more. Inside the wooden box was a small, square box. Xiaowu carefully took it out and opened it. Inside the small box was a pearl white pill. "Is this the blood pill my grandfather left for me?" Xiaowu held it in her hands, looking very cautious. "How do I take this? Should I eat it directly, mix it with water, or boil it first? Jiang Yu, can you give me some advice?" She turned around and saw that Jiang Yu's head was almost pressed against the bottom of the wooden box. No, where's the item? What are you looking for?" Xiaowu asked him curiously. "The marriage contract. Your grandfather said it's also in this wooden box." He searched the wooden box thoroughly, but there was no marriage certificate inside. He was very disappointed. A dying man's words are truthful. Tang Shuli wouldn't lie to him, would he? Xiaowu muttered, "Is a marriage certificate really that important?" "Don't worry, I won't abandon you even without it." Jiang Yu sat on the ground, covering his face and said, "That doesn't make sense. Your grandfather wouldn't lie to me. The marriage contract must be in the wooden box. Could there be a hidden compartment?" He instantly spread his spiritual senses, enveloping the wooden box completely, leaving no corner unexplored. He suddenly gasped in surprise. He hadn't found the marriage contract, but he had discovered something else. Chapter 209, The Legend. Hearing Jiang Yu's exclamation, Xiaowu curiously asked, "What did you find?" Jiang Yu took out the peachwood sword from the wooden box. Xiaowu said, "This is the magical artifact my grandfather used to ward off evil spirits." Jiang Yu examined it closely. The hilt was 7 inches and 5/10 of an inch long, the blade was 2 feet and 2 inches and 5/10 of an inch long, the spine was 3/4 of an inch thick, and the width was 1 inch and 2/10 of an inch. The blade was uniformly dark red, with a yin-yang symbol engraved on the pommel. The sword's weight didn't feel like wood. It had a heavy, solid feel to it. Though the sword appeared ordinary, when Jiang Yu probed it with his spiritual sense, he discovered it was brimming with spiritual energy and contained immense power. This is a magical artifact, and it's no ordinary one. Since it was once used by Tang Shuli to defeat his enemies, it must be extraordinary. Let me take a look. Xiaowu examined the sword from all angles and finally discovered a cross-shaped engraving near the pommel. This seems to be my grandfather's mystical wood sword. Xiaowu recalled, "I remember my grandfather forged this sword when I was very young. He told me that when I got married, he would give it to me as a dowry." Jiang Yu said, "Then this must be the treasure your grandfather left you. Keep it safe." Xiaowu said, "Let us put it in the box for now. We'll take it back with us when we return." Jiang Yu seemed not to hear her and searched through the box again. "But where was the marriage contract?" Xiaowu muttered, "Do you really care so much about a marriage contract? Without it, you won't marry me?" Jiang Yu said, "No, Xiaowu, listen to me. The marriage certificate is very important to me. It contains clues about my origins, so I must find it." "Clues about your background?" "Yes, actually, I'm an orphan." Xiaowu's nose grew sore, and she suddenly hugged Jiang Yu, feeling an overwhelming surge of maternal love. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you." "It's okay. Then I'll help you look for it. Grandfather wouldn't lie to you. Maybe he just forgot. Let's look elsewhere." Jiang Yu sighed disappointedly, looking at the desolate courtyard. "Never mind, let us clean up first. After all, we'll be staying here for a while." Xiaowu searched the house but found nothing usable. Even the brooms and other cleaning tools had long since rotted away. There was nothing she could do, so she had to go down the mountain to the town to buy some. Fortunately, she was a martial artist with good stamina, so the round trip took less than an hour. After buying brooms and other cleaning tools, the two got to work cleaning the room. The house was covered in dust, and they went through over 30 cloths just to wipe it down. Fortunately, the well in the courtyard hadn't dried up, otherwise, cleaning would have been even more difficult, and they would have had to go to the archery range 3 miles away to fetch water. However, after 5 years of absence, the well water was also murky and could only be used for cleaning, not drinking. The two of them worked all afternoon and finally finished cleaning the entire courtyard by dusk, giving it a fresh, renewed feel. Xiaowu was exhausted and collapsed onto the threshold of the main hall, leaning against the doorframe to rest. Jiang Yu cleared the last of the trash from the courtyard and stretched his limbs. It had been a long time since he had worked so hard, and he felt a sense of fulfillment. Oh no! Xiao Wu suddenly stood up. We forgot to buy pots, pans, and food. She had only bought cleaning supplies, and now her stomach was growling with hunger, reminding her that there was nothing to eat at home. The kitchen did have some cooking utensils, but the pots and pans were all unusable. The sky was growing dark, and Xiao Wu was exhausted. She looked at Jiang Yu helplessly. Jiang Yu put down the broom and said, I'll go buy some. Xiao Wu giggled, I knew you were the best. I'll wait for you. By the time Jiang Yu reached the foot of the mountain, it was already dark. A crescent moon hung in the sky, as beautiful as Xiao Wu's eyes. The supermarket in town was still open, but the streets were deserted. The weather was extremely cold, and since Shuwei town was nestled against the mountains, the temperature was very low. Fortunately, Yuliang Mountain wasn't too high in elevation, otherwise Xiao Wu's home would already be covered in a thick layer of snow. Jiang Yu had already jotted down a list of items to buy in his memo app while on the way. Besides kitchenware and food, there were many other items to purchase, such as bedding, toothbrushes, towels, and other daily necessities. While shopping at the supermarket, Jiang Yu suddenly sensed two unusual auras. Two middle-aged men entered the supermarket, both wearing black casual attire. The two men looked very much alike, as if they were brothers. As soon as they entered, Jiang Yu felt an uneasy sensation. He couldn't quite put his finger on what was off, but one thing he was certain of, these two were also cultivators. They bought 2 packs of cigarettes from the supermarket owner. When the owner was giving them change, they said, Keep the change, sir. We just want to ask you something. How do we get to the archery range? Upon hearing that they didn't need change, the shop owner was overjoyed and said happily, Turn right when you exit, follow this road all the way, and at the fork, take the left path to go directly up the mountain. However. But what? Back when the archery range was still in use, there were incense offerings every day, so the mountain path was clearly marked. But now the archery range is abandoned, and the path is overgrown with weeds. You're outsiders, so it'll be hard to find. It's already getting dark. I suggest you wait until tomorrow morning. There's a particularly dangerous section of the path up there, and where did they go? As the shop owner turned to put his cigarette on the shelf, the two men had already left. Jiang Yu kept an eye out. Earlier, Xiao Wu had told him that drinking water had to be fetched from the archery platform, and he found it odd. What were those two brothers doing at the archery platform so late at night? After buying his things, he carried the large bags up the mountain. Today, both he and Xiao Wu had been busy all afternoon, so they didn't want to cook. Instead, they bought self-heating hot pots and instant noodles at the supermarket. The iron pot on the stove in the kitchen was rusty but still usable. Xiao Wu lit a fire and poured mineral water into it. We'll use mineral water to cook the hot pot today, and we'll go to the archery range tomorrow to fetch water. Xiao Wu hadn't used a rural stove in a long time, and her face was covered in soot from the fire. Jiang Yu asked, What's so special about the archery range? Of course. The archery range has an ancient legend in our area. This legend was one she had heard many times as a child, and now she told it to Jiang Yu. Long ago, a master archer named Lu Yuliang passed by this place. Seeing that the area had suffered from severe drought for years, with the people struggling to survive, he climbed the mountain, built a high platform, drew his divine bow, and knocked an arrow. He fired 3 arrows, and 3 streams of clear water gushed forth, filling the Shuwei River. From then on, the area around Nianzhu County became prosperous and abundant. The people named the mountain Yuliang Mountain, the platform the archery platform, and the river the Shuwei River to commemorate him. Such legends are widespread among the people. But if it were merely a legend, why would cultivators come to explore? What are they seeking at the archery platform? Are they seeking heavenly treasures? If they were seeking natural treasures, there would be no fixed location. They would have to rely on luck in the depths of the mountains. Yet those two individuals specifically mentioned the archery platform. Jiang Yu asked, Is that all there is to the legend of the archery platform? Xiao Wu thought for a moment and said, Oh, there's also the story about that master. I don't know if it's true, but the old folks used to say that the master was an immortal, and his bow and arrows were divine weapons. The bow was called the sky-piercing bow, and the arrows were called heavenly water arrows. They said that when the heavenly water arrows were fired, they drew clear springs from the heavens. But legends are just legends. There's no such thing as heavenly water. The archery platform 3 miles away has 3 springs, and the water of the shooting water river flows from there. Let's go to the archery platform tomorrow and take a look. Jiang Yu's heart stirred. Perhaps this wasn't just a legend. People believed that the immortals were cultivators, and the divine weapons were definitely magical artifacts and very powerful ones at that. Just hearing their names made them sound incredibly formidable. After dinner, the two rested at home for the night. Jiang Yu didn't rush to refine the spiritual source, and Xiao Wu didn't rush to take the bone and blood pill. The next morning, a cool breeze swept through the mountains, accompanied by the chirping of birds. The vegetation was covered in a layer of frost, and the ground was icy, making it slippery in some places. Xiao Wu led Jiang Yu to the archery platform. Jiang Yu looked around but did not see the two people from yesterday. The archery platform resembled a small wall, only 10 meters long, with staircases on both sides, appearing rather crude. Upon climbing the archery platform, Jiang Yu spotted 3 clear springs flowing gently ahead, converging at the base of the mountain into the Shui River. The 3 springs were all beneath massive rocks, their water clear and sweet, yet crisp and refreshing. They approached the 3 springs, and Xiao Wu pointed to them and said, "This is the source of the Shui River." Jiang Yu spread his spiritual senses but detected nothing unusual. Jiang Yu asked, "What else do you know about the legend of that sage?" Xiao Wu shook her head, "I don't remember much. Those were just stories I heard when I was a child." "Why are you interested in this?" Jiang Yu said, "Have you ever considered that the legend might be true, that there really was a master named Lu Yuliang, and that the heaven shooting bow and heavenly water arrows truly exist?" Xiao Wu stiffened. She had never considered this before. As an ordinary person, one would naturally think it was just a legend made up by people. But as a cultivator, one had to be more cautious. She muttered, "If it's true, why didn't grandfather tell me about it before?" Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. That's right, Tang Shuli had grown up here and must have known about this legend. Had he ever searched for the heaven-shooting bow and heavenly water arrow here before? Tang Shuli was long gone, and these questions would never be answered. Xiao Wu pulled him back. "Come with me." "Where?" "You wanted to know about the legend of that master, right? The old people in the mountains must know. I'll take you to ask them. Perhaps because of the picturesque scenery here, the elderly in the mountains live long lives." Xiao Wu said there were several centenarians in the village, but she didn't know if they were still alive after 5 years of not returning. At the mountaintop, there was no one else besides Xiao Wu's family. Only further down the mountainside were a few scattered households, all elderly people who refused to leave. Xiao Wu knocked on the door of a house halfway down the mountain. "Who is there?" A hoarse voice came from inside the house, but the breath sounded strong. Chapter 210, 3 Arrows of Water. The door was opened by an elderly man with white hair, hunched over, and dark skin. The old man stared at Xiao Wu for a moment before exclaiming in surprise, "You're Xiao Wu. Grandpa Qin, do you still remember me?" Xiao Wu smiled brightly. About 10 years ago, the town of Shui at the foot of the mountain was still under construction, with only a few scattered households. Most villagers lived on the mountain, and whenever there was a wedding or funeral in a family, everyone would attend. That's why Xiao Wu recognized the old man, and he still remembered her. Old Mr. Qin chuckled and hurriedly ushered her inside. "Of course I remember. It's only been 5 years. I'm not that senile yet." After entering the house, Xiao Wu looked around and asked, "Mr. Qin, do you live alone?" Old Mr. Qin replied with a touch of sadness, "My son and daughter-in-law have gone to work in the big cities. They only come back once a year for the new year. This is the reality for most elderly people in today's world." So when someone came to visit him, he was very happy and hurriedly poured water for Xiao Wu and Jiang Yu. After pouring the water, Mr. Qin looked at Jiang Yu and asked with a smile, "You're Xiao Wu's boyfriend, aren't you? What's your name?" "Mr. Qin, my name is Jiang Yu." "Jiang Yu, Xiao Wu is such a pitiful child. You mustn't bully her in the future." Jiang Yu looked helpless. Why does everyone keep telling him not to bully Xiao Wu? She was like the apple of everyone's eye. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly and said, "Mr. Qin, don't worry. He's very kind to me and wouldn't bully me." All right. I can see he's a good kid. By the way, Xiao Wu, where have you been all these years? Why did you come back now?" I was studying abroad." Xiao Wu told a little white lie. Old Mr. Qin nodded and said, "Studying is good. For rural children like us, education is the only way out." The old man sat in the wicker chair, puffing on his pipe, gently swaying back and forth. Xiao Wu got to the point and said, "Mr. Qin, it seems like no one goes to the archery range anymore." Old Mr. Qin said, "That's right. Now that education is more widespread, fewer people believe in superstitions, so the archery range has gradually fallen into disuse." "Mr. Qin, could you tell me again about the legend of the archery range? The legend of the archery platform? That's a long story. Legend has it that long ago, our area suffered from consecutive years of drought and the people were struggling to survive. Mr. Qin, I know the story of the 3 arrows and the water. I just want to ask about the divine being Lu Yuliang." Old Mr. Qin took a puff of his dry tobacco pipe. "I don't know much about immortals either. They're immortals, after all they come and go without a trace, leaving only the story of the 3 arrows and water." "What about his divine weapon? You mean the heaven-piercing bow and the heavenly water arrow?" "Yes. It's said that there were 3 heavenly water arrows in total. The 3 arrows were shot to summon heavenly water, though some say the 3 arrows struck the giant rock, creating 3 clear springs." "Mr. Qin, you mean the heavenly water arrows are inside the rock?" Xiao Wu was puzzled. Qin Dage smiled. "These are all legends, don't take them too seriously. Even if they exist, there is no way to verify them. Who could possibly break such a huge rock? Then what about the heaven shooting bow? It is said that the heaven shooting bow is buried in the shooting water river, suppressing a monster." "Huh?" Xiao Wu looked puzzled. "There are monsters too?" Old Mr. Qin said, "Didn't you say you knew the story of the 3 arrows and water? I know the story of the master who shot 3 arrows into the water, but I didn't know there were any monsters. Old Mr. Qin smiled and said slowly, after the immortal shot the 3 streams of clear water, they gathered into a river. A monster that hadn't drunk water for years smelled the water and blocked the river upstream, opening its huge mouth. All the water was drunk by the monster. The immortal saw this and threw his sky-piercing bow, pinning the monster to the riverbed. This is the complete legend of the 3 arrows of water. Xiao Wu chatted with Mr. Qin for a while longer before returning to the mountaintop with Jiang Yu around noon. On the mountain path, Jiang Yu said as he walked, if this legend is true, then the heaven-piercing bow must be at the bottom of the river, and the heavenly water arrow is embedded in the rock. So, those 2 cultivators must have heard the legend of the 3 arrows of water and came here specifically to search for the treasures? However, Tang Shuli had lived here for so many years and never found the heaven-piercing bow or the heavenly water arrow, so Jiang Yu estimated he had no chance either. Upon returning home, the 2 had a simple meal of noodles, and Jiang Yu prepared to begin refining the spiritual source. The courtyard was swept clean, and Jiang Yu sat down in meditation. Xiao Wu sat beside him, holding the bone and blood pill in her hand. She had already called Fei Wei and asked there were no special requirements for taking the bone and blood pill, it could be swallowed directly. Jiang Yu told her the contents of the supreme. Xiao Wu closed her eyes and silently recited them in her mind. Her body began to undergo changes. Transitioning from an ordinary person to a cultivator was a qualitative leap, requiring a complete transformation of the bones and blood. This process was extremely painful. Impurities within the body were being expelled bit by bit, causing a sensation as though the body were about to explode. Jiang Yu continued to refine the spiritual energy while keeping a close eye on Xiao Wu's condition. If she couldn't endure it anymore, he would have to intervene to alleviate her pain. Of course, he would only intervene if absolutely necessary, to avoid disrupting Xiao Wu's foundational cultivation. The process of transforming one's bones and blood is lengthy. Jiang Yu had also endured several days of it in the icy cave. Originally, Xiao Wu's body was filled with the fragrance of a young girl, but as the impurities were expelled during the bone and blood transformation, her body began to emit an unpleasant odor. That was the odor of impurities being expelled from her body. Days passed, and time slowly ticked away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu had fully absorbed the bone and blood pill, completing the initial transformation of her bones and blood, and she fainted. Jiang Yu's spiritual source had also been fully absorbed, allowing him to smoothly reach the 5th level of bone and blood transformation. He was even just 1 step away from advancing to the next minor realm. However, the energy of his spiritual source was depleted. The spirit source, which had once resembled a red gemstone, had lost all its color after its energy was fully absorbed, turning into an ordinary stone. Just to advance 2 minor realms in the initial stage had consumed a full 5 pounds of spiritual source. Cultivation is just too expensive. He stood up, picked up Xiao Wu, and carried her back to bed, covering her with a blanket. Xiao Wu was covered in dirt, and the well water in the courtyard was too dirty to use for bathing, so he had to carry a wooden bucket to the archery platform to fetch water. The clear spring water was icy cold. Jiang Yu looked at the massive rock before him and muttered to himself, is there really heavenly water arrow inside? He spread his spiritual sense and attempted to probe the interior of the massive rock with his spiritual perception. However, the obstruction was too great, and his spiritual sense could only detect the situation within 3 meters of the rock's exterior. Moreover, with his current abilities, he couldn't break through such a massive rock. Moreover, once the rock was broken, it would inevitably trigger a landslide. Suddenly, he noticed a mark on the rock. These marks weren't here a few days ago. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the mark was a special symbol. HM? A symbol drawn in fresh blood. Who could have done this? He pondered for a moment and concluded that besides the 2 brothers, there couldn't be anyone else. They must have also heard the legend and believed that the heavenly water arrow was hidden within the giant rock, attempting to investigate it through some special method. But the giant rock was intact, clearly indicating that their method had failed. He didn't think much of it, fetched 2 buckets of water back, poured them into the iron pot to boil, then carried the 2 buckets back to the archery platform to fetch more water. HM? When he went to fetch water for the second time, he noticed that another symbol had been added to the giant rock, also drawn in fresh blood. And it was fresh human blood. They hadn't failed, they were still preparing. Could they really have a way to break through this rock? But he didn't dwell on it. If it breaks, it breaks. After all, there are few inhabitants on the mountain. Even if breaking the giant rock triggers a landslide, it won't harm any innocent villagers. In truth, he was also curious to investigate further. He fetched 2 more buckets of water back. The water from earlier had already warmed up a bit. Just as Jiang Yu was debating whether to bathe Xiao Wu himself, she woke up. She let out a shriek, startled by the dirt on her body. After Jiang Yu explained everything to her, she couldn't wait for the water to boil and took a bath. After changing into fresh clothes, Xiao Wu felt refreshed and invigorated. A warm energy was flowing through her body. She was overjoyed and ran around the courtyard, cheering and jumping for joy. I'm a cultivator now. I'm a cultivator now. She immediately called Fei Wei, Uncle Fei, I'm a cultivator now. Hurry up and help me apply for a position at the Demon Subduing Bureau. Fei Wei sighed helplessly. Before, he couldn't even recruit one person, and now, here came two at once. After the initial excitement, Xiao Wu's stomach began to protest. After eating her fill, she packed the remaining food she had bought from the supermarket and took it to give to Mr. Qin. Xiao Wu hurried to Mr. Qin's house, but no one answered after knocking for a while. Out. She placed the items at the door, turned around, and suddenly froze, her expression turning serious. She kicked the door open with a forceful kick, and there sat Mr. Qin on the rattan chair inside, motionless. Mr. Qin! Xiao Wu rushed forward and saw that Mr. Qin was covered in blood and showed no signs of life. Old Mr. Qin was dead. He had been murdered. Xiao Wu felt a chill run down her spine, as if a wild beast were watching her from the shadows. Her heart began to race wildly. Xiao Wu. Zhang Yu's voice rang out as he brought over a blanket and some bedding. Anyway, they wouldn't be staying here long, and these things would probably just go to waste. It was better to give them to old Mr. Qin. He noticed Xiao Wu standing stiffly in the main hall, drenched in cold sweat. A mountain breeze swept by, and Zhang Yu caught a whiff of blood. Xiao Wu. Zhang Yu rushed into the main hall and grabbed Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu shuddered and began to breathe heavily, her breath coming in gasps. Zhang Yu saw Qin Dage sitting on the wicker chair. What happened? I don't know. When I came in, old Mr. Qin was already like this. Xiao Wu felt a lingering sense of fear. Zhang Yu examined the scene and confirmed that Mr. Qin had been murdered, but there were no signs of theft in the house. It wasn't a robbery murder, and besides, Mr. Qin didn't have much of value in his home. This was a straightforward murder. Looking at the wounds and bloodstains on Mr. Qin's body, he suddenly thought of the blood-red symbol on the archery platform. It was them. It was those two cultivators who did it. Chapter 211, Tian Shui Arrow. Zhang Yu immediately dialed Fei Wei's phone. Hello, what's wrong now? You said you two went on a date, so stop calling me all the time. Fei Wei's annoyed voice came through the phone, and Zhang Yu heard loud music in the background. At a bar? He asked, are you on a date? You can have several fiancées, but I can't go on a date? That's not what I meant. Is now a good time to talk? If I say I'm not available, will you hang up? Then find a quiet place first. I have something important to tell you. There was a minute of silence on the other end of the phone, the noise fading into silence. Go ahead. Fei Wei's voice came through. Zhang Yu glanced at old Mr. Qin and said, a villager in Shui town was murdered for no reason. I suspect it was done by a cultivator. This falls within the jurisdiction of their demon-slaying bureau. Fei Wei said, notify the local police first and have them open an investigation. I'll make time to review the case progress. No, you must come immediately. Why? Because the person hasn't left yet. Zhang Yu said seriously, have you heard of the legend of the archery platform? Senior Tang mentioned it to me before. Today, I discovered 2 bloodstains on the rocks at the archery platform. I suspect they were left by those 2 heretical cultivators. They might be planning to use the blood of a living person as an offering to break open the giant rock and find the heavenly water arrow. 2 heretics? Yes, 2 people with similar appearances. They must be brothers. Have you seen them? How strong are they? I have seen them, but I don't know their exact cultivation level. They are likely stronger than me, and I can't determine how many blood-red symbols they will draw on the rocks. So they might kill more people? I understand. I'll head there immediately. You and Xiao Wu, don't act rashly. Xiao Wu looked at him in horror. More people will die? Zhang Yu said solemnly, there's probably more than just old Mr. Qin who's been killed. They'll keep killing people. We need to find a way to stop them. How do we stop them? You said their cultivation is higher than yours. Although we can't engage in direct conflict, I think they probably won't dare to kill openly. They'll only target these elderly people living alone. Xiao Wu hesitated, then, why don't we gather them all together? Zhang Yu looked at her and asked, when your family was buried, did all the villagers come? Everyone came. My grandfather was well liked here, and everyone helped out during the funeral. Alright, let us use your name to invite everyone to a meal and gather them together. Uncle Fei is on his way over. We only need to buy ourselves half a day's time. But what about old Mr. Qin? Xiao Wu looked sadly at Qin Dage's body. Zhang Yu said, don't make a scene yet. They stepped out of the main hall and closed the door carefully. Then the two went from house to house, inviting everyone one by one. Grandma Zhao, it's me, Xiao Wu. I'm back. You helped me a lot with my family matters earlier. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Is Mr. Huang home alone? It's Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu used gratitude as an excuse to invite the villagers from the mountain to dine at a restaurant in the town. There were a total of 13 households on the mountain, with 21 people in all. There was also an elderly person surnamed who lived alone and had passed away at home. There was an elderly couple who were not at home. 17 out of the 21 people showed up. Xiao Wu set up 2 tables, and the elderly were very happy, saying that Xiao Wu had made something of herself. An elderly person asked, where are old Huang and old Qin? Why didn't they come? Right, what about Li Shud and his wife? Xiao Wu brushed it off, saying, no one's home. They might have gone to the county town for the market. To the market? They barely go to the county twice a year. Today you invited them over for a meal, and they're not here. I was looking forward to having a drink with them. Though the elderly were advanced in years, they were still in good health and enjoyed having a drink now and then. It's okay. There's still dinner later. Grandpa and Grandma don't go home after dinner. I haven't been back in years and hardly recognize the place anymore. Take me around and chat with me. Alright. The elderly enjoyed chatting with people even more than she did. During dinner, the conversation naturally turned to Xiao Wu's boyfriend, Jiang Yu. Everyone said similar things, like how Xiao Wu was a pitiful child and that Jiang Yu shouldn't bully him. After dinner, Jiang Yu asked Xiao Wu to watch over the elderly while he went up the mountain alone. He needed to check on Li Shud and his wife again. If they had really gone to the market, that would be fine. If not, they were likely in trouble. He arrived at Li Shud's house once more, but it was still empty. Jiang Yu lingered nearby and discovered two bodies in a field several miles away. One male and one female, no doubt the Li Shud couple. Damn it! Jiang Yu clenched his fists. Such cultivators who treat human life so carelessly deserve to be killed by everyone. The elderly had lived here all their lives, kind and innocent. What had they done to deserve this? Shuwei Town had recently constructed many new buildings, including a square. The elderly would take Xiao Wu around town, telling her about the changes over the past few years. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the sky, like a thunderclap. Is it an earthquake? The elderly people all dropped to the ground. The sound came from Yuliang Mountain. Everyone looked up and saw that the mountains were rolling with rocks, and a large area had become barren. A landslide. The elderly people cried out in alarm. Isn't that where the archery platform is? It's over. Will the landslide destroy the archery range? Without the archery platform, will this place become barren and drought-stricken again? No, we have to go check. The elderly looked very anxious. They firmly believed in this legend. Don't go. Xiao Wu stopped them. Grandpa and Grandma, we can't go now. The landslide is dangerous. If you go, you might get buried. Let's wait a bit longer. We can go once the situation stabilizes. Xiao Wu was deeply concerned. Jiang Yu had said that breaking open the giant rock would cause a landslide. Could it mean that the rock had already been broken open by the two evil cultivators? Is there really a heavenly water arrow? At that moment, Jiang Yu, who was in the mountains, also noticed the commotion near the archery platform and rushed over immediately. He saw the two cultivators he had seen earlier in the supermarket standing at the archery platform. The area had been buried in, but the three clear springs were still flowing out. However, the giant rock seemed to have been blown up, completely gone. The immense force had caused the debris to fly everywhere, shattering the archery platform into pieces. He was now at the ruins of the archery platform, quietly observing the area ahead. His guess was correct. Breaking through the giant rock was the two cultivators' objective, and the four elderly men in the mountains had perished as a result. Brother, is it really worth using a lightning summoning pearl to blow up this boulder? One of them said while moving aside the debris. Of course it's worth it. If we can really find the heavenly water arrow, even 10 thunder summoning pearls would be worth it. Second brother, go downstream and check. The giant rock rolled into the shooting water river earlier. Maybe the heavenly water arrow fell into the river too. The second disciple ran down. It was winter, not the flood season, and the water in the river only reached his knees. The rolling boulder had turned the once clear river water extremely turbid. He spread his spiritual senses and searched carefully. The eldest brother was prowling around the archery platform but had yet to find anything. Jiang Yu remained hidden, daring not to make a move. He calculated the time. It had been 3 hours since he called Fei Wei. By now, Fei Wei should have arrived. Suddenly, the second brother shouted excitedly from the river, "Big brother, come quickly. We found it." The eldest brother was overjoyed and rushed over immediately. Jiang Yu dared not follow immediately and remained hidden near the archery platform. He suddenly noticed that there seemed to be runic symbols beneath the ruins. He cleared away the stones and indeed saw the runic symbols on the ground of the archery platform. Is this a small-scale array? The runes were highly intricate, leaving him utterly astonished. Why would someone set up an array here? Could it be that they were really trying to suppress a monster? After pondering for a moment, he followed the clear spring and spotted the two brothers in the river from a distance. They pulled a large stone out of the river, carried it ashore, and placed it on the bank. The younger brother exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, there's something inside this rock. I just checked it, shaped like an arrowhead. It might really be a heavenly water arrow. Get out of the way." The leader gathered his spiritual energy, channeling it into his palm, and struck down with all his might. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, shattering the rock into fragments that flew in all directions. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light flashed, and a blue arrow came into view, as clear as a gemstone. The leader picked up the arrow, holding it in his hands with excitement. Is this the heavenly water arrow? The second elder also examined the arrow, sensing the immense energy contained within. Big brother, this arrow must at least be a Earth-grade magical artifact, right? Artifacts are ranked by grade, divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Above that are divine weapons and immortal artifacts. The eldest nodded and said, a single heavenly water arrow is already an Earth-grade magical artifact. If paired with the heaven-piercing bow, its power would be beyond imagination. Jiang Yu, hiding in the shadows, was also amazed. The legend is true. The heavenly water arrow is indeed within the giant rock. If that's the case, then the heaven-shooting bow suppressing the monster is also true? Will they really find the heaven-piercing bow? No, such a precious artifact must not fall into the hands of those evil cultivators who disregard human life. We must find a way to stop them. The second brother looked at the river and exclaimed excitedly, legend says there are 3 heavenly water arrows in total, and they must all be here. Big brother, hurry up and find them. Jiang Yu was desperate. He dialed Fei Wei's phone number, but Fei Wei didn't answer. He could only rely on himself now. He had to delay them as long as possible while they still only had 1 heavenly water arrow. Otherwise, once they found the heavenly bow, even if Fei Wei arrived, it would be difficult to stop them. Just as Jiang Yu was about to act, the river suddenly began to churn violently, as if it were boiling, and the ground started to shake. An earthquake? That was Jiang Yu's first thought. Perhaps the massive energy from the giant rock's explosion had stirred the mountain's forces. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that only the Shui River was showing signs of disturbance.